As the equilibrium of multiple dimensions is shattered, humanity enters a new chapter in its history. Cold waves, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, various viruses, and ferocious, bloodthirsty, dimensional beasts sweep across the blue star universe. Liao Fan, a small figure struggling in the apocalypse for a decade, unexpectedly experiences rebirth, traversing back 2 months before the outbreak of the cataclysm. He establishes a survival base, stockpiles resources, and crafts weapons, all in preparation to navigate the impending winter of peril. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Storms arrive without warning. The sky, once brilliantly clear, is suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds, dark and heavy, resembling a monstrous beast devouring the expanse above. Liao Fan stands before the CAF's floor-to-ceiling window, scrutinizing his reflection in the glass. A young man, adorned with sunglasses, appears weary and haggard, his hair unkempt and disheveled. His wheat-colored skin bears a hint of sickly pallor, and beneath the sunglasses his eyes are sharp and profound, akin to a wild creature that has strayed into the city. Liao Fan is certainly not a beast, yet he is not an ordinary human either. His nails are unnaturally sharp, elongated beyond the norm, and his canine teeth are more pronounced than those of the average person. Strangely, the skin beneath his neck is adorned with bluish, shell-like patterns, well concealed by his coat, though occasionally revealing an unsettling peculiarity. He pays little heed to these details after all. In the aftermath of the Great Calamity, the human world is ravaged and in ruins, and this werewolf appearance ironically aids in his survival. In his memory, Liao Fan recalls a desperate quest for food, during which he fell victim to an enemy's treachery and was besieged by a horde of beastly adversaries while gravely injured. Despite his fierce resistance, he ultimately succumbed to his fate, a fatal beam of light piercing through his chest, rendering him unconscious. When he awakens, it is 2 months prior to the apocalypse, on June 13th. He has been reborn, yet his eyes betray little excitement. The shadow of death still lingers in his mind, and the humiliation he endured before his demise ignites a fierce rage within his dull gray eyes. Jolin, since I have fortuitously returned, what awaits you is nothing short of 1,000 tortures. A flash of lightning illuminates the shadows on his face. This sudden downpour disrupts the rhythm of the city, as many take refuge in the mall, quietly lamenting the wretched weather. Liao Fan glances over them, unperturbed. He is uncertain when the climate of Blue Star began to exhibit such anomalies. Droughts, earthquakes, and mocking plagues have become the prevailing themes of daily life. Liao Fan understands the reason. It is all a harbinger of the Great Calamity. The current storm will not last long, but following it, an unprecedented cold wave will engulf Lin City for 2 months. At that time, an unparalleled disaster will sweep across the entire Blue Star, transforming the world into a true hell of slaughter. No one knows where those ferocious and terrifying dimensional monsters originate, nor do they understand their purpose for coming. Perhaps it is the extreme climate that has awakened the ancient beings slumbering beneath the Earth's crust. Or perhaps it is the inevitable consequence of humanity's reckless expansion, wreaking havoc on the natural environment. In any case, on the fateful day of August 7th, with the arrival of Judgment Day, the fabric of the Blue Star world will be torn asunder, giving rise to countless rifts through which bloodthirsty and savage extraterrestrial entities will emerge, irrevocably descending upon this realm. Without exception, wherever these monsters tread, rivers of blood will flow, transforming the landscape into a desolate battlefield. The Blue Star will lose its last vestige of purity. Liao Fan was fortunate during the last Judgment Day. He found himself in a small warehouse, assisting his colleagues in the transportation of cold-resistant supplies. It was not until the air outside was filled with gut-wrenching screams that he realized the world had irrevocably changed. Horrific and grotesque creatures, appearing without warning, laid claim to the city, and the most atrocious slaughter permeated every corner of existence, even staining the sky crimson. He then witnessed his colleagues being overpowered by a group of lizard-like monsters, who devoured them piece by piece, leaving nothing but bones in their wake. In mere hours, the monsters would seize control of the cities and streets. Hospitals, shopping centers, and even government buildings would become their arenas of carnage. Human civilization would plunge into the abyss. Yet along with this calamity, a chance for evolution also emerged. After the cataclysm, a phenomenon known as source chi manifested on Blue Star. Ordinary individuals who absorbed this source chi would gradually undergo transformation. Some gifted souls could even merge with the source chi to evolve into evolvers, wielding formidable powers. For instance, the ability to conjure flames, manipulate lightning, or even fly, including Liao Fan from his previous life, who fortuitously completed his evolution, acquiring a wolf transformation ability. Regrettably, the delay in his awakening hindered further development of his talents, leaving him to live in constant trepidation, struggling at the very bottom of the food chain in the face of these ferocious and bloodthirsty beasts. In a bid for survival, he resorted to various means, even retreating into the city's sewers to vie for space with rats and cockroaches, managing to endure for a full decade. Yet, ultimately, he fell victim to a treacherous plot, meeting a tragically gruesome end. As his memories faded, Liao Fan lowered his gaze to his sharp fingers, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes. Just before his rebirth, he had been employing his wolf transformation ability in a battle against a beast-armored foe, only to be fatally pierced through the chest before he could revert to his normal form. This unfortunate fate left him with lingering wolf-like traits upon his transmigration. To make matters worse, with this rebirth, all that Liao Fan possessed was reset to the beginning, rendering him unable to perceive the source chi pulsating within him. However, he remained undeterred. Armed with a wealth of information about the apocalypse stored in his mind, Liao Fan was confident in his ability to swiftly reclaim the powers he had possessed in his previous existence. The sound of a door creaking open interrupted Liao Fan's contemplation. He turned to see a tall, slender young man with slightly darkened skin hastily approaching him from the entrance of the shopping mall. Liao Fan, what on earth is going on with you? Why did you suddenly summon me to the mall? The man shook off the rain from his hair and sat down directly in front of Liao Fan, crossing his legs, seemingly displeased by Liao Fan's insistence on meeting in such inclement weather. Have you arrived? In stark contrast, Liao Fan's gaze towards the young man was filled with a profound complexity. This seemingly carefree individual, named Zheng Tao, was a childhood companion, bonded by life and death. In their previous life, they had once hidden together in the filthy sewers for 5 long years to escape the relentless pursuit of monsters. In a tragic turn of events, their sanctuary was assaulted by the monstrous Redemptions. To ensure Liao Fan's escape, Zheng Tao heroically strapped explosives to himself and charged into the enemy ranks, sacrificing himself in the process. The haunting image of Zheng Tao's obliteration sent Liao Fan's heart into a convulsive ache, overwhelming him with a tide of guilt and remorse that nearly choked him. What's wrong with you? Zheng Tao was taken aback, noticing Liao Fan's unusual demeanor, sensing something was amiss. Especially evident was the weariness etched on his face, a stark contrast to the man he once knew. It's nothing, just reminiscing about some things, feeling a bit sentimental, Liao Fan replied, striving to suppress his sorrow, shrugging his shoulders before feigning calmness as he sat down. Did you bring the money? I did. 150,000 me entire fortune. Zheng Tao nodded, retrieving a black plastic bag from his pocket and handing it to Liao Fan without hesitation. Thank you. As Liao Fan accepted the bag, still warm to the touch, a deeper wave of emotion washed over him. In his previous life, he had merely been a logistics supervisor at a food company, earning a meager salary that left him barely enough to meet his daily needs, let alone save any money. Now reborn, Liao Fan desperately required funds to refine his survival plan and had no choice but to borrow from Zheng Tao. It's nothing after all, we're brothers. But tell me, why do you need so much money all of a sudden? Zheng Tao, unconcerned about the finances, was merely curious about Liao Fan's sudden financial strain. I'm interested in a project and require some initial funding, Liao Fan replied nonchalantly, pulling out a blueprint from his pocket and handing it over. There's something else I need your help with. I require a bow that can be easily disassembled and assembled, one that is sufficiently durable and lightweight. Additionally, I need a knife that is exceptionally sharp, crafted from the finest steel. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, humanity's physical genes would undergo significant enhancement and transformation, enabling them to generate energy attacks from a distance, effectively targeting their prey. However, Liao Fan currently lacked such capabilities, and, considering the complex environment he was about to face, he needed to prepare some melee tools in advance. What do you need these items for? Zheng Tao exclaimed, startled by the blueprint Liao Fan handed him. Boss, these are regulated items. Aren't you afraid of attracting the police's attention? You're not exactly innocent of hoarding regulated items yourself. Don't think I'm unaware aside from collecting scrap. You enjoy crafting weapons from the materials you gather. This should be a trivial task for you. Liao Fan smiled and shook his head, deftly diverting the conversation. His childhood friend possessed an extraordinary talent for weapon crafting from a young age. In recent years, he had taken charge of a small scrapyard, ostensibly engaged in the collection of waste, yet beneath the surface, he had concocted numerous intriguing creations. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, Zheng Tao had further harnessed this innate ability, relying on the weapons crafted by Liao Fan to navigate the perilous environment during their most challenging years. Very well, Zheng Tao said, placing his trust in his friend. He carefully tucked away the blueprints and inquired, "When do you need it?" "As soon as possible, ideally within a week." Having relayed this matter, Liao Fan swiftly rose, leaving Zheng Tao in a state of astonishment as he exited without looking back. "Return home early, and don't forget to secure the windows tonight. Prepare a few more heaters. The weather has become increasingly inhospitable these past few days." Stepping out of the shopping center, he was met by a biting gust of wind and snow. Liao Fan gazed at the frigid air mass looming over the city, a glimmer of intensity flashing in his gray eyes, colder than the ice and snow itself. The temperature plummeted, heralding the imminent arrival of a cold wave. Liao Fan understood the implications of this, yet he was not foolish enough to attempt to thwart it, nor did he possess the means to prevent the impending calamity. In his previous life, Liao Fan had been but an ant struggling to survive in a post-apocalyptic world, powerless against the cataclysm that engulfed the entire blue planet. Now, he sought the same, to protect his family and friends, striving to live peacefully amidst the filth of that hell, seeking to atone for the regrets of his former existence. Moreover, he intended to ensure that those who had betrayed him would pay their due price. Chapter 2. The zero-cost purchase. Esteemed audience, influenced by an exceptionally potent cold air mass, the low temperatures in our city are expected to persist. We urge all citizens to prepare adequately for the cold and to minimize outdoor activities. In a dilapidated warehouse, a radio broadcasts a weather warning from the meteorological station. Liao Fan sits quietly on a chair, savoring the meal before him. He carefully tears open a bag of bread, taking a bite infused with the sweetness of tomato sauce. Relishing the flavor as he chews slowly. Each morsel, in its intimate contact with his teeth, evokes a profound appreciation. Every chew is executed with utmost seriousness, imbued with a sense of reverence for sustenance. Those who have never endured the pangs of hunger can never fathom the true value of food. In the decades since the apocalypse, he has grown fearful of starvation. Even a hearty meal has become a distant luxury. The changing climate, the onslaught of monstrous creatures, and the emergence of various mutated viruses have led to a severe food shortage, precipitating a famine. In their struggle for survival, people resort to scavenging insects and the decaying carcasses of animals. Yet, despite these desperate measures, many still succumb to starvation. Fortunately, in this life, Liao Fan enjoys a more advantageous starting point. After swallowing the last morsel of bread, he wipes his mouth with a napkin and begins to survey the underground storage room, a smile flickering in his eyes. After securing a loan, the first action Liao Fan took was to rent this expansive warehouse. Following the onset of the apocalypse, the rampaging monsters rendered only the deep subterranean warehouses safe, and the location he selected seemed almost tailor-made for this new world. This nearly 500 square meter underground storage facility lies neither too far from nor too close to the city center. Originally, it served as a repository for hazardous chemicals. With a solid steel door that boasts formidable defenses capable of withstanding even artillery fire, the thick walls, reinforced with steel layers, can repel the majority of aberrant creatures. More importantly, the storage is divided into 3 distinct levels, providing ample space for resource storage, with each level designed with independent ventilation windows. With slight modifications, it can be transformed into an impregnable shelter. However, before the day of reckoning arrives, Liao Fan must expedite the meticulous renovation of the underground storage to enhance its suitability for habitation. He dedicates 2 days to devising an extensive and intricate renovation plan, meticulously annotating every detail on the blueprints. First, he aims to establish an underground water filtration system. Post-apocalypse, most water sources are likely to be contaminated by pathogens, leaving only underground water relatively safe. Secondly, he plans to incorporate drones and periscopes, enabling him to monitor the outside world without stepping out. This includes considerations for food, medicine, and various essential supplies, all pressing concerns for Liao Fan. Once the apocalypse erupts, the implications are extensive. The current cold wave is merely a harbinger of impending calamity, not yet the true end of days. Even 2 months hence, the arrival of the day of reckoning will merely usher in the first phase of the apocalypse. Though the initial phase of the apocalypse was terrifying, it predominantly presented low-level alien creatures, which could be managed with the resources of this warehouse. Liao Fan muttered to himself while revising the blueprints. However, 3 years later, the second phase of the apocalypse brought forth deluges, frequent earthquakes, and tsunamis, along with more formidable mid-tier monsters that a mere safe house could not withstand. Given these concerns, Liao Fan resolved to reinforce the safe house comprehensively, aiming for it to endure earthquakes of at least magnitude 7. Yet, the thought of the expenses involved in renovating the safe house caused him to pause his endeavors. The mere act of renting this large warehouse had already depleted a significant portion of his funds, leaving his remaining savings woefully inadequate for further modifications. Additionally, accumulating sufficient supplies and medical resources would require substantial financial backing. Although, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, money had become little more than a pile of worthless paper, Liao Fan still found himself troubled by financial concerns. Suddenly, the ringing of his phone interrupted his thoughts. Liao, do you even want to keep your job? Who gave you the audacity to be absent for 3 consecutive days? You can forget about this month's performance bonus. Get back to work immediately. The furious spark of his department manager ignited a spark in Liao Fan's eyes, who said that stockpiling resources had to cost money. His current employer, a food company, could be of use. Hanging up the phone, Liao Fan began devising a plan for a zero-cost procurement. At 2 o'clock that afternoon, Liao Fan arrived at the logistics office of Yunhua Food Company. Shaking off the snowflakes that clung to him, he stood at the office door. This was the largest food company warehouse in the city, and it was also where Liao Fan had worked in his previous life. Pushing open the door, which was covered in snow, he entered a spacious office. A middle-aged man, corpulent and balding, lounged in his chair, scrutinizing Liao Fan with a sharp, disdainful gaze. Liao, you've really grown bold, haven't you? Planning to slack off now that it's cold? Where's that report I asked you to prepare? When will you submit it to me? If one were not to witness it firsthand, it would be hard to imagine a man with such a substantial belly could emit such a shrill voice. Liao Fan recognized this individual as Wu Jun, the logistics department manager and his former superior, a narrow-minded man known for his harsh treatment of employees. However, instead of cowering under Wu's usual intimidating inquiries, Liao Fan strode confidently into the office, took a comfortable seat, and crossed his legs. I am not here to submit a report. I have 2 things to convey to you. First, I have decided to resign. You must settle my wages immediately. Secondly, I have a list of items that I need you to pack and prepare for transport. I intend to take them with me. His composed demeanor left Wu Jun momentarily taken aback. What was happening today? Having long endured the whims of the company without daring to challenge Liao Fan, he was taken aback by the audacious attitude displayed towards him. As he glanced at the list Liao Fan had presented, he noted a plethora of supplies: chocolates, compressed biscuits, canned beef, scissors, bandages, toilet paper, and even a generator. Manager Wu nearly laughed in disbelief, his expression darkening as he retorted. Do you think this company is your personal domain? Such an abundance of resources, and you expect me to justify this to my superiors? In truth, justification was unnecessary. Over the years, he had colluded with the finance department, embezzling a considerable amount of company assets, skillfully evading scrutiny through falsified accounts. He was confident this time would be no different. Liao Fan merely shrugged, his demeanor unruffled, which caused Manager Wu's expression to shift dramatically. Rising from his chair with his corpulent frame trembling in agitation, how did this individual uncover his clandestine dealings with the finance department? In a moment of shock, Manager Wu resorted to bellowing to mask his unease. What utter nonsense are you spouting? Who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Do you have any proof? Proof, indeed, was at hand. Liao Fan regarded him with a languid glance, his tone measured. I not only know of your misappropriation, but am also aware of your illicit relationship with the head of the finance department. It is through your sycophantic charm that you have persuaded your former lover to assist in your fraudulent activities. Manager Wu's astonishment deepened, his scalp prickling and his mouth agape. This was his secret, an unexpected revelation laid bare before a subordinate, igniting a flush of shame and fury. How do you know these things? Dare you repeat that? Ignoring the volcanic rage emanating from Wu, Liao Fan's voice dripped with sarcasm. I could repeat it ad infinitum. In fact, many admire your audacity. That female accountant, with legs thicker than her waist, resembles a bear in heat. You are the only one who dares to approach her. Such matters were hardly secrets within the company. Not only was Liao Fan aware, but many colleagues were also privy to the information. However, given Manager Wu's network, others had refrained from exposing him to avoid confrontation. The current circumstances, however, were markedly different. With the apocalypse looming, Liao Fan was indifferent to his job and unconcerned about offending a petty tyrant. In a fit of rage, Manager Wu lost all sense of reason, unable to bear the humiliation of being exposed by a subordinate. Instinctively, he lunged forward, intending to grasp Liao Fan by the throat. You are courting death, believe me. I will make you. Yet, Liao Fan did not even spare him a glance. With a swift kick to a particularly vulnerable area, Manager Wu's roar abruptly transformed into a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, mingled with the sound of cracking eggshells. In an instant, Manager Wu found himself half-kneeling on the ground, his body contorted like a cooked shrimp, his facial features twisted in agony. However, Liao Fan was dissatisfied with this outcome. Lowering his gaze, he felt the limitations of his once vigorous body, now rusty and weakened. It appeared that in this rebirth, he had reverted to a state of frailty, losing not only strength but also agility. Liao Fan moved his limbs a few times before leisurely retrieving his phone, waving it in front of Manager Wu. The footage of your last altercation with the female accountant, both of you in the nude, has been meticulously recorded. Should you choose not to cooperate, I would not hesitate to disseminate it across the company intranet. I hear this female accountant's husband possesses quite an influential background. You would do well to ponder the repercussions. In an instant, Manager Wu fell silent, resembling a suffocated duck, his balding head turning crimson. Liao Fan erupted in laughter, rising to slap Manager Wu's face, which bore the expression of constipation. Now, immediately comply with my demands. You surely do not wish to face disgrace and be pursued with a knife, do you? Chapter 3. Weapons. The plan unfolded seamlessly, and Liao Fan effortlessly obtained what he desired, an oversized supply transport vehicle, filled to the brim with essential provisions. With a sense of satisfaction, he settled into the driver's seat, pressed the accelerator, and drove away, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. Meanwhile, Manager Wu stood at the cargo bay entrance, clutching his groin in agony, glaring at the direction in which Liao Fan had departed, his eyes brimming with venom. Liao, your triumph will be short-lived. Having plundered so many supplies from the company, no one can shield you from the repercussions. But this works in my favor. I can easily pin the blame for the missing supplies on you. Having distanced himself, Liao Fan was oblivious to Wu's tirade. Even if he had heard, he would not have been the slightest bit concerned. After all, everything had transpired according to his meticulous calculations. He pondered how Manager Ming would react upon discovering that the company's resources had been nearly depleted by his hand. Perhaps he would be seething with rage? The thought deepened the smile on Liao Fan's face. Rather than returning to the safe house immediately, he drove the supply truck directly to the outskirts of Lin City. Near the entrance of a vocational college, he parked in a secluded corner, stepped onto the snow-covered ground, and approached the school's entrance. With a complex expression, he retrieved his phone and dialed a familiar number. On the other end, a voice that haunted his dreams answered, "Hello, brother. What brings you to call me at this hour? I have class soon. Shaoan, how are you faring at school?" Liao Fan forced down the tumultuous emotions within, but his voice trembled slightly, filled with anguish and conflict. Liao Yun, his beloved younger sister, was the one person he could not forget after a decade of apocalypse. Countless nights were haunted by nightmares of her tragic end, the pain, guilt, and sorrow nearly driving him to madness. Fortunately, fate had granted him a second chance. And this time, Liao Fan was determined to prevent the tragedies of his past from repeating. "I'm doing well. But it's suddenly gotten cold these past couple of days, and it's snowing everywhere. Brother, you must take care of yourself while working alone outside." Her voice remained as clear and delightful as ever, yet it struck Liao Fan like a bolt of lightning, shattering the icy fortress around his heart and igniting an overwhelming urge to weep. He struggled to suppress a shivering and maintain a calm tone. "I'm fine, really. I had planned to visit you at school, but since you have class, I'll hold off for now. Stay in your dorm, and I'll come to pick you up in a while. Brother, you're acting strangely today. What do you need from me?" "Hello, Slap." The echo of his sister's inquiries lingered in his ears, but Liao Fan resolutely ended the call, fearing that if he delayed even a second longer, he would be unable to restrain himself from weeping in front of her. 10 years to once again hear the voice of a loved one was a blessing beyond measure. Now is not the opportune moment for a meeting. Wait for me. This time, I shall ensure that you suffer no further harm. Liao Fan composed himself, casting a lingering glance towards the direction of his sister before swiftly turning away, resuming his drive with a vehicle laden with supplies. Evading surveillance along the route, Liao Fan returned to the underground safe house with a truck full of essential provisions. The unloading of several tons of cargo consumed the entire afternoon. Yet, Liao Fan scarcely afforded himself a moment's respite after unloading the final box of sausages. He returned to the driver's seat and maneuvered the vehicle into a concealed location on the outskirts of the city, abandoning it amidst a hidden snowfield. If all goes as anticipated, Manager Wu has likely already contacted the company's leadership, reporting the theft of company supplies and shifting the blame for collusion with the female accountant squarely onto himself. A full container of goods, valued at no less than 10 million, would surely not be overlooked by the upper echelons of the company. It would not be long before he found himself the target of a citywide manhunt. However, Liao Fan remained unfazed. instead looking forward to that day with anticipation. Avoiding the prying eyes of surveillance, Liao Fan braved the frigid winds, returning to the underground safe house before nightfall. Once inside, he ignited the heater and savored a cup of hot coffee, contemplating his next course of action while lifting his gaze to observe the darkened sky through a ventilation window. The cold wave had persisted for 3 days, with conditions only set to worsen. He felt no trepidation about becoming a fugitive, after all. This unprecedented cold wave would undoubtedly pose significant challenges for the city, leaving its administrators grappling with disaster relief and maintaining social order. Who would have the time to investigate a theft? Yet, Liao Fan did not intend to remain holed up in the safe house indefinitely. The current cold wave was merely a precursor to the cataclysmic events about to unfold, and he had many tasks to complete in preparation for the impending dangers and challenges. Foremost among them was the need to enhance his physical fitness and cardiovascular capabilities. In his previous life, Liao Fan had merely been an ordinary logistics employee. His health was neither particularly poor nor robust. To swiftly regain a sense of combat readiness, he devised a scientific fitness regimen, dedicating the following days to honing his now stiffened body within the confines of the safe house. Only after 3 days, on the agreed-upon delivery date, did Liao Fan cease his training and reach out to his childhood friend, Zheng Tao, via mobile phone. Zheng Tao resided in an inconspicuous recycling station on the southern outskirts of the city. Braving the blizzard, Liao Fan arrived at the site and, upon pushing open the door, was immediately met with familiar complaints. "Damn it, this weather is utterly bizarre. It's kept me cooped up indoors." Liao Fan chuckled softly, making his way inside to find Zheng Tao huddled next to the heater, nearly frozen. Unable to suppress a mischievous grin, he remarked, "I told you long ago to prepare a few more heaters. Why were you so stingy? Damn, that would cost money." In this day and age, the struggle to earn a living is daunting enough, compounded by the ever-fluctuating prices. Even the neighboring hair salon has raised its rates, with a simple wash and cut now costing 500. Zheng Tao shot him a disgruntled glance, wiping away the snot that was nearly frozen on his nose. Liao Fan was taken aback. What could warrant such an exorbitant price for a wash and cut? Chuckling, he replied, "The washing and cutting don't cost much, but the final service is over 400. Zheng Tao chuckled awkwardly, revealing a rather lascivious expression. Liao Fan, at a loss for words, rolled his eyes and said, "Spare me the pleasantries. What about the items I requested? They've been prepared for you long ago." Zheng Tao wiped his nose and dragged a suitcase from behind, placing it directly on the coffee table. The moment the suitcase was opened, Liao Fan's gaze became fixated on its contents. The first thing that caught his eye was a dagger, half a foot in length. Its sleek blade was both agile and light, perfectly embodying the principles of mechanics. The blade was resilient, emanating a sharpness akin to cold iron, resembling a frigid moon. Colder than moonlight and sharper than a blizzard. As Zheng Tao sipped hot water, he animatedly explained, "According to your design specifications, the dagger was crafted from the finest steel. While I didn't follow your blueprints exactly, I incorporated some of my own thoughts to ensure a smoother edge and enhanced penetrating power. The handle may appear somewhat rough, but it increases the friction between the palm and the grip, reducing the likelihood of slipping. No worries. I have always trusted your craftsmanship." Liao Fan lightly tapped the blade, feeling the icy chill emanating from it, his heart swelling with joy as he handled it with delight. Undoubtedly, Zheng Tao's standards and craftsmanship and weaponry were top-notch. Although the steel used for the dagger could not entirely meet the demands of a post-apocalyptic world, at this stage, it was the finest weapon Liao Fan could procure. Zheng Tao pointed to the folding crossbow beneath the suitcase and continued his exposition. "This crossbow is a previous collectible of mine, redesigned to meet your needs. It is easy to disassemble, convenient to carry, and simple to conceal. Its advantage lies in its ability to fire multiple shots in succession, paired with the bolts I crafted. It possesses penetrating power comparable to real bullets within a 30-meter range. The downside is that to ensure its lightweight nature, some toughness of the steel was sacrificed, but nonetheless, this is indeed a formidable weapon. Do not expose it carelessly to others. Rest assured, I want tea." Liao Fan smiled, then picked up the folding crossbow, examining its internal mechanisms with keen interest. Eagerly, he loaded a bolt and aimed at the wall. Zheng Tao's weapon-making skills rightfully earned him the title of master craftsman. Both his forging techniques and design concepts were impeccable, never failing to meet Liao Fan's expectations. Yet, as he observed Liao Fan's smile, Zheng Tao's eyes were filled with concern. He suddenly asked in a hushed tone, "What exactly are you planning to do with these items?" Clearly, Zheng Tao was no fool. He had already sensed something amiss through Liao Fan's unusual demeanor. Liao Fan's smile faltered for a moment. As childhood friends and the closest comrades in the post-apocalyptic world, Liao Fan had no intention of concealing anything from him. Yet, at that moment, he found himself at a loss for how to explain. With pursed lips, he turned his gaze toward the wintry landscape outside the window. The snowstorm could persist for an extended period. Thus, he advised, do not venture outside during this time. Stay indoors, and when we next meet, I shall answer your questions. All right, Zheng Tao acquiesced, noticing Liao Fan's reluctance to divulge more. He fixed his eyes on the frost-laden window and muttered under his breath. This damned weather grows more bizarre each year. I stumbled upon some posts online suggesting that this might be an omen of the apocalypse. Liao Fan paused, halting his actions, and cast a sidelong glance at him, a wry smile playing on his lips. If the speculations online hold any truth, what would you do? Well, I would seek out a place to indulge in the experience of luxury for the first time. I've never stayed in a 5-star suite, Zheng Tao chuckled, then countered. What about you? If it were me, Liao Fan replied, a peculiar smile gracing his features, his tone a blend of jest and sincerity. I would first construct a safe haven to shield myself from calamity, stockpile resources as much as possible, protect my cherished family and friends, and arm myself for self-defense while seizing opportunities to grow stronger. Furthermore, I would caution those around me against drinking melted snow from the roadside. It's best to avoid even a single drop. Chapter 4. Mengyo. The threats posed by the apocalypse extend far beyond mere climatic changes and the rampage of various monstrosities. They encompass perilous, unidentified pathogens that could wreak havoc upon this world. In a previous life, Liao Fan witnessed a girl who, after inadvertently consuming snowmelt from the roadside, underwent a horrifying transformation. Her body became grotesquely decayed, culminating in a tragic demise. Furthermore, many individuals would fall prey to mysterious viral infestations, transforming them into mindless, bloodthirsty puppets. However, at this moment, Liao Fan found himself unable to elucidate these matters to Zheng Tao. After all, such disclosures would be futile, and he wished to avoid being perceived as a lunatic beset by severe delusions. Instead, he opted for subtle hints to convey warnings. After departing from the recycling station, Liao Fan did not return to the safe house. He briefly oriented himself before heading towards the outskirts of the city, specifically to a modest urban village. Braving the blizzard, he arrived at the village's periphery, surveying the streets concealed beneath a shroud of ice and snow, his eyes betraying a flicker of desolation. He retained vivid memories of all that transpired before and after the apocalypse. If all proceeded as anticipated, this place would soon metamorphose into a veritable hellscape of slaughter. The impending global catastrophe was, in fact, the result of a disruption in the equilibrium of multiple universes. These parallel realms, entirely unrelated to Blue Star, were on the brink of dimensional collisions and fusions, driven by an enigmatic force. Such collisions would give rise to bizarre spatial wormholes, allowing entities that existed solely in external universes to traverse freely across different dimensional spaces. For Blue Star, this heralded the onset of the apocalypse. Through these spatial wormholes, Blue Star was poised to experience extreme climatic shifts, with hordes of monsters from external realms surging forth to invade, ultimately laying waste to all life within this dimension. Although humanity on Blue Star would also benefit, evolving after absorbing sufficient source energy, the absorption rate was far too sluggish to compete with the external beings, relegating them to the base of the food chain. Fortunately, the fusion of multiple universes would not occur instantaneously. The spatial wormholes that formed in the early days of the apocalypse would not persist for long, merely a fleeting moment in the grand scheme of time for Blue Star. As for those unfortunate souls ensnared within the wormholes, they would endure a protracted ordeal of carnage in that unknown domain. Liao Fan was acutely aware of the impending events, yet he remained resolute in his journey. Only by traversing the spatial wormholes could he reclaim the abilities he possessed in his previous life before the full brunt of the apocalypse descended. It was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon, with merely a handful of minutes remaining until the first wormhole would erupt. Casting a glance at his watch, Liao Fan stepped onto the street, making his way directly toward a shopping mall. At that very moment, a white Porsche Cayenne emerged from the intersection, slicing through the icy terrain with alarming speed, evidently barreling towards him with menacing intent. Ah, how swiftly they arrive. Liao Fan was momentarily taken aback, then halted his steps. Casting a glance at the license plate cloaked in ice shards, a peculiar smile dancing in his eyes. Moments later, a luxury car came to a stop at the roadside, and a tall, aloof woman emerged, decisively pushing open the door and striding towards him. The woman appeared to be no older than 25 or 26, perhaps even younger, with cascading long hair that complemented her alluring figure and exquisite features, making her an undeniable focal point wherever she went. Yet, the gaze she directed at Liao Fan was frigid. Liao Fan, you truly have some audacity, she remarked icily. You've absconded with so much of the company's resources, thinking you could simply hide away and evade consequences? Her demeanor was hostile, exuding an air of aggression as if she wished to consume him whole. However, Liao Fan showed no signs of surprise. Instead, he wore a mocking smile, as if he had anticipated her arrival. Meng Zong, it's quite commendable of you to brave the heavy snow to seek me out. Spare me the pleasantries. The woman retorted, glaring at him. Had you not taken Manager Wu hostage and unlawfully removed the company's supplies, would I be scouring the world for you? Now speak, you scoundrel. Where have you transported those resources? I'm afraid I cannot divulge that information just yet, Liao Fan replied calmly, shrugging his shoulders. His expression still graced with a teasing smile as he appraised the woman before him. Meng Yao, the heir to the Ming Corporation, was a woman born into privilege. Raised with a golden key in her hand. She was also the stunning president of that food company. Ordinarily, someone of Liao Fan's modest standing would have no grounds for acquaintance with Meng Yao, yet he did know her intimately. In fact, on her very first day managing the company, they had an unpleasant encounter in the elevator. At the time, Liao Fan did not recognize her, mistaking her for a newly hired receptionist due to her youthful beauty. He made an inappropriate jest. Consequently, the position he was supposed to hold as the logistics supervisor was reduced to that of an ordinary employee. As the apocalypse loomed, the company ultimately succumbed to its fate. However, Meng Yao's influential lineage afforded her the military's protection, and thanks to her considerable talent, she evolved into a formidable supernatural being. By the time they crossed paths again, 5 years had elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse. In that perilous world, they had collaborated on several brief occasions during which Liao Fan gleaned numerous secrets about Meng Yao. Of course, that was a tale from his previous life. Reborn. Liao Fan sought companions to assist him in executing his survival plan. Thus, he deliberately pilfered company supplies, partly to stockpile resources for the impending apocalypse, and partly to compel Meng Yao to reveal herself and collaborate with him on his inaugural venture into this new world. Naturally, Meng Yao remained oblivious to Liao Fan's intentions. With arms crossed and a demeanor of indifference, she stated, the value of those supplies is no less than 10 million. Did you consider the consequences when you took them? Are you not afraid of imprisonment? Certainly, I am unafraid. The world is on the brink of transformation, and the police have neither the time nor the inclination to concern themselves with me. Otherwise, you would not be the only one who has come today. Liao Fan maintained his characteristic nonchalant smile, embodying a lazy and reckless demeanor that incited great irritation in Meng Yao. You fool. Do not presume that the city's misfortunes grant you the liberty to take advantage of the situation. Are you not aware of my family's standing? Those who offend the Meng family shall not escape unscathed. I am indeed aware of this, Liao Fan replied with an even more mischievous smile. It was precisely due to his awareness of Meng Yao's prestigious lineage that he had deliberately lured her to this place. Though Meng Yao currently displayed a harsh demeanor towards him, it would not be long before this woman would become compliant. Chapter 5. Farce knowing the consequences of provoking me. Why proceed with such actions? Meng Yao was uncertain about Liao Fan's intentions. She merely sensed something was amiss with him today, though she could not pinpoint the peculiarity at that moment. Yet, her eagerness to reclaim the supplies left little room for contemplation. Shaking her head, she emphasized, enough. I lack the time to engage in idle chatter. Considering your previous commendable performance, I am willing to offer you a chance for redemption. If you return that batch of supplies, I may contemplate leniency towards you. However, Liao Fan dismissed her goodwill with a nonchalant glance at the sky, shrugging as he replied. That suggestion is rather appealing. Regrettably, I have no intention of accepting it. With that, he turned away and strode towards the entrance of the shopping mall. Stop. You cannot leave until we clarify this matter. As anticipated, an enraged Meng Yao hastily pursued him, continuing her relentless tirade. I advise you to hand over the items promptly. The board members are not as amenable as I am. Should you persist in your obstinacy, I will have no choice but to involve the authorities. While speaking, she brandished her phone, feigning a call to the police. Yet, Liao Fan did not even lift his eyelids, advising, you might want to reconsider. Danger will soon unfold here. Even if you summon the police now, it would be futile and only result in more innocent casualties. What did you say? Startled by his words, Meng Yao instinctively surveyed the surroundings of the mall. Affected by the cold wave, the streets were nearly deserted, and the mall itself appeared eerily vacant, save for a sparse scattering of tourists and a few patrolling security guards. She chuckled, shaking her head in mockery. How absurd. How could you possibly know that danger is imminent? Are you some sort of fortune teller? Your inability to perceive danger does not render it non-existent, Liao Fan replied. His expression devoid of mirth, his gaze unusually grave and earnest as he scrutinized the environment around the mall, his brow furrowed tightly. In mere minutes, the city's first wormhole incident would erupt, enveloping the area in a mysterious space where dozens of visitors and employees would perish in this unforeseen calamity. The few fortunate souls who survived would be left in a state of utter shock. Cease your alarmism. Let us discuss your terms. What must I do for you to return those supplies to the company? Meng Yao scoffed at his words, quickly regaining her seriousness. Liao Fan, however, chose not to pursue the topic further and made his way towards the escalator, seeking a vantage point to observe the interior of the mall. This was a habit he had cultivated in the apocalypse. Upon arriving in an unfamiliar place, he would familiarize himself with the surroundings to gain an advantage when danger approached. Why the silence? Have you lost your voice? Frustrated by his indifference, Meng Yao stamped her foot and hastily followed, declaring, if you're merely short on cash, name your price. That batch of supplies is crucial to the company. In truth, your concern is not genuinely about that batch of supplies. It is merely a desire to showcase your management capabilities before your family, is it not? Liao Fan cast her a sidelong glance and replied with an indifferent tone. From Liao Fan's understanding of this young lady from the Ming family, a mere batch of daily necessities hardly warranted her emotional investment. What she truly cared about was ensuring that nothing went awry during her tenure at the company. Otherwise, she would fail to gain her family's approval and would find it exceedingly difficult to inherit the Ming family's other enterprises. Meng Yao did not refute this observation but, with a frosty demeanor, inquired, since you are aware of my predicament, why then do you insist on transferring those supplies? Are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? You misunderstand. I transferred those supplies because I genuinely require them, Liao Fan replied, shaking his head, exuding an air of indifference that infuriated Meng Yao even further. At that moment, another man's voice resonated through the mall. Miss, it seems you are encountering some trouble. Do you need assistance? The sudden voice startled Meng Yao, and she turned to see a tall young man in a security uniform approaching her with a friendly smile. I am Chen Hao, the security supervisor of this mall. If you are facing any difficulties, please do not hesitate to tell me. I will intervene on your behalf. Evidently, Chen Hao had been drawn to the commotion caused by their argument, which had attracted the attention of many bystanders since they had just entered the establishment. Under normal circumstances, Meng Yao would be mindful of her image as a wealthy heiress. However, consumed by her anger, she pointed directly at Liao Fan and said, this man has offended me. Could you please help me stop him? Of course, Chen Hao readily agreed, as Meng Yao's striking appearance easily ignited the protective instincts of any man. He turned to Liao Fan and issued a warning, my friend, I am unaware of the conflict between you and this young lady, but as a man, it is quite unbecoming to treat a woman with such contempt, especially in a public space. Liao Fan was taken aback, but was reluctant to engage in further conflict with a stranger. He replied vaguely and attempted to walk away. Observing Liao Fan's nonchalant demeanor, Chen Hao's expression darkened, and he blocked Liao Fan's path, stating, I am addressing you. What have you done to offend this young lady to such an extent that she is so displeased? Liao Fan had no choice but to halt and regard the considerably taller and more robust man before him, coldly retorting, this is my affair and does not concern you. His decade-long experience in a post-apocalyptic world had rendered Liao Fan composed and terse. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no desire to squander time seeking the approval of a stranger. I regret to inform you that your earlier dispute has disturbed other patrons in the mall. As the security supervisor here, I have a responsibility to maintain order. If you cannot provide an explanation, I cannot allow you to proceed elsewhere. The security guard, Chen Hao, wore a smile upon his face. Yet the implications behind his words were palpable to anyone present. After all, it was Meng Yao who instigated the quarrel, yet it was he who was singled out, accompanied by such a pretentious justification, which was truly laughable. Liao Fan felt a sense of helplessness and realized that prolonging this situation might disrupt his plans. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Meng Yao, with a gleeful expression, interjected, Mr. Security, this individual is a thief. He has just stolen numerous valuable items from my company. I suspect he has come here to commit further theft. Chapter 6. The arrival of the wormhole. As if fearing that no one would hear her, Meng Yao deliberately raised her voice when she spoke. Indeed, her words immediately caused quite a stir in the shopping mall, drawing the attention of many passers-by to the three of them. Chen Hao, the security guard, became unusually agitated, as though he had glimpsed the prospect of a promotion. He rolled up his sleeves and placed a hand on Liao Fan's shoulder, saying, Sir, please cooperate and come with me to the security office. Get lost. At this point, Liao Fan had finally lost his patience. Before Chen Hao could touch his sleeve, a glint of cold light shot from his eyes. He swiftly elbowed, striking Chen Hao's wrist joint. Although Liao Fan's life had been reset after his rebirth, the skills and experience of combat remained etched in his mind. Even facing a muscle-bound man who towered over him, he could silence him in the most direct manner. With a sharp crack, Chen Hao felt a jolt in his wrist and stumbled, collapsing onto the floor, clutching his injured wrist and gasping in pain. He looked at Liao Fan with a mixture of shock and disbelief. You dare to fight back? Without even glancing at him. Liao Fan turned and ascended the escalator. Don't go. Meng Yu was equally stunned. unable to believe that the towering security guard had been so easily subdued by Liao Fan. Yet, she was unwilling to concede and angrily chased after him, taunting, "I didn't expect your skills to be so impressive." But alas, we live in a society governed by law. When the police arrive, let's see how you explain yourself. There won't be time for that. At this moment, Liao Fan had already reached the second floor of the mall. He surveyed his surroundings and, without looking back, remarked, "There is only 1 minute left. Even if you alert the entire city's police, it will be of no avail in 1 minute. Once the wormhole space descends, the entire mall will be enveloped by a mysterious spatial force." Liao Fan was unconcerned whether Meng Yao had truly called the police. No one could traverse the spatial barrier to enter this mall. Hey, even in the absence of the police, the security here should be sufficient to deal with you. Meng Yao sneered once more. As if on cue, Chen Hao, still fuming from his earlier humiliation, rushed up to the second floor, shouting, "You dare to act recklessly in public. Don't you realize whose territory this is?" While he boasted, Chen Hao also took out his walkie-talkie, seemingly intending to summon reinforcements. Unfortunately, there was no time left. A silent yet eerie transformation had already enveloped the entire mall without anyone's notice. The atmosphere grew colder. An influx of chill causing frost to form on the floor, while wisps of white mist floated like phantoms, effectively sealing the mall's entrance. The street view beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows became hazy and indistinct, and the space exhibited a bizarre distortion, as if an invisible hand were pushing the thick fog, gradually swallowing them all. Finally, it has arrived. Liao Fan remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the window, sharpening with intensity. The white mist that envelopes the surroundings is not mere fog. Rather, it is a manifestation of ethereal energy from another realm, intertwining with the air of the blue planet, creating a tangible expression. In an instant, clarity gives way to obscurity as the snow-covered world outside vanishes, replaced by an ethereal haze. Security guard Shen Hao remains oblivious to the environmental transformation, brandishing a plastic baton and blustering, "Hey, I advise you to behave and accompany me to the security room. I do prefer to avoid a scene that could get messy." Liao Fan, however, does not turn back, acutely aware of the temperature nearing a critical threshold. His breathing quickens, and his gaze ignites with fervor. The thickening mist intensifies, as invisible molecules of energy blend with his breath, gradually permeating his limbs and bloodstream. Liao Fan meticulously regulates his breathing rhythm, each inhalation flowing seamlessly, as tendrils of warmth surge through his veins, culminating in a frantic heartbeat. This sensation heralds the awakening of evolution. A look of ecstasy graces Liao Fan's face as he half closes his eyes. Savoring the baptism that this ethereal energy bestows upon his body, he murmurs to himself, an eccentric display that bemuses the two people beside him. At this moment, Meng Yao remains unaware of the impending events. Noticing Liao Fan's peculiar demeanor, she can't help but inquire softly, "Hey, have you been stimulated? What are you looking at?" Only then does Liao Fan silently open his eyes, gesturing towards the window with a slight nod. "It's fogging up." "Huh?" Meng Yao is taken aback, her gaze following Liao Fan's indication. Indeed, she discovers that the mall has become shrouded in mist. A thick layer of frost intertwined with a chilling breeze spreads ominously, rendering everything indistinct. The streets that should lie outside the window are completely obscured, as if the entire world has been severed from view. My goodness, what is happening outside? Why has the city vanished? Not only Meng Yao, but numerous mall staff members also become aware of the unusual atmosphere, leaving their stores in astonishment and converging towards the mall's atrium. "It's just fog. What's the big fuss?" Chen Hao dismisses the situation, fixating his glare on Liao Fan, striving to regain the dignity he had lost moments ago. "Hey, don't change the subject. Are you coming with me to the security room or not?" Liao Fan casts him a sidelong glance, indifferent. "Rather than posturing here, perhaps you should contemplate how to confront the imminent danger." "What danger? What nonsense are you spouting?" Chen Hao falters, yet his sluggish perception fails to grasp the lurking peril. Instead, he tightens his grip on the baton and advances toward Liao Fan step by step. Liao Fan, disinterested in further explanation, retrieves a toolbox and begins to examine the knives and crossbow within. What on earth is this kid doing bringing such dangerous items to the mall? Is he planning a robbery? Chen Hao's eyes widen at the sight of the toolbox's contents, causing him to instinctively take a step back. Meng Yao also wore a look of astonishment, glancing at the weapon in Liao Fan's hand, and then at the thick fog that continuously poured in from outside. With a pale expression, she inquired, "Liao Fan, what exactly do you intend to do? What is the nature of this dense fog, and what purpose does the weapon in your grasp serve?" "Sure. Do not make a sound. That creature possesses acute hearing, and it is best not to let it memorize your voice." Liao Fan pressed his hand to his lips, subtly gesturing for silence, and resumed his focused gaze towards the mall's atrium, shrouded in mist. With the arrival of the wormhole, the source energy had also manifested, Surely, the lurking entity hidden within the fog, poised to feast upon the unsuspecting, would soon make its appearance. Chapter 7. The Dead Outside the Mall. A dense white mist lingered ominously. The thick, eerie fog, intermingled with snow and frigid winds, engulfed most of the shopping center. Soon, even the heating systems installed within the mall proved ineffective, as an intangible chill began to extend through the crowd. The atmosphere swiftly turned surreal. People exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. A few of the bolder female attendants clutched their chests in fear, gradually retreating. The cold wave persisted, and the fog seeped into the mall, rendering the outside world shrouded in a haze, while even those inside felt their vision blurring and obscuring. Liao Fan, what on earth is happening outside? At that moment, Meng Yao realized that the peculiar individual before her must possess some knowledge of the situation. Yet, Liao Fan remained silent, merely shaking his head, his gaze fixed intently on the mall's entrance. His unwillingness to cooperate ignited the ire of security guard Chun Hao, who, despite his anger, cast a wary glance at the crossbow in Liao Fan's hand. Kid, don't think you're impressive just because you're holding a weapon. This mall is owned by my uncle. With a single call, I could have you before he could finish his threat. A piercing scream suddenly erupted from outside the mall. It was a chilling, hoarse shriek, laden with palpable terror, lasting less than a second before abruptly ceasing. Yet the eerie ambience brought forth by that scream enveloped the hearts of everyone present like a plague. Heavens, who is screaming? What is happening outside? In an instant, the mall, which had descended into silence, erupted once more into a frenzy. Many, unaware of the truth, instinctively distanced themselves from the entrance, their emotions becoming fraught with anxiety and trepidation. Meng Yao, having heard the scream from below, turned pale, unconsciously edging closer to Liao Fan. Could danger truly be imminent? It's all right. The mall is perfectly safe. Don't worry. Before Liao Fan could respond, Chun Hao interjected, thumping his chest in a manner eager to impress the attractive woman nearby. Rest assured, our security team is no pushover. If anything were to happen, I would certainly ensure your safety. His words, though seemingly reassuring, elicited a cold laugh from Liao Fan. In times of peril, these ordinary individuals could scarcely protect themselves, let alone others. Kid, are you mocking me? Chun Hao, catching the disdain in Liao Fan's eyes, narrowed his gaze and retorted angrily. This mall was calm until you arrived. Now, with such bizarre occurrences happening below, you must tell me, are you connected to what is happening outside? Liao Fan glanced at him, shaking his head. You are mistaken. What is happening outside has nothing to do with me. I did not bring this trouble. If it's not you, then who is it? Chun Hao pressed, adopting an interrogative stance. Meng Yao, unable to contain herself, urged the two to cease their quarrel, her expression tight with anxiety as she turned to Liao Fan. What on earth is happening? Can you please tell me? Very well. Gazing at Meng Yao's pallid visage, Liao Fan inhaled deeply and remarked, in simple terms, our world is undergoing an invasion from an external universe. When the spatial realms of another universe compress and overlap with that of the Blue Star universe, it gives rise to such wormhole spaces. We have already plunged into this wormhole, and the location we currently inhabit is no longer Blue Star. He paused momentarily before continuing. The scream we heard earlier likely emanated from a security guard stationed outside the mall. Within this wormhole space exists a form of extra-dimensional life, which will soon surge in here to unleash carnage. Nonsense. Before Liao Fan could finish his explanation, Chun Hao scoffed. You lunatic, to evade responsibility. You concoct such a fabrication. Do you truly believe I would take you seriously? Zhang Biao, Shunzi, come forth and escort this madman away. He called out to his colleagues, preparing to team up with other security personnel to subdue this self-proclaimed lunatic. However, with that shout, a dull thud resonated from outside the mall's entrance. Moments later, a bloodied severed head was hurled into the hall, resembling a grotesque watermelon. Its face was smeared with blood, features contorted, and the terror and rage from its final moments sent Chun Hao reeling, stifling a gasp. Indeed, the outside security had responded to his call. But compared to usual, this guard's form was tragically incomplete. Besides the gruesome head, the body and internal organs had vanished, with even the vertebrae and skeletal structure gnawed to fragments by some unseen force. Behind the severed head, amidst the dense fog, a towering figure emerged, stealthily and eerily advancing toward the mall's atrium. It's here. Liao Fan's heart raced, and he squinted his eyes into slits. The others failed to perceive the colossal silhouette within the mist, fixated instead on the bloody, horrifying head, their minds unraveling in terror. Meng Yao leaped a full meter into the air, her voice trembling with a horror she had never known. Ah, there's a corpse. Call the police, quick. Good heavens. Chun Hao, likewise horrified by the grim scene below, felt his lips twitch uncontrollably as he hastily fumbled for his phone. Yet, almost immediately, A cry of bewilderment escaped his lips. Strange, why is there no signal? I need to switch to my other phone. You might as well save your breath. Liao Fan sighed, observing the two frantically fiddling with their phones. As I mentioned earlier, the wormhole space is a product of the collision and compression of two universes. Signals cannot possibly exist in this realm. Meng Yao's hand trembled as she gripped her phone, her voice quaking. Are you telling the truth? Look for yourself. Liao Fan, no longer inclined to waste breath, merely gestured toward the first-floor atrium. Chaos had enveloped the hall. The appearance of the severed head had incited a frenzy, with everyone vociferously expressing their horror, entirely oblivious to the grayish figure that was stealthily gliding through the fog, approaching with a ghostly swiftness. Swish! A shadow leapt from the dense fog, suddenly soaring into the air like a cannonball discharged from its chamber, soaring directly over the crowd towards the chandelier, suspended in midair. Its sharp claws slashed out, and before anyone could react, the chandelier on the first floor of the shopping mall was shattered by an immense force, accompanied by a cracking sound. With the chandelier lost, the entire hall plunged into darkness, and amidst the spine-chilling creaks, the massive chandelier plummeted rapidly, hurtling straight down towards the throng below. Ah, what is that? It was only at this moment that some began to realize, but it was far too late. They could only look on in despair as the chandelier descended, heading straight for the densely packed area of the crowd. Chapter 8. The Snow Demon Bang. From his vantage point on the second floor, Liao Fan clearly witnessed the shattered chandelier plummet to the ground, its fragments scattering violently, instantly transforming several unfortunate souls into a mist of crimson. Countless screams tore through the dim, frigid air. Some cried out in agony, others hurled curses, while a number of those fortunate enough to evade the chandelier's descent frantically clutched their heads and fled in all directions. A gray-white figure had already descended, not pursuing the desperate escapees, but instead narrowing its elongated, blood-red eyes to scrutinize a man struck by the fallen chandelier, illuminated by the murky light filtering through the window. The creature revealed its full form. Towering over 2 meters, it was cloaked in shaggy gray-white fur, plump and imposing. Its robust hind legs were muscular and well-developed, far thicker than that of an adult human. Its corpulent body bore a pair of curved, bow-like appendages resembling a lizard's tail. Even more terrifying was its head, which presented a flattened, arc-shaped visage, adorned with gem-like red eyes on either side, devoid of a nose. Beneath the eyes lay a gaping maw filled with rows of shark-like teeth, slightly ajar to expose serrated fangs, glistening with remnants of bloodied flesh. This was a first-tier snow demon. As the creature unveiled its entirety, Liao Fan's heart quaked violently, his fingers tightening around the crossbow, veins twisting beneath his skin. He recognized this fiend. The snow demon before him was merely one of the myriad beasts inhabiting the dimensional cosmos, and it was a relatively low-tier entity. However, for humanity on the blue planet, it undeniably warranted the title of monster. Snow demons are known for their brutal and bloodthirsty nature, reveling in dismemberment, yet lacking substantial intelligence. During the early days of the apocalypse, these creatures were alarmingly frequent, particularly thriving in frigid climates, where the cold seemed to beckon their presence. They had once posed significant challenges for the military in this city. Fortunately, the entrance to the first wormhole was relatively shallow and narrow, suggesting that a second snow demon would likely not emerge nearby. Faced with a solitary low-tier beast, Liao Fan felt a surge of confidence in his ability to hunt it down with the weapon at his disposal. Of course, not everyone shared his assurance in confronting such a creature. At the very least, the man who had been struck in the thigh by the chandelier, now sprawled helplessly on the ground, emitted a desperate wail upon glimpsing the snow demon. What kind of monster is this? Help, someone, please save me. The man screamed like a distressed pig, his frantic cries echoing in vain, as the heavy chandelier had crushed his thigh, rendering him unable to move. In response to such horrific shrieks, the massive snow demon displayed a satisfied, yet ferocious grin. The brutal creature seemed to revel in the cries of its prey as it neared death, baring its menacing fangs, brandishing claws as sharp as steel spikes. Every detail attested to the fact that it was not a creature to be trifled with. Howl. The snow demon emitted a series of eerie shrieks before lunging at the man, sinking its teeth into his throat. The high-decibel screams, intermingled with chilling rasps, pierced the eardrums of all present. Liao Fan stood expressionless on the second floor, his gaze fixed on the scene below. He could clearly see the snow demon suddenly embrace the man, its sharp, fishbone-like fangs bared in a savage snarl, sinking effortlessly into the man's throat. Blood sprayed forth, and chunks of flesh flew in all directions, the creature's gaping maw filled with crimson, accompanied by a grotesque crunching sound as it greedily devoured its prey. Oh heavens! Monsters truly exist. Meng Yao, witnessing the same horrifying spectacle, let out the most piercing scream of her life. Covering her mouth with trembling hands before collapsing onto the icy floor, only to realize that everyone in the mall was screaming in unison with her. Before their eyes, the monster feasted, tearing into the man's flesh methodically, from his throat, down to his chest, and further to his abdomen and thighs. Its maw, lined with fishbone-like fangs, resembled a miniature meat grinder. Wherever it directed its ravenous jaws, a substantial portion of flesh would be violently ripped away. The man's throat was already severed, his trachea and esophagus obstructed by blood, producing only a garbled, desperate wheeze, a sound that was utterly horrific. Through the gaping wound, ribs exposed to the air could be seen. The flesh stripped away to reveal pallid bone, marred by jagged bite marks. Tendrils of darkened blood clung to the bone, narrating a tale of tragedy. The snow demon consumed the man with alarming swiftness. Within mere seconds, his remains were left in a state of utter dismemberment. Yet he clung to life. One intact arm stretching outward in a futile plea, mouth agape in a silent scream, stained by blood, the corners twitching as if to implore the crowd for assistance. But no help came. Each witness to this gruesome slaughter was rendered mentally unstable by the horrific scene. They shrieked in terror, frantically fleeing in all directions, desperate to escape this hellish nightmare. Alas, escape was futile. The snow demon was not only robust, but also possessed an explosive speed. In a flash, it lunged forward, akin to a cannonball, landing behind a corpulent woman. Its claws extended, piercing through her back with ease, staining the floor with splattered blood as they emerged from her front. The crowd fled in panic, their screams nearly shattering their throats. The snow demon let out a primal roar, exhilarated by its first encounter with human beings. It had never savored such delectable flesh before. The taste of human blood sent it into a frenzy, its crimson eyes gleaming with cruelty and greed. It discarded the woman's lifeless body and lunged at another fleeing soul, ensuring that anyone caught in its predatory gaze met a gruesome end. Their remains scattered and unrecognizable. In less than a minute, at least 7 or 8 mall employees fell victim to the snow demon's rampage. Immersed in a frenzy of slaughter, the snow demon exhibited no haste in devouring its prey. Instead, it relentlessly pursued those fleeing in terror, leaving a grotesque tableau of blood splattered across the ground and corpses strewn about, transforming the once opulent and vibrant mall into a veritable hellscape. Meng Yao stood paralyzed in fear, her lips parted in shock, her brows twitching unnaturally, devoid of any trace of her previous haughtiness and icy allure. Even security officer Chen Hao, who had once vowed to ensure Meng Yao's safety, found himself seated on the ground in utter disbelief, rendered incapable of thought by the sheer terror of the moment. Why has this transpired? Who can enlighten me as to what is unfolding? After a suffocating silence, Meng Yao turned her gaze towards Liao Fan, her voice tinged with helplessness. Liao Fan, with his lips pressed into a cold line, unexpectedly revealed a cruel smile. This is merely a prelude to disaster. The true spectacle lies ahead. The snow demon is but a harbinger of the apocalypse, and in due time, you shall come to understand. Chapter 9. The battle. The scene of the snow demon hunting humans is undeniably gruesome and terrifying. Yet, a mere snow demon hardly represents the entirety of horrors that abound. In this apocalyptic world, countless monstrous beasts exist, each one more vicious and dreadful than the snow demon. After a decade of fleeing in this desolate reality, Liao Fan has grown accustomed to bloodshed, remaining unperturbed by the gruesome sight before him. His calm demeanor strikes Meng Yao as cruel. What apocalypse? Did you already know that monsters would emerge here? Liao Fan nodded affirmatively. Then why didn't you inform us sooner? Why wait until it manifests? Meng Yao's face turned pale as she trembled while speaking. Liao Fan coldly shook his head. Even if I had warned you, no one would have believed it. Just like earlier, I continuously cautioned you about the impending danger, yet you all dismissed it entirely. You. Meng Yao bit her lip, rendered speechless. At that moment, Chen Hao sprang up, wide-eyed as he gazed downstairs. The sight of the monster relentlessly pursuing the crowd left him petrified. In a trembling voice, he exclaimed, "What should we do? There are only about 20 people left downstairs. It will soon slaughter them all, and then we will be next." Though the trio stood at a height that momentarily shielded them from the snow demon's attention, it was only a matter of time before the creature, having finished off those below, sought nourishment on the second floor. Meng Yao, her face pale, suggested it shouldn't happen, right? Even though this monster has a huge appetite, there are still dozens of people downstairs. Surely that's enough to satiate it? Once it has eaten its fill, it should leave, shouldn't it? Such seemingly reasonable conjectures appeared rather naive, provoking Liao Fan to mock her. If you truly believe that, you are exceedingly gullible. What do you mean? Both responded in bewilderment. Liao Fan spoke solemnly. In the world where the snow demon resides, the climate is harsh and food is exceedingly scarce. After finally arriving on Blue Star, How could it be satisfied with merely a single meal? If the demon attacked humans solely for sustenance, then the corpses of those downstairs would have sufficed to fill its belly long ago. Yet, the snow demon showed no signs of halting its slaughter. Do you comprehend what this implies? Liao Fan observed Meng Yao's dazed expression, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips. According to its nature, it will kill all its prey, stockpiling them as reserves. Thus, any human the snow demon lays eyes upon is doomed. As long as there is breath, the demon shall not cease its carnage. Meng Yao fell silent, her mind buzzing, terror seeping into her very being. Chen Hao glared fiercely at Liao Fan. And you? Aren't you afraid of becoming the snow demon's quarry? Not at all. Liao Fan replied with a smile, lightly shaking his arm. The crossbow was already primed, resting against the metal railing, as he swiftly loaded a steel-crafted bolt, locking his aim on the monstrous creature below. In the apocalyptic world, the folding crossbow emerges as the quintessential weapon for ordinary individuals to combat the snow demon. Although a heavy machine gun would prove more effective, in a place like Huagua, acquiring such a device is exceedingly challenging. Moreover, with the current state of affairs preceding the apocalypse, the government's stringent regulations on firearms render them nearly inaccessible to the average citizen. Liao Fan, holding his breath, expertly set up the crossbow, the dark arrow glinting with a metallic sheen, already locked onto the flat nape of the snow demon. Yet, he refrained from pulling the trigger immediately. The effective range of the folding crossbow is 30 meters. The farther the distance, the lesser the penetration power. The snow demon's thick fur is capable of absorbing a considerable amount of physical damage, necessitating that Liao Fan bide his time. Below, the carnage continued unabated. With the snow demon having already slaughtered nearly half of the human populace, now fixing its blood-red gaze upon a woman. Terrified, the woman screamed, finding herself with no escape. Stumbling frantically towards the staircase, the distance between them gradually diminished. With a blur, the snow demon's robust ankle struck the ground, launching its formidable body toward the woman's back with alarming speed. "Help me, please," the woman cried in a heart-wrenching plea, glancing back in desperation. But no one responded, and no one dared to intervene. The helpless woman endured an agonizing inner turmoil, her high heels getting caught on the stairs, causing her to tumble in despair. The snow demon seized the moment, its massive body propelling forward, metallic claws nearly grazing the back of her neck. "Now," Liao Fan exclaimed, with a crisp sound. He pulled the trigger, the dark arrow bursting forth with blinding light, soaring like lightning to intercept the space between the woman and the snow demon. It was a mere half-inch away from striking the creature's nape. Unfortunately, the freshly launched arrow remained uncalibrated, and Liao Fan lacked the precision of his former life, rendering him unable to vanquish the beast in one fell swoop. The errant arrow, however, drew the snow demon's attention. The creature halted abruptly, its blood-red eyes widening as they fixated on the second floor. Whoosh, whoosh. Without hesitation, Liao Fan swiftly released 3 arrows in a triangular formation, once again locking onto his target. The snow demon roared in fury, its powerful hind legs propelling it away from the woman, leaping 2 meters to evade the incoming arrows. Its sharp claws latched onto the metal framework of the second floor, bending the iron with overwhelming force. As the snow demon scanned for any human bold enough to provoke it. "Ah, it's coming upstairs." The 2 individuals hiding behind Liao Fan gasped in horror, instinctively retreating. "Stay still if you wish to survive," Liao Fan barked, seizing Meng Yao's arm and forcibly pulling her back. This creature, much like a frog, is more inclined to attack prey that flees swiftly. Crack! No sooner had he spoken than the snow demon hooked its stout forelimbs onto the metal railing, exerting its strength to leap into the air. Yet, its target was not Liao Fan, but rather the fleeing Chen Hao. Indeed, this beast was far more intrigued by moving objects. Liao Fan let out a cold snicker in his heart. The crossbow had already been set in position, and the 5th bolt was swiftly loaded. Seizing the moment when the snow demon leaped into the air, he rapidly pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The bolt shot forth, leaving a brilliant trail in the air, and successfully struck the flailing forelimb of the target. Blood splattered, and the injured snow demon let out a furious roar, plummeting straight down with a heavy thud onto the floor. It was wounded. Witnessing the spectacle, Meng Yao exclaimed joyfully. However, Liao Fan's expression was far from pleasant. That shot was originally aimed at the heart of the snow demon, but the creature's speed had been so swift that the bolt veered off course, merely striking its forelimb. It was hardly a fatal blow. No time for hesitation. Find a place to hide. Watching the snow demon, now on the ground and howling in rage, Liao Fan immediately pushed Meng Yao aside and dashed toward the end of the corridor. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted from behind. The injured snow demon had risen once again, The sharp pain in its forepaw only served to awaken the monster's bloodthirsty instincts. Its eyes gleamed crimson as it fixated on Liao Fan's back. With a body as massive as a cannonball, it launched forward, extending its uninjured forepaw, its steel-like claws carrying an alarming force. Chapter 10:2 Purposes. The distance is closing. Liao Fan's speed was remarkable, yet he remained merely human, while the snow demon's leaping ability far surpassed that of any mortal. Having barely dashed 10 meters, Liao Fan could already sense the tempest behind him, even catching a whiff of the blood that clung to the creature's form. Suddenly, he halted, pivoting his body to deliver a powerful kick aimed at the demon's abdomen. Thud. The force of the blow sent its massive frame, exceeding 2 meters, hurtling backwards. The strength and explosive power of this kick undoubtedly surpassed the limits of an ordinary human. The snow demon roared mid-air, its colossal body crashing onto the ground, causing the floor to reverberate with a resounding thud. Any ordinary beast would have been severely affected by such a punishing strike, yet the demon, seemingly unscathed, let out a fierce roar, propelling itself back into action with its robust hind legs, charging towards its target with a terrifying momentum, its bulk weighing over 200 pounds. Liao Fan was wise enough not to engage in a battle of strength with this monster. Instead, he opted for evasion. Rolling close to the ground as the demon's razor-sharp claws narrowly grazed his scalp, shredding through the corridor walls. So swift, rising to his feet, he reloaded his crossbow, aiming for the demon's vulnerable back with lightning speed. However, this time, the snow demon was prepared, swinging its foreclaws with a resounding crash against the incoming bolt. The clash resonated like metal colliding, sparks flying in the air as the crossbow arrow was deflected, and the beast opened its gaping maw, emitting a piercing shriek. Liao Fan felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had underestimated the snow demon's resilience and its reflexes. The demon roared again, using its claws to extract the crossbow bolt embedded in its left arm, green blood gushing from the wound, releasing a foul stench. Despite the agony contorting its features, its blood-red eyes glimmered with ferocity, while 2 antennae writhed wildly at the nape of its neck. It struck out with its formidable claws, forcing Liao Fan to sidestep in evasion. Before he could regain his balance, one of the demon's flailing antennae struck his chest, sending him hurtling through the air. Thud. As his back slid along the ground, Liao Fan felt a sharp pain in his sternum, gritting his teeth as he loosed another bolt. The dark arrows shot forth like a swarm of locusts, their distinctive tips accompanied by a shrill whistle, unleashing a rapid volley. The barrage of arrows blanketed every inch of the corridor, disrupting the snow demon's next assault. Having tasted defeat once, the demon was acutely aware of the threat posed by these arrows and swiftly darted to the side, crashing through a storefront's glass door. Its hefty body rolling along the ground and toppling over display racks, sending numerous goods tumbling down and kicking up a cloud of dust. All the arrows went astray. Yet Liao Fan seized the opportunity to catch his breath, ignoring the pain in his chest from the earlier strike. He retrieved a fallen bolt from the ground and sprinted in the opposite direction, quickly catching up to Mengyao, urging her, "Come with me, quickly." At that moment, Mengyao seemed utterly dazed, resembling a puppet under control, as Liao Fan dragged her into a storage room, pushing her inside before she could fully comprehend the situation. "Ah!" She gasped and stumbled, frantically scrambling to her feet. Just as she was about to utter a sound, a large hand covered her mouth. Immediately, a low hiss from Liao Fan reached her ears, warning her not to speak, for that creature possessed acute hearing. Meng Yao had no choice but to silence herself, dazedly shifting her body away and instinctively retreating to the corner, her gaze towards Liao Fan transforming from confusion to astonishment. Just moments ago, she had witnessed a fierce battle. This man, who had worked at the company for 3 years, always keeping a low profile and appearing somewhat weak, had actually repelled such a terrifying monster. Liao Fan's performance was that of a seasoned warrior, calm and decisive, his formidable skills far exceeding those of an ordinary individual. Her racing heart began to settle. Standing beside Liao Fan seemed to restore a semblance of security. She gradually rose and edged closer to him, whispering, "Just now you. Be quiet." Liao Fan did not turn back, instead crouching in the crevice of the storeroom door, squinting towards the shop that had been demolished by the snow demon. A few seconds later, an enraged and frenzied roar emanated from the shop, as the piled goods were sent flying by powerful claws. The snow demon's massive form lunged again, wildly and furiously assaulting everything around it, even shattering the storefront-esque glass with a brutal swipe. The monster was utterly enraged. A creature unworthy of being anything but prey had wounded it, even instilling a genuine sense of life-threatening peril. It roared in fury, attempting to locate Liao Fan for a final confrontation. Liao Fan remained hidden, motionless in the corner of the storeroom, maintaining absolute silence as the snow demon unleashed its wrath. After several tense seconds, the snow demon, panting heavily, lowered its grotesque head, fixating on its wounded arm. Though seething with anger, it felt powerless, unable to find Liao Fan. The snow demon could only emit a few symbolic roars of fury before shaking its cumbersome head and leaping downstairs to continue its pursuit of the remaining survivors. Only after confirming that the monster had departed did Liao Fan withdraw his gaze, exhaling a deep sigh. The recent confrontation had drained much of his stamina, and he felt a dull ache in his ribs from a blow received from the snow demon. Liao Fan harbored no illusions about defeating such a tough-skinned, inherently brutal creature head-on. Thus, after exhausting most of his crossbow bolts, he had decisively chosen to retreat. He concealed himself in the storeroom, breathing in the ambient energy, striving to restore his body to its peak condition as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, Meng Yao crouched beside him, her gaze a mix of fear and curiosity as she scrutinized this peculiar man. After a considerable pause, she finally said, her expression complicated. "You deliberately lured me into the shopping mall, didn't you?" Liao Fan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "You're quite astute. I did not misjudge you." Yet, Meng Yao could hardly muster a smile. Glaring at Liao Fan's mischievous face, she seethed, "You lunatic. Why would you bring me to such a perilous place? Do you wish to endanger my life? If I wished to end your life, I would not have taken you into hiding." Liao Fan shook his head, disregarding the fury etched on Meng Yao's face. "As you have just witnessed, the world we inhabit is on the brink of being engulfed by a monumental calamity. The snow demon we face now is merely an appetizing precursor. Soon, Blue Star will confront far greater upheavals. In the face of this impending disaster, humanity is left with two choices. One is to familiarize oneself with the environment, swiftly acclimating to the atmosphere of slaughter, thereby acquiring a modicum of self-preservation when the apocalypse truly unfolds. Alternatively, one may choose to naively drift through the remaining 2 months, only to grapple with the horrors of the coming end times, much like the ordinary populace, becoming mere fodder for the monsters that lurk. A banquet of human flesh for their enjoyment. After a brief silence, Liao Fan turned his gaze back to Meng Yao and spoke with remarkable calmness. "The reason I have brought you here is twofold. First, to make you cognizant of the tribulations that Blue Star is about to face, and second, I intend to propose a transaction with you." Chapter 11. Courage and transaction. Meng Yao was momentarily taken aback, but her tone quickly shifted to one of agitation. "What kind of transaction do you wish to propose? You lunatic, on what grounds do you believe I would engage in a deal with you? How absurd. This scoundrel lured me into such a perilous situation, nearly driving me to the brink of madness, and now he speaks of a transaction." Firstly, Liao Fan interjected calmly, "Even if I hadn't brought you here today, you would inevitably encounter these monsters. Experiencing this in advance is not necessarily a detriment. Secondly, you possess no choice in this matter. Before long, these creatures will infest every corner of the globe. If your family wishes to survive, they will require my intelligence." Meng Yao fell silent, at a loss for how to counter Liao Fan's assertions. Just then, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor, interrupting their discourse. "Help! Help! Monsters!" The sudden cry startled both individuals, who instinctively turned toward the corridor, where they beheld security guard Chen Hao, racing toward them with a look of sheer terror. Fortuitously, though he had been targeted by the snow demon, Liao Fan's timely intervention had caused the creature to forego its pursuit, leaving Chen Hao unscathed thus far. However, despite his physical safety, the psychological trauma lingered. Having narrowly escaped with his life, he was now shrieking in the hallway, his cries more pitiful than that of a slaughtered pig. "Shut up this instant." Liao Fan's expression darkened as he swiftly abandoned his hiding place, rushing toward Chen Hao, and clamping a hand over his mouth, forcibly dragging him into a supply room. Once the door was closed, he shoved Chen Hao against the wall, his icy gaze piercing through with a stern warning. "Do not make a sound. If you continue to scream, you will only attract the snow demon here." "Why, yes, I understand," Chen Hao stammered, silenced by Liao Fan's fierce glare. He promptly covered his mouth and crouched down, too frightened to utter another word. The chaos below showed no signs of abating, with frantic footsteps and shadows flitting about, confirming that the snow demon had not yet arrived. Liao Fan exhaled a sigh of relief. Turning to the other two, he spoke coldly. "From this moment forth, it is imperative that you refrain from any further idle chatter, and avoid any actions that might draw the attention of the snow demon. Otherwise, none of us can guarantee your safety." With that, Liao Fan returned to his task, methodically organizing the retrieved crossbow bolts and continuing to load ammunition. Despite the crossbow's formidable penetrating power, capable of slaying the snow demon, supplies were dwindling, with only 8 bolts remaining, necessitating careful usage. As he loaded the bolts, Liao Fan also focused on regulating his breathing, absorbing more source energy molecules into his body, compelling his physique to evolve further. With the accumulation of source energy, he could distinctly feel his strength and endurance augmenting. The most notable change was that the injury on his chest was healing at a remarkable rate, though the pain persisted, it was significantly more manageable than before. This illustrates the advantages brought forth by evolution. As long as one remains in this invigorating environment, the body's strength will perpetually enhance. Not only will power and agility significantly improve, but even the capacity for wound healing accelerates severalfold compared to before. However, there remains a considerable distance to fully completing this evolution. After loading the crossbow bolt, Liao Fan quietly gazed at his hands. Feeling the warm flow of energy spreading within him, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes as he murmured to himself, "With my talent for refining energy, it will take at least several months to achieve the first stage of evolution. Yet, this spatial wormhole is far too small. It can only sustain itself for about 10 hours, utterly insufficient to meet the demands of evolution." Subsequently, he shifted his gaze toward Meng Yao's location, and his eyes brightened. Comparatively, Meng Yao's efficiency in absorbing energy seems to surpass Liao Fan significantly. Although this woman remained engulfed in fear and had yet to realize the benefits that the energy dispersed in the air could bestow upon her body, she had unwittingly absorbed a substantial amount of energy over time. Earlier, when she fled, her arm had been grazed by shards of glass, leaving a small wound. Yet, in less than half an hour, her injury had already formed a scab, indicating that Meng Yao undoubtedly possessed innate abilities as an extraordinary individual. Nevertheless, at this moment, she remained oblivious to the changes within her body, still steeped in terror and shock, her pallid features and trembling form betraying her inner fear. In the silence, Liao Fan spoke first. "You need not be so frightened. There is merely a snow demon outside. As long as we maintain a calm mind, we do have a chance to defeat it." "What nonsense are you spouting? How could such a terrifying creature possibly be slain by mere mortals?" Meng Yao exclaimed, astonished as she stared at Liao Fan, shaking her head vigorously. "Even with a weapon, you cannot possibly contend with it. If there were a genuine opportunity to kill it, you would have succeeded earlier. Why continue fleeing with me?" Liao Fan nodded, then shook his head. "Indeed, an individual's strength is relatively meager, but if we join forces, our chances of success are significantly enhanced." Although the previous battle had left Liao Fan injured, he had simultaneously managed to incapacitate the snow demon's left arm. Furthermore, as time passed, the energy he absorbed became more abundant, and his progress increasingly evident. With Meng Yao, who also possessed formidable talents, their collaboration could yield a swift resolution. You may not yet realize that as you remain in this wormhole space, your vitality and explosive potential have dramatically increased. What you now lack is merely the courage to confront the monster. "What nonsense are you speaking now?" Meng Yao was taken aback, instinctively lowering her gaze to her previously injured arm. This woman was not foolish. Under Liao Fan's guidance, she had begun to vaguely sense something. Also recognizing that her body seemed to be undergoing a subtle transformation. It is indeed rather cruel to expect a woman, who has been pampered since childhood, to take up arms and battle monsters. Meng Yao simply cannot accept this and shakes her head vigorously, exclaiming, "No, I am merely a woman. It is impossible for me to fight ferociously against a monster like you." In light of this, she adds, "Then you may as well wish for your own fortune." Liao Fan does not find this response surprising. He merely shakes his head in disappointment, then grasps the folding crossbow in his hand, intending to rise and depart. "Are you leaving?" Both Meng Yao and Chen Hao stand up simultaneously, hastily calling out to him. Liao Fan remains silent, offering only a slight nod. "But if you leave, what shall we do if that monster comes back?" Meng Yao panics, her gaze once again filled with helplessness. It is evident that she hopes Liao Fan will stay on, continuing in his role as her protector. However, Liao Fan shakes his head and states, "I believe you have misunderstood. I am under no obligation to protect you. In the face of disaster, everyone starts from the same point, regardless of whether they are men or women. If one lacks the courage to take up arms and resist, then they are merely deserving of becoming the monster's prey." Chapter 12, The Pursuit in the Midst of the Apocalypse. The distinction between men and women is fundamentally non-existent. If Meng Yu believes she can effortlessly enjoy preferential treatment from the opposite sex merely by virtue of her femininity, such naivety is rather disheartening. "Wait," Chen Hao called out, hastening to catch up, urgency lacing his voice. "Please stay. We genuinely need your protection." Liao Fan chuckled, not bothering to look back as he replied, "As the security personnel here, it is your duty to maintain order in the mall and ensure the safety of every customer, is it not? But we don't even have decent weapons." Chen Hao's face flushed with embarrassment, wishing he could disappear into the ground. His bravado was solely directed at those who were as ordinary as himself. When confronted with those monstrous, flesh-eating creatures, he felt utterly helpless. Liao Fan, weary of further discourse, unsheathed his dagger and forcefully struck it against the tables and chairs in the storage room, severing several wooden legs. He coldly tossed them at the feet of the two, stating, "As long as you can muster the courage to fight back, a police baton, table legs." or even shards of glass on the floor can serve as effective weapons against the monsters. This is all we can do for you. The rest is up to you. With that, he left the wooden legs behind and turned to depart without uttering another word. You cold-blooded, selfish bastard. You can't just abandon us like this, Chen Hao exclaimed, desperation compelling him to pursue Liao Fan for more assistance. Meanwhile, Meng Yao, who had been huddled in the corner, stood up in silence, resolutely picking up the thickest wooden stick and gripping it tightly in her hand, though her body trembled with fear. Liao Fan's earlier words had instilled a significant impact within her. A wise and independent woman understands how to safeguard herself. Before long, Liao Fan vanished from their sight. And Chen Hao, feeling aggrieved, muttered curses under his breath. That bastard is too selfish. He surely won't meet a good end. Meng Yao raised her head and interjected. Perhaps you should quiet down. He is correct. In the face of disaster, we can rely only on ourselves. At the very least, he left us some weapons. Huh. With just these rotten wooden sticks, we can accomplish nothing, Chen Hao retorted, kicking aside the wooden stick at his feet, overwhelmed by despair. However, Meng Yao paid him no mind. She slowly approached the door, her gaze numbly fixed on the chaos unfolding in the mall-less atrium. The gruesome chase was nearing its conclusion. The snow demon, with its formidable strength and terrifying visage, had instilled such fear in everyone that they had lost the will to resist, resigning themselves to its carnage. The atrium was a scene of utter devastation. Apart from a handful of survivors desperately fleeing, most had met a gruesome demise at the claws of the monster, their bodies strewn haphazardly across the floor. The grotesque flow of blood and the heart-wrenching screams rendered the atmosphere akin to hell itself. Meng Yao understood all too well that once the people below were annihilated, the snow demon would inevitably return, setting its sights on the second floor. She could not afford to remain idle. Drawing a deep breath, she turned to Chen Hao, who was still cursing and trembling, and forced herself to suppress her fear. You must be quite familiar with this mall, right? Enough of this nonsense, Chen Hao muttered, his mood fraught with irritation. Yet, upon gazing at Meng Yao's face, which had evidently settled into calmness, he stifled the urge to curse. Meng Yu swallowed hard, striving to keep her tone steady. The monster will soon eliminate everyone downstairs. We must find a concealed passage to escape the mall before it returns. There exists an internal passage for employees. Chen Hao's trembling finally ceased, and, prompted by Meng Yao's words, a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. Indeed, that passage leads directly to the underground parking lot, a discreet location that could potentially shield them from the monster lurking below. With renewed hope igniting within him, Chen Hao wasted no time. He stepped out of the storage room and hastily made his way toward the secure exit at the end of the corridor. Having worked there for several years, he was quite familiar with the environment. In no time, he pried open the door to the passage and dashed into the dark stairwell, muttering curses under his breath. That damned scoundrel left us behind, but it doesn't matter. He surely doesn't anticipate this alternative escape. We shall soon be free from this cursed place. Let him deal with that monster on his own. Meng Yao, however, remained silent, cautiously following him down the dark corridor. The safety passage was enveloped in total darkness, echoing with the sound of their solitary footsteps, and a pervasive chill hung in the air. As they continued, Meng Yao suddenly halted, casting a peculiar glance around her surroundings. Why have you stopped? Hurry, we are on the verge of escaping, Chen Hao, perplexed, urged her from ahead. Meng Yu scanned the area with caution. Something felt amiss. It was eerily quiet, and the screams of those outside had ceased. The sudden absence of cries restored an unsettling silence to the mall, heightening Meng Yao's sense of unease. What could this signify? Let us move quickly. You aren't foolish enough to consider going back to save anyone, are you? Chen Hao, exasperated, thought to himself. If not for Meng Yao's beauty, he would have let loose a tirade of curses. Instead, he urged her to hurry, when suddenly, warm drops began to fall from above, moistly splattering onto his face. Huh. Chen Hao hesitated, instinctively reaching for his forehead, only to feel a warm sensation in his palm. His expression froze abruptly. It was blood. How could there be blood seeping from the stairwell? His complexion shifted as he mechanically tilted his chin upward, bewildered, and he began to tremble. A suffocating sense of impending doom filled his heart, twisting his features in terror. There, suspended from the ceiling of the passage, hung a ghastly shadow, the snow demon. Unbeknownst to them, the creature had stealthily followed them into the passage, its bloodshot eyes wide open, surveying the two solitary figures with a chilling and savage gaze. Behind the creature, two robust antennae writhed like steel whips, undulating with the high-frequency hiss of a rattlesnake. A copious amount of black liquid dripped from the antennae, splattering upon Chen Hao's face. The monster, it had pursued him. In an instant, terror gripped Chen Hao, and he howled in fright, turning to dash down the staircase. Stop! Don't run so fast, Meng Yao instinctively shouted. her awareness ignited by a lingering reminder from Liao Fan that such monsters were particularly sensitive to sound, especially drawn to swiftly moving objects. Chen Hao's flight was akin to courting death. What else can I do? Wait to die? He thought, but not even glancing back, paralyzed by fear. He abandoned Meng Yao and fled recklessly toward the garage. Alas, before he could cover much ground, a despairing sound sliced through the air behind him. The snow demon approached like a phantom, its whip-like antennae flicking with lethal intent, piercing through his back in an instant. Chapter 13. Potential and Desperation. A chilling wail filled the empty stairwell. The snow demon's antennae, sharp as a dagger, effortlessly pierced through Chen Hao's back, emerging from his chest. A spray of blood erupting forth, causing his steps to come to an abrupt halt. Agonizing pain coursed through his entire being, his body trembling as if electrified. He clutched his bleeding chest, emitting a hoarse cry, "Let me go." Ah! The snow demon paid no heed to its pleas for mercy. With a swift tug of its antennae, Chen Hao's legs lifted off the ground, suspended in midair like a kite. "Ah! It hurts so much, help me. Save me!" He screamed, kicking and thrashing in a desperate and pitiful manner, his features contorted in agony. Yet, the more he struggled, the more excited the grotesque, filthy face of the snow demon became. It twisted its antennae, writhing in Chen Hao's chest, the barbed edges resembling saw blades, carving a deep gash across his torso. Blood gushing forth like droplets of water, pooling into a viscous stain on the ground. The creature was in no rush to feast. It took greater pleasure in observing its prey's death throes. Its blood-red eyes were filled with a chilling, brutal delight as it maneuvered its antennae closer to Chen Hao's face, extending a scarlet tongue to lick his contorted features while emitting a hissing, nauseating growl. Ah! The agonizing screams echoed through the cramped stairwell. A harrowing sound mingled with an eerie chill. Despair engulfed him as he kicked and flailed helplessly, enduring the torment of impending death. Not far away, Meng Yao trembled, her pallid face overtaken by sheer terror. Strangely, though, she chose not to flee. Instead, she clenched her teeth, a fierce glint suddenly igniting in her eyes. She hurled a wooden stick with all her might, shouting, "Monster, let him go." With a resounding thud, the stick struck the demon's grotesque visage, causing its head to jerk aside in surprise. Enraged, it whipped its neck and swung its antennae, discarding Chen Hao's body like refuse, sending him crashing against the stairs. In the next instant, the creature thrust its powerful hind legs, creating a gaping hole in the ceiling, its massive form transforming into a blur as it lunged toward Meng Yao. It pounced with terrifying ferocity, its whip-like antennae slicing through the air, aiming directly for her throat. The strike was as swift as lightning, far beyond human reflexes to evade. Yet, for reasons unknown, Meng Yao somehow managed to dodge. With an extraordinary burst of speed, she pressed her back firmly against the wall. The antennae missed, crashing into the hard cement steps, leaving behind vicious lash marks as debris scattered in all directions. "Die!" Meng Yao roared, her mind clouded with white-hot fury. Almost instinctively, she summoned every ounce of strength to launch a punch. Bang! A muffled sound resonated as the punch not only struck the snow demon but also unleashed an immense force, sending the creature, weighing over 200 pounds, staggering and tumbling down the stairs. What was happening? Staring at the snow demon that had been repelled by her blow, Meng Yao was momentarily stunned. A profound sense of disbelief washing over her as she gazed at her own delicate fist, utterly astonished. Even she could not have anticipated that an unconscious punch could possess such formidable destructive power. It appeared that Liao Fan had not deceived her. Remaining here would indeed catalyze significant changes in her physique. This thought flashed through her mind, igniting a wave of exhilaration within Meng Yao. However, her elation was abruptly curtailed by a fierce and brutal roar that yanked her back to reality. That punch had merely pushed the snow demon back. It had not inflicted substantial harm on its resilient form, and the monster, having been repeatedly repelled by humans, was now revealing its most ferocious side. With a swipe of its claws, the metal railing of the staircase shattered with a spine-chilling screech. A half-meter-long steel rod was sent flying by its powerful claws, resembling a barrage of spears aimed directly at Meng Yao's position. Danger! Though her mind remained blank, not allowing her to contemplate her next move. Her body instinctively executed the most effective evasive maneuver. She kicked off the wall, utilizing the rebound to leap onto another flight of stairs. As the metal rods fell harmlessly to the ground, embedding themselves deeply into the wall and sending up a cloud of dust. As her toes touched the ground, Meng Yao sprang up once again, her body propelled swiftly towards the space beyond the corridor. A roar erupted from the snow demon, its massive form crashing through the staircase railing, scattering a cascade of sand and debris as it pursued Meng Yao with relentless fury. Its neck antennae lashed out repeatedly, shattering the floor and walls in its wake. Yet, against such a fierce assault, Meng Yao, seemingly fragile, managed to evade time and again through her remarkably swift movements. This scene was astonishing. Not only was Meng Yao herself in shock, but even Liao Fan, who had been watching from a distance, could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. It seemed that this woman possessed extraordinary potential. Liao Fan, concealed in the shadows, let out a soft chuckle. He had never truly ventured far away, for it was impossible to do so. Once a spatial wormhole appeared, it would drag them all into an unknown realm. Unless the wormhole dissipated on its own, no one could escape the confines of them all. Thus, after distancing himself from the two, Liao Fan sought a hidden spot to observe their every move. Unsurprisingly, Meng Yao did not choose to remain passive. Soon, she exited the storage room alongside Chen Hao. This was precisely what Liao Fan had hoped to witness. Now, the two had lured out the snow demon for him, although Chen Hao, due to his foolishness, had already paid the ultimate price. Meng Yao's performance had undeniably earned Liao Fan's admiration. Boom. The rigid tentacles struck against the concrete floor, scattering fragments of stone and billowing clouds of smoke, as Meng Yao frantically evaded the onslaught. In stark contrast to her earlier state of helplessness, resembling a frozen statue, she now exhibited remarkable prowess. Her speed was astonishing, her form both light and agile. She adeptly dodged the powerful strikes of the tentacles each time. Moreover, this woman demonstrated an acute awareness of the narrow confines of the staircase, exploiting her nimble physique to its fullest potential. She leapt left and right, skillfully maneuvering to exhaust the snow demon's stamina, causing its attacks to repeatedly miss their mark. All signs indicated that this woman had embarked on a journey of evolution. However, despite this advancement, she was still far from achieving complete transformation. Merely evading the snow demon's strikes left Meng Yao drenched in sweat, having expended all her energy, let alone mounting a counterattack. The snow demon relentlessly pursued her, swinging its tentacles in succession, creating astonishing devastation. It shattered door frames, sending up clouds of dust, and forced Meng Yao back to the second floor, cornering her against the wall at the end of the corridor. The woman had become a fish in a barrel, utterly powerless to counter its relentless assault. In the next moment, the snow demon slashed with its claws, leaving 5 bloody gashes across Meng Yao's shoulder with a single swipe. Chapter 14: The Fisherman's Prophet Bang. A dull thud echoed as Meng Yao let out a mournful cry, her body propelled by an immense force, crashing heavily against the wall. The violent impact elicited a pained groan from her, causing her back to arch as if her very insides had been displaced. She fell to the ground, unable to rise, as the snow demon's powerful hind paw pressed down upon her chest, enveloping her in an overwhelming and irresistible weight that rendered her breathless. The battle ceased, and Meng Yao felt as though she had plunged into a nightmarish abyss, enveloped by terror and stark reality unlike anything she had ever experienced. Before her loomed the snow demon, its claw exceeding 1/2 meter in diameter, squeezing her ribcage with a force that threatened to shatter her bones. While an intense sense of suffocation left her gasping for air, her mind blank. At that moment, the creature gazed hungrily at Meng Yao, its jagged teeth bared to the extreme, features twisted in a grotesque manner, saliva pooling in its mouth, mingling with a foul stench that made her wish for nothing more than to succumb to oblivion. Was this the end? With despair etched upon her face, Meng Yao closed her eyes, surrendering to the inevitable, yearning for a swift conclusion to her torment. Yet, just as the snow demon bent down, poised to sink its fangs into her neck, an unimaginable turn of events unfolded. A triangular black crossbow bolt suddenly shot forth from a concealed angle, slicing through the air with the ferocity of a shark breaching the surface of the water, its penetrating force unannounced as it embedded itself deep into the demon's back. All was unforeseen. It was only when the bolt pierced through its flesh, inflicting a sharp pain, that the snow demon became aware of another formidable adversary lurking within the confines of the mall. How? It abruptly halted its attack on Meng Yao, spinning around with its fearsome eyes widened in alarm, only to spot a man on the opposite side of the corridor, wielding a folded crossbow. A mocking grin plastered across his face. With an eerie smile, the man had already loaded his weapon, every metallic tip aimed directly at the creature's vital points, denying it any chance for reprisal as he continuously pressed the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crossbow unleashed a barrage, weaving a terrifying net that rained down upon the monster. This time, the snow demon found no refuge to evade, furiously leaping from the ground, bracing itself against the onslaught of bolts, swinging its uninjured paw in defense. Yet, it was too late. With a resounding clang, its claw deflected the incoming bolt, the clash echoing like thunder. Sparks flew in all directions, but the second bolt descended relentlessly, piercing through the creature's claw and into its abdomen. Dark green blood gushed forth, and the snow demon writhed in agony, its gaping maw releasing a piercing shriek. Still, it proved futile. The third and fourth bolts swiftly followed, accompanied by a terrifying whistle, embedding themselves into its unscathed right arm. With the earlier injury to its left arm, the snow demon had now lost two of its most formidable claws. The fifth and sixth bolts came in rapid succession, one piercing its neck, the other impaling its thigh. 8 crossbow bolts were unleashed in rapid succession. Aside from the one deflected by the snow demon, the remaining 7 had completely embedded themselves into its massive, hulking form, rendering it akin to a porcupine. The snow demon, grievously wounded, let out a furious roar, its blood pouring freely from its wounds, yet it defiantly remained upright. In a frenzied display, it twisted its body, wielding the antennae at the nape of its neck like deadly spears aimed at Liao Fan's chest. Despite losing its arms and claws, the antennae retained formidable lethality, capable of piercing through a human's body. However, Liao Fan's eyes glimmered with a sardonic smile. As he loosed the final bolt, he relinquished his crossbow, drawing forth a dagger of 3 inches, glinting with a chilling light from his waist. This was his weapon for close combat. With the blade thrust forward, he swung his arm, creating a silver arc of light. The dagger struck the first antenna, accompanied by a tearing sound, prompting a deep, guttural roar from the snow demon. The second antenna lunged forth, barely grazing Liao Fan's left shoulder, yet he adeptly evaded it, sustaining no significant injury. In quick succession, Liao Fan seized the protruding antenna. Channeling all his strength into his arm, he yanked it forcefully backward. The snow demon, off balance and critically injured, stumbled forward. The dagger struck again, slicing through the air with a silvery flash, directly targeting the creature's eye. The snow demon emitted a pained howl as its eye burst, the agony rendering it nearly lifeless, and its body finally collapsed with a resounding thud. Without hesitation, Liao Fan spun the blade at an acute angle, driving it straight into the snow demon's second eye. With a resounding pop, this eye too exploded, releasing a viscous fluid. Liao Fan then stepped onto the creature's head, using the leverage to spring away from the snow demon's desperate counterattack, landing calmly 5 meters away. His arms crossed, he observed with quiet satisfaction the snow demon's frantic struggles and anguished cries in its dying moments, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The snow demon's vitality proved astonishing. Even after sustaining 7 bolts and losing both eyes, it continued to writhe on the ground, emitting ear-splitting howls. However, this was merely the final thrash of a dying creature. Liao Fan refrained from delivering any further strikes, recognizing that the snow demon could not possibly survive such grievous wounds. A few moments later, he shook his head with tranquility and shifted his gaze toward Meng Yao, who lay on the ground, stunned. His lips curved into a sly grin once more. You indeed did not disappoint me. Had it not been for your desperate flight, distracting the snow demon, I could not have completed this hunt so effortlessly. You use me? Meng Yao, struggling to lift her head, gazed at the wicked smile on Liao Fan's face. Shock mingled with a chill in her eyes. It cannot be deemed exploitation, for under such circumstances, the snow demon would undoubtedly fixate upon you. And in your quest for survival, you would inevitably unleash your utmost potential. I merely adapted to the situation and made the most advantageous choice for myself. Liao Fan shrugged, approached Meng Yao, and gradually crouched before her, stating, after all, I saved your life. Without my timely intervention, your fate would likely be far worse than Shen Hao's. Meng Yao weakly forced a smile. Indeed, you were quite astute. You deliberately distanced yourself from us, anticipating that Shen Hao and I would assist you in luring out the snow demon, correct? This is the most convenient approach, considering my evolution is still insufficient. In a one-on-one confrontation, I possess little assurance. Liao Fan shrugged, not denying this assertion, and gazed at Meng Yao's face, which was brimming with indignation, teasingly elongating his words. Now, we can engage in a meaningful discussion regarding our collaboration. Chapter 15. Candor. The battle has finally come to a close, and now it is time for honesty. Meng Yao, still perplexed, looked wearily at Liao Fan and inquired, what exactly do you wish to take from me? Money, as well as all the necessary resources to construct a survival shelter, Liao Fan replied calmly, meeting her gaze. He continued, I have already mentioned that this slaughter is merely a rehearsal for the impending apocalypse. Soon, Blue Star will fall completely, transforming into a paradise for monsters to revel in bloodshed. To ensure his survival, Liao Fan must establish a secure refuge in advance. However, with his current financial and material resources, he is utterly incapable of meeting the demands for such a shelter. Thus, he has turned his attention to Meng Yao. Besides appreciating her considerable talents, he is far more interested in her familial connections. Meng Yao fell silent, staring blankly at Liao Fan. On what grounds do you believe I will provide you with all this? Liao Fan did not directly answer her question. Instead, he shifted his gaze and resumed his enigmatic, mocking smile. You will comply, even if not for your own sake. Simply for the sake of your family and loved ones, you cannot refuse my request. The apocalypse is imminent, yet the exact timing remains uncertain. What challenges humanity will face once it arrives? Only Liao Fan holds the answer to this question. If you reject my proposal, then on the day the apocalypse begins, your family, along with countless friends and relatives, will face tremendous peril. Conversely, should you agree to collaborate with me, you will acquire sufficient intelligence to circumvent these threats. Meng Yao remained silent, closing her eyes as she appeared to ponder Liao Fan's words deeply. Liao Fan refrained from pressuring her further, instead redirecting his attention to the snow demon. After its final struggle, the snow demon lay still, transformed into a rigid corpse. Liao Fan rose and approached the massive creature cautiously. To exercise prudence, he did not rush forward, but instead picked up the folded crossbow and bolts from the ground, aiming and releasing a bolt into the monster's chest. The bolt pierced the snow demon's heart, and it remained motionless. Only after confirming its demise did Liao Fan boldly approach, squatting before the lifeless body, and extracting a dagger to pierce through the creature's menacing jaw. Deep within the snow demon's jawbone lay a fist-sized, pale pink crystal, its surface riddled with numerous creases, resembling an oversized walnut. This was its beast core, the essence and most vital part of the snow demon's being. Liao Fan sliced through the jaw, disregarding the blood and stench coating his hands, and gently cradled the beast core, savoring the energy emanating from it with a satisfied smile. It appears fortune has favored me. On my first attempt, I have acquired a genuine beast core. Meng Yao, repulsed, gazed at the foul-smelling beast core with disdain, exclaiming, "You exerted so much effort just to obtain this?" Indeed. Liao Fan nodded slightly, finding a scrap of cloth on the ground, and carefully wiped the bloodstains from the surface of the beast core. Without turning back, he remarked, "Do not underestimate this object in the apocalyptic phase. Its value is akin to gold. Even an abundance of resources may not suffice to exchange for a genuine beast core. The high worth of the beast core stems from its storage of the vast majority of the monster's energy. After undergoing certain processing, it can be transformed into materials for weapon crafting. Even a basic beast core is undeniably a coveted item in the black market. After all, not every monstrous beast harbors a beast core. Only those of higher evolutionary levels, who stand out and are robust among their kind, possess a certain probability of birthing a beast core." Upon obtaining the beast core, Liao Fan concealed it within his close-fitting clothing, then stepped towards Meng Yao, slowly sitting down against the wall. The slaughter had ceased, and while the wormhole space had yet to dissipate, Liao Fan needed to seize the moment to refine the source energy in the air, seeking a higher tier of evolution. Meng Yao remained motionless, gazing at Liao Fan. After a long pause, she finally voiced her curiosity. "You seem to know much about this world. Where do you obtain such information?" "That is a secret, which I cannot disclose to you just yet," Liao Fan replied, shaking his head as he glanced at Meng Yao's inquisitive face, then smiled. "I can only assure you that collaborating with me will be beneficial. In addition to acquiring a wealth of post-apocalyptic intelligence, I can also provide you with some shortcuts to evolution, helping you advance further." "Wait, what do you mean by evolution?" Overwhelmed by the influx of information, Meng Yao shook her head in confusion and pressed for more details. Liao Fan sighed, explaining, "Evolution refers to the phenomenon that arises when humans absorb a substance known as source energy. Through the enhancement and transformation of the body, this process manifests." He pointed to the wounds on Meng Yao's shoulder, which were healing rapidly. "You must have felt it yourself. The longer you remain in the wormhole space, the more your strength, reflexes, and physical condition improve, including an accelerated healing capacity for your wounds. This is the benefit of source energy to the body. Is that so?" Meng Yao stared down at her shoulder and arm, where the wounds were gradually scabbing, gaining a newfound understanding. Yet, confusion soon returned to her expression as she turned to look at the spot where Chen Hao had been slain, hesitating to ask, "Then why didn't he?" Not everyone possesses the talent to refine source energy, nor does every individual have the opportunity for evolution. Before Meng Yao could voice all her questions, Liao Fan interrupted her with a shake of his head. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Source energy does not belong to the Blue Star world. It only flows into our realm along the spatial channels after the wormhole space is activated. Furthermore, individuals vary in their innate abilities to refine this source energy. Much like Liao Fan and Meng Yao, both of whom possess remarkable talents, they are capable of sensing the presence of source energy in an extraordinarily brief span of time. Through the act of respiration, they channel this energy into their bodies, perpetually transforming themselves. As for the security guard Chen Hao and the overwhelming majority of individuals within the mall, they either lack the innate ability to undergo such transformation or, tragically, they succumb to the claws of the monstrous creatures before they can even begin the process of metamorphosis. Is it the case that as long as we remain here, our bodies will continue to undergo transformation?" Meng Yao pondered thoughtfully. She is a perceptive woman and swiftly grasped the crux of the conversation. Liao Fan replied with a smile, stating that theoretically, this is indeed the case, but the potential for evolution varies among individuals. Currently, We have merely unlocked the initial phase of evolution, which is why the progress feels particularly pronounced. Chapter 16. Returning to reality as the space wormhole had yet to close. Liao Fan engaged in refining his source energy while providing Meng Yao with a preliminary explanation of the apocalypse. Meng Yao listened attentively, nodding occasionally, and soon began to mimic Liao Fan's actions, hastening her breathing rhythm and frequency. Indeed, as she attempted to adjust her breath and actively capture the energy within the air, she immediately sensed a searing warmth coursing through her limbs and bloodstream, coalescing into bursts of thermal energy that relentlessly surged towards her heart. The advantages of this endeavor were unmistakable. Not only did Meng Yao perceive a transformation in her physical strength, but her adaptability to the environment also subtly enhanced. Her previously stiff and frozen limbs gradually warmed, becoming less sensitive to the cold. Regrettably, while she immersed herself in the ecstasy of evolution, tirelessly capturing the energy molecules in the air, she distinctly noticed a dwindling presence of these molecules. The source energy was becoming increasingly sparse, and the white mist enveloping the mall was slowly dissipating. Simultaneously, Liao Fan ceased his absorption, rising to his feet, gazing at the receding fog around them. Stretching languidly, he remarked, "As I anticipated, the duration of the first wormhole space is relatively brief, lasting only a few hours. It is time for us to depart." His gaze then settled playfully on Meng Yao's face as he posed the question once more. "Now, I implore you to provide me with a definitive answer. Will you consent to my request and join my survival plan? Or will you remain here alone to face the police inquiries outside?" The wormhole space was on the verge of vanishing. Once it disappeared, the numerous human corpses littering the mall would inevitably attract the attention of the police, and as one of the few survivors, Meng Yao would certainly find herself subjected to their interrogation. Liao Fan continued, "Such a heinous act of collective slaughter will undoubtedly have significant repercussions on society. If this situation falls into the hands of the authorities, you will likely be apprehended swiftly. Thus, I urge you to provide me with a prompt and affirmative response." Meng Yao remained silent, her expression a tapestry of complexities as she locked eyes with Liao Fan for an extended moment before finally whispering, "If I collaborate with you, can you guarantee the safety of my family?" "I can only promise to do my utmost," Liao Fan replied, shaking his head without offering a definitive assurance. In the face of a cataclysm that engulfed humanity, who could truly guarantee the flawless execution of their survival plan? Liao Fan was no savior. Nor was he a superhero destined to rescue the world. He was merely a struggling insect in a desolate landscape, fortunate enough to possess a wealth of intelligence. Meng Yao fell silent once more, her heart fraught with anxiety as she pondered for a considerable time before reluctantly nodding. Supporting herself against the wall, she laboriously rose to her feet and declared, "Very well, I can agree to cooperate, but you must ensure my freedom. I am not a tool for anyone's use, and do not expect me to acquiesce to excessive demands. Of course, our collaboration will be equitable," Liao Fan smiled, for he had anticipated that this woman would never refuse his proposition. Especially after witnessing such brutal slaughter firsthand, the thick fog had dissipated considerably. In a few more minutes, the space here would return to normal. We must seize the moment to depart. With the objective accomplished, Liao Fan had no intention of lingering further. He promptly assisted Meng Yao, guiding her slowly toward the outside realm. The first floor of the mall was already filled with an abundance of blood and corpses. As the two navigated through the sea of bodies to the entrance, the fog was gradually vanishing, and the contours of the city re-emerged in their vision. Without pausing for a moment, Liao Fan took advantage of the chaos inside the mall, which had yet to attract the attention of those outside, and swiftly helped Meng Yao towards the car she had arrived in. After settling her into the passenger seat, he took the car keys and drove off at the utmost speed back to his underground safe house. Outside, the world remained enveloped in a frigid winter landscape. The relentless cold wave had blanketed the city entirely. The roads were slick with snow, prompting Liao Fan to reduce his speed, carefully observing the snow-covered ground. Meng Yao maintained a dazed expression, staring blankly out the window at the scenery, perplexed. "It's quite strange. We spent nearly an entire night in that dreadful place. Yet it still appears to be daytime outside. It seems as though nothing has changed. Because the two universes have yet to fully merge," Liao Fan explained. "The spaces of different universes exist on distinct timelines. You may feel as though you spent an entire night in the wormhole, but for Blue Star, it has only been a few seconds. There is nothing peculiar about that." He shrugged and continued, "In the future, this city will sporadically experience more wormhole spaces, varying in size and duration. You will understand in due time." "All right," Meng Yao replied wearily, nodding without further comment, resting her head against the car window as dizziness washed over her. Upon exiting the wormhole, the source energy had naturally dissipated, and without its enhancement, the rapid healing capabilities of her wounds had also vanished. Meng Yao felt utterly exhausted, preferring silence, longing only for a warm place to recuperate her body. Half an hour later, the car came to a stop in front of an abandoned chemical factory. Liao Fan maneuvered the vehicle to a concealed spot, turned off the engine, and assisted Meng Yao into his underground fortress. The space within the underground safe house was vast, yet lacking in decor, giving the entire refuge a dilapidated appearance, accompanied by an odd, damp odor that made the pampered Meng Yao feel quite out of place. "You live in such a place? No wonder I could never find you." Liao Fan chuckled, a teasing smile on his face. "Of course, as a thief wanted throughout the city, I can hardly waltz into a hotel with my identification in hand. Besides, there is nothing wrong with this place. It's not only warm but also remarkably secure. Unless someone employs heavy artillery, it is nearly impossible for anyone to breach it." Subsequently, he assisted Meng Yao onto an iron-framed bed, encouraging her to recline, and opened the bedside cabinet to retrieve some antiseptic solution and gauze. He then knelt before her, reaching to unfasten her blouse buttons. "What are you doing?" Meng Yao suddenly tensed, instinctively shielding her chest with her hands and shifting her body backward. Liao Fan calmly replied, "Do not misunderstand. Without the support of your source energy, your wounds will cease to heal. To prevent further deterioration of these injuries, I must attend to your bandaging promptly." Without further ado, Liao Fan unfastened Meng Yao's outer garment, revealing her skin, smooth and delicate as jade. It was undeniable that the woman was not only beautiful but also possessed an exquisite figure. Her fair neck, refined skin, and voluptuous S-shaped silhouette were enough to evoke fantasies in most men, particularly in this setting, with a solitary man and woman in a confined space. The atmosphere quickly became awkward and laden with unspoken tension. However, Liao Fan's gaze remained composed, entirely disregarding her alluring form as he deftly extracted the antiseptic solution and began treating her scratched shoulder with a cotton swab. His movements were both skilled and brisk, each action imbued with focus and diligence, his mind free of distractions. Chapter 17. The astonishing case where a decade ago, Liao Fan might have been swayed by Meng Yao's beauty. However, such sentiments no longer held sway over him. After 10 years of turmoil, his heart had long since found tranquility. Indeed, the pleasures of intimacy between men and women are gratifying, yet they also deplete one's vitality significantly. In a world ravaged by catastrophe, every ounce of energy is exceedingly precious. Liao Fan would much rather conserve his strength to venture into the wormhole space and hunt monsters than squander it on a woman. As for Meng Yao, gazing at this peculiar figure, reminiscent of a wooden carving, exuding an aura of mystery, her emotions were a tempest of complexity, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. This was her first experience being so close to a man she did not know well. While she could tolerate his awkward method of tending to her wounds, it irked her that he remained as unyielding as a block of wood, seemingly unmoved by her beauty and figure. Was this truly a man? Her annoyance simmered. After all, beautiful women are often proud. Although Liao Fan did not succumb to primal urges and lay a hand upon her, being disregarded stirred feelings of offense within her. Unbeknownst to Liao Fan, he was oblivious to her thoughts. Having simply treated her injury, he fetched some gauze to bandage her wounds and then lit the warming stove, taking a sip of water for himself. Only then did he notice the peculiar look in Meng Yao's eyes. Those expressions of embarrassment caught him off guard. Setting down his cup, he inquired, "Are you feeling unwell?" "No," Meng Yao replied, both amused and irritated, letting out a huff as she struggled to sit up, adjusting her outer garments. She cast a frosty glance at Liao Fan, asking, "Did you bring me here solely to tend to my wounds?" "Not entirely," Liao Fan replied. Observing that color had returned to her cheeks, he wasted no time and reached for a blueprint tucked away beneath the warming stove. As he slowly unfurled the document under her astonished gaze, he explained, "I intend to construct a survival base to withstand the initial phase of the apocalypse. While this underground shelter is relatively sturdy, it does not fulfill all my requirements. Consequently, I require a substantial amount of funds and materials to reinforce and modify it, and I need your assistance." He handed the blueprint to her, and Meng Yao snatched it with a frown, glancing at it with irritation before asking, "Just tell me, how much do you need?" "Approximately 20 to 30 million, Liao Fan stated matter-of-factly. "I have already procured enough supplies from the company to cover food consumption, but constructing the underground shelter will necessitate a considerable investment." Meng Yao chuckled derisively. "You make it sound so effortless. 30 million is no trifling sum." Liao Fan shrugged nonchalantly, responding, "Given the wealth of your Meng family, this amount should be inconsequential, no? Please, the family fortune is not solely mine to command. Moreover, assets are one thing, cash is another. Do you think this is a film production? Who keeps tens of millions in cash at hand?" Meng Yao rolled her eyes, visibly displeased. "That is your concern. I am only focused on the outcome." Liao Fan shook his head, asserting in an undeniable tone that 30 million must be gathered within a week. Any delay could render their efforts futile. If they could not fortify the entire shelter before the impending apocalypse, even the greatest sums of money would be rendered worthless as mere scraps of paper after the catastrophe. At this juncture, Liao Fan turned his gaze towards Meng Yao. His face etched with seriousness as he cautioned her, "Our collaboration must remain undisclosed to any third party. Your fundraising efforts must be conducted in secrecy." Meng Yao, bewildered, widened her eyes and asked, "Why?" Liao Fan dismissed her question with a firm shake of his head, stating impassively, "There are no reasons to provide. If this matter were to be leaked, our plan would have to be terminated immediately." He offered no further explanation, instead suggesting, "You may rest here for a while. Once you regain sufficient strength, you must promptly commence your preparations." "I do not enjoy repeating myself." With a huff, Meng Yao stood up, her irritation palpable despite the lingering pain from her injuries. Unable to endure further interaction with this peculiar individual, she swiftly donned her coat and stormed out. Liao Fan made no effort to stop her, reclining comfortably on the sofa as he watched her retreating figure. It was only when the heavy iron door echoed with a resounding clang, signaling her complete departure, that a teasing smile crept onto his face. The woman's utility extended far beyond the 30 million in funds. I would soon rely on her to execute another plan, hoping she would not disappoint me. Meanwhile, at the heart of Lin City, in the police headquarters, a hurried middle-aged officer burst into the chief's office, clutching a file. "Chief Chun, it's terrible. A shocking mass slaughter occurred on the outskirts of the city, resulting in the deaths of over 20 staff members at a mall. Here are the photographs from the scene. Please take a look." Seated in the middle of the office was Chun Guodong, a grizzled leader with a grave expression, who was previously absorbed in reviewing reports of disaster caused by a cold wave. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, his demeanor shifted dramatically. He sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "What massacre? How many people have died?" 27 victims in total, with 3 survivors suffering severe shock and now mentally unstable, the officer responded, visibly shaken, his voice trembling. "What? How could such a heinous incident arise so suddenly? Is it a terrorist attack?" Qin Guodong, incredulous, swiftly snatched the photographs depicting the grisly crime scene. The images revealed dismembered limbs and walls splattered with blood, shocking him to the core and causing him to slump back into his chair. Having served as a police officer for over 20 years, Chun Guodong had never encountered such a grave case. Struggling to suppress his astonishment, he grasped the officer's arm and nearly roared, "Where is the perpetrator? Have you identified who committed this atrocity? What kind of criminal could orchestrate such a horrific event?" "No. There is no killer." The middle-aged police officer swallowed hard, gazing at the furious Chun Guodong. In a trembling voice, he uttered, "Aside from the corpses, there are no traces of the perpetrator at the scene. This bizarre murder case appears to have been executed in mere seconds." Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the shopping mall was suddenly enveloped in a thick fog, and the power system experienced a brief outage. By the time it returned to normal, those inside had already. "This is nonsense. How could such a massive loss of life occur in just a few seconds? Even if over 20 pigs were lined up for slaughter, it wouldn't be executed with such efficiency." Qin Guodong was left speechless, erupting into another loud roar. "Quickly review the surveillance footage. I want to gather all relevant information regarding the traffic conditions at the time of the incident. Furthermore, immediately detain the few disoriented survivors and summon the finest doctors in the city for a consultation. Wait, I will accompany you. The nature of this case is far too grave. I must personally oversee the investigation." Chapter 18. Well, for a lifetime, the mysterious massacre that transpired on June 21st ignited the fuse for the apocalypse on Blue Star, causing a tremendous uproar. Although the police promptly sealed off the scene upon receiving the report and strictly forbade any leaks, rumors regarding the incident spread like wildfire across various sectors of society. The public remained oblivious to the true implications of the event and the nature of the perpetrator behind this heinous crime. The remaining survivors were under tight protection by the authorities, who refused to divulge any information to the outside world. Ironically, the more secrecy shrouded the case, the faster the rumors proliferated. Some speculated that it was a terrorist attack orchestrated by foreign mercenaries targeting the nation. A myriad of gossip erupted online, with major news outlets hastily flocking to the periphery of the crime scene, relentlessly seeking any details about the case. This frenzy instilled a sense of unease in the populace, with discussions about the incident echoing through every street and alley. No chill in the air could dampen the citizens' fervent curiosity. The nature of the case had escalated to unprecedented heights, even reaching the capital. Amidst this chaos, Liao Fan stood as an anomaly. As the sole witness of the first wormhole incident, he possessed a keen understanding of what had transpired. He was acutely aware that no matter how much effort the police exerted, they would be unable to uncover any clues about the killer. After all, The assailant was not human, but rather a mysterious entity from beyond the cosmos. When the wormhole space dissipated, the snow demon's lifeless body that he had dispatched would be transported back to its original universe by the forces of space. As for the three survivors, they had long been traumatized by the encounter, their minds unraveling as they incessantly murmured the word monster, revealing no valuable information. Nevertheless, the police were not oblivious. Although they could not glean any leads from the crime scene itself, they would conduct a thorough examination of surveillance footage along the route to identify any suspicious individuals. It was likely that in due time, they would uncover Liao Fan's identity through this footage. However, Liao Fan remained unconcerned, as this was merely a component of his survival strategy. For 3 consecutive days, he isolated himself in the secure chamber of his underground safe house, diligently preparing for his next plan. Despite having exited the wormhole space and experiencing a cessation of evolution due to the absence of source energy, he had absorbed a significant amount of it, resulting in a formidable physique. His strength, speed, and physical endurance had all seen considerable enhancement. Moreover, he had acquired the beast core of the snow demon, drawing upon the knowledge from his previous life. He utilized a few pre-prepared devices to grind the beast core into a pale pink blood crystal. Through high-temperature smelting, he infused these crystals into his dagger. Additionally, he incorporated the remaining blood crystals into several crossbow bolts, endowing them with enhanced energy properties. The energy derived from the snow demon would significantly augment the lethality of both the dagger and the crossbow bolts, further elevating Liao Fan's combat prowess. At this stage, he has yet to undergo a true evolution. His methods of attack remain monotonous, limited to physical strikes against his target. However, once the weapon is imbued with energy attributes, everything transforms. Even when confronted with peculiar monsters, he can effectively launch saturated assaults using the energy released from daggers and crossbow bolts, showcasing clear advantages in both ranged and melee combat. For 3 consecutive days, Liao Fan remained undisturbed, wholly devoted to refining the energy within the beast core, until every bit of energy was integrated into the dagger and crossbow, completing the transformation and enhancement of the weapons. Only then did he pause, satisfied, to admire his masterpiece while contemplating his next steps. The following afternoon, Liao Fan promptly dialed his childhood friend Zhang Tao, inquiring about his current activities. Zhang Tao, as usual, responded in a lackluster manner, lamenting, "What else can I do? Just staying at home to fend off the cold. This wretched weather has kept me from even stepping outside, and I haven't had a single customer in days. At this rate, I fear I might starve." Liao Fan chuckled softly, knowing well of his financial plight. "I called today to introduce you to a lucrative opportunity. Are you interested in making some extra cash with me?" Zhang Tao's excitement was palpable. "Wait, what? You have a way to make money? Why didn't you say so earlier? But wait, didn't you borrow money from me last time? How can you be?" "Enough with the chatter. Just stay home and wait for me. We'll discuss everything in detail when we meet." Without allowing Zhang Tao to finish, Liao Fan decisively hung up. He gazed at the dagger and crossbow in his hands, a faint smile gracing his lips. These weapons had been crafted by Zhang Tao himself. He wondered how his friend would react upon seeing the upgraded versions, now significantly more powerful. A few minutes later, Liao Fan donned a trench coat, clutching the tool set, and hailed a cab to the scrap collection station run by his good friend Zhang Tao. Impatience had clearly set in for Zhang Tao, who, as soon as the door swung open, eagerly pulled Liao Fan into a warm room, exclaiming, "What on earth have you found? Don't tell me you're just teasing me." Mid-sentence, Zhang Tao abruptly halted, his gaze fixating on Liao Fan, whose demeanor had significantly transformed. "Strange, we haven't met for just a few days. Yet you appear much more robust, even your arm muscles seem so firm." Liao Fan chuckled. "I've been working out these past few days. That doesn't explain such rapid change. How much protein powder have you consumed?" Zhang Tao, ever the animated character, couldn't help but poke and prod at Liao Fan's noticeably firmer arms and chest, almost demanding he strip for inspection. Liao Fan, bemused, pushed him away. "Stop fooling around. We need to head somewhere. Haven't you always wanted to strike it rich? The opportunity has arrived. After tonight, I assure you, you'll gain a new perspective on life. Don't try to deceive me. If you really had a profitable venture, you wouldn't need to borrow money from me." Zhang Tao evidently harbored doubts about Liao Fan's words, curling his lip in skepticism. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, he pressed on, inquiring, "Where exactly are we heading to amass wealth?" "You'll find out shortly. Hurry and change your clothes," Liao Fan replied succinctly. Without further ado, he kicked aside the foul socks and dirty garments cluttering Zhang Tao's bedside table, retrieving a relatively clean and presentable jacket, which he tossed at Zhang Tao's face. "You have 3 minutes. Swiftly don your attire and accompany me outside. Delays will render you unable to catch up." "What's the rush? You ungrateful wretch. Even if I were to hang myself, I would at least need a moment to breathe." "Allow me to tidy my hair," Zhang Tao retorted. although his mind was filled with trepidation. Nevertheless, out of absolute trust in his childhood friend, he hastily changed into his clothes, braving the biting cold as he followed Liao Fan out the door. To save time, Liao Fan instructed Zhang Tao to locate the key to their electric vehicle. The two then climbed aboard an electric tricycle designated for collecting recyclables, traversing the road covered in over half a foot of icy debris, and arrived at their second destination as swiftly as possible. The moment they parked, Zhang Tao was taken aback, turning to Liao Fan in disbelief. What on earth? Have you lost your mind? Why have you brought me to the Grand Palace? Isn't this an underground casino? Liao Fan replied, indeed. An underground casino is the quickest route to fortune. Stop dawdling, come inside with me. Tonight, I shall ensure you reap a bountiful reward that will serve you for a lifetime. Chapter 19. Never lose as dusk fell. The city of Lin was still cloaked in a thick layer of ice and snow, with the biting cold air swirling relentlessly, leaving the desolate streets nearly devoid of pedestrians. Should a few wanderers occasionally appear, they hurried along, their bodies hunched within their coats, muttering curses against the wretched weather. In stark contrast to the bleakness outside, the atmosphere within the Grand Palace was vibrantly alive. This establishment was one of the city's most prestigious entertainment venues, a favored gathering place for the urban elite seeking leisure. The hall was ablaze with energy, teeming with men and women in search of excitement, complete with bars and nightclubs. And the second floor was adorned with numerous private gambling tables, enhancing the lively ambience. Liao Fan strolled into the hall, first surveying the environment, then guiding the timid Zhang Tao directly towards the second floor. The myriad of urbanites, the opulent displays of indulgence, exuded an air of both decadence and luxury. It was Zhang Tao's maiden visit to such a place, and he could not help but feel out of place, curiously scanning his surroundings while nervously swallowing. Liao Fan, are we really going to spend money here? Is there a problem? Liao Fan glanced back at him, seemingly displeased with his friend's timid demeanor. Try not to act like a thief. We are here to enjoy ourselves, not to steal. But Zhang Tao gulped again, taking in the well-dressed, refined elites around him. Looking down at his own shabby appearance, he grimaced, such a high-end place must be quite expensive, don't you think? Rest assured, I've made preparations, Liao Fan replied with a smile, firmly grasping Zhang Tao's arm as they ascended to the second floor. This was the area with the highest concentration of gambling tables, the city's largest den of iniquity, where patrons were typically either wealthy or influential. In his previous life, Liao Fan had never set foot in such a venue, as he was merely a lowly individual with meager earnings, always forced to circumvent such entertainment establishments. However, this time, he boldly approached the chip exchange, intent on indulging in a grand gamble with his friend before the impending chaos of the wormhole. Good evening, gentlemen. How may I assist you? A striking woman at the reception desk, clad in elegant attire, stood tall with flawless skin and a subtly revealing neckline that inadvertently showcased her allure. Zhang Tao, having never encountered such grandeur, instinctively lowered his gaze. I would like to exchange chips and partake in the hall's offerings, Liao Fan stated calmly, all the while scanning the casino's lavish environment with keen interest. Meanwhile, the beautiful receptionist discreetly observed the two seemingly out-of-place patrons, slightly furrowing her brow. It was evident that the young man's attire was far too ordinary for such an upscale gambling establishment, especially Zhang Tao, who cowered behind Liao Fan, projecting an air of shyness and apprehension that belied the notion of someone ready to engage in consumption. The enchanting receptionist merely cast a fleeting glance, her eyes flashing with disdain as she adjusted her slightly open collar, maintaining a professional smile. I'm afraid, gentlemen, this establishment is the most luxurious in the city, and not just anyone is permitted to indulge here. We cater exclusively to high-end members. The standards of consumption at the Grand Palace are indeed exorbitant, and the receptionist found little interest in attending to two impoverished young men. Her gaze was somewhat indifferent, even carrying a hint of condescension. It was then that Liao Fan took notice of the alluring hostess before him, a striking beauty who seemed to look down upon him. Though her appearance was undeniably appealing, her arrogant demeanor conveyed a sense of unfriendliness. Had this been a decade ago, Liao Fan might have been incensed, but now, he had no desire to engage with someone who seemed barely alive. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he stated, I was sent here by Manager Wu. Promptly arrange a private room for me, and do not waste my time. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority, momentarily surprising the receptionist. The manager Wu he referenced was none other than Wu Jian, known as the Viper, a formidable figure in the underworld, and the highly paid security manager of the Grand Palace. To invoke his name was indeed a potent intimidation tactic. You know Manager Wu? Instantly, the receptionist's demeanor shifted, her smile softening and her voice taking on a more melodic tone. Of course, Liao Fan replied, maintaining his aloof expression, his words sparse yet impactful. leaving the seasoned receptionist somewhat perplexed. Very well, please follow me. After a brief hesitation, she nodded, exchanging some chips for Liao Fan, then sashaying gracefully to lead the two into the gaming hall. With the freshly exchanged chips in hand, Liao Fan walked leisurely behind her. Upon entering the main hall, he turned to the hostess and said, "You may return now. Should anything arise, I will summon you." "Very well, enjoy your time," she responded, still wearing her professional smile, nodding slightly before briskly departing. However, as she turned, a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. Why would someone introduced by Manager Wu appear so shabby? Could he be an imposter? Simultaneously, after watching the receptionist leave, Zheng Tao urgently tugged at Liao Fan's sleeve and whispered, "Do you truly know the security manager of this casino?" "Absolutely," Liao Fan replied with a smile. The Viper, Wu Jian, maintained a certain notoriety even in the darkest corners of the black market, and Liao Fan was well acquainted with him. Whether Wu Jian recognized Liao Fan was uncertain. He had invoked the manager's name solely to facilitate his entry into the casino. Now that his purpose had been achieved, he preferred not to dwell on the topic and promptly headed toward the gaming table within the private room. The atmosphere remained vibrant. With a massive round table set in the center of the room, the casino staff stood behind it, vigorously rolling dice and calling out to entice the onlookers to place their bets. Liao Fan swiftly approached the outer edge of the gambling table, casting a brief glance at the area where the crowd was placing their bets. Without hesitation, he produced the chips he had just exchanged, intent on making a wager. The game he chose was quite straightforward, merely a matter of comparing values. After all, it was his inaugural experience in a casino, and he found overly complicated games to be rather daunting. However, just as Liao Fan was about to place all his newly acquired chips in a single bet, Zheng Tao immediately intervened. A look of anxiety etched upon his face. "How can you place a bet without even glancing at the game? We don't have many chips. What if we lose?" Liao Fan merely smiled reassuringly. "Fear not. I possess an infallible strategy." With that, disregarding Zheng Tao's concerns, he pushed all his chips forward, opting to bet on the smaller value. Chapter 20. Manager Wu's Winning Secrets. Zheng Tao gazed at Liao Fan's earnest demeanor and nearly chuckled. Who among those who enter a casino does not boast similarly? Yet, it is often these very individuals who end up with the most devastating losses. He was genuinely concerned that his good friend might squander all his money in a gambling frenzy. However, since Liao Fan had already placed his bet, Zheng Tao opted to remain silent, his eyes fixated on the dealer's dice cup. In due course, the dealer revealed the dice. 1, 3, 4. Indeed, a small outcome. "Haha, you won," Zheng Tao exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he gave Liao Fan a thumbs up. "Your luck is quite impressive. You actually guessed right." Liao Fan merely smiled enigmatically, unconcerned with Zheng Tao's remarks. He reclaimed his chips, poised for the next round, and once again chose to bet on small. As anticipated, when the dealer unveiled the dice, the result remained small. After 2 rounds, Liao Fan had amassed a considerable fortune and, eyeing the other patrons, opted to place a final bet, winning the 3rd round. "How do you manage to guess correctly every time?" Zheng Tao, having closely monitored the game, approached Liao Fan as he was about to place his 4th bet, pressing down on his hand. "Let us call it a day. You've won 3 times in a row. It's improbable that your luck will hold. Should you lose the 4th round, we'll suffer greatly." "Patience," Liao Fan replied with a wink, pushing Zheng Tao's hand away. "I told you I possess an unbeatable secret. Just watch closely." With a confident demeanor, he wagered all his chips on small. Having doubled his chips after 3 consecutive wins, he awaited the outcome with unwavering assurance. As the 4th round commenced, the result remained small once more. Liao Fan's winnings overflowed, and he divided his bounty, handing half to Zheng Tao. Under the astonished gaze of his friend, he softly revealed his secret to winning at gambling. "Did you notice the man casting the dice? He is the banker. The outcomes of each round are dictated by him. However, after all the bets are placed, the banker determines whether to reveal a large or small outcome based on the distribution of chips on the table. If there are more bets on large, he will reveal small. Conversely, if small bets predominate, he will reveal large. When the bets are evenly matched, the banker resorts to revealing a triplet, accommodating both outcomes. Before each of my bets, I observe the fluctuations of the chips on the table and wager accordingly, ensuring I do not incur losses." Zheng Tao's eyes widened in realization, but he quickly furrowed his brow. "Isn't this akin to deception? They are rather unscrupulous." "Indeed." Liao Fan chuckled. "In a casino, the only limits are those of your imagination. There is nothing they dare not do. Naturally, these individuals are adept at concealing their tricks, ensuring no evidence of foul play is exposed. Moreover, when necessary, they will deliberately reveal a few unfavorable outcomes to prevent others from discerning a pattern. This tactic is quite common." Liao Fan smiled faintly. Although he had never engaged in gambling in his previous life, His experiences during the apocalyptic era had introduced him to a seasoned gambler, from whom he gleaned certain truths. However, Liao Fan's purpose for being here was not to amass wealth. Rather, he sought only to test his skills lightly. After winning a few quick bets, he handed his chips over to Zheng Tao, instructing him to place wagers according to the patterns he had outlined, indifferent to the outcome. Once he had relayed his instructions, Liao Fan departed from the gaming table, feigning a trip to the restroom while subtly memorizing the casino's layout and pathways. With approximately half an hour remaining before the impending wormhole eruption, he felt no urgency, diligently committing every corridor to memory. Just as he was preparing to ascend to the third floor, he heard hurried footsteps approaching rapidly. He halted, not turning around, but an inkling of recognition stirred within him. As anticipated, a fragrant breeze swept past him, and soon he heard the voice of the alluring front desk attendant. "Mr. Liao, please hold on a moment." Turning to face her, Liao Fan smiled, inquiring, "What can I do for you?" The front desk attendant wore a smile, yet her tone was less than cordial. "I just spoke with Manager Wu, and it seems he does not recognize anyone by the surname Liao. He finds you somewhat unfamiliar and has requested your presence in his office." "Ah, how astute," Liao Fan chuckled, unperturbed by the situation. After all, the casino operated within a gray market, outside the purview of municipal regulations, and the Grand Palace was one of the city's largest underground casinos, easily attracting unwanted attention. His recent subterfuge, using Manager Wu's name to infiltrate the establishment, would undoubtedly raise suspicions about his identity, possibly leading the casino to suspect him as an undercover investigator. Nodding obediently, Liao Fan smiled at the front desk attendant. "Very well, where is the manager's office?" "Please lead the way." "This way, please," she replied. Seeing Liao Fan's willingness to cooperate, the front desk attendant secretly sighed in relief, discreetly concealing her walkie-talkie. In no time, Liao Fan was escorted to the manager's office on the third floor. This area housed several exclusive VIP rooms, accessible only to a select few affluent individuals and casino management, ensuring high security. Guided by the front desk attendant, Liao Fan effortlessly entered the manager's office on the left side of the corridor. She knocked on the door respectfully, announcing, "Manager Wu, I have brought him up. Come in." A coarse voice beckoned from within, suggesting a rather unapproachable demeanor. The front desk attendant opened the door, gesturing for Liao Fan to enter while maintaining a polite smile, though a flicker of pity crossed her eyes. After all, the previous individual who had impersonated Manager Wu and successfully infiltrated the gaming hall had ended up confined in a small, dark room, enduring considerable hardship. Those who manage to operate a casino are seldom known for their amiable disposition. Yet, Liao Fan maintained a smile, as if entirely oblivious to the underlying implications in the other man's gaze. He casually adjusted his coat and stepped into Manager Wu's office. The office was rather spacious, and upon entering, Liao Fan immediately noticed a burly, dark-skinned middle-aged man with a scar across his face, casually reclining with his legs crossed, scrutinizing him with a bemused expression. This was none other than Wu Jian, the security manager of the underground casino. Behind him stood two security personnel. To the left was a young man with tousled hair clad in a casual jacket, while to the right loomed a tall figure, his expression as unyielding as stone. The trio regarded Liao Fan with a peculiar sense of amusement, and it was only when the office door was firmly shut that the man known as Cobra rose, his smile devoid of warmth. Adopting a scrutinizing demeanor, he spoke in a detached tone. "Do you know me, Mr. Liao? I cannot recall having introduced you to this establishment." Chapter 21. Filial Piety. As Wu Jian spoke, two security guards silently approached, flanking Liao Fan on either side. Liao Fan smiled and replied, "Of course I recognize you. It is merely that you, at present, do not recognize me." Wu Jian's expression remained impassive as he responded with a feigned curiosity. "Since you are familiar with my name, you must also be aware of the manner in which I deal with those who disrupt the casino. Am I right?" Liao Fan shrugged, acknowledging the truth. This Manager Wu, nicknamed the Rattlesnake, possessed a demeanor more venomous than that of a mere serpent, and his cunning surpassed that of the most treacherous. He had once thrived as a lone shark, leaving a trail of ruin in his wake long before operating a casino, even resorting to predatory campus loans that coerced many innocent young women into compromising their bodies to settle debts. When it came to preying upon naive girls, he was unparalleled. It was said that any woman who had borrowed from him, regardless of her fiery spirit or pride, ultimately found herself at his mercy. "I must commend you," Liao Fan remarked, "for knowing full well that I am not to be trifled with, yet still daring to masquerade under my name." Manager Wu chuckled, a brazen grin illuminating his face as he scrutinized Liao Fan with palpable intrigue. While he had no particular proclivity for men, he was nonetheless drawn to any opportunity, no matter how meager, to exploit. Liao Fan, appearing unremarkable in his attire, seemed devoid of significant worth. Yet, In Wu's eyes, even the smallest morsel was worth seizing, especially if it could be leveraged against family and friends. Liao Fan shrugged again, declaring, "Indeed, I have borrowed your name to gain entry. But I have caused no disturbance within the casino. My sole intention was to obtain the privilege of partaking in the offerings here." Wu Jian waved a dismissive hand, scoffing. "Regardless, you have still appropriated my name. The reputation of Wu is not one that just anyone can wield. You must tell me how we shall proceed." As he spoke, the two thugs beside him revealed sinister grins, particularly the one with the yellow hair, who brandished a spring-loaded knife from his pocket, gleefully brandishing it. "You've got quite the audacity, don't you, to dare usurp our boss's name. If we don't draw some blood today, who will ever take our boss seriously again?" As he spoke, he waved the blade about, mistakenly believing he could intimidate Liao Fan. However, Liao Fan had little interest in idle chatter. He simply nodded and said, "I am fully aware of the rules. Please, do not rush. Do you see this toolbox in my hand? It contains several valuable items, specifically prepared as a token of my respect for Manager Wu." "Oh, you're quite the astute one." Wu Jian's eyes lit up upon realizing that Liao Fan had entered with a toolbox of unspecified contents. A greedy smile spread across his face as he rose eagerly. "Little brother, you are indeed perceptive. Since you have come prepared with a tribute, I shall not make it difficult for you. Ha ha. Now, open the toolbox and let me see your sincerity." His hand reached towards the toolbox in anticipation. Believing Liao Fan was about to offer him a bribe for protection, Liao Fan was remarkably forthright, presenting a box directly and swiftly shoving it into Manager Wu's hands before retracting his own. However, it was evident that the contents of the box were not money but rather modified weapons, significantly heavier than mere cash. Caught off guard, Manager Wu felt the weight instantly as Liao Fan released his grip, causing him to bend under the unexpected burden. In a flash, Liao Fan stepped back, extending his arms to seize two small thugs, using all his strength to force their heads to collide violently. The sound of the impact resonated through the room, followed by their pitiful cries as they instinctively struggled. Yet Liao Fan's strength was extraordinary, his arms akin to iron, no matter how they fought back or kicked. His grip only tightened, showing no signs of relent. A creaking sound emanated from between the thugs' skulls, as if their bones were fracturing under pressure. Their screams, though loud, could not penetrate the soundproofing of the manager's office, rendering their cries ineffective and drawing attention from the outside. Having heard enough, Liao Fan swiftly parted his arms, executing a precise chop with his hands that struck the thugs' temples. They fell silently to the ground without uttering a sound. Subsequently, Liao Fan turned his cold gaze towards Manager Wu, who was now clutching the leather case. With a smile, he stepped forward, cautioning, "The contents of this box are quite valuable, so do handle it with care." Manager Wu, taken aback, could scarcely comprehend that in the moment he caught the box, Liao Fan had effortlessly subdued the two henchmen. His expression morphed into one of astonishment as he regarded Liao Fan's eerily calm smile, the realization dawning upon him that this young man was far from being a benefactor. Gripping the box tightly, his countenance soured. "You little rascal, this was intentional, wasn't it?" "Correct. Consider it a reward," Liao Fan replied with a grin, snapping his fingers before delivering a powerful kick that landed squarely on Manager Wu's chin. The immense force radiated from his ankle as Wu, still holding the box, found himself uncontrollably propelled backward. With a cry of anguish, he crashed into the wall, collapsing to the ground like a discarded rag doll. Having emerged from the trials of the first wormhole, Liao Fan possessed formidable strength. His kick was precise, shattering Wu's jaw. And with the sound of cracking bones, Wu's chin caved in, spewing forth a mouthful of yellowed teeth as he writhed in pain on the floor. Most ordinary individuals would have succumbed to unconsciousness from such a blow, but Manager Wu was no ordinary man. As a seasoned thug, he astonishingly withstood the strike, raising his battered jaw to glare at Liao Fan, incoherently cursing, "You little brat, how dare you bang?" Another sweeping kick from Liao Fan struck the side of Wu's face, causing his cheek to indent and his eyes to bulge with blood. Disoriented, Wu's curses transformed into hoarse cries of agony. "Ah, please stop, good sir. Let us talk this over amicably. Apologies, but I have nothing to discuss with you." Liao Fan bore an expression of cold indifference as he grasped Manager Wu by the hair, effortlessly pinning him against the wall. He took a moment to admire the contorted and sunken visage of Officer Wu, whose features trembled in pain. In a tone as frigid as ice, he remarked, "You must be quite curious as to why I am treating you this way, despite the absence of any enmity between us. Although you do not recognize me now, soon you will establish a criminal syndicate in the underground market of Lin City, dedicated to robbing the desperate refugees. During my first foray into that dark market, I fell victim to your schemes, where not only was every item I possessed seized by your men, but my sister nearly fell into your clutches as well. I can tolerate robbery, but to threaten my family is utterly unforgivable. What are you talking about? Who is your sister? When did I ever rob you? Manager Wu stammered. Bewildered, he was completely unaware of the events that had transpired in the aftermath of the apocalypse and perceived this madman as merely rambling. Just because you haven't committed such acts now does not imply you won't in the future. Fortunately, in this lifetime, you shall no longer have the opportunity to defile those innocent girls. Liao Fan's expression hardened, his right fist clenched tightly, and he delivered a punch, devoid of emotion, directly to Manager Wu's solar plexus. Chapter 22, The Mad Killer Crack. Manager Wu's eyes bulged in pain. Liao Fan's punch was heavy, the impact against the ribs producing a violent sound akin to cracking bones. In an instant, the wretch's chest caved in, and the residual force of the blow shattered the heart beneath the ribs, causing him to gasp and expel a copious amount of blood. Liao Fan deftly released his grip and gracefully stepped aside, observing the now limp and voiceless Manager Wu sprawled on the ground. With an emotionless expression, he remarked, I initially intended to keep you around temporarily, to enlist your aid against those monsters when the wormhole space arrives, and then find an opportune moment to eliminate you. Unfortunately, this fellow was too impatient. He plotted against me even before the wormhole erupted. With his enemies so close, Liao Fan could not bear to wait even a moment longer. He placed a foot upon Manager Wu's distorted face, exerting force with his toes and pressing down violently. Crack! Manager Wu's nose was crushed beneath the pressure, murky blood oozing from his mouth. He could no longer struggle or even cry out, helplessly lying on the floor like a dying wild dog. Enduring the torment inflicted by this avenger, I still remember the time I knelt before you, pleading desperately to take my sister away, yet you, that scoundrel, ignored me completely and even had someone beat me up. Later, you dared to attempt unspeakable acts towards my sister in front of me. Had it not been for my good friend S' timely arrival, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Then you sent people to chase us down, leaving my sister with a knife wound in her back, nearly costing her life. Although she miraculously survived, the injury left her with lingering effects, and soon after she perished in another unfortunate incident. You bear a part of the responsibility for her death. Since that moment, I have been plotting for this day. Liao Fan's features contorted with rage, lost in the painful memories of his past life. He resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell. As he crushed Manager Wu's face, he roared, You beast! You know not how many lost young women you have defiled, nor how many families you have shattered. Even tearing you to shreds would not atone for your sins. My rebirth is for the purpose of settling scores. All who have wronged me will meet the same fate as you. He seemed utterly deranged, fervently unleashing the pent-up fury of 2 lifetimes, embodying a true madman. However, at that moment, Manager Wu had long ceased to hear Liao Fan's words. His skull was pulverized, his brain reduced to pulp. Shattered eyeballs rolling across the floor amidst a flood of dark blood, mingled with the remnants of his exploded brain, staining the floor crimson. Only then did Liao Fan's emotions begin to settle slightly. He closed his eyes, reminiscing about the events of his previous life amidst the apocalypse. A painful and entangled emotion surged into his mind like a relentless nightmare. Sister, do you see? Brother has avenged you. In my past life, I was too weak, causing you to suffer alongside me. But this life is different. Before that day arrives, I will eliminate all my enemies in their infancy. Smack! A tremendous force surged through the soles of his feet, as Manager Wu's face, now resembling a flattened pancake, shattered beyond recognition, causing the floor beneath him to crack. Liao Fan finally felt a sense of satisfaction. He quietly withdrew his foot, placing it upon Manager Wu, gently wiping away the blood that clung to his shoe. He then opened the office drawer, retrieved a cigarette, and lit it, inhaling deeply. The flowing blood and scattered brain matter were insufficient to completely quell the anger simmering within Liao Fan, yet time was drawing near. As the cigarette burned down to its end, Liao Fan rose once more, forcing himself to compose his emotions, donning an expression of nonchalance, and smiling as he opened the door to the manager's office. Outside in the corridor, the beautiful receptionist had yet to leave, anxiously awaiting the outcome of Manager Wu's deliberations. As Liao Fan stepped out, he encountered her. Their eyes met, and the receptionist momentarily froze, gazing at Liao Fan's seemingly unscathed face, filled with incredulity. How did you come out like this? Manager Wu didn't tea. Huh, just a little misunderstanding. I've clarified everything with old Wu, it's all good. Liao Fan took a breath to mask the metallic scent of blood lingering at his nostrils, smiled, and winked at her, then posed a peculiar question. What is your best time in the 100-meter dash? Huh? The receptionist was taken aback, bewildered for a moment, then shook her head in confusion. I don't know. Should be around 15 or 16 seconds. What a pity, Liao Fan replied, shaking his head as he gazed out the casino's floor-to-ceiling windows at the thickening fog creeping in. In less than 2 minutes, if you could run fast enough, you might have made it out. Alas, it seems you've missed your chance. With that, Liao Fan paid her no further heed. Brushing past the astonished woman as he descended the staircase, the receptionist stood there, bewildered, watching Liao Fan's retreating figure, sensing an odd and unsettling air about the encounter. Perhaps this was indeed just a misunderstanding, she mused, shaking her head before quickly heading back to Manager Wu's office to inquire about the situation, completely unaware that an even greater surprise awaited her inside. Liao Fan, indifferent to the woman, soon returned to the gambling hall, locating Zheng Tao, who was engrossed in high-stakes betting. He patted Zheng Tao on the shoulder, announcing, "You've had your fun. It's time to get down to business." "Liao Fan, where the hell have you been? I was just about to look for you," Zheng Tao exclaimed, turning to face Liao Fan with an expression full of excitement. Without a doubt, following Liao Fan's advice, Zheng Tao must have won quite a bit, and he was eager to boast about his success. "Your method really works. Aside from the occasional slip-up, I've almost won every hand. It's a shame the odds here are so low. It took me over half an hour just to double my chips. Should we change venues and go for something bigger?" Liao Fan chuckled softly, gazing at Zheng Tao's exuberant face, shaking his head with a wry smile. Historically, losses in gambling often stem from the desire to win. Those who play big tend to meet their demise swiftly. Engaging in such a venture a couple of times suffices, particularly since I have pressing matters to attend to, leaving no time for such frivolous antics. After all, isn't the purpose of visiting a casino to win? Zheng Tao paused, observing the enigmatic smile on Liao Fan's face. Sensing something peculiar about the fellow, with a playful grin, Liao Fan inquired, "What would you think if I told you that the chips you won are utterly worthless in cash, and that most of those who indulged in cards with you earlier will likely meet their end here, leaving no trace behind? Are you out of your mind? Why would you utter such words?" Zheng Tao rolled his eyes, playfully rebuking him. "Are you feeling envious of my winnings, trying to frighten me on purpose?" Liao Fan's amusement deepened, shaking his head, poised to articulate further when a piercing and high-pitched scream suddenly erupted from the direction of the third floor of the casino. It sliced through the air like a dagger, shattering the tranquility of the moment. "Ah, Manager Wu is dead. Call the police, quickly. A madman has infiltrated the casino. We must not let this lunatic escape." Chapter 23. A familiar feeling. The sudden roar echoed through the casino, instantly enveloping the space in an eerie silence. Many patrons, engrossed in their gambling pursuits, turned their astonished gazes toward the third floor. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps resonated from the staircase, accompanied by a throng of menacing figures wielding clubs as they charged downwards. The Grand Palace, being the premier entertainment venue in Lin City, naturally boasted stringent security measures. Upon discovering the gruesome murder of the duty manager, nearly all staff members sprang into action, sealing off every entrance and exit to the casino. The previously serene receptionist, now pale as a ghost, joined the ranks of security personnel, diligently searching every gaming room. In times of peace, a death is a grave matter, particularly when it involves the manager of the casino, which inevitably triggers a cascade of reactions. Inside and outside the casino, all entertainment activities came to a halt as staff members swiftly cordoned off the corridors, instructing patrons to line up for thorough inspections. Such an approach, however, incited considerable discontent among the guests, who had come seeking leisure and enjoyment. Many of them held esteemed positions in society, and faced with the rude and brusque behavior of the staff, they began to retaliate. Numerous patrons engaged in heated altercations with security personnel, with some vocally protesting. "What are you doing? On what grounds do you demand we queue for inspections? We are guests, not suspects." Others echoed, "The service at the Grand Palace is utterly disgraceful. Had I known, I would not have chosen to spend my money here." The casino was a tumult of shoving and shouting, while the head of security, tasked with managing this unexpected crisis, found himself in a state of exasperation. Standing at the periphery with a megaphone, he called out to the throng, "Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly ask for your cooperation during this inspection. A murderer has infiltrated the crowd, and our actions are solely aimed at ensuring your safety. Furthermore, we have alerted the authorities, and they will arrive shortly to take control of the situation. Please form an orderly line and exit through the designated security personnel. We sincerely apologize for today's events, and will find a way to compensate you in the future." The commotion outside quickly escalated into a widespread uproar, but Liao Fan remained unfazed by the chaos. He intercepted Zheng Tao, who was poised to venture into the fray, and led him to a secluded corner, reiterating his advice. "It's very chaotic outside, and it's bound to get worse. Do not push into the crowd. Instead, find a discreet place to hide." "What exactly is happening out there? Why are there so many security personnel all of a sudden? And who is this so-called murderer?" Zheng Tao inquired, bewildered, dismissing Liao Fan's counsel as he strained to peer toward the tumult. Had he known that this so-called murderer stood merely beside him, he would have likely been overwhelmed with terror. Liao Fan, disinterested in elaborating further, wore a sly smile as he scanned the bustling crowd. Without uttering a word, he forcefully pulled Zheng Tao along, making his way directly to a less crowded area. The casino was filled with raucous noise. However, in the lower level of the hall, a silent, dense fog had eerily begun to spread, gradually converging like a tide, completely sealing off the entrance and exit. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, everything was shrouded in a hazy mist. The security personnel and gamblers, ensnared in the chaos, remained oblivious to the impending silent disaster, unaware that soon they would forget manager Wu's demise. Taking advantage of the fact that the security staff had yet to locate them, Liao Fan led Zheng Tao to a relatively secluded passageway behind the corridor, not far from the restroom, typically devoid of foot traffic yet affording a clear view. Leaning against the railing, he gazed out at the encroaching fog that enveloped the casino, a chilling and sinister breath silently infiltrating the space. The glass had all condensed into beads of ice, and the floor began to grow frigid, with even the casino's heating system gradually failing, plummeting the temperature to the freezing point. It has arrived. Sensing the abrupt drop in temperature and the ethereal molecules wafting through the air, Liao Fan felt a surge of warmth in his chest, his blood coursing with renewed vigor, his heartbeat and pulse quickening to a heightened rhythm. A familiar sensation. Liao Fan smiled, glancing down at his hands, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his lips. Beside him, Zheng Tao, filled with curiosity, tugged at Liao Fan's sleeve, inquiring, "Why are you acting so strangely? Why have you brought me here? And why has it suddenly grown so cold and foggy? Could it be a malfunction in the casino's heating system?" "The heating system is not malfunctioning. Rather, the space we occupy has begun to transform. Do you not feel as though your body is undergoing a change?" Liao Fan responded enigmatically, shaking his head and posing an odd question in return. "What change?" "I feel nothing aside from the cold," Zheng Tao replied, genuinely perplexed by Liao Fan's behavior. "Is that so?" Liao Fan felt a twinge of disappointment, though it dissipated quickly. After all, his childhood friend did not possess formidable talents. He merely belonged to the category of abilities characterized by average combat prowess among the myriad of post-apocalyptic abilities. The arrival of source energy in the aftermath of the apocalypse brought about a comprehensive transformation of the body, not merely enhancing physical endurance, but also impacting the mind. Some individuals, while their physical attributes improved, could also experience a degree of cognitive evolution. Zheng Tao fell into this category. His combat aptitude was not particularly high, and his efficiency in refining source energy could only be deemed average. Even as an awakened individual, his combat performance was unlikely to stand out. However, compared to ordinary abilities, this young man possessed a unique advantage. His capacity for weapon creation would evolve alongside his mental faculties, ultimately positioning him as a master craftsman of weaponry. Certainly, at this moment, Zheng Tao remains oblivious to this fact. He merely perceives that Liao Fan has exhibited increasingly peculiar behavior since his arrival at the casino and is poised to press further. However, at that moment, a piercing scream emanates from outside the casino hall, once again capturing the attention of the crowd. The gambling hall descends into chaos, with numerous patrons embroiled in disputes with security personnel, rendering the scene tumultuous. Yet, the external scream is hauntingly chilling, its shrillness cutting through the cacophony of the casino, sending shivers down the spine of all who hear it. Liao Fan, attuned to the dreadful sound, immediately gestures for silence to Zheng Tao. Simultaneously, those security guards, who are scouring the vicinity in search of the murderous lunatic, are also drawn to the harrowing scream, turning their gaze towards the lower level of the hall. The casino hall is now completely enveloped in thick fog, rendering visibility hazy and indistinct. All that remains is the blizzard intertwining with a shroud of icy mist, swirling freely in the air, leaving the people with a profound sense of disconnection. Chapter 24. The monster is devouring humans. The once chaotic crowd was suddenly struck dumb. It was not until this moment that they realized the dramatic transformation of the environment both inside and outside the casino. The hall, which should have been illuminated by spotlights, had become shrouded in an oppressive darkness, with a dense fog enveloping everything. A chilling coldness permeated the space, and at some point, the floor had crystallized into a thick layer of frost, plunging them into a bizarre, white world. Strangely, who turned off the heating? It's so cold. What on earth is happening? Why is it so dark outside that not even a glimmer of city lights can penetrate? Everyone sensed the eerie atmosphere and began to whisper among themselves. The security personnel, tasked with maintaining order, exchanged bewildered glances, utterly clueless about the events unfolding outside. After a considerable pause, a burly middle-aged man in a black suit emerged from the crowd. He shouted at one of the security guards, "Xiao Wang, what is happening outside? Hurry and check it out," and call the boss to inform him that he should send someone over to deal with the casino situation. This rugged-looking man, named Sun Biao, was also a hired muscle for the casino and had a close relationship with the recently slain manager Wu. He was one of the overseers of this establishment. The security guard, Xiao Wang, could only nod in response and strode towards the staircase, retrieving his phone while muttering under his breath, "Damn it, why is there no signal?" As he walked, he observed the environment outside the casino. Yet, through the glass windows of the hall, he could only see a thick, foggy frost. The sky had turned pitch black and ominous, with the neon lights that should illuminate the space and the flow of traffic on the road completely vanished. Everything felt exceedingly strange. Xiao Wang had never encountered such an uncanny phenomenon. He stood frozen at the entrance, feeling the biting chill enveloping him, his teeth chattering involuntarily. Just as he contemplated whether to venture outside, a figure stumbled in, screaming, "Ah! Monster! Monster!" Everyone was startled, and the entire casino plunged into an eerie silence. Soon, they realized that the person who had burst in was a middle-aged man in a staff uniform, drenched in blood. Upon entering the hall, he clung desperately to a table leg, trembling uncontrollably, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. He looked as though he wished to burrow beneath the table in fear. "Old Chen, what happened to you?" Xiao Wang was taken aback, clearly recognizing the terrified man. He rushed forward to inquire about the events outside. However, the petrified middle-aged man could only continue to tremble, producing clattering sounds as his body shook. His facial muscles twitching as if electrified, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. "Monster. The monster is eating people. What's wrong with you?" Security guard Xiao Wang curled his lip in disdain, clearly dismissing his colleague's words, his gaze fixed intently on the world beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, shrouded in thick fog and chilling air. Suddenly, his expression turned to one of utter shock. A burst of fire erupted from the darkened sky, transforming into a stretching fireball that streaked towards the hall's glass facade like a comet. It resembled a meteor, albeit one that was alarmingly close to the ground, accompanied by a deafening, buzzing shriek. Before anyone could discern the origin of the object, a tremendous roar echoed through the air. The flames crashed violently against the casino's windows, followed by the shattering sound of glass exploding, which unleashed a furious inferno, driven by a tempestuous wind. The ferocious storm tore through everything in its path, scattering shards of glass and showers of fire into the hall, engulfing Xiao Wang entirely. A piercing scream reverberated through the air, sharp and frantic. This unfortunate soul barely had time to utter a cry before succumbing to the explosion. Meanwhile, numerous unsuspecting patrons, drawn by the spectacle of the meteor, found themselves caught in the fiery chaos. Some were pierced by the flying debris, collapsing in agony. Others were knocked unconscious by the blast wave. Many were consumed by the flames, meeting their demise on the spot. What on earth is happening? A terrorist attack? The occupants of the upper floors were equally stunned by the sudden catastrophe. The security supervisor, Sun Biao, pushed through the crowd, staring blankly at the source of the explosion. His limbs numb, trapped in a state of shock. "Ah, we are under attack. It must be terrorists. In the heart of the city. What kind of terrorists would dare to strike here?" Instantly, both the upper and lower floors were engulfed in disbelief. The previously silent atmosphere erupted into chaos once more, as people screamed and scrambled to retreat. What the hell is going on? Zheng Tao was equally petrified by the scene below. Although he stood on a different floor and was untouched by the blast, the sight of shattered glass and the fallen victims left him horrified. "Be quiet. This is not a terrorist attack. It is the fiery rays unleashed by monstrous beings. They are coming." Liao Fan's expression darkened as he grasped Zheng Tao's trembling arm, speaking urgently. What monstrous beings?" Zheng Tao stuttered, bewildered. Liao Fan explained, in simple terms, "We have been drawn into a wormhole, a conduit connecting to another universe. The beings unleashing the fiery assault hail from this alternate realm, and they will attack us with unrelenting fervor." Zheng Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you joking? This is absurd." His limited knowledge made it difficult for him to accept such an incredible notion. Yet, the unfolding events would soon compel him to reconsider. Upon the shattering of the glass window, a pair of emerald eyes suddenly emerged from the obsidian void outside the casino, radiating a cruel and malevolent viridescence akin to two ethereal lanterns casting an intensely unsettling glow. The luminous orbs steadily approached, swiftly arriving beneath the shattered floor-to-ceiling window. All present widened their eyes, fixated on the peculiar visitor beyond. Indeed, it was an unequivocal monstrosity. This humanoid creature stood approximately 5 feet tall, its skin a ghastly pallor devoid of hair. Atop its thick neck rested an oval-shaped cranium, slick and bare, adorned with a pattern of green markings reminiscent of turtle shells. Beneath the skin, sinewy green veins writhed, resembling branching roots. The creature's neck was robust, yet the body below appeared emaciated and frail. its smooth skin marred by patches of a ghastly gray. Its limbs were slender, resembling roots cascading to its knees, with elongated claws bearing sharp, backward-facing hooks featuring 6 digits. The most terrifying aspect was undeniably its visage. The features were grotesquely disproportionate, with collapsed nostrils reduced to 2 small black holes, and a gaping maw stretching to the roots of its ears, revealing protruding canine teeth that were exceptionally sharp, with a damp tongue dripping dark, viscous blood. Chapter 25. The Dwarven Demon. What is happening? Everyone stood dumbfounded, with Zhang Tao drenched in a cold sweat, his calves cramping in fear. Only Liao Fan maintained a semblance of composure, his gaze fixed upon the grotesque creature emerging from the thick mist. In a low voice, he declared, "It has appeared, the Dwarven Demon race. The so-called apocalypse is, in truth, the convergence of various cosmic dimensions. Each distinct universe presents its own unique monsters. For instance, during the previous encounter in the urban village shopping mall, they faced a colossal snow demon. However, this time, the extraterrestrial visitor resembles a race with habits somewhat akin to those of humanity from Blue Star, known as the Demon Race. The Demon Race boasts a vast population with numerous branches. Although they share a somewhat similar appearance and physical structure with Blue Star humans, they are undeniably monstrous beings. Their ferocity rivals that of the snow demons, and like humans, they are social creatures. Thus, the appearance of a single dwarven demon typically implies the presence of an entire clan lurking nearby. The only silver lining is that the monster currently manifested is merely a branch of the demon race, relatively small in stature and not exceptionally powerful. Ordinary dwarven demons are slender and rely solely on their claws and mouths to attack foes, despite their equally vicious nature. Their individual combat prowess pales in comparison to the previously encountered snow demon. Yet, Liao Fan's true objective lies not with these ordinary dwarven demons, but with the leader concealed within the clan. The monster has revealed itself. Take care of yourself. I cannot remain by your side forever. As Liao Fan gazed at the creature at the doorway, he exhaled deeply, hastily opening his toolbox to retrieve his bow and dagger. Zhang Tao, utterly astonished, swallowed hard, about to voice his bewilderment when he witnessed the most astonishing scene of his life. The dwarven demon cautiously lifted its massive head, inhaling deeply through the air, its grotesque and bizarre visage appearing somewhat comical. It seemed to be searching for something by scent, and soon its gaze locked onto a man nearby. Its sickly green eyes suddenly sparkled with intense excitement, and it emitted a series of chattering sounds from its hideous mouth, betraying its exhilaration at finding potential prey. In the next moment, it lunged forward, pinning the man beneath its weight and revealing its razor-sharp teeth, voraciously biting into the man's face. With a sickening splash of blood, the high-pitched screams resonated, sending chills down the spines of all present. Though the dwarven demon was diminutive, its teeth were exceedingly sharp. With one bite, it tore flesh from the man's face, greedily stuffing the bloody morsels into its mouth, producing a ghastly crunching sound. Its face lit up with excitement, as if it had never savored such tender and delectable sustenance before. Swiftly swallowing the bloody meat, it then set its sights on the man's abdomen, sinking its teeth down with brutal force. The sharp canine teeth instantaneously tore open the man's abdomen, accompanied by a hoarse and agonizing scream. The creature wrenched out the man's intestines and entrails, and torrents of blood gushed forth, saturating the floor like a geyser. The impish creature gleefully munched away, extending its claws towards the still beating heart of the man. With a swift tug, the heart was extracted from the body and held aloft in its grasp. A green glimmer flickered in its eyes as it unhesitatingly sank its teeth into the organ, blood splattering profusely, staining the imp's grotesque features. The monster grew increasingly exhilarated, emitting guttural roars from its throat, as if summoning something. At that moment, Liao Fan had already readied his crossbow bolt. With a flick of his wrist, he swiftly pulled the trigger. A sharp sound pierced the air as the powerful bolt soared through the space, traversing 20 meters in an instant, trailing a dark arc, and piercing the heart that had just been severed, along with the imp's filthy maw. The modified crossbow bolt possessed not only enhanced penetrating power, but also carried a hint of energy. The black tip effortlessly pierced through the imp's mouth, lodging itself in its brain before exploding with a thunderous roar. Blood splattered everywhere as the imp emitted no sound, its entire head exploding like a watermelon, showering the vicinity with a deluge of viscous brain matter and blood. A closer inspection would reveal that the creature's blood was a pale blue, mingling with a putrid stench, pooling on the floor like a torrential rain of gore. Screams erupted throughout the gambling hall, as the onlookers were bewildered by the creature's sudden appearance and the chaos that ensued. They had witnessed the horrific scene of the monster devouring a man and the bloody spectacle of a madman on the second floor firing a crossbow bolt that obliterated the creature's head. Instantly, fear gripped everyone, and they scattered in all directions, fleeing in panic. In stark contrast, Liao Fan remained motionless, a single hand gripping the crossbow. his gaze fixed on the corridor outside the casino, seemingly indifferent to the tumult surrounding him. The imp was a social creature, and the emergence of one heralded the arrival of its entire kindred. The guttural roars it emitted while feasting served as a signal to summon its kin. As anticipated, soon after the shattering of the glass windows, more green eyes materialized outside. These drifting emerald orbs, initially distant from the casino, surged forward with increasing speed, their numbers multiplying in the shadows. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs, a total of 30 to 40 pairs of vibrant green eyes flickered like will-o'-the-wisps beyond the entrance of the casino. For each pair of such eyes, there awaited a monster eager to feast. Indeed, a whole tribe was upon them. Liao Fan's heart quivered slightly. Although he had already undergone a transformation of his elemental energy, the journey towards complete evolution remained substantial. Given his current combat prowess, he was certainly ill-equipped to confront the entirety of the diminutive demon race. He promptly withdrew his crossbow, turning to face the nearly petrified Zhang Tao, and spoke in a grave tone, "Hurry and find a place to hide. I was not jesting earlier. These creatures are not to be trifled with." As if in synchrony with Liao Fan's words, the cacophony of monstrous roars echoed from outside the casino hall, and the eyes lurking in the shadows grew ever wider, revealing grotesque, pale-skinned humanoid creatures. The diminutive demons moved with remarkable agility, propelling themselves off the ground with their slender limbs, akin to frogs, crashing into the hall and flooding into the casino. Inside, hundreds of tourists were frantically fleeing, each human exuding a tantalizing aroma of delectable food that irresistibly captivated the attention of these intruders. For these monsters, the scent of humanity was simply too delectable and alluring. Instantly, the diminutive demons collectively gaped their mouths wide, unleashing a relentless chorus of furious screeches. The horde of creatures swiftly dispersed, lunging towards the panicked throngs. A massacre was unfolding. Chapter 26. The expulsion. The throng of people crowded in the lobby was overwhelming. These panicked souls jostled and trampled each other, completely obstructing the staircase leading to the second floor, rendering movement impossible. The diminutive creatures sprang forth like sharks, sensing blood, frantically lunging at the backs of everyone in sight. Their jaws agape with serrated teeth ferociously gnawing at the flesh they could reach. Despite their slight stature, smaller than humans by a considerable margin, their exaggerated chewing muscles endowed them with formidable biting power, their teeth as resilient as steel. The delicate necks of humans stood no chance against the monster's savage bites. In a single snap, one victim found their neck severed, collapsing in a scream of agony. The monsters were in a frenzy, utterly oblivious to the lifeless bodies of their kin, as they surged into the crowd, biting indiscriminately, their terrifying jaws and razor-sharp fangs tearing into human flesh with insatiable glee. Heavens, who could possibly explain the origin of these abominations? What has become of this world? Help, someone help me. The chaotic cacophony of piercing screams intermingled with the wails of women and the curses of men transformed the casino into a veritable hell. The expansive first floor provided ample space for the diminutive fiends to rush in unimpeded, indulging in their frenzied feast. The first unfortunate souls to encounter the monsters were tragically unprepared, with no time to react or acclimate to the atmosphere of slaughter, swiftly falling victim to the marauding creatures. These urban elites, accustomed to a life of comfort and privilege, could scarcely fathom such a horrific calamity befalling them. Faced with the grotesque, snarling beasts, not a single person entertained the notion of resistance. They could do nothing but scream in anguish, their hearts rent with despair. The chaos similarly engulfed the second and third floors, although the multitude on the first floor temporarily shielded them from the onslaught of the monsters below. The bloody tableau of carnage, fallen bodies, flying flesh, and the gaping maws of the creatures savaging their own kin provoked a visceral horror in all who witnessed it. The timid clutched their heads in terror, collapsing to the ground, while most women wept inconsolably. The men, though silent, were not far from losing their composure. And even the security personnel, tasked with maintaining order in the casino, stood frozen in shock, trembling uncontrollably, utterly at a loss for how to respond. Damn it. We need to head upstairs, to the VIP room on the third floor. The head of security, Sun Biao, did not seek to confront the monsters but instead led his subordinates in a frantic dash towards the sanctuary of the third-floor VIP area. It boasted soundproofing and sturdy security doors, which seemed their best hope of evading these man-eating fiends. It was terrifying beyond belief. They would rather face actual terrorists, as at least there could be communication, unlike these mindless creatures that knew only hunger. No one had any idea how to contend with such a nightmare. In the corner of the restroom on the second floor of the casino, Zhang Tao was utterly terrified, observing the throngs of people hastily retreating to the third floor. He urgently shoved Liao Fan's arm and exclaimed, "What should we do? Perhaps we should follow them. These creatures are far too frightening, and the third floor seems relatively safe." "Do not be so anxious," Liao Fan replied calmly. There are over 300 patrons in the casino, whilst the diminutive demon tribe comprises at most 40 or 50. Given a little time, as these individuals acclimatize to their surroundings and begin to band together in resistance, the situation will inevitably improve. Liao Fan, however, displayed no signs of unease, for he was already aware of the outcome of this calamity. In a previous life, in the same location, the same group of people had similarly fallen victim to an assault by the demon horde. Initially, panic had indeed ensued, resulting in numerous casualties. Yet, 2 hours later, those forced into a corner by the monsters would unite to strike back. With more than 300 humans, once they organized, they would possess the capability to confront the demon tribe. Thus, the repercussions of this collective incident would not be particularly dire. At the very least, dozens would survive. Among those who would excel in this battle were 2 individuals, the recently slain manager Wu and Sun Biao, the head of security. Following this cataclysm, both would rapidly awaken and evolve, carving out a place for themselves in the impending apocalypse. However, Liao Fan had no intention of allowing either a resurgence. Manager Wu was already dead at his hands, and he likewise intended to eliminate Sun Biao. With this thought in mind, Liao Fan shifted his gaze and patted Zheng Tao's shoulder, saying, "Let us proceed to the 3rd floor and see for ourselves." "All right, Zheng Tao." Trembling in fear from the chaos below, lacked the capacity for further contemplation and quickly followed Liao Fan up the stairs to the 3rd floor. Simultaneously, the diminutive demons, engaged in slaughter on the 1st floor, seemed to notice the ample prey above. They screeched and clamored, scrambling up the shoulders of fleeing individuals, scaling the walls and columns, and began their assault on the 2nd and 3rd floors. These small yet astonishingly agile creatures, akin to monkeys in their climbing ability, left deep scratches with their sharp claws as they easily vaulted over stairs and barriers, targeting the survivors on the 2nd floor. "Ah, the monsters are coming. We must ascend to the 3rd floor, quickly." As screams echoed throughout the 2nd floor, a massive crowd surged toward the 3rd floor. Regrettably, the 3rd floor, being a VIP area, featured narrow and shallow hallways, ill-suited to accommodate such a frantic and overcrowded escape. The panicked individuals only exacerbated the congestion of the passageway. "Damn it, do not push. Everyone, stop shoving." Sun Biao, the head of security, was leading a dozen subordinates forward. Before they could reach the 3rd floor, he heard the sound of the staircase behind them becoming overwhelmed by the crowd and quickly turned to chastise the frantic individuals vying for position. Beside him, the earlier snitch, a beautiful receptionist, trembled in fear, leaning against the wall and crying out, "Biao Ge, what should we do? I don't want to die. So many monsters. If they come up, we are doomed." "Rest assured," he replied, "with so many people downstairs, they cannot possibly consume them all. Once they are satiated, they will cease their attacks on us. Quickly, secure the staircase and prevent anyone from ascending." Wu Biao, having risen to the position of security chief, was no fool. His gaze sharpened as he immediately commanded his subordinates to guard the staircase, forbidding anyone from moving upward, lest the monsters be drawn to the 3rd floor. His men promptly brandished clubs and weapons, fiercely striking at the throng behind them while shouting, "Get down. Do not come up. Go away. Please, let us go up. We too wish to escape. Indeed, as casino security, you should protect us at this moment." "Ha! What a time to ask for favors. Only a fool would concern themselves with you now. Get lost." Sun Biao stood resolutely on the staircase, wielding a baton and vigorously swinging it at those attempting to ascend, striving to block the monster's path. However, as he swung the plastic baton forcefully into the crowd, a long, powerful hand emerged from within, seizing the baton abruptly. A cold, indifferent voice followed, "Do not drive these people away. The monsters will inevitably ascend. Without their assistance, your fate shall be equally dire." Chapter 27, Close Combat. It was, of course, Liao Fan who sprang into action. As the diminutive demons commenced their assault on the 2nd floor of the casino, he hurriedly made his way to the staircase alongside Zheng Tao, only to witness Sun Biao and his cohorts blocking others from ascending. Without hesitation, he stepped forward to intervene. Liao Fan was not particularly invested in the fate of these strangers. Rather, he recognized the overwhelming number of demons and understood that he needed to leverage their strength to lure out the demon leader. Thus, he decisively halted Sun Biao's aggression. Gripping the police baton firmly, he fixed a stern gaze upon Sun Biao and declared, "Allow these individuals to ascend. If we can secure this staircase, the majority may yet have a chance at survival. Who do you think you are? Get lost." Sun Biao, unfamiliar with Liao Fan, glared at him with a menacing glare, attempting to wrest the baton back with force. However, he soon discovered the man's grip was unfathomably strong. What appeared to be a casual hold rendered his efforts to reclaim the baton utterly futile, regardless of how much strength he exerted. "You," Sun Biao stammered, momentarily taken aback. As the security supervisor of the casino, he possessed a certain acuity and quickly recognized the extraordinary nature of this man. Just as he parted his lips to speak, the beautiful receptionist nearby let out another piercing scream. "Brother Biao, it's him. Manager Wu was killed by this madman." "What?" Sun Biao's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Liao Fan, his eyes now filled with shock. Before he could utter a word, a more chaotic scene unfolded. The diminutive demons had faced no resistance and swiftly ascended to the second floor of the casino. These grotesque, filthy creatures were particularly attuned to the sin of humanity, and they converged upon the densest clusters of people with alarming speed. At that moment, a throng gathered at the staircase, each individual desperately vying for a place on the third floor, and the monsters soon followed suit, extending their claws toward the already terrified crowd. Terror-stricken and despairing screams erupted from behind the masses, growing ever closer to the staircase. Startled by the cacophony, Sun Biao trembled, momentarily forgetting Liao Fan. As he glanced toward the corridor behind the crowd, his heart racing in fear. "Ah, they're upon us. How could they arrive so swiftly?" In his line of sight, several diminutive demons had already lunged into the crowd, some clinging to the necks of individuals while others leapt against the walls, clambering in an unnatural vertical manner. Many had ascended the staircase railing, extending their razor-sharp claws toward the crowd's lower limbs, inciting utter chaos. "Be careful!" Zhang Tao, caught in the throng, suddenly caught sight of a shadow vaulting over the staircase railing, lunging toward Liao Fan's head, and he screamed in terror. Yet in an instant, Liao Fan reacted, relinquishing the baton in his grasp and deftly unsheathing the dagger from his waist, positioning it protectively before his neck. The diminutive demons favored a singularly straightforward method of attack, often targeting the vulnerable areas of the human body. The unprotected neck was typically their first choice. Liao Fan possessed a profound understanding of these creatures' behaviors. Without even a glance, he deftly maneuvered his dagger to obstruct the attack trajectory of the diminutive demon. As anticipated, the foolish creature lunged forward, baring its fangs and unhesitatingly aiming for his throat. With a swift motion, Liao Fan released the dagger, which pierced the demon's mouth with precision. At first glance, it appeared as if the demon had willingly offered its maw to the blade. Yet this instant transformation underscored the remarkable swiftness of Liao Fan's reactions in the face of peril. The modified dagger, gleaming with sharpness, effortlessly penetrated the demon's mouth. And as the blade spun, its jagged teeth shattered, eliciting a cry of anguish as the creature recoiled. Soon after, another diminutive demon launched itself from beyond the right railing. Liao Fan, attuned to the sounds, remained unfazed, raising his crossbow to unleash a black bolt that swiftly dispatched the foe. However, more were on the way. The staircase was obstructed by a throng of people, hindering the advance of the diminutive demons. They leapt over the heads of the humans, racing towards the third floor. Panic gripped the crowd, leaving them bewildered by the demons' intentions. Yet Liao Fan understood. Despite their foolishness and clumsiness, these creatures exhibited remarkable coordination in their foraging. They were not in a rush to feast. Rather, they intended to ascend to the third floor, encircling their prey within a confined space, like shepherds herding sheep back downstairs, ready to exploit their numbers to create a surrounding trap. Regrettably, Liao Fan had no intention of allowing them to succeed. Though there was no time to fire a second bolt, he remained composed. He first swung the folding crossbow to intercept the first demon that soared overhead, using it to block the creature's gaping maw. With a downward force, he compelled the demon to fall, while his right hand drove the dagger upward, piercing through its body. With a swift motion, the dagger sliced through the air, instantly ending the demon's life. Liao Fan then channeled his strength into his arm, executing a powerful swing that hurled the demon's corpse towards another creature attempting to ascend to the third floor. With a resounding thud, the third demon was struck by its fallen kin and tumbled down with a wail. Liao Fan struck again, penetrating the neck of a fourth demon with precision. And with a flick of his wrist, he lifted the creature, spinning it like a meteor hammer before smashing it down upon the last remaining demon. In an instant, 5 diminutive demons were repelled, and the once chaotic crowd quickly fell silent, their gazes fixed upon the formidable figure amidst the throng, a harbinger of destruction. Every face was etched with disbelief. None had witnessed Liao Fan's precise maneuvers. Amidst such congestion and complexity, his dagger seemed to possess a mind of its own, striking true with every thrust, executed with a grace that was both rapid and exacting, leaving no collateral damage. "Clear the way," Liao Fan commanded, sweeping his left arm to forcibly disperse the crowd surrounding him. Skillfully, he loaded another bolt into the crossbow, raised his arm once more, and unleashed a barrage of arrows that soared through the air with remarkable speed and accuracy, each bolt deftly avoiding the bystanders as they found their mark upon the monsters. The confined space of the staircase severely hampered the efforts of the goblins, preventing them from launching a more vigorous assault. Although they advanced in a line, one after another. They were unable to breach Liao Fan's defenses and were instead mowed down in succession, leaving 5 or 6 lifeless bodies in their wake. Liao Fan's ferocious combat style astonished the onlookers, while simultaneously instilling fear in the advancing goblins. With his formidable presence, the goblins could not seize control of the staircase and soon retreated to the lower levels. It was only when a piercing scream echoed from below the casino that the goblins redirected their assault, abandoning their relentless charge up the stairs to pounce upon other crowds elsewhere. The skirmish in the corridor momentarily ceased, leaving behind nothing but a few gruesomely slain monsters. Having successfully repelled the initial wave of attackers, Liao Fan did not linger in the staircase. Instead, he seized the startled Zheng Tao, pulling him urgently towards the 3rd floor. Don't just stand there like a fool. Quickly find a weapon for self-defense. There are plenty of monsters here, and if you wish to survive, you must learn to fight. Chapter 28. Playing me despite successfully fending off the assault of the goblins in close combat, Liao Fan found himself far from at ease. His exposure to the source energy had been brief. Although his physique had undergone a degree of evolution, it was not significantly more formidable than that of an ordinary person. In such a confined space, engaging in melee had already depleted a portion of his stamina. Liao Fan could only retreat with Zheng Tao, hastily making their way to the 3rd floor corridor. At this juncture, those who had been rendered immobile, stunned by Liao Fan's display of combat prowess, finally came to their senses. Trailing behind him in a frantic rush to the 3rd floor. Do not push. The 3rd floor cannot accommodate so many people. Stop coming up. Sun Biao was equally astonished, but had not forgotten to deter the crowd from ascending. Liao Fan approached him and barked. At this moment, it is best not to concern yourself with driving others away. Quickly prepare more weapons. We must brace ourselves for a second wave of attack. The number of goblins that had surged upstairs previously was relatively small, only about 7 or 8, which Liao Fan could still manage to thwart with his combat experience. However, as time passed, more individuals crowded the staircase, and the number of monsters drawn to the commotion would undoubtedly increase. Although the goblins were not particularly formidable in terms of individual combat ability, once they amassed in numbers, it would be impossible for even Liao Fan to repel them entirely. Very well, everyone come up. Quickly find weapons, and let us defend this staircase together. Sun Biao, not lacking in wit, immediately adjusted his rhetoric upon Liao Fan's counsel, gesturing to the fleeing individuals to return upstairs. The 1st floor of the casino had devolved into utter chaos, transforming into a hellish arena for the monsters to revel in slaughter. The 2nd floor had also been overrun by numerous goblins, with bloodthirsty creatures savagely feasting upon humanity. The crowd, gripped by terror, instinctively gravitated towards the 3rd floor, where the VIP area soon became crammed with those seeking refuge. At least 70 or 80 souls could be counted at a glance. These individuals were undoubtedly fortunate, for their elevated position allowed them to evade immediate peril, and they hastily occupied advantageous terrain. Most had yet to experience the brutal ferocity of the goblins. However, such fortune would not endure for long. The carnage on the 1st floor concluded swiftly, with nearly 100 people being driven to scatter in all directions by the monsters. With the absence of these individuals to impede them, the focus of the goblin assault began to shift towards the 2nd and 3rd floors. People stood frozen at the 3rd floor exit, listening to the anguished screams and the grotesque sounds of bones being gnawed upon from below. Each person felt as though they were teetering on the brink of hell, trembling in fear, utterly at a loss for what to do. In this moment of collective despair, as panic reigned and responses faltered, Liao Fan stepped forward once more, casting a fierce gaze upon the desperate crowd. Are you all merely planning to stand by and watch? Although these monsters are indeed savage and their methods of killing swift, their numbers are far fewer than yours. If the remaining individuals can unite and strive to hold this corridor, enduring until dawn is not an insurmountable challenge. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrified woman cried out in protest, but how can we defend ourselves? We have no weapons, and those monsters are so vicious. The issue of weaponry was not insurmountable. Each private room was furnished with tables and chairs, along with numerous metallic decor items. If utilized wisely, even the high heels beneath one's feet could serve as a formidable weapon against the creatures. Without a moment's hesitation, Liao Fan raised his hand and struck a decorative object on the left side of the corridor with his blade. The modified dagger was extraordinarily sharp. A mere touch was sufficient to sever the metallic components of the decor. Liao Fan kicked some steel bars towards their feet and coldly commanded, "Pick these up. When the goblins charge at you, use these weapons to fight back." A fully capable adult, armed with a sturdy stick, possesses the potential to vanquish a wolf. While the goblins were indeed ferocious, they were slender and their strength was not significantly greater than that of an average adult. Their physical resilience and ability to withstand blows were far inferior to that of the snow demons. If these individuals were willing to fight with determination, Forming groups of 2 or 3 to collectively assault the goblins would prove effective in repelling the creatures. However, the crowd exchanged hesitant glances, each person looking at the other. And after a long silence, only a few of the more courageous men dared to bend down and gather the steel pipes and sticks. Many remained paralyzed by despair. Particularly the woman who had vehemently opposed Liao Fan moments earlier, now weeping and shouting, "No, this is too cruel. We have no idea how to battle these monsters. I can't do this." Liao Fan, unperturbed by the futility of convincing a stranger, coldly remarked, "If you cannot learn to resist, then await your demise." He had no intention of expending energy persuading the unmotivated. Instead, he tightened his grip on Zheng Tao's arm and retreated down the corridor while issuing a warning to the crowd. "Soon, these creatures will ascend to attack you. This is all I can do for you. Remember this. If you do not understand how to fight back, you will simply wait to die." With that, Liao Fan resolved to leave, forcefully pulling Zheng Tao along as most of the crowd remained in stunned silence. He turned sharply and ran towards the third-floor corridor. He had no desire to remain and direct the others in their battle. His aim was merely to create a slight distraction for the monsters using those behind him. The apocalypse was merciless. He was no savior and lacked the power to rescue anyone. Beyond offering whatever assistance he could, he felt no obligation to intervene further. Before long, the two turned into the depths of the corridor and swiftly slipped into an inconspicuous small room. Once the door was closed, Liao Fan immediately retrieved his folding crossbow, aiming the bolt at the window, patiently waiting for his target to appear. Beside him stood Zheng Tao, frozen in place, his heart nearly stopping from fear. It seemed as though he found the unfolding events too surreal to comprehend. Zheng Tao stood in stunned silence for a long while before realizing that the danger was far from over. He shook himself back to reality. Looking at Liao Fan with a look of horror, "Liao Fan, you." "There's no need to say anything now," Liao Fan replied. "The most pressing concern is how to survive this perilous moment. I will assist you in understanding everything later." Liao Fan naturally sensed the emotions of his close friend. He smiled lightly, yet without turning his head, he continued to grip the crossbow, aiming at the monstrous figures swiftly darting below. Zheng Tao, on the other hand, twitched the corner of his mouth, gazing at him with a completely unfamiliar expression. He stared blankly for a while before finally exclaiming, "Come on, you did this on purpose. Didn't you? Claiming you'd lead me to fortune, but it's all a ruse. You're just toying with me." As Liao Fan's most trusted ally and closest companion, Zheng Tao was certainly no fool. Although the earlier shock had momentarily clouded his judgment, once his emotions settled, he quickly realized he might have been deceived. In response to Zheng Tao's accusations, Liao Fan remained unfazed, replying nonchalantly, "You believe I am deceiving you, yet in truth, I have been assisting you all along. Without my guidance, you would never have witnessed such exhilarating scenes. Nor would you have been able to acclimate to this environment before the apocalypse arrives." Chapter 29. Rebellion reflecting on their previous life. The reason the two struggled so miserably was their failure to seize the opportunity presented by the wormhole's eruption, which hindered their evolution. Even when the apocalypse truly descended, they remained in a state of bewilderment. By the time they recognized the looming disaster, it was already too late. As the fortunes brought by the end of days had been devoured by a multitude of powerful beings, leaving the common folk with nothing but endless bloodshed and suffering. Hence, experiencing the trials of the wormhole as swiftly as possible and grasping the trajectory of the apocalypse was indeed a beneficial endeavor. Of course, at this moment, Zheng Tao was unable to comprehend Liao Fan's earnest intentions. He was filled with excitement, oblivious to the imminent dangers, and rushed to Liao Fan's side, seizing his collar. "You knew all this. Why didn't you tell me? How many secrets do you still have? Would you have believed me if I had told you beforehand?" Liao Fan replied calmly, meeting Zheng Tao's anxious gaze, before letting out a sigh. Zheng Tao fell silent, his lips moving but unable to retort. Indeed, such absurdities were hard to believe without witnessing them firsthand. Liao Fan continued, "We grew up together. You should understand that everything I do has a purpose, and I would never harm you. From this moment on, ask nothing. Simply stay behind me and calmly endure this night." "How can I remain calm?" Zheng Tao exclaimed in frustration, his words laced with indignation as he nearly struck Liao Fan in the face, but he ultimately refrained. In the brief moment of their dispute, more dwarf demons had begun their assault on the third floor. This attack was fiercer and swifter than before. Through the glass window, Liao Fan observed over 20 dwarf demons, raising their grotesque faces and howling fiercely, forming a charging squad targeting the narrow staircase for a coordinated assault. As anticipated, the dwarf demons excelled in group combat. They quickly organized themselves, with clear roles and an orderly formation. A portion of the demons charged up the stairs to distract the occupants above. while another group climbed the walls and pillars, attempting to create alternative routes to silently leap onto the third floor and launch an offensive from the side. As for the guests who were huddled in the corridor, paralyzed by fear, they faced the onslaught of monsters, their limbs trembling as they recoiled in terror, lacking the courage to confront the beasts. Thankfully, not all were devoid of resolve. After the initial shock wore off, some individuals stepped forward, vigorously swinging their makeshift weapons and shouting at those around them. That person was right. We have no way out. Let us unite. We are many, and if we stand together, we might still fend off these monsters. Yes, let us fight together. As the head of security, Sun Biao also rose at that moment, vocally cursing and rallying the people to resist the creatures. After all, as a figure entrenched in the underworld, Sun Biao possessed a level of courage and insight that surpassed that of the average person. Following the chaos, he proved to be the one who adapted to the environment the most swiftly. Behind Sun Biao, several uniformed individuals began to take action. Some brandished their batons, while others dismantled the wooden legs of tables and chairs to establish a defensive line. Unfortunately, the attack from the goblins came swifter than anticipated. Those who had mustered the courage to resist had scarcely prepared when the onslaught commenced. The goblins, diminutive in stature yet rapid in movement, surged up the stairs with frenzied howls, eager for their feast. Their grotesque visages, smeared with remnants of flesh and blood, were utterly chilling. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. As the monsters charged, those guarding the staircase gasped anew. Faced with such bloodthirsty creatures, nearly everyone trembled in fear. Their rudimentary weapons offered little solace. Even the loudest among them felt their legs weaken, retreating time and again, yet there was no escape. Behind them lay a corridor crowded with nearly 100 individuals, creating a tumultuous block, rendering any thought of retreat futile. The filthy mouths and sharp teeth of the monsters were now alarmingly close. Kill. A man suddenly found his courage, his eyes bloodshot, as he raised his baton and lunged at the approaching beast. With a resounding thud, his weapon struck the creature's hardened skull, producing a sound that signaled its fall, accompanied by its pitiful shrieks indicating injury. Haha, just as I thought, these monsters are not as formidable as imagined. If we unite, we might defeat them. With newfound confidence from his initial success, the man let out a triumphant roar and charged at another goblin. Brothers, let's go together. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Biao thrust his baton toward one goblin's eye. Utilizing his imposing stature, he delivered a powerful punch that sent the creature sprawling, then ruthlessly stomped its smooth head with his boot. With the first example set, others soon followed suit, in an instant. A dozen emboldened individuals roared in unison and engaged in fierce combat with the monsters. After this initial probing, they soon realized that, although the goblins appeared terrifying, their actual resilience was not as exaggerated as they had initially feared. After all, they were merely lowly creatures, occupying the lowest tier of the food chain in this apocalyptic world. Their claws, indeed sharp enough to easily rend human flesh, were accompanied by slender arms that lacked substantial strength, comparable at most to that of an average adult. Although their movements were swift, the cramped staircase did not permit them to fully unleash their potential. People have occupied the most advantageous terrain, commanding the heights, and it is not particularly difficult to defend the floors. Of course, not everyone possesses the courage to resist. More than half of the individuals, confronted with the monstrous visage and the grotesque, filthy minions, tremble incessantly, retreating in fear. While those in the front engage in a desperate struggle, the timid seize the opportunity to flee, seeking refuge in the already confined space of the third floor. Curse these fools. Observing the throngs of panicked individuals escaping, Liao Fan, who has been vigilantly stationed at the window's edge, surveying the surroundings, is overwhelmed with frustration and cannot help but utter a curse. The terrain here is sufficiently advantageous for them, had everyone united in a concerted effort to resist the monsters. It cannot be said that they would have certainly driven them back, but at the very least, holding the staircase would not have posed a challenge. Yet, this group has chosen the most foolish course of action, and the ensuing disaster is all too evident. Chapter 30. The ongoing carnage. One faction was engaged in resistance, while another was fleeing with great urgency. The number of those escaping far exceeded that of the resistors, which was the most disheartening aspect for Liao Fan. These fools are abandoning such a favorable terrain. It appears the situation is not as smooth as I had envisioned. He let out a curse, his face contorted with frustration. Beside him, Zheng Tao, visibly irate, retorted, "You can't blame them, can you? When faced with danger, the instinct of everyone is to flee. Did you not also hide away with me? Why is it that you can take shelter while others must bravely march to their demise?" Such words were undeniably impolite. Zheng Tao was genuinely infuriated. He felt deceived by Liao Fan, having been thrust into this terrifying scenario without any mental preparation. It was only natural for him to harbor some grievances. "I am different from them. My retreat serves the purpose of luring a greater prey, Liao Fan explained. Under normal circumstances, he might have dismissed the complaints of others, but since it was Zheng Tao who spoke, he patiently offered clarification. You must have noticed that these goblins are social creatures. Within any group, a leader-like figure inevitably arises. The goblins' attacks are systematic. They not only coordinate their assaults, but also exhibit a clear division of labor, indicating that there is an intellect orchestrating this hunt from behind. What did you say? Zheng Tao gasped in shock, as memories of the casino door being bombarded by meteors flooded his mind, his eyes widening in disbelief. Liao Fan merely smiled and shook his head. Ordinary goblins are not enough to concern me. My true target is the one that has remained hidden in the shadows all along. You will understand shortly. No sooner had he spoken than the pair was once more met with a chorus of anguished screams from outside. When Liao Fan turned to observe the situation anew, it was unsurprising to find that the scene had become perilously chaotic. The creatures at the stairway were being held back by Sun Biao and others, temporarily unable to breach the defenses. However, a multitude of goblins was surging up the side of the stairway, climbing with ferocity. As these savage beasts landed, they immediately began to scan with their sickly green eyes for targets to attack. Those who had lost their will to resist and were retreating in disarray became natural prey. The slaughter unfolded once more. The scattered individuals were utterly incapable of mounting an effective defense against the onslaught of the creatures. The speed of human flight was woefully inadequate. The goblins, akin to wolves rushing into a flock, savagely pounced on and tore apart these defenseless souls, encountering little to no resistance, swiftly staining the floor with crimson. Screams, pleas for mercy, and the agonized struggles of people ensnared by the claws of the monsters painted a gruesome tableau of carnage. When they chose to abandon resistance and separate from the main group, such a fate was already sealed. Through the window, Liao Fan observed the woman who had previously contradicted him being ambushed from behind by a diminutive demon. The creature lunged at the back of her head with a frenzied assault, its claws and fangs striking mercilessly. A sickening crack echoed as a hole was forced open in the back of her skull, blood and brain matter oozing forth, staining the floor crimson. The monster then descended upon her, ravenously sucking the life from her. Ah, get away, you fiends. Another woman attempted to fend off the creature with her shoe. But in her panic, she failed to make contact, only to be ensnared by the demon's claws. With a vicious tug, her shoulder was shattered, her blouse torn asunder, revealing her smooth collarbone and skin. The second woman possessed an appealing figure and striking features. Had a man been present, he might have found the scene tantalizing and thrilling. Alas, the monster held no such sentiments. When humans feast on lambs, they do not concern themselves with whether the lamb is male or female, nor do they ponder the attractiveness of the ewe among the flock. The same principle applies to the diminutive demons. Different species harbor different aesthetics, and in the eyes of these bloodthirsty fiends, even the most beautiful human maiden is merely a delectable feast. The demon slashed with its razor-sharp claws, shredding the woman's blouse, before sinking its teeth into her resilient chest. A piercing scream erupted, nearly shattering eardrums, yet comically, the monster's first bite failed to reach flesh, instead puncturing the latex padding beneath. Enraged, it howled, its eyes widening in fury, before shifting its target to the woman's neck. The slaughter continued, and compared to their towering male counterparts, the fate of the women was truly grim. They were shorter and weaker, with little means for resistance. Furthermore, their skin was fairer and more delicate, rendering them the ideal prey for the monsters. These loathsome creatures seemed to recognize that women would offer a more delectable taste and lesser resistance, akin to how many prefer to indulge in female crabs during a feast, leading them to first set their sights on these helpless women. Ah, save me, someone help. The attacked women cried out in piercing tones. Yet the more they struggled, the more it aroused the bloodthirsty savagery of the monsters. The diminutive demons roared in delight, their bloodied mouths filled with chewed morsels yet to be swallowed, every detail steeped in horrific cruelty. Heaven help us, what kind of world is this? Zheng Tao crouched beside Liao Fan, absorbing the entirety of the scene before him. His heart convulsed, and his limbs trembled uncontrollably as he weakly shoved Liao Fan, shouting, "Are you just going to stand there? Help them. Save these innocent lives. Do not rush, but this scene is brutal. Soon enough, you will become entirely accustomed to it." Liao Fan merely watched coldly, neither intervening nor displaying any significant emotional upheaval. The decade of carnage in a post-apocalyptic world had rendered him numb, and he had long since acclimated to such harrowing scenes. At that moment, amidst the chaotic battleground, a blood-soaked woman suddenly emerged, a familiar face. The receptionist who had attended to the two of them earlier. She too had fallen victim to an assault by a diminutive demon. Her high heels abandoned as she limped towards their hiding spot, shouting for help. Is it her? Zheng Tao recognized her immediately and sprang to his feet, only to be seized by Liao Fan's grip on his arm. Do not go. The entire third floor is not safe. You have exposed yourself. It could lead to grave complications. Damn it, let go of me. I am not as cold-blooded as you, Zheng Tao retorted, struggling to break free from Liao Fan's hold. Without another word, he flung open the door and rushed toward the receptionist. Observing this, Liao Fan could only sigh inwardly. Had it been anyone else? He might have dismissed them entirely, but Zheng Tao was no ordinary individual, reluctantly. Liao Fan had no choice but to suppress his urge to curse and rise to his feet. Chapter 31. Eruption. The refuge where the two had concealed themselves was not far from the site of the massacre. Yet, as Zheng Tao burst forth, he chanced upon a harrowing scene. The receptionist, a beautiful woman, was being assailed by a diminutive creature, a gremlin, which had her pinned to the ground in a frenzied attack. Although this gremlin was smaller in stature and possessed agility, its strength was lacking. After toppling the woman from behind, it swiftly extended its claws toward her throat. However, having endured numerous pursuits, the receptionist had learned to be cautious. She promptly tucked her neck into her coat, using the fabric to shield herself from the onslaught of claws. The gremlin's sharp talons merely shredded her clothing, leaving no wounds. Yet its fury manifested in a cacophony of shrill screeches as it bared its toothy maw and lunged viciously at her cheek. Damn it, monster! Get away! At that precise moment, Zheng Tao, bolstered by courage, charged forward. Confronted by the gremlin's menacing visage, fear gnawed at his insides. Yet he stifled the cramps in his calves and delivered a powerful kick. Thud! The blow connected with the gremlin's grotesque jaw, propelling it backward to tumble across the floor. Help! Help me! Seizing the opportunity, the receptionist scrambled to her feet, trembling uncontrollably as she clung desperately to Zheng Tao's leg, as if he were her last hope. Frantically calling for aid. Are you all right? Get up and hide behind me. With the woman clutching his leg, Zheng Tao found himself immobilized. He quickly reached down to support the terrified woman. Suddenly, the gremlin, having recovered from the kick, let out a ferocious roar. Propelling itself off the ground with the agility of a frog, leaping 2 meters to once again lunge at the pair. Oh no, Zheng Tao's gaze darted. Realizing that the woman was still gripping his leg tightly, rendering him unable to evade the impending danger. In a moment of desperation, he rolled sideways, tumbling with the woman into the corner of the corridor. The gremlin missed its target, but its menacing claws and body landed perilously close. Barely half a meter away from them, causing the receptionist to nearly faint with terror, her screams intensifying. Let go of me! Zheng Tao, startled, though still possessing a semblance of courage, exerted force to free himself from her grasp, maneuvering his left leg to deliver a fierce kick to the gremlin's back. However, this time, the creature did not fly away. Instead, it swiped its elongated claws, seizing Zheng Tao's leg. Its talons were exceedingly sharp, effortlessly carving a gash into his flesh, eliciting a sharp cry of pain as he stumbled, sinking to one knee on the floor. With blood dripping from its maw, the gremlin bared its fangs, swiftly leaping once more to pounce upon Zheng Tao, forcing him down and rolling him beneath its weight. Damaged Zheng Tao found himself overpowered, unable to react as the creature's grotesque and sinister jaws, reeking of blood, loomed dangerously close to his neck, less than 10 centimeters away. The horrifying visage, permeated with the stench of blood and fragments of flesh lodged between its teeth, rendered him utterly petrified. Life and death seemed but a fleeting moment. Once the monster's jaws clamped down, his doom was all but assured. Get lost. Yet, in the direst of circumstances, Zheng Tao's mind went blank, only to be suddenly ignited by a surge of warmth emanating from his heart. Without a moment's thought, instinct took over as he raised his arm to block, simultaneously unleashing a right fist that struck the neck of the diminutive demon from the side. This primal reaction saved his life, but the creature's jaws clamped onto his arm, tearing a ghastly wound. His fist, fueled by rage, landed with astonishing force against the monster's neck, sending the grotesque being crashing into the wall. What transpired? Zheng Tao was momentarily stunned, gazing at his own outstretched fist, a flicker of shock dancing in his eyes. It seemed as though his strength had magnified. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the demon, despite its shattered cervical vertebrae and caved-in neck, rose once more. Its repulsive visage contorted in malice as it lunged at Zheng Tao again. These bloodthirsty fiends were impervious to fear, consumed solely by their insatiable hunger for flesh. As long as they drew breath, they would relentlessly pursue their prey. You seek death. Zheng Tao's fury ignited, his latent potential unleashed in full force. And with a primal roar, he struck the demon squarely in the chest. Crack! The creature's ribcage shattered, a vile, viscous torrent of blood erupting from its maw, accompanied by the remnants of its mangled flesh spilling forth, splattering Zheng Tao. He paid no heed to the gore as he gripped the demon's shoulders, executing a ferocious body slam against the corner, pummeling it mercilessly. its anguished cries mingling with his own furious invectives. "Monster, perish. All of you perish." Ah! He bellowed in madness, channeling every pent-up emotion into his fists, attacking with reckless abandon. Each punch left an indelible mark upon the demon's form, his unrestrained fury causing it to convulse, rendered powerless to resist. Yet, even amidst this, Zheng Tao did not relent, expending all his wrath, his curses and howls echoing like a feral beast unleashed. "Enough. This creature is already dead. Do not squander your strength." A low voice interjected, and Zheng Tao felt a powerful hand grasp his fist, halting his relentless assault. Exhausted, he was stunned to realize that the demon was indeed lifeless. He had bludgeoned it to death with his own hands. Its ribcage collapsed, bones shattered, even its arms broken, reduced to a mere puddle of ruin by his fury. Was all of this truly my doing? Zheng Tao's mind spun, disbelief washing over him as he gazed down at his hands, stained green with the monster's blood. Beside him, Liao Fan wore a satisfied smile, speaking in an encouraging tone. "Indeed, it was you. It seems that one can only unleash their true potential when faced with the specter of death. Your performance has now met the minimum standards of a warrior." Zheng Tao remained in a state of shock, unable to fully comprehend the situation. At that moment, the woman he had rescued had already risen from the ground and, in a voice tinged with panic, exclaimed, "Hurry, let us flee. There are so many monsters, they are coming after us again." However, Liao Fan remained indifferent. He cast a fleeting glance at the beautiful receptionist and shook his head, stating, "Merely fleeing is not a viable solution to our predicament. We have no means of retreat now. If you wish to survive, you must take up arms and engage in battle, just like those men." The group found themselves at the pinnacle of the casino. Any further escape would lead them to the rooftop. Yet, the open expanse of the rooftop was hardly conducive to a defensive strategy, which is why Liao Fan had no intention of continuing their retreat. Chapter 32. Not worth it. What else can I do but run? Am I to await my demise? The beautiful receptionist, drenched in blood, had long abandoned her usual grace and poise, resembling a patient afflicted by epilepsy. Her lips trembled as she spoke, and her body quaked incessantly. Liao Fan, devoid of the inclination to attend to her, brusquely pushed aside the still-dazed Zheng Tao, retrieved a recently severed wooden leg from the ground, and offered it to the woman. "Take this," he urged, "and return to the staircase. This is your only chance for survival." "No, I refuse." The woman recoiled as though electrocuted, retreating several steps. "Please, I implore you, do not force me into such actions. I am well acquainted with the casino's layout and am aware of numerous staff passages. Allow me to lead you to the back exit instead." The casino had succumbed entirely to the monsters, with creatures lurking in every shadowy corner, searching for prey. Although the receptionist possessed knowledge of some concealed routes, she lacked the courage to flee alone. Liao Fan coldly shook his head. "I advise you to abandon such fantasies. We are situated at the intersection of two universes. Even if you manage to escape this casino, returning to the realm of reality is impossible. Instead, you would likely plunge into the void of outer space, where death would come swifter." Not one for superfluous words, Liao Fan, seeing the woman still lacking the courage to fight, ceased further discourse and grasped Zheng Tao, intending to relocate. "You cannot abandon me. The monsters are everywhere. Are you truly going to leave a woman to fight alone? Do you even consider yourself a man?" The receptionist, utterly flabbergasted, watched Liao Fan, who appeared resolute in his intent to forsake her, and let out a shrill cry, resembling a tantrum. Her piercing voice, with that exclamation, once again drew the attention of several lurking goblins, who now turned their gaze toward them. Silence. Liao Fan's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with lethal intent as he seized the woman's throat. "I believe you have misunderstood. I am not your guardian. Nor do I bear any obligation to protect you. In my eyes, your life holds little value." With a fierce demeanor, Liao Fan was about to hurl the woman toward the approaching monsters when Zheng Tao, regaining his senses, firmly grasped Liao Fan's arm, shaking his head vigorously. "Liao Fan, how can you be so cold-blooded? She is merely frightened by the monsters." "Huh," Liao Fan scoffed, raising his chin to regard the monsters drawn by the woman's cries with a mocking expression. "You do seem to possess a sense of chivalry. If that is the case, then those creatures should be your responsibility to handle." "What?" Zheng Tao trembled, having also noticed the charging goblins, his mouth twitching in fright. Before he could retreat, the swiftest goblin had already locked its gaze upon him. Monsters are not as accommodating as Liao Fan. Upon closing in on their target, they wildly swiped their claws toward Zheng Tao. "Damn it, let's fight." Zheng Tao, although gripped by fear, found a semblance of courage in the wake of his recent triumph. This time, he did not flail in panic. Instead, he seized the wooden stick handed to him by Liao Fan and swung it resolutely at the approaching monster. The chaos of battle erupted as at least 3 diminutive demons, drawn by the woman's piercing screams, charged into the corridor, launching their merciless assault. The receptionist, paralyzed by terror, could do little beyond shrieking, while Liao Fan stood aloof, arms crossed, showing no inclination to intervene. Thus, the burden of confronting the 3 monsters fell squarely upon Zheng Tao, who, under normal circumstances, might have succumbed to fear. Yet he did not falter. Instead, he swiftly acclimatized to the tumult, wielding the stick with fervor, creating gusts of wind with each swing. With a powerful sweep, he felled the first demon, then executed a forceful kick to repel the second, before launching himself at the third, using the stick to fend off its claws and maintain distance in the fray. Perhaps unbeknownst to Zheng Tao, after this surge of latent potential, his body had transformed remarkably, his strength had doubled, and his reflexes and agility surged at an astonishing rate. Even the wounds he had sustained during the scuffle were healing rapidly, the pain subsiding to a mere whisper. It appeared that my decision was indeed astute. In the face of calamity, although he had experienced fear, this young man possessed a solid physical foundation, displaying an admirable capacity to adapt to his surroundings. Observing Zheng Tao, who was fiercely battling the diminutive fiends and gaining the upper hand, Liao Fan could not suppress a smile, his appreciation evident. In this apocalyptic scenario, humanity's primary hurdle was the overcoming of fear. As long as one could grasp a weapon and resist, the potential to become formidable existed, even for those with lesser innate talents. In stark contrast stood the receptionist, a figure embodying another extreme. Aside from her superficial allure, she was utterly inept. Not only incapable of resisting the monsters, but also reduced to trembling and terror, unable to bear witness to the brutality of the clash. She cowered behind Liao Fan, pleading, "Take me away, I beg you. The monsters will only multiply, and your friend cannot possibly fend them all off." Liao Fan's expression darkened as he cast a sidelong glance at the pallor of her face. "My friend just risked his life to save you from the monsters. And now he is still fighting. You wish to abandon him?" The woman, oblivious to the menace in Liao Fan's gaze, numbly shook her head. "If we do not flee, we will all perish. Better one of us dies than all of us." "Indeed, your words are quite profound. Perhaps I should learn from you." Liao Fan replied with a smile, though the coldness in his eyes penetrated to the marrow. Indeed, in this world of despair, kindness had become the most worthless of commodities. Suddenly, his gaze turned icy as he seized the woman's alabaster neck with a fierce grip, disregarding her struggles and anguished cries. He hoisted her high above his head, declaring, "You are utterly unworthy of my brother's salvation. Rather, you shall trade your life for his escape." With a swift motion, Liao Fan exerted force upon his wrist, flinging the woman away, who was launched through the air with a piercing scream, crashing directly into the form of a diminutive demon. With a horrified shriek, the woman collided with the demon, both careening against the wall and tumbling to the ground. Liao Fan, his expression unyielding, raised a crossbow, aiming it at the woman's chest, and swiftly pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The bolt transformed into a brilliant beam of light, instantly piercing through the woman's chest, simultaneously impaling the demon behind her, leading to its agonizing demise. With the assault of the diminutive demon thwarted, Zheng Tao swiftly disengaged from combat, repelling the remaining 2 creatures with fervor. Yet, his gaze upon Liao Fan was not one of gratitude. Instead, it brimmed with unbridled fury. "What in the world have you done? Why did you cast that woman to the monsters? Do you possess no compassion?" Chapter 33. Assessing the situation had it been someone else. Facing Liao Fan with such an ungrateful demeanor, they would likely have met their demise long ago. However, Zheng Tao was different. Even though he failed to grasp Liao Fan's good intentions and audibly rebuked him for his coldness, Liao Fan took no offense. With a weary sigh, he remarked, "You are sorely lacking in experience. It seems you are unable to swiftly adapt to your surroundings. Regrettably, the teaching opportunities available to you are dwindling." "What did you say?" Zheng Tao was momentarily taken aback. Before he could inquire further, a cacophony of anguished screams erupted from the stairwell, drowning out their conversation. As Liao Fan had anticipated, had everyone here joined forces to defend the 3rd floor, even the onslaught of the diminutive demons would not have easily breached their defenses. Unfortunately, most of those paralyzed by fear lacked the courage to stand against the monsters. Each person fought for themselves, resulting in the loss of the stairwell's defenses. Only a handful of brave souls remained, utterly incapable of repelling the horde of monsters. Consequently, what should have been a sturdy line of defense crumbled swiftly. The monsters surged forward, ruthlessly slaughtering and pursuing the panicked crowd, despite the number of people on the 3rd floor far exceeding that of the monsters. The absence of resistance led to a one-sided massacre. "Ah, they are coming. They are charging up. Everyone, hold your ground. Do not scatter." If we can just defend this one point, we can hold out until dawn. Hold my rear. Staying here is tantamount to suicide. I refuse to die. I'm running. In an instant, the defensive circle on the third floor collapsed entirely. People screamed and cursed as they retreated against the relentless advance of the monsters. Even the fiercest resistors, like Sun Biao and others, were intimidated by the monsters' onslaught, forced to fight while retreating, continually adjusting their defensive formation. With the loss of these few defenders, the stairwell became a clear passage, allowing more diminutive demons to charge toward the third floor. The monsters streamed in with such rapidity that they appeared as mere phantoms. By the time the people realized the monster's presence and attempted to respond, it was already too late. In the more spacious area, the monster's agility was on full display, far surpassing the human's ability to keep pace, rendering effective resistance impossible. Liao Fan, no longer a mere spectator, readied his crossbow, arranging a line of black bolts at his side. With remarkable speed, he loaded the bolts, aiming at the oncoming monsters as he unleashed a barrage. As the diminutive demons leapt onto the third floor, eager to indulge in their feast, they were met with a relentless volley of crossbow bolts that pierced their skulls, causing them to collapse in wretched howls. These modified bolts possessed not only astonishing penetrative power, but also carried an energy effect, inflicting immense devastation with each strike. Exploding skulls, blood spraying through the air, and the sight of severed limbs littering the ground painted a scene of utter carnage. My God, what have you done? Why are these bolts so powerful? Zheng Tao stared in astonishment at the bolts shooting forth with blinding speed, emitting a sharp shriek as they pierced the air. Each strike left a gaping wound the size of a bowl on the monstrous entities, capable of effortlessly shattering the hardened skulls of the dwarven fiends, scattering their remains in all directions. His face twisted in horror, he gazed in disbelief at the bolts lying by Liao Fan's feet, his lips twitching unnaturally. As the creator of these bolts, Zheng Tao was acutely aware of their power. Within a distance of 30 meters, their effectiveness was indeed commendable. Yet he could hardly fathom such exaggerated destructive force. It's nothing, merely a minor modification, Liao Fan explained impassively, reloading the crossbow and dispatching another creature ascending the stairs. Bolt after bolt sliced through the air with a buzzing sound, effectively halting the advance of the dwarven fiends. Unfortunately, the supply of bolts was limited. And glancing at the dwindling stock, Liao Fan sighed, "Next time, do prepare more projectiles for me. It's truly a waste to expend these bolts on ordinary dwarven fiends." Zheng Tao lamented, "Will there even be a next time?" "Certainly. The number of monsters in this world is beyond your imagination." Temporarily stalling the creature's charge, Liao Fan swiftly gathered the bolts and patted Zheng Tao's shoulder, leading him into the crowd. Amidst the chaos of the earlier skirmish, half of the survivors remained on the third floor, struggling against the sporadic assaults of the dwarven fiends. Upon reaching the area where people were resisting the monsters, Liao Fan assessed the casualties, mentally acknowledging, fortunately, not everyone has performed poorly. At least Sun Biao and his group have sustained the fewest losses due to their tenacious resistance. When Sun Biao spotted Liao Fan approaching, he shivered and came forward. "Little brother, where have you been?" Enough chatter, the battle is far from over. You must rally the remaining personnel and continue to block the stairway." Liao Fan disregarded Sun Biao's words, surveying the surroundings with a cold gaze. Fixing his attention on those who had been clawed by the monsters, now leaning against the walls, struggling to breathe. With a grave tone, he asserted, "The survivors on the first and second floors can no longer form an effective defense. Only we on the third floor have over 50 survivors left. Everyone must muster their spirits and be prepared for another charge at any moment. But everyone is injured. How can we continue to fight?" Sun Biao's lips quivered as he glanced at the numerous claw marks on his arms and legs, his expression turning dire. After witnessing Liao Fan's prowess in combating the monsters, he had set aside thoughts of confronting this madman. Rather than pursuing the truth behind Manager Wu's demise, survival amidst the monsters' minions took precedence. Even without strength, we must fight. The monsters will not grant us respite. Liao Fan cast a glance at the squat goblins, who were forced back to the edge of the staircase yet still attempted to surge forward. He coldly remarked that the battle had persisted for quite some time, and the goblins had undoubtedly endured considerable wear. In his estimation, they would likely launch one final offensive. Thereafter, the true struggle for survival would commence. "Well, you certainly speak eloquently, but have you considered the lives of others? If you're so capable, why don't you take the lead yourself?" A young man, sharp-featured and brimming with a sneering demeanor, immediately stepped forward to vociferously counter Liao Fan's words. "Who do you think you are to dictate to us?" Liao Fan remained unfazed by the young man's tone, responding with pragmatic clarity, "I am nothing of consequence. You are free to disregard my counsel. Ultimately, you will bear the consequences of your choices." He had not come here to engage in disputes. He had already conveyed the necessary warnings. And what decisions the others made were no longer within Liao Fan's purview. Chapter 34. The true charge. Why are you strutting around? I have yet to settle the score regarding Manager Wu, Liao Fan retorted. However, the young man continued his incessant tirade, seemingly unwilling to let Liao Fan off the hook. He even reached out, pushing toward Liao Fan's shoulder. In an instant, a flash of silver erupted from Liao Fan's hand. The arc of his blade formed a crescent moon, swiftly silencing the young man's words, choking them in his throat. The young man froze, his gaze fixed on the dagger that now hovered ominously at the tip of his nose, glinting with a chilling sheen. He had barely registered Liao Fan's movement. The blade had appeared in a mere flicker, as if it had always belonged there. With the young man's clamor abruptly halted, Liao Fan's expression darkened as he surveyed the stunned onlookers. He spoke slowly and deliberately. I hope you all understand that the real danger lies with the monsters below. If internal strife persists at this juncture, I won't hesitate to send you all down prematurely. His voice was low and frigid, his gaze piercing like that of a wolf, instilling dread in anyone who met his eyes. There was no room for doubt regarding his words. Not long before, they had witnessed him fend off a coordinated assault from multiple monsters with nothing but a crossbow and a knife, successfully holding the staircase. Cough, my young friend. Let us not be hasty. We merely wish to clarify your origins, Sun Biao interjected, hastily forcing a smile to ease the tension. In moments like these, humanity could ill afford infighting. Although Sun Biao was eager to uncover the identity of the man who had slain Manager Wu, the question remained unspoken. Swallowed back in the heat of the moment, my origins are inconsequential. What matters is that we devise a means to survive. Time is running short. Those who wish to live, act swiftly, Liao Fan declared, his words devoid of deceit. As he spoke, the echoes of monstrous roars rose once more from below. A chilling fog was spreading, its tendrils reaching out ominously. Beneath the shroud, grotesque and terrifying silhouettes of monsters converged towards the third floor. From the depths of the fog, an aura of palpable danger and mystery began to envelop the casino. They're coming. Liao Fan sensed the powerful presence and felt his heart flutter. He abruptly shifted his gaze toward the casino hall. The fog remained thick, obscuring everyone's view. The cold mist deepened, visibility dwindling to less than 10 meters. Even with Liao Fan's keen eyesight, he could not discern the situation at the hall's exit. Yet he knew the goblin leader he had been waiting for had entered the casino. If he could just hold out a little longer, that figure would inevitably come into view. Similarly, the others also sensed the eerie shift in the atmosphere and anxiously grasped their weapons. Gazing at the horde of goblins converging in the corridor, their throats constricted with fear as they swallowed nervously. Damn it. There are still so many rooms on the first and second floors, many of which harbor survivors. Why are these creatures so fixated on us on the third floor? This is undoubtedly due to the fierce resistance we have mounted, which has resulted in the deaths of numerous goblins. Liao Fan chuckled. Goblins are social creatures, characterized by their cruelty and a penchant for vengeance. Initially, these fiends invaded the casino merely to hunt for sustenance, but as the battle wore on, many goblins perished on the third floor. This inflicted significant damage on their ranks, and how could such vengeful beings possibly abandon their siege on the third floor? Could it be that even monsters possess such a strong sense of camaraderie? Upon hearing Liao Fan's explanation, Zheng Tao was rendered speechless by fear. But before he could voice all his questions, Liao Fan interrupted him sternly, stating that now was not the time for such discussions and urging everyone to prepare for the impending battle. With that, a tremendous and resounding roar erupted from the direction of the first floor, and immediately, the goblins congested at the staircase seemed to respond to some unseen horn, becoming roused with an almost frenzied enthusiasm, emitting high-pitched howls. In the next moment, the goblins launched a collective charge, the scale of which far surpassed their previous assaults. A glance revealed that nearly all the goblins had their sights set on the third floor, with at least 30 of them launching an all-out attack, completely blocking the corridor. Even the walls and columns were crawling with goblins. These enraged creatures were no longer merely seeking food. They had united in their assault, intent on exterminating all resistance. And the third floor, with its fierce defiance, naturally became their primary target. They're coming, kill them. The cornered individuals, left with no choice, shouted back defiantly. Despite being terrified by the overwhelming presence of the monsters, the primal instinct for survival compelled them to raise their weapons and confront the staircase once more. The brutal showdown had finally commenced. They secured the staircase and corridor, facing the onslaught of monsters with no alternatives but to throw themselves into the fray. Even some of the surviving women, steeling their resolve, joined the men to defend the breach. This battle would undoubtedly prove more devastating than the last. Fortunately, those who had managed to endure the chaos until now largely possessed the courage to resist, with many among them being exceptionally gifted individuals who had unknowingly undergone a transformation through the infusion of vital energy. though they were yet unaware of their newfound potential. Liao Fan's gaze fixated on Sun Biao, a robust figure who appeared to be the most gifted individual within the entire casino. Following their recent skirmish, it seemed that he had subtly undergone an evolution, acquiring not only a burst of power that surpassed that of ordinary humans but also an astonishing speed. He effortlessly engaged two diminutive demons in combat. Next was a tall, lanky fellow, whose scholarly appearance was accentuated by a pair of spectacles. His remarkable agility in both attack speed and response to the monsters was truly commendable. Additionally, there was a woman who had narrowly escaped death after being clawed by a monster. Despite the gruesome scratches marring her face and neck, she managed to conquer her fear, seizing a metal pipe and charging forth alongside the men, demonstrating her commendable talent. It appeared that the situation was not as dire as initially perceived. Those who had steadfastly resisted until the end had, to some extent, reaped the benefits bestowed by the source energy. If they could endure just a little longer, surely the scales of victory would tip in favor of humanity. Liao Fan felt a sense of satisfaction as he surveyed the valiant crowd, a smile finally gracing his face. However, the monsters below escalated their attacks, becoming increasingly frequent and ferocious. It seemed they had realized that, with the passage of time, these Blue Star humans had not been truly cowed. Instead, their resistance had intensified, posing a more pronounced threat to the entire horde. The monsters fell into a frenzy, determined to swiftly conclude the battle here to leave ample time for their feast. Regrettably, the occupants of the third floor were no longer so feeble. With their collective, desperate resistance, the battle became increasingly stalemated. Just as the conflict reached a fevered pitch, a sudden, thunderous roar echoed from below, causing all to freeze momentarily. Subsequently, a multitude of diminutive demons abandoned their charge, retreating en masse down the stairs. While the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, Liao Fan, standing at the back of the crowd, suddenly comprehended the situation. His expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Quickly, abandon the staircase. Retreat at once." Chapter 35, The Emergence of the Target. Just as the battle reached its most intense and stalemated moment, a sudden roar from downstairs halted the frenzied assault of the monstrous entities, prompting them to retreat towards the stairwell. Everyone was taken aback, unable to comprehend why these savage, bloodthirsty creatures would abruptly abandon such a prime opportunity for attack. Only Liao Fan swiftly recognized the looming danger. He kicked aside the corpse of a diminutive demon and shouted frantically to the dazed crowd, urging them to flee the area. However, his warning seemed to come a moment too late. With a swift whoosh, flames erupted once more. A massive fireball ascended from the lower level of the casino, transforming into a colossal sphere of fiery light, hurtling towards the third floor's staircase, where the crowd was most densely packed. The inferno soared menacingly, its elongated tongues of flame forming a vertical pillar in the air, unimpeded by any barrier, striking down upon the throng below with tremendous force. Liao Fan barely had time to emit a thunderous roar before he dashed forward, pressing down on Zheng Tao from behind. And the two rolled along the ground towards the corridor's bend. The searing blaze swept along the staircase, plunging deep into the crowd before detonating with a deafening blast. A tremendous gust, intermingled with the rampaging flames, manifested as a mushroom cloud radiating oppressive heat. The explosion's violent winds instantaneously tore apart the entire staircase, while the flames rapidly spread, igniting those sluggishly reacting individuals. In an instant, the resounding roar of the explosion mingled with the anguished cries of numerous victims, filling the casino once more. What is happening? What is this explosion? Run! Quick, run! The flames consumed everything in their path. But when Liao Fan raised his head again, he discovered that those who had fiercely resisted and performed valiantly in battle were now entirely engulfed by fire. The searing heat ignited their garments, and the intense temperatures incinerated their bodies, reducing them to charred remains, evaporating every drop of moisture within them, only to be obliterated by the shockwave of the blast. Many nearby also suffered from the explosion's fiery wrath. Some had their calves singed, while others were stripped of their facial skin and skulls. Numerous individuals were directly scorched by the high temperatures, their bodies turning ashen as they collapsed to the ground, emitting desperate wails. The deceased were, in a sense, the fortunate ones. Death brought an end to their suffering. Conversely, those who were severely burned yet clung to life writhed in agony, their screams piercing the air as if they might shatter their throats in despair. Many had their internal organs cooked by the relentless heat, yet they remained alive, writhing on the ground in torment. The horrific scene caused Liao Fan's eyes to twitch involuntarily. What was that explosion just now? Fortunately, thanks to Liao Fan's protection, Zheng Tao was promptly withdrawn from the explosion zone and thus remained unscathed. Once the explosion ceased, he numbly sprang to his feet, gazing at the wooden staircase ignited by flames and the charred bodies strewn across the ground. His lips trembled, and his voice quaked incessantly. The fire ray of the goblin leader, indeed, that wretched creature had taken matters into its own hands. Liao Fan pressed his lips tightly together, peering into the thick fog below the stairwell, his eyes flashing with a sharp glint. Despite the obscured vision, aided by the soldier's keen instincts, he swiftly pinpointed the source of the commotion below and identified the location of the fireball explosion. A cruel smile crept onto his lips as he thought, "I've been waiting for you." With that, Liao Fan rose once more, handing the crossbow to the nearly petrified Zheng Tao, his words quickening in urgency. "The resistance on the third floor is fierce. Even if the goblins unite in their assault, they may not breach our defenses. This is not the outcome the monsters desire. Hence their leader has intervened personally, dispatching a terrifying fire ray that has incapacitated a significant portion of our defenders. Our line is shattered, and the ensuing battle will be even more brutal. It is now up to you." "Then, what about you?" Zhang Tao asked, bewildered, as he accepted the crossbow and cast a fearful glance at the staircase, now obliterated by the explosion. "As for me, I shall personally confront the fiends below." Liao Fan's eyes sparkled with a chilling grin amidst the dire circumstances. At this juncture, his objectives had been fully realized. The true performance was yet to unfold. The exchange between the two was short-lived, as the aftermath of the explosion soon yielded even more terrifying howls from below. The ominous and thunderous roars sounded the final charge. The goblins, who had previously retreated, surged forth once more. Gazing at the shattered staircase and the grotesque, charred corpses of their comrades, the goblins unleashed their savage screeches. Their leader had personally eliminated numerous foes, and now the goblins held an absolute advantage, unburdened by any reservations. The cacophony of monstrous roars sent shivers through the remaining survivors. Sun Biao struggled to emerge from the rubble, looking at his subordinates, who had fought alongside him against the monsters, now reduced to charred remains, their faces etched with despair. "It's over. We are finished." "Not yet. As long as there is one person left, as long as there is breath in our bodies, we shall resist until the end." Yet, beneath the debris of the explosion, another voice emerged. Sun Biao numbly lifted his head to see an individual who had lost an arm in the blast, fiercely grasping a weapon and rising defiantly. Before long, Zheng Tao and several other fortunate survivors, who had narrowly evaded the explosion, armed themselves and rushed back to the corridor's edge. With the scant few remaining, they formed a makeshift barricade, resolutely standing in the path of the oncoming monsters. The battle has endured for so long, and amidst the despair, there are those who, after experiencing the horrific massacre, have ignited a fierce determination to resist to the death. As Liao Fan articulated, there were nearly 300 individuals in the casino. Even if merely 1/10 of them could awaken the courage to confront the monsters, it would constitute a significant force. In the end, the few survivors, though most were injured, their breaths ragged and rapid, overcame their fear at the brink of life and death, displaying the valor befitting true resistors. They utilized the bodies of their fallen comrades, tragically lost in the explosion, to construct a wall of charred flesh, preparing to fight the monsters to the bitter end. These resilient individuals, embodying the spirit of resistance, are the true titans of the apocalypse. Should they triumph in this trial, they will undoubtedly carve their own path of strength in the desolation. Kill them. Let us fight the monsters. We shall avenge our fallen. The monsters below roared, and the resistors above echoed their fury. Humanity and monstrosity formed their respective battalions, engaging in the final, desperate struggle. Chapter 36, The Battle, Part 1. The carnage was undeniably brutal. Humanity, having endured blow after blow, saw most of its survivors succumb, leaving fewer than 20 individuals huddled together, desperately resisting the onslaught of monstrous foes. Each passing moment brought heightened adversity. Yet, those who remained were often the most resilient. Endowed with exceptional vitality, fearless in the face of death, they pressed on despite their wounds, fiercely intercepting the final waves of assault from the beasts. Zheng Tao's potential had been fully unleashed. Armed with a folding crossbow, he secured the remaining bolts in his belt and relentlessly operated the mechanism, firing at the surging horde of monsters. As the creator of the crossbow, Zheng Tao was adept in its use, and the specially modified bolts boasted enhanced lethality, delivering devastating effects in the hands of either him or Liao Fan. The others, lacking such formidable weapons, resorted to metal rods, wooden chair legs, and even their fists and teeth in their struggle. Madness enveloped them. Their eyes ablaze, they tapped into the most ferocious aspects of human nature, transforming into desperate beasts. Even the diminutive demons, known for their savagery, found themselves beleaguered by the fierce resistance of the remaining humans. In the midst of this fierce melee on the third floor, what was Liao Fan doing? Completely disregarding the chaos around him, he hastened to the edge of the destroyed staircase. Faced with the oncoming tide of monsters, he coldly drew his dagger without a glance, launching a counteroffensive. The silver glint of his blade transformed into a cunning serpent, weaving through the throng of monsters with fluidity. his body seemingly merging with the weapon. Ignoring the demon's sharp fangs and claws, he carved a bloody path with sheer determination. The ordinary demons were no match for Liao Fan's prowess. In mere seconds, he reached the ground floor. Pushing off the wall with the agility of a leopard and leaping over the heads of numerous demons, landing directly in the hall below. The ordinary demons, witnessing his extraordinary combat skills, refrained from encircling him. Not only did his performance astound fellow humans like Sun Biao, but it also instilled fear in the hearts of these notoriously vicious creatures. Thus, Liao Fan effortlessly descended to the first floor. Upon landing, he rolled on the ground to dissipate the momentum, then poised himself like a ravenous wolf ready to pounce, his gaze sharp and alert. As he closed the distance, the demon leader, previously concealed within the thick fog, finally came into Liao Fan's sight. This creature towered nearly as tall as an average human, sporting an enormous head and 3 grotesque eyes. The appearance of the leader of the dwarven demons bears a striking resemblance to that of its kin, with the sole distinction being a more robust physique. Its grotesque head is notably flatter and more pronounced. Moreover, upon the forehead of this creature, which stands at a height comparable to that of an ordinary human yet is astonishingly hideous, grows a third eye of a deep crimson hue. Cold and serpentine in its gaze, cunning as a wolf. As the leader, this entity is not only intelligent but also possesses a profound instinct for self-preservation. Despite wielding combat prowess that far exceeds that of its brethren, the dwarven demon leader refrains from engaging in battle alongside its kin during most foraging expeditions. Instead, it prefers to remain concealed at the rear, issuing commands to orchestrate the conflict. However, when faced with particularly formidable adversaries, it does not hesitate to reveal itself, unleashing fiery rays from a distance to facilitate its kin in swiftly dismantling the enemy's defenses. In prior skirmishes, Liao Fan had refrained from direct confrontation, opting instead to provide support and guide others in repelling the monstrous threats, all in a bid to draw this formidable foe out into the open. Now, with the plan successfully executed, bolstered by the desperate resistance of the survivors on the 3rd floor, the dwarven demon army has encountered unprecedented opposition, suffering significant casualties. The leader, accustomed to lurking in the shadows of its ranks, could no longer endure the silence and finally made its presence known, a development that Liao Fan had ardently anticipated. The moment of the hunt had arrived for him. He positioned himself on the ground, limbs sprawled in a semi-crawling posture, every muscle taut and bulging, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity, unwaveringly fixed upon his adversary. Simultaneously, the dwarven demon leader took note of the swiftly approaching figure, its third eye widening in rage, emanating a fierce glare reminiscent of a lion's fury. Neither party acted impulsively. Instead, they engaged in a primal standoff. However, the dwarven demon leader soon unleashed a thunderous roar, stomping its ankle forcefully upon the ground, charging forward like a relentless tank, barreling towards Liao Fan. This creature's size dwarfed that of its kin, its robust musculature imbued with several times the strength, particularly evident in its claws, which resembled iron spikes, menacing and terrifying. As the leader surged forward, its claws gouged into the hard floor, leaving behind 5 fearsome furrows that sparked with sizzling embers. Liao Fan responded with a fierce roar, propelling himself off the ground with powerful thrusts of his legs, his body lunging forward amidst the cracking of the floor beneath him. Without a hint of evasion or unnecessary flourish, he thrust his dagger to collide forcefully with the claws of the dwarven demon leader. The clash resonated with a sound akin to steel striking steel, a tremendous force transferring through the blade. As sparks flew, Liao Fan felt an overwhelming strength, forcing him to stagger backward several steps. Such formidable power. Sliding rapidly, he planted his foot firmly on the ground to stabilize himself, his gaze upon his opponent now laden with a heightened gravity. Though his body had experienced further development of source energy, he remained in the nascent stages of evolution, lacking the powers he once possessed in his previous life. The leader of the dwarf demon, a remarkable specimen among first-tier monsters, revealed through a mere tentative engagement that his evolutionary prowess was undeniably formidable, likely having grazed the threshold of second-tier monstrosities. With a fierce roar, the dwarf demon leader struck, its razor-sharp claws slicing through the air, generating a violent gale aimed directly at Liao Fan's neck. With a swift maneuver, Liao Fan evaded the attack. Despite a slight disadvantage in raw strength, a decade of survival amidst apocalyptic carnage had endowed him with exceptional combat skills. As the claw winds surged toward him, he engaged his core, executing a bridge maneuver to narrowly escape. Seizing the moment, he thrust his assault dagger upward with fervor, targeting the demon's vulnerable eye, a point of defense notoriously weak among beasts. However, the dwarf demon leader was quick to respond, with a swift retraction of its body. It missed its initial grasp and immediately swung its other claw towards Liao Fan's abdomen. Chapter 37, The Battle, Part 2. The monstrous steel claws extended nearly half a meter in length, with 5 iron-like spikes that, upon contact with human flesh, would undoubtedly cause grievous injury. Liao Fan abandoned his assault, opting instead to execute a horizontal slash with his blade to deflect the penetrating strike of the claws. Utilizing the monster's momentum, he propelled himself into the air, executing a somersault before landing 2 meters away. However, before his feet could firmly touch the ground, the onslaught returned. The leader of the goblins moved with a swiftness that surpassed that of ordinary creatures. A chilling wind accompanied by a nauseating stench grazed Liao Fan's calf. 5 crimson gashes emerged, and as blood splattered, a sharp pain surged through his foot, eliciting a muffled grunt. Yet, he did not attempt to evade a second time. With determination, he thrust his dagger towards the creature's heart, compelling the goblin leader to raise its claws in defense. Clang! Sparks flew as blade met claw once more. Simultaneously, Liao Fan clenched his left fist, seizing the opportunity to unleash a powerful blow that shattered the goblin leader's right eye. The goblin, taken aback by the tenacity of this human, found itself struggling against an adversary whose strength was nearly equal and whose combat skills were astonishingly formidable. In a moment of carelessness, the goblin suffered a searing pain as Liao Fan struck its eye, causing it to unleash a frenzied roar. Its claws surged with renewed ferocity, and with a forceful shove, it sent Liao Fan crashing to the ground. Thud! The impact resonated with a heavy thump as Liao Fan felt a jolt reverberate through his body, as if his bones were about to shatter. There was no time to catch his breath. The goblin leader raised its foot, preparing to stomp down on Liao Fan's position. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Liao Fan did not flinch. He gripped his dagger tightly, thrusting it upward with unwavering resolve. Swish! The dagger pierced the goblin leader's ankle, eliciting another wave of agony. It howled in anguish, stumbling backward, while Liao Fan, enduring the pain in his calf, seized the moment to roll in close. He bit his knees, utilizing the spring of his legs to launch himself upward with ferocity. The blade reappeared, the silver dagger slicing through the air with a flash, striking at an extraordinary angle to carve a 10-centimeter gash across the goblin leader's pallid abdomen. The wound extended from its left flank, rising to its right chest. The energy embedded in the dagger delivering a devastating cutting effect capable of cleaving through rock. Roar! Enraged beyond measure, the goblin leader swung its claws, striking down on Liao Fan's shoulder with the force of a raging bull, sending him reeling as he grunted in pain. Hiss! The force of the strike sent jolts of agony coursing through Liao Fan's body, causing him to draw in a sharp breath, his back sliding against the cold floor for 2 meters before finally coming to a halt. He lowered his gaze to the impacted area, where his shirt lay tattered, revealing his sun-kissed, muscular physique, now marred by 5 savage claw marks, though the wounds were not deep and had not reached the bone. The fiery sting radiating from them caused Liao Fan's features to contort slightly. After all, the goblin leader was no ordinary foe. Its strength and combat prowess far exceeded that of its kin. Fortunately, the state of the goblin leader was equally dire. After the initial clash, its right eye was shattered by Liao Fan, and a copious amount of viscous green blood poured from the depths of its exploded eye socket, rendering its vision a blur. The agony twisted its mouth into a grimace, and its jagged gums oozed with thick mucus. Furthermore, it had suffered a grievous wound to its abdomen, deep enough to faintly reveal its ribs. The slicing edge of the blade not only compromised its hardened exterior, but also disrupted the energy that clung to it, permeated with an eerie chill that nearly froze its internal organs. This man was no ordinary human from Blue Star. The goblin leader seemed to realize it had been outsmarted. For the first time, as a hunter, it felt the trepidation of becoming the prey. It bulged its left eye, casting a venomous, emerald glare fixed on Liao Fan's dagger. Overwhelmed by astonishment, how could this human's weapon possess such lethal energy? Liao Fan had managed to rise, shaking off the stiffness in his body as he adjusted his breathing, resolutely advancing towards the goblin leader once more. The battle was far from over. As long as the goblin leader drew breath, Liao Fan could not relent. The outcome of this confrontation was not merely tied to Liao Fan's objectives, but also to the fate of Zheng Tao upstairs. Should Liao Fan falter and perish beneath the claws of the goblin leader, the enraged creature would undoubtedly slaughter all survivors, which would inevitably include Zheng Tao. Conversely, should victory belong to Liao Fan, the disoriented goblins, now leaderless, would become mere scattered fragments, posing no further threat to humanity. To death, they roared in unison, man and beast, unleashing a primal scream as they charged at each other once more. The dagger, like a serpentine spirit, whirled through the air, slicing through the monster's clawed winds, aiming for the goblin leader's throat. However, the creature was no fool. It seemed aware that the dagger represented its gravest peril. Just as the blade was about to strike its neck, the goblin leader abruptly lowered its head, opening its maw filled with razor-like teeth. which resembled a pair of serrated blades, and clamped down on the advancing edge of the dagger. The sound was akin to two magnets colliding, producing a jarring screech as the dagger halted, unable to advance further. The creature's bite was astonishingly strong, intercepting the blade's thrust, and its iron-like claws lunged once more, accompanied by a whistling rush of air, aimed directly at Liao Fan's head. With the terrifying force of its claws, even stone could be obliterated. It was clear that a single strike would seal Liao Fan's fate. Yet, the claws missed their mark, for as the blade was caught, Liao Fan decisively relinquished his weapon and ducked low. The claws grazed his scalp, the chilling rush of air raising the hairs on his neck as he experienced the thrill of dancing with death. Nonetheless, Liao Fan evaded, his body curving like a taut bowstring, and with a swift motion, he hurled himself forward, driving his shoulder into the creature's abdominal wound. Bang! The force of that collision was not particularly strong, devoid of the energy enhancement from the assault dagger. Liao Fan was merely an ordinary man yet to complete his evolution, lacking the physical prowess and strength to rival that of a battle-hardened monster. However, his fully charged strike found its mark, crashing into the creature's gaping, open belly. The wound sustained a heavy blow. Although the impact was not lethal, it caused the diminutive demon leader to convulse in pain, its mouth agape, letting out a harrowing wail. Now was the moment. Seizing the opportunity while the monster gaped in agony, Liao Fan once again lunged forward, grasping the dagger that had been loosened, and thrusting its blade straight into the creature's throat. This dazzling series of maneuvers was the culmination of a decade of lethal experience embedded in his mind, a testament to his ability to triumph against greater foes through cunning and skill. The icy dagger penetrated deeply, swiftly plunging into the monster's gullet. Regrettably, the dagger was too short. Its 3-inch blade, though injurious to the creature, did not entirely pierce its brain. Nevertheless, it sufficed. The blade lacerated the monster's esophagus, unleashing a torrent of briny blood mixed with a bizarre green fluid from its mouth, eliciting an even more anguished scream from the creature. Chapter 38. Reaping the consequences. Liao Fan's actions shattered the chewing and swallowing capabilities of the goblin leader. The esophagus was lacerated, and even with delectable morsels before it, this creature would likely find itself unable to indulge. With a roar, the goblin leader retreated repeatedly, its injured throat convulsing violently, rendering its furious cries hoarse and grating. It expelled a mouthful of blood, its body swaying precariously as it clutched its throat with clawed hands, casting a gaze towards Liao Fan that was increasingly feral and vicious. Suddenly, the third eye on its flat forehead ignited with a crimson glow, pulsating with a strange energy that gathered furiously, coalescing into a flickering beam of formidable light. This culminated in a terrifying fiery ray that shot forth without warning. This was the monster's most potent card, the flame ray. In the outer cosmos, any alien species that has evolved to a certain degree can store natural energy within themselves, unleashing horrific energy assaults. The energy attributes exhibited by different races of monsters vary drastically. The goblin leader wielded fire-based powers, and the third eye on its forehead functioned as a conduit for releasing the flame ray. With a swift motion, the brilliant light surged, converging into a destructive fiery beam aimed directly at Liao Fan's heart. The velocity of the flame beam was astonishing, forming a 10-centimeter fireball in midair, its might comparable to that of a small mortar capable of striking targets from a distance. The previous 2 fiery orbs had originated from this very source. Should Liao Fan fail to evade in time, he would meet the same fate as the staircase, which had been obliterated by flames. Yet, confronted with such a fierce fiery onslaught, Liao Fan chose not to evade. With a fierce roar, he abruptly raised his arm and hurled the dagger in his grasp with tremendous force. The dagger transformed into an afterimage, striking its target rapidly and precisely before the fireball could expand further. Bang! The blade pierced the fiery sphere, and a surge of energy transmitted through the silver gleam of the knife. The 2 energies clashed violently, resulting in the premature detonation of the fireball. Boom! Smoke billowed as the explosion generated a powerful gust, accompanied by searing heat and a massive shockwave that splattered in all directions. The goblin leader unleashed another roar, but this time it was tinged with palpable fear. At such close proximity, even if it had released the fireball itself, it would likely struggle to withstand the ensuing chaos. With a resounding explosion, flames and heat enveloped the majority of the goblin leader's body. The fiery tongues lashed out, and the intense heat brought it to the brink of agony, eliciting pitiful cries. The shockwave from the explosion was overwhelming. Even the creature could not endure it. As the area struck by the flames emitted sizzling sounds, turning to char, thick smoke billowed, and the high temperatures incinerated the bloodstains in its mouth, accompanied by an intense burning sensation, as even the exploded eyeball was reduced to cinders. The goblin leader let out a monstrous wail, its body tossed aside by the shockwave, collapsing helplessly amidst its lamentations. Meanwhile, Liao Fan charged forward. Staring at the oppressive heat waves in the air, Liao Fan swiftly leaped in front of the monstrous creature, seizing the dagger that had been propelled into the air. The blade, now glowing a fiery red from the flames, resembled a branding iron. Die! Liao Fan glared fiercely, enduring the searing pain in his palm as he raised the blade above his head, the tip pointed downward, aiming directly at the heart of the ogre leader. With every ounce of strength, he thrust downward. The piercing tip of the dagger disregarded the creature's leathery defenses, penetrating the heart like a viper striking its prey. In an instant, all cries of anguish ceased, leaving only the sizzle of flesh as the heated blade made contact with the heart. The creature halted all movement, its solitary eye wide with shock, the bloodshot orb nearly bursting from its socket. A mixture of disbelief, terror, and astonishment was forever etched on its grotesque visage. This wretched being could not fathom that a mere snack could bring about its demise at the hands of a hunter. Yet, it was undeniably dead. The heart, being the most vulnerable part of the creature's anatomy, could not withstand such a severe assault, and even the ogre leader's formidable vitality could not salvage it. As its body convulsed violently, the ogre leader collapsed, its rigid form crumbling to the ground like splintered wood, ceasing all functions. Exhaling deeply, Liao Fan, having vanquished the beast, was simultaneously overwhelmed by fatigue and weakness from his wounds, causing him to slump to the floor. The hard-won victory was bittersweet, marking the end of a harrowing ordeal. With the death of the ogre leader, the ominous aura that had enveloped the casino dissipated. On the third floor, monsters that had been mercilessly hunting survivors let out terrified wails, as nearly all the ogres sensed the shift in the atmosphere, instinctively turning to gaze upon the corpse below. In the next moment, these once ferocious creatures displayed palpable fear, scattering in all directions, forsaking their anticipated feast. Meanwhile, the survivors, who had been teetering on the brink of death beneath the monster's claws, were overcome with emotion, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they erupted into jubilant cheers. Ha ha, they have finally retreated. We won. I can hardly believe this is real. The monsters have been driven back, and we are still alive. Everyone rejoiced, celebrating the thrill of survival. Zheng Tao, equally astonished, suddenly connected the dots, disregarding the blood staining his clothes as he hastily seized the crossbow, limping to peer downstairs. What he witnessed next was utterly revolting. Liao Fan was crouched before the massive ogre's corpse, dagger in hand, methodically dismembering the beast. Although the battle had concluded, it was evident that Liao Fan had no intention of sparing the ogre leader so easily. He initially used a dagger to slice open the creature's abdomen, disregarding the filthy, foul-smelling blood that splattered about, and plunged his hand deep into the monster's belly, seemingly searching for something. After a considerable time, Liao Fan withdrew his hand, gazing into the creature's sunken cavity with an expression of resignation, murmuring to himself, "What a pity, there is no beast core within this fellow." Despite the absence of the coveted beast core, Liao Fan did not succumb to despair. His gaze swiftly shifted to the creature's forehead, fixating on the protruding third eye, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. Whether or not there is a beast core is inconsequential, obtaining its magical eye is not insignificant. He then extended his dagger, beginning to pry open the third eye of the goblin leader, soon acquiring an orb that emanated a brilliant crimson glow. This eye was the epitome of the goblin leader's essence, often referred to in the apocalypse as the magical eye. The magical eye served as the source from which the creature released fiery rays, also storing vast amounts of energy that, with a little manipulation, could bestow Liao Fan with immense combat prowess. As Liao Fan pried the magical eye free and tore a piece of tattered cloth to carefully wipe off the blood, he had yet to rise when a familiar voice echoed from behind him. "Liao Fan, it is already dead. Why are you still stabbing the creature's corpse?" Chapter 39. Tight-lipped Liao Fan turned around and spotted his childhood friend Zheng Tao, who was standing a short distance behind him, gripping a folding crossbow tightly and lost in thought. Besides Zheng Tao, most of the survivors on the third floor had mustered their courage to descend, nervously gazing at the corpse of the monstrous creature. They merely sought confirmation of its demise. In the presence of so many strangers, Liao Fan refrained from revealing the magical properties of the Eye of the Demon, swiftly concealing the item within his clothing. He exchanged a knowing glance with Zheng Tao, signaling him to follow. The crowd was overwhelming. Despite the carnage wrought by the arrival of the diminutive demon, a significant number of survivors remained on the ground floor, calculating hastily. There were at least 50 or 60. Liao Fan had no intention of exposing too many secrets before such an audience, and thus he resolved to find a more secluded spot to rest. Zheng Tao, evidently attuned to Liao Fan's unspoken message, paused momentarily before hastening to keep pace. Upon reaching a corner of the corridor on the casino's first floor, The two halted again, peering out at the lingering thick fog. Zhang Tao, filled with trepidation, instinctively tightened his coat, pondering whether other creatures might emerge from the haze. "Do not worry, nothing will come," Liao Fan assured him with a shake of his head, dispelling Zhang Tao's concerns. Generally speaking, such small wormhole spaces do not attract a multitude of monsters. The earlier swarm of diminutive demons had already reached the maximum capacity of this realm. Based on Liao Fan's estimation, the space would persist for another 3 to 4 hours, after which all the fog would dissipate, and the people in the casino would be transported back to their familiar Blue Star world. "How do you know this place so well? It seems as though you are quite familiar with it," Zhang Tao marveled, still in disbelief. Liao Fan chuckled softly and shrugged. "Consider it a gift of foresight. The specifics of this question are inconsequential. What matters is that the battle has concluded, and we are momentarily safe. Now, we can unabashedly refine the energy present here." Although the battle had ceased, the wormhole space remained, and the energy molecules suspended in the air were a veritable boon for those with the potential for evolution. Liao Fan was not about to let this opportunity slip away. He promptly instructed Zhang Tao to sit down and imparted techniques for adjusting his breathing, guiding him to maximize energy absorption. These methods of refining energy were invaluable knowledge he had painstakingly acquired over a decade in his past life. Indeed, as Zhang Tao forced himself to remain calm and began adjusting his breathing according to Liao Fan's instructions, he immediately felt the heat building within him intensify, and even the healing of his wounds accelerated noticeably. Liao Fan was greatly pleased, patting Zhang Tao on the shoulder. "Your talent is moderate. While it may not be exceptional, it is not lacking either. As long as you absorb as much energy as possible, it will undoubtedly yield benefits in the future." Zhang Tao, however, wore a look of bewilderment. Seizing the opportunity while refining the source energy, he cast forth some inquiries that plagued his mind, such as the origins of these monstrous beings, how such wormhole spaces could manifest on Blue Star, and the true nature of the so-called apocalypse. In response, Liao Fan meticulously provided explanations for each of these questions. Their conversation, though hushed, inevitably attracted the attention of some onlookers. Before long, footsteps echoed from the corridor not far away. Liao Fan promptly sealed his lips, turning to cast a cold, indifferent glance towards the figure gradually approaching from the shadows, a figure belonging to Sun Biao, once a formidable head of security at the casino. Sun Biao now appeared disheveled, resembling a stray dog. He had sustained considerable injuries during the recent battle, limping as he walked, his steps faltering, with numerous bloody claw marks and bite wounds marring his arms and thighs. Yet, fortune seemed to favor him, perhaps due to his frequent involvement in underground brawls. He exhibited a talent surpassing that of ordinary individuals and displayed notable adaptability to his environment. Despite his injuries, Sun Biao's complexion remained relatively unscathed, and he did not share the paralyzing fear that gripped most others. He approached Liao Fan, evidently seeking answers to his own questions. Regrettably, Liao Fan's demeanor was decidedly frosty. As he coldly inquired, "The battle has concluded. What brings you here? It appeared that you extracted something from that creature. Might I have a glance at it?" Sun Biao, perceiving the indifference in Liao Fan's eyes, seemed undeterred and brazenly advanced closer. This fellow proved to be quite astute, having caught wind of some of Liao Fan's secrets amidst the chaos. Liao Fan, with a faint smile, replied, "That item is my trophy. There is no need for me to display it to you. Let us not be so distant, my young friend. We fought side by side just moments ago. Had we not held off the creature upstairs, you would not have easily vanquished that behemoth." "I merely wish to see what you have acquired," Sun Biao retorted, his familiarity striking. Having held the position of security chief, Sun Biao possessed keen insight and, through Liao Fan's peculiar behavior, began to surmise certain truths. He believed that Liao Fan's prowess was likely tied to the object he had taken from the monster, prompting him to seek Liao Fan out so soon after the battle's end. A glimmer of a peculiar smile flickered in Liao Fan's eyes as he suddenly rose and nodded at Sun Biao. "You are quite observant. It seems my little secret is beyond your scrutiny." Sun Biao, still oblivious to the implications behind Liao Fan's smile, cheerfully asserted, "No worries. I assure you I will not divulge your affairs to anyone else. Even the death of Manager Wu can be handled discreetly. After all, with so many monsters appearing, who could definitively say who was responsible for Manager Wu's demise?" His smile appeared sincere, yet his tone bore a curious undertone, as though he intended to leverage Manager Wu's death to coerce Liao Fan. Liao Fan ceased to smile, nodding gravely as he extended his hand towards his garments, feigning the act of retrieving the enchanted eye. "Very well, I shall reveal the item to you, but I hope that too many do not learn of these secrets." "Rest assured, I shall remain tight-lipped," Sun Biao replied with a smile, his gaze filled with urgency as he leaned in closer to discern precisely what Liao Fan had procured from the creature. Suddenly, A flash of silver glinted from Liao Fan's palm, the blade moving with an astonishing swiftness that left Sun Biao no time to react before it slashed towards his neck. The blade was too swift, too sharp. Sun Biao merely caught a glimpse of the silver gleam before a chilling sensation enveloped his throat. Realization struck him, his pupils dilating in horror as he instinctively covered his neck with his hand, retreating 2 steps, desperate to voice his confusion. Yet, as he opened his mouth, no sound emerged. The dagger had severed his carotid artery, along with his trachea and esophagus. Despite his frantic attempts to cry out, he remained voiceless, akin to a fish deprived of oxygen, swiftly losing strength before crashing heavily onto the floor. Chapter 40. The suitable candidate. You have erred in 2 significant aspects. Liao Fan maintained his stance with the blade, his expression cold as he addressed Sun Biao, articulating each word with precision. First, you underestimate me. I am not an individual easily swayed by threats. Second, both Manager Wu and you are among my targets. I spared you earlier merely to leverage your organizational skills to rally others against the monsters. Now that the beasts have retreated, even if you do not seek your demise, I will undoubtedly pursue you. Sun Biao's face drained of color, blood gushing from his neck in a gruesome display. He struggled to articulate a muddled question. You. Why? Manager Wu had not yet ventured far. Hasten your pace, and once you locate him, seek your answers. Liao Fan chuckled coldly, savoring the despair and struggle of this man on the brink of death, his eyes alight with a sense of vengeful satisfaction. Sun Biao did not resist for long, soon becoming a lifeless corpse. This scene left Zhang Tao in shock, his expression one of disbelief as he stared at Liao Fan, momentarily speechless. He rose abruptly, prepared to vociferously demand an explanation for Liao Fan's actions. Yet, before he could utter a word, Liao Fan silenced him with a piercing gaze, conveying the unspoken truth. You likely perceive me as a madman, but I assure you, my actions are driven by purpose. If you still consider me a brother, refrain from questioning me. Zhang Tao, resigned, sank back to the ground, his face a canvas of horror and confusion. He could not fathom how his childhood friend, who would hesitate even to slaughter a chicken, had morphed into such a ruthless figure. Liao Fan sighed deeply, unwilling to engage in further justifications. There was no need. Both Manager Wu and the recently fallen Sun Biao were not mere innocents. In a previous life, these two had also endured this massacre, awakening their evolution and subsequently forming a nefarious organization that became a nightmare to many. What Liao Fan had accomplished was merely the eradication of 2 malignant tumors from the city before they could rise to power. After that, neither spoke, each dismissing distractions and concentrating on refining the energy permeating the air. 3 hours later, the dense mist hovering in the atmosphere showed signs of significant abatement. Liao Fan sensed the shift and stood first, addressing Zhang Tao, whose expression remained complex. It's time, let us depart. The repercussions of this wormhole incident will be severe. Once the wormhole dissipates, the police will arrive promptly. We must seize the moment to leave. Zhang Tao numbly rose to his feet. After hours of adjustment, his injuries had healed considerably, yet his steps were still unsteady. He gazed at the blood-stained casino hall and the survivors cowering in corners, trembling in fear. His eyes filled with an indescribable sorrow. How could a once beautiful world have transformed into this? Liao Fan, however, showed no intention of lingering in this life. Due to his intervention, the number of survivors in the casino had multiplied, and many had discovered their unique traits. Once the wormhole vanished, these survivors would inevitably be apprehended by the police, and at that time, some information about themselves would come into the possession of those individuals. It wouldn't be long before they would come seeking me, I suppose. With this thought, Liao Fan chuckled softly, shook his head, and strode out of the casino, shrouded in dense fog. After a brief moment of orientation, he made his way toward the indistinct streets of the city. The wormhole had already dissipated, and Liao Fan smoothly entered the parking lot, climbing back onto the tricycle and taking Zhang Tao with him. Indeed, before he could drive far, the sharp wail of police sirens echoed through the city streets. Navigating with ease, Liao Fan maneuvered the electric tricycle, evading the speeding police vehicles, and hastened to return Zhang Tao to his underground safe house. Inside the safe house, he finally shed all his troubles, igniting the stove in the center of the room. He casually tossed a blanket toward the shivering Zhang Tao, urging him to clean the blood off himself. I have a water heater installed. You can take a shower first. Once you've calmed down, we can have a conversation. Zhang Tao remained silent, picking up the blanket. After tending to his wounds and cleaning up, he trudged back to Liao Fan, locking eyes with him. Liao Fan had already prepared coffee and handed it to Zhang Tao, observing the near-stony expression on his face. With a shrug and a smile, he said, "Don't look at me like that. You'll adapt soon enough. There's roughly a month and a half until the apocalypse, and experiencing this early isn't such a bad thing." "Huh, you really have the audacity to say that." Zhang Tao huffed, setting the cup down and surveying the underground safe house with irritation. Where exactly is this place? This is a safe house I prepared in advance. While it's not yet fully equipped, I need you to stay here and help me with its transformation. Liao Fan had anticipated Zheng Tao's inquiry and promptly produced a blueprint, sharing his renovation plans. Are you joking? To build such a vast underground safe house, we would need tons of materials. Where are we going to find that much money? Zheng Tao listened in disbelief, interrupting Liao Fan before he could elaborate on his design concepts. The issue of money is not a concern. Besides you, I have found another partner who will assist me in securing the funds needed for creating the refuge, Liao Fan replied with a smile, gesturing to the design on the blueprint. The real problem is that I lack a skilled craftsman to execute this renovation plan, and you are the most suitable candidate. Damn. You really know how to scheme. Zheng Tao sat on the sofa opposite Liao Fan, his demeanor reflecting displeasure as he vehemently flipped through several pages of blueprints. He quickly voiced his objections, stating, I can comprehend the necessity of reinforcing the safe house, but what purpose do all these superfluous devices serve? Even two underwater periscopes, are they truly useful in frigid, snowy conditions? Indeed, they are, Liao Fan replied, though the explanation was somewhat convoluted. He massaged his temples, acknowledging the extremities accompanying the arrival of the apocalypse. The current harsh climate was merely a precursor to the tribulations that lay ahead. With the advent of the multiverse, nearly every universe's convergence with Blue Star would induce significant climatic upheaval. Following snowstorms, one could anticipate tsunamis and earthquakes, subsequently leading to catastrophic floods that would drastically elevate sea levels. Given the low elevation of Lin City, it was predicted that half of the city would succumb to inundation. Moreover, a plethora of trials awaited humanity, including pestilence, viruses, and droughts. Thus, taking additional precautions was undoubtedly prudent. Chapter 41. Investigation subject Zheng Tao twitched the corner of his mouth, his tone laden with difficulty. I understand. You mean to say that this extreme cold and violent climate will not persist for long? As different phases of the apocalypse unfold, the climatic disasters we face will also vary dramatically, correct? Indeed, Liao Fan nodded, expressing candidly, in the early stages of the apocalypse, despite the immense chaos that cities and nations will endure, humanity, relying on existing technology and civilization, can withstand for a time. The true peril lies in the aftermath. As time progresses, calamities will intensify, and by the mid to late stages of the apocalypse, humanity's capacity to act will dwindle to almost nothing. What kind of world will that be? Zheng Tao dared not ponder further, his voice strained as he swallowed repeatedly. Liao Fan's expression mirrored unease as he shook his head. The scenes of disaster are beyond my ability to describe, suffice it to say. You will witness them in due course. Beneath the great calamity, humanity is no more than a swarm of ants. Even the blue planet, which we depend upon for survival, is merely a banquet table for the monsters. A decade into the apocalypse, the arrival of some advanced alien races may possess the capability to upend this table at any moment. Of course, that day is still quite distant. Our only recourse is to strive earnestly to carve out a space for survival amidst the apocalypse. Concluding his thoughts, Liao Fan rose once more, patting Zheng Tao on the shoulder. Let us end our discussion here. I have matters to attend to. You shall remain in this refuge and diligently study the blueprints I have left behind. Once the funding is secure, we shall commence the renovations. And I will enlist assistance for you. Wait, where do you intend to go? You were injured just now. Do you not plan to recuperate for a while? As Liao Fan donned his coat and prepared to leave, Zheng Tao hastily set down the blueprints and pursued him with questions. With his back turned, Liao Fan sighed. I, too, wish to rest, but time is of the essence. The deadline with that woman approaches swiftly. I must resolve the funding issue for the safe house as soon as possible. With that, he ceased conversation and quickened his pace toward the exit of the safe house. Gazing outside the massive iron door at the dimly lit sky and the thick snowfall blanketing the city, he tightened his coat and stepped forward without looking back. In the central district of Lin City, within the high-ranking office of the police station, the grizzled Chun Guodong clutched a landline phone, reporting to his superiors. His face was haggard, etched with worry, bloodshot eyes reflecting profound exhaustion. Since the onset of the first mysterious massacre, this police chief had endured countless sleepless nights. On one hand, the media's rampant coverage and the societal pressure from public opinion weighed heavily upon him. On the other, incessant inquiries and directives from superiors regarding the investigation's progress had left him in a state of disarray. What compounded his frustration was the occurrence of yet another mysterious massacre last night within the Grand Palace. The same enigma, the same incredibility. Despite the considerable number of survivors from the second massacre, many of whom retain their composure and have not been entirely terrified into silence, they are able to recount the events of the slaughter in detail. Yet the information they reveal leaves Chen Guodong, who has spent a lifetime in law enforcement, feeling an overwhelming sense of the bizarre. In the world of Blue Star, there exist so many man-eating monsters. What on earth is happening in this realm? The statements of those survivors are simply too bewildering to comprehend. Setting down the phone, Chen Guodong wearily sank back into his chair, gazing at his subordinate, Wu Yuan, who stood uneasily across the desk. With a stern countenance, he inquired, Wu Yuan, what are your thoughts on these two cases? Wu Yuan, a robust and stern-looking middle-aged man with a square jaw, typically exuded an air of authority. However, now he wore a bitter smile as he replied, Director Chen, I feel that the words of those survivors may not be entirely credible. After all, we scoured the entire casino, from the lobby to the third floor, and even pried at the floorboards, yet we found no trace of any monsters. If those people truly engaged in a battle with creatures, there should have been some remnants. Perhaps bodies or fragments left behind. Rubbing his temples, Chen Guodong conceded, indeed, according to the survivors' accounts, they managed to slay several monsters during the struggle. Yet when the fog cleared, all the corpses of the monsters had mysteriously vanished, aside from what originally belonged to Blue Star. Anything from another realm was inexplicably transported away by some arcane force. This is simply, Wu Yuan interjected, thus, I suspect these individuals may have indulged in some hallucinogenic substance, resulting in a collective hallucination. Hallucination? Chen Guodong paused, scrutinizing his trusted aide with a cold gaze. What substance possesses such potency that it can induce hallucinations, causing hundreds to turn upon one another? Furthermore, have you not reviewed the autopsy reports of the deceased? Those claw marks, the lacerations, do they appear to be man-made? Wu Yuan fell silent, his face a mixture of astonishment and confusion, rendering his otherwise serious demeanor somewhat comical. But there are no buts. Chen Guodong waved his hand, silencing him. He then placed his palm on his forehead, his expression grave. It is implausible for hundreds to simultaneously experience hallucinations. The corpses, along with the injuries inflicted upon them, every detail is authentic. Those survivors must not be lying. If they are not lying, then it is my understanding of this world that is flawed. Wu Yuan offered a wry smile, shaking his head. I have never encountered such a bizarre case. I truly do not know how to investigate it, even if we uncover the truth. How can we apprehend a horde of monsters that can appear and vanish at will? Indeed, these are concerns I have pondered as well. Yet as police officers, we cannot simply ignore such a heinous case, can we? Chen Guodong cast a glance at him and remarked, since we are unable to ascertain the origins of those creatures, why not adopt a different approach? Wu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Do you mean, esteemed leader, that the survivors mentioned a mysteriously enigmatic young man, whose name seems to be Liao Fan? He reportedly led a group of survivors in several confrontations with the monsters and even personally vanquished the largest one. With his hands clasped, Chen Guodong remained motionless, fixated on the inquiry records before him, a glimmer of sharp insight flickering in his eyes. The massacre had only just concluded. Yet this individual had seemingly vanished into thin air. According to some survivors, this young man appeared to possess a certain understanding of those monsters and was evidently targeting the largest among them. Perhaps we could exploit this point as a potential breakthrough. Wu Yuan nodded in agreement, his voice equally grave. Indeed, this young man is quite suspicious. I have intercepted all surveillance footage from the entire street and hope to ascertain his whereabouts promptly. Go forth. Spare no effort to locate this individual and personally bring him to me. I have a foreboding sense that if we do not swiftly uncover the truth behind these mysterious events, our world as we know it may be on the brink of upheaval. Chen Guodong waved his hand dismissively, turning to gaze out the floor-to-ceiling windows at the thick blanket of snow enveloping the city, exhaling a long, frosty breath. Chapter 42. I have my plans outside the entrance of Long Hua Company on the outskirts of Lin City. Liao Fan stood wrapped in a thick leather coat, leaning against the snow-covered gate, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he waited calmly for something. The frigid air was pierced by a raging snowstorm, enveloping the city in a white shroud. Yet, amidst the tempest, Liao Fan appeared remarkably composed, his tall figure resembling a dart, unfazed by the harsh elements surrounding him. The trials he endured in the wormhole had endowed him with extraordinary physical prowess. Not only had his strength and explosiveness multiplied, but his resistance to cold had also seen a significant enhancement. As he smoked, he gazed at the frostbitten screen of his phone. After waiting for about 10 minutes, he finally heard footsteps approaching the company gate. He promptly flicked the cigarette butt into the snow and turned around with a smile, saying, You haven't answered my calls. I thought you were avoiding me. I was in a meeting upstairs, so I was delayed, Meng Yao replied, carrying 2 oversized leather suitcases and shooting a glare at Liao Fan. How could I possibly hide from someone like you? Liao Fan chuckled, disregarding the discontent in her eyes. With keen interest, he lowered his gaze to the large suitcases she held, furrowing his brow slightly. Is this all there is? You wanted cash. And while I'm scrambling to gather the funds, I also have to ensure that no one in my family finds out. It's already quite a challenge to scrape together 10 million in such a short time. Meng Yao, both exasperated and amused, shot him a glance. If you could accept a bank transfer, I wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. Evidently, Meng Yao had exhausted her wits just to amass enough cash for those 2 suitcases. In this era, cash transactions had fallen out of favor. And given Liao Fan's refusal to accept bank transfers, coupled with the necessity to keep this from her family, it was indeed a daunting task. I understand your predicament. Liao Fan conceded, but this amount falls short of my requirements. With only 2 days left, you'd best manage to gather the remaining funds within the stipulated time. He adopted a shameless demeanor, accepting the 2 boxes of cash without uttering a word of thanks, and, akin to a debt collector, urged Meng Yao to continue raising money. Hey, are you not treating yourself as an outsider? Spending my money so brazenly? Meng Yao was incredulous, almost laughing in anger, had it not been for her upbringing. She might have burst into a tirade. Firstly, this money will soon be rendered worthless. I'm doing you a favor by spending it. Liao Fan stated with a serious expression. Secondly, the benefits I can offer you extend far beyond this mere sum of cash. When the apocalypse arrives, your entire family will stand to gain from the advantages I can provide, hence I see no wrongdoing on my part. Meng Yao, however, scoffed disdainfully, retorting, Don't make it sound so appealing. I admit your intelligence could be of some use, but do not underestimate my family. Even without your information, we might very well survive in the apocalypse. I am certainly aware of this. Setting aside the vast resources your Ming family possessed before the apocalypse, your uncle, who holds a high position, can indeed provide substantial advantages for your survival in the aftermath. Liao Fan nodded slightly, a hint of a playful smile gracing his lips. However, even if your uncle could ensure your family's survival, he cannot offer you a shortcut to strength. When the second phase of the apocalypse arrives, the Ming family will inevitably face destruction. Wait, how do you know about my uncle? Meng Yao was taken aback, her expression shifting to one of astonishment once more. Liao Fan chuckled, saying, I not only know that your uncle is Qin Guodong, but I am also aware that your Ming family has nurtured numerous corrupt officials. In these times, how could any enterprise flourish without collusion between government and business? Nonsense. My uncle is not that kind of person. Meng Yao's face flushed with indignation as she glared at Liao Fan, wishing she could devour him whole. Ever since their first meeting, this rascal had led her around by the nose, and now he was slandering the very elder she admired most. It was utterly intolerable. Liao Fan merely smiled and replied, Of course, in your eyes, Qin Guodong is undoubtedly a good man. After years in politics, he has benefited many and made significant contributions to the stability and prosperity of Lin City. Many admire him, yourself included. Am I wrong? Meng Yao raised an eyebrow, retorting, Isn't that so? Liao Fan lowered his head, his expression tinged with regret. Unfortunately, your esteemed uncle's situation after the onset of the apocalypse is quite dire. As one of the city's administrators, he has indeed made considerable efforts, yet the eventual outcome is rather bleak. He paused, his tone laced with intrigue. Would you like to know just how grim your uncle's fate will be 3 years from now? His bones and flesh will be completely devoured, leaving nothing but a mere semblance of skin and hair behind. Truly, a case of complete obliteration. Scoundrel, I will not allow you to curse my family. Meng Yao erupted, her temper flaring. Even with her generally placid demeanor, the audacity of this rogue was enough to drive her to the brink of madness. Her expression reminiscent of an enraged mother gorilla. Liao Fan raised his hands in surrender, stepping back. I speak no falsehoods. Without me, not only will your uncle perish, but your entire family will be unable to survive. Furthermore, I advise you not to place too much value on these family enterprises. When the apocalypse arrives, all of them will collapse, rendering their continued operation unnecessary. Suppressing the urge to retaliate against him, Meng Yao retorted, Do I need you to tell me? I have already informed the company to shut down. Effective today, all businesses under my name will cease operations, and all stocks and funds will be converted to cash. Are you satisfied now? You are a clever woman. How to manage your assets is not something I need to teach you, Liao Fan replied. Still, I maintain my stance. Collaborating with me will never lead you to detriment. At the very least, you are now aware of the impending challenges your family will face. And I trust you have prepared numerous countermeasures? Of course, the world is not solely populated by you, and others will also design shelters. Meng Yao let out a soft huff, yet soon questioned, Why do you only accept cash? Why not allow me to transfer funds through the bank? Is it not cumbersome to carry cash around everywhere? Liao Fan responded with a sense of resignation. This is all thanks to your uncle. His subordinates are scouring the globe in search of me. If you are not afraid of dire consequences, feel free to transfer the money to my account. I assure you, it won't be long before you receive a call from Qin Guodong. Meng Yi was taken aback. Why is my uncle investigating you? Liao Fan urged, Pray. Use your keen intellect to ponder this. I have been involved in both wormhole incidents. If your uncle is not dim-witted, he will undoubtedly piece together the clues leading to me. He shrugged. That is precisely why I insisted on your utmost confidentiality. Should Qin Guodong discover your involvement in the first massacre, he may not hesitate to act against family ties and detain you as well. She hesitated. Is it not better to speak the truth? Informing them of the impending apocalypse might afford them some preparation. Liao Fan chuckled, albeit a cold one. Do you really believe that disclosing information about the apocalypse in advance will alter the course of events? I have my own plans. You need only to comply. Chapter 43. Memories of family. The arrival of the apocalypse is now irrevocable. Even if this information were disseminated in advance, it would only serve to plunge the world into greater chaos without altering the inevitable. What is destined to come will come. Meng Yao, however, harbored considerable dissent. Yet, even so, it is preferable for most to prepare sooner rather than remain idle. Liao Fan remained silent, merely shaking his head with a smile. Well, let us pause our conversation here. I lack the time to indulge your incessant chatter. By the time we meet again, I trust you will have gathered the funds you promised me. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Meng Yao standing there in a daze, gazing at the enigmatic figure obscured by the snow. Frustrated, she stamped her foot and muttered, "What with this mysterious act? You insufferable man." Her expression reflected her irritation as she tightened her coat, preparing to return to her vehicle. At that moment, a sudden and urgent ringtone shattered Meng Yao's thoughts. Looking at the flashing caller ID on her phone, she hesitated for a moment before choosing to answer. A voice on the other end immediately reprimanded her. Yao. I heard from your assistant that you have directly announced the dissolution of the company. What on earth is going on? Why would you do such a thing? There were some minor issues with the company. It truly needs to be dissolved. Dad, please don't panic. Let me return home first, and I'll explain everything to you and the others. Meng Yu sighed helplessly, tapping her forehead with a rueful smile. However, the reprimand continued from the other end. What nonsense are you spouting? What problems could possibly warrant the complete dissolution of the company? Furthermore, I heard from the stock exchange that you are frantically selling off stocks and have lowballed all the futures to our competitors. What are you thinking? Hurry home and clarify this. The call was abruptly terminated. Meng Yao stared blankly at her phone, biting her lip as she turned her gaze back to where Liao Fan had departed, muttering resentfully, "That scoundrel. To keep your secret. I've offended nearly half of my family. If things do not unfold as he claimed, I shall make him pay." Liao Fan had already walked far away, blissfully unaware of Meng Yao's curses. He involuntarily sneezed, rubbed his nose, and gazed at the large flakes of snow drifting down from above, sighing. The weather grows increasingly harsh. It won't be long before the third target location appears. With the money in hand, Liao Fan hurried back to the underground safe house. Zhang Tao, meanwhile, had been unable to contain his impatience. As soon as Liao Fan opened the door, he heard Zhang Tao's hurried footsteps approaching. "Where on earth have you been? It's freezing outside, and you..." Before Zhang Tao could finish his sentence, Liao Fan expressionlessly opened 2 large leather suitcases, and a deluge of cash cascaded out like falling snowflakes, blanketing the floor like autumn leaves. "Good heavens, where did you acquire this much money?" Zhang Tao was taken aback by the sight of the colorful bills, momentarily stunned as he stared at the currency spread across the floor, feeling a rush of exhilaration that nearly caused him to collapse onto the ground. It was nearly 10 million in cash, enough to completely fill 2 oversized suitcases. And yet it lay discarded on the floor like refuse, a sight that left Zhang Tao utterly speechless. Liao Fan cast a calm glance in his direction and asked, "What kind of look is that? Have you never seen money before?" Zhang Tao had indeed seen money, but never in such a staggering amount. He tightened his throat, awkwardly raised his chin, and hesitated as he gazed at Liao Fan's half-smiling face. You didn't go rob a bank, did you? What do you think?" Liao Fan shot him a glare, shook his head, and gestured towards the scattered bills on the floor. "This money is for you to purchase materials for the initial phase. There will be another fund later. Roughly calculated, it should be sufficient for you to complete the renovations on the safe house." "Yes, it is indeed enough." Zhang Tao nodded foolishly, yet still felt a bit weak in the knees. After all, as someone struggling to make ends meet, encountering such a vast sum of cash was understandably overwhelming. He was filled with countless questions and turned to Liao Fan. "Why is it all cash? This much money is too heavy. I can't just carry bags of it to buy materials." Liao Fan replied, "You can figure that out for yourself. In any case, for the next month, stay here and focus on reinforcing the safe house. Moreover, aside from purchasing materials, you should avoid wandering outside. This city is about to descend into true chaos, and if you attract unwanted attention, it could lead to trouble." "Understood," Zhang Tao nodded, then suddenly asked, "By the way, does your sister, Shaoan, know about any of this?" "Not yet." Liao Fan shook his head. With about a month and a half left until the apocalypse, I intend for her to enjoy the tranquility of life before everything changes. When the time is right, I will reveal the truth to her. That makes sense. Xiaoan is quite timid. If she encounters this too soon, it could be overwhelming for her. Zhang Tao tapped the back of his head and inquired, "What about my family?" Liao Fan interrupted, "Don't rush. Once the safe house is ready, you can figure out how to bring your family here. There is enough space to accommodate dozens of people, and I have reserved rooms for everyone, including your family. However, aside from immediate relatives, others will not have the privilege of entering." "I understand." Zhang Tao nodded, but after a moment's hesitation, his gaze turned complex, and he quietly probed, "What about your family?" "Aside from Xiaoan, I have no family left." Liao Fan's tone was icy, and after stating this, he walked away with a stern expression, heading straight to his room. His parents had departed this world years ago. For all these years, Liao Fan had relied solely on his sister. And although there were a few distant relatives, the bonds were tenuous. He had no intention of rescuing them and harbored a deep-seated resentment towards those with whom he shared blood ties. Upon entering the room, Liao Fan closed the door and silently approached the iron-framed bed, resting his hands behind his head. Memories, long buried within his heart, began to resurface. In his previous life, Liao Fan had once enjoyed a blissful family. At that time, his parents were still alive, managing a modest supermarket. While they were not wealthy, their lives were relatively happy. However, all of this was shattered by a sudden car accident. Subsequently, the inheritance left by his parents was usurped by his uncle's family through various means, casting the two orphan siblings out onto the streets. Liao Fan had always harbored a grudge regarding the cause of that accident. Unfortunately, he was too young at the time. He suspected that it might be connected to his uncle's family, yet he could provide no evidence. Later, as the apocalypse broke out, Liao Fan severed all ties with his uncle's family, and the matter faded into obscurity. In this life, having fortuitously returned, he not only aimed to fulfill his survival plans, but also sought to investigate the circumstances surrounding his parents' demise. Suddenly, Liao Fan sat up, his cold gaze fixed upon his hands, murmuring softly, "Liao Ziyuan, you could never have imagined that the impoverished boy you cast out of your home has been reborn." Chapter 44. The meeting on the afternoon of the day after his rest, Liao Fan finally arose from his slumber and ventured into the common area of the safe house. Stretching his limbs, his two experiences within the wormhole spaces had bestowed upon him a profound evolution. Both his stamina and explosive power were now worlds apart from those he possessed upon his rebirth. He was now capable of effortlessly lifting objects weighing over 200 pounds, and even a casual punch could shatter stone. Yet, this newfound strength was but a mere fraction of what he sought. Compared to the peak of his previous life, his current power still felt feeble. Regrettably, achieving a complete first-phase evolution would not be a simple feat. Mere enhancement from the energies of two wormhole spaces was far from sufficient. Leaning against the sofa, Liao Fan scrutinized his fist, a glimmer of helplessness flashing in his eyes. His innate talent could not be deemed exceptional, and his rate of refining the source energy lagged significantly behind that of true prodigies. Should he rely solely on conventional means? It would take at least 3 more months to achieve a breakthrough in the first phase. Unfortunately, the imminent approach of the apocalypse left little time for indulgence. It seemed he would have to enter the third wormhole space and strive to accomplish his next objective. His gaze sharpened as he reached into his pocket, retrieving a crimson glowing eye. The magical eye of the demon leader possessed formidable fire attribute energy, while it could not be directly refined and absorbed by the human body. Once affixed to a weapon, it could significantly augment Liao Fan's combat prowess. However, he was not in haste to utilize it. After all, his dagger and crossbow bolts had already assimilated the energy of the snow spirit, and forcibly merging two disparate attributes might yield adverse effects. With this thought, he inhaled deeply and murmured to himself. His previous 2 trials had proceeded remarkably well, yet he wondered if he could emerge unscathed this time, especially considering that the scale of the third explosive wormhole space far exceeded that of the first 2 combined. In contemplative silence, Liao Fan slowly rose once more, donning his trench coat, ready to embark on his next destination. At that moment, Zhang Tao, who was engrossed in studying blueprints in a corner room of the shelter, heard the sound of the door opening and hurriedly rushed out, exclaiming, "You're setting off again so soon? Where are you headed this time?" "To a place more perilous than the last. Pray for me. If I return safely this time, I will be one step closer to my goal." Liao Fan replied with a smile, glancing back at Zhang Tao's face, which was etched with concern. Lightheartedly, he added, "I might be gone for quite a while. I hope that when I return, the renovations of the safe house will be well underway. You must not slacken in your duties." "I will," Zhang Tao nodded earnestly, though a flicker of worry remained in his eyes. "Should I accompany you?" "There is no need. Your task is to fortify the safe house. When the time is right, I will take you with me, but not just yet." Liao Fan waved his hand dismissively. swiftly turning away and striding out of the safe house. The target was situated a considerable distance from the city center, and Liao Fan was in no rush to depart immediately. Instead, he made his way to the street, hailed a taxi, and headed straight to the university where his younger sister, Xiaoan, was studying. Given the perilous nature of the mission ahead, Liao Fan resolved to meet his only relative before setting out. Half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of the university, standing before the snow-covered gates of the campus, silently retrieving his phone. Moments later, a petite girl with a ponytail appeared in his line of sight. She bore a fresh and innocent countenance, resembling a chirpy lark as she jogged towards him, her face radiating youthful exuberance. "Brother, it's been so long since we last met. You finally decided to come see me," she exclaimed. "Indeed, it has been a while," Liao Fan replied, his gaze fixated on her enchanting face that haunted his dreams. His eyes grew moist. Despite his efforts to suppress his emotions, his voice inevitably quavered. For so many years, he had yearned to glimpse his soul family member once more. Yet, when her visage truly materialized before him, he found himself at a loss for words. Countless sentiments swelled within him, yet after a prolonged silence, he managed to utter a stilted inquiry. "Xiaoan, are you doing well these days?" "I'm doing quite well. The environment at school is lovely. Aside from the cold weather, there is nothing to complain about," she replied, her expression curious as she observed Liao Fan's slightly reddened eyes. "Brother, did you just cry or something?" "And no, it's just the wind. My eyes are a bit dry." Liao Fan instinctively recoiled, striving to avoid her gaze. He cleared his throat awkwardly. "You must be in your 3rd year now. What are your plans for the future?" "Of course, I want to become a doctor." "Have you forgotten that I'm studying clinical medicine?" Xiaoan replied, seemingly oblivious to any oddities. To her, they had only been apart for half a month, and while she occasionally missed her brother, she was not overly emotional about it. Nevertheless, Liao Fan's weathered visage did evoke a hint of concern, prompting her to ask, "Brother, why do you seem so different this time? You seem even more foolish than before." "Ahem." Liao Fan coughed softly, shaking his head as he shot her a glare, adopting a stern expression. "How dare you speak to me like that, little girl? Are you planning to rebel?" "Humph. You've always been foolish," Xiaoan retorted playfully, unfazed by Liao Fan's reprimand. The bond between the siblings had always been strong. Since the passing of their parents, Liao Fan had tirelessly worked to fund Xiaoyan's education. She was acutely aware of his sacrifices and never truly feared provoking his ire. "All right, I can't argue with you. I merely stopped by while passing through to see you. Since you're doing well, I shall take my leave now." Liao Fan, however, hesitated to meet his sister's gaze. Each time he confronted her visage, he was inexorably reminded of a past life, the haunting moment when she breathed her last in his embrace. Guilt, turmoil, and a myriad of numbing, negative emotions incessantly bled his heart. "You left so soon. How disappointing. I thought you might bring me something delectable," he lamented. Liao Yun, oblivious to her brother's thoughts, merely pouted petulantly and called him a pighead. Liao Fan paused abruptly, as if struck by an epiphany. Misinterpreting his reaction, Liao Yun quickly stuck out her tongue and playfully retreated a couple of steps. "All right, I apologize. I should have called you a pighead." Liao Fan chuckled softly. Her playful quip felt endearing to him. Even if she were to call him a pighead 1,000 times, he would never take offense. Instead, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a wad of cash. Under Liao Yun's astonished gaze, he placed the money firmly in her hands. "I came here in such haste that I forgot to bring you a gift. Here, take this money. Do not hesitate to spend it as you wish." Chapter 45. The splendid manner Liao Yun was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the substantial wad of cash that Liao Fan had handed her, her eyes reflecting astonishment and bewilderment. How could her frugal brother be so extravagant? "Brother, where did you acquire this money? Surely you haven't engaged in any illicit activities?" It was understandable that Liao Yun reacted this way. Ever since their parents' demise, the siblings had been living in considerable hardship. Just managing to scrape together her tuition had been a monumental challenge for Liao Fan. How could he suddenly bestow upon her such a generous sum for living expenses? "You are overthinking it. I merely received a promotion and a substantial salary increase." Liao Fan nonchalantly provided an explanation, urging her to accept the money with a sense of reassurance. However, Liao Yun hesitated. Even with money, we should not spend it frivolously. It would be wiser to save it for the future. Let us discuss future matters later. For now, you may use this money as you wish. I have pressing matters to attend to and will visit you again after some time," Liao Fan interjected, shaking his head and turning away. Having met with his only family member, Liao Fan finally felt a sense of fulfillment. He was now prepared to embark on a significant adventure, reluctant to linger any longer. Upon leaving the school, Liao Fan chose not to hail a taxi. Instead, he briefly assessed his bearings and ventured forth alone into the heavy snow. His destination lay in the eastern development zone of the city, a good 10 kilometers from the bustling city center. For most Traversing through a snowstorm would be a daunting task, yet Liao Fan felt no fatigue. The harsh climate served to sharpen his mind, and his body's further evolution had enhanced his capacity to adapt to such conditions. Temperatures plummeting to -10 degrees posed little challenge for one accustomed to the brutalities of a violent environment. As he walked, Liao Fan contemplated his forthcoming plans. If his memory served him correctly, the third wormhole space was expected to materialize around 5 o'clock that afternoon. Its precise geographic location was within the Eastern Development Zone, specifically at a residential complex known as the Splendid Manor, in stark contrast to the hustle and bustle of the city center. The eastern part of the city was still awaiting development, resulting in sparse foot traffic, aside from a handful of nearly completed buildings and a few large shopping centers. There were not many structures in sight. However, given the large scale of this wormhole space, its impact would be extensive, leading to a horrifying number of casualties among those caught in the ensuing slaughter. Furthermore, such significant wormhole spaces typically manifested various types of monstrous entities. If luck were to run out, there was even the possibility of encountering foes with second-tier combat capabilities. Despite the inherent dangers, Liao Fan felt compelled to proceed, for there lay the very things he desperately sought. In the midst of the blizzard, Liao Fan quickened his pace, striving to reach his destination. After 2 arduous hours, he finally arrived at the development zone, 10 kilometers away. The surroundings were vast. Apart from 2 wide roads, only incomplete construction sites remained. Occasionally, he spotted bulldozers and excavators at these sites, alongside heaps of construction materials piled beside the roads. As he strolled, he surveyed his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the opulent sales office located at the heart of the development zone. The Jinxia's Wanjuan, touted as the largest and most prestigious residential complex in the city, had garnered considerable public interest since its inception. Although the buildings were still under construction, the sales office buzzed with activity. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall, Liao Fan observed numerous visitors fervently speculating on property investments, creating an atmosphere brimming with excitement. Naturally, Liao Fan had no intention of purchasing a property, for the impending apocalypse rendered even the most luxurious abode meaningless. Nonetheless, he endeavored to masquerade as a property investor, swiftly approaching the model layout displayed within the sales office, immersing himself in the architectural design. As advertised, the estate sprawled across hundreds of acres, and through the model's layout, Liao Fan had gained a substantial understanding of the environment, planning to relocate to a quieter spot for respite. At that moment, a woman clad in professional attire and adorned with subtle makeup approached him with a warm smile. "Sir, may I inquire if you are interested in purchasing a property?" "No. I'm merely browsing," Liao Fan replied with a smile, turning to the eager staff member and gesturing slightly. However, the woman seemed undeterred by his nonchalance, trailing closely behind him and ardently continuing her pitch. "Sir, we offer the city's largest and most well-equipped estate, with all properties adhering to the highest construction standards. Although we are currently in the pre-sale phase, the discounts are quite substantial. Are you certain you do not wish to learn more?" While she spoke, she discreetly appraised Liao Fan's attire. Having donned a new ensemble, a leather coat, casual black trousers, and sneakers, he appeared somewhat out of place. Yet, the conspicuous case he held, bulging with unknown contents, suggested he might be a cash-flush investor. The saleswoman intensified her efforts, unwilling to forego the chance to earn a commission. She thoughtfully offered him a cup of hot water and produced a brochure, meticulously outlining the promotional policies available. Liao Fan, however, exhibited signs of impatience. In his previous life, he had never considered purchasing property, and in this life, it was even less likely. Observing the saleswoman's relentless chatter, he cleared his throat and announced, "I am here to find someone. Is Liao Fei present?" The saleswoman was taken aback. "Do you know our sales manager?" "Of course," Liao Fan replied with a smile, though a subtle chill flickered in his eyes. "I just wonder if this fellow still remembers me. If you truly wish to engage in business, it would be best to summon Liao Fei. I will only accept his introduction." "Very well. Please hold on for a moment. I will fetch Manager Liao right away." The female salesperson was momentarily taken aback, as the tone of this man seemed rather audacious, leaving her uncertain about his connection with the supervisor of the sales department. However, out of professional decorum, she managed to smile, nodded, and gracefully made her way towards the room at the back of the sales office. Liao Fan observed the silhouette of the female salesperson with keen interest, though a chilling intensity began to deepen in his gaze. Liao Fei was Liao Fan's cousin, the sole offspring of his uncle Liao Zhiyuan. Years ago, Liao Fan's parents perished in a tragic car accident, and their estate was monopolized by his uncle's family. At that time, Liao Fan was merely on the threshold of adulthood and was soon cast out. The truth behind that fateful accident weighed heavily on Liao Fan's mind. Yet he had struggled to uncover any evidence. Now, he intended to seize the opportunity presented by the eruption of the third wormhole to visit his cousin's workplace. Shortly thereafter, a tall man clad in a sharp suit emerged from the office of the sales department, striding forth while inquiring of the earlier female salesperson. Which client specifically requested to see me? I am currently quite occupied and do not have the time to entertain casual clients. Chapter 46. Cousin Liao Fei. In comparison to Liao Fan, Liao Fei possesses a slightly more imposing stature, his fair skin lending him an air of refinement. After several years of absence, Liao Fei still exudes an arrogant demeanor. Though clad in a well-tailored suit, his gaunt, sharp-featured visage remains unchanged from memory, reminiscent of a countenance that could easily provoke disdain at first glance. Who on earth has summoned me? Accompanied by a female sales agent, Liao Fei has arrived at the sales hall, surveying the surroundings without immediately recognizing Liao Fan, who is seated in a corner. This is hardly surprising, for despite their nominal relationship as cousins, Liao Fan has had no contact with their uncle's family since being cast out 5 years ago. Over the years, he has dedicated himself to working multiple jobs to save enough for his sister's tuition, resulting in a slightly weathered appearance compared to his peers. In stark contrast, Liao Fei has thrived in a comfortable environment, enjoying a privileged upbringing, and has scarcely faced the harsh realities of life, making him appear younger than Liao Fan, who is 2 years his senior. Observing Liao Fei's somewhat arrogant expression, Liao Fan gradually rises, adopting a languid demeanor. Liao Fei, it's been so many years. Your standards remain as lofty as ever. How is it that you failed to see me right before you? Is that you? Liao Fei swiftly turns his gaze towards Liao Fan, staring at his half-smiling face, instinctively retracting his neck, his eyes widening in surprise. However, this astonishment is fleeting, soon replaced by an innate sense of disdain. Ha, it's you, this little brat. It's been years. I nearly didn't recognize you. Indeed. It has been quite a while. Liao Fan maintains a serene smile, yet his lowered gaze belies an intensifying chill within. Liao Fei's privileged upbringing is solely attributable to the assistance provided by Liao Fan's parents during their lifetimes. In stark contrast, this ungrateful family promptly turned their backs and seized all the inheritance left by Liao Fan's parents after their tragic demise, even going so far as to cast Liao Fan and his underage sister out into the street. What audacity! Though years have passed, each recollection of his past experiences fills Liao Fan with a profound resentment towards this family. Yet, he conceals his feelings well, confronting Liao Fei's lofty demeanor with a calm smile, feigning interest as he inquires, "How have your parents been these past few years? What business is that of yours?" "We have already severed ties." Liao Fei, oblivious to the deeper implications in Liao Fan's eyes, responds nonchalantly, just as he did in the past. "What do you want from me? Surely you're not here to inquire about a discount on a property you fancy, hoping that family ties might sway me? And how much of a discount could you offer me?" Liao Fan's smile deepens as he blinks, seamlessly interjecting, "I've heard that the prices here are rather steep." "Cousin, working at this sales department, you must have earned quite a bit over the years." "Oh, it's nothing extraordinary, merely a respectable position thanks to the boss's favor." Liao Fei maintained an air of superiority, casting a cursory glance at Liao Fan. "You're quite audacious, coming to a place like this to peddle your wares at such a young age. Pray tell, are you merely putting on a brave front?" Though he feigned compliments, his demeanor was haughty, devoid of any semblance of the compassion one might expect from a cousin. Liao Fan remained unfazed. After all, he had long been acquainted with the family's shamelessness. Following a brief exchange, Liao Fan gestured towards his office. "Might I invite you upstairs for a moment? I have much to discuss with you, to reminisce, if you will." He deliberately emphasized the word reminisce, yet Liao Fei seemed oblivious to the underlying implication, dismissively waving his hand. "I see no necessity for that. Just tell me directly which property you've chosen. As a family member, I could consider offering you a discount." The patronizing tone nearly incited Liao Fan's revulsion, yet he steadfastly shook his head. "There are too many people here. Let us find a more tranquil setting for our conversation. I genuinely have inquiries I wish to discuss." "Very well, follow me," Liao Fei replied with evident impatience. Unable to outright refuse, he reluctantly led Liao Fan to the VIP reception room on the second floor. It was evident that Liao Fei was faring quite well in this company, possessing not only a private office but also being designated to host clients of notable potential. Individuals like Liao Fan, an ordinary retail investor, likely lacked the privilege to enter such a prestigious space. This occasion was indeed a boon for him. Upon entering the reception room, Liao Fei settled into an armchair, crossing his legs lazily, and remarked, "I must say, do you truly believe you can afford such upscale properties? This area may seem desolate now, but it is destined to become the epicenter of Lin City, with several key municipal departments relocating here. The property prices have already surged. If funds are tight, I advise you to reconsider." Liao Fan, however, paid no heed to his derision. Instead, he positioned himself before the floor-to-ceiling window, intently gazing at the faint mist rising outside the development zone. Time was drawing near. A delicate veil of white began to drift above, as familiar energy molecules gradually dispersed into the air. Liao Fan felt an immediate acceleration in the rhythm of his heartbeat. Unlike before, the fog here was not particularly dense. Perhaps the vastness of the development zone and the extensive coverage of the wormhole space resulted in a more diluted mist that could not coalesce. The white fog cloaking the skies formed a thin, ethereal shroud, resembling an inverted giant bowl that had unknowingly enveloped the entire development zone. Liao Fan gazed upward. The heavens awash in a pristine white hue, the once grayish landscape now cast a somber shadow. The only constant was the energy molecules swirling in the atmosphere, intensifying with the passage of time. It was indeed progressing faster than anticipated by a few minutes. As Liao Fan savored the warmth of his breath, his spirits lifted considerably. As for Liao Fei, who was lounging in his recliner, his demeanor grew increasingly impatient. Unable to restrain himself, he rapped his fingers on the table, exclaiming, "Hey, I'm speaking to you. If you lack the means, don't try to appear more significant than you are. The land here is worth its weight in gold. It is not a realm for someone like you, a mere pauper, to aspire to." Only then did Liao Fan divert his gaze, fixing it upon his defiant cousin Liao Fei. In a tone tinged with melancholy, he replied, "You have indeed guessed correctly. Properties here easily command several million. I never intended to purchase one. I came here solely to pose a question." "What question?" Liao Fei asked, momentarily taken aback as he regarded his cousin, a profound astonishment flickering in his eyes. For reasons unknown, he felt an unsettling sharpness in Liao Fan's gaze, reminiscent of a famished wolf poised to pounce. Liao Fan remained motionless, his gaze unwavering as he enunciated each word carefully. "Do you know how much you are aware of the car accident that led to my parents' demise?" Chapter 47. What happened? What do you mean? In an instant, Liao Fei, who had been wearing a stiff smile, trembled and raised his chin. He seemed to be electrified, instinctively taking a step back. "It's been so many years. Why are you still inquiring about this?" "Haha, you certainly know a lot of inside information." Liao Fan smiled, observing Liao Fei's changing complexion. For a long time, he had harbored doubts about the car accident that led to his parents' demise, suspecting it might be linked to his uncle's family. However, at the time of the incident, Liao Fan was too young, a mere youth barely stepping into adulthood. Any lingering doubts he held were beyond his capacity to validate. But now, a glint of coldness flashed in Liao Fan's eyes as he coldly scrutinized Liao Fei's trembling chin, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Why such a strong reaction? Are you feeling guilty?" "Nonsense." Liao Fei wiped the cold sweat from his brow, quickly regaining his previous arrogance. With a tone of bravado, he retorted, "What I have to feel guilty about? I was still in university when your parents met with that misfortune. How could it possibly concern me?" "Indeed." Liao Fan nodded, his expression earnest as he assessed Liao Fei. "I certainly understand that you could not have orchestrated that accident, but as a beneficiary of the event, you must possess some knowledge, don't you? Even if you weren't the planner, what about your parents? Is there any connection?" "Liao Fan, you are becoming increasingly outrageous. What attitude is this? Do you even regard me as your cousin?" Liao Fei exclaimed, visibly agitated, as if pricked by a sharp object. He turned brash, pointing at Liao Fan's cold visage, incessantly chiding, "I am busy with work and have no time to waste on you. Since you have no intention of purchasing a property here, you should leave the sales office immediately, or I will have to call someone to remove you." Then, Liao Fei pretended to grab his phone, appearing ready to summon security at any moment. Liao Fan chuckled softly. "I regret to inform you that the people downstairs are unlikely to attend to you." "What do you mean?" Liao Fei froze, gazing at Liao Fan's face, which bore an expression of cold severity, and involuntarily shuddered. He hastily dialed the security office's number. To his surprise, the call did not connect. The previously full signal suddenly turned to nothingness. "Strange, why can't I get through? Could there be an issue with the communication tower? That seems improbable." Liao Fei's face contorted with anxiety. He desperately wished to avoid sharing the same space with this relentless individual, continuing to fumble with his phone. Liao Fan coldly crossed his arms, observing Liao Fei's anxious demeanor, and shook his head with a smile. "Save your efforts. Your calls won't go through. And soon this place will transform into a veritable hell of slaughter. If you wish to leave alive, you must honestly recount the events of that year. Perhaps, out of familial consideration, I may offer you some guidance." "You insolent brat, you truly are audacious." Liao Fei's cheek twitched as he resolutely cast his phone onto the desk and strode towards Liao Fan, utilizing his height advantage. He looked down upon him with a haughty expression, declaring, "This is my final warning. Do not cause a disturbance in my workplace, or else." He left the threat hanging in the air, the implication clear in his piercing gaze. Throughout their lives, Liao Fan had always been on the frail side. While Liao Fei stood tall at over 6 feet, with a robust physique and muscular build. Taking advantage of his imposing stature, Liao Fei had bullied his younger cousin mercilessly. Never truly regarding him as family, Liao Fan fell silent, fixating on his domineering cousin, whose face radiated arrogance. Any lingering sentiment of familial concern within him evaporated in an instant. He averted his gaze, coldly observing the thickening fog outside the window, a chilling smile gracing his lips. You will speak the truth, he thought to himself. Enough of your bluster. I have no time for your nonsense. Leave at once. With the pretense of civility completely stripped away, Liao Fei no longer feigned a smile. A glint of menace flickered in his eyes as he pushed against Liao Fan's shoulder. However, given that this was his workplace, Liao Fei refrained from escalating the situation, wary of any indiscretions that might tarnish his reputation. Yet, when he attempted to shove Liao Fan away, he discovered, to his astonishment, that no amount of force could budge him. Are you going to leave or not? He exclaimed. Taken aback, just as he prepared to deliver a harsh retort, a piercing scream erupted from outside the sales office, causing both men to momentarily freeze. In unison, they turned their attention towards the source of the anguished cries. The fog thickened, an inexplicable chill enveloping the lobby as it mingled with the air of blue star, coalescing into a tangle of white frost. The interior and exterior of the hall grew dim and hazy. Even the light from the chandeliers above became indistinct. It's here. Liao Fan recognized the impending danger and paid no heed to Liao Fei as he casually walked towards the corridor, intent on returning to the lobby. The scope of this wormhole was vast, and an abundance of creatures was set to emerge. Liao Fan remained uncertain about the entity responsible for the earlier scream, so he prudently set aside his grievances with Liao Fei for the time being. Liao Fei, bewildered, followed him back into the lobby. Staring at the rising mist and the faint, haunting cries from outside, swallowing hard in astonishment. What is happening? It sounds like someone is in distress out there. Indeed. There were cries of anguish emanating from beyond the sales office. The chilling screams, laced with despair and agony, reverberated from various corners of the development zone, echoing like a nightmare and leaving everyone in stunned silence. However, the arrival of this wormhole had a wide reach, although the monsters had begun to appear. They did not immediately target the sales office, instead directing their focus towards those wandering outside the development zone, leaving the populace momentarily oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Furthermore, the dense fog obstructs both vision and hearing, rendering the distant cries intermittent and unclear. As a result, although the sounds of anguish reached their ears, the reality of the horrific slaughter remained unnoticed. Liao Fei listened intently for a while, his expression growing increasingly bewildered. He reluctantly shifted his gaze to Liao Fan, inquiring with a cold tone, "Are you aware of the situation outside?" However, Liao Fan remained silent, a concealed smirk at the corner of his mouth becoming more pronounced. At that moment, the upper floor of the sales office was filled with the bustling sound of footsteps. The crowd turned in astonishment, only to discover a corpulent middle-aged man with a slicked-back hairstyle, leading a group of staff members hastily descending the stairs. As they walked, he inquired, "What is happening downstairs? Who was shouting just now? Why is everyone gathered in the hall? Manager Wong, why have you also been disturbed?" Liao Fei turned back to look at the rotund man, quickly donning a servile smile as he approached, saying, "It's nothing. Perhaps there was a quarrel at another construction site." Chapter 48, The Stray Dog. Manager Wong, the property salesman, was a stout, middle-aged man with a rotund belly. Clad in an exquisite suit and sporting a slick-back hairstyle, his face was adorned with excess flesh. When he spoke, his eyes squinted into narrow slits. It was evident to any discerning observer that he held a position of significant authority within the real estate company. Indeed, even before Manager Wong descended the stairs, Liao Fei had already donned a sycophantic expression, eagerly welcoming him with a grin. Why hasn't anyone been dispatched to quell the quarrel on the construction site? Today marks a momentous day for our group's pre-sale, and we cannot afford to disturb our clients. Manager Wong's countenance darkened as he chastised Liao Fei. What kind of supervisor are you? Just moments ago, Liao Fei had exuded arrogance, but now, under the scrutiny of his superior, he shrank back, resembling a subservient figure, hastily lowering his head and offering forced smiles. "Yes, I will arrange for someone to handle it right away." He then pointed at a random staff member, quickly regaining his usual air of superiority. "You, go outside immediately and assess the situation. Ensure those people quiet down so as not to disrupt the sales office." The staff member, called upon, nodded eagerly, exhibiting a look of confusion as he made his way toward the entrance. The dense fog obscured the happenings outside, leaving them unaware of the gravity of the situation. The staff member soon ventured into the mist, peering cautiously to observe. Liao Fei continued to ingratiate himself with Manager Wang. Manager, this trivial matter shouldn't trouble you. Perhaps you should head upstairs and allow me to manage things down here. However, before he could finish, a chilling scream erupted from outside. The sound was piercing and terrifying, laced with a haunting rasp that caused Liao Fei to swallow his words in an instant. What is happening? It seems something truly has gone awry. I heard it too. It was that employee's scream. What on earth has transpired? The already eerie atmosphere became utterly chaotic. The second scream had come from a location not far from the sales office, rendering the sound unmistakably clear. Its penetrating and horrifying timbre struck all present, seizing their attention. Liao Fei and Manager Wang's expression shifted dramatically, as did those of the prospective buyers gathered for the property sale. Upon hearing the shriek, they halted all activity, their gazes collectively fixating on the expanse of glass windows, peering towards the source of the commotion, a palpable sense of dread enveloping the air. Could it be that the group of disgruntled employees has escalated the situation? Liao Fei was now thoroughly unsettled, yet in the presence of his superior, he forced himself to maintain an appearance of composure. He summoned several other staff members, bracing himself as he declared, "Let us venture outside together. These workers are utterly ungrateful. Their ruckus benefits no one." But just as Liao Fei was ready to lead the others out to investigate, Liao Fan, who had been silently observing from the corner, suddenly let out a cold chuckle. If you wish to avoid peril, it would be wise not to venture out at such a time. As these words left his mouth, Liao Fei was instantly taken aback, and even Manager Wang, whose face was adorned with excess flesh, was drawn to Liao Fan. Unable to restrain himself from asking, "Young man, what did you just say?" "I mentioned that this place is perilous. If you wish to avoid significant casualties, it would be prudent to close the door swiftly and seek refuge elsewhere," Liao Fan replied. He opened his mouth, intending to divulge the matters concerning the wormhole space. But halfway through, Liao Fei, eager to assert himself, interjected with a harsh tone, "Do not spout nonsense. You have no place to speak here." After interrupting Liao Fan, Liao Fei turned his gaze towards Manager Wang and flashed an ingratiating smile, saying, "Apologies, Manager. This lad is merely a poor relative of mine, utterly ignorant and uncouth. I beg your pardon for his folly." Liao Fan, witnessing this, chose to remain silent. His initial intention to warn had stemmed from goodwill, but since it was unappreciated, he felt no blame could be placed upon himself. With this thought, he shook his head and prepared to distance himself. However, Manager Wang, donning a contemplative expression, called out to Liao Fan's retreating figure, "Young man, please wait. Do you truly know what danger lurks outside?" "Indeed," Liao Fan replied coolly, turning back. But before he could utter his next words, Liao Fei hastily seized the conversation. "You know nothing. I warn you not to speak foolishly here. The development zone is so desolate. What danger could there possibly be? Cease your ramblings, or I assure you, I shall not let this slide." It was evident that Liao Fei had already concluded that his cousin had come merely to stir trouble and had no intention of allowing him an opportunity to speak. Yet, before he could further dismiss Liao Fan, a shadow enveloped by thick fog materialized at the entrance of the sales office, followed by a low, guttural growl that instantly captivated everyone's attention. "What is that?" Liao Fei noticed the shadow outside the sales office hall and quickly widened his eyes to look. Subsequently, everyone beheld a filthy wild dog, draped in light yellow fur, awkwardly peering in with its dirty, odorous head, fixating its cold gaze on all those within the hall. The wild dog was of considerable size, significantly heftier than the average stray, its body marred with blotches of gray, its light yellow fur tangled with twigs, appearing both wet and filthy, emanating an intensely pungent odor that caused many to wrinkle their brows in distaste. How could a wild dog appear in the sales office? What is going on? It turned out to be just a stray dog. Liao Fei, after a brief moment of tension, couldn't help but laugh upon seeing the scruffy mutt. He then turned to Liao Fan, mocking him. "Is this the danger you spoke of, a mere dog?" Liao Fan had no retort. He merely narrowed his eyes coldly, unwaveringly staring at the gray-spotted wild dog, his fingers concealed within his sleeve, firmly gripping the hilt of a dagger. This was undoubtedly not an ordinary stray dog, for Liao Fan sensed a distinctly familiar aura of a beast emanating from it. The creature, resembling a wolf in stature, adorned with a mosaic of gray patches, its damp canine jaws dripping with an unidentified viscous substance, exhibited an array of striking features. The catfish dog, a low-tier, gregarious beast, was an unexpected visitor. Liao Fan murmured softly, his soliloquy provoking Liao Fei's irritation once more, prompting him to push Liao Fan aside. "What are you muttering about? It's merely an ordinary stray dog. What danger could it possibly pose?" Liao Fan shot him a sidelong glance, a smirk playing on his lips. "Were I in your position, I would not dismiss it as a mere stray. Have you ever encountered a wild dog that shows no fear of humans? Liao Fan's words left the crowd momentarily stunned. Indeed, the wild dog outside, though seemingly unremarkable, exhibited an utter lack of trepidation towards humans. It not only remained unfazed but also swung its filthy head, casting cold, inscrutable glances at the throng in the sales hall, exuding an air of eager anticipation, as if poised to invade at any moment. Chapter 49. Brutality. Typically, stray dogs in urban suburbs are generally fearful of humans, particularly in the bustling sales office, where the crowd swells to a staggering 50 or 60 individuals. The sheer presence of such a throng is enough to send ordinary wild dogs fleeing in terror. Yet, the wild dog before them was an anomaly. With its head drooped and an air of manic energy, it surveyed the crowd with its yellow eyes, its nose twitching as it seemed to detect something in the air. As the scent of more humans wafted through, the dog's gaze intensified with excitement, its underlying indifference startling many onlookers. Manager Wong turned to those beside him, declaring that the dog was far too filthy to enter, and asked who would shoo it away. "Allow me," Liao Fan interjected eagerly, boasting of his experience with such wild beasts. As anticipated, he was the first to step forward, seizing a piece of grilled sausage, tearing off the packaging, and flinging it towards the wild dog from a distance. The sausage arced gracefully through the air, landing just beside the dog's paws. Startled, the wild dog cautiously sidestepped, sniffing at the sausage with its filthy nose. Liao Fan chuckled derisively. "Go on, eat it, and be on your way." However, the wild dog merely sniffed the ground, soon diverting its gaze back to Liao Fan, its cold stare unwavering, showing no inclination to partake. These grotesque creatures, accustomed to the harshness of the outside world, had little interest in the technologically enhanced sausage. What truly piqued their appetite lay within the living beings of the hall. "How strange, why won't it eat?" the crowd murmured in confusion. At that moment, a saleswoman who had previously attended to Liao Fan stepped forward, her expression one of pity as she gazed at the filthy wild dog. "Poor thing, it must have been wandering for a long time. Perhaps it's just afraid of us, which is why it wants to eat," she murmured, approaching the dog with an air of compassion. The wild dog continued to fixate on her, its sharp eyes locking onto her neck. Oblivious to the danger, the saleswoman called out as she approached, "Go on, eat. If that's not enough, I have more." Suddenly, the wild dog's jaws snapped open wide, its powerful hind legs propelling it forward in a flash, transforming into a yellow blur as it lunged at the saleswoman. "Ah, what are you doing?" she gasped, tumbling to the ground in shock. "Quick, get that dog out," shouted her male colleagues, eager to play the role of gallant protectors. Yet, before they could rush to her aid, the woman's scream escalated into a piercing cry of terror. A horrific scene unfolded. The wild dog pounced upon the woman, disregarding her frantic cries, and with a gruesome display, sank its filthy teeth into her neck. Blood erupted, spraying from the severed artery, instantly staining the floor in a vivid crimson. The screams transformed into hoarse cries, mingled with painful groans, while the yellow dog barked excitedly, ravenously devouring the delectable morsels near its mouth, accompanied by exhilarated growls. "Oh my goodness, this wild dog dares to consume a human!" In an instant, those colleagues who initially intended to rush in to save the victim were paralyzed with fear, staring at the female sales representative struggling on the ground, her anguished wails sending a chill through their limbs. "Damn it, why are we still standing here? Let us all join together and drive this wild dog away." Meanwhile, a man clad in a leather jacket emerged from a nearby spot, seizing an ashtray from a table, intending to confront the dog. After all, it was merely a slightly larger wild dog, certainly not enough to terrify everyone. Thus, several individuals in the crowd mustered their courage, planning to collectively drive it off. Under normal circumstances, a typical wild dog would have fled from such a group, but the beast that had bitten off the saleswoman's neck remained unfazed, gnawing on human flesh while casting a yellow-eyed gaze at the approaching man, drool dripping from its mouth, its excitement palpable. As the man instinctively halted, sensing something amiss, an unexpected event unfolded. The wild dog swallowed the morsel in its mouth, opened its jaws, and a crimson tongue, resembling a fleeting shadow, pierced through the man's abdomen in an instant. The elongated, scarlet tongue revealed barbed hooks, effortlessly puncturing the man's belly. With a swift motion, it coiled around. With a tearing sound, the man was eviscerated, his intestines and entrails violently extracted, blood splattering everywhere. Everything transpired too swiftly. From the moment the wild dog pounced on the saleswoman to the assistance attempted by others, culminating in the dog's renewed assault on the man. It all occurred in less than 3 seconds. It wasn't until the man clutched his abdomen, his screams echoing through the hall, that the crowd fully comprehended the horror. This filthy wild dog was no mere stray. In collective terror, the crowd recoiled, while the wild dog nonchalantly retracted its tongues, its barbed end ensnaring the man's intestines, devouring them with reckless abandon, its jaws grinding in satisfaction, its eyes squinting in delight. The man, now with his belly sliced open, emitted a piercing wail, racked with excruciating pain, the other end of his intestines still connected to his body. Yet the wild dog was insatiable, eagerly consuming not just his intestines but also his internal organs, gorging itself as blood and viscera splattered across its face, horrifyingly staining the floor and its jaws. Brutal and utterly grotesque. The man's cries had not yet ceased, while the witnesses, in utter disbelief, gasped and screamed, nearly losing their voices. Suddenly, a mechanical sound resonated from the corner of the hall. With a click, a crossbow was readied, and a black bolt soared through the air, piercing the wild dog's eye socket, shattering its eyeball with a resounding pop, unleashing a torrent of foul blood. The force of the crossbow bolt had not yet dissipated. It not only pierced through the canine teeth but also shattered the rigid skull of the creature, resulting in a dull explosion. The wild dog let out a mournful howl, its predatory actions abruptly ceasing. Its fractured head oozed a copious amount of milky brain matter, mingling with the putrid blood and filthy fluids, which spread across the floor. The assailant, of course, was Liao Fan, though he held no particular concern for the lives of the two strangers. He was equally averse to witnessing the grotesque spectacle of a monster mercilessly slaughtering its kin before his eyes. Thus, he swiftly pulled the trigger, sending the filthy and repulsive catfish dog to the depths of hell. As the creature collapsed, its limbs convulsed, bringing an end to the horrifying carnage. However, the two fallen individuals were not entirely beyond salvation. The female saleswoman had her throat bitten out, a gaping wound the size of a fist appearing near her carotid artery, with blood gushing like a well, exposing her white trachea and pink tissue, rendering her unable to speak. Conversely, the man who had been disemboweled could still function, wailing in agony while desperately reaching out to the crowd, pleading for assistance. Chapter 50. The appearance of the pack saved me. I beg you, please. The man's anguish cries echoed through the air, punctuated by intermittent gasps, each detail infused with despair. Alas, no one could offer a response. The majority of the onlookers were paralyzed by the sudden horror. The man stood with his mouth agape, frozen in shock, while the woman covered her mouth, stifling silent sobs. Even those few who remained composed were rendered speechless by the scene before them. The ground was stained with blood, and the remnants of intestines lay scattered, half consumed. Only Liao Fan remained resolute, his grip on the crossbow unyielding, his expression as cold and detached as ever. He approached the fallen catfish monster, confirming its lifelessness before shifting his gaze to the man whose abdomen had been brutally opened, still gasping for breath. A deep sigh escaped him, tinged with regret. It was a pity. The man had demonstrated remarkable courage, being the first to confront the catfish monster in the face of such terror. Such bravery often accompanies innate talent. Had he been aware of the impending chaos and opted to remain hidden, perhaps he could have survived until the wormhole vanished. Regrettably, courage and talent were not enough. He lacked a modicum of luck. What on earth is happening, Liao Fan? Do you know something? As Liao Fan pondered whether to grant the man a swift end, a hoarse cry erupted from behind him. Turning around, he was met with Liao Fei's quivering face, eyes reddened with fear as he desperately questioned him. Not only Liao Fei, but many others had also instinctively turned their attention to Liao Fan. In the entire hall, he was the only one armed, having maintained his composure amidst the chaos, seizing the opportunity to strike the fatal blow, clearly well prepared for such an encounter. In response to their gazes, Liao Fan nodded calmly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. I regret not informing you earlier, but indeed, we find ourselves in grave danger. As you can see, our world has been invaded by creatures that should not exist here, relentlessly hunting and slaughtering us as humans. If you wish to survive, I suggest you arm yourselves without delay. His measured tone resonated like a thunderclap in the ears of the crowd, igniting a surge of agitation among them. Liao Fei strode forward, his face contorted, lips trembling uncontrollably as he exclaimed in sheer terror. You knew all along. Why didn't you warn us sooner? You bastard? Was this intentional? Liao Fan regarded him with an impassive glance, shaking his head, the word laughable escaping his lips. Indeed, he had not divulged the situation beforehand, for it was not his obligation. To a group of strangers, offering a warning is a courtesy, while withholding it is merely a matter of principle. Liao Fan owed them nothing and saw no reason to waste breath on their accusations. Why don't you say something? You knew this would happen. Why didn't you tell me? Why not reveal it sooner? Liao Fei's agitation was palpable as he lunged towards Liao Fan, his spittle flying, his expression resembling that of a man possessed. Liao Fan calmly brushed aside his hand, knowing that even if he spoke, it would be futile. First, you would not believe me. Secondly, I have no obligation to remind you. What do you mean? I am your cousin, you little rascal. You are fully aware of the danger, and yet you fail to inform me. What are your true intentions? Liao Fei seethed with rage, his expression fierce as though Liao Fan owed him millions. Liao Fan retorted coldly, "So you do remember that I am your kin. If that is the case, why are you unwilling to divulge the truth about the accident all those years ago? What connection do my parents have to you?" Liao Fei was instantly rendered speechless, his lips trembling, his face a mask of discomfort and pallor. Liao Fan released his hand and continued with an icy demeanor, still unwilling to speak the truth. "No matter. That creature from earlier was merely the tip of the iceberg. Soon, more catfish monsters will come crashing in to join you in your games. I have all the time in the world to wait." "What?" As his words faded, the previously quiet crowd erupted into a state of panic once more. The rotund manager Wang stepped forward, his voice trembling. "How many more of these monsters are there?" "I'm afraid I cannot say, but I assure you, it is not a small number." Liao Fan shrugged, relishing the sight of Liao Fei's face, which had turned a shade paler than the walls. With a wry smile, he added, "Catfish monsters are merely the most primitive of the beastly species. In their environment, there exist far more fearsome and ruthless predators. Due to their low combat prowess, catfish monsters band together like goblins, forming independent groups. Thus, slaying one is hardly significant. For soon more of its kind will follow the sin of blood to this very spot." The unfolding events perfectly validated Liao Fan's assessment. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, from the depths of the thick fog, a cacophony of howls erupted. Everyone turned mechanically, their necks craning toward the door, their eyes glazed with shock. Within the fog, a multitude of catfish monsters rapidly gathered. 1, 2, 3. No fewer than 20 of them were drawn by the scent of blood. These filthy and grotesque creatures advanced through the mist, their cold, eerie eyes radiating an inexplicable cruelty. Their low growls encircling half the building. "They're here." Liao Fan's expression darkened as he swiftly distanced himself from the crowd, retreating with haste. The catfish monsters were not his target, and he had no intention of wasting his energy battling these filthy, foolish low-level creatures. Before the real threat emerged, Liao Fan needed to conserve every ounce of strength. "My goodness, they are truly here. So many wild dogs. They've set their sights on us. What should we do? Don't let them inside. Everyone, listen to me. Quickly close the doors and lock the windows." As the pack drew nearer, a heavy atmosphere of impending slaughter left everyone paralyzed with fear. Fortunately, not everyone ceased to think. Amidst the crowd, there were still those who reacted swiftly. As manager Wang gazed at the encroaching pack of monstrous dogs, a realization struck him. He immediately let out a blood-curdling scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Urging his subordinates, "Quickly, close the door. Block the windows on the first floor as well. As long as we can prevent these creatures from entering, we will be safe." Others should hasten to call the police for assistance. "Yes, hurry, close the door." Liao Fei, equally terrified, scrambled to rally his colleagues, and together they forcefully barricaded the entrance. The large glass windows of the sales hall were exceptionally sturdy, primarily crafted from tempered glass, and the building's structural integrity had been reinforced, sufficient to withstand small-scale monsters. As people hurried to secure the doors, the ravenous catfish dogs outside let out eerie howls, one after another, eagerly charging towards the doors that had yet to be fully secured. Within mere seconds, several individuals were overpowered by the ravenous beasts. Left with no choice, the people resorted to grabbing chair legs and other improvised weapons to fend off the advancing pack at the entrance. Chapter 51. The man-eating lizard. The speed of the catfish dogs was astonishing. The crowd had no time to secure all doors and windows before the creatures had already infiltrated through the openings of the sales hall. The first to be attacked were several individuals clad in employee uniforms, hired security personnel gathered by the developers, each wielding a baton that appeared rather intimidating. Unfortunately, these guards, largely comprised of idle workers from construction sites, had received no systematic training and were often no stronger than the average person. Consequently, despite their weapons, many were swiftly overpowered. A total of 7 or 8 catfish dogs seized the opportunity to squeeze into the hall, wreaking havoc amidst the chaos, biting indiscriminately. As lesser beasts, their lethality was not particularly formidable, comparable perhaps to the goblins encountered previously. Yet, the sheer number of these creatures was daunting. The untrained security guards were utterly overwhelmed, flailing their batons aimlessly, attempting to mimic a fierce demeanor in a futile effort to intimidate the beasts. However, their efforts bore no fruit. Though the combat prowess of the catfish dogs was lacking, their relentless charge instilled terror in those accustomed to a life of comfort. They growled menacingly, madly plunging into the throng, utilizing their sharp teeth and claws to latch onto people's legs, dragging them to the ground to rend them mercilessly. Those who had long been paralyzed by fear seemed to forget the very notion of resistance. Even in greater numbers, they could not mount an effective counterattack in that moment. Panic-stricken, they screamed and stumbled over one another, inadvertently complicating matters for those who dared to resist. "Damn it, don't push. Everyone, don't crowd together." They are merely wild dogs. If we unite, we can surely fend them off. Manager Wong, trapped in the midst of the crowd, trembled with fear, his face quivering with agitation as he vocally reprimanded the panicking throng. As the leader of the group, he exhibited some semblance of capability, managing to maintain a semblance of calm compared to others. He pushed through the throng, calling out to his subordinates, urging everyone to stand firm against the onslaught. The sales office was quite spacious, devoid of readily available weapons, yet some folding chairs and ashtrays could still inflict harm upon the catfish dogs. A few employees finally mustered their courage and banded together, successfully repelling the intruding beasts while resolutely barricading the doors and windows on the first floor to prevent further incursions. The chaos persisted for several minutes, but at last, control was regained. The catfish dogs lacked exceptional strength and could not breach the tempered glass of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Despite their relentless thrashing and the cacophony of their heads striking the glass, the tempered material was not so easily shattered, and for the moment, the creatures were effectively kept at bay. As the situation began to improve, the people in the sales office sighed in relief, gathering toward the interior of the hall. Grateful that the monsters had been thwarted, only Liao Fan, observing the perspiring individuals who were quietly relieved, could not suppress a smirk of derision. His laughter was soft, yet it was still captured by many. Liao Fei immediately approached, eyes wide, and shouted, "What are you laughing at? It seems you are quite pleased to see others in misfortune." "You misunderstand," Liao Fan replied calmly, shaking his head. He pointed towards the window, indicating the clumsy catfish-like creatures outside with a tone laced with amusement. "I merely find your decision to close the door quite foolish. It serves no purpose and may even endanger more lives." "What do you mean?" Liao Fei was increasingly perplexed by his cousin, unable to contain his frustration at Liao Fan's concealed mockery. "What else can we do but shut the door? Should we rush out and confront those man-eating monsters?" His voice was charged with emotion, desperate to unleash his feelings onto Liao Fan, who remained unfazed, raising an eyebrow and surveying the bewildered crowd around them. He replied indifferently, "As I mentioned earlier, there is not just one pack of predators here. There are more formidable foes nearby. By locking yourselves in this place, you merely invite further attacks." "That's preposterous. How could that possibly be?" Liao Fei retorted furiously, but before he could finish, a more terrifying occurrence unfolded. Outside the sales office, a sudden rustling sound echoed, and soon the noise converged on the ceiling high above. The creaking echoed like something was clawing at the walls, and the sound of shattering glass from the upper floors sent a jolt through everyone's nerves. "Damn it, there are still windows open on the third floor, and the ventilation window above has remained ajar." Manager Wong, his face quivering with fat, instantly realized the gravity of the situation, his expression growing grim. At that moment, a piercing scream emanated from the top floor, a terrified, hoarse cry enveloping the crowd. Once again, people screamed, their faces paler than before. "It's my assistant Xiao Zhang. He has been upstairs this whole time. Could he have met with a tragic fate?" Manager Wong recognized the source of the scream, his greasy face trembling as if shocked. Liao Fei shuddered in fear, instinctively looking up at the rooftop of the sales office alongside the others. Soon, they witnessed a round object tumbling down from the staircase, landing with a thud and revealing a gnawed face and shredded flesh. Assistant Xiao Zhang had indeed fallen, but only his head had dropped, most of his face devoured, leaving behind a bloodied skull and a pair of horrified eyes that stared into the crowd, filled with an indescribable strangeness and menace. The crowd erupted into screams once more, a frenzy of panic as they scrambled to distance themselves from the severed head. Yet Liao Fan did not flee. Instead, he narrowed his gaze towards the direction from which the head had been cast down. There, he beheld a creature clad in green armor, its body covered in scales resembling serpents, slithering forth from the rooftop of the sales office, its long tongue flicking out, inching closer. Before them stood a nearly 2-meter-long green lizard, its massive head adorned with an exaggerated shape. From the damp corners of its mouth protruded a long, scarlet tongue, with copious blood dripping along its length, forming a series of viscous crimson trails. The creature's claws were robust, its body enveloped in a dense layer of scales, while its cheeks bore shriveled sacs reminiscent of a rooster's comb, which trembled ominously as the lizard slithered, akin to the warning signal of a rattlesnake poised to strike. "What on earth is that?" The crowd was drenched in sweat, transfixed by the sight of the green lizard monstrosities emerging from the upper floors, paralyzed with fear and exclaiming loudly. Merely ordinary man-eating lizards, their combat prowess slightly superior to that of the catfish dog, yet still limited in strength. Liao Fan furrowed his brow, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over the writhing forms of the carnivorous giant lizards, with his expression darkening slightly. The situation was becoming rather troublesome. He had not anticipated such an influx of creatures, although both the catfish dogs and the man-eating lizards possessed rather average combat abilities. Far beneath his own level, the coordinated assault of these two waves of monsters presented a significant challenge. Chapter 52. Breaking free at this moment. The man-eating iguanas had begun their assault. With their sharp claws, they swiftly ascended to the rooftop of the sales office. After dispatching a few isolated individuals, they immediately shifted direction, their mouths emitting a chilling hiss as they rapidly descended the stairs. Compared to the catfish dogs, the size and appearance of the man-eating iguanas were far more terrifying, especially their large mouths dripping with viscous slime, filled with fangs as sharp as daggers and as large as grinding wheels, each detail instilling immense fear. They are coming. The recently relieved crowd was plunged into an even greater panic. The sales office had been sealed shut, and dozens of people were crammed into the lobby on the first floor, facing the onslaught of these man-eating iguanas with no hope of escape. What should we do? With both dogs and lizards attacking, are we truly doomed? Even Manager Wang, who had been relatively composed moments ago, was now on the verge of collapsing in terror. If it had merely been the pack of dogs, the people would not have been so frightened. After all, there were many of them, and the tempered glass provided a formidable barrier against the catfish dogs. However, with the rooftop breached and at least a dozen man-eating iguanas encircling their escape route, they were caught between a rock and a hard place, a predicament far beyond the capabilities of these ordinary individuals. Remaining here meant facing a pincer attack from the monsters. Their only chance at survival was to burst through the door and escape, just as everyone was at a loss. Liao Fan had already quietly secured his weapon and was sprinting towards the entrance. He moved with remarkable speed, reaching the doorway in an instant, and forcefully pulled open the recently shut glass door. As the door swung wide, a chilling mist poured in. Within the fog, the catfish dogs, also on the hunt for food, became agitated, and one reckless creature lunged forward, opening its grotesque maw and aiming directly for Liao Fan's neck. Get away. Liao Fan's gaze sharpened as he sidestepped the oncoming catfish dog, a gust of wind brushing past him as he simultaneously struck with his dagger. The silver blade sliced through the air, and with a swift counterattack, he cleaved the belly of the approaching catfish dog, relying solely on instinct and experience. The silver blade gleamed as it pierced through the creature's side, splitting open its abdomen. A piercing roar erupted, yet Liao Fan did not falter. With a swift stroke, he continued to evade the creature's attempts to bite him, despite the monster's belly being split open. Its fierce instincts and fearless fighting spirit drove the catfish dog to charge at him once more. So fast, the catfish dog, though small in stature, exhibited remarkable agility in close combat, darting about like a shadow. Without even glancing back, Liao Fan flicked his dagger, guided by instinct, and thrust it straight into the creature's maw, swiftly tossing its body aside. But another beast was already upon him. The catfish dogs possessed extraordinarily low intelligence, their filthy heads housing little thought beyond the singular desire to consume flesh. Even in the face of death, the creature showed no sign of retreat. Seek death. Liao Fan uttered a low growl once again, his dagger spinning with force, striking at an astonishing angle to sever the neck of the second catfish monster. His movements were so swift that onlookers could barely discern his actions. Both catfish monsters lay lifeless in quick succession, yet a third emerged. The monster charged forth, embodying its cold-blooded and ferocious nature. As it leapt over the bodies of its fallen companions, its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth expanding before Liao Fan, terrifying and menacing. Still, he did not flinch. Instead, he swung his left arm, clenched his fist, and thrust it into the catfish's mouth. The creature's jaws gaped wide, ready to snap shut. But Liao Fan's fist lodged firmly in its throat, rendering it unable to bite down. In an instant, he brandished his dagger, delivering a swift horizontal stab that punctured the creature's skull. And then there was a fourth. The dagger in Liao Fan's hand erupted with a flash of silver, shattering the monster's brain, while simultaneously slicing toward the next creature's neck. His strikes were merciless as he seized the body of the catfish monster in his left hand, swinging it like a meteor hammer, delivering a crushing blow to several more creatures attempting to ambush him. The sheer force shattered their bones, and the cacophony of collisions echoed incessantly as all the catfish monsters that lunged at him recoiled in agony. One man, one dagger, managed to secure the entrance of the sales office, never retreating a single step despite the multitude of catfish monsters pressing in from all sides. Fully mastering the rhythm of the battle, this was no mere combat. It was a display of the artistry of slaughter. Years of survival in a post-apocalyptic world had endowed Liao Fan with combat experience that far exceeded that of his peers. Even though he had yet to regain the strength of his past life, facing these creatures at the bottom of the food chain posed no challenge for him. Crack. In a matter of mere seconds, Liao Fan had vanquished 5 catfish monsters, and after forcefully snapping the neck of the last one, the remaining creatures outside lacked the courage to charge forward. Clearly, the ferocity Liao Fan displayed at that moment was far more beastly than that of the catfish monsters. his chilling aura instilling fear that made them retreat, their eyes now filled with caution and terror as they regarded this human. Liao Fan did not pursue further. He coldly glanced back at the man-eating lizards that were poised to enter the sales office lobby, issued a disdainful snort, and then disappeared into the mist at remarkable speed. As for the people behind him, they stood in stunned silence. No one could have anticipated that this peculiar, seemingly inconspicuous individual would be capable of dispatching so many monsters in an instant. His battlefield prowess was nothing short of inhuman. Wait, let us all run together. The crowd grew agitated, hastening their steps to follow Liao Fan's departing figure. They had no choice but to keep pace, for the man-eating lizards lurked just behind them. A moment's delay would invite another wave of monstrous attacks. They followed Liao Fan, surging wildly out of the sales office lobby, with Liao Fei hastily trailing behind, repeatedly shouting, "Wait up! Don't run so fast." Alas, Liao Fan offered no reply. Meanwhile, the nearby pack of dogs, upon witnessing such a throng of people bursting forth, raised their heads and unleashed blood-curdling howls. They were terrified of this man, who was even more fearsome than a monster, yet showed no fear towards those who followed in his wake. As they roared, the dogs' tongues lashed out once more, mercilessly claiming the lives of the fleeing individuals. Inside the sales office, many others, unable to escape in time, had already fallen victim to the carnage wrought by the man-eating lizards. Cries of anguish and curses filled the air, with some even pleading for mercy from the beasts, yet all such appeals proved futile. For those who had managed to escape, a glimmer of hope remained, while those left behind could only await their grim fate. Chapter 53. Nature hard to change. Liao Fan sprinted ahead of the crowd. Disregarding the struggles and screams that erupted behind him, he navigated through the dense fog, swiftly surveying his surroundings, and soon fixated on an unfinished building to the left of the development zone. The structure, a mere 3 stories tall and half-completed, bore no signs of human congregation save for the heaps of metal sheets and construction materials piled at its entrance. It appeared rather inconspicuous, a perfect refuge. With a fleeting thought, Liao Fan accelerated towards the incomplete edifice. However, the throng of individuals who had fled alongside him quickly followed suit, coalescing into a significant mass. Initially, Liao Fan intended to shed most of the crowd and find a secluded spot to hide, but the terrified souls, having witnessed his valiant display, clung to him as their lifeline, trailing him no matter which direction he took. The sheer number of people congregating amplified the sin of humanity, attracting both the ravenous catfish and the recently joined man-eating iguanas, leading to a rather absurd race. These creatures truly proved to be formidable. Liao Fan furrowed his brow, glancing at the crowd behind him. Suddenly, he quickened his pace and made a sharp turn, momentarily distancing himself from the throng. Yet at that very moment, a familiar cry pierced the air, compelling him to halt once more. "Help! Save me!" The voice belonged to his cousin, Liao Fei. This fellow had been trailing closely behind. But shortly after escaping the sales office, a catfish monster had ensnared him. Initially, Liao Fei could hold his ground against such a creature, which was not particularly large or impressively fierce. However, as time passed, the man-eating iguanas descended from the rooftop to join the fray, overwhelming him in an instant. Before Liao Fei, the catfish monster bared its foul-smelling maw, its claws digging into his waist, leaving deep scratches. Behind him, the iguana swung its long tail like a steel whip, crashing down on Liao Fei's leg and sending him tumbling to the ground. Though these two beasts hailed from different species, their intent to devour was united. Having successfully toppled Liao Fei, they opened their jaws wide, preparing to feast. Liao Fei, paralyzed with fear, could only helplessly extend his hand towards Liao Fan, his eyes pleading with desperation, "Save me, please." "Huh, how dare you seek my aid?" Liao Fan scoffed inwardly at the sight of his cousin on the brink of demise. Yet, after a brief moment of hesitation, he raised his left arm and swiftly pulled the trigger, piercing the catfish monster's skull. With a thunderous thud, the crossbow bolt shattered the creature's cranium, sending a torrent of hot, viscous blood and brain matter splattering across Liao Fei's face. He let out a more anguished scream, flailing his arms in a desperate, futile search for salvation while calling out for help. "You coward! Just moments ago, you were quite arrogant in my presence, weren't you?" Gazing at Liao Fei, whose expression was one of sheer terror, Liao Fan's own demeanor darkened. At this juncture, he found himself indifferent to the fate of this individual, who had never regarded him as kin. However, with the circumstances surrounding his parents' accident still shrouded in mystery, Liao Fan was reluctant to permit this man to perish so easily. In a swift motion, he retraced his steps and plunged his dagger towards the eye socket of the man-eating giant lizard. The creature, corpulent in stature and more formidable than the catfish beast, was clad in tough, rough green scales that rendered ordinary weaponry nearly ineffective against it. Yet, Liao Fan's dagger was no ordinary implement. Its point was angled with exquisite precision. A deft flick aimed at the eye socket provoked a guttural hiss of pain from the beast. It lashed out with its whip-like tail, aiming to ensnare Liao Fan's waist. Without a glance, Liao Fan concentrated his strength in his left arm, seizing the lizard's tail with a grip akin to a coiling dragon, unleashing a force rivaling that of a wild beast. With a powerful heave, he hurled the creature, which weighed over 100 pounds, across the terrain, where it crashed onto the grass with a resounding thud. The giant lizard, disoriented from the fall despite its armored hide, lay incapacitated for an extended period. "Thank you." Liao Fei scrambled to his feet, momentarily setting aside his disdain for his cousin. His voice trembled as he attempted to express gratitude, but before he could finish his sentence, another cry escaped his lips. "Ah, here they come again. Get away." In a swift motion, Liao Fan delivered a powerful kick that sent Liao Fei sprawling aside. With a deft maneuver, he angled the blade of his dagger to strike the underbelly of the approaching catfish beast. The blade ascended vertically, piercing through its grotesque maw, disregarding the claws that were thrust towards him as he twisted his body and flung the creature aside. Though Liao Fan had intended to extricate himself from the fray quickly, he found himself compelled to remain and confront the monsters once more to save Liao Fei. Faced with the renewed onslaught of the catfish beasts and the man-eating giant lizard, Liao Fan's eyes simmered with frustration. His true adversaries were not these lowly creatures, yet they relentlessly pursued him, forcing his hand. Utilizing the keen edge of his dagger, he dispatched several of the beasts, pinning them to the ground. The open expanse outside the development zone had devolved into a chaotic hunting ground. The longer the battle dragged on, the more unfavorable the situation became for the humans. Such a vast wormhole space attracted more than one type of beast. Besides the pack of dogs and the giant lizard, other creatures would surely be drawn by the scent of blood. Liao Fan was unwilling to squander his energy on such futile skirmishes. He maneuvered away from the lizard and the pack, initially intending to flee with Liao Fei. However, as he reached out, his arm grasped nothing but air. Turning back in bewilderment, he was met with an almost comical realization. Liao Fei had no intention of ensuring his survival. Seizing the opportunity while Liao Fan battled the monsters, he had already bolted toward the unfinished skyscraper. Indeed, the ingrained ingratitude of this family had not changed in the slightest. Yet, it mattered little. He had never truly expected to forge a bond of brotherhood with him. Liao Fan stifled a cold laugh, his expression nonchalant as he kicked aside the corpse of the catfish dog and swiftly continued on his way. The battle had persisted to this point, and few remained capable of keeping pace with him, perhaps only 5 or 6 individuals. Yet the monsters relentlessly pursued them, drawn by the tantalizing scent of flesh, once again lunging towards the rear of the group. As Liao Fan ran, he quickly sensed a commotion with a sidelong glance. He beheld a larger-than-usual man-eating lizard lunging at the crowd, poised to sink its fangs into the neck of Manager Wang. The manager's face turned ashen, paralyzed by terror, his corpulent features trembling. Realizing escape was futile, he suddenly summoned his resolve, letting out a fierce roar as he seized a nearby staff member and forcefully propelled him forward. The man-eating lizard immediately shifted its focus, sinking its teeth into the unfortunate soul, and with a brutal twist, severed the poor fellow's head. How ruthless! Witnessing this, Liao Fan's impression of Manager Wang underwent a transformation. He had not anticipated that this rotund, blubbery man could exhibit such ferocity and decisiveness. Chapter 54. Patience. The group had been fleeing, dwindling from 50 or 60 to fewer than 10 who could still keep pace with Liao Fan. Upon reaching this point, Liao Fan ceased his attempts to shake them off, tacitly allowing them to accompany him as he ventured into the unfinished building. Once inside, he promptly procured a sheet of metal to barricade the entrance to the derelict structure. As for those left behind in their desperate escape, their fate was grim. Death awaited them. Their very presence had distracted the monsters, enabling the group to reach this refuge. However, just as Liao Fan was securing the door with the metal sheet, a woman from the crowd, who had managed to escape by chance, suddenly called out to him, "Stop. You're sealing the door. What about those behind us?" Liao Fan paused, turning to face the speaker. He noticed a young woman, slightly overweight and wearing glasses, her youthful features still bearing traces of naivety, likely fresh from her first job. "We're in a vast development zone," Liao Fan replied. "Those people can find other places to hide. They need not come here. Moreover, we are too close to the monsters. If we don't seal this door, they might return. No, there are too few hiding places nearby. Aside from this unfinished building, there is nowhere else to conceal ourselves. You must open the door." The plump girl shook her head vigorously, pointing through the gap in the metal door at a bloodied figure frantically running towards them. "Look, that person is coming this way. If you block the door, he will have no escape. Regrettably, that individual is already injured. Even if he miraculously reaches this building, he is doomed," Liao Fan stated, his gaze fixed on the bloodied figure trailing behind. He showed no inclination to aid him. Instead, with cold resolve, He drew a crossbow and aimed at the fleeing man, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Whoosh! The bolt flew through the air, leaving a fleeting shadow as it struck the man's chest with tremendous force, sending him crashing to the ground without a sound. "Ah, you lunatic! What are you doing?" The plump girl shrieked in horror, rushing at Liao Fan in a frenzy, attempting to wrest the crossbow from him. "You murderer! Why would you target an injured person? What has he done to you?" "Silence!" Liao Fan's expression hardened as he delivered a swift slap, causing her to stagger and her protests to cease. She held her bruised cheek in disbelief, trembling, her lips quivering. "You actually hit a woman." "Huh?" Liao Fan let out a cold laugh, turning back to her. "If you continue to cause trouble, I might not stop at merely hitting a woman." In the early days of the apocalypse, many harbored similar illusions, believing that men were inherently destined to cater to women, particularly those of pleasing appearance. However, those who clung to such notions often met with dire fates. In the face of calamity, there exists no fundamental distinction between men and women. Both are merely delectable prey in the eyes of monsters. A woman reliant on a man ultimately becomes a mere appendage, leading a life worse than that of swine or dogs. The plump woman, horrified by Liao Fan's gaze, seemed to lose her sanity, leaping up to confront him. "What about that man? Why did you shoot him?" Liao Fan replied in a calm tone, detailing a harsh reality. He was injured. The scent of blood would provoke the monster's predatory instincts. Allowing him to approach us would inevitably attract a horde of creatures, endangering not only his life but also the lives of others. He articulated the grim truth: disaster was imminent. An excessive compassion in such a dire environment would only serve as a burden. Having conveyed his point, Liao Fan chose not to elaborate further, casting a cold glance outside. He observed the unfortunate soul he had slain, currently being devoured by several monsters. Since they had not yet focused on his location, he breathed a sigh of relief, dismissing the pale-faced woman and swiftly retreating into the dilapidated building. After enduring prolonged combat, everyone was utterly drained. Even Liao Fan had expended considerable energy in his battles against the monsters. He sought solitude, finding a corner within the abandoned structure to sit down. From his toolkit, he extracted a bottle of water and 2 bags of bread, carefully tearing open the packaging to indulge in his meal. The exertion had sapped much of his strength, and with fiercer confrontations looming ahead, it was imperative for Liao Fan to replenish his energy swiftly. Eating and resting were undoubtedly the most effective means for recovery. Unfazed by his surroundings, he savored his meal while those who had fled with him stood in silence, staring blankly at the food in his hands. After an extended period of slaughter and flight, they finally recognized their own hunger. In this arena of bloodshed, where monsters roamed, Liao Fan's ability to relish his sustenance without regard for others was impossible to overlook. Soon, a dozen pairs of eyes fixated on him, although no words were spoken. The longing in their gazes was unmistakable. Regrettably, Liao Fan had no intention of sharing his provisions with strangers. In a world ravaged by chaos, food had become the most precious commodity. Even a single compressed biscuit, half a bag of bread, and a bottle of water represented a chance at survival. Such vital resources were not to be squandered on the unfamiliar. He chewed slowly, soon finishing an entire bag of bread before repackaging the remnants and stowing them back in his box. The others, seeing his lack of intention to share food, exhibited a fleeting glimpse of disappointment in their eyes. However, due to Liao Fan's formidable display of strength in repelling the monsters, they lacked the courage to approach him and risk humiliation, instead diverting their gazes with a sense of reluctance. Yet, the gnawing hunger in their bellies was undeniable. It had gone unnoticed during their frantic escape, but the moment they paused, the pangs became acutely apparent. A man murmured, "I recall there is a vending machine not far from the sales office, where provisions should be plentiful." No sooner had he spoken than another retorted, "Humph. Do you have the courage to retrieve it? How about bringing me a portion?" The initial speaker fell silent, and the atmosphere grew tense, with unease settling upon the group. Only Liao Fan remained unperturbed, despite witnessing so much death. Even having taken the life of one of his own, his inner turmoil was non-existent. After placing the food down, he quietly rose once more, casting his gaze toward the pale sky beyond the dilapidated building. His eyes flickered as he softly murmured, "This wormhole space will endure longer than before. I wonder when the thing I have been waiting for will finally materialize. This interminable waiting truly tests one's patience." Chapter 55. The vampire bat monkey. Liao Fan entered this place not for leisure, but in anticipation of a monstrous creature, or rather, the materials derived from it. If he could locate such a beast and successfully slay it, he would obtain the coveted items he sought, thereby laying the groundwork for his subsequent plans. However, the slaughter had persisted for an extended period, and the elusive creature he awaited showed no signs of appearing, leaving him in a state of anxiety. He gathered his belongings and quietly made his way towards an overlooked area. The windows here were not sealed, allowing him to observe the scene outside the development zone more clearly through the doors and windows of the unfinished building. The carnage continued unabated. Despite the desolation of the development area, such a vast expanse naturally attracted numerous speculators and workers. From other construction sectors, piercing cries echoed intermittently, adding an air of mystery to the dense fog. Could it be that the creature had not set its sights on this location but had ventured elsewhere in search of prey? Liao Fan's gaze sharpened as he contemplated whether to investigate other areas when he heard footsteps approaching. Without needing to turn around, he already surmised the identity of the visitors. Liao Fei and Manager Wang approached with awkward expressions, their faces betraying an air of obsequiousness. Before Liao Fan could utter a word, Liao Fei took the initiative, saying, "Liao Fan, you must have brought plenty of food with you. Could you spare me a portion?" Earlier, amidst the throng downstairs, despite his own hunger, he refrained from asking Liao Fan directly for sustenance. Without glancing back, Liao Fan replied, "I do have food, but why should I give you any?" Liao Fei, frustrated, glanced at Manager Wang beside him and quickly retorted, "What do you mean? We are relatives after all. Is it so wrong to ask for some food?" Manager Wang, sporting a forced smile, chimed in, "Indeed, with so many monsters outside, we never know when they might charge in. Only if we are all well-fed can we muster the strength to resist them together." As a leader, Manager Wang spoke with a certain eloquence. And although he sensed the discord between the two brothers, he still approached Liao Fan with a rotund visage, attempting to mediate. "Comrade, one should not be so cold-hearted. Especially in times like these, we should unite." Liao Fan nearly chuckled at this, turning to cast a dispassionate glance at the two, finally focusing on Liao Fei's sullen face. "I can provide you with food, but you must reveal the truth behind the car accident from years ago, 5 years prior." When Liao Fan's uncle and his family cast him aside, he ceased to regard them as kin. The only reason he had rescued Liao Fei was to await an answer. Liao Fei was well aware of Liao Fan's thoughts but feigned indifference, smirking coldly as he shook his head. "I don't know what you're talking about. An accident is just that, an accident. What truth could there be? Is that so?" Liao Fan replied, sensing Liao Fei's reluctance to divulge any information. He smiled, shrugged his shoulders, and said nonchalantly, "Since you refuse to share what you know, then I suppose you must fend for yourself." "What do you mean? Are those wild dogs really going to come and attack us?" Liao Fei and Manager Wang exchanged puzzled glances, both turning to the madman. Liao Fan ceased to speak. For at that very moment, a tremendous roar suddenly erupted in the ears of the crowd. The sound reverberated across the entire sky, echoing far and wide, followed by a deep, beastly growl that swept through the atmosphere. "It has arrived." Liao Fan swiftly grasped his dagger, his gaze coldly lifting to the high skies, fixated on the emerging dark yellow figure. The deep sonic boom continued to spiral above, accompanied by a strong wind that swept over the low-rise building. Liao Fan narrowed his eyes, motionless, staring intently at the yellow beastly silhouette. Initially, the dark yellow dot was small, but with its sustained low-altitude flight, it grew increasingly distinct, ultimately revealing its full form. It was a humanoid monster with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters, clad in dark yellow armor-like skin. The creature was towering, its muscular physique reminiscent of a human, yet its dark yellow skin, coupled with enormous bone wings extending from its ribs, gave it the appearance of a superhuman capable of flight. Its round, bald head bore a pair of crimson eyes that glimmered like gemstones. Below the eyeballs lay an exaggerated, menacing maw. Slightly parted lips revealed 2 rows of jagged fangs, glinting with a metallic sheen akin to black iron, utterly terrifying. "It is the vampire bat ape. I have awaited your arrival." Liao Fan's gaze burned with fervor, his heart racing uncontrollably as he fixated on the massive dark yellow figure, his breath quickening. The vampire bat ape, a symbiotic entity akin to both primates and bats, was also a member of the flying aberrants. This creature was not only colossal and immensely destructive, but the bone wings on its back were also incredibly hard, making them excellent materials for crafting equipment. Furthermore, the skin covering the bone wings boasted a toughness comparable to steel, offering exceptional resilience and formidable shock absorption, essentially serving as a natural battle armor. Liao Fan had entered the 3rd wormhole space precisely to await this creature. At this moment, the enormous yellow monster flapped its bone wings, maintaining a low flight posture. Swiftly gliding through the air, its blood-red eyes scanning the open area below, emitting shrill cries as if searching for something. Meanwhile, on the streets, the remaining survivors, upon witnessing the colossal yellow beast overhead, were utterly paralyzed with fear, fleeing in a panic. Not to mention these terrified survivors. Even creatures like the catfish dogs and the cannibalistic giant lizards quaked in terror at the sight of the vampire bat ape's massive form and the overwhelming aura it exuded, hastily abandoning their pursuit of prey and retreating to safer distances. Among low-tier monsters, there exists a hierarchy. The vampire bat monkey undoubtedly ranks among the foremost of the lower-tier monsters, characterized by its massive physique, robust musculature, and claws reminiscent of black iron. Its colossal bone wings, extending over 3 meters, add to its formidable predatory attributes. Even in the apocalyptic era, this creature maintains a significant position within the food chain, far surpassing the clumsy catfish dogs and the man-eating giant lizards. In the heights above, the vampire bat monkey has sensed the presence of its prey, unleashing a series of piercing shrieks. With a powerful flap of its immense wings, it conjures a tempestuous wind as it swoops downward with remarkable speed. The crowd, fleeing from the relentless pursuit of the catfish dogs, is instantly thrown into a panic, scattering in all directions with desperate haste. However, the creature's descent is swift, its claws slicing through the air like metallic welding rods. It appears above an unfortunate individual, the 5 curved claws tightening suddenly, followed by a chilling crack of bone and the agonizing scream of the victim piercing the ears of all present. Chapter 56. Slaughter beneath the lethal claws of the blood-sucking bat monkey. Even the sturdiest stone would be effortlessly pierced, let alone the fragile human skull. Liao Fan found himself suspended in the air, his eyes wide open as he witnessed the bat monkey dive down, piercing through the head of a man with lightning speed. Its claws then advanced, gripping the nape of the man's neck with ease, lifting the hefty figure, weighing over 100 pounds, into the air. Behind the creature unfurled a pair of black iron wings, each exceeding 3 meters in length, vibrating at a low frequency to maintain its balance, allowing it to hover effortlessly. Clutching its prey, it gaped its grotesque, foul maw, its 2 crimson eyes resembling blood-soaked orbs that emitted an intensely eerie luminosity, while it emitted a series of excited screeches. The man's skull lay shattered, the signs of life rapidly fading. Yet the mixture of brain matter and blood smeared across his face exuded an alluring aroma that greatly satisfied the creature. With its jaws agape, revealing 2 obsidian fangs akin to oversized syringes, it directed its sanguinary incisors toward the man's neck. In an instant, the sharp fangs pierced the flesh, pressing against the carotid artery, producing a frenzied slurping sound. A copious amount of blood and fluids were swiftly siphoned from the man's corpse, which visibly shriveled before the eyes, as if every drop of blood and nutrient had been drained away. Within mere seconds, the body became desiccated and rigid, its skin sagging rapidly. The blood-sucking bat monkey reveled in its feast, its elongated fangs expanding and contracting as they consumed the succulent human flesh. Once the body had become desiccated and hard from fluid loss, it released its grip, discarding the remains like refuse. Thud. The waterless, bloodless corpse, now grotesquely emaciated, plummeted to the ground, shattering into fragments and sending dust swirling into the air. The bat monkey, with a look of sheer delight, squinted its ruby-like eyes, continuing to flap its enormous bone wings and emitting a cacophony of chattering sounds, as if celebrating its discovery of a delectable meal. What on earth was that abomination? Within the derelict building, Liao Fan and the others bore witness to this horrific spectacle. While he managed to retain some semblance of composure, the others were collectively petrified, their expressions frozen in sheer terror. Manager Wang was the first to voice his disbelief. Undoubtedly, the colossal figure of the blood-sucking bat monkey, with its robust musculature, possessed a far greater visual impact than that of the catfish dogs. In the face of these catfish dogs and the giant lizards, the people had mustered a modicum of courage to engage in combat. However, confronted with this massive, flying creature, they were left in a state of shock, stripped of the courage even to glance in its direction. Not only were the humans terrified, the catfish dogs of the development zone also emitted whimpering cries of fear. As creatures of the same realm, they were among the most primitive beings of the outer universe, and upon encountering the blood-sucking bat monkey, a natural predator, the pack of dogs let out fearful howls, retreating hastily to other areas of the development zone. The giant lizards, too, fled in panic, scrambling desperately into the dense fog. The bloodthirsty vampire bat monkey, exuding an aura of terror, hovered majestically in midair, its cruel and sanguinary gaze fixated upon the beleaguered humans and monsters fleeing in disarray. Its eyes icy, emitting a series of shrill cries. In the next moment, the yellow shadow surged forth once more. This time, its target was a slightly larger catfish dog. With a powerful flap of its bony wings, the vampire bat monkey dove like a cannonball, its dark yellow form creating a menacing cloud that enveloped the catfish dog in an instant. The catfish dog's cries were a haunting blend of fear and hoarseness as it struggled desperately to escape the grip of the vampire bat monkey's claws, but to no avail. The claws were sharp as daggers, slicing through the air with a hissing sound, and the speed of its assault was astonishing. Its form blurred into an afterimage, its talons relentless, crushing the dog's head with a mere flick before effortlessly lifting the catfish dog, its convulsing body concealed entirely beneath the retracting wings. As if ensnared in a cage, a chilling sound of slurping reverberated, reminiscent of a nightmare. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their faces drained of color, collectively retreating a step, Liao Fei pressed his back firmly against the wall, his voice trembling as he uttered, "How can this be? The monsters are actually turning on each other? There is nothing strange about it," Liao Fan replied coldly, casting a dispassionate glance in his direction and shaking his head lightly. Different species of monsters typically possess their own territories and clans, and in the vastness of outer space, they exist in a state of competition and hostility. Take, for instance, this vampire bat monkey, which primarily preys on lower-tier beasts like the catfish dog. Strictly speaking, it is quite possible that this creature was lured here by those very catfish dogs, only to inadvertently wander into this space bordering Blue Star while hunting. So, we need not intervene. This great bat will eliminate all the catfish dogs outside for us? Upon hearing Liao Fan's explanation, Manager Wang's eyes brightened, and a look of unexpected excitement flashed across his plump visage. Yet, he was rejoicing too soon. Liao Fan let out a cold smile, continuing to shake his head. Indeed, the vampire bat monkey does feast upon catfish dogs, but unfortunately for us, this locale offers not only catfish dogs, but also humans, whose flesh is far more delectable and readily accessible. Given a choice, the vampire bat monkey would surely not limit itself to a single food source. In truth, the scent of human blood and flesh possesses a lethal allure for any monster, and it would not be long before the vampire bat monkey realized this. As anticipated, after consuming the blood of the catfish dog, the vampire bat monkey did not display the same satisfaction as before. Instead, it grimaced in disgust and spat out the blood it had just ingested. Compared to humans, the meat of the catfish dog was tough and coarse, and its blood emitted a foul, fishy odor, rendering it an undesirable meal. Thus, the vampire bat monkey promptly discarded its hard-earned meal to the ground, once again unfurling its bony wings and rotating its crimson eyes in search of other human prey. Having savored the sweetness of human blood, this creature has forsaken its pursuit of catfish and, with a renewed flap of its bony wings, ascended swiftly back into the sky. As a member of the aerial kin, its vision is remarkably acute, allowing it to discern ants on the ground from a kilometer away, coupled with the advantage of altitude. The blood-sucking bat monkey disregards the myriad structures below, rendering the survivors, hidden in various nooks, utterly visible. Soon, the creature emits a thunderous roar of excitement, seemingly having identified its next target. Its wings, exceeding 3 meters in length, begin to flap vigorously as it dives once more. Indeed, beneath its claws, a figure concealed within the greenery is startled into a terrified scream, frantically scrambling out from the foliage, heedlessly fleeing while shouting, "Do not seek me. Do not come for me." Chapter 57. Unbearable performance. The hurricane howled as the colossal body of the vampire bat monkey descended like a diving fighter jet. With a swift swipe of its claws, it effortlessly seized the unfortunate man. Its steel-like talons sank deeply into the man's shoulder, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream filled with desperation and defiance. Yet, this horse wail served only to heighten the predator's thrill for slaughter, having no other effect. The vampire bat monkey once again bared its lethal lips, revealing fang-like appendages reminiscent of straws, and disregarding the prey's agonized cries, brutally punctured his carotid artery. A profound silence enveloped the thick fog, reverberating with the wretched man's screams, which abruptly ceased after mere seconds. However, the terror instilled by the massacre clung to the onlookers like a malignant affliction, infecting everyone present. Inside the unfinished building, the crowd stood frozen, breath caught in their throats, afraid to exhale lest any unconscious movement provoke the monster's wrath. Liao Fan, no longer an observer, made his way to a deserted corner, opened his toolbox, and began to organize his crossbow bolts. This time, he had brought 30 bolts, which should suffice for dealing with the vampire bat monkey. The only question that remained was how to lure the creature into the dilapidated structure. The aerial beast excelled in open spaces. If it were to escape the confines of the building, even he could become its prey. The sole method to hunt it was to alter the environment of combat, drawing it into the narrow, unfinished building to exploit the terrain, thereby restricting its speed and flight capabilities. As Liao Fan loaded the crossbow bolts, he silently devised his plan of action. Manager Wang soon noticed his movements, his lips twitching in disbelief. "Little brother, what are you doing? Do you intend to confront that monster? It's far more formidable than the wild dogs we encountered before. We should refrain from rash actions." Liao Fan cast a casual glance at Manager Wang, a sardonic smile curving his lips. "And what do you propose we do?" "I believe we should maintain the status quo," Wang stammered, swallowing hard as he analyzed the situation. "The development zone is vast. Apart from us, there are many survivors outside. Their presence might distract the monster. As long as we don't provoke it, that creature may not even notice us. Once it finishes with the people outside and is satiated, it should leave." Undeniably, Manager Wang's reasoning was relatively sound, and his suggestion was plausible. Alas, Liao Fan had no intention of remaining cowardly hidden in this place. After all, he had entered the third wormhole space in the guise of a hunter. If he allowed the vampire bat monkey to escape, how could he fulfill his plans in the future? Thus, Liao Fan shook his head, quickly rising to his feet. Regrettably, things will not unfold as you envision. In the face of a monster, mere flight is not the optimal solution. You all should prepare yourselves mentally. With that, Liao Fan set his sights on drawing the attention of the vampire bat monkey below. Manager Wang, in a fit of urgency, shouted, "Stop! You cannot act recklessly like this. If your actions attract the monster's attention to us, who will bear the responsibility for that?" Clearly, these words reflected Manager Wang's true sentiments. The developer's leader was utterly indifferent to Liao Fan's well-being. His concern lay solely in the proximity of Liao Fan's presence. Should Liao Fan provoke the monster, it was inevitable that the creature would fixate on him as well. Similarly, Liao Fan stepped forward, echoing Manager Wang's sentiments. "Once you venture out, everyone here will be dragged into your predicament. If you wish to court death, that is your choice, but why should we suffer for it? Is this what you call a warning, coming from a relative?" Liao Fan chuckled. Had anyone else spoken thus, he might have dismissed them outright. Yet, Liao Fan shared the same bloodline, a cousin nonetheless. "Cousin? How absurd." Liao Fan responded with a defiant air. "You do not regard me as your cousin, nor do I feel obligated to care for your life. We are all adults here, responsible for our own actions. Your departure could not only jeopardize your life but endanger us all. Is this truly what you desire?" Liao Fan fell silent, gazing at Liao Fan with a look of regret, a flicker of pity in his eyes. Did this fool genuinely believe that hiding would ensure his safety? Out of familial regard, he had contemplated creating opportunities for Liao Fan to survive, but it now seemed utterly unnecessary. I have already stated, mere avoidance is not the optimal solution when confronting monsters. Even if we hide, it will avail us nothing. What do you think of yourself? What gives you the right to lecture us? Liao Fan remained brazen and arrogant, disregarding Liao Fan's words entirely. Liao Fan, weary of the futile banter, lifted his gaze and gestured towards the entrance of the unfinished building. "I sincerely hope you maintain this confidence." No sooner had he spoken than the iron sheet at the entrance of the building creaked ominously. With a sudden force, the metal was overturned with a resounding crash, startling everyone present, who instinctively looked down. They were met with several catfish dogs, desperately breaking through the iron barrier, frantically seeking refuge within the crumbling structure. These catfish dogs were also fleeing from the savage blood-sucking bat monkeys outside, which posed a grave threat not only to humans but even to fellow monstrous beings like the catfish dogs, who were striving to avoid detection. The unfinished building presented itself as a suitable hiding place, and the catfish dogs naturally surged inside. Upon entering the lobby, they collided head-on with the humans on the staircase. In that moment, both humans and monsters were rendered speechless. The pack of dogs did not immediately pounce, and the humans stood frozen in fear. Time seemed to suspend, as the catfish dogs stared at the crowd, while the crowd stared back at the catfish dogs. The standoff persisted for 5 or 6 seconds when suddenly, a robust catfish dog emitted a howl. Shortly thereafter, another catfish dog joined in, followed by a third, and then a fourth. Despite the presence of a terrifying predator behind them, these foolish catfish dogs could not resist the allure of food. They suppressed their vocalizations, arching their backs and raising their fur in a display of aggression. Oh dear, they were coming again. Despair engulfed the people, facing the oncoming catfish dogs. Their only recourse was to scatter in all directions. However, this dilapidated building was far too small to provide adequate refuge from the relentless pursuit of the catfish dogs. And soon, cries of anguish filled the air. What a woeful bunch. Having lingered in the wormhole for so long, one would think even a pig would have evolved somewhat. Yet they still displayed such ineptitude. Watching the panicked crowd, Liao Fan couldn't help but curse inwardly. The talents of the 10 or so survivors were commendable. Their ability to endure thus far amidst the monstrous chase indicated latent evolutionary potential. Yet, hours had passed and still no one had mustered the courage to resist the creatures, which was truly disheartening. Chapter 58. The truth. The crowd surged chaotically, their screams nearly piercing the eardrums. Liao Fan, irritated by the cacophony, sighed and admonished those nearest to him. "What are you all running about for? Arm yourselves and fight. If you do not resist, annihilation awaits you." He cared little for the fate of strangers, but did not wish for them to become mere fodder for the carnivorous beasts. After all, keeping these people around could help alleviate some of the pressure from the vampire bat apes. Indeed, do not flee. Grab your weapons and fight. The pack is not too numerous. We still have a chance to prevail against them. Under Liao Fan's exhortations, the few individuals finally summoned their courage, picking up shards of brick and steel pipes from the ground, steeling themselves for battle. The construction site was replete with materials, ensuring they need not fear a lack of weapons. Soon, the remaining 10 or so individuals were armed with steel pipes, fiercely resisting the advancing horde of beasts. As Liao Fan had anticipated, those who had followed him into the abandoned building had, to some extent, benefited from the transformation of source energy. The duration of the wormhole's presence dictated the extent of their enhancement. Although they could not be compared to Liao Fan, they were certainly not ordinary individuals. Amidst the fray, many unwittingly unleashed bursts of strength and endurance far beyond their previous limits. Had they heeded Liao Fan's command and formed a cohesive unit, not only would they have withstood the carnivorous beasts, but even the vampire bat apes outside would likely have found it difficult to breach their defenses. Regrettably, those truly possessing the courage to resist were few. Only half the group could muster the resolve to face the beasts head-on, while the other half could do nothing but scream and flee. Observing Liao Fan, a towering figure who also lacked the courage to resist, it was apparent that upon the monster's arrival, he had immediately succumbed to panic, scuttling away with his hands over his head. Desperately racing toward the second floor of the dilapidated building, his flight triggered a chain reaction, causing several others who might have mustered the courage to resist to follow suit. With the numbers already few, the retreat of these individuals quickly tore a gap in their defensive line, allowing the beasts to surge in. Blood splattering and screams echoing as the oppressive specter of death shattered the remaining resolve of many, plunging the situation into further peril. Liao Fan felt a throbbing headache and profound disdain for the foolishness displayed by these individuals in the face of danger. Their reactions were utterly disappointing. A modicum of rationality would have informed them that fleeing upstairs was ill-advised, the building was unfinished, and could easily attract other monsters from outside. Ascending to the roof would be tantamount to sealing their own doom. As anticipated, no sooner had Liao Fan reached the second floor than a scream pierced the air, followed by the sound of violent impacts from that direction. The individuals who had been running alongside him immediately turned and fled back down to the first floor in a panic. Liao Fan looked up to see, with horror, a monstrous man-eating lizard emerging from the second floor. The fellow must have stealthily climbed the wall, while people were preoccupied with confronting the catfish dog, never anticipating that food would be delivered to him so eagerly, prompting him to launch an immediate attack. The three individuals who had been racing behind Liao Fan swiftly turned and descended the stairs, rejoining the fray against the catfish dog. In stark contrast, Liao Fan, who had been running ahead, became the first to be assaulted by the giant lizard, which clamped its jaws around his calf, dragging him desperately deeper into the building. "Ah! Let go of me, you cursed creature!" Liao Fan screamed in terror, feebly swinging the steel pipe in his hand, striking the lizard's head haphazardly. Yet, paralyzed by fear, he lacked the strength to inflict any significant damage, and with the lizard's tough hide, his futile blows proved ineffective. Rather than escaping, he found himself pulled closer, ultimately relinquishing the pipe to cling desperately to the staircase railing, wrestling against the creature. This scene did not escape Liao Fan's gaze. Yet he did not rush to the rescue. Instead, he ascended the steps slowly, observing Liao Fan's frantic struggles with a bemused expression. "It appears you are rather unfortunate. I have always said that fleeing is futile. Help me, please." Liao Fan, gripping the iron railing with all his might, contended against the giant lizard's pull. His face contorted in pain, casting a pleading look at Liao Fan as he desperately cried for assistance. Liao Fan, however, remained unfazed, arms crossed, coldly stating, "You have yet to provide me with an answer to my earlier question. Speak, and I shall consider whether to aid you. Are you threatening me?" Liao Fan, on the verge of agony, felt his eyes bulging, gritting his teeth in rage as he glared at Liao Fan. Under normal circumstances, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses, but the lizard's grip was excruciatingly tight, though its teeth were not as sharp as those of the catfish dog. Its immense biting force was distorting Liao Fan's calf. The searing pain beneath him pushed Liao Fan to the brink of despair, and without a moment's thought, he cried out, "Fine, I'll tell you. That accident was indeed orchestrated by my father, but he never intended to kill your parents. Your parents possessed incriminating evidence regarding my father's embezzlement of company assets and planned to report him, which forced my father to stage that car crash. He was left with no choice." As he reached the end of his confession, Liao Fan was already weeping. "So, it turns out that my uncle was the one responsible for my parents' deaths." Despite having suspected this all along, Liao Fan's features contorted in anguish upon confronting the truth. The 10 years of slaughter in the post-apocalyptic world had hardened his heart to the point of being as unyielding as iron. Yet how could he remain composed when faced with the bitter enmity against his parents? The haunting memories of their tragic demise pierced his mind like a dagger. And he could never forget how, during his parents' lifetimes, his uncle's family had ingratiated themselves to him like servile dogs, only to turn against him and his sister after their parents' passing, casting them out of the home. Years ago, You caused the demise of my parents, usurped the inheritance of the elderly, and cast me and the young you, who had just begun her first year of high school, into the streets. After enduring such a tumultuous existence, how can you shamelessly ask me to save you now? He regarded Liao Fei with a blank expression, his tone chillingly calm. Yet the intensity emanating from his eyes was more profound than that of a demon. Liao Fei panicked as he listened to Liao Fan's voice, raspy like a chainsaw. Wishing desperately to slap himself awake, only then realizing the folly of his words. Yet he still pleaded desperately, this is an ancestral grievance. What does it have to do with me? I was not involved in that affair. However, you have concealed all of this. Liao Fan inhaled deeply, directing his steely gray eyes at the terrified Liao Fei, whose features were in disarray. Is it unreasonable for the son to repay the father's debt? No. You cannot treat me this way. We are relatives. Liao Fei trembled all over, instinctively crying out for mercy, until a flash of silver blades severed his throat, silencing his ludicrous pleas. Chapter 59. The true trouble. Liao Fei could no longer utter a sound. The blade had severed his trachea, leaving a wound akin to the delicate lips of an infant, blood gushing forth and obstructing his esophagus, transforming all his wails into a strangled whimper. Yet, he did not succumb immediately. He loosened his grip on the railing, his body crashing heavily to the ground, his eyes wide with terror and shock, mingled with an overwhelming disbelief. In those final moments of life, he could scarcely fathom that Liao Fan would truly take his life. His mouth agape in a futile attempt to speak, his bulging eyes filled with questions, as if he still wished to say something. Unfortunately, the creature behind him offered no reprieve. The moment he released his arms, the giant lizard seized its opportunity, dragging him into the shadows of the dilapidated building. Liao Fan merely observed coldly, maintaining the posture of his strike, allowing the giant lizard to feast unhindered. Scum like him deserved such a demise. To become mere excrement within a monster's belly, such was his ultimate fate. With that thought, Liao Fan turned away indifferently, making his way toward the lobby on the ground floor. The blood that coated his hands remained scalding hot, mirroring the fierce flame of vengeance burning deep within him. This would not be the end, Liao Ziyuan. It would soon be your turn, he murmured quietly, his hoarse voice accompanied by a beast-like growl. However, it wasn't long before Liao Fan's emotions settled once more. The battle on the first floor was far from over. The beleaguered individuals had reached a boiling point, relying on their enhanced energies to adapt to the chaos of combat. A dozen or so, armed with weapons and steel pipes, were managing to hold their own against the remaining catfish monsters. Liao Fan stood at the corner of the staircase, coolly observing the fray. Although he had developed a grudging respect for their tenacity, he remained uninterested in participating in such a primitive skirmish. It was too trivial. This level of conflict barely qualified as a warm-up. The seemingly ferocious catfish monsters appeared to him as nothing but refuse, while the real quarry lay outside, the vampiric bat simians, the true targets of his hunt. Fortunately, the vampiric bat simians did not keep him waiting long. Though the battle within the dilapidated building was brief, it was exceedingly brutal. The anguished cries of catfish monsters mingling with the furious roars and curses of humans pushed to their limits, drawing the attention of those outside. Just as they valiantly repelled a few lone catfish monsters, the true trouble emerged. A swift, dark yellow shadow streaked across the sky, a mere yellow that moved with such speed it surpassed the limits of human perception. A fierce wind, accompanied by excited shrieks, startled Liao Fan, causing him to tighten his grip on the folding crossbow and swiftly crouch beneath cover. As Liao Fan lowered himself, a thunderous sound of wings tearing through the air erupted, a tremendous force of wind sweeping through the entire building, creating a howling gale that felt like a tempest. Then, screams erupted from everyone. The vampiric bat simian had arrived. Attracted by the tumult of battle, the enormous skeletal wings, spanning over 3 meters, created a tempest as they glided, violently battering the bodies of all present. Each individual succumbed to the force. Those nearest the entrance were immediately knocked down, rolling against the cement floor. Even those positioned further away were compelled to cower, shielding their heads from the gale. Even Liao Fan, who had taken refuge on the staircase, felt the wind generated by the creature whip against his clothing, causing it to flutter audibly. The dark yellow beast eagle had breached the abandoned building's lobby, spiraling gracefully as it dangled from a load-bearing column. Has it arrived? Quite swiftly, indeed. Liao Fan had refrained from joining the battle below, choosing instead to observe his surroundings. He was the first to discern the shadow of the beast, yet he remained crouched, concealed beneath the staircase, stealing glances with the corner of his eye. Upon closer inspection, Liao Fan's expression turned grave. The blood-sucking bat simian was even larger than anticipated, its wingspan exceeding 3 meters, resembling a pair of black steel wings. The tips of its bony wings bore serrated claws, their sharpness rivaling that of steel. Moreover, its 2-meter-tall frame resembled that of a hairless, muscular giant, With a towering stature, its chest muscles were prominently defined, possessing a hardness akin to granite, and its enormous claws, along with limbs thicker than an adult human's thighs, complemented its grotesque, simian-like visage, reminiscent of a monstrous alien. However, despite its proportions being akin to a human's, the primate features on its face were unmistakable: pronounced cheekbones, sharp, protruding fangs, and a broad forehead adorned with smooth skin displaying dark yellow, turtle shell-like patterns. A veritable, human-like beast. As the blood-sucking bat simian made its entrance, the catfish-eating dogs, resembling frightened strays, tucked their tails and let out even more anguished howls before hastily fleeing through doors and windows. The bat simian paid no heed to the retreating dogs. Instead, it rotated its crimson eyes, fixating its insatiably greedy gaze upon the petrified humans. Their scent was intoxicatingly delectable. The aroma emanating from human bodies posed a lethal allure for these extraterrestrial beings, in contrast to the scrawny, foul-smelling, and grotesque catfish-eating dogs. The taste of human blood epitomized the bat simian's true culinary desires. Without hesitation or pause, the bat simian locked its blood-red gaze on a trembling woman, then unfurled its steel wings, transforming into a shadow of dark yellow as it plunged downward with incredible speed. Its sharp claws erupted with a hissing sound in the air, slicing through the atmosphere as it descended upon the plump girl. The girl, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, her eyes wide in dazed terror as the dark yellow shadow enveloped her entirely. The claws latched onto her shoulder, and with a gentle tug, she was effortlessly hurled into the sky, releasing a shriek that echoed through the air, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness eliciting desperate cries. Yet she remained powerless to do anything but scream. The wings of the vampire bat monkey spread out to an impressive 3 meters in length, resembling 2 drooping clouds that suddenly converged in the center, ensnaring the woman within their grasp. Its twin, needle-like fangs surged and elongated, swiftly and accurately piercing her carotid artery. The ensuing sound of slurping filled the air, accompanied by the woman's legs, rigid as if electrified, standing straight before the onlookers. Liao Fan recalled this plump girl. She was the one who had vehemently condemned him for his cold-heartedness. Tragically, her self-righteous benevolence proved futile, as she ultimately became the first casualty to fall victim to the vampire bat monkey's jaws. The others stood frozen in sheer disbelief, their eyes wide open as they witnessed the girl's throat being torn apart, fangs plunging into her flesh, desperately siphoning her life's essence. All present were paralyzed with fear. No one offered assistance, nor did anyone dare to utter a sound. The monster was there, unmistakably visible to everyone, yet they remained utterly immobilized, trembling and dazed, incapable of any action. Chapter 60. Harnessing the environment. In contrast to the filthy catfish, the vampire bat monkey is the true monstrosity. A single glance is sufficient to strip away the courage of all, evoking an overwhelming sense of invincibility in this ferocious beast. It was not until the woman's blood was completely drained, her withered corpse discarded like refuse by the vampire bat monkey, that the crowd remained in a state of shock. Everyone was enveloped in profound fear and panic, yet Liao Fan swiftly opened his toolbox. Positioning the crossbow in his left hand, he expertly aimed, adjusted the angle, loaded the bolt, and squeezed the trigger in one seamless motion. Whoosh! The bolt had been poised to strike, slicing through the air in an instant, leaving a stretched shadow in its wake as it menacingly targeted the creature's throat. The terrain here had been deliberately selected by Liao Fan, for only in such a confined and complex environment could he hope to fell the beast. Thus, without hesitation, he seized the moment when the vampire bat monkey had just slain a human and was reveling in the aftertaste of fresh blood, launching his attack decisively. The elongated bolt surged forth like a venomous dragon, its velocity remarkable and its penetrating power formidable, reaching the left side of the vampire bat monkey in the blink of an eye. It was a mere half-meter away from piercing its vulnerable throat. However, at that critical moment, the creature, still savoring the remnants of human blood, alertly raised its triangular ears. Its massive claws swung forth, creating a phantom-like blur as they met the bolt head-on. Crack! The resonating clang of steel colliding reverberated through the crowd, a sound that assaulted their eardrums. Sparks flew from the collision, and in the wake of the deafening noise, everyone instinctively covered their ears and crouched down. The bolt had been thwarted. The monster's indomitable claws acted as an iron wall, gripping the incoming bolt within the gaps between its formidable talons, holding it firmly in place. The tail of the bolt continued to vibrate ominously, yet it halted mere centimeters from its intended target, unable to advance further. Damn it! Liao Fan cursed under his breath. He had underestimated the vampire bat monkey's reflexes and the sheer strength of this colossal creature. The bolt, which had been charged with anticipation, not only failed to pierce the target's neck but also drew the creature's attention. Chirp! The vampire bat monkey emitted a piercing cry, its dark red eyes rapidly scanning, resembling a searchlight that fixated on Liao Fan's presence. With powerful hind limbs, it launched itself off the ground, leaving deep claw marks on the solid concrete. Charging forth with a fierce determination, its wings unfurling like a sword aimed directly at Liao Fan. It sought to subdue this audacious human who dared to provoke it. The tempest returned, the creature's form drawing ever closer, its ferocious momentum sufficient to instill dread in the hearts of any onlookers. Yet Liao Fan remained composed. Swiftly elevating his crossbow once more, releasing 3 bolts in rapid succession, the vampire bat monkey shifted its body to evade the first bolt, its bony wings expanding to avoid the strike, while simultaneously swinging its enormous steel wings. The serrated edges of its bony wings clashed with the remaining 2 bolts, resulting in a jarring friction. What should have pierced through walls instead fell impotently to the ground, unable to breach the creature's formidable defense. How astonishingly resilient! Liao Fan's expression darkened once more. He was acutely aware of the formidable strength of the flesh wings of the vampire bat ape, yet he still underestimated the creature's defenses. The modified crossbow bolts possessed penetration capabilities akin to that of bullets. Even so, they could not breach those robust wings. The distance closed rapidly, and with the vampire bat ape's speed, the 20-meter gap vanished in an instant. However, the narrow staircase limited the creature's wing mobility. The monster's wingspan, exceeding 3 meters, became ensnared by the railings and walls, forcing its massive and imposing body to a halt. Screech! The vampire bat ape, in a fit of rage, swiftly retracted its wings and unleashed its sharp claws in a single blow, shattering the outer wall of the staircase, causing cracks to spread and debris to scatter. Even without its wings, this creature stood at an imposing 2 meters, its exaggerated form covered in petrified skin, presenting a stunning visual spectacle. Particularly striking were its claws. Wherever they struck, the walls crumbled. Liao Fan observed its furious advance, inhaled deeply, and once more reached into his toolbox, retrieving a small bottle of gasoline. With a sharp crack, the gasoline bottle was violently hurled, shattering upon impact with the vampire bat ape, releasing a pungent cloud of gasoline that coated a significant portion of the staircase. A lighter was swiftly ignited, transforming into a flickering flame that ignited the gasoline-soaked surface. Boom! The fire rapidly engulfed the creature, instantly igniting the areas drenched in gasoline, accompanied by the sizzle of burning flesh. The vampire bat ape emitted another furious roar. Being an otherworldly beast, it was oblivious to the nature of gasoline and its destructive potential. It only sensed the searing flames licking at its body, causing it to cease its charge and frantically swat at the flames engulfing it. Seizing the opportunity, Liao Fan retreated, executing a swift slide up to the second floor. Raising his folding crossbow once more, and taking aim at the vampire bat ape's neck, decisively pulling the trigger. Beneath the creature's jaw, there existed a fleshy lump, resembling a tumor, merely 3 inches from its neck. This was the vampire bat ape's weak point, lacking any skeletal obstruction. That area was exceedingly soft and could be easily penetrated by the crossbow bolt's force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows were loosed in rapid succession, forming a perfect pattern. The first bolt targeted the creature's eye, forcing it to swipe at the projectile. The second bolt aimed directly at its heart, diverting another claw, concealed in the shadows. The third arrow emerged as the true trump card, using the firelight as cover, striking true into the soft flesh beneath the monster's jaw. Yet, this round of attack still went awry. The beast let out a thunderous roar, slamming its powerful claws against the wall. The sound of cracking echoed incessantly. The reinforced concrete crumbling as if it were mere tofu, and then a substantial section of the wall was toppled by the overwhelming force, creating a resounding crash accompanied by a cloud of dust that enveloped the entire corridor. Dust enveloped the surroundings like a dense fog, thoroughly obscuring Liao Fan's vision, and swiftly extinguishing the flickering flames on the ground. A misfired crossbow bolt pierced through the wall, and amidst the swirling smoke, a cacophony of grinding teeth resonated. Suddenly, 2 powerful arms hurled aside the rubble, and from the depths of the haze emerged the grotesque and enormous head of a blood-sucking bat ape, presenting itself to Liao Fan. Its jaw slightly agape, elongated canine teeth resembling grotesque straws were smeared with human blood and remnants of flesh, the metallic scent of blood overwhelming the senses. On either side of its head, the crimson orbs of its eyes widened to their utmost, scanning for targets with malevolent intensity. Truly formidable. Liao Fan retreated further, his wrist trembling slightly as he gripped the folding crossbow, his expression turning gravely serious. The blood-sucking bat ape was undoubtedly the most formidable beast he had encountered since his rebirth. Although Liao Fan had exploited the narrow confines of the staircase to hinder its flight advantage, this creature's combat prowess remained astonishing, even without wings. Chapter 61, Fierce Battle Boom. The stairwell erupted with a thunderous roar as a 2-meter-tall, dark yellow figure smashed through the railing, obliterating all obstacles in its path and swiftly leaping to the second floor. The creature soared upward, its grotesque head nearly brushing the ceiling. Its hardened, block-like muscles, coupled with formidable steel claws, rendered it more robust than a snow demon and more agile than a dwarven beast. Its crimson eyes instilled a chilling dread even in Liao Fan. Retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, Liao Fan swiftly withdrew, seeking refuge behind a concrete pillar. The blood-sucking bat ape was the pinnacle of terrestrial monstrosities, its destructive power and lethal nature far surpassing any creature he had previously encountered. Liao Fan, merely an ordinary human who had begun the process of evolution but had not yet completed it, found himself vastly outmatched despite possessing several times the strength of an average person. Confronting such a ferocious beast head-on was futile. His only recourse lay in the intricate terrain of the dilapidated building, which might allow him to mitigate the creature's advantages. However, just as Liao Fan concealed himself behind the concrete pillar, a deafening crash reverberated through the air. In a fit of rage, the blood-sucking bat ape furiously slashed its claws, crashing down upon the concrete pillar. With a resounding crack, the pillar exploded under the force of its steel talons, revealing the shoddy clay and rubble within. Damn it. Yet another shoddy construction. The current developers are simply beyond words. Gazing at the crushed concrete pillar, Liao Fan cursed inwardly, his body instinctively diving to the ground. Rolling violently. Boom. The concrete pillar shattered, collapsing under its own weight with a tremendous force, sending hundreds of pounds crashing to the ground. The debris burst apart, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust that sent tremors through the floor. Death. In the instant he ceased rolling, Liao Fan raised his crossbow above his head. No aim was necessary. Relying on the instinct forged in life and death experiences, he swiftly loosed an arrow. Whoosh. The dust dispersed as the black bolt tore through the air, becoming a fleeting shadow in flight. Screech. The creature roared in fury, having exited the stairwell. The space on the second floor was now sufficiently expansive to exploit its bony wings. With a powerful flap, it unfurled its massive bone wings, resembling two rows of iron walls, instantly shielding its entire body. The crossbow bolt struck the wings, erupting in a shower of dazzling sparks as steel collided with bone, the tremendous force causing the blood-sucking bat ape to stagger back 2 steps. Yet the creature regained its balance with remarkable ease, its sturdy hind legs thudding against the ground, producing a resounding drum-like boom. The arrow lost its trajectory, clattering to the floor. Liao Fan's gaze darkened incrementally. The creature's terrifying prowess seemed to exceed his expectations. Without time for doubt, Liao Fan once again retrieved a bottle of gasoline, hurling it forcefully toward the beast. The combat strength of the blood-sucking bat ape was indeed staggering. Given his current capabilities, the odds of victory in direct confrontation were virtually non-existent, compelling him to rely on tools for the hunt. Liao Fan had anticipated the creature's aversion to fire, preparing an ample supply of gasoline from the outset. At this moment, the gasoline bottles were hurled forth, shattering with a resounding crackle. From the broken glass emerged a copious amount of acrid gasoline, as flames danced wildly, consuming much of the ground beneath. Indeed, this tactic proved remarkably effective. The vampiric bat monkeys from the outer cosmos possessed an innate fear of fire, daring not to tread upon the flame-licked areas, resorting instead to flapping their wings and circling low. However, the dilapidated building's floors were barely 3 meters high, a rather confining space for such colossal creatures. Their wings could not fully extend, and their speed suffered considerably. After merely 5 or 6 meters of flight, they collided forcefully with a concrete pillar. What a splendid opportunity! Without a moment's hesitation, Liao Fan launched another incendiary bottle, striking the creature's hind leg with tremendous force. Bang! The flames erupted, scattering gasoline everywhere. Licking hungrily at the monster's robust thigh, it emitted a piercing screech, its dark crimson eyes brimming with profound ire and frustration. Ordinarily, given the combat prowess of the vampiric bat monkey, in an open field, even 2 Liao Fans would be no match for it. Yet the environment Liao Fan had meticulously chosen imposed significant restrictions on the beast. Particularly, these burning gasoline bottles exploited its fear of fire to devastating effect. From the moment it followed Liao Fan upstairs, it had already fallen into a trap. With a shriek, the bat monkey's body rebounded off the concrete pillar, crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, the flames on the ground spread rapidly, with gasoline igniting upon its body, producing a sizzle akin to meat on a grill. If a human were to endure such intense flames, they would likely be severely burned, if not perished outright. However, the creature remained unscathed. While the flame seared its outer layer, twisting its features in agony, the body beneath its yellow hide sustained no fatal injuries. The creature's epidermis was exceptionally resilient, capable of withstanding both physical harm and significantly mitigating the high temperatures of the flames. Liao Fan sighed inwardly, lamenting the creature's formidable nature. Suddenly, a dark yellow light pierced through the flames, darting towards the floor with the swiftness of an arrow, aimed at the boarded-up window on the second floor. This creature was attempting to escape, The narrow and intricate environment had substantially curtailed the vampiric bat monkey's strength. In this confined space, it was evidently at a disadvantage. However, should it manage to break through the window and soar into the open expanse outside, even the combined efforts of two Liao Fans would not suffice to challenge it. Humph. How naive. Liao Fan tightened his lips, emitting a harsh laugh as his folding crossbow re-engaged. 1 bolt, 2 bolts, 3 bolts, and 4 bolts soared forth in rapid succession, accompanied by the sharp whistling of piercing arrows, indiscriminately targeting the back of the vampiric bat monkey. The greatest advantage of the folding crossbow lay in its ability to fire multiple arrows in quick succession, unleashing 7 or 8 bolts within a single second. Each arrow flew with blinding speed, its sharp tip imbued with formidable penetrating energy. Even the vampiric bat monkey could not afford to underestimate this onslaught. Screech. The monster let out a furious roar, and to avoid being riddled with arrows, it ceased its lunging and enveloped itself with its bony wings. Thud, thud, thud. The forceful crossbow bolts could not pierce the bony shield, merely producing dull thuds reminiscent of a defeated leather. Fortunately, the fleeing vampire bat simian finally halted its escape. With the cessation, it had forfeited its chance to break free. Liao Fan sneered coldly and once again retrieved a gasoline bottle, hurling it with great force towards the wooden boards of the window. Boom. The shattering gasoline bottle erupted in a flame over a meter high, the searing heat forcing the vampire bat simian to screech and retreat several meters. Seizing the opportunity, Liao Fan launched more incendiary bottles, engulfing all exits in flames, thus creating a fiery prison that ensnared both him and the creature on the second floor. The vampire bat simian ceased its flight, at least until the gasoline was fully consumed. It had lost its chance to escape. Its crimson gaze shifted, fixing intently on the human, and with another piercing shriek, it lunged toward Liao Fan, engulfed in flames. Chapter 62. The moment of performance in such an environment, I shall not fear you. Facing the descending vampiric bat monkey, Liao Fan revealed a fierce smile. He chose not to confront it head-on. Instead, he pivoted on his heels and fled in a different direction. Even though the creature was ensnared by flames, its explosive combat prowess remained astounding. Liao Fan had to rely on the surrounding environment to deplete the monster's stamina to the greatest extent, thereby enabling a counterattack. A rumbling sound erupted behind him, booming and echoing, shaking the very floor of the building. This cacophony was the result of the furious claws of the vampiric bat monkey striking the ground with tremendous force. Its colossal form shattered stone pillars, crushed wooden planks and door frames underfoot, and hurled aside everything in its path, sending a cloud of debris and splinters flying. In its rage, the monster resembled a titan, leaving chaos in its wake wherever it ran. Even more terrifying was its speed. It left behind mere afterimages, and before Liao Fan could escape far, its claws were already upon him. The half-meter-long, razor-sharp claws were not only ferociously lethal, but also possessed a destructive power that was astonishingly immense. They could rend furniture into fragments, and if they struck a wall, even the hardest surface would be pierced as though it were mere tofu. The overwhelming force and destructive capacity made Liao Fan's eyelids twitch. Should they land upon him, he would undoubtedly meet a gruesome fate. Yet, Liao Fan was not without options for counterattack. Utilizing his agility, he adeptly maneuvered within the confined space, evading the monster's massive claws while seizing opportunities to strike back. Each time it appeared as though he had been driven to the brink, he would suddenly erupt with renewed vigor, effortlessly defusing the crisis. On the surface, it seemed as though a cat-and-mouse chase was unfolding, with the vampiric bat monkey holding a distinct advantage. However, as time passed, the creature's stamina steadily waned. Additionally, the burning gasoline hindered its full potential, leaving it increasingly beleaguered. Finally, the monster grew more frenzied and reckless, swinging its claws indiscriminately, smashing through walls and creating gaping holes, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. Yet, Liao Fan's moment of performance was just beginning. The intellect of low-tier demonic beasts was indeed limited. After expending so much energy on the building, it must be growing weary. In the midst of his frantic escape, Liao Fan suddenly halted, conjuring a burst of silver light in his hand, akin to a serpent striking its den, and thrust it fiercely into the creature's waist in a manner that the monster could never have anticipated. The previously darting Liao Fan abruptly ceased his frantic flight, catching the pursuing creature off guard, which could not halt in time and instead propelled itself towards his dagger. Swish! The silver light flashed, striking heavily against the monster's abdominal armor, leaving a trail of green blood in its wake. The vampiric bat monkey's armor was rigid, dismissing ordinary weapons. But the weapon in Liao Fan's grasp had undergone a reinforcement, imbued with energy, its hardness far exceeding expectations, standing resolute even against the creature's lethal claws. Moreover, His counterattack was executed with astonishing speed and an exceptionally cunning angle, leaving the creature no time to react. Caught off guard, its abdominal armor was violently ruptured, creating a 10-centimeter gash. Blood gushed forth, and excruciating pain spread through its being. The creature's already crimson eyes widened to their utmost, emitting a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens. It frantically swung its sharp claws, attempting to retaliate and tear apart this detestable being from Blue Star. Yet, Liao Fan merely chuckled, suddenly raising his left hand to hurl another incendiary bottle, which smashed brutally against the creature's grotesque head. The gasoline ignited explosively, enveloping its face in a fiery net. A deafening screech escaped the creature, a sound of both immeasurable agony and uncontainable rage. From the onset, this battle was inherently imbalanced. The low-rise buildings and the relentless heat of the flames rendered the creature's full strength nearly ineffective. In contrast, Liao Fan stood resolute, employing a variety of peculiar tools and his intimate familiarity with the environment to toy with the monster effortlessly. The searing heat from the flames scorched the vampire bat monkey's eyes, rendering it unable to discern its surroundings, forcing it to shut its eyes immediately. In that fleeting moment, a glimmer of silver surged forth, ascending from below and striking the creature's fleshy chin. This blow was utterly unavoidable. With a sharp sound, the tip of the dagger pierced through the fleshy mass, erupting in a spray of putrid blood and flesh, drenching Liao Fan's determined visage, his features cold and merciless, resembling a wolf that had just seized its prey by the throat. The creature screeched in agony, the fleshy protrusion beneath its jaw being its most vulnerable point. As it was pierced, the elongated blade advanced further, deftly evading muscle and bone, plunging deeply into the creature's skull. The blade sank into the wound, extending over 10 centimeters. And Liao Fan roared in fury, wishing he could thrust his entire fist, still gripping the hilt, into the wound as well. This strike dealt a significant blow to the creature, which howled in torment, disregarding the excruciating burn in its eyes from the flames, its rage amplifying as it glared ferociously. Swinging its massive claws to strike Liao Fan's shoulder. A resounding thud echoed as the impact occurred. Without any doubt, Liao Fan's body was flung away like a mere leaf, crashing heavily onto a pile of construction materials, blood spilling from his mouth. The force of that strike nearly shattered his scapula. Had it not been for the heightened evolutionary strength of his body, which far surpassed that of an ordinary human, Liao Fan might have been unable to rise at all. Even so, the pain was unbearable. Lying on the ground, he coughed up blood, feeling as if his lungs were being crushed, his heart nearly faltering. The might of that claw all too apparent. Yet, astonishingly, Liao Fan laughed. Spitting out the blood in his mouth, he coldly rose to his feet, pulling the trigger with his left hand. A barrage of crossbow bolts shot forth like a swarm of locusts, pressing forward against the immense pressure from the creature. Though half of the bolts found their mark in empty air, a small fraction succeeded in embedding themselves into the creature's form. This time, the creature was unable to evade the torrential downpour of crossbow bolts. The eye was seared by flames, and the jaw was pierced by a dagger, creating a gash 10 centimeters deep, nearly bisecting the skull. Such a blow was undeniably brutal. A volley of crossbow bolts had nearly turned the creature into a porcupine. Despite the heavy leather armor shielding it, the agony inflicted by the penetrating bolts elicited a pitiful, tormented roar from the beast. More astonishingly, after discharging all the crossbow bolts, Liao Fan did not relent. Instead, he continued to wield his dagger, engaging the creature in a fierce melee. The vitality of the blood-sucking bat monkey was exceedingly formidable, and Liao Fan was determined to afford it no respite. He moved close to the ground, executed a roll, and positioned himself between the creature's legs, thrusting the dagger upward, leaving a trail of afterimages while severing the monster's tendons. A howl escaped the creature, now driven to madness, as it unfurled its bony wings, resembling a phalanx of whirling blades, thrashing violently against the ground. Yet, Liao Fan had already rolled away swiftly, raising his arm to hurl another petrol bomb, striking the creature's back with a resounding crash. Flames and searing heat continued their relentless assault, and the anguished creature finally collapsed, resembling a crumbling mountain of flesh, shaking the very foundation of the floor and causing the levels to rumble ominously. But it was not over. With a powerful push of his legs, Liao Fan arched his back like a ravenous wolf, launching himself onto the blood-sucking foxbat's head. The dagger struck again, slicing through the creature's eye, drawing forth a slender line of crimson. This strike pierced through both eyes, extending from the left eyeball to the right ear, though the incision was not deep enough to render the creature's eyes entirely useless. The continuous loss of blood and excruciating pain steadily sapped the beast's stamina and resolve. It succumbed to despair, emitting a shrill, piercing wail akin to that of a distressed child, its claws flailing wildly as it writhed upon the ground. Amidst the chaos, Liao Fan gradually rose, spitting out a mouthful of blood, revealing a cruel smile. Strength was never the primary factor, no matter how formidable one's combat prowess. It could never compensate for a lack of intellect. Chapter 63, The Spoils of War. Gazing upon the formidable corpse of the blood-sucking bat monkey, Liao Fan felt a twinge of disbelief, yet he had indeed triumphed. The distorted remains of the creature lay before him, drawing him ever closer to the fruition of his survival plan. A satisfied laugh escaped his lips, but the mirth quickly turned to agony as the laughter exacerbated the pain in his shoulder, forcing him to cease his mirth. He crouched down with great effort, clutching the blood-soaked area of his shoulder, his expression morphing into one of resignation. The recent blow had nearly shattered his scapula. Though he had managed to endure it due to his robust physique, the intense pain that persisted after the battle rendered him trembling. Hiss. Fortunately, this creature was not particularly intelligent. Had it recklessly ventured out into a different environment, I doubt even a second version of myself could have accomplished the hunt, he mused. Inhaling sharply as the sharp pang from his wound coursed through him, he lowered his hand and approached the now rigid carcass of the blood-sucking bat monkey, directing his gaze toward its curled bony wings. With the demise of the creature, its body had become completely stiff, yet the bony wings on its back still emitted a distinctive metallic sheen. Grasping his dagger, Liao Fan struck the hardest part of the wing twice, but could only etch 2 white marks. The hardness of the creature's wings was astonishing. Even the skin armor enveloping them could withstand the piercing damage of the dagger, making it a perfect choice for crafting battle attire. He spoke to himself, the delight in his eyes deepening. The wings of the blood-sucking bat monkey undoubtedly constituted high-quality material for weapon crafting. Not only did their skeletal hardness surpass that of ordinary steel, but their outer armor also possessed commendable properties. It could absorb external impacts and damage while exhibiting remarkable toughness, ensuring minimal hindrance to the wearer's movements. In his previous life, Liao Fan had witnessed an ability user skinning the bony wings of a blood-sucking bat monkey to forge battle garments. Such attire crafted from the skin armor of the creature was nearly impervious to blades, capable of aiding its bearer in retreating unscathed even from the most potent strikes of equivalent ability users. With a face alight with excitement, he promptly plunged his dagger into the creature's back and began to slice along the seams of the bones, gradually detaching them. However, the monster's skin armor proved exceedingly resilient. Despite the enhancement of his dagger, he struggled to dismantle the outer shell, spending a full half-hour to barely remove the left wing. Yet Liao Fan remained undeterred, relentlessly pursuing his task. He adjusted his breathing, utilizing source energy to mend his injuries, while continuing to wield his dagger to detach the other bony wing. Given the considerable size and impressive quality of the creature's wings, it was challenging to transport them with his injured body. Liao Fan decided to first peel away the outer layer of skin from the wings, packing it into his toolbox. Fortunately, though the skin was remarkably tough, it was not excessively heavy, making it convenient to carry. Beneath the skeletal wings lay a mass of dark bone, remarkably heavy and exceeding a meter in length, weighing at least several dozen pounds when grasped in hand. Liao Fan found himself unable to proceed with the disassembly. He could only extract the most essential part of the wings, pulling out the hardest bone and slinging it diagonally across his back, concealing it beneath his jacket. As for the remaining fragments, he lacked the strength to manage them. Having sustained considerable internal injuries during the recent battle, he felt a heavy fog enveloping his mind, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Shaking off the haze, Liao Fan raised his gaze to the still murky sky outside, sighing at the prospect of the vast wormhole space, which would likely persist for over 24 hours. With ample time before returning to the Blue Star world, he decided it prudent to gather his spoils and seek a secluded spot to hide them. Weakened and unable to confront any potential monsters, he struggled to rise, navigating the damaged staircase step by step until he reached the ground floor of the building. The first floor was desolate, devoid of any living souls aside from the corpses left in the wake of battle. It seemed that those who had witnessed the terror of the blood-sucking bat ape had chosen to flee. Liao Fan held no concern for their whereabouts. His sole focus was on dragging his fatigued body in search of a suitable refuge. Although the blood-sucking bat ape had perished, the wormhole space still harbored numerous other beasts, scavenging for sustenance. In his current state, encountering another monster would spell disaster. Fortunately, luck was on Liao Fan's side. During his retreat, he encountered no other creatures seeking to prey upon him, easily escaping the core area of the development zone and reaching a small grove at the end of the road. Deep within the forest, the dense fog continued to swirl, casting an eerie and somber atmosphere throughout the trees. Leaning against one of them, he heightened his senses, relieved to detect no lurking monsters, and then retrieved his dagger. He dug a small hole in the ground to bury his spoils, subsequently applying a generous layer of mud over his body. This technique, learned during his previous life of evasion, effectively masked the scent of blood and human essence. After covering himself sufficiently, he crouched in a patch of grass, resting against a sturdy tree, closing his eyes in silence. He focused on regulating his breath, striving to absorb the energy from the air to expedite the healing of his wounds. The development zone remained perilous, besides the 3 types of monsters previously encountered. Numerous foragers roamed about. During his recuperation, Liao Fan still caught sporadic echoes of anguish cries emanating from various corners of the zone. Yet, he found himself devoid of the energy to intervene, recognizing the futility in attempting to save anyone. In this apocalyptic world, each individual's script was predetermined: either swiftly adapt to the violence and survive in this brutal environment while seeking opportunities for strength, or quietly await death. Becoming a victim of the myriad monsters and harsh conditions, Liao Fan cannot alter the trajectories of others' lives. The only course of action he can undertake is to incessantly remind himself to become stronger. His breathing is steady and robust, each inhalation and exhalation accompanied by the gentle flow of energy coursing through him, swiftly invigorating his limbs and body. The once excruciating pain in his shoulders gradually subsides, becoming numbed by the influx of energy molecules, rendering it more bearable. He even managed to seize a brief moment of slumber, utilizing this fleeting respite to recuperate the strength he had just expended. However, this slumber did not last long. Within a mere half-hour, Liao Fan, ensconced in his brief repose, became acutely aware of numerous footsteps echoing from the road beyond the trees. Chapter 64. The exiled crowd. The sudden cacophony of footsteps jolted Liao Fan awake, plunging him into a state of heightened vigilance. Even before his eyes fluttered open, he instinctively tightened his grip on his crossbow. However, as recognition dawned upon him, his fingers relaxed slightly. The footsteps belonged to the survivors led by Manager Wong. These individuals were undeniably fortunate. Despite their harrowing encounters with the catfish and the man-eating giant lizard and the near-fatal attention from the blood-sucking bat monkeys, many had managed to endure. At present, Manager Wong was diligently assembling the survivors to form a cohesive unit, seemingly in search of a passageway out of this wormhole space. Liao Fan, perceiving no threat from this group, merely cast a languid glance their way before closing his eyes once more, disinterested. Yet, a hint of cynicism played at the corners of his mouth. Manager Wong was an astute individual, skillfully forging alliances in such dire circumstances to quickly rally a team, demonstrating commendable organizational and leadership capabilities. Unfortunately, such cleverness could very well lead to his demise. In the intricate environment of wormhole space, the greater the number of people, the more pronounced the scent of humanity became. Despite his considerable efforts to unite the majority of survivors, intending to leverage the collective strength against the lurking monsters, he remained oblivious to the potential repercussions of such actions. Liao Fan, however, had no intention of offering any guidance. The fate of these strangers held little significance for him. Should he choose to intervene, it might only invite trouble upon himself. Concealed within the underbrush, he observed the group as they frantically sought an escape, the cold smirk on his face deepening. A vast expanse of dense white fog loomed before them, swirling with a frigidness akin to a blizzard, rendering everyone's limbs numb and movement nearly impossible. Regardless of their tactics, they were powerless against the thick mist. A few bold souls ventured into the fog, only to be met with piercing screams that reverberated through the air, heightening the terror of those ensnared within. Liao Fan had anticipated such phenomena. With the wormhole now active, escape was an impossibility unless it vanished of its own accord. Even if they were fortunate enough to break free from the fog, they would likely find themselves lost in the vastness of outer space, facing even greater threats from monstrous beings. At last, upon realizing the futility of their efforts, Manager Wong and his entourage were compelled to concede defeat. They turned dejectedly, retracing their steps toward the road beyond the small grove, muttering curses against this wretched space. How long must this cursed place persist? When will it end? My wife and child are waiting for me at home. Who knows when this fog will dissipate? It could linger for a lifetime. You all should quiet down. Be cautious. There are still many monsters in the development zone. Attracting them would only exacerbate our plight. The members of the group murmured among themselves, incessantly voicing their grievances and deliberating on various matters. Meanwhile, Manager Wong, who walked at the forefront of the assembly, wore a sullen expression, his demeanor particularly despondent. He had attempted several times to extricate himself from this dense fog, yet with the passage of time, numerous solitary monsters continued to assault the survivors. Damn it, if this situation persists, it won't be long before the entire development zone meets its demise. As he walked, he muttered curses under his breath when a junior member beside him suggested returning to the sales office, as its structure was relatively sturdy and might provide some respite for the group. Nonsense. There's a giant bat over there. Returning now would be tantamount to seeking death. Indeed, That giant bat is far more terrifying than a pack of dogs. I would rather endure hunger and cold outside than face it again. This remark provoked a flurry of dissent, further darkening Manager Wang's countenance. Quiet down. What are you all arguing about? Staying out here means certain death, and going back is no different. Instead of suffering in the bitter cold, we might as well return and find something to eat. At least we could have a decent meal. It was evident that the group was somewhat swayed by Manager Wang's words. Upon hearing his reprimand, everyone fell silent, choosing to follow him in silence. Soon, the group relinquished their attempts to venture outside and began to move towards the sales office alongside Manager Wang. At that moment, Liao Fan reopened his eyes, observing the retreating figures with a sense of helplessness, shaking his head slightly. There were numerous paths within the development zone. Yet these individuals insisted on trailing behind Manager Wang, opting for a dead-end route. The sales office had recently endured a bloody battle, and the potent stench of blood lingering in the air would undoubtedly attract monsters. Returning at this juncture bore no difference from courting death. Let it be. The path they choose is their own, and I have no obligation to guide them. After pondering for a while, Liao Fan ultimately abandoned the notion of warning them and continued to rest his eyes. However, mere minutes later, the shrill screams and the hurried footsteps escaping from the fog rekindled his attention. As he had anticipated, Manager Wang and his group, not long into their retreat, encountered an onslaught from a horde of beasts. Moreover, the creatures attacking them were not the ordinary catfish dogs, but rather beings resembling wolves, adorned with spiky fur and possessing robust physiques. Could it be the blood magic werewolves? These individuals are truly unfortunate. Liao Fan lifted his gaze towards the pack of wolf-like monsters ferociously assaulting the group, his eyelids slightly lowering. The blood magic werewolves, while classified among the lower-tier monsters, were significantly more formidable than the catfish dogs, and their numbers were vast, though they could not compare to the likes of the vampire bat apes. They undoubtedly posed a grave calamity for Manager Wang and his companions. Damn it, I never anticipated that this wormhole would harbor a fourth type of monster. Were these individuals to flee into the woods, I might find it impossible to conceal myself. With this thought, Liao Fan immediately tightened his grip on the folding crossbow and hurriedly rose from the underbrush, intending to relocate his hiding spot. However, the moment he emerged, he caught the attention of Manager Wang and his companions, who were desperately evading the pursuing monsters. In an instant, they surged towards Liao Fan, shouting for help. Save us! Save us! You fools, stop your ridiculous screaming! Liao Fan exclaimed in exasperation, as these individuals rushed towards him. The bloodthirsty werewolves that had been chasing the crowd redirected their focus towards this commotion. In that instant, Liao Fan's hiding place was compromised, and he was besieged by a horde of bloodthirsty werewolves. Damn it! This scene infuriated Liao Fan, prompting him to curse aloud. With no other choice, he swiftly readied his folding crossbow and pulled the trigger at the foremost werewolf charging towards him. Chapter 65. Sound advice. With a series of piercing sounds that sliced through the air, the bloodthirsty werewolf at the forefront was struck down by a crossbow bolt, its brain exploding in a gruesome display, blood gushing forth amidst its anguished howls. Yet, the monsters did not waver in their relentless charge. Rather, the sight of blood ignited their murderous instincts, driving them to run even faster. Liao Fan's expression darkened as he surveyed his surroundings. At least a dozen bloodthirsty werewolves had their sights set on this location. Had he not been injured, he might have utilized the terrain to engage them in battle. However, the persistent ache in his shoulder, coupled with his dwindling supply of crossbow bolts, rendered him helpless. Without hesitation, he grasped his toolbox and turned to flee in another direction. His wound had not yet healed, and after a brief sprint, the torn shoulder began to bleed anew. Liao Fan stumbled, cursing under his breath. And before he could determine a suitable escape route, Manager Wang and a group of pale-faced survivors caught up, shouting, "Wait, take us with you. Only you can save us now." Manager Wang still recalled Liao Fan's gallant actions during the assault on the sales office, where he single-handedly routed a pack of beasts, carving a bloody path to safety. Instinctively, he followed Liao Fan, hoping to once again benefit from his protection. However, faced with Wang's desperate plea, Liao Fan shot him a furious glare and barked, "Enough of this nonsense. Everyone scatter. It's the only way any of us will survive." Had Liao Fan not been injured, he might have contemplated leading these individuals and forming a defensive line to resist the onslaught. Yet, after enduring numerous battles, he found himself incapable of fighting effectively. Moreover, the majority of the group led by Manager Wang were of mediocre skill and had not undergone significant enhancement from the source energy. Even if they attempted to establish a defense, they would stand no chance against the bloodthirsty werewolves. Without a moment's hesitation, Liao Fan left behind his harsh words and continued to sprint ahead. Meanwhile, Manager Wang and his companions relentlessly pursued him, trembling as they voiced their despair. What do we do now? The development zone is teeming with monsters. Where else can we run? This time, Liao Fan chose silence. He had already conveyed what needed to be done, but alas, his advice fell on deaf ears, and he had no desire to waste further breath. All he wished for was to distance himself from this group and find a secluded spot to hide. Yet, reality proved merciless, injured and weary. Liao Fan could not easily shake off the survivors, and the pack of bloodthirsty werewolves had followed closely behind, cornering them within the forest. Damn it, we can't escape. Let us fight back. Gasping for breath, Manager Wang, aware of his own limitations due to his corpulence, quickly realized that fleeing was futile. He halted abruptly, shouting to rally the others. The remaining men brandished their shovels and steel rebar, charging forward with cries of defiance. Unfortunately, the bloodthirsty werewolves were not so easily vanquished. Mere moments after the men surged ahead, Liao Fan heard more piercing screams, and within a brief span, 3 armed men were brought down by the monsters, who savagely began to feast upon them. Oh my, these creatures are formidable. Everyone, retreat quickly, do not fight. Thus, the very individuals who had just been shouting for battle hastily retreated into the woods once more. At this juncture, the bloodthirsty werewolves had caught up entirely. These beings, possessing a height akin to that of humans, sported wolf-like heads while standing upright, their speed surpassing that of mere mortals by a considerable margin. Amidst the chaos of the crowd, the monsters maneuvered with ease, brandishing their claws and fangs as they relentlessly forced individuals to the ground, tearing into them with wild abandon. Even a handful of brave souls who fought valiantly could not halt the onslaught of these creatures. Run. Everyone run. Manager Wang took the lead without hesitation. Upon his swift departure, those few who had steadfastly resisted crumbled, and an increasing number of people abandoned the fight, plunging the scene into utter disarray. However, in the midst of the chaos, Manager Wang suddenly turned back, swinging a club with ferocity at a man who was momentarily distracted. The ambushed man cried out in agony, clutching his leg as he crouched down and cursed, "Wang, what the hell are you trying to do?" Yet, Manager Wang remained silent, frantically assaulting the legs of others, incapacitating them from fleeing alongside him. Terrified by his frenzied actions, the individuals scattered, fleeing for their lives. Liao Fan observed this scene with a flash of astonishment, quickly turning to comprehend Wang's motives. As Manager Wang attacked others, he shouted, "We cannot outrun the monsters. We must leave some as bait, allowing the beasts to feast and spare us." Such heartless words uttered by a leader elicited disdain from the others, who finally glimpsed his true nature and glared at him with fury. Unfazed, Manager Wang shed his fade in the face of death, scoffing coldly before attempting to flee once more. However, as he turned, he collided with another individual, exclaiming in surprise, only to find Liao Fan standing coldly behind him. "You. Why aren't you running?" Wang stammered, bewildered. "Oh, nothing much. I merely find your suggestion rather constructive." Truly, a leader's mind works swiftly. Liao Fan replied with a sinister grin, his mocking gaze fixated on Wang's face, which was gradually morphing into one of terror. "What do you intend to do?" Manager Wang, not lacking in intelligence, instantly grasped Liao Fan's intent and felt a chill run down his spine, turning to flee. But Liao Fan was quicker, delivering a powerful punch to his ample belly, causing him to groan and crouch, clutching his abdomen. With a dagger drawn, Liao Fan struck at Wang's leg, inflicting a deep gash that severed the tendons. Amidst his agonized cries, Manager Wang's features contorted in pain as he weakly shouted, "Stop!" Ignoring his pleas, Liao Fan seized the back of Wang's neck, exerting his strength to hoist his corpulent form above his head and hurled him towards the nearest bloodthirsty werewolf. As Manager Wang crashed to the ground, he rolled in agony, howling and continuing to curse Liao Fan as a scoundrel. However, the monster did not afford him the opportunity to continue his vitriol. Gazing at the prey that had willingly presented itself, the bloodthirsty werewolf erupted with excitement, immediately abandoning its pursuit of Liao Fan, and leapt onto Manager Wang, indulging in the delectable feast of human flesh. This gluttonous creature, even in its last moments, could not fathom that the clever ruse it devised would ultimately toll the bell for its own demise. As for Liao Fan, the instant he hurled Manager Wang away, he activated his swiftest technique, deftly evading the scene of carnage, and swiftly plunged into the underbrush. He disregarded the anguished cries behind him, elevating his speed to its utmost limit, charging in a direction entirely opposite to the throng. It required little effort for him to extricate himself from the monster's onslaught. Once he reached a relatively secure location, he allowed himself to decelerate, covering his wildly racing heart with his hand, panting while coldly remarking, "With the distraction provided by these individuals, the bloodthirsty werewolf should no longer pursue me. I can relocate and continue to await the natural conclusion of the wormhole." Chapter 66. forging weapons subsequently. Liao Fan evaded all crowds and monsters, seeking refuge in a secluded spot blanketed by snow. He excavated a pit in the snow, concealing his entire form within the snowy embrace. Shielded by the icy cover, he indeed attracted no further attention, resembling a statue as he sat motionless, allowing the carnage outside to unfold unabated. Outside, chaos reigned as the monsters unleashed their fury. Whether it be the catfish dogs, the man-eating giant lizards, or the freshly arrived bloodthirsty werewolves, they relentlessly scoured for the remaining human survivors. In their desperation for the scant food resources, these creatures even turned upon one another, engaging in frenzied bites and attacks. Yet, such turmoil bore no relevance to Liao Fan, drawing upon years of experience in evasion amidst slaughter. He had wisely chosen the most suitable and discreet means of concealment, burying himself beneath the snow, tuning out all sounds of commotion. An hour passed, then 2, then 3, until the violence gradually subsided and the energy-laden essence in the air began to wane. At last, he exhaled in relief, brushing off the snow that had accumulated upon him, and emerged from his icy refuge. With the energy dissipated, the monsters vanished as well. The white mist that had shrouded the sky began to thin at a visible pace, aside from the blood-soaked ground and scattered corpses. Most of the otherworldly entities had been returned to their respective realms. Liao Fan gasped for breath, hoisting his heavy toolbox, and briefly assessed the route before swiftly navigating through a less conspicuous path, departing from the scene of carnage. The entire development zone had transformed into a desolate wasteland, stained with blood and littered with severed limbs, now buried beneath snow and debris, leaving only fragmented bones and spilled entrails sporadically smeared across the earth. The desolation was overwhelming, as if Liao Fan were the sole survivor amidst the cataclysm wrought by monsters. However, he felt no sorrow. Instead, he slowly raised his gaze to the warm rays of sunlight that emerged as the fog receded, silently rejoicing that he had taken another step toward his ambition. The third wormhole had granted him the prized skin of a vampire bat monkey and a complete bone, both exceptional materials for crafting equipment. With these two assets, he felt fortified in his resolve to venture into the next domain. Only thus could he reclaim the pinnacle of power from his previous life. Of course, before the next event commenced, he had 2 more crucial tasks to fulfill. Now that all was in readiness, it was time to seek an opportunity to meet with our hero. As Liao Fan walked, a peculiar smile graced his lips. The bitter cold of the winter enveloped him, erasing the footprints he left behind, yet the bloody essence of slaughter lingered in the frigid air, refusing to dissipate. This time, he did not immediately return to the underground safe house. Instead, he carried his toolbox back to the food company where he had worked in his previous life. Since Ming Yao announced the dissolution of the company, the food establishment has been completely vacated. The spacious logistics warehouse has become desolate and empty, apart from a few mice. Nothing remains to disturb Liao Fan. He found a clean corner, placed his toolbox on the ground, and settled into the most comfortable position, silently examining the materials within. Among them was a bone-winged beast skeleton, exceeding 1 meter in length, radiating a deep black sheen, utterly indestructible. There were also 2 pelts peeled from the bone wings, light in weight, yet possessing a toughness rivaling that of steel, impenetrable even to a combat dagger. These items, even in a post-apocalyptic era, would be exceedingly precious, yet Liao Fan managed to acquire them before the onset of such times. All his efforts and hardships proved worthwhile. Of course, crafting these 2 items simultaneously would not be an easy endeavor. Even Zheng Tao, a master weaponsmith, was currently occupied upgrading Liao Fan's safe house, leaving no hope for assistance. Fortunately, during his previous life of evasion, Liao Fan had learned a considerable amount about forging by following this young man. Thus, for the next few days, he would dedicate himself to refining these materials. Liao Fan murmured softly, soon reaching into the pocket of his clothing to retrieve the magical eye acquired from the second wormhole space. He grasped the beast bone and the magical eye together in his hand, examining them closely before closing his eyes, already envisioning a clear blueprint for the weapon in his mind. Subsequently, Liao Fan locked himself within the abandoned logistics warehouse, immersing himself entirely in the weapon crafting process, disregarding all external affairs. Meanwhile, Lin City had descended into utter chaos. Endless collective incidents and gruesome, tragic corpses were continuously discovered by the police, while various news media clamored to report on these mysterious slaughter events, sensationalizing the matter to a fever pitch. The internet was rife with discussions and speculations surrounding the massacre, igniting a nationwide debate. Yet, this was not the worst of it. Wormhole spaces were not unique to Lin City. Multiple cities across Huagua and countries around the globe began to experience similar mysterious phenomena. The world was engulfed in profound unease, an intangible sense of eeriness sweeping over everyone like a plague. However, none of this concerned Liao Fan. He remained secluded in the warehouse, dedicating a full 7 days to his craft, ultimately creating two pieces of equipment according to his initial design. The first was a bone spike long knife forged from the hardest bone of the monster's wing. This weapon was a slender, elegantly flowing black military knife. The dark blade emanated a fierce energy attribute, complemented by Liao Fan's custom-made handle, measuring approximately 1 meter and 3 centimeters in length. The broad spine ensured both the strength of each swing and the inertia of slashing, while the streamlined design perfectly adhered to the principles of mechanics, ensuring a seamless continuity of carnage while maximizing energy efficiency. Additionally, the handle was adorned with a gem radiating a crimson aura, the magical eye of the dwarf chieftain. The bones of the vampire bat, harmoniously combined with the demon's eye of the diminutive demon, create an exquisite synergy. Not only do they possess formidable physical cutting attributes, but they also bestow a certain fiery potency upon the blade, rendering it virtually indestructible. The second creation, however, is a piece of armor that is lightweight and seemingly unremarkable, lacking in substantial weight. Liao Fan has fashioned it into a form-fitting bodysuit that adheres seamlessly to his physique. It appears taut, yet its elasticity and tension are remarkably exaggerated, allowing for complete freedom of movement without causing any discomfort. The bone blade, with its overwhelming destructive capability, paired with the astonishingly defensive armor that perfectly conforms to his body, augments Liao Fan's combat prowess to a new echelon. Gazing upon his armor and bone blade, a satisfied smile finally graced Liao Fan's face. He then turned his gaze to the frigid expanse outside, murmuring to himself, "It is time to deliver the tidings of the apocalypse to that individual." I believe he, like me, has been eagerly anticipating this encounter. Chapter 67. How it happened. The night had deepened. In the police station's office, Chen Guodong was wearily rubbing his eyes. For days, he had scarcely enjoyed a single restful sleep, perpetually engulfed in an inexplicable sense of dread and immense pressure. The occurrence of 3 mysterious massacre events within successive wormhole spaces had left a trail of carnage, each scene more horrific than the last. Accounts from some survivors, with their chilling descriptions of the wormhole spaces, had even induced nightmares in the usually composed and seasoned Chen. Fortunately, the investigation had not been entirely fruitless. 7 days ago, during an incident in the development zone, several individuals, possessing a semblance of lucidity, had provided information that allowed the police to conclusively identify Liao Fan. His subordinates, following this lead, had thoroughly investigated Liao's family background and acquired a wealth of valuable intelligence. Yet, since the massacre a week prior, this enigmatic young man had vanished without a trace. Despite the police's stringent surveillance, digging relentlessly, and closely monitoring Liao's few remaining relatives, no clues regarding his whereabouts had emerged. It was as if this mysterious figure lurked like a ghost in the city's shadows, skillfully evading all police efforts, never even reaching out to his family, a fact that greatly troubled Chen Guodong. Lin's city was not vast. Where could this individual possibly hide? With a sigh, Chen refocused on the documents spread across his desk. On the modest A4 sheet lay all the information pertaining to Liao Fan, a commonplace family background, an unremarkable educational history, no stable employment, and a solitary younger sister, a third-year medical student, characterized by her reclusive nature and lack of friends. This seemingly ordinary profile bore no remarkable traits. Yet, this unassuming young man had managed to elude capture in a citywide lockdown, rendering himself untraceable. Chen harbored a gut feeling that this young man's counter-surveillance acumen might surpass that of any criminal he had encountered over the years. Unless he was willing to mobilize all available police forces for a door-to-door search throughout the city, locating him would prove exceedingly difficult. However, Liao was not a criminal in the truest sense. He was merely a witness to the 3 mysterious events. Despite having endured the horrors of the massacres, he had not perpetrated them. Even Chen Guodong, the head of the police department, found no justification to issue a wanted notice. Damn it. After such an extended game of hide and seek, it's about time you revealed yourself, Chen muttered, grappling with a headache as he stared at the documents before him. Just as he resolved to rise and prepare himself a cup of coffee, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was not the office landline, but his personal cell phone, tucked away in the drawer. What on earth? Who would be calling my private number at this hour? He murmured softly, pulling out his phone to discover an unfamiliar number. How strange. Chen Guodong felt a surge of impatience, but pressed the answer key, uttering a tentative hello. The voice on the other end remained silent, accompanied only by soft breaths, ensconced in an unsettling stillness. This eerie silence instilled a sense of unease in Chen Guodong. He furrowed his brow and inquired once more. Who are you? Director Chen, our great hero, greetings. At last, the voice broke the silence, yet its tone bewildered Chen Guodong. It was too flippant, too youthful, rendering the speaker oddly unfamiliar. Who are you, and how did you acquire my private number? I am Liao Fan, the one you have been searching for. Do not be alarmed. I called merely to extend my regards, harboring no ill intent. The young man's voice was calm and composed. Chen Guodong's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance as he tightened his grip on the phone, rising abruptly from his chair. Where are you? I want to see you. It was astonishing. The very person he had been desperately seeking for nearly half a month had called him, solely to inquire about his well-being. Chen Guodong felt utterly bewildered, his breath heavy with anticipation, wishing he could leap straight up from the ground. I am in the conference room on the top floor, the leftmost one. If you wish to meet, come alone. Liao Fan's voice remained unhurried, exuding an unsettling calmness that perplexed Chen Guodong, a man accustomed to dealing with criminals. You are above me? He was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing up toward the office ceiling. The police headquarters was situated in the heart of Linqing, one of the city's most secure locations, with the tightest security protocols in place. No one had ever managed to elude the guards downstairs and stealthily infiltrate the top-floor conference room. Chen Guodong found it incomprehensible, suspecting that this individual was merely jesting. Yet, Liao Fan's tone bore no hint of jest. You should hurry upstairs, as my time is precious, and I shall not indulge in waiting for long. If I do not see you within 2 minutes, there will be no further meetings. What do you mean? Hello? Chen Guodong, puzzled, was about to press for more information when the call was abruptly terminated. With no other option, he opened the drawer, retrieved his firearm, secured it at his waist, and proceeded toward the top-floor conference room. As he approached, he found the lights were indeed on. Hastening his steps, he pushed open the door to find a tall, slender young man seated in the conference room, holding a large toolbox, a playful smirk adorning his face. With an unremarkable appearance and average height, Liao Fan was clad in a thin trench coat despite the biting cold outside. The collar of his gray coat was speckled with snowflakes, and his hair was tousled, as if he had braved the elements for an extended duration. Yet, the faces of the youth bore no signs of fatigue. Instead, there was an innate calmness and indifference that evoked a certain enigmatic allure, captivating the seasoned Chen Guodong. You are truly here. How did you arrive? Chen Guodong inquired, his expression one of surprise, feeling somewhat at a loss for an appropriate opening line. Liao Fan merely shrugged and smiled. Of course, I had to come. After all, you have been searching for me for quite some time. Were I to remain absent, I suspect you would have already dispatched your subordinates to apprehend my sister. Chen Guodong fell silent, for indeed, he had entertained such thoughts. Ever since uncovering Liao Fan's family background and learning of his sister's existence, he had arranged for constant surveillance on her. This was a necessary course of action. Liao Fan's movements were too elusive, and Chen Guodong's only recourse was to track him through his family. Yet, he had not anticipated that his clandestine maneuvers would be so effortlessly discerned by this young man. How did he manage to perceive it? Chapter 68. Alarmist Chen Guodong was filled with uncertainty and caution. He gazed at Liao Fan, who sat composedly in his chair, hesitating to approach him. Instead, he silently reached for the firearm at his waist. Liao Fan, of course, sensed his movement and smiled, urging him not to be anxious, assuring him of his benign intentions. Was this young man instructing him to remain calm? Such audacity was indeed remarkable. Chen Guodong chuckled, straightened his back, and slowly gestured downstairs, asking if he recognized the place. It was the most secure area in the city. With a mere phone call, more than 20 armed military police would storm the building. In such an environment, could he truly doubt that he would feel apprehensive? Liao Fan sighed, acknowledging Chen's pride in his police force. The quality of his officers was indeed commendable. However, regrettably, in the presence of a superhuman, the so-called military police were merely a collection of insignificant pawns. With that, Liao Fan stood and began to stride toward Chen Guodong. Stop. Chen Guodong retreated immediately, swiftly drawing his gun and aiming it at Liao Fan. Sit back down and do not move. Though he claimed not to feel anxious, the instinctive action of drawing his weapon without inquiry betrayed his inner turmoil. After all, this young man was shrouded in mystery, having survived 3 massacres unscathed and managing to remain hidden for so long amidst the city's law enforcement. Now, he had infiltrated the police headquarters meeting room without a sound. All signs indicated that this seemingly ordinary young man was anything but. Yet, in the face of Chen Guodong's firearm, Liao Fan showed no sign of retreat. Instead, he smiled faintly, reiterating that he bore no ill will toward Chen, and there was no need for such wary glances. If I had intended to harm you, you would have already lost the opportunity to speak. Ah, you seem quite confident in yourself. Chen Guodong chuckled, but for reasons unknown. As he watched Liao Fan approach, an invisible pressure enveloped him, as if he were not confronting a mere human, but a ferocious beast. He lowered his gun, aiming at Liao Fan's thigh, and warned sternly, I will say this one last time. Return to your seat. I do not wish to harm you. Are you sure you can truly injure me? Liao Fan suddenly accelerated, his body transforming into a blur, covering the 10-meter distance in the blink of an eye. Chun Guodong was left dumbfounded, instinctively attempting to pull the trigger, only to feel a sharp pain in the back of his hand, followed by the sudden emptiness of his wrist. Once he regained his senses, he found his firearm had been seized by Liao Fan, who effortlessly dismantled it into a pile of components. At that moment, he was utterly stunned. Without comprehending Liao Fan's swift movements, he had lost his weapon. After 30 years of service, Chun Guodong had never experienced such humiliation, and his face flushed with indignation. Liao Fan casually remarked, "You need not regard me with such a gaze. As an extraordinary being, the powers I possess are beyond your current comprehension. Removing your sidearm is not an act of ostentation, but rather an invitation for us to engage in negotiations on equal footing." Negotiations? Chun Guodong raised an eyebrow and scoffed. "I acknowledge your swift methods, yet the might of the police force, the strength of the nation, is not something any individual can withstand. If you were wise, you would hasten to disclose everything I wish to know, lest you compel me to resort to severe measures." Despite the disarming of his weapon, Chun Guodong still exuded the authority and gravitas of a superior. Liao Fan, however, smiled. "I am not a criminal. I merely happened to traverse those 3 wormhole spaces. Surely, you cannot fabricate a charge against me simply because I have experienced these events? Merely a coincidence?" Chun Guodong's expression hardened as he spoke in a low voice. "Each time a mysterious incident has emerged, you have appeared in the surveillance footage without fail. If it were once or twice, I might entertain the notion of coincidence. But this has transpired 3 times now, and the odds of such serendipity are astonishing. Moreover, according to the accounts of those survivors, not only are you well versed in the impending occurrences, but you have also taken precautions to ensure your escape each time. Is that also mere chance?" Chun Guodong began to employ his interrogation skills, seeking to exploit any inconsistencies in Liao Fan's words to pry open his lips. Liao Fan, however, cut to the chase, facilitating a breakthrough in the dialogue. "Rather than discuss how I possess foresight, let us address the crux of the matter. I surmise you have long been eager to uncover the truths behind the wormhole spaces and the creatures referred to by the survivors." Chun Guodong perked up immediately. "You know all of this?" "Indeed." Liao Fan wasted no time and stated plainly, "The world in which we reside is on the precipice of an impending divine retribution. To put it succinctly, we are on the brink of an unprecedented cataclysm the likes of which humanity has never witnessed. Cities will crumble, nations will fall, and the entire world will be engulfed in bloodshed, transforming into a veritable hell on earth." As the topic unfolded, Liao Fan unveiled the apocalyptic cadence he had discerned without reservation to Chun Guodong. The gravity of this revelation left Chun Guodong momentarily stunned, his countenance darkening. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly erupted in derisive laughter. "According to your assertion, the apocalypse is nigh, and our cities, our nation, indeed the entire blue planet, shall be obliterated?" "Indeed." Liao Fan met his scrutinizing gaze with utmost seriousness. "What jest is this?" Chun Guodong seethed, his anger flaring as he bellowed. "How can the world face annihilation simply due to these so-called monsters? That is utterly ludicrous. Do you have any notion of the number of people in our country? The extent of our military and police forces? Once these weapons and equipment are unveiled, they will be sufficient to confront any external invasion. It is utterly absurd for a mere group of monsters to aspire to dismantle an entire nation's defense system. Such notions are the musings of a madman." Clearly, Chun Guodong does not share Liao Fan's convictions and believes this lunatic is merely engaging in alarmist rhetoric. Liao Fan, unfazed by the situation, simply scrutinizes Chun Guodong's furious countenance and with a smile, remarks, "Our nation boasts a population exceeding 1 billion, encompassing over 600 cities of varying sizes, while our conventional military strength amounts to a mere 5 million. In the event of a comprehensive disaster, how much military strength would be allocated to each city? Moreover, the information regarding the monsters at your disposal pertains solely to the most rudimentary and insignificant beings from the outer cosmos. During the early stages of the apocalypse, humanity, armed with its own technology and equipment, indeed managed to engage these ordinary monsters in a back-and-forth struggle. However, it is regrettable that the onset of the apocalypse unfolds in phases. Once the apocalypse intensifies further, and those creatures possessing genuine destructive capabilities descend upon us, what shall humanity wield in defense? Chapter 69. The predicament of humanity. Chun Guodong remained silent, his countenance somber, awaiting Liao Fan's continuation. After sipping some water, Liao Fan proceeded. Using Lin City as an example, half a month prior, this place had begun to be engulfed by an unprecedented cold wave. The nation has been scrambling to cope with this once-in-a-millennium climatic onslaught. However, this cold wave is merely a harbinger of a far graver catastrophe, a mere prelude to an impending calamity. In a month, the cold spell will conclude, but it will be succeeded by earthquakes, tsunamis, and various volcanic eruptions, all of which will challenge the nation's resilience to an extraordinary degree. Accompanying these frequent geological disasters will be the opening of interstellar portals, attracting myriad monstrous entities to inundate this world. Beast clans, aerial tribes, various anomalous humanoids, and even some higher-dimensional extraterrestrial civilizations will seize the opportunity to descend upon Blue Star. Humanity will not only contend with natural and man-made disasters but also face an unending onslaught of monsters. Do you truly believe a military force of several million can defend 9.8 million square kilometers of territory? As Liao Fan's discourse reached its culmination, his gaze had sharpened and darkened, coldly scrutinizing Chen Guodong's perspiring visage. Chen Guodong remained reticent, for the world Liao Fan described was indeed terrifying and profoundly shocking. He had never conceived nor could he visualize the nature of such a reality. Yet, mustering his courage, he ventured, aside from millions of soldiers. We possess technology and a populace exceeding 1 billion. When the time comes, we can mobilize the masses too. Ridiculous. Liao Fan's eyes bore a stern intensity as he abruptly interrupted Chen Guodong, his tone frigid and devoid of vitality. The apocalypse is all-encompassing. Beyond the monsters, there are geological and climatic disasters, as well as viruses, and even internal strife arising from humanity itself. Imagine, if starting tomorrow, the climate of Blue Star deteriorates to the point that no grain can be produced, how long could our military sustain its resistance with the existing food reserves? If out of 5 million troops, 3 million are afflicted by a virus, how much combat capability would remain? The threat of the apocalypse is never a singular factor. It is a multifaceted assault on all fronts. When the end times arrive, the entire Blue Star will embark upon a path of evolution. Not only will humanity evolve, but so too will cockroaches, bedbugs, feral cats, and wild dogs, even butterflies and rats, all embarking on their own evolutionary journeys akin to that of humankind. Tragically, the rate of human evolution is far inferior to that of these natural beings. Once these Blue Star organisms achieve sufficient evolution, do you think they will still acknowledge humanity's dominion over Blue Star? Humans consume animals because they are stronger than other species. Once other beings undergo evolution to surpass humanity, they will, in turn, begin to prey upon humans. At that juncture, not only will creatures from the cosmos threaten humanity, but even the stray cats and dogs in urban areas, as well as birds and beasts, and even the zebras, elephants, and various carnivorous animals from zoos, will become immense threats to human survival. When that day truly arrives, the carnage wrought by these evolved beings may incite chaos and panic even more formidable than any external threat. And this is merely the initial phase of the apocalypse. 3 years hence, as the pace of the cataclysm quickens and we enter the second stage, the cosmic portals will further expand, heralding the arrival of genuine mid-tier and high-tier monstrous beasts. In comparison to the current skirmishes, these formidable creatures are akin to deities and demons. Liao Fan has witnessed a mystical tortoise from beneath the ocean depths single-handedly annihilate a large city with a population of 2 million. And this tortoise is merely a mid-tier beast. Above it lie even more terrifying high-tier beast clans, capable of erasing an entire metropolis from existence with a mere gesture. The human technology you take pride in is but a jest in the face of these elevated beings. To date, humanity's most formidable weapons are nuclear and hydrogen bombs. If I were to tell you that a million-ton nuclear bomb would merely tickle a high-tier being, failing to even draw blood, what would your reaction be? As he continued his narrative, Liao Fan's previously placid tone grew increasingly fervent. Having lived through the calamities of the apocalypse, he fully comprehended the insignificance of humanity's efforts in the face of such overwhelming disaster, whether it be the military, technology, or weaponry. Before the multitude of mid-tier and high-tier beasts, humanity is as insignificant as ants. No matter what actions humans undertake, they cannot alter the impending reality. This world has become devoid of hope. Liao Fan neither intends to save it nor possesses the ability to do so. Chen Guodong was drenched in sweat, resembling an aged patient, his back pressed against the wall, trembling in fear at Liao Fan's descriptions. Every word uttered by this young man seemed utterly absurd to him. Yet Chen Guodong found himself bereft of any counterarguments. The altered climate and the horrific murder scenes, replete with bloodied photographs, incessantly reminded him that all of this could indeed be true. With a grim expression, he lamented, "Is there truly nothing we can do?" Indeed, there is nothing you can do. The sole recourse is to leverage the resources and power at your disposal to secure advantages for your family. Then retreat into a safe haven, living in constant dread like a frightened dog. Liao Fan recounted this brutal reality in a calm demeanor. While such an existence may feel suffocating, it could extend your life by a few years. However, once the apocalypse reaches its third stage, the entire Blue Star dining table could be overturned at any moment. At that time, no matter how well you hide, it will avail you not. Having poured forth his thoughts in one breath, Liao Fan closed his eyes deeply. He could never forget the scene that would unfold 10 years after the day of reckoning, when Blue Star would enter the third phase of the apocalypse. The sky, completely shrouded in dark clouds, rendered indistinguishable between day and night, devoid of stars and the sun, is inhabited by colossal beasts that seem to have emerged from the primordial chaos, relentlessly siphoning and draining the vitality of the blue planet. Vast stretches of land, spanning millions of square kilometers, have transformed overnight into lifeless wastelands. The most formidable of these monstrous entities possess the genuine ability to obliterate celestial bodies. For them, shattering this blue planet is but a trivial endeavor. The reason this banquet table of the blue planet has yet to be entirely overturned by them is simply that the denizens of these superior alien races have not yet consumed the last vestige of humanity. As this recollection faltered, Liao Fan raised his dimmed eyes, directing his gaze towards the trembling cheeks of Chen Guodong, and spoke word by word. Do you comprehend the kind of existence humanity will endure in the aftermath of the apocalypse? To those exalted alien beings, we are akin to swine and dogs, cattle and sheep, merely livestock they have reared on the blue planet for their sanguinary sustenance. They can appear at any moment when hunger strikes, and once satiated, they will depart. Much like how you dine at a table each day, when that table grows old and battered, no longer fulfilling your appetite, you would unhesitatingly topple it, replacing it with another. And thus, the blue planet stands as a banquet table, perpetually at risk of being shattered. Chapter 70. Cooperation. Chen Guodong found himself at a loss for words. He gazed into Liao Fan's profound eyes, which appeared as calm as a still pond, yet were piercing and deep, resembling two black holes that almost drew his very soul into their depths. In the silence that ensued, he resolutely shook his head. Even if that were the case, humanity would not relinquish its resistance. As the head of security for this city, I would lead all my subordinates to fight until the last soldier remains. Regrettably, you may not endure until that time comes. Liao Fan took a deep breath, calming the turmoil within, and slowly settled back into his chair. 3 years. If all goes as planned, you will live for 3 more years. In the initial 3 years following the onset of the apocalypse, Chen Guodong indeed exhibited remarkable leadership. With the backing of his family and years of accumulated prestige, he assembled a formidable team, steadfastly resisting various monsters on the front lines. For this reason, he was regarded as a great hero and even became a national idol. However, 3 years later, the second phase of the apocalypse arrived. Climatic disasters, coupled with the onslaught of more intermediate-level beasts, inflicted heavy casualties on the team Chen Guodong had painstakingly built. At a critical juncture, he was betrayed by those closest to him and ultimately met a tragic end at the hands of the monster's minions. A blood-stained tattered coat and a few gnawed bones were all that he left behind for the world. Chen Guodong was momentarily speechless, gripped by a wave of anxiety. After a long pause, he hoarsely asked, "How could you know of my fate 3 years hence?" You may consider this a prophecy. From today until 10 years after the apocalypse, the entire trajectory of the disaster on Blue Star is stored within my mind, Liao Fan replied, gesturing to his temple ambiguously. Can you truly foresee the future? Chen Guodong's lips parted in disbelief, his expression somewhat dazed. He was reluctant to accept this reality. Yet, given Liao Fan's various demonstrations within those wormhole spaces, he found it difficult to dismiss. Liao Fan shook his head, stating, "There is no point in discussing this matter. You need not concern yourself with the source of my information. All you need to know is that the intelligence I provide is 100% accurate." Chen Guodong inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing his emotions, and with a stern expression said, "Very well, then what is your purpose in voluntarily sharing this information with me?" "Naturally, it is for the sake of cooperation," Liao Fan replied candidly, spreading his hands. "The specific date of the punishment day will be August 7th of this year. A month from now. Before that, wormhole spaces will erupt densely around the globe. Each eruption signifies both peril and opportunity. 3 days from now, this city will witness the emergence of a massive wormhole. I wish to enter that wormhole to seek a chance for enhancement, but the danger it poses far exceeds that of all previous encounters combined. Without your assistance, I stand a significant chance of perishing within." Chen Guodong scoffed. "And what makes you think I would assist you?" Liao Fan crossed his legs, seeking to verify the truth of my words. Simultaneously, for the sake of the city's safety, he needed to acquire more intelligence regarding the apocalypse and assemble a team capable of adapting to the post-apocalyptic environment in advance. All of this could only be provided by Liao Fan. Chen Guodong fell silent. An impulse surged within him, a desire to pounce on this young man, pry open his mind, and uncover the multitude of secrets he harbored. Yet reason restrained him. After a cold standoff with Liao Fan lasting several seconds, he composed himself and inquired, "How shall I cooperate?" Liao Fan calmly extended his fingers, stating that a 50-person team must consist of the finest and most adaptable members of the police force. The fourth wormhole's expanse was considerable, and the trials ahead would be brutal. If fortune smiled upon them, perhaps half of the team could survive. In the future, these individuals would become his right and left arms, playing a significant role in the city's preservation. Chen Guodong hesitated, responding, "Such a monumental decision cannot be made unilaterally. Even as the head of the police department, I must report to higher authorities first." Liao Fan interjected, "If you wish for our collaboration to proceed smoothly, it would be wise to refrain from such actions." "Why?" Chen Guodong exclaimed, bewildered. "The police department is not my private property. Without organizational permission, I cannot make such decisions." Liao Fan chuckled derisively. "The so-called organization you speak of is merely a collective of self-serving politicians. Disasters undoubtedly test human nature. In apocalyptic times, not everyone will be willing to sacrifice for the city as you do. Many will exploit their power to hoard resources, ensuring their future convenience. They will pay little mind to the plight of ordinary citizens and will be even less inclined to support your efforts. If your true intention is to protect the city, the best course is to sever ties with them and act independently." "You overestimate my capabilities," Chen Guodong replied with a bitter smile. "The decision-makers of this city operate within a complex web. Behind me are several influential figures. Without their backing, how can I take action?" "That is your concern, not mine," Liao Fan replied, raising his chin with an air of calm authority. "Ultimately, you are the only decision-maker in Lin City whom I deem trustworthy. Aside from you, I will not collaborate with any other prominent figures. If you cannot manage them, our cooperation must come to an end. How am I to manage that? In peacetime, I cannot overtly seize power. I am merely a small police chief, lacking the influence to effect such change," Chen Guodong said, visibly agitated, but he spoke the truth. Lin City was merely a prefectural city with a population of 1 million, overshadowed by the provincial capital and the imperial city. The true power players could easily crush him with a mere flick of their fingers. How could they tolerate Chen Guodong's audacity? Rest assured, the current environment is sufficiently dire. Within the borders of our nation, almost every day, every city experiences mysterious slaughter events that go unnoticed by the masses. Liao Fan snapped his fingers and stood up with an air of nonchalance. As the wormhole phenomenon continues to erupt, the public opinion and social order in our country will deteriorate further. The prominent figures are preoccupied with their own crises and have little time to concern themselves with the power shifts in a mid-sized city. What truly matters to them is the stability and survival of the major cities, which presents you with the prime opportunity. After uttering these words, Liao Fan adjusted his coat and strode toward the conference room door. Chen Guodong, astonished, asked, "Are you leaving just like that?" Liao Fan replied, "I have said all that I needed to. You have 3 days to consider your response. Furthermore, do not disturb my family and friends. If you wish to contact me, you may call my phone or reach out to Ming Yao to find my residence." Yao, she knows about this too." Chen Guodong was at a loss for words, his mind utterly blank. Liao Fan, however, smiled with a hint of amusement. "Of course, without the assistance of your precious niece. How else could I have obtained your private number?" Chapter 71. Several questions. So it was. Chen Guodong appeared dazed, yet he quickly regained his composure, muttering to himself, "No wonder this girl has been so secretive lately, not only avoiding her family but also frantically selling off her assets. It turns out she had long been." As he spoke halfway, Chen Guodong became enraged, slamming his fist on the desk, exclaiming, "Why has she kept such a significant matter from me?" "Because I instructed her to keep it hidden," Liao Fan replied without turning his head, striding towards the corridor. "Revealing information about the apocalypse too early may not be advantageous. Besides instilling fear in this world, it yields no benefits. Similarly, I hope you can keep this secret as much as possible." Just as he finished speaking, Liao Fan pushed open the window at the end of the corridor and leaped into the air. "That's the rooftop," Chen Guodong gasped, hastening towards the direction where Liao Fan had jumped. However, by the time he reached the window, Liao Fan's figure had already shrunk, clinging to the wall like a gecko, vanishing into the snowstorm. Though Chen Guodong was perplexed as to how he accomplished it, he understood that Liao Fan had safely reached the first floor. It seems this fellow infiltrated here silently through such means." Chen Guodong sighed bitterly, shaking his head. His gaze fell upon the pile of disassembled firearm parts on the floor. His expression blank, his body slumping into the chair as he murmured, "How can there be such individuals in this world? Besides cooperating, do I have any other options?" Chen Guodong's mind was in turmoil, a myriad of absurd thoughts flashing through his head when he suddenly heard footsteps coming from the staircase, accompanied by a report from his trusted subordinate. "Not good, Director. Our sentry has been attacked. The colleagues on duty downstairs have been knocked unconscious. It seems someone has infiltrated this office building." "That's all right, as long as no one is injured," There is no need to pursue further, Chen Guodong replied, shaking his head and glancing at the anxious subordinate rushing in. Director, are you all right? The subordinate paused, keenly noticing the dazed expression on Chen Guodong's face, and cautiously inquired. I'm fine. Immediately informed the people outside to cease their pursuit of Liao Fan and to stop investigating those mysterious incidents. Gather all the upper management. I need to convene a secret meeting. As the subordinate looked on in astonishment, Chen Guodong slowly rose, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, his face regaining its seriousness. In the dead of night, at 3 o'clock in the morning, after leaving the police station's conference room, Liao Fan did not return immediately to the underground safe house. Instead, he continued carrying his toolbox towards a small villa etched in his memory. The heavy snow continued to fall, icing the roads and blanketing them in thick frost. As he walked across the icy surface, his steps light. He surveyed everything outside the villa, a complex look flickering in his eyes. This was his home in his past life. Once upon a time, Liao Fan had spent a complete and joyous childhood here. At that time, his parents were still alive, and neither he nor his sister had been cast out. Life was serene and pleasant. Alas, this place no longer belonged to him. He silently approached the villa, evading the surveillance, regulating his breath, and with a brief sprint, effortlessly vaulted over the wall, landing in the backyard. Though it was late into the night, the lights in the villa remained aglow. Inside the hall sat a middle-aged couple. The man was tall and elegantly dressed in a silk robe, yet his complexion was sallow and weary. The woman impatiently glanced at the wall clock and inquired, Ji Yuan, must we continue to wait at this late hour? We must wait, for how can you find rest until the truth behind our son's disappearance is uncovered? Liao Ji Yuan clenched his teeth, glaring into the night, his expression dark and brooding. 7 days prior, his son, Liao Fei, had mysteriously vanished, severing all ties with the family. Upon receiving the news, the couple had traveled to the development zone, seeking traces of Liao Fei, only to be halted by a group of police officers. Through inquiries, Liao Ji Yuan learned that his son was likely entangled in a mysterious massacre. Just as they grappled with this harrowing reality, an unexpected call came from a relative with whom they had lost touch for some time. The caller was, of course, Liao Fan. He informed the couple that he possessed knowledge of the truth behind the enigmatic incident and would visit them that very night to relay the details. Initially perplexed by the call, the couple readily agreed, eager to ascertain whether their son was truly dead or not. Now, they sat anxiously in the living room, awaiting Liao Fan's arrival. Do you think that rascal is trying to deceive us? The woman questioned. Certainly not. That scamp knows the precise time of Liao Fei's disappearance, which hardly suggests deceit, he replied. But why is he being so altruistic? Let us not forget what transpired years ago. Silence. That matter has long passed. It must not be mentioned again. Liao Ji Yuan snapped, irritated by his wife's tearful voice. Just as he prepared to rise, the front door creaked open. Liao Fan, exuding an aura of coldness, stood at the threshold with a cheerful grin. How did you get in? Liao Ji Yuan was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise at the sudden appearance of his nephew. This was once my home. I certainly know how to enter, Liao Fan replied nonchalantly, stretching and making his way to the hall to pour himself a glass of warm water. Liao Ji Yuan's demeanor darkened. Liao Fan, what was the meaning of your call this afternoon? Do you truly know why my son has gone missing? Of course. Liao Fan took a sip of the warm water, then surveyed the villa with a contemplative gaze. 5 years had passed, yet everything in the house remained as it was when he was cast out. The only difference was that the owners of this abode were no longer his parents. As Liao Fan silently scrutinized the scene before him, his uncle, Liao Ziyuan, could hardly contain his impatience, demanding to know what had transpired in the development zone and the reason for his son's disappearance. Liao Fan, momentarily jolted back to reality, turned to face Liao Ziyuan, whose face bore a somber expression, seemingly capable of wringing water from it. He smiled gently and replied, There's no rush. Before we delve into that, I have a few inquiries of my own. What inquiries? Liao Ziyuan asked, taken aback, his demeanor somewhat harsh. This reaction was somewhat understandable, for it had been 7 days since Liao Fei's disappearance, and as a father, Liao Ziyuan was naturally engulfed in anxiety. Liao Fan, unhurried, continued. Before I reveal the truth behind Liao Fei's disappearance, I wish to know how you orchestrated the car accident 5 years ago that led to my parents' demise. What nonsense are you spouting? Liao Ziyuan exclaimed, taken aback, as he stepped back sharply. Your parents' death was an accident. I have explained this before. Is that so? Liao Fan shot him a sidelong glance, speaking with measured calmness. If it was indeed an accident, then why did they leave behind such a ludicrous will, designating you to manage all their assets while leaving not a single word of explanation for their own flesh and blood? Chapter 72. Retribution. Liao Ziyuan stood in stunned silence, gazing at the malevolent grin that lingered on Liao Fan's face. He mustered the courage to reply. It was simply because you and Xiaoan were too young at the time to inherit anything from the family. Thus, your parents entrusted the inheritance to me, hoping I would temporarily safeguard it for you. Such a feeble excuse, akin to a tale spun for a 3-year-old, was truly remarkable coming from you. Liao Fan interrupted Liao Ziyuan's flimsy justification with a cold smirk and piercing eyes. For 5 years, Xiaoyun and I have endured hardships, while your family has basked in luxury, enjoying everything here in our stead. Is this your version of managing our family's assets? Faced with Liao Fan's accusations, even Liao Ziyuan's thick skin faltered, his lips quivering. I did it to toughen you up. If you don't experience some of life's trials, how will you ever be prepared to inherit this legacy? Liao Fan responded with a hollow laugh. You expelled Xiaoan and me from our home to fend for ourselves, while allowing your own son to live in opulence, enjoying a life of privilege. Is this your method of training me? Liao Ziyuan fell silent. His usual response to such insolence, issuing an immediate eviction order, now stifled by his desperation to ascertain Liao Fei's whereabouts. Suppressing his inner fury, he inhaled deeply and demanded, "There's no need to dwell on the past. Just tell me, where is my son? Is he truly dead?" Beside him, his wife rose, her voice ringing with urgency as she questioned Liao Fan. The police informed us of a horrific massacre in the development zone. My son has likely met with misfortune. How do you know this? Have you been to that place? The couple's anxiety was palpable, their instincts urging them to confront Liao Fan physically. Unfazed, Liao Fan replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, I have been there, and I witnessed your son being devoured by a monster. In his final moments, he pleaded for my help, revealing that the accident was orchestrated by you." As he spoke, Liao Fan's gaze sharpened, fixating on Liao Ziyuan's increasingly ashen face. "I came here not only to convey the news of his demise, but also to inquire about the wrongs my parents committed against you, prompting you to turn against your own elder brother." The couple was rendered speechless. Liao Ziyuan, seething with rage, suddenly lunged forward, seizing Liao Fan by the collar. He disregarded Liao Fan's inquiry, demanding instead, "Why didn't you save my son?" "Why should I?" Liao Fan retorted, ignoring the question. "This is merely retribution, akin to the way you caused my parents' demise. I am simply treating you in the manner you treated me. Why is it so difficult for you to accept?" Liao Ziyuan felt a buzzing in his head, his emotions unraveling as he stood frozen in disbelief. At last, the couple comprehended that Liao Fan's visit was not a gesture of goodwill, but rather a reckoning for the debts owed. "Bastard, are you even human? Regardless of any grievances we may have caused you, you should not seek revenge on my son. He is your cousin, you beast." A silence lingered for a few seconds before my second aunt suddenly became animated, her face contorted with malice as she lunged at Liao Fan, attempting to strangle him. "I demand retribution for my son's life. And what of my parents' lives? Who will repay them?" Liao Fan coldly regarded them, his words piercing their hearts, rendering Liao Ziyuan speechless. Yet, my enraged second aunt showed no signs of remorse, continuing to scream and reach for Liao Fan, her face twisted in fury as she shouted, "Your parents deserved to die long ago. Their lives cannot be compared to my son's. You murderer, you are nothing but a beast." Suddenly, a flash of steel illuminated the room, swift as lightning, just as my second aunt raised her hands, ready to tighten her grip around Liao Fan's neck. The glint of a blade struck. It was a dark, slender bone knife, sharp and lethal. In one swift motion, it severed her hands, which flew into the air. She barely had time to scream before the blade advanced further, slicing through her neck, her grotesque and vengeful head following suit. The unexpected strike was both stunning and brutal. Liao Ziyuan could hardly comprehend Liao Fan's speed. His wife had transformed into a headless corpse, swaying once before collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from her severed neck, staining the floor crimson, as if the entire room had been drenched in blood. "You little brat, you came specifically to exact revenge on us." Liao Ziyuan watched in horror as the headless body fell, his rage shifting to shock, his face turning pale with fury. Before he seized a fruit knife from the coffee table and lunged at Liao Fan. Liao Fan could have evaded the attack, but he chose not to. With a tearing sound, the fruit knife pierced Liao Fan's coat, embedding itself in his abdomen. Though merely a common fruit knife, it was still quite sharp, and Liao Ziyuan's furious thrust was precise and potent. As he twisted the knife, he howled in a frenzy, "It was I who caused your parents' demise, so what? Do you have any proof? Allow me to send you down to join them. Let the three of you reunite in peace." His face contorted with rage. He lunged again and again at Liao Fan. Yet, despite the blade embedded in his abdomen, Liao Fan remained composed, devoid of pain or any sign of disturbance. Just as the knife tip threatened to pierce his flesh, it was halted by a layer of soft yet resilient battle armor. Though seemingly delicate, the armor effectively shielded Liao Fan from harm. He not only remained unscathed but did not shed a single drop of blood. Gazing at the twisted visage of Liao Ziyuan, Liao Fan revealed a devilish smile. The taste of losing loved ones is unbearable, isn't it? You beast, I will kill you. I will kill you. Liao Zhuan's face contorted, resembling a bull gasping for air, recklessly swinging the knife, hacking and slashing at Liao Fan. But it was futile. The exterior of the vampire bat monkey, though remarkably thin, possesses an unparalleled resilience, impervious even to bullets, let alone a mere fruit knife. In a fit of rage, Liao Zhuan stabbed Liao Fan at least a dozen times, delivering over 20 strikes upon him. Yet, Liao Fan remained immobile and composed, resembling an unperturbed specter, with a smile of vengeance adorning his face. Eventually, Liao Zhuan sensed the bizarre nature of the situation. He abruptly discarded the fruit knife and collapsed onto the ground, retreating as if confronted by a ghost. How can you be unscathed? You, monster, help. You are nothing short of a monster. Huh, are you truly afraid? Liao Fan chuckled. He could have easily dispatched Liao Zhuan to hell for repentance, yet he refrained from doing so. Observing Liao Zhuan, who was utterly terrified and on the brink of collapse, Liao Fan stood up with satisfaction, his face perpetually adorned with a devilish grin. Do not worry. I shall not kill you. On the contrary, I intend to keep you alive, allowing you to fully experience the anguish of losing loved ones, surviving in torment until you witness the annihilation of this world. Chapter 73. Finding a dog. Liao Zhuan was a man consumed by greed, for the sake of wealth. He would betray kinship and disregard all else. Yet now, as the footsteps of the apocalypse drew ever closer, everything he possessed teetered on the brink of dissolution. Liao Fan intended to keep him around, to witness firsthand how the fruits of his relentless scheming would ultimately render themselves worthless. For a man so ensnared by avarice, this would be the most profound form of retribution. Amidst the sounds of laughter, Liao Fan departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving Liao Zhuan in a state of mental collapse, nearly driven to madness, slumped on the ground like a lifeless dog, enduring the torment and anguish of lost loved ones. Devil, you are nothing but a devil. By the time Liao Fan returned to the underground safe house, the daylight had already begun to break. Zheng Tao had indeed exceeded his expectations. After relentless efforts day and night, the safe house had begun to take shape within a mere 10 days. First and foremost, the entrance to the safe house had been entirely replaced and refurbished, featuring steel plates over 10 centimeters thick, boasting remarkable load-bearing capacity and an impenetrable solidity akin to a fortress wall. Even a genuine missile would find it challenging to breach. The entrance was equipped with a hydraulic mechanism, allowing it to open and close automatically. Additionally, several ventilation windows had been fitted with underground periscopes, enabling them to effortlessly monitor the external environment without stepping outside. The lower level of the safe house was enhanced with a massive water filtration system, ensuring a steady supply of underground water resources during times of catastrophe. Moreover, Zheng Tao had ingeniously excavated a concealed passage in the lowest tier of the safe house, facilitating a discreet escape for its inhabitants in the face of imminent danger. This passage connected to a small, temporary refuge stocked with ample provisions and fresh water, ensuring that even if the safe house was compromised, they could swiftly relocate to another secure space and continue to survive. Along the road leading out of the safe house, 2 hidden lookout towers had been established, far surpassing Liao Fan's initial vision in comprehensiveness and foresight. He had even prepared several diesel generators to guarantee a sufficient power supply. Even in the direst of times, Liao Fan was elated as he surveyed the transformed safe house, nodding in approval and giving Zheng Tao a thumbs up. I knew you wouldn't let me down. These defensive measures should be ample to see us through the first phase of the apocalypse. Oh, I merely acted as per your instructions, getting paid for the service, Zheng Tao replied, scratching his head awkwardly in response to Liao Fan's praise. By the way, during your absence, Miss Meng Yao paid a visit, not only bringing a significant sum of money, but also inquiring about your whereabouts. You truly are something else. How did you come to know such a wealthy beauty? Liao Fan chuckled. She was my former employer, but in the age of the apocalypse, she shall become my ally. Let us not dwell on such matters for now. Take this, as I no longer require it. After concluding his explanation, Liao Fan opened the toolbox and retrieved the folding crossbow, presenting it to Zheng Tao. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the world would descend into chaos, and every individual would require a weapon for protection. I have upgraded this crossbow for you. Keeping it close will offer you a measure of safety. Zheng Tao, somewhat taken aback, accepted the crossbow, his expression one of confusion. What about you? If you give this to me, what do you plan to do? With a smile, Liao Fan shook his head. I have acquired a superior weapon and no longer require this one. He opened the toolbox once more and produced the newly forged bone knife. The dark blade instantly captured Zheng Tao's attention as it emerged from the toolbox. His eyes widened in astonishment as he eagerly reached for the knife, only to find it exceptionally heavy. nearly causing him to lose his grip on the hilt. What on earth is this material? The density is extraordinary, far surpassing that of titanium alloy or tungsten steel. Liao Fan smiled enigmatically. The material used for the bone knife hails from another realm. It is only natural for you to be astonished since you have never encountered it before. However, do not worry. Soon, I shall bring you more materials. If you are interested, you could craft one for yourself as well. Forget it. I am not particularly interested in weapons. My sole fascination lies in the design of weaponry. Zheng Tao shook his head, continuing to scrutinize the weapon in his hand. He furrowed his brow and, adopting the tone of a master, pointed out several flaws. This bone knife is indeed hard, exhibiting both toughness and strength, and the blade's lines are somewhat acceptable, yet it is excessively cumbersome. Will it not feel heavy in hand? Liao Fan chuckled. I crafted this myself. Naturally, it cannot compare to your craftsmanship. However, for now, it is the best weapon I can acquire. In the near future, I may need to solicit your assistance for further modifications. You could take some time to redesign the process for me. Very well. Since there is little to occupy my time here, I shall refine the weapon further once I have completed the renovations to the safe house. Zheng Tao smirked and added, Given your demeanor, I suspect you have been to such perilous places again. I cannot fathom why you are so drawn to them. Liao Fan shook his head. No one is inherently drawn to danger. My actions are driven by unavoidable circumstances. For now, refrain from inquiring further. I shall explain when the time is right. By the way, at this juncture, Liao Fan appeared to recall something suddenly and addressed Zheng Tao directly. We have 1 month remaining until the apocalypse. And during this time, I have a task for you to undertake. Zheng Tao paused in his actions, questioning him about the nature of the task. Liao Fan smiled mysteriously. I need you to help me find a dog. What? Zheng Tao stood up, incredulous. Why do you need a dog? This is no ordinary dog. Liao Fan smiled enigmatically and said, What I need you to find is a stray wild dog, entirely black, devoid of any stray hairs, with a notch missing from its left ear and a notably short tail. As he spoke, he took out paper and pen, swiftly sketching a portrait of the dog from his previous life's memories. Zheng Tao appeared dazed, snatching the sketch from Liao Fan and staring at the image for a long while, perplexed. Isn't this just an ordinary stray dog? What is there to find? You are mistaken, Liao Fan replied, shaking his head with a smile, yet his tone bore an unusual gravity. This is no ordinary stray dog. In the world of the future, with the influx of vital energy, all beings have the potential for evolution. Some stray animals lingering on the fringes of the city may even transcend their bloodline limitations, gaining extraordinary combat abilities. Chapter 74, Ningda Town in Liao Fan's recollection. Lin Cheng had once encountered a formidable and majestic hellhound. This hellhound's origin was merely an ordinary stray dog, meandering through the outskirts of the city, appearing utterly unremarkable. Although it was still just a mud at that moment, it was destined to be swept into a wormhole incident shortly thereafter, fortuitously awakening the bloodline of a warrior hound, leading to an unstoppable evolution into a true hellhound. 5 years into the apocalypse, there were rankings of Lin Cheng's elite combatants, and this hellhound found itself among the top contenders, rightfully claiming the title of the foremost among lightning-wielding powers. Naturally, numerous other practitioners of lightning abilities were disgruntled by a mere dog maintaining such dominance. How could it be that I am outshone by a dog? Yet, the truth was undeniable. They were indeed eclipsed. Throughout the 5th year post-apocalypse, the number of human practitioners capable of contending with the hellhound was exceedingly scarce. Most challengers found themselves thoroughly overwhelmed, their dignity trampled upon. Thus, upon his rebirth, Liao Fan resolved to seek out this canine comrade before the hellhound awakened. If he could establish a solid rapport, it would pave the way for future alliances. However, the task of locating an ordinary stray dog amidst the vast sea of humanity was no trivial matter. Consequently, he entrusted this undertaking to Zheng Tao. All right. Once I have fully perfected the defense system of the safe house, I will keep an eye out for you, he assured. Upon hearing Liao Fan's explanation, Zheng Tao was left in a state of bemused exasperation but nodded in agreement, tucking away the sketch of the wild dog into his clothing. Subsequently, the two concluded their conversation and returned to their respective chambers for rest. For 2 consecutive days, Liao Fan sequestered himself in his room, simultaneously nurturing his body and familiarizing himself with the newly forged bone dagger. He engaged in intense physical training and relentlessly practiced combat, etching deep gashes into the steel walls with the dagger. He even invited Zheng Tao to spar with him, all in pursuit of swiftly enhancing their synergy with the weapon. This proved to be quite taxing for Zheng Tao. With his average talent and modest evolution level, his combat skills were naturally no match for Liao Fan's prowess, leaving him battered and bruised after each encounter. Nevertheless, Liao Fan was undeterred in his training regimen. as these battles also aided Zheng Tao in rapidly augmenting his strength, thereby ensuring an increased chance of survival in the harsh realities of the apocalypse. The 2 days passed swiftly, and as evening approached on the second day, Liao Fan prepared to leave the safe house for a breath of fresh air. However, just as he swung the door open, he was met with an irate figure glaring at him, unleashing a torrent of accusations. "Liao, you bastard, what exactly did you say to my uncle? Do you have any idea how the entire family perceives me now?" The source of such a vehement outburst was none other than Meng Yao. She was furious, exuding an aura of barely contained rage, and as she approached Liao Fan, she shoved him with considerable force. Since that night, after Liao Fan had a conversation with Chen Guodong, Chen promptly informed Meng Yao's parents and confined her. For 2 consecutive days, she had to endure relentless interrogations from her family, and she nearly fell victim to Chen's soft confinement, experiencing the treatment of a criminal. However, in the face of Meng Yao's accusations, Liao Fan merely smiled and shook his head, stating that such matters would inevitably come to light. And one cannot conceal the truth from their family forever. There is nothing wrong with revealing it in advance. Meng Yao gritted her teeth in fury and glared at Liao Fan, saying, "That's obvious, but you should have informed me beforehand instead of directly selling me out." She continued, "Well, your visit this time should not merely be for settling scores, right?" Liao Fan shrugged helplessly, leaning against the wall as he replied, "Chen Guodong has confined you for 2 days and suddenly released you today. He must have come to a decision and intends to convey information through you, correct? Humph. If you were so clever, why pretend to be oblivious?" With that, Meng Yao ceased her tirade and coldly stated, "He asked me to convey that the collaboration is open for consideration, but he must see sincerity. At the very least, before departure, you need to inform him of the next wormhole's location and the types of creatures that might emerge from it. Certainly, that is not a significant secret." Liao Fan replied with a smile, straightforwardly pulling out a map. He pointed to a red dot on the map, saying, "Ningda Town is our next target. The 4th anomaly is expected to erupt around 5:43 p.m. tomorrow, at which point the wormhole will engulf the entire town, and its duration will be quite extended." Upon hearing Liao Fan's candor, Meng Yao was momentarily taken aback. After a brief hesitation, she remarked, "If I recall correctly, Ningda Town is quite populous. It must have at least several thousand residents. Is the coverage area of this wormhole truly so vast?" Indeed, Liao Fan stated plainly, as the apocalypse approaches, the occurrences of wormholes in this city will become increasingly dense and extensive. Not only will Ningda Town experience a wormhole, but even a small village less than 20 miles away will be swept up by a large wormhole, leaving no survivors. Meng Yao was startled, her complexion paling as she exclaimed, "Are you implying that 2 wormholes will erupt in Lin City in a short span of time?" Liao Fan nodded, saying, "Strictly speaking, it may not be limited to just 2, but this is all the information I possess. Then why choose Ningda Town as the target?" Meng Yao steadied herself, her tone still perplexed. "According to your reasoning, the larger the wormhole's range and the longer its duration, the more perilous the environment. Why not select a relatively safer target?" "Because only in Ningda Town will the elements I seek manifest," Liao Fan shrugged. "In the last month before the apocalypse, a total eruption of wormholes is anticipated. And during that time, mysterious slaughter events will unfold throughout the city, occurring almost every other day." However, Liao Fan found himself devoid of the energy and time needed to traverse each and every wormhole. He could only selectively engage with those locations that held the utmost value for him. As for the remaining wormholes, they either posed excessive danger or lacked any exploratory merit. Thus he chose to abandon them. "Very well, I shall relay this information to my uncle. When do you intend to set off?" Meng Yao furrowed her brow in sigh and resignation. Liao Fan replied, "I shall await you outside Ningda Town around 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. At that time, you must also accompany me into that realm." "Me too." Meng Yao was momentarily taken aback, instinctively shaking her head vigorously as if to dispel the notion. "What kind of joke is this? I would never willingly venture into such a perilous place a second time." Unlike Liao Fan, Meng Yao had no desire for power and was ill-suited to the brutal and bloody scenes of combat. The mere suggestion of her participation drained the color from her face. Yet, Liao Fan maintained a serious demeanor, stating, "Although the environment there is indeed harsh, regrettably, you have no choice but to go this time." Meng Yao instinctively widened her eyes, her expression full of resistance. "Why?" Liao Fan replied with a teasing smile, "Because your innate talent must not be squandered. Only by swiftly becoming stronger can you protect your family. Furthermore, there exists a unique opportunity in that place, one that is solely suited for you. No one else can reap such benefits. Of course, you may refuse, but should you miss this chance, opportunities of this caliber will not present themselves again." Chapter 75. Action. Liao Fan spoke with a grave seriousness that immediately rendered Meng Yao, who had been inclined to refuse, momentarily speechless. She stared at Liao Fan's face, which bore an undeniable authority, and hesitated. But, there is no but. Liao Fan interjected firmly, dismissing the words she had yet to articulate. He gazed directly at the stunning yet haughty woman before him and lowered his voice. I understand your thoughts. You are a woman, a great beauty, raised in comfort, accustomed to a life of luxury. Under any circumstances, you could retreat to the safety of your well-prepared basement and continue to enjoy a tranquil existence. Even if the apocalypse were to erupt, you might instinctively believe that the struggle against monsters should be left to men, while you, as a woman, could simply remain in the safety of your refuge. However, I must remind you, Meng Yao, that you are mistaken. The longer this catastrophe endures, the more unreliable your current possessions will become. Perhaps at the dawn of the apocalypse, you could rely on your family's support to live comfortably, but as the disaster persists, everything you trust and depend upon will turn to ruins. At that juncture, no one will be reliable. The only person you can count on is yourself. And you must become formidable. Do not think I am being alarmist. If you fail to seize the opportunity to grow stronger, by the time that day arrives, it will be too late for regrets. Liao Fan fixed his gaze on Meng Yao's complex expression, his tone resolute and somber. From now on, abandon any weakness or fantasies associated with being a woman. Do not assume your family will protect you forever. Aside from yourself, no one is dependable. Meng Yao fell into silence, for it was the first time she had seen such a serious and irrefutable expression on Liao Fan's face. Although she had been led by this insufferable man since the emergence of the first wormhole, she had to concede that, while he utilized her, he undoubtedly brought significant benefits to himself as well. Moreover, she was willing to trust his words, as the bloody experiences from the initial wormhole were still vividly etched in her memory. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Yao gently nodded and inquired softly, then, can you guarantee my safety? In this world, nothing is absolute, Liao Fan replied. I can only say that as long as you obey and refrain from actions that I find distasteful, I will do my utmost to help you survive. He did not make grand promises, for he was not one to offer easy assurances. Yet the determination in his eyes left no room for Meng Yao to voice further doubts. Understood. Meng Yao's expression was one of melancholy, for reasons unbeknownst to her. Despite harboring resentment towards this rogue, she felt an inexplicable sense of security whenever she stood beside him. Ultimately, she suppressed her rising anger and nodded in agreement. Once their conversation concluded, Meng Yao climbed into her car and drove away once more. Liao Fan watched as the woman disappeared into the distance, only letting out a soft sigh when the taillights became invisible. Turning back, he addressed a corner of the safe house. Have you seen enough? What are you lurking for? No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Tao poked his head out, a sheepish grin on his face. Hee, I merely wished to avoid interrupting your conversation. He continued. Miss Meng Yao is not only beautiful and wealthy, but also possesses a formidable background. How could she be so compliant to you? Surely, you haven't employed some underhanded tactics to coerce her into collaboration? As he spoke, a mischievous smirk lingered on his face, looking rather lecherous. Liao Fan shot him a disdainful glance. It's not as sordid as you imagine. I merely elucidated the advantages of our partnership, making her realize that apart from me, there exists no more suitable collaborator. Meng Yao is a clever woman, adept at discerning profit from peril and understanding the nuances of timing, both in this life and the last. The only quality she presently lacks is the courage to confront the monster head-on. If Liao Fan can awaken that courage, her future accomplishments will undoubtedly be significant, thereby increasing her utility to him. Zhang Tao, however, scoffed, come now. At the end of the day, you're merely using her. The fact that she can be of use to me is enough to indicate her value, Liao Fan retorted, unfazed by Zhang Tao's opinion of him. He shook his head and continued, all right, I must set out again by noon tomorrow. After that, the management of the safe house will be entirely in your hands. Additionally, do take the time to reach out to your family in other locations, urging them to come here as soon as possible. Although the total outbreak of the apocalypse was still a month away, various wormhole incidents would wreak havoc in the world during that time. Bringing Zhang Tao's family over in advance would not be a bad idea. Rest assured, I am well aware of this, Zhang Tao replied, his expression turning serious as he asked, and your sister? Do not concern yourself with her matters. I have my own plans. Just follow my instructions. With that, Liao Fan ceased further conversation, gazing up at the overcast sky, a glimmer of sharpness flickering in his eyes. The fourth wormhole space would represent Liao Fan's final gamble before the impending apocalypse. If all went smoothly, he would reclaim all the abilities from his previous life, becoming the first human in the Blue Star world to transcend the limits of human evolution. However, returning from that place unscathed would not be an easy feat. The following afternoon, around 3 o'clock, Liao Fan, as usual, carried the heavy toolbox and walked alone to the designated meeting spot with Meng Yao. Ningde Town, located 20 kilometers outside the western suburbs of Lin City, is a medium to large-sized village with a relatively developed industrial base and a prominent economic environment. The town spans a considerable area, rivaling some remote county towns, especially in its center, which houses an arts institution with a student body exceeding 5,000. Moreover, the permanent population of Ningde Town has nearly approached the threshold of 5 digits. When accounting for the influx of merchants and visitors from afar, the total population likely reaches 20,000. A town of such a size is naturally bustling and vibrant, and it has constructed numerous ports and transfer stations. Everywhere one looks, throngs of people are present, with the streets and alleys brimming with prosperity and a sense of crowding. This is still a consequence of the harsh weather. During other seasons, the number of individuals in the town would undoubtedly be even greater. Liao Fan, feeling somewhat numb, strolled down the street, surveying the crowded surroundings, and could not help but sigh, pondering the potential chaos that would ensue should a wormhole incident occur amidst such a multitude. He hoped only that they would not interfere with his plans. Just then, the sudden sound of a car horn pierced through his thoughts. He looked up to see a car approaching slowly in the distance, and a smile broke across his face as he stepped forward to greet it. Chapter 76. The future of extraordinary beings. As the car door swung open, Meng Yao's face emerged, a complex expression mingled with anger, as she coldly gestured to Liao Fan. Why have you arrived so late? Hurry, get in. I will take you to a more secluded place where my uncle is waiting for you. Liao Fan settled into the passenger seat, momentarily taken aback. Chen Guodong actually came in person? Of course, she replied. Such a significant operation warrants his personal oversight, even if he cannot directly participate. Besides, there are so many residents in this town, my uncle cannot simply disregard them. Meng Yao rolled her eyes at him, her tone still unfriendly. Liao Fan chuckled softly, then closed his eyes, leaning back against the car seat to conserve his energy. A few minutes later, the vehicle departed the town streets, entering an abandoned playground. The moment Liao Fan stepped out of the car, he was greeted by the sight of around 50 armed military police, clad in tactical jackets, standing in formation at the center of the playground. At the forefront of the line stood Chen Guodong, the chief of the police department, draped in a coat, anxiously awaiting his arrival. As expected, Chief Chen was true to his word, arriving with his men in such a timely manner. Liao Fan smiled as he pushed the car door open and strode directly towards Chen Guodong. Why have you only just arrived? It is already past 3, Chen Guodong, seemingly devoid of pleasantries, rushed to Liao Fan, urgency etched across his face. We have less than 3 hours until the wormhole erupts, and our preparation time is critically short. Can you refrain from dawdling? Liao Fan replied with a grin. Isn't the manpower already in place? What further preparations are necessary? Chen Guodong pressed on. There are simply too many residents in this town. Since yesterday, I have been attempting to evacuate them, but many, being tied to their homes and livelihoods, have disregarded my orders. I must act quickly to evacuate the populace once more. I see no necessity for that, Liao Fan interjected bluntly, shaking his head. With nearly 20,000 residents in this town, your limited personnel cannot possibly evacuate them all within 3 hours. It would be a futile endeavor. That cannot be, Chen Guodong exclaimed, his face twitching with urgency. That is nearly 20,000 lives at stake. If they become ensnared in the wormhole, the casualties could be catastrophic. How can I simply stand by and watch them? It appears you still do not comprehend, Liao Fan replied, shaking his head, his demeanor cold. I have already stated that the course of the apocalypse is immutable. No one can halt it. Even if you manage to evacuate these people today, sparing them from this calamity, disaster will inevitably return to them. Those destined to perish will still meet their end, rendering your efforts meaningless. Chen Guodong fell silent, fully aware that Liao Fan spoke the truth. Yet, as the head of the police department, he could not bear to witness innocent civilians being swept into such a brutal slaughter without feeling a pang of guilt. Liao Fan perceived his turmoil and continued. You need not feel guilty. You are not the instigator of this disaster, and the deaths of those individuals cannot be attributed to you. However, I am, after all, a police officer. Chen Guodong's expression darkened as he contemplated a rebuttal, yet all he received in return was Liao Fan's indifferent scorn. Indeed, you are a police officer, perpetually striving to protect these individuals. Yet, your abilities are limited, rendering you incapable of safeguarding the populace. What then shall you do? Perhaps you should directly negotiate with God, imploring him to intervene and prevent this impending cataclysm. At this, Chen Guodong fell silent once more. Although he held a position of authority, he did not wield absolute power. Nor did he possess the authority to command the town's inhabitants to evacuate in such a short span. Aside from feeling anxious, there was little he could do. Let us abandon this tedious argument and discuss something of substance. According to the intelligence I possess, the wormhole will erupt at precisely 5:43 p.m. with the initial explosion expected to occur around the Art Academy in the southern part of the town. Liao Fan surveyed the well-equipped military police unit behind Qin Guodong and declared solemnly, "From this moment forth, I shall assume absolute command. Once we enter the wormhole, every member of this military police force must obey my orders without question." "Very well." Qin Guodong inhaled deeply and nodded emphatically, "But you must ensure their safe return. I entrust these individuals to you not to send them to their demise." Liao Fan smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, since I have chosen to collaborate with you, I shall make every effort to safeguard their well-being throughout our partnership, provided that they comply with my directives and do not act recklessly." Subsequently, the two men approached the neatly arranged squad. Among them stood two tall, solemn-faced men, one on either side, who moved forward to greet them. Qin Guodong pointed to the two military police leaders, introducing them to Liao Fan. "The young man on the left is named Wu Yuan. He has been with me for over a decade and is my most trusted assistant. He has served in the military for many years and boasts exceptional marksmanship and physical prowess." "I can see that." Liao Fan nodded with a smile, quietly assessing the middle-aged military officer named Wu Yuan. He was a robust man, standing at 6 feet tall, with a muscular build and a serious square face that exuded a sense of reliability and strength. Qin Guodong then gestured to the tall, youthful military officer on the right, introducing him as Zhao Yi. He previously served as a special police instructor, excelling in martial arts and having won the city's youth combat championship. Though still young, he is also one of my elite subordinates. "Greetings." Liao Fan's smile broadened as he regarded Zhao Yi's composed yet handsome face, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes. The berserker Zhao Tao was renowned in the previous world's apocalyptic environment. While he appeared youthful and somewhat inexperienced at present, Liao Fan would not forget that 3 years after the onset of the apocalypse, Zhao Tao single-handedly annihilated an entire centaur tribe in a single day, an extraordinary feat moreover. This individual was also the foremost confidant of Qin Guodong, having played an instrumental role in maintaining the stability of the city. Regrettably, he ultimately met his demise, falling victim to a two-headed serpent creature, leaving behind nothing but a skeletal remains. Liao Fan recognized Zhao Yi, though that encounter had occurred long after the world had descended into chaos. At this moment, it was evident that Zhao Yi did not yet recognize Liao Fan. Noticing the peculiar gaze directed at him, Zhao could not help but inquire, "Is something amiss, Mr. Liao? Have we met before?" "Indeed, we have. Though it seems the memory eludes you," Liao Fan replied with a mysterious smile, shifting his gaze beyond Zhao Yi to the military police unit behind him. With a sharp glance, he swiftly identified several familiar faces among the 50-member military police contingent. Many of these individuals were gifted with extraordinary abilities, and in a previous life, they had been the most loyal subordinates of Qin Guodong, earning great renown while assisting in the defense of the city. However, in this present time, these future extraordinary individuals appeared rather youthful and fragile. Chapter 77. The lecturer Liao Fan was quite pleased with Qin Guodong's arrangements. Among the 50 military police, nearly half were destined to become heroes in the impending apocalypse, including some of the city's most formidable warriors. Take Zhao Yi, for instance. He was the only berserker in Lin City to have surpassed the 3rd level of combat prowess. His evolutionary talents and combat capabilities were impeccable. In his previous life, Liao Fan would not have even been worthy of standing before him for a conversation. However, the circumstances in this life were markedly different. Armed with knowledge of the impending apocalypse, he had seized the initiative, placing himself far ahead of others and taking on the role of the temporary leader of this team, a position that had substantially altered his identity. After a brief introduction, Liao Fan positioned himself at the forefront of the group, his demeanor serious as he surveyed everyone present. In a low, grave tone, he addressed them, "Ladies and gentlemen, I trust that before our departure, you have comprehended the nature of the environment we are about to face. However, I must inform you that whatever Director Chen may have conveyed to you previously pales in comparison to the terror of the wormhole space. What we are confronting is not merely a singular alien species, and the duration of this wormhole's presence will be prolonged. I cannot guarantee the safety of each one of you. If anyone feels afraid, now is the time to withdraw voluntarily." As soon as Liao Fan finished speaking, Wu Yuan, who had maintained a stoic expression, stepped forward and declared in a robust voice, "Mr. Liao, you worry needlessly. Everyone here is an elite, handpicked from the police force. Regardless of the environment we encounter, we shall not retreat an inch. Perhaps you are not aware that more than half of us have participated in border narcotics operations. We are well accustomed to the hail of bullets." Wu Yuan was Qin Guodong's most valued subordinate and served as the vice-captain of the team. Before joining the police force, he had served in the military, completing numerous perilous missions, which endowed him with the courage to face any challenge. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi also stepped forward, asserting, "There are no cowards among us. We are prepared to sacrifice everything to accomplish our mission." After expressing his sentiments, this rising star of the police force turned his gaze back to Liao Fan and posed a question. However, before we set off, I have one query. May I inquire if Mr. Liao would grant me this opportunity? Liao Fan nodded. Please, go ahead. Zhao Yi took a deep breath. His serious yet scrutinizing gaze fixed upon Liao Fan's slightly smiling face. You claim to possess complete knowledge of the wormhole space, aware of when it will erupt and how it will manifest. Yet, apart from you, none of us here have experienced a genuine wormhole eruption. How can you prove that you are not deceiving us? It was evident that although the military police, led by Wu Yuan and Zhao Yi, had received orders from Qin Guodong and were poised to participate in the operation, they still harbored profound doubts regarding the true nature of the mission. What wormholes and extraterrestrial beings are merely the musings of Liao Fan, spoken in solitude. Even with a multitude of survivors to corroborate his claims, belief in the existence of monsters in this world remains tenuous. Liao Fan, well aware of this skepticism, shrugged lightly and responded with a smile. I understand that you hold the adage seeing is believing close to your hearts, and maintain a healthy skepticism towards events you have not personally witnessed. However, fret not. In just 2 hours, these individuals will comprehend that all I have articulated is far from fabrications. My intention in sharing this intelligence is not to incite panic, but to ensure that you possess a clear psychological expectation, so that when calamity truly strikes, you will not be caught off guard. Zhao Yi replied coldly. Though doubt lingered in his heart, he could only suppress it in the presence of the director. After all, the eruption of the wormhole was imminent. And should Liao Fan dare to utter a single untruth or jest with his team, the consequences would likely be dire. Liao Fan perceived their mindset but remained indifferent. He then composed himself, suppressing all expressions, and began to issue his first command. In 2 hours, the wormhole will erupt at that art academy. I require you to change into civilian attire and immediately lie in wait in the vicinity of the school. Under no circumstances must you reveal your identities or attract any attention. Wait, why must we lie in wait? Zhao Yi interjected, voicing his skepticism once more. Knowing that the wormhole will erupt from there, and that monsters will soon emerge, why not establish defensive positions in advance, concentrating our firepower to eliminate them while they are still disoriented? Zhao Yi was not alone in his confusion. The other military personnel present shared similar bewildered expressions. Liao Fan replied with a grave tone, there are 3 reasons. First, the scale of this wormhole eruption is vast. Monsters will emerge from multiple directions. Our numbers are insufficient to confront them directly. Thus, during the initial phase of the eruption, I need you to remain concealed. No one is to act without my command. Second, should so many military personnel mobilize simultaneously, our identities would inevitably be revealed, attracting attention from those at the school. I trust you do not wish to become the subjects of their scrutiny. Third, and most crucially, remember this. The objective of this operation is not to save anyone. You lack the capacity to do so. In the face of disaster, each individual has their own fate. Interfering with the course of events will result in numerous unpredictable variables. Therefore, I need you to temporarily forget your identities. Do not, in the heat of witnessing violence, rush into the school to attempt a rescue. Such actions will only disrupt my plans. After hearing this, the team fell into a profound silence. The initial 2 points were relatively straightforward. However, as law enforcement officers, it is indeed contrary to professional ethics to witness a monster rampaging through the crowd while remaining indifferent. Liao Fan added that witnessing death without intervention is undeniably cruel. Yet if rescuing individuals results in the failure of their mission, it would spell doom for everyone present. In such a scenario, what value does saving a life hold? It is imperative that they first ensure their own survival, and only after amassing sufficient strength can they hope to liberate more souls. At this juncture, Liao Fan had nothing further to add. He issued a direct order for the team to disband on the spot, instructing them to proceed to their respective objectives and conceal themselves in phases. Subsequently, he turned to Qin Guodong, who stood behind him, and with a smile remarked, "The operation is too perilous. Given your age, it would be wise for you to leave this small town. You may wait outside in your vehicle, and in a few hours, I shall return with them to report back to you." "Very well, then Yao Yao," Qin Guodong acknowledged, realizing his inability to contribute meaningfully, and nodded in agreement. However, his gaze soon shifted to Meng Yao, who had been trailing behind Liao Fan, silent throughout, her eyes reflecting a momentary hesitation. Chapter 78, Chu Fo Feng as a guardian. Qin Guodong naturally wished to shield Meng Yao from entering such perilous realms. Yet, Liao Fan insisted on bringing Meng Yao into the 4th wormhole space, a decision that left Qin Guodong profoundly perplexed and deeply anxious. Rest assured, your niece is no ordinary woman. She has endured a massacre and possesses the capability to protect herself, Liao Fan reassured him, fully aware of Qin Guodong's concerns. Moreover, she will be by my side, and I shall do my utmost to ensure her safety. Mengyo stepped forward, addressing Qin Guodong. Indeed, uncle. The apocalypse is swiftly approaching, and evasion is not a solution. I will inevitably face these trials, so it is wiser to confront them sooner rather than later. I yearn to grow stronger to safeguard our family. Very well, but you must exercise caution, Qin Guodong conceded, albeit reluctantly, nodding in agreement. He then turned his serious gaze upon Liao Fan, an unusual ferocity glimmering in his eyes. I have no descendants and have always regarded Yao Yao as my own daughter. In cooperating with you, I have risked my niece's safety. You must ensure a satisfactory outcome, or else. Qin Guodong left his warning unspoken. Yet the implication was unmistakable. After all, he was one of the decision-makers of this city, wielding power and resources beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Even if Liao Fan possessed extraordinary abilities beyond human limits, he could not single-handedly contend with the entire police system of the city. You need not worry about that. Liao Fan replied, unfazed by the threat, as he turned with a smile and swiftly led Mengyao towards the art school. This institution was situated in the southern part of the town, bordered by a vast artificial lake, providing a tranquil environment, despite it being the weekend. The campus was still teeming with youthful scholars, vibrant faces traversing the snow-covered streets and playgrounds, exuding exuberance and vitality. Yet, as Mengyao gazed upon these lively visages, her heart was heavy with sorrow. Having witnessed the brutality of slaughter, she was acutely aware of the impending calamity that awaited this place, her expression consistently marked by distress. In contrast, Liao Fan remained composed, regardless of the surroundings. Noticing Meng Yao's furrowed brow, he sought to comfort her. What is destined cannot be avoided. Rather than fret over these strangers, focus on how you will navigate through the impending challenges. Meng Yao tightened her brows, a flicker of disdain crossing her delicate features. You seem quite optimistic. However, I am not like you. I cannot be so cold-blooded. This disdain was not directed at Liao Fan, but stemmed from an innate aversion to violence and a curse upon this dismal world. It matters not, whether cold-blooded or warm-hearted. We are merely ants struggling beneath the weight of a fallen world. The heavens will not grant you a more favorable existence simply because of your kindness. What is destined to occur shall inevitably transpire. Having witnessed the vicissitudes of life, Liao Fan has long since learned to remain unperturbed by praise or blame, and does not allow the opinions of others to incite his ire. Instead, he extends a patient reminder. However, as the two engaged in their quiet argument, a strikingly beautiful woman unexpectedly passed by outside the school gates, instantly capturing Liao Fan's attention. In such a second-rate art institution, handsome men and beautiful women abound. Yet one as stunning as this woman is a rarity. She possessed not only remarkable beauty, but also an exquisitely perfect figure. Despite the cold weather necessitating a thick down jacket, the S-shaped silhouette concealed beneath her outerwear, along with her enchanting and vibrant visage, was enough to captivate the gazes of most men. Liao Fan was certainly ensnared by her allure, his eyes fixated upon her the moment she walked past, unable to divert his gaze for quite some time. This scene did not escape the notice of Meng Yao, who promptly emitted a disdainful scoff. Hey. While it is a man's nature to be lecherous, you are being rather obvious, aren't you? Why do you persist in staring at that woman? As a beauty herself. Meng Yu held considerable confidence in her appearance, yet, each time she met Liao Fan, he remained aloof and never complimented her looks. Now, witnessing him gaze so long at a stranger, she could not help but feel a twinge of discomfort. Nonsense, follow her. Liao Fan disregarded Meng Yao's remarks and quickened his pace, directly trailing the stunning woman. His keen interest in her was not merely due to her looks. A battle-hardened warrior, accustomed to bloodshed, would not allow a beautiful woman to stir his inner emotions. His attention was drawn to her because he recognized her. Chu Fofeng, a former classmate from high school. Moreover, she was a remarkably skilled ice element sorceress in this apocalyptic era. Liao Fan recalled that during the second year of the apocalypse, this woman suddenly rose to prominence, mastering a formidable ice ability and personally forming a mercenary team of considerable strength. She was also a classmate from Liao Fan's high school days, during which he witnessed her formidable prowess. He had intended to join her team alongside Zheng Tao, but was thwarted by an attack from a horde of mutant rat men along the way, preventing his success. Although he could not join Chu Fengfeng's team, he heard many rumors about her during his flight. According to credible sources, she possessed an exceptional talent for absorbing source energy. Being hailed as the foremost ice element sorceress in Lin City, she had led her team to successfully hunt down a Tier 3 beast and, after acquiring its core, vanished without a trace. Liao Fan was utterly astonished. He never anticipated that in this life, he would once again encounter this classmate, revered as the Ice Queen. If I could secure her to join my team, it would undoubtedly provide an additional layer of assurance for my survival plan in this apocalyptic world. With this thought in mind, Liao Fan quickened his pace, soon trailing behind Chu Fofeng as they approached the comprehensive building of the Art Academy. Meng Yao, visibly displeased, hastened to keep up with him, incessantly complaining, "What exactly are you doing? Why are you so determined to follow that woman?" "I'll explain later," Liao Fan replied, hardly able to spare more words. As Chu Fofeng neared the entrance of the comprehensive building, he accelerated his steps, positioning himself directly behind her, exclaiming, "Old classmate. What a coincidence. I never imagined you would come here to teach after graduation." Chu Fofeng, striding ahead, paused in surprise, turning to regard the oddly dressed man behind her. A flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. "Do we know each other?" "Indeed, I am Liao Fan. Have you forgotten? We were desk mates for 2 months back in high school," he replied with a smile. Presently, he appeared markedly different from his high school days. His skin had darkened considerably, and his face bore the marks of time, making him look several years older than his peers. It was only natural that Chu Fofeng failed to recognize him at first. "Oh, I remember now. It's only been a few years. But how have you changed so much?" Chu Fofeng exclaimed, astonished. In her recollection, she indeed had a high school classmate named Liao Fan, who was tall and slender, with a gentle demeanor, a rather cheerful young man. Who would have thought that after merely 5 or 6 years, he would transform into such a weathered figure? Chapter 79. Unexpected Encounters. Chu Fofeng, of course, could not fathom the reason behind it, for in her eyes, it had been merely 5 or 6 years since she last met Liao Fan. However, for Liao Fan, the time since their last encounter felt as if it belonged to another era. Years of a life steeped in bloodshed had transformed him significantly. He now resembled a seasoned hunter, brimming with lethal experience, while Chu Fofeng remained, in essence, the same, an unawakened lamb from years past. Meeting under such circumstances inevitably led to a degree of awkwardness and unease. Nevertheless, Chu Fofeng offered Liao Fan a smile and inquired, "Did you come specifically to find me?" Liao Fan paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement, muttering, "I suppose so. Could you wait for me downstairs for a while? I have some work matters to attend to," she replied, attempting to strike a balance between enthusiasm and the need for decorum in the presence of an old classmate. She gestured toward the office on the upper floor. "Sure, no problem," Liao Fan responded with a nod and a smile, watching as Chu Fofeng ascended to the office in the school's comprehensive building. No sooner had Chu Fofeng departed than Meng Yao followed closely behind. After eavesdropping on their conversation, she finally understood why Liao Fan had been tracking this enchanting beauty. With a teasing smile, she remarked, "I didn't realize you were acquainted with such a stunning high school classmate. Surely, you're not here to catch up on old times, are you?" Emphasizing the term catch up, Meng Yao's tone was laced with playful mockery. Liao Fan shook his head. "You've misunderstood. It was purely coincidental. In fact, I haven't been in touch with her for many years and had no idea this was her workplace." After uttering these words, Liao Fan walked toward the flower bed at the base of the comprehensive building, contemplating his next steps. Little did he know, another unexpected turn of events awaited him. A man clad in a sleek black suit, exuding an air of sophistication, emerged from the comprehensive building. He scrutinized Liao Fan from head to toe and exclaimed, "Liao Fan. My goodness, what are you doing here?" The sudden exclamation momentarily took Liao Fan aback. Regaining his composure, he glanced at the man in the suit and felt a surge of astonishment. "Sun Ming, is it really you here?" Liao Fan was utterly surprised. He had never anticipated encountering 2 old classmates in the same place and at the same time. The individual before him, Sun Ming, was also a high school acquaintance. Although years had passed without contact, they had shared a dormitory and maintained a decent rapport. Yet, in Liao Fan's recollection, Sun Ming had been reassigned to work in another province. What could possibly bring him to this arts institution? Perplexed, Liao Fan gazed at his former classmate, whose hair was slicked back to perfection. As he pondered, a realization struck him. If memory served him correctly, Sun Ming had harbored a secret infatuation for Chu Fofeng during their high school years and had even entrusted Liao Fan with delivering love letters to her. Perhaps this foolish lad was here in pursuit of Chu Fofeng. Indeed, as the distance between them diminished, Liao Fan inquired about Sun Ming's reason for attending this institution. Sun Ming, with a slight chuckle, readily confessed, "Yes, today marks Feng Feng's 24th birthday. I traveled from another province to celebrate it with him. I didn't expect to see you here. Could it be that you share the same intention?" Liao Fan felt a surge of frustration. Today was actually Chu Feng's birthday? No wonder that woman had asked him earlier if he had come specifically to find her. "Please don't tell me there are other old classmates besides you and Chu Feng in this school?" Liao Fan's expression darkened. Chu Feng was extroverted and maintained good rapport with many old classmates. It was said that she invited a group of close friends to celebrate her birthdays each year. As if confirming his suspicion, Sun Ming nodded with a grin. "Indeed, aside from me, there's Jiang Wei," He Yong, and Zhou Lu. We've arranged to meet here. And once Feng Feng finishes her work, we plan to head to a club nearby. As he spoke, Sun Ming gestured toward the direction of the club. Liao Fan fell silent, genuinely troubled. The presence of these old classmates disrupted his prior plans. Regardless of how cold-hearted he might appear, he could not disregard the fates of these acquaintances. When the wormhole erupted, would he not be distracted by the need to protect them? Just as Liao Fan succumbed to his dismay, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the lobby of the complex. Turning his head, he soon spotted Chu Fofeng, accompanied by several familiar figures, chatting and laughing as they emerged. Leading the group was a tall, somewhat arrogant young man who regarded Liao Fan with a smirk. Liao Fan, I heard from Fofeng that you were here. And I found it quite unbelievable. I never imagined you would actually attend her birthday gathering. It was merely a coincidence, Liao Fan shrugged, casting a glance at the tall man with a biting tone, feeling quite exasperated. The man was Jiang Wei, Liao Fan's former vice-class monitor, with whom he had a strained relationship. Like Sun Ming, Jiang Wei was also a suitor of Chu Fofeng, boasting not only excellent academic performance and good looks, but also a respectable family background, though his domineering personality made him less than likable. The animosity between Liao Fan and Jiang Wei stemmed from their senior year, when Jiang Wei had boldly approached Chu Fengfeng with roses, intending to invite her to dinner. To reject him, Chu Fengfeng had enlisted Liao Fan, claiming they had plans to watch a movie, thus dismissing Jiang Wei. From that moment onward, Jiang Wei harbored resentment towards Liao Fan, often stirring trouble in class. Despite the passage of years, their relationship had never truly mended. Liao Fan had not anticipated encountering this troublesome figure again in his new life, and could only rub his temples, retreating behind Sun Ming. Yet, Jiang Wei seemed determined not to let Liao Fan off the hook, approaching him with a feigned smile. After all these years, you still seem as sleazy as ever. Are you still too timid to greet an old classmate directly? The words carried a palpable provocation, although Liao Fan remained indifferent. Sun Ming could no longer tolerate it and furrowed his brows, saying, Jiang Wei, what do you mean by that? Liao Fan is, like us, a classmate from class 3. Even if there were past grievances, they hardly warrant such lingering animosity, do they? However, Jiang Wei merely scoffed, exuding a nonchalant air. Who has the time to bicker with this guy? I'm quite busy, you know. After this gathering, I must rush back to the company for a board meeting. With an air of arrogance, he paused momentarily before casting a condescending glance at Liao Fan's modest attire. By the way, I almost forgot to ask, where is Liao Fan currently employed? Liao Fan had no intention of engaging with him, yet since he had been directly addressed, he reluctantly replied, I did not attend university, and I currently do not hold a formal job. Jiang Wei replied with a feigned surprise, his eyes glinting with the superiority of urban life. So, you're struggling this much? You should have mentioned it sooner. My father's company is in need of a doorman. If you don't mind, perhaps you could come for an interview. Considering our past as classmates, I could even advocate for your hiring. Chapter 80. Jiang Wei wore a broad smile, his exuberant demeanor causing Liao Fan to furrow his brow slightly. Before Liao could utter a word, Jiang continued to mock him. You don't have a stable job. So where are you living now? I reside in a basement, quite pleasant, actually. In this frigid weather, you choose to live in a basement? Aren't you afraid of catching a chill? Jiang's surprise was evident as he scrutinized Liao from head to toe. Although witnessing his former rival's downfall brought him a sense of satisfaction, Liao's nonchalant attitude irked him. He shook his coat and, with a serious tone, advised, old classmate, you cannot squander your days like this. With such a dismal life, how do you expect to compete with me? What are you two discussing? At that moment, Chu Fofeng approached with a few other classmates, sensing the tension in the air and eager to mediate. Jiang Wei, why do you always pick on Liao Fan like this? Not at all. I am merely expressing concern for an old friend's living conditions. Jiang Wei seemed displeased with Chu Fengfeng's bias and diverted his gaze, awkwardly chuckling. This guy has shown up uninvited. I certainly did not reserve a seat for him. Should I call the restaurant now to arrange something? Jiang's words dripped with the superiority of a successful man, seemingly intent on embarrassing Liao. However, Liao remained unfazed and calmly replied, there is no need for concern. I advise everyone to find another venue for our gathering. We should leave to town while we still can, with time to spare before the wormhole erupts. Convincing his old classmates to depart immediately could save them considerable trouble. The classmates exchanged glances, their expressions perplexed. Why? In a short while, this place will become dangerous. Leaving early would be in your best interest. Liao shook his head, recognizing that some of his classmates were overly welcoming, and he had no need to push for their approval. Yet, out of consideration for their shared history, he still felt compelled to issue a warning. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Wei burst into laughter. Liao Fan, I truly admire you for always being so unconventional. for knowing how to create topics that draw the attention of the female classmates. You wouldn't be trying to divert us so you could spend some time alone with Feng Feng, would you? His words prompted a chorus of laughter from the group, clearly showing their disdain for Liao's seemingly audacious aspirations. Liao chose not to respond further, shaking his head and turning to walk away. He was not one to seek the spotlight, nor was he suited for such an environment. He had already made his warning if they chose not to believe him. There was little he could do. Don't go. Since you're so cheerful today, why not stay and share your experiences since graduation with everyone? Jiang Wei followed him again, blocking his path with a playful grin. It was evident to all that this fellow was merely stirring trouble. It is evident to all that Liao Fan is in a state of disarray, yet he deliberately allows others to hear about his post-graduation experiences, clearly intending to embarrass him. Liao Fan, having lost all patience, said, "I apologize, but I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot afford to squander time with you." With that, he attempted to leave once more. "That won't do. I invited you to the gathering out of respect. If you do not attend, it implies you look down upon me." Jiang Wei continued to block his path, an air of superiority radiating from him as if it might overflow. "Or is it that you feel your life is too dismal to qualify for our gathering? Step aside." Without waiting for Jiang Wei to finish his taunt, Liao Fan seized his collar and, with a gentle tug, sent the boastful Jiang Wei stumbling into a snowbank, landing in a most undignified manner. "What are you doing?" Liao Fan. This action left several old classmates nearby stunned, rushing to intervene. Jiang Wei quickly scrambled to his feet, his expression dark, brushing the snow off himself. He snapped, "You, Jiang, have clearly lost your mind. How dare you use violence against me, you barbarian?" Smack. The sharp sound of a slap cut through Jiang Wei's tirade, causing him to stagger once more and sit back down in the snow, clutching his swollen cheek in disbelief. Behind him, the onlookers were rendered speechless, astonished at the transformation of Liao Fan, who was usually mild-mannered and submissive among classmates, now erupting in violence over mere ridicule. This was not the Liao Fan they once knew. Jiang Wei's face turned an alarming shade of green with rage as he trembled while rising again. He had only intended to vent his frustrations in front of their old classmates, never anticipating that Liao Fan would put him in such an embarrassing position. His eyes widened with fury. "Liao, do you dare strike me? Do you know who my father is? You, a mere pauper, do you believe I could?" "I'm afraid I have no knowledge of your father, but if you are truly perplexed, you might consider calling your mother," Liao Fan retorted coldly. He then surveyed the stunned faces of his former classmates and intoned, "I did not come here to attend a reunion. I merely wish to inform you that this town is perilous and that you should leave at once. However, it seems now that time may be of the essence. So you should each find a place to hide." "What danger? What are you talking about?" Chu Fengfeng was taken aback, and Sun Ming was equally bewildered, while the rest of their classmates were utterly astonished. Only Jiang Wei continued to rage, his voice reaching a fever pitch. "You can't change the subject. Liao, what do you intend to do about that slap?" Fuming, he tore off his jacket, preparing to reclaim his dignity. At that moment, a tall woman, possessing both appearance and poise rivaling Chu Fengfeng, approached from outside the building, her expression one of dissatisfaction as she addressed Liao Fan. "The time is nearly up. It's best to conclude your reminiscing with old classmates." "Who are you?" As Jiang Wei, who was rolling up his sleeves, paused in surprise, so did the other old classmates, all taken aback by the sight of the approaching woman. However, Mengyao disregarded them, hastening her steps until she stood before Liao Fan, stating, "Your intelligence is not entirely accurate. This wormhole has manifested 2 minutes earlier than anticipated, and the dense fog has already risen. How can you still be preoccupied with such trivial matters?" "Dense fog? What dense fog?" The seemingly nonsensical words left each of the old classmates utterly bewildered. It was only then that they directed their gazes beyond the comprehensive building's hall, peering outside at the faint, eerie mist that had begun to drift in at some unknown moment, collectively stunned. Indeed, there was fog. How peculiar. Why is there no fog here? Yet such a thick miasma has enveloped the area outside the school. Look at that mist. It appears to be drifting toward us. How strange. This is rather uncanny. The meteorological station did not forecast fog for today. In an instant, the group of old classmates resumed their animated chatter. Chapter 81, The Terrifying Phenomenon Outside the School. A dense fog had indeed descended. Initially faint, the white mist spread with an alarming rapidity that left one dizzy. In mere seconds, the fog enveloped the sky, and even the drifting snowflakes seemed to succumb to its influence, casting a somber pall over the atmosphere. The air was filled with bewildered exclamations from passers-by. The entire school erupted into a cacophony of voices, each discussing the eerie fog that had materialized. Liao Fan was the first to react. Sensing the faint molecular energies mingling with the air, his gaze sharpened, and he hastened towards the entrance of the main building. observing the encroaching white mist that resembled an invisible wall, swiftly advancing and isolating the campus from the outside world. He murmured to himself, realizing that the phenomenon had arrived earlier than anticipated. For now, the fog lingered only in the vicinity of the school. But it would not be long before it enveloped most of the town. He wondered if Shai and the others had followed his instructions to conceal themselves. The fourth wormhole's spatial reach was far more extensive, exhibiting a ferocity that surpassed even that of the wormhole incident in the development zone. The all-encompassing mist erupted towards the academy, quickly forming a barricade that obscured much of the sky. As Liao Fan had anticipated, this school was among the first to be shrouded, indicating it would be the initial target of the invasion by extraterrestrial beings. However, just as Liao Fan gazed intently at the fog, his expression grave, the oblivious Jiang Wei approached him once more, shoving him roughly. "Speak up. What do you plan to do about what just happened?" Liao Fan, wishing to disregard him, found himself surrounded by other old classmates who had also approached. With a resigned sigh, he instructed, "Quickly, seek refuge upstairs and find a place to hide. Remember, do not open any windows, and absolutely avoid congregating in crowded areas." His tone was serious and brooked no argument, his eyes emanating an unprecedented sharpness that deeply unsettled his old friends. Chu Fengfeng immediately expressed her anxiety. "Liao Fan, what on earth is happening outside? Can you clarify?" Sun Ming, Liao Fan's closest ally, also leaned in, peering at the strange fog while asking, "Yes. What does this fog signify, and what is the danger you mentioned earlier?" The group had shifted their focus from their previous trivial disputes, after all. The sudden appearance of the mist was far more unsettling than any petty disagreements among old friends. No one understood the origin of the fog or the reason for its arrival, but its abrupt manifestation was undeniably bizarre. It not only obscured vision, but seemingly affected hearing as well. The once chaotic campus fell eerily silent. The sounds of students playing in the direction of the playground vanished, raising their collective sense of alarm. Upon hearing this, Liao Fan could only sigh, casting a glance at the organizer of the gathering, Chu Fengfeng, his face etched with resignation. "You truly should not have summoned this group of old classmates to this small town. It is hardly a fitting venue for a reunion." Chu Fengfeng looked innocent, questioning, "But why can't we be here? This is where I work. What is the problem?" Jiang Wei, with a stern expression, interjected, "Fengfeng, do not listen to this fellow's nonsense. I refuse to believe that anything untoward could possibly occur. Even if something were to happen, we will all protect you." Suddenly, a muffled, hoarse scream pierced the oppressive silence, shattering the stillness of the atmosphere and interrupting Jiang Wei's bravado. The scream, abrupt and guttural, though it lasted but a fleeting moment, sent a chilling tremor through the hearts of all present. "It has come." Liao Fan's gaze sharpened as he stepped back from the crowd. At that moment, Meng Yao, who had been a mere observer, hurried to his side and lowered her voice. "What do you think will emerge this time?" "I am uncertain. The fourth wormhole space is vast and could yield many things. I cannot predict what will arrive first," Liao Fan replied, shaking his head. Suddenly, he opened his toolbox, retrieved his trusty dagger, and handed it to Meng Yao, his voice low and serious. "Take this, and help me keep an eye on our old classmates. Do not allow them to wander off." "What will you use?" Meng Yao asked, nodding but hesitating slightly. "I possess something far more powerful. This dagger is an obsolete weapon." Liao Fan patted the bone knife hidden in his toolbox, preparing to rise when he noticed a female classmate already moving toward the dense fog. His expression changed, and he admonished, "Zhou Ying, do not venture outside. Come back immediately." Yet Zhou Ying dismissed Liao Fan's warning, shaking her head defiantly. "What is there to fear? You gentlemen are rather peculiar. It is merely fog. Yet you stand paralyzed with fear, claiming you wish to protect the female classmates." Among the female classmates, Zhou Ying was undoubtedly the boldest, treating the fog with utter disregard as she continued to stride forward. Chu Fengfeng interjected quickly, "You really should not go. What if something truly happens?" "Did you not hear the scream just now? Perhaps someone merely tripped, or it could be a prank." Zhou Ying laughed, turning back to make a face at Chu Fengfeng, her expression still nonchalant. But suddenly, the fog thickened and surged violently toward the entrance, obscuring Zhou Ying's figure. Within the dense mist, a shadow darted forth, and a pair of dark green claws suddenly emerged from behind Zhou Ying, gripping her shoulder with force and yanking her backward. Zhou Ying was caught off guard, her feet leaving the ground as a tremendous force propelled her into the fog, her terrified cries echoing as she vanished from sight. Heavens! What was that? The unexpected occurrence transpired with alarming suddenness. The shadow moved with such swiftness that it nearly transcended the capacity of the human eye to perceive, leaving even Liao Fan only glimpsing a fleeting silhouette before the fog thickened ominously. As for Zhou Ying, who had just been standing at the doorway, she vanished from sight. swallowed by the anguished cry that echoed through the air. Quick, save her, someone help. Chu Fengfeng was paralyzed with fear, while Sun Ming and Jiang Wei were equally consumed by terror, falling into a stunned silence for a brief moment before a startled scream broke forth, as one instinctively rushed toward the direction where Zhou Ying had been seized. Stay put, return. Liao Fan's gaze darkened as he positioned himself in front of the crowd, his tone resolute and unyielding. Do not forget my earlier words. Retreat to the upper floor and find a place to hide. Chu Fengfeng immediately challenged him. Why must we refrain from aiding her? Zhou Ying is our old classmate. Aid her? Liao Fan chuckled, shaking his head. Do you even comprehend what entity has taken Zhou Ying? You could hardly discern what that creature looked like. Yet you dare to boast about rushing out to rescue her. How utterly ludicrous. Chu Fengfeng fell silent. Indeed, the speed of that shadow had been astounding. Aside from Liao Fan, no one else had been able to discern its true form. Whatever could snatch away a living person with such rapidity must be, from any perspective, quite terrifying. The crowd, gripped by fear, instinctively recoiled a couple of steps. Simultaneously, a heavy footfall echoed from beyond the mist, penetrating the eardrums of those present. Chapter 82. Two monsters who was outside? Could it be Zhou Ying returning? The moment the footsteps echoed, all eyes were drawn toward the dense fog. Within the mist, a robust figure flickered into view, seemingly resembling a human. Yet, in stark contrast to the petite Zhou Ying, this entity lurking in the fog exuded an imposing stature. Towering over 6 feet, with muscles bulging like hardened stone, rendering the silhouette exceptionally grand and formidable. Who are you? Step forth. The crowd, initially inclined to rush out, recoiled in fear once more, while Jiang Wei, in a bid to bolster his courage, let out a thunderous roar. The shadow within the fog appeared to heed this call, advancing with a slow and heavy gait, gradually emerging from the depths of the white mist. As the figure drew nearer, astonishment gripped the onlookers, prompting involuntary gasps of disbelief. Good heavens, what on earth is that? It is hardly surprising that they were taken aback. The silhouette within the fog was overwhelmingly muscular and terrifyingly grotesque. Standing over 6 feet tall, its body was a mass of exaggerated muscle, with skin of a dark azure hue, and despite possessing a humanoid structure, it bore a beastly visage above the neck. The creature's forehead was wide, adorned with tortoise-shell-like cracks, and beneath its towering rhinoceros horn were enormous, round eyes radiating a yellow-brown hue akin to that of a startled bull. Below the eyes lay a cracked, garlic clove-like nose, from which curved bone spikes protruded horizontally. The most striking feature was its enormous maw, lined with 2 rows of ring-shaped tusks that gleamed with a metallic yellow sheen. Large enough to engulf an entire human head, truly a meat grinder of a mouth. It is a rhinoceros horn man. Gazing at the creature's muscular form, Liao Fan's expression darkened. Like the diminutive demon man, the rhinoceros horn man was also a member of the otherworldly tribe. These beings possessed a body structure remarkably similar to that of humans, yet their ferocity rivaled that of wild beasts. Before them stood the rhinoceros horned man, its enormous, bell-like eyes fixated on the crowd, a bloodied, severed hand clasped in its azure claws. The severed hand, pale and delicate, unmistakably belonged to a woman. As thoughts of their recently abducted classmate, Zhou Ying, surfaced, the grim reality became evident. Jiang Wei trembled, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Is this some sort of joke? How could such an ugly creature exist in this world? Who would look like that? It is nothing short of a monster. Sun Ming also quivered, voicing his own trepidation. As for Chu Fengfeng and the others, they stood there, utterly bewildered, gazing at the monstrosity, then lowering their eyes to behold the severed arm still oozing blood, their minds echoing with a dull buzz, enveloped in emptiness. At that moment, the rhinoceros-like creature slowly stepped into the comprehensive building under the astonished gazes of the crowd. It let out a low, mournful bellow, reminiscent of a famished old cow, before it swung its robust arms and stuffed the severed limb into its gaping maw. Its mouth wide open revealed a scarlet tongue and teeth as formidable as grinding stones, as it bit down with ferocity. Crack! The sound of shattering bones resonated, accompanied by a spray of blood. The entire severed arm was devoured in a single bite, the crimson blood mixing with chunks of flesh, flowing incessantly from its gruesome mouth. It gnawed ravenously, the seemingly unyielding bones crushed to powder between its jaws, along with the sinew and blood, swallowed down with delight, its lips smacking together in evident satisfaction. Despite feasting on the arm, its enormous eyes remained fixated on the crowd, the glint of savagery and exhilaration in its gaze causing several male students to feel a dampness in their trousers. A monster, indeed. Jiang Wei was the first to scream in terror, immediately shoving aside those nearby and sprinting towards the back door of the comprehensive building. Chu Fengfeng, Sun Ming, and others followed suit, frantically dashing towards the exit. Don't run wildly. There are more such monsters outside. You will only be safe within this building. Liao Fan shouted urgently. Turning to the equally stunned Meng Yu beside him, I didn't bring you here to spectate. Quickly, stop them. Don't let them escape outside. Understood. Meng Yu swallowed hard, her delicate features paling slightly. Though she had encountered a wormhole before, the oppressive presence of this different creature was entirely distinct. Fear gripped her legs. Yet recalling Liao Fan's warning, she gritted her teeth and hastened to join the throng, intercepting Chu Fo Feng and her group. Don't run around. The school is swarming with these monsters. You must stop. Heavens, what is this? Why are we witnessing such horrors? I don't want to stay here. There are monsters. However, despite Meng Yao's admonition, those in a state of extreme panic chose to disregard her, recklessly continuing towards the back door. Soon, someone burst through the exit, emerging into the enveloping white mist. Yet, before they could flee entirely, another despairing scene unfolded. Within the thick fog shrouding the campus, more monsters emerged. In addition to the earlier rhinoceros-like creature, a horde of giant spider-like beings, adorned with grayish spots, appeared, their massive forms crawling ominously. The arachnid monstrosities are rather substantial in size, with the larger specimens boasting a diameter of nearly 1 meter, while the smaller ones exceed half a meter. From their abdomens extend 8 elongated, spear-like appendages, wielding with the precision of daggers. Their mouths, shaped like a cross, are equipped with sharp mandibles resembling a quartet of interlinked blades, incessantly emitting hissing sounds of excitement. Heavens, there are more behind. In an instant, Jiang Wei, who had been at the forefront, was struck with terror by these spiders, crying out for help and pushing the crowd into a frenzied retreat. Stop running. Everyone come back. There are monsters everywhere outside. This cacophonous scene naturally captured Liao Fan's attention. Seizing the moment while the horned creature indulged in its meal, oblivious to the commotion, Liao Fan swiftly turned, casting his gaze over the crowd towards the second type of monster emerging from the thick mist. A sense of dread washed over him as he recognized the swarm of firewolf spiders, a member of the insectoid race. This was indeed a cause for alarm. The beings from the outer cosmos exhibit a remarkable complexity and diversity. In addition to the previously encountered beast men, demonkin, and avian races, there also exist insectoids, marine beings, and tree spirits. The current swarm of firewolf spiders is a notable example of the insectoid monsters. While their combat prowess may be regarded as rather ordinary, they thrive in communal settings, arriving in formidable numbers, which poses a significant challenge. Liao Fan's gaze flitted back and forth between the swarm of firewolf spiders behind the crowd and the horned creature greedily gnawing on a severed hand at the front. With a resigned sigh, he mused that summoning 2 types of monsters simultaneously truly spelled misfortune for these people. Chapter 83, Battle upon entering the wormhole space. Liao Fan found himself unexpectedly confronted by a rather intricate situation. Had his old classmates been inclined to follow his directives and remain within the confines of the comprehensive building, the traps would have faced the threat of the rhinoceros men, but at least they would not have been caught in a pincer movement. However, chaos ensued. The shrieks of the crowd and their erratic movements not only attracted the firewolf spider, but also incited the rhinoceros man, escalating the impending trouble. Silence. Everyone. Retreat to the upper floors. Liao Fan bellowed, his voice cutting through the cacophony as he witnessed the panic-stricken crowd being pursued by the monstrous creature. Unable to contain his rising fury, he commanded the people to follow his instructions. Yet, just as he did so, the rhinoceros man, having finished off the severed arm, emitted a furious roar, its yellow-brown eyes locking onto the crowd with an exhilaration that heralded disaster. Damn it! Just as Liao Fan intended to escort the crowd upstairs, he heard a low, ominous growl behind him. Turning around, he saw the hulking figure of the rhinoceros man rapidly approaching through the mist, now within a mere 5 meters. This beast, towering and muscular, surged forward like a relentless war machine, seemingly destined to crush anything in its path. With each step, the hard floor cracked beneath its weight, creating fissures as it advanced. Get out of my way. Liao Fan roared, raising his toolbox without hesitation. In an instant, a flash of black steel emerged as he gripped the bone knife tightly. He hurled the toolbox towards the charging rhinoceros man. The heavy case tracing a parabolic arc through the air, propelled by the force of the wind, aimed directly at the creature's concave, garlic-like nose. With a thunderous roar, the rhinoceros man swung its dark green fist, its massive claws akin to daggers, shattering the toolbox upon impact. With a swift motion, its claws tore the case apart, scattering its contents. The sheer power, combined with the ripping force of its talons, would have resulted in a gruesome demise had it struck a human. However, in that split second as the toolbox disintegrated, Liao Fan pushed off the ground with his left foot, using the momentum to leap toward the colossal beast. The black bone knife was raised high, its slender blade cutting through the air with a chilling wind, aimed at the rhinoceros man's throat. With a ferocious roar, the rhinoceros man sensed the imminent threat of the black blade. It lunged forward, extending its fist, and the clash of its sharp claws against the knife erupted into sparks. What strength! Liao Fan felt his wrist buckle as if struck by a shell, the rebound force from the monster's punch causing his body to tilt slightly. Yet, despite his still evolving form being unable to match the brute strength of such a creature, the narrow bone knife radiated a piercing energy. Crafted from the wing bones of a blood-sucking bat and embedded with the magical eye of a dwarf leader. The knife not only boasted remarkable hardness but also exuded a searing heat, effectively compensating for the disparity in power. In their initial clash, neither side gained the upper hand. Liao Fan was forcefully repelled by the rhinoceros man's powerful punch, yet simultaneously, the creature's claws suffered from the brutal slash of the bone knife, leaving behind several gruesome gashes. But the encounter was far from over. As Liao's form was propelled backward, the bone knife was raised once more. The dark blade sliced upwards with a sharp brilliance, targeting the monster's heart from a cunning angle. The rhinoceros man's eyes widened in surprise as it swung its muscular arms to block the assault. However, it underestimated the knife's keen edge. With a swift sound, the blade halted just 2 inches from the creature's heart, intercepted by its massive claws. Yet, with a quick twist of the wrist, Liao Fan caused the black blade to spin, resembling a whirling knife wheel, deftly deflecting the monster's claws and lunging forward once again. The tip of the knife gleamed like a rainbow, radiating a silvery metallic sheen while exuding a fierce wave of heat that forced the creature to retreat repeatedly. Emitting an angry growl, the rhinoceros man, eyes bulging with rage, had never anticipated that these seemingly delectable yet feeble beings from Blue Star could produce a challenger of such caliber. It roared furiously, wildly swinging its dark green fists and striking a pillar of the complex with immense force, shattering the stone into fragments, even seizing a steel rebar to hurl at Liao Fan's side. The flying rebar carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, accompanied by a whistling wind that tousled Liao Fan's hair. Yet, Liao Fan did not falter. He unleashed a streak of black light with the bone knife, meeting the steel rebar in a fierce collision. The formidable slicing power of the knife produced a deafening clang of metal against metal. Soon, however, the sound of cutting metal became a ripping and piercing shriek as the blade surged forth, emitting a dazzling brilliance that astonishingly severed the rebar into 2 pieces. Such was the might of the bone knife. The hardened bone wings of the blood-sucking bat ape could withstand bullet impacts, and there was no other material in the world that could rival its extraordinary hardness. The magical eye embedded in the blade radiated the fiery energy of the goblin leader, and the combination of both ensured not only the knife's resilience and toughness but also released a terrifyingly intense heat energy while maintaining its cutting prowess. As the rebar was cleaved, Liao Fan propelled his body once more, resembling a galloping steed, matching the rhinoceros man's speed. He charged forward, narrowly evading the creature's massive fist aimed at his head, thanks to his agile positioning. In that very moment, Liao Fan's strike landed squarely upon the monster's abdomen, the blade slicing horizontally, causing the creature to spin and blood to spray forth, leaving a jagged gash over 10 centimeters long. With a howl of anguish, the rhinoceros man lost its balance, its colossal form crashing to the ground under the force of inertia. Seizing the opportunity, Liao Fan leapt like a soaring bird, vaulting onto the creature's head, gripping the knife tightly with both hands, and delivered a heavy downward slash. The elongated black blade carved through the air like a streak of silk, its gleam as dazzling and luminous as a waterfall. With the formidable strength of the bone knife, even true steel would be severed, should this strike find its mark. No matter how formidable the defenses of the rhinoceros horn creature, it would be cleaved in 2. Yet, the rhinoceros horn being was no ordinary low-tier monster. Having suffered a disadvantage in close combat with Liao Fan, it quickly realized that this human was far from commonplace. As its body touched the ground, it swiftly rolled away, narrowly evading the swift slash of the blade. Whoosh! The black light of the knife skimmed perilously close to the creature's back, its arc releasing a searing aura, causing the floor beneath to shatter instantaneously. Cleaved in twain to form a deep gash. It actually evaded? As the blade struck empty air, Liao Fan narrowed his gaze in disbelief. The creature's reflexes in the face of peril astonished him. However, this was also due to Liao Fan's insufficient evolutionary level, which prevented him from maintaining the prowess of his previous life. Once he reclaimed the abilities of his former existence, not even the quickest evasion of the rhinoceros horn creature would suffice to escape the blade's wrath. Chapter 84. The rescue. The bone blade failed to strike its intended target, leaving only a deep gash upon the floor. Liao Fan was dissatisfied with the outcome of his strike, yet he had no choice but to retract his weapon, executing a swift aerial maneuver to retreat from the fray. With the rhinoceros man eliminating the rhinoceros man was not Liao Fan's objective. Moreover, a swarm of fire wolf spiders was advancing from behind the complex, leaving him no energy to engage further. At that moment, just as Liao Fan's feet touched the ground, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. He turned sharply to witness a firewolf spider, as large as a millstone, brandishing its 8 razor-sharp appendages. Leaping into the crowd and unleashing a frenzied assault on his terrified former classmates, who were desperately trying to escape. The firewolf spider, with a diameter exceeding 1 meter and its spear-like limbs, posed a significant threat to ordinary humans. Its exoskeleton was impenetrable to bare hands, while its limbs, resembling scythes, bore curved hooks at their ends, dark as iron, capable of piercing through flesh effortlessly. Soon, a victim emerged. A female classmate named Zhang Yan, hindered by her high heels, lagged at the back of the group. Before she could ascend the stairs like the others, she became the target of the spider's attention. The creature's millstone-like body surged forward, and one of its robust appendages effortlessly pierced her lower back, impaling her entirely, accompanied by a horrific scream and a spray of blood. The creature's limb burst through her abdomen, extending sharply from her lower belly. "Help me, ugh." Zhang Yan's face contorted in agony, and as she attempted to cry out for help, a torrent of blood erupted from her mouth, rendering her voice hoarse. "Get away." Liao Fan's gaze turned icy as he propelled himself forward, akin to a cheetah, reaching Zhang Yan in an instant. The bone-winged blade flashed like lightning, slicing through the creature's limb with a swift, decisive stroke. The dark blade cut through the air with a sharp hiss, executing a perfect motion of mechanics as Liao Fan's wrist flicked, aligning the blade against the spider's carapace before spinning abruptly. Crack! The whirling shadow of the black blade shattered the exoskeleton, pinning the creature firmly to the floor, rendering it motionless. Yet, even as its body was pierced, the vicious creature did not relent in its attack, continuing to lash out with its remaining appendages, transforming them into a barrage of sharp strikes aimed at Liao Fan's chest. Seeking death, Liao Fan did not flinch. Instead, he gripped the hilt tightly and withdrew the long blade, thrusting it viciously towards the spider's cross-shaped mandibles. The blade, swift as a shooting star, tore through the creature's massive jaws, shredding them apart and releasing a foul, viscous green sludge that filled the air with a nauseating stench. Simultaneously, the flailing limbs of the creature struck his back relentlessly, akin to a barrage of projectiles, thudding against him with force. The solitary firewolf spider possesses a relatively modest offensive capability, certainly not comparable to the muscular might of a rhinoceros beetle. However, its sharp, articulated appendages, along with the claw-like tips, are more than sufficient to pierce human flesh with ease. In the past, Liao Fan would have been wise enough not to confront such a creature with his mere flesh and blood. Yet, in the present moment, he disregarded the spider's counterattack entirely. What appeared to be a formidable piercing limb was halted just before it could penetrate his body, thwarted by a layer of soft battle armor that surprisingly resisted any intrusion. This seemingly lightweight garment exhibited an indomitable defensive performance, impervious even to bullets, let alone the feeble limbs of a mere monster. Withstanding the creature's retaliation, Liao Fan retaliated by thrusting his elbow into the spider's hardened carapace. With a sharp crack, the armor on the spider's back was shattered once more, and its massive body was flung aside by the force of his strike, crashing into a nearby swarm and toppling several of its kin. Meanwhile, Meng Yao stood at the edge of the staircase, wielding her newly acquired combat knife, engaging another firewolf spider in fierce combat. Although her evolutionary prowess paled in comparison to Liao Fan's, her recent experiences in the wormhole space trial had significantly enhanced her speed, agility, and explosive strength, placing her well above that of an ordinary person. Coupled with the formidable aura emanating from her knife, she deftly clashed with the monster's limbs, successfully severing one of its appendages and delivering a powerful kick that sent the firewolf spider tumbling down the stairs. Well done. Liao Fan did not glance back, but sensed Meng Yao's impressive performance through her aura, nodding in commendation. However, panting heavily, Meng Yao retorted with irritation, "Stop chatting. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be fighting these monsters. Focus ahead. More creatures are already charging at us." Just then, Liao Fan detected the imminent threat nearby. With a resounding crash, the door frame behind the comprehensive building was violently thrust aside, and at least 7 or 8 firewolf spiders brandished their spear-like limbs, advancing menacingly toward the panicked crowd. These firewolf spiders, though growing increasingly larger, wielded their sharp appendages with alarming agility. Even while scaling vertical walls, they moved with remarkable swiftness. In mere seconds, the walls, ceiling, and blood-stained floor were overrun by these grotesque creatures. With their crimson eyes glaring and their cross-shaped mandibles gaping, they emitted a series of chilling hisses as they launched another assault. "They are coming again! Help!" Behind him echoed the terrified screams of old classmates. Liao Fan guarded the staircase, took a deep breath, and fixed his gaze on the largest firewolf spider, his toes pressing against the ground as he advanced toward the swarm. The bone blade whirled through the air, each slash accompanied by a piercing sound of slicing air. The elongated blade has transformed into a meat grinder, relentlessly cleaving and whirling, shattering the monstrous appendages presented before him. At this moment, Liao Fan, in comparison to his peak self from a previous life, may still lack in raw strength. However, bolstered by the lethal prowess of the bone knife and the protective embrace of his close-fitting armor, he remains impervious to the pressure exerted by the swarm. His movements are as swift as lightning, deftly maneuvering to always stay a step ahead of the beasts, severing their attacking limbs with the bone knife before their strikes can land. A decade of combat experience has taught Liao Fan the art of maximizing his advantages while minimizing his exposure. His agility surpasses that of a cheetah, and the fierce glint in his eyes is more menacing than that of the monsters themselves. The blade dances like a shadow, weaving an intricate web of strikes. Centered around his form, within a 2-meter radius, anything that dares to emerge will be met with the bone knife's merciless cleave and obliteration. Chapter 85. Cunning. When slaughter transforms into an art form, everything appears fluid and natural. Liao Fan continues to wield his blade, single-handedly blocking the entire corridor. No matter how swiftly or fiercely the approaching monsters charge, they remain unable to breach the web of his blade. The bone knife strikes with remarkable speed and force. With each slash, it melds seamlessly with this machine of death. The bone knife transcends its identity, becoming an extension of Liao Fan himself. Guided by sheer will, the blade moves with such precision that it feels as though it is an extension of his very being, devoid of any hesitance. Good heavens! Is this man even still human? Behind the staircase, a large group stands in utter disbelief. Even Meng Yao, who has some understanding of Liao Fan, gazes with wide, astonished eyes, her delicate features etched with profound shock and incredulity. The Liao Fan before her is a stark contrast to the one who first entered the wormhole. He is transformed into a figure exuding a chilling sharpness and a cold thirst for blood, a veritable monster, in less than a month. This fellow's combat prowess has escalated so rapidly. How has he achieved such a feat? Meng Yao is utterly flabbergasted, her gaze turning vacant. The Liao Fan of yore, while appearing cold and ruthless, was still at the same evolutionary starting point as herself. Despite being significantly stronger, the gap was always limited. Yet now, in the span of fewer than 15 days, Liao Fan has undergone a complete metamorphosis. His posture is more upright, the aura of slaughter emanating from him increasingly dense and formidable. Armed with only a knife, he stands resolutely against nearly 10 firewolf spiders, never retreating a single step, his heels remaining firmly planted. The tide of monsters surges like a tempest, yet amidst this chaos, Liao Fan stands as an immovable ancient stone, brimming with tension and resilience. Every detail and movement of his strikes inspires boundless admiration. Unbeknownst to her, after being infused with vital energy across 4 wormhole spaces, Liao Fan is but a hair's breadth away from reclaiming the powers he once possessed in his previous life. Although he has not yet completed his evolution, he draws upon his extensive experience in combat, the formidable enhancement of his bone knife and battle armor, and possesses strength comparable to that of a novice superhuman. With a flourish, the blade gleams as Liao Fan strikes fiercely at the monsters. With a flick of his wrist, he pierces the mandible of a firewolf spider, the advancing blade acting as a lever to hoist the creature's hefty form, swinging it like a meteor hammer, crashing it down upon the remaining foes. He delivers a powerful kick, sending a nearby firewolf spider tumbling, then unleashes a fierce punch that shatters another monster's shell, causing it to explode in a spray of viscous fluid. His body becomes a whirlwind, navigating effortlessly amidst the relentless assault of the firewolf spiders, advancing and retreating with impeccable order. As the battle rages on, most of the firewolf spiders are left maimed, and even those few still intact are cowed by Liao Fan's inhuman display of combat prowess, retreating in fear. The monsters cannot fathom how, among the blue star humans they deem mere prey, such a formidable creature could emerge. They could not penetrate Liao Fan's defenses, nor did they possess the courage to breach the dark blade net, leaving behind a heap of mangled insect corpses as they shifted their focus elsewhere, crawling towards different directions of the complex. After all, the wormhole had already been activated, and in other areas of the school, even more delectable delicacies awaited these creatures. For the monsters, any food would suffice. There was no reason to risk so much battling such grotesque foes. Thus, they retreated swiftly, leaving a ground littered with carcasses and bloodstains. Have they fled? Liao Fan remained engrossed in the fray until the number of monsters dwindled significantly, and the spinning blades could no longer sever the insect shells. Only then did he pause, a hint of confusion crossing his features as he observed the mass exodus of the firewolf spiders. He took a deep breath. It's for the best that they withdrew. After all, these creatures are not my true targets. I must conserve my strength as much as possible before the real battle commences. He relaxed his taut muscles and surveyed the retreating swarm. Just as he was about to exhale in relief, a foul wind surged past him, accompanied by Meng Yao's urgent whisper, "Be careful, there's still a big one that hasn't left." Hearing the approaching gale from the side, Liao Fan narrowed his eyes and instinctively turned, raising his bone knife to shield his face. Clang! A dark azure fist, imbued with explosive force, struck from an unexpected angle, narrowly missing Liao Fan's skull. It was the rhinoceros man. Although Liao Fan had previously repelled this creature, it had not retreated. Instead, it had stealthily maneuvered to his side while he was preoccupied with driving away the firewolf spiders. Seizing the moment when Liao Fan was most relaxed, the rhinoceros man unleashed a sudden and ferocious assault. This incident revealed that even among lower-tier monsters, there existed cunning intellect. The rhinoceros man was evidently a strategic hunter. Fortunately, Liao Fan managed to deflect the lethal blow. Utilizing the resilience and tension of his bone knife, he concentrated all his strength into the hilt, absorbing the monstrous force as he staggered backward, a chilling glint igniting in his eyes. I almost forgot. The rhinoceros man is not only formidable in strength, but also possesses a considerable level of intellect, far surpassing that of the foolish firewolf spiders. Before he could finish his thought, Liao Fan executed a swift kick aimed at the rhinoceros man's abdomen. The creature, narrowly missing the attack, opted not to linger but instead retreated with a powerful leap, evading Liao Fan's counterstrike while emitting a roar filled with indignation and fury. It then vanished into the swirling mist. Cunning creature. Liao Fan arched an eyebrow, observing the retreating rhinoceros man with a grave expression. In the conflict between humans and monsters, intellect remained the only advantage that humanity could wield. However, the beings from the outer cosmos are not merely brawny and simple-minded creatures. At least a portion of these monsters possess the capacity to emulate human thought processes. Take, for instance, the current Rhino Man, a member of the demon race. Not only does its physique and appearance bear a striking resemblance to that of the inhabitants of Blue Star, but its remarkably evolved intellect is also commendable. Under normal circumstances, Liao Fan might have pursued the Rhino Man, dispatching it with utmost swiftness. Yet, mindful of the safety of his old classmates, he paused for contemplation, ultimately choosing not to follow. He exhaled deeply, turning to gaze at the crowd, who were paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling. A profound sense of helplessness flickered in his eyes. The monster had been repelled, granting the people a moment to breathe, yet the shadow of slaughter lingered ominously. Among the 10 or so old classmates, most remained in a daze. The debauched scion Jiangwei was beyond mention, and even Sun Ming, the classmate with whom Liao Fan shared the closest bond, was now quaking in terror, huddled in the corner of the fence, his body trembling like a quail, rendered speechless. The only one capable of taking action was Chu Fengfeng, yet her pallor was equally distressing. She helplessly crouched beside their classmate Zhang Yan, pressing her hands against the latter's abdomen, which had been pierced by the monster's appendage. Her cries piercingly sorrowful, embodying both powerlessness and heartbreak. Help! Why is this happening? Who will come to her rescue? Chapter 86. The cold-blooded executioner as one of the foremost powers destined to shape the future of Lin City. Chu Fengfeng possessed a mental fortitude that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Although she had yet to complete her awakening, she was the only one among her old classmates capable of swiftly reacting and contemplating urgent medical assistance for their injured companion. Unfortunately, Zhang Yan, who had been grievously pierced in the abdomen by a firewolf spider, was in a dire state. Her back had been completely impaled. The hardened appendage still lodged within her body, piercing through her lower abdomen and revealing a portion of rigid claws, drenched in a pool of flowing blood. Despite the wound being obstructed by the creature's limb, preventing excessive hemorrhage, her internal organs were evidently shattered. Blood surged forth from her mouth, and her dilating pupils indicated that this young life was rapidly slipping away. Chu Fengfeng was consumed by grief, cradling her dear friend and classmate, her sobs rendering her unable to articulate her anguish. Yet, in that moment, she felt utterly powerless. All she could do was weep and cast her desperate gaze toward Liao Fan, repeatedly imploring him to save her, to save Zhang Yan. Regrettably, Liao Fan shook his head, taking a deep breath as he observed the grievous wound on Zhang Yan's abdomen. His expression was devoid of warmth. Witnessing the death of a classmate was an inherently sorrowful experience for anyone. Despite the steely resolve forged through a decade of bloodshed, Liao Fan could not escape a lingering sense of regret. Yet, the world was unyieldingly realistic. What had transpired, what was occurring, and what was destined to happen could not be altered by anyone. He approached Chu Fengfeng, speaking softly, "You should lay her down. At least that might alleviate some of Zhang Yan's suffering." "Liao Fan, is there truly no way?" Chu Fengfeng pleaded. "We could call for help. Get her to a hospital." The absurdity of her request highlighted her ignorance of the dire circumstances they faced. Liao Fan found her naivety amusing, yet felt no inclination to smile as he was about to witness a classmate's death. He shook his head. "It's futile. Let it go. We are in a wormhole space. No one can enter from the outside, nor can we escape, and there is certainly no mobile signal. How can this be? No, it's impossible. Chu Feng, despondent, shook her head but still insisted on retrieving her phone. Upon realizing it displayed nothing but a blank screen. Despair washed over her. She discarded the device and sank to her knees. There really is no signal. What do we do now, Liao Fan? Please help Zhang Yan. She is your classmate too. I beg you, help her. Liao Fan remained silent, gazing down at their classmate, whose mouth continued to bleed and whose limbs twitched in distress. After a moment, he nodded solemnly. Very well, I shall assist her. Really? That is wonderful. I knew you would find a way. Chu Feng's eyes sparkled with hope. Her face lighting up as she lifted her head, anticipating that Liao Fan would indeed aid her beloved friend. Unexpectedly, Liao Fan coldly raised the long knife. His face devoid of expression as he thrust it forward, piercing straight through Zhang Yan's heart. The indomitable bone knife formed a beam of black light, instantaneously puncturing Zhang Yan's heart, causing scalding blood to splatter, staining Chu Feng's eyes, igniting her fury as she screamed. What are you doing? I wanted you to help her. Not to kill. My actions are indeed a form of assistance, Liao Fan replied coldly, extracting the bone knife and gazing at Zhang Yan's motionless body. With such grievous wounds, even a deity could not save her. Rather than prolonging her suffering, this is a more merciful end. You, madman! You lunatic! Chu Feng was utterly bewildered, staring at Liao Fan, whose hands were smeared with blood and whose expression remained indifferent. It dawned on her that this man was no longer the Liao Fan she once knew. 10 years of carnage had rendered Liao Fan indifferent to life and death, forging within him a heart of steel. Even when faced with an old classmate, with whom he shared 3 years of camaraderie, Liao Fan could wield the knife without so much as a blink, concluding her suffering, devoid of any trace of compassion or shame. Yet, for Chu Feng, an ordinary person, such an act was unspeakably cruel and excessively sanguinary. Like a deranged individual, she lunged at Liao Fan, grasping his collar tightly, reproaching him in despair. You devil, you executioner. Why won't you spare Zhang Yan? Why treat an old classmate in such a callous manner? I believe you are mistaken. I do not intend to spare Zhang Yan. Nor am I the one responsible for this calamity, Liao Fan replied with resignation. Although Chu Feng would eventually awaken to become a remarkable individual at this moment, she remained an ordinary woman with little understanding of the helplessness inherent in a post-apocalyptic world. Humph, you madman. That was our classmate. To speak of killing her reveals your utter lack of humanity. You are unworthy of being our peer. Chu Feng, clearly unable to comprehend Liao Fan's intentions, continued to rage, her eyes filled with hatred and fury. Similarly, Jiang Wei, Sun Ming, and other old classmates stood up, their expressions filled with indignation as they witnessed Liao Fan's brutal act. Even if you refuse to save her, must you kill her? You lunatic, does your conscience not suffer? They exclaimed. Zhang Yan was our classmate. Her character was so kind, and she helped me with my studies back then. You are utterly cruel. The barrage of insults and accusations left Liao Fan speechless. He raised his expressionless face, surveying the agitated old classmates around him, and issued a grave warning. This is neither a playground nor a sanctuary for the virtuous. It is imperative that everyone maintain silence to avoid attracting more monsters. Upon hearing this, those who had just moments before condemned Liao Fan as cold-blooded fell silent, their fear rendering them mute. Only Chu Feng maintained the closest relationship with Zhang Yan. Although several years had passed since their graduation, they continued to interact as intimate friends, gazing upon her friend's lifeless body, now cold as ice. Chu Feng's face was etched with resentment as she hurled insults at Liao Fan. You executioner, how could you do this? I cannot forgive you, absolutely not. Silence. At last, Liao Fan's anger erupted. With a swift motion, he delivered a sharp slap that silenced Chu Feng's tirade. Though this was not his intention, her incessant noise was intolerable. In a world on the brink of collapse, every ounce of energy was invaluable. Both joy and sorrow could drain a person's vitality imperceptibly. Furthermore, in a realm besieged by monsters, such impotent rage and vitriol would only invite greater calamities upon them all. Liao Fan understood he must instill a sense of composure in her. You actually hit a woman? Chu Feng felt dazed from the blow, her cheek swelling, her long hair disheveled. She looked at Liao Fan's emotionless face, her astonishment deepening. You consider yourself exceptional, and indeed, you possess a certain beauty, which leads you to foolishly believe that all men in the world should indulge you, correct? Liao Fan coldly appraised her, shaking his head. But I must inform you that disaster is approaching. The moral compass of this world will utterly collapse. A woman who merely demands from others and clings to men will inevitably face a most tragic fate, especially for someone like you, who is both attractive and well-formed. The outcome is often more dire than for others. Therefore, remain calm, be strong, and learn to analyze your circumstances. This is what you must do. Chapter 87. Relying on oneself were it any other obstreperous woman, Liao Fan would not have squandered so many words in a futile attempt to enlighten her. However, Chu Fengfeng was different. The innate talents she exhibited upon awakening were undeniable, even to Liao Fan in his present state. Particularly after 3 years of the apocalypse, this woman would prove to be an invaluable asset in Lin Cheng's struggle against the invasion of extraterrestrial beings. Thus, Liao Fan maintained his composure, guiding her step by step. He paused momentarily before continuing. As you have observed, mere complaints in such circumstances yield no results. The only viable option is to seize a weapon and safeguard oneself. Additionally, within this dense fog, there exist energy molecules imperceptible to the naked eye. Should you endeavor to capture and refine them, there lies the potential to become formidable in a short span. Upon concluding, Liao Fan imparted guidance to his former classmates, elucidating the principles of energy generation and how to harness it through breathing techniques, selflessly sharing all he knew. After absorbing Liao Fan's words, his classmates, though initially taken aback, began to clandestinely attempt to capture the energy present in the air. Indeed, Sun Ming was the first to discern these energy molecules flowing through the atmosphere. He quickly felt the subtle yet profound changes within himself as the energy entered his body. Among his former classmates, apart from Chu Fengfeng, Sun Ming possessed a particularly notable talent. He soon detected a warm sensation spreading across his chest and stood up excitedly, exclaiming, "You were right. I feel distinctly different from before." Yet, many of the others remained unresponsive, aside from Chu Fengfeng, who was too engulfed in grief over her dear friend's tragic demise to focus on refining the energy. Most of the group instinctively followed Liao Fan's instructions to refine the energy. Regrettably, individuals exhibited vastly different sensitivities and efficiencies in perceiving the energy. Aside from Sun Ming and another less conspicuous classmate who managed to sense the energy relatively quickly, the rest looked utterly bewildered. Jiang Wei promptly inquired, "What exactly is this energy, and why can't I detect it?" "That is due to your rather mediocre talent. You lack the qualification for evolution, thus forfeiting your chance to grow stronger," Liao Fan replied without much reaction. In the apocalyptic world, those who successfully absorbed the energy and completed their evolution constituted less than 1/10 of humanity. Individuals like Chu Fengfeng, with extraordinarily exceptional talents, were exceedingly rare. Jiang Wei, however, remained unconvinced, coldly retorting, "Nonsense. Why is it that you can succeed, yet I cannot? What is my shortcoming?" Liao Fan chose to remain silent. The question itself was quite laughable. Talents vary among individuals, akin to some being inherently adept at running, while others excel in intellectual pursuits. Such disparities in talent are immutable. Jiang Wei's inability to perceive the energy indicated a fundamental lack of potential to become a strong individual, a lamentable reality, but one that must be accepted in a world as tragic as this. Disregarding the group, Liao Fan turned once more toward the window, peering through the cold, dense fog as he continued to observe the environment outside. Before long, Meng Yao, who had remained silent until now, approached and softly inquired, "Having spent so much time in this school, what is it that you are waiting for, and how much longer must we endure this?" "Do not fret. This period of anticipation will be prolonged. We possess ample time to wait, and when that moment arrives, you shall understand," Liao Fan replied, offering no elucidation. He shook his head and directed his gaze towards the rooftop of the main building, hesitating briefly before proceeding onward. The old classmates, engulfed in fear, stood like statues, their expressions vacant as they stared at his retreating figure. "Where are you going?" one of them ventured to ask. Liao Fan continued walking, stating, "I have imparted all that I can teach you. Now it is up to you. Remember my words. Do not wander outside this building recklessly, nor attract unnecessary attention. Find a suitable place to conceal yourselves, and you should face no significant peril." The school encompassed a vast expanse, housing at least 4,000 to 5,000 faculty and staff members within its 3 floors. Even with an abundance of monsters, it was unlikely they could attend to every individual. Thus, as long as they could find a hiding place in a timely manner, their chances of surviving until the calamity subsided were greatly enhanced, leaving Liao Fan with little cause for concern. But what if you leave, and the monsters attack again? What then? Sun Ming, his voice hoarse with uncertainty and helplessness, called after him. "Liao Fan, please stay. We need you." "I'm afraid I have more pressing matters to attend to than your protection," Liao Fan replied, unwavering in his stride. He was not inherently cold-hearted. Otherwise, he would not have expended such effort to fend off the monsters for his old classmates. However, his plans could not be delayed for the sake of their safety. Sun Ming stood frozen, gazing at the unfamiliar silhouette of Liao Fan, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Jiang Wei hastened to catch up, exclaiming in a strangely distorted tone, "You are incredibly selfish. Do you possess no sympathy for others? Abandoning us will lead to your own downfall." Liao Fan merely chuckled, refusing to even glance back. As he had previously articulated, an individual who could only rely on others for protection in the face of danger held no value for salvation. Ignoring the clamor of his former classmates, he quickened his pace, soon distancing himself from the crowd, sprinting towards the rooftop of the main building until he reached the highest point of the school. From the rooftop, Liao Fan beheld an expanse of dense white mist, swirling with the icy storm as it crept outward from the town. The thick fog stretched as far as the wormhole space expanded. In a short span, the air was filled with the echoes of horror and anguish. The town transformed into a white purgatory as various monsters made their entrance. However, the heavy fog obscured both sight and sound, preventing Liao Fan from hearing the widespread cries of terror, only faint pleas for help and cries of despair drifting in the frigid air, lingering like whispers. "Is it really unnecessary to concern ourselves with them?" A woman's sigh suddenly echoed from behind. Liao Fan did not turn around and replied coldly, "I have already imparted the means of survival to them. Whether they seize the opportunity depends solely on their own resolve. If they cannot withstand such trivial circumstances, it merely indicates that they lack the worthiness of salvation. You truly are a heartless individual." Meng Yao furrowed her brow, intending to admonish Liao Fan further. But their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the sound of footsteps and commotion from below. "Why is it so noisy down there?" Meng Yao exclaimed in surprise as she swiftly approached Liao Fan. Rising on her toes to peer down at the comprehensive building, she observed that Chu Fengfeng, Jiang Wei, and others had not heeded Liao Fan's admonitions. Instead, they had formed a group, hastily advancing into the dense fog, attempting to make their way towards the back gate of the school. Chapter 88. Awakening and Eruption. These individuals truly exemplify a lack of heed. Observing the people cautiously navigating through the dense fog, Meng Yao's expression shifted dramatically. In her frustration, she stamped her foot and uttered a curse. The wormhole had erupted, rendering the fog-laden area perilous, and only this comprehensive building remained relatively tranquil. She could not fathom why this group would abandon such a fortuitous sanctuary to venture outside into certain peril. Liao Fan also took note of the scene below, a glimmer of helplessness flashing across his eyes as he shook his head gravely. Presumably, they believed that merely escaping the fog zone and leaving the campus would guarantee their safety. Alas, the path they chose was their own, since they were so obstinately defiant. He deemed it unnecessary to concern himself further with their fate. Initially, Liao Fan had intended to keep these old classmates within the comprehensive building, planning to lead them to other safe zones once he accomplished his objectives. However, their blatant disobedience left him vexed, stirring a desire to vent his frustrations. Meng Yao hesitated, voicing her concern. "If this continues, Xu Fengfeng will also be in grave danger. Are you truly unconcerned?" While he believed Xu Fengfeng would likely remain unharmed, others were not guaranteed the same fortune. With a sigh, Liao Fan shook his head and continued to gaze toward the direction in which the group had fled. Indeed, just as a few of his former classmates departed the comprehensive building, they had barely ventured far when the scent emanating from the crowd once again attracted the attention of the monsters. From the depths of the fog, fiery wolf spiders emerged from various structures and green belts, their bloodshot eyes wide with avarice as they regarded these suicidal individuals, emitting terrifying hisses. This time, Liao Fan did not remain by their side. The creatures seemed to comprehend that the human capable of posing a threat had vanished, thus they surged forward without restraint, targeting the fleeing crowd from multiple angles. Ah, so they had not strayed far. They had been lying in wait nearby all along. Quickly, let us retreat and find a place to hide. As the monsters returned with renewed vigor, these overconfident souls predictably let out even more anguished cries than before. The fiery wolf spiders are social creatures. Aside from the dozen or so slain by Liao Fan, there were still more than 30 of their kin foraging near the comprehensive building. With so few humans in the vicinity, the beasts swiftly dispatched the majority of their prey within a mere 10 minutes, just as they sought other targets. Xu Fengfeng and her companions foolishly charged into the hunting ground, an act akin to courting death. As the monsters launched another assault, fear gripped everyone, causing them to tremble. Confronted by such formidable foes, these unarmed individuals found it impossible to muster the courage to fight back, and in an instant, they scattered, racing back towards the comprehensive building. Yet, it was already too late. The fiery wolf spiders dashed forth, brandishing their 8 robust, sharp appendages, leaving deep gouges in the concrete as they ran, their speed matching that of the humans. Meanwhile, the panicked crowd, lost in their frenzy, could scarcely discern their direction as they fled aimlessly. The group, once huddled together, was swiftly scattered by the onslaught of monstrous creatures. In a frantic bid for survival, individuals dashed in all directions, rendering any semblance of effective defense against the beasts impossible. "Do not run amok. We have a chance of survival only if we stay united," shouted Sun Ming, gripping a fire axe he had miraculously procured. Yet, his pleas fell on deaf ears. In the grip of sheer terror, his peers erupted in chaos, plunging into the depths of the thick fog, pursued eagerly by the monsters. Soon, anguished screams echoed, interspersed with the chilling sounds of gnashing teeth and crunching bones. "Oh no, they're coming. They're coming, stop shouting. Quickly retreat to the main building. Liao Fan is right. It is only within the confines of the building that we will find safety." Fortunately, not everyone was paralyzed by fear. At least Sun Ming and Chu Fofeng retained their composure, managing to quell the panic-stricken crowd, leading a handful of survivors in a frantic retreat. However, it was already too late to return to safety, as the creatures bared their grotesque, cross-shaped jaws, resembling blades, and their long, agile limbs launched a fierce assault on the group, claiming 2 more of their classmates in quick succession. "Zhongyang, Zhaojuna." The fallen cried out in excruciating agony under the relentless attack of the monsters, and Sun Ming and Chu Fengfeng joined in their desperate wails. They could only watch in horror as their closest friends were pinned to the ground, savagely feasted upon by the creatures, their bodies torn asunder in a gruesome display. The robust, formidable limbs of the fire tarantula pierced through the air like lances, impaling a heavier classmate into the ground. The mingling of blood and anguished cries saturating the atmosphere, far more visceral and shocking than any horror film. "I will kill you. Kill you all," Sun Ming bellowed, seemingly driven mad as he brandished the fire axe, the first to charge at the monsters. Possessing considerable talent, he had adapted quickly despite the short time spent in this chaotic realm, and with Liao Fan's guidance, he had learned to refine source energy through breathing, enhancing his evolutionary efficiency. His strength had noticeably increased, and as he swung the axe, it carved deep gashes into the monster's tough exoskeletons. Spraying viscous fluid as enraged creatures retaliated with furious hisses, their limbs thrashing like saws and blades, leaving bloody scratches across Sun Ming's arms, chest, and thighs. Yet, he did not falter. Clutching the fire axe tightly, he endured the searing pain from his wounds, his eyes bloodshot, his roars growing increasingly desperate. His relentless strikes repelled several fire tarantulas that were feasting on his classmates, showcasing a fierce determination and surprising prowess. All signs indicated that he had acclimated to the environment and was earnestly contemplating Liao Fan's words. Alas, the time allotted for his evolution was far too brief. Though he had unleashed a surge of power, his stamina and endurance were insufficient. After fending off 3 creatures, a swift strike from a fire tarantula's legs sent him tumbling to the ground, unable to rise. The monstrous visage with its menacing jaws and sharp teeth loomed ominously before him. His mind was a blank slate as he beheld the grotesque, cross-shaped maw of the firewolf spider, dripping with human blood, paralyzed by fear and forgetting to struggle. Just as the firewolf spider was poised to sink its fangs into him, an individual with talents surpassing even Sun Ming's finally erupted. "Damn monster, be gone." With icy limbs, Sun Ming first heard a fierce reprimand, followed by a commanding shout. Suddenly, he witnessed the firewolf spider that had lunged at him being hurled away by an overwhelming force, crashing against a nearby trash bin with a resounding thud. "Who is aiding me?" As he gazed at the creature sent sprawling by a single punch, Sun Ming trembled, initially believing it was Liao Fan from upstairs who had come to his rescue. However, when he turned to look, he was astonished to find Chu Fofeng, her face contorted with fury, standing behind him, her fist still extended from the blow. "It's you. How did you accomplish this?" Sun Ming was left in bewilderment, utterly unprepared for the revelation that this petite goddess, who had always projected an aura of gentleness and grace, would come to his aid in his most perilous moment and successfully save him. With a dazed expression, he glanced at Chu Fengfeng's clenched pink fist and then at the firewolf spider, now incapacitated on the ground, struggling to rise, disbelief etched across his face. Chapter 89, Celestial Phenomenon in Truth. Even Chu Fengfeng could hardly believe that she had indeed repelled the firewolf spider with a single punch. Moments ago, she had been engulfed in immense shock and terror, her worldview completely shattered by Liao Fan's words. The haunting image of her dear friend's demise weighed heavily upon her, leaving her mind in a state of emptiness. Rather than consciously attempting to harness the source energy in the air as Liao Fan had suggested, she found herself inexplicably awakening to evolution, particularly as she faced another onslaught from the monsters. Witnessing her classmates fall one after another to the jaws of the beasts in a gruesome spectacle, Chu Fofeng felt a fire ignite within her, a fire so profound it defied description. This flame burned and pulsed deep within her, manifesting as an invisible torrent of heat that coursed through her entire being. Without any preamble or psychological preparation, she suddenly felt her blood ablaze. The overwhelming sorrow and rage propelled her to leap towards Sun Ming, delivering the punch that had just transpired. The force of that strike was formidable, surpassing the damage inflicted by Sun Ming's fire axe against the monsters. Chu Fengfeng herself could not quite fathom what had transpired. Typically gentle and delicately poised, she suddenly unleashed a strength several times greater than her usual self. With a single blow, she incapacitated the smaller firewolf spider, causing even its tough exoskeleton to crack. Splendid. Let us strike back together swiftly. Although Chu Fengfeng was still in a daze, Sun Ming, having narrowly escaped death, had already risen, vigorously wielding his fire axe to fend off the grotesque creatures, urging Chu Fengfeng to retreat with him. Overcoming her inner fears, Chu Fengfeng's performance was indeed terrifying. As they retreated, they encountered several more firewolf spiders. Before Sun Ming could muster his courage to engage, this seemingly fragile woman had already surged ahead, her bare fists pummeling the largest of the spiders, which howled in agony and was forced to retreat. Above, on the rooftop of the complex, Liao Fan stood coldly at the edge, surveying the scene below. A satisfied smile finally graced his icy countenance. I was right. Chu Fengfeng's talent must rank among the finest here. Her speed of awakening and her performance in peril are truly astonishing, though Liao Fan had anticipated this from the outset. Witnessing Chu Fengfeng's actual awakening and her fierce struggle against the monsters left him speechless at her formidable prowess and extraordinary evolution efficiency. From Liao Fan's perspective, a swirling vortex surrounded Chu Fengfeng, signifying her full embrace of evolution. Every cell and pore of her body was fervently absorbing the effects of the source energy. A vast stream of invisible force was being ruthlessly commandeered by her delicate form, coalescing within her being at an efficiency more than double that of Liao Fan's own. She truly was a genuine prodigy. How could she elevate her strength to such a terrifying level in such a brief span of time? Beside Liao Fan, Meng Yao, who was also observing the unfolding battle, could not help but emit a gasp of astonishment. Originally, Meng Yao's innate talent was already formidable. However, in comparison to the evolutionary prowess displayed by Chu Fengfeng at that moment, she appeared relatively inferior. It was as if Chu Fengfeng's body functioned like a colossal hourglass, continuously filtering the energy molecules present in the air, voraciously siphoning them into her being. With the relentless refining of this energy, Chu Fengfeng's gaze grew increasingly resolute and frigid. Her punches swift and powerful, dispatching the second firewolf spider in a mere few seconds. This was her innate gift, one that could not be emulated by others. Yet, there was no need for excessive envy. After all, Meng Yao's talent was not lacking, and she was a tier ahead of Chu Fengfeng. Her future achievements might very well rival those of this woman. Liao Fan withdrew his gaze and turned his attention to the astonished Meng Yao, remarking, in this apocalyptic world, while a person's talent is undoubtedly precious, the ability to seize opportunities is even more vital. Meng Yao chuckled wryly, replying, what opportunities could possibly exist here? Besides the endless cycle of battle and slaughter? I truly cannot comprehend. You will soon understand, Liao Fan replied, ignoring her, as he narrowed his eyes and suddenly focused on the pure white sky above. High above, dense clouds were gathering with fervor, and the previously mist-shrouded heavens grew increasingly dark and somber. In his line of sight, thick clouds coalesced chaotically, their tumultuous compression and collision igniting sparks that heralded the emergence of purple lightning. With a resounding roar, the clouds reached a critical mass, and through the friction of molecules, a thunderous clap erupted, tearing apart the thick cloud cover like a venomous serpent racing through the sky, illuminating the entire expanse above. It has arrived. It has finally arrived. Liao Fan's palms clenched tightly, his eyes ablaze with fervor, now brimming with intensity. In the high altitudes, a continuous, low rumble echoed, reminiscent of the friction between two worlds, enveloping the wormhole space. The ground trembled violently, the oppressive thunder reverberating through the air, stirring it into a restless and ominous state. Purple lightning crackled amidst the clouds, resembling galloping steeds, illuminating the sky in a brilliant radiance. What is that? The sudden flash of lightning, interspersed with the resounding thunder, truly made the earth tremble. Everyone was engulfed in a shiver. Meng Yao quickly looked up toward the location where the purple lightning converged, her mouth agape in sheer astonishment. Above, the thick clouds continued to gather wildly, forming a funnel-like tornado. Deep within that gray vortex, a white celestial body emerged, swirling like a nebula, radiating a dazzling and pristine brilliance that was resplendent to the utmost degree. Liao Fan's gaze burned with intensity, and he murmured softly in a trance. That is a source crystal, a pure energy crystal formed through the condensation and compression of natural energy. The so-called source crystal is the optimal shortcut for any being in nature on the path to becoming a powerhouse. These seemingly pristine crystals are formed from the most exquisite energy, compressed and condensed into a singular entity. Even the smallest among them embodies the total essence that a human adept would painstakingly refine over a month. If the advent of the apocalypse is to be seen as the heaven's greatest punishment upon the blue planet, then the emergence of these source crystals represents the most profound opportunity bestowed upon humanity. At any moment, source crystals stand as the rarest of resources in this cataclysmic era. A mere soul crystal possesses the potential to unlock the pathways of evolution for humankind, or even allow individuals to transcend the barriers of evolution, fully integrating into the ranks of the extraordinary. Any living being that consumes a soul crystal holds a certain probability of surpassing evolutionary limits, and upon success, experiences a profound metamorphosis. This is precisely what Liao Fan has been fervently awaiting and pursuing after entering the fourth wormhole space. Chapter 90, Assembly Indeed. While the effects of the soul crystal are undeniably potent and astonishing for human abilities, the trials and costs it entails are far from simple. As celestial phenomena unfolded, all the monstrous entities, previously engaged in a frenzied hunt for humanity, abruptly ceased their actions. With an entranced gaze, they mechanically lifted their heads, fixated upon the luminous white crystals coalescing in the heavens, unleashing a cacophony of deep and frenzied roars. Within the campus, the air was thick with the ominous and terrifying growls of these creatures. Outside, various monsters prowling the town in search of human prey echoed similar greedy and yearning screeches. In that instant, the entire wormhole space reverberated with a tumult of furious roars from countless monsters, akin to the thunderous resonance of a storm, shaking the earth and stirring the air into a frenzied and oppressive turmoil. Meng Yao stood behind Liao Fan, her complexion pale and lips quivering as she listened to the terrifying and sonorous cries of the bizarre beasts. Goodness! Why have these monsters begun to roar as if deranged? It is not madness, it is exhilaration. Liao Fan inhaled deeply, forcing himself to suppress the rapid beating of his heart. He spoke quickly. The emergence of the source crystal signifies an extraordinary opportunity for evolution for every being in nature. Whether human or these creatures from the outer cosmos, they can attain the chance to transcend their evolutionary limits by consuming the source crystal. Although not every being will necessarily evolve after devouring the crystal, the energy it contains is exponentially more potent than that of naturally absorbed essence, thus offering a significantly enhanced evolutionary potential. Ah, I see now. It is no wonder you are so excited. Meng Yu took a deep breath, also sensing the immense energy gathering in the sky. As this energy coalesced, it radiated a dazzling brilliance that captivated not only people but also countless monsters, who flocked towards the ethereal glow. The time is nigh. We must promptly signal Zhaoyi and Wu Yuan to assemble. Once the source crystal erupts, chaos will ensue here, and it will be impossible for just the two of us to gather a substantial amount of crystals. Liao Fan inhaled deeply, his gaze turning fierce, and he issued a low growl. Very well. Meng Yao dared not delay, swiftly retrieving a signal flare gun, aiming it towards the sky, and pulling the trigger with determination. With a whoosh, a red flare shot into the air, exploding into a fiery display of sparks, signaling the assembly of their team high above the campus. As the flare erupted, the concealed military and police forces around the academy emerged from their hiding spots, hastening towards the location ignited by the flare. Let us go? There are only a few minutes remaining before the source crystal erupts. We must organize the team before that happens. Liao Fan cast a deep gaze upward, where ominous dark clouds continued to brew and gather in a terrifying frenzy, the pure white luster of starlight becoming increasingly pronounced. However, it would still take some time before the source crystal was fully formed. No longer willing to wait, he activated his utmost speed and sprinted toward the school playground. Simultaneously, 50 armed soldiers, who had long been concealed both inside and outside the academy, swiftly assembled, weapons in hand, racing toward this location. At the forefront of the group, Zhaoyi and Wu Yuan ran side by side, hastening toward the rendezvous point while scanning the surroundings of the gruesome scene, their faces ashen, eyes wide with terror. Just hours earlier, they had harbored doubts about Liao Fan's intelligence, skeptical that an abundance of monsters would truly emerge here to hunt down civilians. However, the sudden onset of thick fog, accompanied by various bizarre creatures emerging from within, nearly shattered their worldview. In this vast wormhole space, more than 5 or 6 ferocious beings had appeared simultaneously, voraciously devouring humans and brutally attacking the unarmed. The vivid scenes of bloodshed quickened their heartbeats, instilling a profound fear while simultaneously igniting deep doubts about the essence of this world. Damn it, there truly are monsters here. It seems Liao Fan spoke the truth. On my way here, I encountered 2 creatures that nearly cost me my life, Wu Yuan said, his complexion pale as he surveyed the surroundings. Zhaoyi, wearing a wry smile, responded, "I share a similar plight." Several fleeing individuals stumbled upon my hiding spot, pursued by a creature resembling a gorilla. In my attempt to save them, I fired at the white gorilla, only for it to withstand 3 shots, nearly devouring me in the process. Now, prior to receiving the assembly signal, both Xiao Yi and Wu Yuan had witnessed the horrors of those monsters, even finding themselves embroiled in battles against them. Although their orders were to remain concealed and refrain from direct combat with the creatures, as police officers, they could not ignore the sight of numerous monsters converging and attacking defenseless civilians. They took the perilous risk of disobeying orders, shooting down many. The immediate consequence of such combat was a collapse of their worldview. None had ever encountered such terror, especially Xiao Yi, when faced with a white-haired gorilla. He had fired 3 shots, yet the creature remained unscathed, gruesomely dismembering a woman before his very eyes, an image that profoundly shook his soul. Even now, his calves trembled uncontrollably. It was not only him. The other soldiers and officers arriving for assembly had, to varying degrees, witnessed the brutality and terror of the monsters. Even those who had not engaged directly felt the psychological shock from the gruesome scenes of slaughter. Each face appeared as pale as paper, and several soldiers bore injuries. Without their firearms, it was uncertain whether they would have survived to reach this point. As the police gathered, Liao Fan and Ming Yo hastened to the playground at their utmost speed. Observing the shock and fear etched on Xiao Yi and Wu Yuan's faces, Liao Fan smiled slyly and remarked, "Surely, no one doubts my words now?" Silence enveloped the group. Having witnessed such gruesome scenes of slaughter, they were rendered nearly speechless. Xiao Yi stepped forward, breathless, and said, "Let us set this aside for now. There are numerous monsters nearby, and we encountered many on our way here. They are converging towards the academy. What are your thoughts? Issue a command quickly." Xiao Yi's agitation was understandable. Given the sheer number and variety of monsters they had encountered along the way, all gravitating towards the same location. If all the monsters were to assemble in one place, even armed to the teeth, their escape would be far from guaranteed. Liao Fan, unwilling to waste time, raised his gaze towards the tumultuous gathering of source crystals above and declared sternly, "Your task is simple. Shortly, a substance known as source crystal will descend here. I need you to form a defensive formation to fend off the majority of the monsters, allowing me to secure a sufficient amount of source crystals. You may partake in the scramble, but under the condition that you do not hinder me, regardless of what transpires. Remember this. It is preferable for the source crystals to be destroyed than to fall into the jaws of those monsters." Chapter 91. The struggle. What exactly is a source crystal, and why is it being fought over? As Liao Fan's question echoed, the police officers, led by Xiao Yi, cast perplexed glances at him. Liao Fan replied candidly, "The source crystal is a rare crystalline entity that facilitates rapid evolution in individuals. It is formed through the compression and refinement of natural energy, possessing immense power yet limited in quantity. It is the primary objective of my mission." The revelation sent shockwaves through the assembled military and police personnel, their eyes widening in disbelief as they regarded Liao Fan. Xiao Yi cleared his throat and urgently inquired, "Why didn't you inform us of this sooner? It is not too late to convey this now. However, heed my warning. That entity is about to erupt. Let us defer any further discussion until you have successfully completed your mission." Liao Fan shook his head, dismissing their inquiries, and then lifted his gaze sharply towards the sky, fixating on the flickering radiance above. The intelligence regarding the source crystal was a closely guarded secret for Liao Fan. He would not divulge any information about it until its imminent appearance. After all, its rarity and significance were unparalleled. Yet at this juncture, there was little reason to conceal any longer. High above, energy was rapidly coalescing, swirling in concert with the dense clouds, forming a colossal funnel. Within its depths, the pure white glow expanded limitlessly, resembling a massive meteor hurtling through the void, poised to crash violently into the earth below. It's coming. The white sky, shimmering starlight, and the vast currents of energy coursing through the heavens ignited a fervor within Liao Fan, amplifying his excitement. Simultaneously, the monstrous entities racing towards the Art Academy raised their heads, unleashing more frantic roars. Like humans, these extraterrestrial beings were similarly exhilarated and impulsive at the advent of the source crystal. Their instinct for evolution drove them, compelling the monsters to forget their predatory instincts in their surroundings, akin to a frenzied tide converging heedlessly. Damn it, there are so many. In the depths of the playground, Xiao Yi and the military personnel observed the approaching horde of beasts, their eyes reflecting sheer astonishment and dread. The scale of this onslaught, the sheer number of creatures, far exceeded anyone's expectations. Countless monsters thundered forward, their roars resembling the sound of thousands of wild stallions trampling the earth, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. The rumble of their footsteps drowned out even the thunder in the sky, making the entire school quiver in response. "Quickly, establish a defensive line. We must secure this position immediately," Xiao Yi bellowed. Wu Yuan, standing beside him, promptly took command, leading his men to form a straight line. Their dark barrels aimed at the approaching tide of monsters, beads of cold sweat dotting each person's brow. The streets, the buildings, and the playground, monstrous silhouettes surrounded the area, their menacing presence instilling fear in the hearts of all participants in the operation. Despite being the elite segment of the entire Lin City police system, they could not help but feel a profound sense of fear when confronted with such a terrifying scene for the first time. Strangely, although the monsters approached with ferocity, they did not immediately launch an attack on humans. Each creature, regardless of its size or strength, raised its gaze towards the sky upon nearing the playground, their numb and grotesque faces displaying a deep yearning and greed as they stared motionless at the falling white specks above. Suddenly, a low rumble resonated through the air, intensifying as a massive white meteor exploded, scattering dozens of smaller white points of light that shimmered like stars, illuminating the sky with a brilliance reminiscent of pure celestial light. Tearing through the firmament like burning fireflies, these fragmented lights began to accelerate downward, carrying an overwhelming and terrifying momentum as they plummeted to the ground. 1, 2, 3. Liao Fan, who had been observing the changes in the sky, finally discerned that there were approximately 40 falling light points, all erupting from the same direction, creating a celestial display as they descended towards various spots on the playground. The intense light, accompanied by the low growl of thunder, resembled genuine meteors crashing to Earth. However, just as onlookers suspected that these objects would wreak havoc upon impact, they noticed that the meteor's descent suddenly slowed. The once overwhelming force, which had seemed destined to crash down with cataclysmic impact, became eerily silent as they neared the ground. Only delicate white points of light remained, like feathers scattered across the sky, transforming into a soft, luminous glow as they drifted down in various directions. Liao Fan's gaze remained fixed on the direction of the source crystal's descent. As he drew closer, a pure, flawless crystal, no larger than an adult's thumb, suddenly broke through the air and fell near the basketball court. What a chance! Without a moment's hesitation, he accelerated to his utmost speed, his body akin to a cheetah bursting through the air, swiftly positioning himself directly beneath the basketball hoop. The first falling source crystal was within arm's reach. Upon arriving beneath the hoop, Liao Fan immediately bent his legs, propelling his entire body upward with explosive force, his outstretched left hand mere inches away from the white light. Beware! Suddenly, a voice filled with panic echoed from behind him. Without needing to turn, Liao Fan sensed the sound of something slicing through the air from the side. He glanced over to see a formidable figure, clad in dark blue skin armor with bulging muscles, charging out from the nearby greenery. Its target also set on the first fallen source crystal. It was the rhinoceros-horned creature, having concealed itself nearby. Get lost, Liao Fan growled, twisting his bone knife and delivering a diagonal strike aimed directly at the creature's cheek. Liao Fan was not taken aback by the appearance of this creature. After all, the aura emanating from the source crystal was simply too alluring. It not only held immense temptation for humanity, but also possessed a fatal attraction for those extraterrestrial beings who sought power. The rhinoceros horned man, being among the more intellectually developed and highly intelligent low-tier monsters, certainly would not let this rare opportunity slip away. As the blade descended, it resembled a cascading waterfall. The rhinoceros horned man emitted a deep, guttural roar, violently tossing its head, and its black horn thrust forward to meet the bone knife. A resounding clang echoed as metal collided. Liao Fan felt his wrist buckle under the force, propelling him diagonally into the air. The rhinoceros horned man, too, fell, its robust body crashing against the basketball hoop, causing the thick metal frame to creak and sway ominously. Simultaneously, the creatures that had eagerly awaited the descent of the source crystal let out a chorus of thunderous roars. Under the intoxicating allure of the crystal's aura, all the monsters surged toward the playground with frenzied abandon. The once desolate field was instantly transformed into a chaotic battleground, teeming with creatures vying for dominance and stirring up clouds of dust. Chapter 92. The Rescue Fire. Fire. Outside the playground, Zhao Yi and Wu Yuan erupted in unison with fierce shouts. Their orders were to steadfastly defend the playground, buying precious time for Liao Fan to seize the source crystal, and they would not allow these monstrous creatures to approach. As the command was issued, dozens of soldiers and police drew their weapons simultaneously, aiming their firearms at the leading creatures, their eyes betraying a mix of anxiety and fear. The sight of hundreds of monsters charging forth was utterly terrifying. Even though they had undergone the most rigorous military training and had previously encountered a few of these creatures, facing such a tide of beasts with no end in sight left them trembling with trepidation. Before long, the first creature barreled into view, a large firewolf spider, measuring over a meter in length. Its body encased in a tough exoskeleton, armed with spiny, spear-like limbs that allowed it to move with alarming speed. With a sudden rush, The fire wolf spider lunged at the formation, prompting Zhao, the leader of the group, to react swiftly. A bullet flew forth, striking the spider's hardened shell with a sharp crack. The impact was akin to striking iron, although it pierced the tough exterior and sent a spray of viscous fluid erupting. The fire wolf spider did not succumb. Instead, it swung its limbs and charged at the team with even greater ferocity. The creature's savage nature rendered it indifferent to death, particularly when driven by sufficient greed, revealing its reckless and frenzied tendencies. Bang! Another shot rang out, the bullet slicing through one of its limbs and penetrating the right side of its carapace. After enduring 2 shots, the fire wolf spider staggered, collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. Despite the creature's fierce disposition and tenacity, its mere flesh and blood were no match for human firepower. With the first firewolf spider down, Zhao wiped the sweat from his brow, only to be confronted by a second creature, grotesque and pig-like, yet sprouting humanoid arms from its flanks, charging forth relentlessly. Everyone, fire together. Hold this position. Zhao roared, and in that instant, gunfire erupted. 50 police firearms aligned, unleashing a barrage upon the encroaching monsters, driving back the initial wave with brutal force. Armed with pistols, the soldiers appeared formidable. The penetrating power of their bullets was far beyond what these low-tier creatures could withstand. Consequently, the first onslaught left over 20 monster corpses strewn across the playground, each body riddled with gruesome bullet holes, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the grass with a horrifying red. However, this display of firepower only ignited the monster's fury further. In the blink of an eye, the second wave of charging creatures arrived, and those soldiers who had not yet reloaded their magazines were soon met with the frenzied assault and trampling of the beasts. Reluctantly, they resorted to drawing their combat knives, preparing to engage in brutal hand-to-hand combat with the ferocious monsters. Fortunately, each officer here has undergone the most rigorous combat training, their proficiency in hand-to-hand combat far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Coupled with the subtle enhancements from the infusion of primal energy, they have evolved to some extent. Thus, even when engaged in direct confrontations with these low-tier monsters, they can maintain a tenuous grip on the situation. However, the sheer number of monsters is overwhelming. After repelling the first wave, a second emerges, and just as they manage to fend off the second, a third wave follows swiftly. The 50 military police officers, continuously retracting their defensive lines, can only unleash a chorus of anguished shouts as they face the relentless onslaught of the creatures. Damn it, when will this end? How long must we hold the line? There are no answers, for at this moment, Liao Fan is embroiled in fierce combat. As the first primal crystal descends, the rhinoceros creature launches its assault without hesitation. Although its combat prowess does not quite match Liao Fan's, the gap is not insurmountable. Under its interference and strikes, Liao Fan struggles to gain the upper hand. He wields his bone knife, parrying the creature's massive claws several times and relying on the lethality of his blade. He finally gains a decisive advantage. Just as he prepares to kick the rhinoceros creature away and seize the primal crystal, an unforeseen event unfolds. A yellow falcon, nearly 2 meters in wingspan and adorned with feathers as hard as steel, descends from the direction of the academic building. Its formidable beak and pure yellow talons, resembling forged steel, exude an aura of dominance. At the moment Liao Fan kicks the rhinoceros creature aside and rushes toward the primal crystal, the yellow falcon swoops down directly towards his back. Its wings vibrate in the air, emitting a piercing sound indicative of a well-planned attack. To Liao Fan's surprise, the commotion here has attracted the attention of avian monsters. With a swift glance, he spots the approaching raptor and, without a moment's hesitation, activates his agility, dodging to the side to evade the falcon's lethal talons. The claws sweep through the air, missing Liao Fan's back, but they draw perilously close to the descending primal crystal, mere half a meter from capture. Suddenly, a silver dagger hurtles through the air, striking the falcon's talons with precision. The resounding clash of metal reverberates as the yellow falcon is repelled, spiraling in the air, its sharp gaze fixated on the slender and graceful figure of Meng Yao. Although this woman has always abhorred combat, consistently avoiding direct confrontation, when Liao Fan found himself besieged by 2 monsters and on the verge of losing the primal crystal, she bravely stepped forward, wielding the assault dagger Liao Fan had lent her to fend off the impending threat of the yellow giant eagle. "Huh. You finally decided to join the fray," Liao Fan remarked, evading the falcon's talons, flipping in midair to face the woman with a look of appreciation. He had never anticipated that she would come to his aid in such a critical moment. At this point, could I still remain on the sidelines? Meng Yao let out a soft huff, averting her gaze from Liao Fan as she turned her attention to the source crystal that had fallen to the ground. The pristine white crystal lay quietly on the earth, its glass-like structure radiating an aura of purity, while waves of intense energy pulsated from its surface, quickening her breath and heartbeat. Although Meng Yao was not one to pursue power, the instinct for evolution compelled her to approach the crystal, yearning to pick it up. However, the threat was far from over. The allure of the fallen crystal proved irresistible. Both the rhinoceros-like creature and the yellow raptor, which had been startled by Meng Yao moments earlier, unleashed piercing shrieks and lunged towards her in unison. Infuriating. With no time to seize the crystal, Meng Yao could only execute a somersault, rolling onto the ground to evade the imminent danger. Chapter 93, Astonishing Transformation Boom. Almost simultaneously with Meng Yao's roll to safety, a gigantic dark blue foot forcefully stomped down on the very spot where she had just stood. The rhinoceros horned creature moved with astonishing speed, its immense power shattering the concrete beneath, resulting in spiderweb-like cracks. Letting out a ferocious roar, it extended its robust arms, intent on seizing the source crystal lying on the ground. However, at that moment, the colossal yellow eagle swooped in. Previously, the giant eagle had cooperated with the rhinoceros horned creature to launch a surprise attack on Liao Fan, solely to eliminate this troublesome human and swiftly acquire the source crystal. Now, devoid of Liao Fan as a threat, it would not relinquish the crystal to the rhinoceros horned creature without a fight. It emitted a piercing eagle cry, striking down with its talons directly towards the creature's head. Roar. The rhinoceros horned creature, enraged, widened its earthy yellow eyes and unleashed a roar akin to that of a lion or tiger. Raising its arms, it utilized its physical advantage to firmly grasp the eagle's talons, exerting tremendous force to hurl it downward. With a resounding thud, the diving eagle was violently smashed to the ground, emitting a hoarse and agonizing wail. Although its size was considerable, it was no match for the rhinoceros horned creature's bulk. Moreover, flying close to the ground deprived the eagle of its aerial advantage, allowing the creature to exploit the opening and deliver a crushing blow. The two monstrous beings engaged in a fierce struggle over the coveted source crystal, while Liao Fan, observing from the sidelines, seized the opportunity to snatch a bargain. He deftly maneuvered around the battleground, extending his bone knife. With a delicate flick of the blade's tip, the pure white source crystal was firmly clasped in his hand. At last, I have obtained the source crystal. As he felt the potent energy radiating from the crystalline gem in his palm, Liao Fan could not help but display a look of infatuation, lost in the allure of its power. No one could resist the magnetic pull of the source crystal. Not even Liao Fan himself. Reflecting on his previous experience, where he had suffered due to a delayed evolution and had to take immense risks to penetrate the lair of the source crystal, he had ultimately been grievously injured by a monster and had to watch helplessly as the crystal he sought was snatched away by another human. Such resources were exceedingly rare and invaluable. In his past life, Liao Fan had never managed to successfully acquire a source crystal, relying instead on his mediocre talent to accumulate energy over time, forever lagging behind. But this time would be different. The moment he secured the source crystal, Liao Fan, without a moment's hesitation, committed an astonishing act. He abruptly opened his mouth and inserted the crystal, which instantly slid down his throat into his stomach. Boom. The immense energy immediately radiated throughout his body, generating torrents of searing heat that surged violently through him, coursing to his limbs and bones. In an instant, Liao Fan's features contorted in agony, his body collapsing as he crouched down. The energy stored within the source crystal was overwhelmingly vast. The cost of forcibly consuming one could very well lead to his body exploding from the sheer force of the energy within. Even though Liao Fan had reached a remarkably high level of evolution, placing him at the forefront of all human beings on Blue Star, he was on the verge of succumbing to excruciating pain. He felt a searing fire ignite within his stomach, a fierce energy storming through his body, causing his insides to convulse as if his very intestines were about to twist. The overwhelming agony forced him to half-kneel on the ground, his eyes bulging, fist clenched tightly, with every vein on the back of his hands standing out prominently. A heart-wrenching howl escaped his lips. You madman, you are recklessly courting death. Meanwhile, Meng Yao, who had just escaped danger, was equally terrified by Liao Fan's reckless actions. Although it was her first encounter with a source crystal, she understood that the high-purity energy contained within it imposed a significant burden on the body. The fact that Liao Fan had disregarded everything to swallow it was akin to seeking his own demise. Yet, despite the fiery torment gnawing at his abdomen and the violent shockwaves ravaging every muscle and cell within him, Liao Fan, trembling, gritted his teeth against the burning pain. Locking his frenzied gaze onto Meng Yao, and with a sinister smile declared, I have waited long for this day. I cannot afford to fail. What is a little pain in comparison? Madman. Meng Yao could only stomp her feet in frustration, rushing towards Liao Fan, intent on protecting this reckless individual. However, suddenly, a deep, thunderous roar erupted like a clap of thunder, instantly paralyzing her with fear. 10 meters away, the rhinoceros man, having just dealt with the giant eagle, widened its bell-like eyes in fury, glaring at Liao Fan, who had just consumed the source crystal and was now half kneeling on the ground. It unleashed a furious and crazed roar, its eyes brimming with rage. With a powerful leap, it pounced behind Liao Fan, raising its dark blue arms. Its massive claws carrying the strength to shatter rock, crashing down towards the crown of Liao Fan's head. The sight of the coveted source crystal being seized by this human ignited an uncontrollable rage within it, driving it to a frenzy, seeking to tear apart this adversary. At that moment, Liao Fan, reeling from the backlash of forcibly consuming the source crystal, appeared utterly weak and defenseless, lacking even the slightest ability to retaliate. No. Mengyo. Her face etched with terror, watched helplessly as Liao Fan lay beneath the claws of the rhinoceros man, her soul trembling with despair. Despite her disdain for this cold-blooded individual, she could not bear to witness his demise, for he had indeed assisted her while utilizing her. But who, at this moment, could save Liao Fan? The rhinoceros man's claws, imbued with the force of 1,000 junks, were akin to saw blades, capable of crushing rock. A mere steel plate would likely be penetrated. The distance was too great for Meng Yao to intervene in time. Her mind blank, she envisioned the horrific scene of Liao Fan being obliterated beneath the creature's claw. Yet, just as this woman found herself engulfed in desolation, an even more unexpected event unfolded. Liao Fan, once ensnared in anguish and trembling on the ground, suddenly ceased his shivering. Not only did the tremors subside, but all discomfort vanished in that very moment. He calmly raised his chin, revealing a pair of piercing eyes that radiated an eerie green hue, akin to a fierce lone wolf emanating a verdant glow. Even more astonishing was the cacophony of cracking bones that erupted from his body. As he pressed his hands against the ground, they unexpectedly elongated and hardened, and his skeletal structure and physique underwent a striking transformation. His elongated hands boasted thickened joints, and at the tips of his fingers, black claws extended, curving like the talons of a savage beast, indomitable and razor-sharp. Equally altered were his cheeks and neck, which sprouted bizarre patterns, while beneath the skin, a fine layer of downy fur began to emerge, causing his muscles to bulge and his appearance to shift dramatically. From a distance, he resembled a werewolf crouched upon the earth. A true werewolf indeed. He abruptly raised his upper body, unleashing a howl reminiscent of a famished wolf, and fiercely extended his left arm to block the descending claws of the horned creature. Chapter 94. The collapse of the defense. The arms of the rhinoceros man were robust, imbued with a strength exceeding 1,000 pounds. In a fit of rage, it struck out, its claw capable of shattering rock. Yet, even so, Liao Fan managed to block its claw with just one hand. In this moment of stalemate, he slowly raised his cold, bloodshot eyes, his visage transforming into that of a werewolf, covered in a fine layer of light brown fur, with sharp, piercing gaze radiating a primal intensity. No matter the force of the rhinoceros man's attack, nor the astonishing strength in its arms, it could not budge the werewolf's arm. Liao Fan had fully completed the first stage of his evolution, reclaiming the extraordinary ability of lycanthropy from his past life. In his previous existence, it had been the same. After years of perseverance, upon successfully breaking through to the first stage of evolution, he immediately acquired this werewolf transformation ability. When necessary, Liao Fan could activate the blood of the wolf demon beast within him, transforming into a true battle wolf, not only altering his physique but also exponentially increasing his strength and explosive power. At this moment, he had transcended human form, wielding 1,000 pounds of strength in a single arm, effortlessly repelling the rhinoceros man's full-on assault. With a powerful thrust of his sturdy hind legs, he charged forward, delivering a fierce blow to the rhinoceros man's abdomen. Boom! The seemingly towering and muscular rhinoceros man let out a pitiful wail. Propelled like a cannonball by Liao Fan's strike, it soared several meters, crashing violently into the basketball hoop behind it. The metallic framework bent under the impact, emitting a mournful creak, and the entire structure toppled to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and ice shards. Amidst the swirling smoke, Liao Fan rose slowly, his height of 175 centimeters swelling by 3 inches, his muscles bulging, veins protruding on his arms, and the light brown fur covering much of his body made him appear more like a ferocious beast filled with the essence of slaughter. The long-lost sensation had finally returned to him. He lowered his head, gazing at his robust, sharp claws, and with a gravelly, satisfied laugh, he reveled in his newfound power. After his rebirth, Liao Fan had ceaselessly sought opportunities to regain the strength of his past life. For this day, he had sacrificed much effort and endured countless hardships. Fortunately, it had all been worthwhile. He then lowered his hands, slowly shifting his gaze towards Mengyao, who sat stunned on the ground, mouth agape in astonishment. A smile crept across his werewolf visage as he asked, "What is the matter? Do you not recognize me? Why you? How did you become a monster?" Mengyao sat frozen, her eyes wide with disbelief, utterly astonished. Just moments ago, she had witnessed Liao Fan erupt in power during a dire moment, his form swelling and evolving into that of a werewolf. The shock and stimulation of this scene were immense, so profound that Meng Yao refused to believe it, convinced she was merely trapped in a prolonged nightmare. Yet, this was no dream. Everything that transpired was undeniably real. Faced with Meng Yao's incredulous gaze, Liao Fan merely smiled numbly and shook his head, stating that this was his unique ability and she need not display such astonishment. He assured her that once she completed her evolution, she too would acquire corresponding powers. As he spoke, Liao Fan's inflated physique gradually deflated like a punctured balloon, swiftly returning to its normal state. Although he relished the sense of strength conferred by his werewolf transformation, sustaining that form required a considerable expenditure of energy. At this moment, having just completed his evolution, the energy stored within him was still not particularly refined. Thus, it was impractical for him to maintain the werewolf guise indefinitely unless absolutely necessary. How? Have you reverted again? Meng Yao stared at Liao Fan, who effortlessly transitioned between werewolf and human forms, her mouth agape in disbelief. However, it was evident that this was not an opportune moment for conversation. Just as Liao Fan completed his transformation and retrieved the bone knife, a pure white comet streaked across the sky, slicing through the air like a sword, aimed at another point on the playground. There's no time to explain. Quickly seize the remaining source crystals. The consequences of those falling into the mouths of monsters would be unimaginable. Liao Fan bellowed, stomping his left foot down heavily. The ground beneath him erupted, and he became a blur, darting past Meng Yao towards the second source crystal. At this juncture, he had successfully transcended the first stage of evolution, becoming a true supernatural being, and uniquely the only super warrior to surpass the limits of human bloodlines within Blue Star. Even without transforming into a werewolf, his speed and explosive power were unparalleled. Liao Fan, racing at full speed, resembled a wild stallion unbridled, each movement imbued with explosive vigor. His velocity astonishingly swift. With a single push off the ground, he soared 5 to 6 meters, creating a whirlwind with his rapid strides. In the blink of an eye, he covered the 30-meter distance. Just before the second source crystal touched the ground, he extended his hand and firmly grasped it. However, this time, Liao Fan refrained from consuming it, having already surpassed the first stage of evolution. Further ingestion of a source crystal would yield little noticeable enhancement to his power unless he acquired a more advanced crystal. In this post-apocalyptic world, each source crystal was invaluable, and Liao Fan was reluctant to squander it. After securing the second source crystal, he promptly pocketed it and shifted his gaze to the third crystal descending from the sky. This wormhole incident was set to unleash nearly 40 source crystals, with their landing sites being unpredictable, though they predominantly concentrated around the playground area. Liao Fan needed to act swiftly to procure more crystals. Yet, just as he lunged for the third source crystal and successfully grasped it, Zhao Yi and the others, who had been valiantly maintaining their defensive line against the relentless onslaught of monsters, finally began to falter. Hundreds of ferocious creatures surged towards their defenses and even handguns, as conventional firearms could only withstand the assault for a brief period. Moreover, as the shards of source crystals cascaded down, they ignited the covetous desires of the monsters. Driven by an instinctual yearning for evolution, the creatures surged forward with bloodshot eyes, launching a reckless assault. The officers, having exhausted their ammunition, were compelled to resort to hand-to-hand combat to delay the onslaught of the beasts. However, relying solely on close combat proved insufficient to pose a credible threat to the monsters. Damn it, we can't hold out much longer. Everyone, retreat quickly to the interior. In the midst of the chaos, Zhao Yi, having fired the last round from his magazine, issued a decisive command and led his subordinates in a hasty withdrawal. As the team retreated, the once sturdy defensive formation collapsed with a thunderous crash, creating a gaping breach. Seizing the opportunity, the monsters erupted into ecstatic howls, disregarding all else as they charged into the throng and swiftly advanced toward the site where the source crystals had fallen. Are we already at our limit? Liao Fan's gaze sharpened as he observed the monstrous tide surging forward. Instantly, his expression darkened. He turned to Meng Yao, who was still ensnared in shock and stupor not far off, and urged her sharply, "This is not the time for spectatorship. Hurry, gather the source crystals with me. We must not allow these creatures to seize too many. Humans can evolve with the help of source crystals, and so too can the monsters. Should they consume the crystals, the situation would become exceedingly dire." After issuing this warning, Liao Fan no longer hesitated. He deftly resumed his pace, racing toward the fourth and fifth points of the source crystal's descent. Chapter 95. Innate desire in a modest playground. At least 10 source crystals had descended. Liao Fan had already consumed one, resolutely refraining from indulging in a second. Nevertheless, he rushed towards the remaining points where the source crystals had fallen, determined not to allow them to fall into the clutches of the monsters. However, such insatiable greed naturally incited the ferocious roars of the creatures. After all, the number of source crystals was exceedingly limited, while the number of monsters surged well beyond 100, making competition fierce. Liao Fan had collected several on his own, inevitably drawing the ire of the beasts. Just as Liao Fan prepared to claim his fifth source crystal, a violent gust arose behind him. A dark yellow figure suddenly burst through the encirclement of military personnel, rushing towards him at an alarming speed. The creature that attacked was a massive rat, its corpulent body covered in yellow fur, with large, exaggerated claws, moving with a speed that seemed to rival Liao Fan's own. As the claws swiped through the air, Liao Fan immediately activated his agility. Despite having surpassed his previous speed, he was still unable to evade the impending attack entirely. The ferocity of this assault was even more formidable than that of the horned man he had faced earlier. It was the golden devouring rat. A fleeting glance revealed a creature nearly 2 meters tall, its rotund body cloaked in plush fur. Liao Fan's expression darkened. There was no time to retrieve the source crystal. He executed a forward roll, landing on the ground. His reflexes were astoundingly quick, surpassing the limits of human response. Yet, the sharp, icy claws still lunged towards his back. His outer garment erupted, and the claws, sharp as blades and chilling to the bone, pierced into the flesh of his back, a dull ache accompanying the intrusion. Fortunately, Liao Fan was clad in a soft combat armor. Just as the claws were about to breach his skin, the seemingly pliable armor hardened into a resilient barrier, absorbing over 80% of the impact. The golden devouring rat's claws, while possessing extraordinary penetrating power, could not breach the armor's defense, leaving only a fraction of the force to pose any threat to Liao Fan. Die, he roared, turning back to confront the creature without even wielding his bone knife. Instead, he focused a furious punch directly at the rat's fleshy chest. Boom. The power behind this punch was akin to that of a bullet. Even though the rat was enveloped in layers of fat capable of dissipating massive force, Liao Fan's strike exceeded all expectations. The punch, like a dragon unleashed, carried a pressure that sent the golden devouring rat howling in distress, its massive body rolling against the ground before crashing to the side. At the same time, a smaller firewolf spider seized the opportunity to slip past the clash, its slender limbs poised, its mandibles wide open, eagerly anticipating the chance to seize a source crystal. Without even glancing its way, Liao Fan spun his bone knife and decisively hurled it. The dark blade sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, severing the spider's outstretched limbs. Hiss! The creature, deprived of its limbs, emitted a chilling howl. Liao Fan swiftly rotated his body, closing the distance in an instant. And with a furious punch, he shattered the exterior shell of the firewolf spider. Utilizing the strength of both arms, he lifted the spider's carapace-covered body high, and with a deft pivot on his toes, propelled it into the air, sending it crashing down onto 2 of its kin amidst a cacophony of anguished cries. Having dealt with the firewolf spider, Liao Fan let out a slight sigh of relief, but upon turning back, he was immediately filled with both alarm and fury. A filthy wild dog, reeking of decay, had seized the opportunity to dart towards the edge of the playground, extending its snout eagerly, its tongue unfurling to grasp a source crystal lying on the ground, intent on devouring it. This ordinary yellow dog, with its grimy head and gaunt frame, were no distinction from the strays that roamed the city's corners. Yet it had somehow sensed the presence of the source crystal and stealthily infiltrated the playground. Coveting the precious gem, Liao Fan was instantly incensed, acutely aware of the impending threat. Any creature that made contact with source energy possessed the potential for evolution. If the yellow dog swallowed this source crystal, the consequences were utterly unpredictable. With a renewed resolve, he wielded his bone blade, unleashing a tempest of fury. Just as the dog's tongue had ensnared the crystal, before it could fully consume it, the black blade struck like a bolt of lightning, cleaving through the filthy head. Blood erupted in a spray, and the dog's head, propelled by the scalding crimson, soared into the air. Regrettably, although Liao Fan had intervened in time to thwart the yellow dog's evolution, the source crystal it had already ingested was beyond retrieval. Damn it! He cursed vehemently, neglecting to inspect the dog's lifeless body as the enraged roars of more creatures surged from behind. Turning to face the oncoming horde, he realized that a multitude of monsters were heedlessly charging forward, while a greater number of source crystals began to rain down from the heavens. As time progressed, the frequency of the falling source crystals accelerated, heralding an impending eruption. In the sky above, at least a dozen source crystals, each surrounded by a white halo, cascaded densely to the ground. Attracted by the essence of the crystals, the creatures descended into a frenzy, attacking everything in their vicinity, whether human or beast. Anyone who dared to approach the crystals would find themselves mercilessly assaulted by the horde until they relinquished their claim. There were simply too many. I could not contend with them alone. I had to rally others to join in the fray, faced with dozens of formidable creatures. Even Liao Fan could only retreat from the onslaught. He quickly rolled away, evading the concentrated charge of the monsters, and then leaped into the air, shouting furiously at the military personnel who were still desperately holding their ground against the advancing tide. Forget about the monsters outside. Hurry and seize the crystals. We must get them out. Seize them. Although uncertain of this madman's true intentions, there was no choice but to trust him for now. At the edge of the playground, Zhao Yi, engaged in a fierce battle against the monsters, turned his gaze towards Wu Yuan and his fellow colleagues after hearing Liao Fan's furious shout. Instantly, the defensive line established by the human military and police crumbled completely, as all the soldiers altered their strategy and began to sprint towards the direction where the source crystals had fallen. Although they were still uncertain about the true significance of these source crystals, witnessing Liao Fan's remarkable combat prowess had enlightened most of the military personnel, leading them to suspect that his extraordinary vigor was closely tied to those source crystals radiating a pure white aura. Furthermore, the alluring scent emitted by these crystals was simply irresistible. The remaining dozens of soldiers were predominantly individuals endowed with formidable talents. Their innate gifts enabled them to swiftly initiate their evolution, simultaneously igniting a primal yearning for the essence exuded by the source crystals. This deep-seated desire, inscribed in their very genes, drove these military personnel to act with reckless abandon. Chapter 96. Frenzied seizure. The monsters roared in fury, and the people echoed their wrath. In an instant, all gazes converged upon the fallen source crystals, each individual and beast filled with an insatiable yearning. They shouted in madness, recklessly battling one another to secure the most advantageous positions, eager to draw closer to the precious source crystals. Amidst the throng of beasts, a towering white-furred gorilla, its body adorned with a luxurious coat yet standing at an impressive 2 meters, suddenly swatted away a competing adversary with a swipe of its paw. It stomped its massive foot upon the ground and charged towards the nearest source crystal. Its formidable stature and overwhelming strength allowed it to repel all nearby monsters. As it eagerly extended its fluffy paw towards the coveted crystal, with a powerful grasp, the white-furred gorilla seized the source crystal, but before it could savor the anticipated feast, a flash of blinding steel sliced through the air, inflicting a grievous wound upon its arm, exposing the bone beneath. The blade whirled with ferocity, blood erupted forth, transforming the darkened blade into a venomous serpent aimed squarely at the gorilla's vulnerable eye. The assailant was none other than Liao Fan, who sought not only to collect the source crystals but also to prevent them from falling into the hands of the monstrous horde. The excruciating pain from the assault forced the gorilla to emit a pained roar, its grip slackening as it lost hold of the crystal. In the wake of the swift blade, it could do nothing but relinquish its prize, retreating in frustration after a final roar of defiance. A hand reached out, catching the source crystal that the gorilla had abandoned, while the blade continued to whirl, relentlessly slicing through the surrounding monsters. After seizing this precious crystal, Liao Fan did not immediately stow it away. Instead, he cast his sharp gaze toward Meng Yao, who was desperately fleeing from several encroaching monsters. He called out, "Catch!" The source crystal slipped from his grasp, transforming into a streak of white light that hurtled toward Meng Yao's head. In the midst of chaos, she instinctively extended her hand, seizing the pristine crystal with a firm grip. "Why did you give this to me?" Meng Yao exclaimed in astonishment, clutching the crystal Liao Fan had just claimed. However, she suddenly became acutely aware of the deepening growls of the beasts around her, their voices thick with rage and greed. Turning swiftly, she beheld 5 or 6 firewolf spiders, their eyes wide with avarice and malice, fixated on the object in her hands. Driven by their instinct to evolve, the monsters locked onto the source crystal with unwavering determination. It was evident that whoever possessed the crystal would become the target of their relentless assault. Without hesitation, the firewolf spiders unleashed a synchronized roar, their limbs thrashing wildly as they charged at her with fervent ferocity. In shock, Meng Yao stumbled back, desperately evading the onslaught. Yet, monsters surged from behind, not merely the firewolf spider, but also grotesque flesh-like creatures bristling with spines, reminiscent of sea urchins, which leapt with a heavy weight akin to a ball, recklessly crashing towards the woman. Heavens, why are you pursuing me? Why do you cling to me so tenaciously? Meng Yao's mind went blank, nearly short-circuiting with fear, relying solely on instinct to evade, swiftly retreating to an area with fewer monsters. Liao Fan quickly followed, swinging his bone knife to intercept an assault from a fleshball creature, his expression dark as he reprimanded, "What are you still holding onto it for?" Quickly consumed the source crystal. "Huh, just like that?" Meng Yao was taken aback, glancing at the white source crystal in her hand, then at Liao Fan's grave face. Shaking her head vigorously, No way, the energy stored within is far too immense. If I swallow it, I might rupture my body. Indeed. It would be quite painful, but there was no choice now. Do you think those monsters will grant you the opportunity to properly refine the source crystal? Liao Fan snorted coldly, raising his bone knife to sever the limbs of the firewolf spider, then delivering a powerful kick that sent the flesh ball monster flying. Retreating swiftly as he shouted at the still bewildered Meng Yao, "Consume it, or you will face an unending onslaught from these monsters. If you can't endure this little pain, you are not worthy of becoming a strong survivor in this apocalyptic world." All right, Meng Yao shuddered, retreating a step under Liao Fan's piercing gaze. Despite her inner resistance, the alluring energy emanating from the surface of the source crystal was irresistible. Ultimately, with a heart full of complexity, she closed her eyes, opened her cherry lips, and forcefully swallowed the source crystal that Liao Fan had tossed her way. As soon as the source crystal was ingested, the turbulent energy within erupted like a boiling flood, violently assailing her internal organs and limbs. Meng Yao's cheeks turned pale, clutching her throat in agony, letting out a wail as she collapsed to the ground. Even though this was her second foray into the wormhole space, the aftermath of forcibly consuming the source crystal, due to her lower evolutionary level, was excruciatingly painful. The immense energy surged like a deluge, crashing and washing through her meridians, causing every cell to feel as if it had absorbed too much water, painfully swollen, as if her body were on the verge of tearing apart. Additionally, the scalding energy was relentlessly scorching her internal organs, prompting Meng Yao to cry out in despair, writhing on the ground in agony. Hold on a little longer. With your talent, it shouldn't take long for you to adapt. Liao Fan stood guard beside Meng Yao, wielding his knife with one hand, fending off the frenzied onslaught of monsters, coldly offering his encouragement. The overwhelming energy of the source crystal, when swallowed unprepared, would undoubtedly induce certain after-effects. Yet with Meng Yao's physical prowess and evolutionary strength, this suffering would not last long. Moreover, after the woman consumed the source crystal in her hand, the once frenzied and reckless monsters abruptly turned, hastening towards the direction where other source crystals had fallen. With the source crystal now utilized, they saw no further need to continue their assault on Meng Yao. Instead, they became increasingly fervent in their quest to seize the remaining source crystals. Paying no heed to the trembling woman crouched on the ground, the focus of the battle was perpetually shifting. Wherever a source crystal appeared, there the monsters would unleash their unrelenting frenzy. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the beast horde, the military and police led by Zhao Yi and Wu Yuan faced immense peril and strife. The monsters were maddeningly relentless, their numbers overwhelming. Following Liao Fan's orders, the crowd swiftly occupied the spots where source crystals were about to descend, only to be met by a surge of monstrous entities crashing through, swiftly fragmenting their formation into several disjointed segments. Zhao Yi, the swiftest among them, was the first to be besieged by a creature. The assailant was a colossal gorilla, its arm injured and its body covered in white fur. Despite having one arm severed by Liao Fan, the remaining limb still possessed a devastating force akin to a windmill, raining down blows upon him with relentless ferocity. Chapter 97. The second evolution of humanity. Zhao Yi's magazine had run dry, and with no time to replace it, he resorted to drawing a military knife to engage in a desperate struggle against the white-haired gorilla. As the vice captain of this squad, his combat skills were undoubtedly superior, far exceeding those of an ordinary individual. When faced with the gorilla's assault, he twisted his body to evade a powerful punch, thrusting the knife fiercely into the creature's abdomen, gripping the handle with all his might, and delivering a decisive downward strike. The blade cleaved through the monster's tough hide, creating a gash nearly 10 centimeters long. Blood gushed forth, mingling with the gorilla's furious roars and anguished cries, splattering Zhao Yi's stern visage. Yet, even in its grievous state, the white-haired gorilla retained the strength to continue fighting. With a sweeping motion of its muscular leg, it ensnared Zhao Yi's waist, propelling him violently into the air, crashing against a firewolf spider. Bang! His back collided with the spider's armored shell, the sheer force sending both him and the creature tumbling down. Zhao Yi felt a tightness in his chest, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. Just as he attempted to rise, a horrifying hissing sound reached his ears. He quickly turned to see the downed firewolf spider already regaining its stance, wielding its scythe-like limbs to strike at his back. Danger! Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yi relied on his honed reflexes to roll on the ground, narrowly escaping the fate of being impaled by the creature's appendages. Gritting through the pain, he rose and shifted his gaze to the source crystal, which was poised to fall from above, unleashing a furious exclamation. What in the world is this place? Despite his vocal expressions of indignation and curses, Zhao Yi, as a professional police officer, instinctively scrambled to his feet, disregarding the peril around him, sprinting with utmost speed toward the impending source crystal. Just before it touched the ground, he managed to grasp the crystal with trembling hands. gazing at the immaculate gem that radiated a pure, white aura, utterly at a loss for how to proceed. Roar. A beastly roar thundered in his ears. The injured white-haired gorilla had fixated on the source crystal, bellowing madly as it staggered toward him. The creature's massive form, combined with its thunderous roar, sent Zhao Yi's heart racing. He glanced at the frenzied monsters encircling him and then at the alluring, pristine source crystal in his hand. In a moment of resolve, he spat defiantly, "Even if I die, I won't make it easy for you monsters." In the next heartbeat, he opened his mouth wide and unceremoniously stuffed the source crystal into his mouth, though no one had instructed him on the proper course of action. Zhao Yi acted on instinct. The moment he held the crystal, every cell in his body unleashed a profound instinct and yearning. With his exceptional talent, hailed as the foremost combatant in Lin City, he naturally possessed such instincts and awareness. However, the agonizing experience of forcibly consuming the source crystal was undeniably overwhelming. Particularly as this was Zhao Yi's inaugural venture into the wormhole space, he scarcely had the time to acclimate to the transformation of energy. As the source crystal fell into the abdominal cavity, an explosive surge of energy immediately radiated forth, engulfed by a searing heat that consumed every limb and sinew, inflicting excruciating pain upon each of his cells. His features contorted, and his body crashed heavily to the ground. Writhing in agony like a fish pulled from the water, every cell quivering and trembling. Even more terrifying was the sight of the white-haired gorilla, its face twisted in rage. Fixated on this unfortunate soul, this marked its second failed attempt to seize the source crystal. The beast could not abide having its plans thwarted twice at the hands of these blue-skinned humans. With a mighty roar, it extended its colossal footprint, aiming to crush Zhao Yi's skull beneath its weight. "Zhao Yi, be careful." On the opposite side of the battlefield, Wu Yuan had already sensed the peril confronting Zhao Yi. Yet he himself was ensnared by several monsters, wholly unable to render aid. All he could do was issue a desperate cry, helplessly witnessing the descent of the gorilla's massive foot. Yet, contrary to his recollection of Zhao Yi's head being crushed in a gruesome demise, that horrific scene did not unfold. A flash of silver light, seizing the moment as the beast's foot descended, surged forward from the throng of monsters with a speed that transcended human limits, delivering a powerful strike to the gorilla's stout ankle. The silver dagger cleaved through the air with a dazzling brilliance, with a deft flick of its tip. The creature's tendons were severed entirely, eliciting a horrifying shriek as it toppled backward. Wu Yuan, who was about to rush in to assist, was momentarily stunned. As was Zhao Yi, curled on the ground in agony, both rendered speechless by this unforeseen turn of events. He struggled to lift his head, gazing in disbelief at the enchanting figure that followed the silver light. "Miss Meng Yao, how have you become so formidable?" The one who saved Zhao Yi was indeed Meng Yao. Despite having endured immense suffering just moments ago from consuming the source crystal, she had now acclimated to that pain. Clutching the combat dagger as if she were a celestial being, descending directly beside Zhao Yi. With a single strike, she effortlessly felled the towering, seemingly invincible white-haired gorilla. An unprecedented aura emanated from her, an essence that defied description. Yet, as this aura blossomed, it rendered the outwardly delicate and slender woman strikingly tall and poised. She had evolved. After enduring the initial torment, Meng Yao had adapted to the energy surge's agony, becoming the second human to achieve complete evolution, following Liao Fan. Let us not dwell on words. Focus on protecting yourself. Faced with the bewildered gazes of Zhao Yi and Wu Yuan, she offered no further explanation, merely raising her chin defiantly, her gaze fixed on the already severely wounded gorilla. Taking a deep breath, she spoke in a tone laced with cold determination. "This creature is mine." No sooner had she spoken than Meng Yao shot forth, her agile form stirring a gentle breeze. Her speed and momentum leaving even the valiant warriors Zhao Yi and Wu Yuan in stunned astonishment. Her figure flitted gracefully, akin to a butterfly adorned in blossoms. Each movement was executed with fluidity and finesse, her body as ethereal as a whispering breeze. With a mere sidestep, she circled behind the white-furred gorilla, her blade slicing through the air. In a flash of silvery brilliance, a grotesque gash was immediately laid bare upon the creature's leathery hide. Furthermore, with each of Meng Yao's strikes, a cerulean whirlwind emanated from the surface of her silver dagger, quietly enveloping it. This azure essence, seemingly imperceptible, unleashed a terrifying hiss as it cut through the void, its lethality not to be underestimated, as it seemingly augmented the dagger's cutting prowess. This was Meng Yao's unique ability. After her evolution, this woman had harnessed the power of wind attributes, not only enhancing her speed, but also allowing her to manipulate that cerulean gale, enveloping it around her weapon, rendering this dagger, capable of slicing through iron, as even more formidable. Chapter 98. The nature of combat transformed Meng Yao's body, light as a breeze. exhibited resilience and explosive power in battle that left everyone, including Liao Fan, utterly astounded. Bolstered by the wind attribute energy within her, her form became increasingly ethereal and delicate, while her speed surged several-fold, each movement sharp and swift, exceeding the limits of ordinary human perception. Indeed, once this woman achieved evolution, she underwent a metamorphosis, regaining a semblance of her former prowess. Beyond the fray, Liao Fan watched with admiration, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he observed the white-haired gorilla retreating under Meng Yao's relentless assault, howling in fury. From the outset, he recognized that once Meng Yao's abilities awakened, she would inevitably emerge as a formidable super warrior, one whose future brilliance would overshadow that of the majority of men. Despite her being a woman, this was precisely why Liao Fan devoted such considerable effort to her cultivation. The battle raged on. Although Meng Yao had completed the first stage of her evolution and had undeniably become a novice ability user, her individual strength was still insufficient to alter the tide of the conflict. Amidst the chaos, many police officers, having exhausted their ammunition, fell victim to the enraged monsters that surrounded and trampled them, some reduced to mere pulp, others with their skulls crushed, while yet others were impaled by the vicious limbs of the firewolf spider, leaving behind countless gaping wounds. Driven mad by the pursuit of source crystals, the monsters wreaked havoc. Witnessing their comrades fall, the police officers, too, became frenzied, their eyes bloodshot as they roared with rage, pouring every ounce of their strength into attacking the creatures. Meanwhile, a fortunate few among the officers, navigating the maelstrom of madness, managed to snatch source crystals in the chaos. Each individual fortunate enough to obtain a crystal consumed it without hesitation, even if it meant enduring excruciating pain in the following moment. Meng Yao's evolution unveiled a chance for empowerment, igniting an instinctive yearning for advancement that deeply stimulated the minds of all present, driving them to madness and recklessness. As more and more individuals seized source crystals, the cries of the unfortunate who succumbed to the agony of evolution echoed throughout the battlefield. A few particularly ill-fated souls, having just ingested a crystal, found themselves trampled into oblivion by the enraged monsters before they could even savor the strength bestowed by their newfound abilities. Nonetheless, all pressed on with unwavering resolve. The brutal slaughter and gory reality imparted to these soldiers and officers the lessons necessary for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. There was no need for Liao Fan to reiterate anything. These already capable soldiers understood instinctively what they must do. In the tumult, Wu Yuan also managed to seize a source crystal and, without a moment's hesitation, consumed it, only to be overwhelmed by the ensuing pain, collapsing to the ground and howling as if life itself were a curse. Yet, even in such agony, this individual continued to laugh maniacally, writhing on the ground in pain while incessantly urging himself to endure. I must persevere. Only by becoming stronger can I fulfill Qin's mission and better execute my duties to protect this city, which is on the brink of destruction by monsters. Under the excruciating torment, he let out a piercing roar, only to rise again swiftly, wildly wielding his military knife, slashing at the surrounding creatures in succession. Before long, the blade collided with the hardened shell of a monstrous arthropod, surprisingly cleaving a gash into it. The ensuing force propelled Wu Yuan to the ground. The backlash from the source crystal left him trembling, struggling to turn his gaze, whereupon he beheld a colossal longhorn beetle, its flattened, rounded body encased in a black exoskeleton, glaring furiously at him with its dark horn. A sense of peril enveloped him. This armored beast had fixated on Wu Yuan, intent on slaying him before he could navigate through the evolutionary buffer period. The creature's exoskeleton unfolded, revealing its densely packed, backward-facing spiny limbs, akin to blades, posing an immense threat to Wu Yuan. However, just as the monster was about to seize him, a furious roar erupted from behind. "Beast, I shall be your adversary." The insectoid creature, taken aback, clumsily turned its armored body to face the source of the voice, only to find a towering, muscular mutant orc standing resolutely behind. Its bloodshot eyes locked onto it with an icy glare. Zhao, this once handsome figure, tall and full of vigor, had transformed into a 3-meter-tall behemoth. His muscles bulging like a human tower. His dark blue skin was taut, muscles rippling, with fists the size of millstones, and his resolute cheeks resembled sculpted granite. An aura more terrifying than the monsters and colder than ferocious beasts emanated from his hardened visage. Before the beetle creature could react, the giant Zhao extended his arm without hesitation, pressing down on the creature's shell. His sinewy hands gripped the monster's wings, pulling them apart with force. With a tearing sound, the creature's wings were ripped away, splattering a copious amount of putrid, greenish blood over the giant's arms, rendering the 3-meter-tall orc even more fearsome and grotesque. Zhao Yi truly lived up to his title as Linqing's premier combat force, The feral bloodline's power was astonishing, embodying the essence of a berserker. On the battlefield's other side, Liao Fan cleaved through a nearby monstrous insect with a swift stroke. Squinting his eyes as he observed the rampaging humanoid beast, he couldn't help but curl his lips in admiration. The unfolding events were precisely as he had anticipated. Zhao Yi's innate talent far surpassed that of the others in the team, even without his assistance. He would undoubtedly be the first to complete his evolution and awaken the berserker bloodline, towering over 3 meters in height. With dark blue muscles enveloped in an exterior akin to copper and iron, this being, while still retaining a humanoid form, has transcended the limits of humanity. The bulging, hardened muscles, augmented by the frenzy of a bloodline, have transformed him into a creature reminiscent of a titan. This marks merely the first stage of his evolution. In the near future, Zhao Yi's powers are destined to further ascend, evolving into a true beast of madness. At that time, it is likely that no rival will be found within the entirety of Lin City. Yet, Zhao Yi is not the sole individual to undergo such transformation. Wu Yuan and those military police who, through fierce skirmishes and battles, successfully acquired source crystals, have also risen after enduring an initial phase of evolutionary acclimatization. They unleash mighty roars as they stand, their presence swelling rapidly. Each person metamorphoses into predators, capable of confronting even the most ferocious of monsters in direct combat. Unyielding despite being unarmed. As an increasing number of humans complete their evolution, the dynamics of battle are continuously shifting, once suppressed to the brink of defenselessness by the monsters. The military police have begun to unite, launching physical charges to stabilize the situation while seizing more source crystals, aiding their comrades who have yet to acquire the means to become formidable. Of course, amidst this chaotic battlefield, the opportunity to acquire source crystals is not restricted to humans alone. Some fortunate monsters have also managed to consume source crystals following the bloodshed. Upon ingesting these crystals, these lower-tier monsters begin their own evolutionary journey, now setting their sights on the humans led by Liao Fan. The very nature of combat is undergoing a profound transformation. As the majority of source crystals find their new bearers, the ultimate confrontation between humans and monsters slowly unfurls its curtains. Chapter 99. The evolved monster in the midst of a chaotic battlefield. A deep and frenzied roar erupted suddenly. A firewolf spider, having fortuitously consumed a source crystal and undergone evolution, fixed its sinister and ghastly gaze upon the human ranks. The struggle for soul crystals had reached its conclusion. The monsters that had successfully ingested the crystals were no longer scouring the area for more, but instead cast their ominous eyes upon their next meal. The firewolf spider glared menacingly at the crowd, its cross-shaped mandibles opening wide, as a robust and resilient limb slammed into the ground with a resounding thud. Its size was expanding, and its appendages elongated like true spears, carving deep gashes into the earth. With a sudden hiss, it lunged forward. A frenzied attack aimed at the nearest human. Having completed its evolution, this firewolf spider possessed capabilities far surpassing its former self. Its body had grown larger, its black exoskeleton thicker, and its mandibles gaped wide, revealing serrated teeth that flexibly waved and stirred its limbs, propelling it towards a nearby officer. At that moment, the officer was preoccupied with searching for source crystals, completely unaware of the impending peril. By the time he sensed the hurricane-like force approaching from behind, it was already too late. 8 spear-like limbs, resembling the tendrils of some monstrous creature, struck with remarkable speed and tenacity. Each spearhead was lined with sharp barbs. Black and wickedly keen, though not made of steel, they surpassed it in lethality. With a swift motion, the monster's spear pierced through the officer's abdomen, lifting him effortlessly. While its furious mandibles, akin to cross-shaped blades, snapped at his neck, resulting in a spray of crimson. The attacked officer let out a horrid scream, flailing his limbs in agony. "Damn it, stop." This gruesome scene caught the attention of Zhao Yi, who stood nearby, towering nearly 3 meters. His body was a mass of granite-like muscle. He unleashed a thunderous roar, his feet pounding the ground as he charged at the firewolf spider. His colossal fists, akin to meteorites breaking through the atmosphere, struck the creature's exoskeleton with tremendous force. With a resounding bang, the firewolf spider was hurled backward by the sheer power of Zhao Yi's blow, crashing heavily into the ground 10 meters away and causing a cloud of dust to billow into the air. Had this encounter occurred before its evolution, Zhao Yi's strength would have surely reduced the creature to a mere pulp. However, despite being sent reeling, the firewolf spider quickly regained its footing, raising its 8 spears once more. Its dark form twisted, and it resumed its assault on the other officers, its combat prowess having tripled after consuming the source crystal. Speed, strength, reflexes, and defenses had all seen significant enhancement. This firewolf spider was now a creature entirely distinct from its kin that had been effortlessly slaughtered by Liao Fan. In a flash, a shadow darted forth, a limb striking swiftly towards an officer's abdomen. The police officer had just undergone a transformation. Utilizing his enhanced senses to accurately predict the monster's assault, he swiftly rolled away, narrowly evading the attack from behind. However, the opponent's strike was delivered with such swiftness that he barely managed to escape. The hardened spear grazed him, leaving a gash several centimeters deep. A roar of fury escaped the officer as he raised his weapon and fired, yet the bullet merely struck the tough exoskeleton of the creature, creating a small white mark without shattering it. What is happening here? The officer was taken aback, and even Zhao Yi and the others, who were rushing to assist, gasped in disbelief at the ineffectiveness of the shot. Be cautious. These low-tier monsters will complete their evolution in a short time if they manage to seize the source crystal. They are no longer mere beginner-level creatures, warned Liao Fan, who had also witnessed the scene. He furrowed his brow and shouted to the crowd, "We must retreat. Once the last soul crystal is snatched by the monsters, they will relentlessly continue their assault. Everyone, hurry and find a place to hide." With the mission to seize the source crystal nearing its conclusion, Liao Fan felt no need to keep everyone on the playground, especially considering the presence of several evolved monsters that had attained their new forms through the source crystal. Even someone as formidable as Liao Fan had to tread carefully around these evolved beings. He decisively issued the retreat order, instructing the police officers who had obtained the source crystals to withdraw in groups and conceal themselves, if they could endure until the wormhole vanished. This operation would be deemed a true success. However, retreating was not as simple as it seemed. Just as Liao Fan let out a low growl and prepared to retreat with Mangyao, he noticed another shadow darting through the air, aiming directly for his head. A looming crisis had arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his bone knife to strike at the shadow behind him. The clash of his weapon with the ephemeral figure produced sparks, illuminating the tension of the moment. Liao Fan deflected the blow and swiftly turned, only to find a larger firewolf spider, its body adorned with numerous segmented limbs, blocking his escape. The firewolf spider population had flourished during this contest for the source crystals, benefiting the most from the chaos. At least 5 or 6 of them had consumed source crystals and evolved to the next stage. Now, these vengeful creatures seemed to recall the humiliation Liao Fan had inflicted upon them, one by one surging towards him. 1, 2, 3. A total of 3 firewolf spiders launched a coordinated assault with their limbs, forming a relentless barrage. Liao Fan found himself surrounded by these monsters, their limbs striking in an organized and continuous manner, leaving him with no option but to evade and retreat. The creature's movements wove a terrifying and dense web of attacks around him, devoid of any openings or weaknesses. Soon, Liao Fan found himself at a dead end. With urgency, he danced his hands, causing his bone knife to create afterimages, barely managing to withstand the onslaught of the 3 monsters. Damn it! I never imagined these fellows would hold such a grudge. As he wielded his blade, Liao Fan's gaze darkened slightly. The space for evasion was continuously being constricted, as various monsters closed in from all directions. Should they seal off all avenues of retreat, even Liao Fan might find himself unable to withstand their onslaught. Dodge! He growled under his breath, his body's explosive power surging to its zenith in an instant. The first limb swept towards him, aiming directly for the back of his head, necessitating a swift sidestep. The second limb lashed out towards his abdomen. However, Liao Fan chose not to evade, instead relying on the extraordinary defense of his bat-simian battle armor to absorb the blow. Following this was a third attack, aimed directly at his heart. He opted to take it head-on, swinging his bone blade to cleave the monster's formidable limb in 2, yet his body collided forward, propelling himself toward the foremost firewolf spider. Chapter 100, A Tragic Downfall. The 3-headed firewolf spider emitted furious roars, frantically waving their limbs to weave an expansive web. Yet, Liao Fan executed a peculiar twist, suddenly halting his movement. In a swift motion, he spun on his heel and miraculously broke free from the spider-like onslaught. However, the price was steep. One of the spider's limbs sliced across his hand, leaving a gaping wound, and his outer garment was shredded to tatters by the creature's appendages. Had it not been for the protective enchantment of the bat demon armor, this single assault would have inflicted severe injury upon him. It was evident that the evolved firewolf spider possessed a significantly enhanced attack power compared to before. Nevertheless, such injuries were insufficient to deter Liao Fan. Ignoring the discomfort coursing through him, he propelled himself forward with fervor, swiftly appearing before the most aggressive of the firewolves. With a sweeping motion of his bone dagger, he unleashed a torrent of lethal strikes, akin to a swift comet. The firewolf spider, amidst its furious cries, attempted to shield itself with its limbs. Yet, no matter how resilient the creature's limbs were, they could not rival the hardness of the bone dagger. With a resounding clash akin to metal tearing, the creature's limb was cleaved in 2, and the bone dagger surged forward like a dark streak, piercing through the monster's abdominal shell. Hiss! The firewolf spider emitted a piercing scream as Liao Fan clenched his teeth, twisting the bone dagger to carve out a substantial portion of its chest, blood gushing forth in torrents. However, he was abruptly struck by another firewolf spider, sending him flying over 10 meters, and as he crashed to the ground, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Upon landing, he quickly regained his footing. Gazing coldly at the slain firewolf spider and the two others that shrieked in fury, he uttered a chilling remark of satisfaction. It had been quite some time since he had engaged in such intense combat, and the trio of evolved firewolf spiders, when united, nearly matched his prowess. This visceral clash evoked memories of his previous life, where he struggled to survive in a post-apocalyptic world. Of course, slaying the firewolf spider was not Liao Fan's ultimate goal. After dispatching one of the creatures, he dragged his injured body to the side of Meng Yao and Zhao Yi, wielding his blade to eliminate monsters while solemnly advising, "We must leave at once. This is no place for lingering." Although many of you have undergone evolution, you have yet to fully adapt to your newly evolved bodies, making it unwise to continue fighting. Zhao Yi turned his colossal head, his dark visage emanating a thunderous growl. "No. If we flee, these enraged monsters will undoubtedly unleash their fury upon the school and the townsfolk. The ordinary civilians lack the capability to combat these creatures. We must remain and continue to draw their attention." As a member of the police force, Zhao Yi felt an unwavering duty to protect the populace and could not, like Liao Fan, disregard the plight of so many residents. Liao Fan, however, responded with a cold smile and a shake of his head. "If you believe that with your half-baked prowess, you can save everyone here and the world at large, then I can only congratulate you. Your chance to prove yourself has arrived." In truth, even though Zhao Yi had completed his evolution and awakened the ferocious bloodline from his previous life, at this moment, he was still merely a fledgling character, having just undergone transformation and yet to acclimatize to this new body. The other police officers and team members, similarly, had only recently completed their own evolutions and were utterly unaware of how to wield their extraordinary abilities. Relying on such a fledgling team to vanquish all the monsters and maintain tranquility in the fourth wormhole space was nothing short of a pipe dream. Nevertheless, can we truly do nothing? Upon hearing Liao Fan's words, Zhao Yi's fearsome visage grew even more ghastly. Liao Fan, retreating, shook his head and asserted, "It is not that we can do nothing, but rather that we are incapable of doing anything. Remember my orders. The team must disperse and conceal themselves in various locations. This is the only means to ensure your survival." After uttering this command, Liao Fan ceased to regard anyone's emotions, seizing Meng Yao's arm and pulling her along as they sprinted towards the comprehensive building. How can you just run away?" Zhao Yi, taken aback, gazed at Liao Fan, who had departed the battlefield without a word, his teeth clenched in frustration as he stamped his foot in anger. Meanwhile, Wu Yuan rushed over, his pale face scanning the increasingly dense horde of beasts around them, nervously swallowing his saliva. "We should flee as well. Liao Fan is right, with our meager numbers. We cannot possibly withstand such a multitude of monsters. The only course of action now is to avoid their wrath." Initially, all the monsters had focused their attention on seizing the source crystals, and while they occasionally targeted the crowd, their actions had not yet reached a frenzied state. However, now, with most of the source crystals claimed, those monsters that had failed in their attempts would inevitably unleash their fury upon humanity. The impending slaughter would likely become even more frenzied than before. "Let us hurry and retreat." Realizing this, Wu Yuan no longer hesitated, firing a shot into the air and leading the remaining officers as they dashed into the campus. To prevent the crowd from becoming overly concentrated and drawing the monsters' attention, the group dispersed with a resounding rush, each choosing a different direction to minimize attracting the beasts. As the crowd shifted, the enraged monsters redirected their bloodthirsty gaze towards the unarmed survivors within the academy. Roar! Various beastly roars echoed throughout the school, enveloping it in a cacophony. While those hiding in the shadows, teachers and students alike, faced yet another wave of plunder. In the midst of their frantic flight, Liao Fan heard more anguished screams. He pressed on, accelerating to his utmost speed. Before long, he returned to the comprehensive building, ready to swiftly survey the surroundings, but Meng Yao, panting heavily, inquired, "Why bring me back here instead of leaving the school? We cannot depart just yet. Before the fourth wormhole space vanishes, I have another small objective to fulfill." Liao Fan let out a sigh of relief, having just responded when a hoarse wail echoed from the depths of the complex. Help me." He looked up to see a figure, nearly half-eaten, with their abdomen grotesquely opened and a thigh and an arm almost completely devoured, lying amidst a pile of corpses, pleading for salvation. Zhang Wei. Liao Fan was momentarily stunned, gazing at the tragic fate of his old classmate, left with but half a life. After a brief hesitation, he strode forward, brow furrowed, and inquired, "Where are Chu Fofeng and Sun Ming?" During the earlier chaos of the source crystal explosion, Liao Fan had been preoccupied with rallying their group and seizing the crystals, neglecting the safety of his old classmates. Now, it was evident that those few had met with a rather dismal fate after losing their protection. Chapter 101. Resentment and malice. Help me, please save me. Yet, in response to Liao Fan's inquiry, Jiang Wei remained silent, merely lying on the ground in a pitiful state, repeatedly uttering desperate pleas for assistance. His injuries were grievous. He had not only lost an arm and a leg, but had also been eviscerated by a creature, leaving him teetering on the brink of death. Nevertheless, driven by an intense desire for life, he managed to cling to existence, which left Liao Fan somewhat astonished. However, Liao Fan merely cast a fleeting glance before dismissing him. A person devoid of evolutionary talent and suffering such severe injuries was doomed to perish. Moreover, with pressing matters at hand, he could not afford to expend energy on him. As Liao Fan was about to depart with Meng Yao, a terrifying hissing sound emanated from behind the complex. Turning around, he beheld two firewolf spiders, now evolved, swaggering toward them. These creatures had been lured here by Liao Fan, but the moment they stormed into the complex, they noticed the gravely wounded Jiang Wei sprawled on the ground. They emitted excited hisses and lunged toward him. Compared to Liao Fan, who posed a significant threat, the bloodied human writhing on the ground was evidently more enticing to them. One of the firewolf spiders suddenly raised its appendage, striking Jiang Wei with ferocious force. The barbed hooks on its limbs tore away large chunks of flesh, and it opened its cross-shaped mouth wide, voraciously devouring the morsel. Jiang Wei screamed in agony, yet, for the time being, he was not destined to die. "Help me, you bastards, please." Jiang Wei, immobilized on the ground, could only wail, incessantly pleading for Liao Fan's assistance. However, these cries fell on deaf ears. Neither Liao Fan nor Meng Yao took immediate action. Both recognized the malice of the firewolf spiders. The creatures were deliberately consuming the flesh from Jiang Wei's back, tormenting him while ensuring he remained alive. As they savored their human delicacy, the cold, predatory eyes of the monsters fixated on Liao Fan and Meng Yao, seemingly intent on provoking them further. It was a despicable scheme. Yet the fact that the dim-witted firewolf spiders could conceive such a plan astonished Liao Fan. Clearly, with their evolution, the intelligence of these lowly creatures had seen a notable increase. In short order, the other firewolf spider swung its limb and tore away a sizable piece of flesh from Jiang Wei's remaining thigh. The agony of being forcibly mutilated prompted Jiang Wei to wail even louder, his cries crescendoing, "Hurry, come save me. Liao Fan, have you forgotten we were once classmates, studying at the same school?" His lamentations were heart-wrenching, and at this juncture, he could no longer afford to dwell on past conflicts with Liao Fan. Yet, Liao Fan ignored Jiang Wei's pleas. Almost simultaneously with the cries for help, he surged forward, sprinting toward another direction within the complex. He had no intention of rushing in to save anyone. After all, Jiang Wei was already gravely injured, and even if he were to be rescued, it would be of little consequence. Liao Fan suddenly shifted his stance, circumventing the two firewolf spiders from the left and extricating himself from the vicinity of the monsters. Meanwhile, the firewolf spiders, which were simultaneously feasting and observing his reactions, let out furious roars, abandoning their meal to pursue Liao Fan instead. The firewolf spider on the left was the first to arrive, lashing out with its spear-like limbs to strike at Liao Fan's abdomen. However, Liao Fan was well prepared. Before the evolved firewolf spider could land its attack, he pivoted sharply, his bone knife spinning as he thrust and slashed towards the creature's underbelly. The bone knife shattered the exoskeleton of the firewolf spider, and with his left fist clenched, he delivered a powerful blow to the hardened shell. With a resounding crack, even the evolved firewolf spider could not withstand the force and was sent reeling backward. Liao Fan then kicked its body away, blocking the return of the other firewolf spider's limbs, and with a swift movement, he evaded the monsters once more, retreating 3 feet. The bone knife rose again, shattering the limbs of the second firewolf spider. With a decisive thrust, he drove the blade cleanly into the creature's abdominal shell, leveraging brute strength to lift it and slam it down onto the floor. Hissing in pain, the second firewolf spider emitted a mournful cry. In an instant, the previously displaced firewolf spider let out a furious roar, swinging its spear-like limbs in an attempt to impale Liao Fan. However, at that very moment, Meng Yao also took action. This woman, who had silently followed Liao Fan, suddenly spun her silver dagger. A swirling gust of azure wind enveloped the blade, striking heavily against the spear-like limb. The already formidable dagger, enhanced by the wind attribute, effortlessly severed the firewolf spider's limb. In just a few strikes, Meng Yao had already cut through 2 of the monster's limbs. Using her agile movements, she leaped onto the back of the firewolf spider's shell, a glint of ferocity in her eyes, and plunged the dagger downwards into the creature's hardened armor. With a swift motion, The blade pierced the shell and penetrated its body. In pain, the firewolf spider rolled frantically along the ground. Meng Yao then kicked off, leaping 3 meters away to evade the creature's desperate counterattack. Though her delicate face bore a hint of pallor, her decisive actions drew an appreciative gaze from Liao Fan. Undoubtedly, this woman had gradually adapted to such a combat style after enduring prolonged bloodshed. Her audacity to actively attack the firewolf spider caught Liao Fan somewhat off guard. In the blink of an eye, the 2 evolved firewolf spiders lay lifeless, their bodies exuding a thick, metallic scent of blood into the air. Nevertheless, Liao Fan showed no signs of lingering. Despite the defeat of the 2 firewolf spiders, the intense stench of blood could still attract other types of monsters. He immediately glanced at Meng Yao and urged her to follow him, before setting off with purposeful strides to leave the complex building. As Liao Fan took his first steps, a bloodied arm suddenly seized his ankle. "Don't leave me behind. Take me with you," came the desperate plea that echoed in his ears. Liao Fan cast his gaze downward, meeting the eyes of Jiang Wei, who clutched his pant leg with a fervent grip. Jiang Wei appeared more grievously injured than before. His legs were mangled, and his back was a gruesome sight, drenched in blood, rendering him as though he had emerged from a bloodbath. Yet, Liao Fan remained unmoved by the desperation in his eyes, responding coldly, "Let go. You cannot abandon me. We are classmates. Why are you so heartless?" Jiang Wei's voice was a haunting wail, his face contorted with agony and resentment, still exerting his last ounce of strength to cling tightly to Liao Fan's trousers. "If you refuse to save me, I will haunt you until my dying breath. Let us perish together, ha." Seeking death, Liao Fan's gaze hardened, and with a swift motion, his bone blade transformed into a phantom, sweeping toward Jiang Wei's throat, silencing his unfinished words before they could escape his lips. Chapter 102. Fishing without hesitation or pause. The bone knife sliced through the air, swiftly severing the man's neck. Jiang Wei felt nothing at first, only realizing that his strength seemed to vanish as blood gushed from the wound, robbing him of the ability to speak. With a face full of resentment and bitterness, he collapsed heavily to the ground. It was only after he had completely ceased to breathe that Liao Fan recalled Meng Yao's anguished cry. "Why did you kill him?" "I did this to grant him a more peaceful departure," Liao Fan replied, dismissing Meng Yao's words with a shake of his head as he turned his gaze to the rear of the complex. Jiang Wei was gravely injured beyond salvation. Even if he were left here, the scent of blood emanating from him would attract more predatory creatures. Rather than allowing that to happen, it was better to provide him with a swift end, thus performing one final act of kindness for an old acquaintance, despite their long-standing discord. Meng Yao was momentarily rendered speechless, her eyes flashing with helplessness and distress, which silenced her completely. Although she had witnessed so much bloodshed and gradually adapted to this brutal environment, Liao Fan's unhesitating act of raising the blade against one of his own kind was still difficult for her to accept. Yet, Liao Fan did not linger on the topic. He quickly seized Meng Yao's arm and forcibly pulled her to a small garden behind the complex. This garden served as the Academy's rear sanctuary, the first place enveloped in thick fog. If Liao Fan's instincts were correct, the depth of the fog in this garden should lead directly to a spatial passageway to the outer universe. Upon entering the fog-laden garden, Liao Fan halted, his gaze sharpening as he began to search intently. Before long, his eyes locked onto a peculiar spot deep within the fog, where strange spatial fluctuations emanated. His expression tightened, and he murmured, "This is it." "What?" Meng Yao, still absorbed in the recent act of violence, did not immediately register his words. It was only upon hearing Liao Fan's voice that she raised her brow and followed his gaze. Soon, she beheld an extraordinarily enigmatic black passageway, writhing and swirling like a nebula, quietly revealed within the garden. This passage, with a diameter exceeding 2 meters, was shrouded in darkness, exuding a profound and eerie aura. The deep tunnel appeared as the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, filled with numerous spatial folds that undulated like rippling water, exuding an air of both mystery and terrifying wilderness. This is the core of the wormhole. As long as one traverses it, they can reach the true expanse of outer space. Liao Fan's focus deepened as he fixed his gaze upon the uniquely eerie and chilling passageway, his voice low and hoarse. "What?" Hearing his words, Meng Yao was immediately struck with fear, her face paling as she exclaimed, "Why have you brought me to such a place, you madman? Do you wish to enter the outer universe?" One cannot blame Meng Yao for her agitation. Liao Fan's actions were indeed exceedingly reckless. It is essential to understand that the true expanse of outer space is a realm teeming with monstrous entities, a mysterious domain fraught with lethal dangers, the peril of which far surpasses that of wormhole space by an order of magnitude, if not more. The wormhole space alone is perilous enough, and Ming Yu simply cannot fathom why Liao Fan would engage in such behavior. Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to lead you into outer space to meet your demise. I have come here solely to await a rather unique creature, Liao Fan reassured her, smiling and shaking his head to indicate that she need not be so fearful, given Liao Fan's current capabilities. It would be utterly imprudent to venture into the treacherous outer cosmos, a domain rife with various ferocious beasts, including some formidable mid-tier entities. If such creatures were to set their sights on him, even with tenfold strength, survival would be an impossibility. His audacious journey here was predicated on the belief that a particular extraordinary creature might manifest, and capturing it could significantly aid his forthcoming survival endeavors. What exactly is this creature? Meng Yao inquired, her gaze fixed on Liao Fan's enigmatic expression, her eyes reflecting a deeper perplexity. You will soon find out, Liao Fan replied, offering nothing more than a smile. He then reached into his garments, retrieving 2 recently seized source crystals, which he tossed directly onto the edge of the spatial passage, subsequently retreating with Meng Yao to conceal themselves within the greenery. What on earth is he doing? Meng Yao pondered, her confusion deepening. It is worth noting that these 2 source crystals had been acquired by Liao Fan at great personal risk, their immense value representing a chance for evolution. A typical individual would safeguard such a treasure, even if they could not immediately refine it. Yet, Liao Fan had discarded them carelessly onto the ground, leaving her utterly baffled. Unbeknownst to her, Liao Fan's actions were a calculated strategy to lure. Outer space, in essence, is a magnified version of the blue planet, inhabited not only by various man-eating beasts, but also by peculiar and extraordinary entities. Among these is a species known as the nine-fragrance worm. This creature lacks formidable combat prowess and is not inherently vicious, yet it possesses a unique attribute, an acute sensitivity to rare treasures. Wherever the nine-fragrance worm roams, treasures invariably abound, as these creatures are remarkably attuned to the essence of the extraordinary. They dedicate their lives to collecting various valuable artifacts. Thus, anyone who can capture and tame a nine-fragrance worm effectively gains access to a free treasure detection device. Given that the recent eruption of source crystals has likely attracted the nine-fragrance worm, it could appear at any moment. By guarding this spatial passage, one can be assured of its eventual arrival. Liao Fan, deep in thought, narrowed his eyes and fixated intently on the pitch-black spatial passage. Time trickled by, minute after minute, until nearly a quarter of an hour had elapsed. Within the spatial passage, an eerie silence prevailed. Meng Yao, growing increasingly impatient, remained unaware of Liao Fan's true intentions. She found every action of this enigmatic individual utterly incomprehensible and was reluctant to squander time in such a manner. Restlessly, she shifted her body, preparing to rise and depart. However, just as she was about to stand, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a shadow flickering with green luminescence on the inner side of the dark passage. Cautiously and meticulously inching closer to the spot where the source crystal was positioned. Chapter 103. Disturbance. The elusive Jiuxiang insect has made its appearance. As Meng Yao gazed into the spatial passage, the dark figure gradually drew nearer, causing her to pause momentarily. Liao Fan also detected the shadow, his gaze sharpening with intensity. Outside the spatial passage, 2 pristine source crystals emitted a potent energy aura, akin to a deadly poison, continuously enticing the Jiuxiang insect's desire. Under the allure of the source crystals, the shadow's movement quickened. At last, it crawled forth from the spatial passage, revealing its entire form. What manner of creature is this? So bizarre in its appearance? As the shadow unveiled itself, Meng Yao, who had been crouched beside Liao Fan, could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Before her stood a creature with a barrel-like body, stocky and robust, adorned in a shell reminiscent of bronze armor, unlike the firewolf spider they had previously encountered. The Jiuxiang insect lacked the stout, rigid limbs. Instead, its corpulent body appeared clumsy and slow. Yet its coppery exoskeleton was undeniably thicker and more durable than that of the common firewolf spider. It resembled a hefty bamboo tube, moving with the aid of a few tentacle-like arms, albeit at a leisurely pace. Furthermore, beneath its rounded abdomen lay a black pouch, akin to a kangaroo's pouch, swollen and taut, concealing an unknown substance. Meng Yao felt a wave of shock. In her imagination, monsters were typically fierce and grotesque, yet this portly, sluggish insectoid creature was a surprising departure from her expectations. Liao Fan quickly covered Meng Yao's mouth, leaning close to her ear, whispering in the softest of tones. Do not utter a sound. This creature possesses exceptional hearing and olfactory senses, and it is extremely cautious. Should it perceive any threat nearby, it will not reveal itself, and what you see is not the full extent of the Jiuxiang insect. Although the Jiuxiang insect appeared large and ungainly, resembling an inverted barrel, Liao Fan understood that this was merely a guise it adopted while parasitizing another creature. The true Jiuxiang insect is quite diminutive, comparable in size to an ordinary beetle from Blue Star. Its significant size is a result of its adeptness at utilizing the bodies of other monsters for concealment. Akin to the habits of a hermit crab, the Jiuxiang insect is a type of parasitic beast. The creature before you is not the genuine Jiuxiang insect but merely a puppet it has infested, while the true Jiuxiang insect lurks within the host's brain, employing neurotoxin to manipulate its every movement. As Liao Fan provided this hushed explanation, Mengye was profoundly astonished, her imagination thoroughly outstripped. At that moment, influenced by the aura of the source crystals, the Jiuxiang insect had fully emerged from the spatial passage, using the tentacles on its head to silently sense its surroundings. While the appendages beneath its abdomen also began to move, inching ever closer to the two source crystals. It is evident that this creature possesses characteristics that starkly contrast with those of other monsters. Were it another beast, it would likely have lunged at the source crystal with reckless abandon, devouring it whole. However, the cautious nature of the nine-fragrance bug, coupled with its undeniable intelligence, rendered it hesitant as it gazed at the two source crystals lying serenely on the ground, exuding an alluring aroma. Why does it not approach? Meng Yao gazed in bewilderment, her mind flooded with questions. Yet, Liao Fan offered her no opportunity to voice her thoughts, remaining motionless as he vigilantly guarded the crystals below. Despite the nine-fragrance bug having emerged from the spatial passage and being less than 20 meters away, its overly cautious disposition and exceptional evasion skills left even Liao Fan unsure of his ability to capture it effortlessly. Furthermore, should the capture attempt fail, the nine-fragrance bug would surely retreat into the spatial passage, making it impossible for Liao Fan to lure it out again, regardless of his methods. Unless he possessed absolute certainty, Liao Fan would not act recklessly. He maintained his watch, unmoving, as the wind and snow blanketed his form, frost accumulating upon his head. Finally, after nearly half a minute of waiting, the nine-fragrance bug stirred, gradually inching its body closer to the two source crystals. It was inevitable. The enticing aura emanating from the crystals was simply too alluring, rare even in the vast expanse of outer space. The nine-fragrance bug, with its rotund and clumsy form, inched closer to the crystals, its underbelly tentacles flicking as if gathering them. Liao Fan clenched his fists tightly, poised to strike at any moment. Yet, at that very instant, an unexpected turn of events transpired. From within the fog-laden snow, two figures, their eyes ablaze with ferocity, suddenly burst forth, each wielding a fire axe, rushing towards the unsuspecting nine-fragrance bug that was about to fall into Liao Fan's trap. Damnable creature! You've taken so many lives, I demand retribution. In a moment of dread, Liao Fan's expression shifted, just as his plan to ensnare the nine-fragrance bug was nearing fruition. It was thwarted by the unwelcome arrival of others, igniting his fury. When he lifted his gaze to discern the identities of the intruders, his lips involuntarily twitched in disbelief. It was none other than Chu Feng and Sun Ming. The pair had emerged from some hidden corner, armed and evidently intent on confronting the monster. The inherently cautious nine-fragrance bug, sensing the sudden approach of these humans, exhibited no hesitation and instinctively retracted its body, preparing to retreat into the spatial passage. Damn it! How could they choose this moment to interfere? Liao Fan cursed vehemently. The spatial passage served as a bridge to the outer universe, should the nine-fragrance bug retreat. Even 100-fold of his courage would not compel him to pursue it. Reluctantly, Liao Fan resolved to take action. He pressed his legs firmly against the ground and, utilizing the force, propelled himself like a bolt of lightning towards the retreating nine-fragrance bug. Squeak! The nine-fragrance bug, with astonishing reflexes, sensed the approaching presence and emitted a rapid, insect-like screech, hastening its movements. Fortunately, Liao Fan had undergone a transformation, his explosive power unparalleled. Relying on his extraordinary speed, he managed to launch his bone knife just a second before the nine-fragrance bug could slip into the spatial passage. The blade penetrated the ground, embedding itself half a meter deep, while the end of the handle continued to vibrate, a testament to the tremendous force exerted. Squeak! The nine-fragrance bug, startled once more, wasted no time. Its corpulent body rolled away, deftly avoiding the knife's swift trajectory, and leaped to the side of the flower bed. As Liao Fan landed, he propelled himself forcefully against the wall behind him, his body slicing through the air like a sharpened sword. Although the nine-fragrance bug's offensive capabilities may have been lacking, its evasion techniques were undoubtedly exceptional, leaving Liao Fan with but a singular opportunity to capture it. With a swift motion, the hefty insect shell rolled rapidly. But Liao Fan's reaction was even swifter. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, his fist swinging with tremendous inertia, crashing down upon the shell of the nine-fragrance bug. The impact was staggering, instantly caving in the shell, eliciting a series of high-pitched squeals from the creature under its control. Yet, from beneath its abdomen, the tendrils lashed out like whips, striking Liao Fan's lower abdomen with a resounding crack. Chapter 104. Pursuit Bang. The force of the whip was tremendous, instantly causing Liao Fan's body to lurch backward, crashing directly into the snow. Thanks to the protection of his battle armor, he emerged unscathed, merely propelled 2 meters through the air as more snow cascaded down, obscuring his vision. Damn it! Liao Fan roared, flinging his arm, a fierce aura scattering the snowflakes around him. Before he could charge forward, on the other side, Chu Fofeng and Sun Ming had already grasped their fire axes and charged in. These two reckless individuals had no comprehension of Liao Fan's strategy. They had witnessed their old classmates being brutally slaughtered and devoured by the monsters during the recent chase and escape, which had deeply traumatized them. Their hatred for these creatures had driven them to recklessly rush in. Their sole focus was on the corpulent monster, completely disregarding Liao Fan's intentions. Stay away from it. Quickly retreat. Liao Fan shouted as he got to his feet, but the two, blinded by rage, had no intention of stopping. They continued to swing their fire axes fiercely at the puppet monster controlled by the 9 fragrance bug. Clang! The hard exoskeleton of the bug blocked their powerful strike, and the immense recoil caused their hands to bleed, prompting cries of alarm. Although the 9 fragrance bug was not adept at combat, it was skilled in parasitism, often choosing resilient creatures as hosts. Undoubtedly, the seemingly clumsy and corpulent bug, encased in its bronze shell, possessed a hardness comparable to steel, likely impervious even to bullets. Chu Fofeng and Sun Ming immediately shrieked, not only failing to injure the monster but also being forced backward by the explosive recoil from its shell. Squeak. Enraged by their actions, the 9 fragrance bug unleashed its tentacles from within its body, forming 2 bifurcated whips that ensnared the reckless humans, hurling them into the air. Both Chu Fofeng and Sun Ming cried out in shock as they were flung skyward, crashing heavily onto the snow. The impact was tremendous. Even with the snow as a buffer, they spat blood and screamed in agony. What fools! Liao Fan cursed, neglecting to check on their injuries as he propelled himself upward once more. As he soared through the air, he crossed his arms and let out a low, powerful roar. His body expanded, activating the wolf transformation bloodline, muscles bulging and joints cracking as he grew 3 inches taller, transforming into a ferocious werewolf. With the speed of a cheetah and the agility and ferocity of a wolf demon, his velocity surged once more, his momentum escalating. The 9 fragrance bug recoiled in terror, acutely sensing the immense power of this human. Without hesitation, it turned its hefty body and scuttled towards the administrative building. Boom! Liao Fan's wolf claw struck down, sending a spray of snow and dust into the air, yet failing to land a hit on the 9 fragrance bug. Seeing the creature desperately fleeing, Liao Fan let out a low growl. Let us take action together. All right. Hidden within the verdant foliage, Meng Yao rose to her feet and leaped forward with the grace of a fish. Though she was unaware of Liao Fan's motives behind his willingness to expend 2 soul crystals to capture the elusive 9 fragrance bug, his palpable urgency hinted at its significance, prompting her to act in concert with him. With remarkable agility, she propelled herself to an extraordinary speed, surpassing Liao Fan by a fractions. And with a deft flick of her dagger, she struck at the creature's carapace. The blade exuded a chilling aura, its penetrating force effortlessly cleaving through the shell, causing a splash of putrid blood to erupt forth. In the next instant, 2 tentacles beneath the creature twisted and lashed out, one to the left and one to the right, resembling supple whips. Meng Yao executed a nimble somersault, delivering a powerful kick to the creature's rounded head, utilizing the rebound to propel herself several meters backward. The puppet that had been struck soared through the air, emitting a series of frantic squeals. Meanwhile, Liao Fan had caught up, brandishing his wolf-like claws and delivering a heavy blow to the 9 fragrance bug's robust exoskeleton. The impact was so forceful it could have torn through steel. Despite the shell's formidable hardness, it ultimately succumbed to the relentless assault, shattering and releasing a cascade of verdant ichor. Yet, the plan to capture the creature had only just begun. The shattered shell did not belong to the 9 fragrance bug, but rather to its parasitic puppet. Once breached, the 9 fragrance bug nestled within emitted increasingly frantic cries, transforming into a dark green flash as it detached from its host and darted toward the exterior wall of the complex. There it was, the true form of the 9 fragrance bug. As Liao Fan beheld the dark green specter escaping from the corpulent body, his gaze darkened, a flicker of excitement igniting within his eyes. The genuine 9 fragrance bug was no larger than an adult's thumb, plump and oval, yet astonishingly agile. Its appearance resembled that of a translucent caterpillar, adorned with 3 greenish stripes, its surface shimmering with enigmatic patterns. Beneath its fleshy sides extended a pair of flesh-colored wings, delicate and nearly transparent, as thin as gossamer, yet beating with remarkable speed, propelling its corpulent body through the air in erratic trajectories, quickly ascending the complex's outer wall. Was this truly its essence? Meng Yao, having discerned the diminutive creature that had sprung forth from the massive insect, felt a peculiar stir of emotions. Before she could react, she watched as the 9 fragrance bug swiftly maneuvered along the exterior wall, moving with astonishing speed, akin to a streak of light, darting into the hall corridor. Halt! Liao Fan bellowed with a wolf-like growl, lowering his body and propelling himself forward, maintaining a relentless pace as he pursued. Transformed into a wolfman, he possessed the physique and explosive power of a beast. No matter how swiftly the 9 fragrance bug attempted to flee, it could not easily elude his pursuit. With the ferocity of a wolf, the speed of a cheetah, and an animal's keen sense of smell, the 9 fragrance bug found no sanctuary, as it could not escape Liao Fan's relentless chase. Simultaneously, Meng Yao gritted her teeth and swiftly followed suit. Although she lacked the explosive power of Liao Fan, her evolution had endowed her with the augmentation of wind attribute energy, rendering her speed comparable to his. The two, flanking one another, quickly cornered the 9 fragrance bug against the wall of a storage room behind the comprehensive building. This rotund creature, in a frenzy, emitted frantic screeches and menacing warning sounds. Yet, being inherently non-combatant, it posed little threat to Liao Fan without the support of its puppeteer. As Liao Fan's wolf claw advanced menacingly, the 9 fragrance bug could only frantically flutter its wings and escape into the drainage pipe nestled in the corner of the storage room, desperately fleeing upwards. "Stop right there," Liao Fan shouted, propelling himself forward with force. His hand struck down with tremendous impact upon the pipe. Bang! Chunks of concrete and diamond flew as the drainage pipe erupted, unleashing a torrent of foul water, which forced the plump creature out once more. Chapter 105. The misfortune diverted. It is undeniable that this little creature possesses a remarkable intellect and exceptional skills in evasion. Otherwise, how could it have survived in the harsh conditions of the outer universe? However, this is, after all, human territory, and when it comes to familiarity with the environment, the 9 fragrance bug cannot possibly compare to Liao Fan. Cornered, it flails about like a headless fly, bouncing chaotically between the walls and corridors. Meng Yao, stationed at the opposite end of the corridor, gazes at the trapped 9 fragrance bug and exhales a sigh of relief, saying, "We have finally succeeded. How do you plan to capture it? Do not let your guard down." Although this little creature is not formidable in direct combat, its intelligence ranks among the highest of lower-tier monsters, making it far from easy to subdue. It remains a threat, Liao Fan cautions, narrowing his eyes at the panicked leaping insect, his expression filled with caution. "Surely, this little thing can do nothing more than run swiftly to threaten us?" Meng Yao retorts, shaking her head. Unwilling to waste any more time, she strides purposefully towards the 9 fragrance bug, intent on capturing it. Suddenly, Liao Fan, ever vigilant, narrows his gaze and shouts, "Watch out." He swiftly dashes to Meng Yao's side, wrapping his arms around her waist and flinging her toward the debris. "What are you doing?" Meng Yao gasps in surprise, glaring at Liao Fan, but her indignation is short-lived as a new wave of unexpected events unfolds. The corridor's wall suddenly fractures, and a green arm extends violently outward, crashing against Liao Fan's crossed arms with a resounding clang. The force of the blow is tremendous. It strikes with such vigor that Liao Fan's shirt tears open, revealing his solid back and the fine fur covering his skin. After undergoing a complete evolution, Liao Fan's strength has multiplied several times over. Nevertheless, he is still pushed back 3 meters by the tremendous force of the green arm, stumbling before finally regaining his footing. What is that? Meng Yao stares, bewildered, at the collapsing wall. Amid the rumbling sound of the structure's descent, an ugly creature resembling a tortoise humanoid leaps forth from the billowing smoke. Before them stands a creature nearly the height of a human, with robust lower limbs, arms as hard as rock, and its entire body riddled with bulging veins. This monstrous figure is comparable in height to Liao Fan in his wolf form, yet it possesses a sturdier physique. Its dark green skin is adorned with grayish patches, while its head is purple and flattened, reminiscent of an oversized alligator snapping turtle. Its back is hunched, supporting a smooth tortoise shell that melds seamlessly with its body. The shell marred by grotesque, cracked patterns resembling a moss-covered grinding stone. So, it is a tortoiseshell man. No wonder the 9 fragrance bug sought refuge here. It aimed to leverage the strength of this creature to evade my pursuit. Liao Fan's expression darkens as he fixes his piercing gaze on the 9 fragrance bug in the corner. In the face of Liao Fan's gaze, the diminutive eyes of the 9 fragrant bug gleamed with a surprising shrewdness, occasionally emitting a series of triumphant chirps. It was evident that this creature was deliberately trying to provoke him. The armored figure before them exuded a calm yet formidable aura, having clearly undergone a transformation that elevated its combat prowess to a second-tier level, making it one of the most formidable beings within the 4th wormhole space. The 9 fragrant bug had intentionally lured Liao Fan to this confrontation, sensing the presence of the armored entity. With a thunderous roar, the armored creature previously left in the shadows, unfurled its hawk-like beak and unleashed a deep, resonant bellow. Its robust form surged forward like a tempest, delivering a ferocious blow towards Liao Fan. In response, Liao Fan brandished his blade, which transformed into a crescent moon, slicing towards the creature's arm. The clash of his feet against the ground produced a jarring screech as Liao Fan, undeterred, charged forward, bellowing to Meng Yao to keep a watchful eye on the fragrant bug, ensuring it did not escape. As his roar echoed, the blade completed its arc. Utilizing the agility bestowed by his wolf-like transformation, Liao Fan deftly dodged the creature's heavy fist. With a swift rotation of his blade, he struck at the armored being's sturdy abdomen, the blade carving a path from its belly to its chest, resulting in a gaping wound that spewed forth a viscous, dark purple blood, tinged with an eerie green hue. The metallic scent of blood filled the air, sharp and suffocating. The armored creature suffered from a lack of intelligence. Oblivious to the true combat capabilities of this wolf-like human, suffering a significant surprise in their initial confrontation. Nevertheless, having undergone evolution, the creature possessed remarkable resilience in both strength and vitality. Despite the grievous wound, it did not falter. Rather, it became increasingly ferocious. Stumbling slightly, it advanced rather than retreating. Its hawk-like mouth agape, revealing no visible fangs but possessing a powerful bite reminiscent of a crocodile, emanating a foul stench. Liao Fan retreated repeatedly, evading the creature's gnashing jaws, before propelling himself backward, sliding 3 meters away. The armored creature's mouth collided with the wooden doorframe, producing a sharp crack as the thick redwood splintered, leaving a fist-sized gap. Liao Fan's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Among the myriad of low-tier monsters, the armored creature certainly ranked as one of the more formidable adversaries, a hybrid of turtle and otherworldly beings. Its defensive and impact resistance capabilities were astonishing, while its destructive power posed a significant challenge. With a guttural growl, the armored creature spat out the splintered wood, turning its grotesque head to lock onto Liao Fan once more. Seizing the moment, Liao Fan swung his bone blade toward its snout. Simultaneously, his left hand lashed out, fingers extending into sharp daggers, leveraging the advantage of his wolf claws to stab at the creature's heart. However, the armored entity proved to be a daunting opponent. It abruptly pivoted, inflating the shell on its back, as Liao Fan's blade narrowly missed, leaving a ghastly white mark on the dark green shell, accompanied by a cacophony reminiscent of steel clashing. Yet, even with the sharpness of the bone knife, it could only leave a slender cut upon the tortoise's shell, utterly insufficient to shatter it. As for the piercing power of the wolf claw, it is hardly worth mentioning. The seemingly indomitable wolf claw could not manifest any discernible advantage against the tortoiseshell humanoid, which excelled in defense, even when it struck forcefully against the creature's back. It merely produced a shower of sparks, failing to leave even a scratch. Squeak. While Liao Fan was engaged in a fierce battle with the tortoiseshell creature, the clever Jiuxiang insect, which had been lurking in the corner, emitted a sharp call. It pressed its plump body against the wall and transformed into a blur, swiftly darting towards the outside of the complex. Block it, Liao Fan growled, deflecting the tortoiseshell humanoid's counterattack. Meng Yao, not daring to delay, immediately sprang into pursuit, while Liao Fan seized the opportunity to dash towards the exit of the building. Observing this, the tortoiseshell humanoid also growled and followed suit. It held no interest in the Jiuxiang insect. Its sole desire was to consume the 2 humans before it. Chapter 106. A successful capture. The pursuit commenced with a sense of urgency from 3 distinct fronts. The fragrance bug led the way, employing its agile flying abilities to flit through walls and tiles, deftly evading the 2 humans in hot pursuit. Meng Yao followed closely, maintaining a steady pace. Liao Fan, not far behind, resisted the relentless chase of the armored creature. Although the armored being trailed at the back, its menacing presence loomed large. Its robust form, seemingly clumsy, remained unaffected by the snow, conjuring a swirling dragon of snowflakes, intent on engulfing the 2 figures ahead. If this continued, it would undoubtedly create significant trouble for the duo. That accursed creature is indeed tenacious. Liao Fan, feeling helpless, recognized the formidable nature of the armored being, particularly one that had similarly acquired a source crystal and undergone a prior evolution. Its combat prowess was exceptionally fierce, coupled with an absurdly resilient defense that rendered it a formidable adversary. Even for someone as strong as Liao Fan, facing such a foe in this environment was undeniably unwise. However, the dull-witted armored creature showed no sign of relinquishing its pursuit. As it closed in, Liao Fan had no choice but to abruptly halt, spinning on his heel to draw his weapon, preparing for a desperate confrontation. Yet, before one man and beast could clash again, an unexpected bullet whizzed in from the side, striking the armored creature squarely on its right shoulder. With a resounding bang, the bullet's formidable impact caused the creature to stagger, tumbling into the snow and kicking up a cloud of white dust. Liao Fan was momentarily taken aback, quickly shifting his gaze to the building nearby, where Zhao Yi, Wu Yuan, and two police officers armed with sidearms were vigorously signaling him. Wu Yuan, gripping his police pistol, unleashed a rapid succession of shots towards the spot where the armored creature had fallen. As an elite member of the police force, his marksmanship was of the highest caliber. Even at a distance exceeding 100 meters, his aim was true, each bullet striking the ground where the creature had landed, inflicting pain and eliciting a furious roar from the monster. However, the standard police ammunition, possessing limited penetration capability, proved inadequate against the armored creature's tough hide. Despite sustaining several hits, it merely suffered minor surface wounds and exhibited little substantial reaction. This, in turn, ignited its wrath. A deep, thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very snowflakes from the air. Beneath the swirling white vortex, the armored creature rose abruptly, its fierce gaze shifting towards the source of the gunfire, unleashing an explosive bellow. With a powerful leap, it abandoned its pursuit of Liao Fan, charging directly at Zhao Yi and the others concealed within another building. Goodness! Its defensive capabilities are truly monstrous. Everyone, fire together. Focus your shots on the beast. Several officers exclaimed in alarm. In contrast, Zhao Yi and Wu Yuan exchanged glances, stepping forward resolutely, their own auras emanating as they prepared to confront the armored creature head-on. Despite their relatively brief period of evolution, they were not yet capable of fully harnessing their powers. Nevertheless, Zhao Yi was undeniably the foremost combatant of Lin City in the future. His frenzied bloodline was born for battle, complemented by the equally formidable abilities and talents of Wu Yuan, along with several armed police officers in coordination. In terms of overall strength, they were not significantly inferior to the armored creature, with the greatest threat successfully diverted by Zhao Yi and his companions. Liao Fan finally exhaled in relief, decisively brandishing his blade as his form reverted to its normal state, following in the footsteps of Meng Yao. After another brief chase of several seconds, when Liao Fan caught up to Meng Yao, he discovered that the 9-fragrance bug had been cornered against a wall, emitting frantic squeals. This time you cannot escape. Without hesitation, Liao Fan advanced, splayed his fingers, and lunged at the astute little creature. With a shrill bug cry, it was firmly grasped in Liao Fan's hand. As he exerted his grip, he yanked it sharply, nearly deforming its plump body, causing its cries to grow increasingly pitiful. Liao Fan tightened his grip, inflicting considerable discomfort upon it. Its corpulent body squirmed incessantly, its tiny green eyes filled with dread and terror. The scene provoked a sense of disapproval in Meng Yao, who shook her head and remarked, "It has harmed anyone. Why treat it this way?" "I'm merely looking out for your best interests," Liao Fan replied with a smirk, his gaze shifting to Meng Yao, revealing a teasing and enigmatic smile. Meng Yao, perplexed, struggled to comprehend the situation, when suddenly Liao Fan relaxed his grip. The weakened 9-fragrance bug, in a panic, transformed into a green streak, darting straight into Meng Yao's mouth, merging into her body before her astonished eyes. "What are you doing?" "Ugh!" Meng Yao trembled as if struck by lightning, first letting out a panicked shout, followed by a wave of nausea, clutching her throat and half-squatting, attempting to expel the creature that had entered her mouth. Liao Fan, observing from the side, remarked, "Save your effort. The 9-fragrance bug is severely frightened and injured. It is currently in a state of extreme weakness and can only seek a host to parasitize. It certainly cannot easily depart your body." "You." Meng Yao's face drained of color as she looked up at Liao Fan, whose face bore a lingering mischievous smile. Her whole body trembled. You scoundrel. Don't tell me you did this on purpose?" Liao Fan responded with utmost seriousness. "Indeed, I did it intentionally. The 9-fragrance bug belongs to an extraterrestrial life form. Before the apocalypse fully erupts, it cannot remain long on Blue Star. The only way for it to stay is to find a human host, using your body as a vessel to return to its home." Meng Yu was left utterly stunned, feeling icy all over, her body frozen as she gazed at Liao Fan, her heart racing with disbelief and anxiety. Liao Fan continued, "Do not regard me with such disdain. This is not an unfortunate circumstance for you. Do you recall my previous words? Upon entering the 4th wormhole, a fortuitous opportunity will present itself to you. The 9-fragrance insect is that very opportunity." He tapped his forehead and exhaled deeply. "This creature is exceedingly rare. Even amidst an apocalyptic world, only those with extraordinary luck might capture one. To tame the 9-fragrance insect and compel it to heed your commands, you must nurture it with your energy. In summary, this creature is currently injured and can only dwell within your body, recovering by absorbing your energy. Over time, it will come to regard you as its master. Once you master the art of controlling it, you will realize how incredibly fortunate it is to have such a companion." Though the 9-fragrance insect lacks combat prowess, it can exert control over most low-tier monsters through parasitism. Moreover, it serves as a living treasure detector, guiding its master to locations rich in valuable resources, not merely source crystals, but also rare medicinal herbs and unique materials from beyond the universe, all of which remain undetected by others. Possessing it is akin to having a mobile treasury, something many would covet. Then why not keep it for yourself? Despite Liao Fan's assertions, Meng Yao felt a profound sense of revulsion and indignation, retorting, clearly, "It does not favor my presence." Liao Fan shrugged and candidly replied, "The wolf demon bloodline within me conflicts with the 9-fragrance insect. While your energy attributes are comparatively gentle, it can only adapt if it resides within you, and the host must possess a sufficient evolutionary level, otherwise it would be challenging to subdue the insect's ferocity. After careful consideration, you are indeed the most suitable candidate." Chapter 107. It must end. You speak so beautifully. Yet you are merely exploiting me. Although Liao Fan uttered these words, Meng Yao felt that it was insufficient to alleviate her anger. She continued to bite her silver teeth and glared at him. "At the very least, you should have informed me beforehand, rather than choosing to conceal the truth from me every time." Liao Fan shook his head and brushed off the snow from his clothes. Initially, he had no intention of providing extensive explanations, but he ultimately let out a faint sigh. "Do not always glare at me as if you have suffered a loss. The reason I did not inform you in advance is that I knew, given your current temperament, you would undoubtedly refuse to become its host." However, the 9-fragrant bug held profound significance for Liao Fan, compelling him to find a way to obtain it, leading him to reluctantly keep it a secret. "In truth, you have not suffered a loss. Although the thought of harboring that filthy bug within you may seem repulsive now, in the apocalyptic era, who would still concern themselves with such trivial details? Moreover, the assistance the 9-fragrant bug can provide to you in the future far outweighs your current sacrifices. Were it not for the wolf demon bloodline within him, which would create a counteraction with the 9-fragrant bug, Liao Fan might not have been willing to leave it with Meng Yao." Having reached this point in the conversation, Liao Fan no longer wished to engage in further discussion. He turned and headed back toward the spatial passage. "Wait, what are you going there for?" Meng Yao followed him angrily, still feeling disgusted. Without glancing back, Liao Fan replied, "I have 2 old classmates there. If possible, I hope to persuade them to join my team." Despite Chu Fingfing's poor performance during this incident, Liao Fan understood that confronting such fear was not an easy task for a beautiful woman accustomed to a life of luxury and preferential treatment from the opposite sex. Considering the immense potential Chu Fofeng possessed for the future, he still intended to extend a helping hand to her, as securing her membership in his team would indeed be a good outcome. However, Liao Fan did not anticipate that upon hastening back to that location, Chu Fengfeng and Sun Ming, who should have been resting in the snow, had mysteriously vanished. Moreover, even the 2 source crystals placed on the ground to attract the 9-fragrant bug had disappeared without a trace. How could this be? Gazing at the empty snowfield, Liao Fan was greatly astonished, unable to suppress his furrowed brow. Meng Yao indignantly remarked, "What is so strange about it? Just now, when we went to chase the 9-fragrant bug, we left your 2 old classmates alone in this place. They were undoubtedly attracted by the source crystals and stealthily took them away." "That's not possible." Liao Fan shook his head, refuting Meng Yao's deduction. Chu Fofeng has no knowledge of the source crystal's significance. Even if she were driven by her instinct to evolve and managed to grasp the source crystals, she would not be able to escape very far. Furthermore, Liao Fan noticed numerous monstrous footprints in the snow beneath him, leading directly into the dark spatial passage. As a realization struck him, his expression turned grim. Closing his eyes, Liao Fan envisioned a scene in his mind. As Meng Yao and I pursued the elusive 9-fragrance bug, the 2 source crystals laid upon the ground attracted the attention of other creatures. Meanwhile, the already injured Chu Fofeng and Sun Ming were likely forced to retreat into the spatial passage, driven by the onslaught of these newly drawn monsters. This implies that your 2 old classmates have ventured into the depths of outer cosmic space. Upon hearing this, Meng Yao's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming that the perilous nature of the wormhole space here could spell doom for them. However, that may not necessarily be the case. Liao Fan shook his head, continuing to gaze into the dark passage, lapsing into silence once more. Compared to the wormhole space, the true realm of the outer universe was an order of magnitude more terrifying. Yet, falling into the outer cosmos did not guarantee death, after all. Prior to the apocalypse in my past life, many individuals inadvertently entered those enigmatic realms and, through fierce battles, managed to return to the Blue Star world against all odds. Nonetheless, the probability of such an occurrence was exceedingly low, perhaps less than 1%. Meng Yao murmured softly, questioning whether their low level of evolution, not even qualifying as ability users, would permit them to survive in such an environment. As for that, I cannot say, Liao Fan replied, unwilling to dwell on this topic. He shook his head and turned away, retreating into the dilapidated comprehensive building. There was little he could do to alter the past, nor did he wish to expend energy pondering it, since Chu Fofeng and Sun Ming had inadvertently plunged into the outer cosmic space. His plans to rally them were now indefinitely postponed. Meng Yao, visibly indignant, followed closely behind him, quietly lamenting Liao Fan's apparent indifference. They're your old classmates. Knowing they have fallen into such a perilous situation, how can you remain unconcerned? Truly, you are heartless. Liao Fan found her outrage amusing and glanced back at her, retorting, what should I do then? Fall to my knees and weep, or recklessly charge into the outer universe alongside them? That would be quite naive. I am not a mere child. Years of bloodshed have rendered me numb. Furthermore, it is not guaranteed that Chu Fofeng, with her formidable talent, would perish in the outer cosmos. Even if she were to meet her end, it would be a consequence of her own ill fortune, not a burden I must bear. Moreover, the troubles here had yet to fully unfold. Just as they nestled into a secluded corner, a thunderous roar erupted from outside, abruptly interrupting their conversation. The sheer intensity of the roar was deafening, as if the very building trembled in response. Good heavens, what creature is capable of such a mighty bellow? Meng Yao, taken aback, ceased her complaints and cautiously peered through the shattered window, scanning for the source of the sound. Liao Fan, however, firmly grasped her shoulder, urging her to remain hidden, and whispered urgently in her ear, do not act recklessly. Over 40 source crystals fell just now, and what we have managed to seize is but a fraction. The majority have undoubtedly been consumed by those monsters. Upon consuming the source crystals, the various monsters undergo distinct transformations. Some inherently formidable creatures become even more ferocious and terrifying. Take, for instance, the entity responsible for that thunderous roar. Merely hearing its voice evokes a fearsome aura, undoubtedly surpassing the second-tier level of combat prowess. Even Liao Fan finds himself incapable of confronting it directly. He can only compel Meng Yao to lie down with him, utilizing the terrain of the comprehensive building to conceal their forms entirely. Outside the confines of the comprehensive building, the world descends into a more dreadful calamity, spurred by that earlier roar. The cacophony of beastly howls mingles with the piercing screams of survivors, reverberating through the dense mist, transforming the entire town into a chaotic uproar. The monsters revel in their final frenzy, systematically ravaging Ningde town, leaving countless innocents to endure a bloody slaughter and cleansing. The screams resonate with such terror that Meng Yao is engulfed in fear and unease. Yet, Liao Fan remains steadfast in his judgment, hiding in the most concealed corner of the comprehensive building, resolutely refraining from revealing himself. This wait extends for several hours, until the sounds of battle and the anguish cries gradually subside, leaving only silence in their wake. It is then that he exhales a long sigh of relief. The time has come to bring this chapter to a close. Chapter 108. Return after several hours of evasion. Liao Fan could no longer hear any roars of beasts or cries of anguish. He finally lifted a piece of debris and emerged from the ruins of the complex. The world outside had transformed into a desolate wasteland. Within and around the town, numerous buildings lay in ruins, leaving only heaps of rubble in sight. The academy had been largely emptied, with the few remaining corpses buried beneath the debris, exposing only a few gnawed and incomplete skeletons. Blood, entrails, and viscous brain matter coated the ground, scattered everywhere. Liao Fan found a higher vantage point and raised his gaze to the sky, which was gradually brightening. In the wormhole space, there was no distinction between day and night, but it was estimated that he had spent at least a day and a night in this place. The prolonged slaughter and struggle had finally reached its conclusion with the gradual dissipation of the thick fog. Soon, he retrieved another signal flare and fired it into the sky. Attracted by the flare, the police officers hiding in various locations began to regroup and limp toward him. Compared to their earlier readiness and fierce demeanor, the officers now appeared disheveled and dispirited, many of them severely injured and only able to walk with the aid of their companions. Liao Fan counted the remaining personnel. Before their departure, there had been 50 military police, but now only 23 remained. Among these, 8 were injured, 5 with minor wounds and 3 severely hurt. The proportion of casualties was too overwhelming to calculate, but it was evident that everyone bore some form of injury, with bleeding heads being inevitable. This level of attrition was indeed startling, yet Liao Fan showed no sign of regret. Instead, he focused on the surviving officers, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Those who had lived were commendable. At the very least, they had overcome their fears and learned to confront the monsters. In the not-so-distant future, these individuals were destined for greatness. However, not everyone shared his exuberance. Zhao Yi and Wu Yuan wore expressions of deep sorrow, their eyes clouded with pain as they surveyed the devastation around them. They looked at their comrades, some of whom could barely walk without assistance, their faces etched with distress. as if they wished to grind their teeth in frustration. More painful than the loss of their many fallen companions was the plight of the countless residents of the town, who had been ravaged and slaughtered by the monsters. There was more than one spatial passage that had appeared in the town. Similar monsters had emerged in various corners of Ningda town. Compared to the relatively intact Art Academy, the conditions elsewhere in the town had only deteriorated further. Liao, his face a mask of bitterness, looked down at his blood-stained hands, still lost in the memories of the brutal fight, feeling as if he had merely dreamt it all. What had unfolded in this cursed place was far worse than any battlefield he had encountered. They had only scratched the surface. Before long, they would witness what true hell looked like. Liao Fan wore an inexplicable smile, almost mocking, as he approached Zhao Yi. The wormhole space merely serves as a rehearsal for catastrophe. It cannot be deemed a true disaster. The number of casualties is trivial. Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback, his expression quickly darkening. Although he believed Liao Fan's words to be true and felt grateful for his assistance in achieving evolution, the casual, almost flippant attitude towards human life unsettled him greatly. Unperturbed by Zhao Yi's demeanor, Liao Fan turned his neck and gazed at the dissipating mist. Let us depart. The beasts have retreated, and the source energy here has diminished significantly. The fourth wormhole space can sustain itself for no more than half an hour. It is time for us to leave. With that, he took the lead, striding towards the exit of the town. Despite their dissatisfaction with Liao Fan's cold-heartedness, the others had no choice but to lower their heads and follow suit. As the mist gradually cleared, the once vibrant and bustling town had been reduced to ruins. Only those who had truly experienced the devastation could comprehend the terrifying destructive power of these extraterrestrial beings. The multitude of scattered corpses and skeletal remains signified little. What truly astonished everyone was the sight of a 10-story residential building, which appeared to have been forcibly toppled by an unknown force. Beneath the towering debris lay enormous footprints. The curved impressions measured over a meter in diameter, with thick toes that left distinct claw marks on the hard asphalt. One could only imagine the colossal size of the creature that had made these prints. Heavens, what kind of monster could have left such a footprint? It must stand taller than 10 meters. The group was momentarily stunned, halting their steps to crouch near the gigantic tracks, their faces pale with fear. Liao Fan's expression grew serious as he recalled the tremendous roar he had heard mere hours before, furrowing his brow. This building had likely been toppled by a creature of the Titan race, one with a combat strength of at least level 2. Titan race? Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, Zhao Yi and the others exchanged apprehensive glances, while Meng Yao, growing anxious, surveyed their surroundings and cautiously remarked, "The mist has not fully dissipated. Could that creature return? It is unlikely. Less than a quarter of an hour remains until the wormhole completely vanishes. That creature should have departed long ago." Liao Fan sighed, reassuring everyone not to be overly fearful and to simply follow him. Nevertheless, after witnessing the enormous footprint, the sense of shock within them intensified. Meng Yao could not contain her anxiety, quickening her pace and inquiring in a tremulous voice, how many monsters could possibly inhabit such a place? Liao Fan refrained from answering, for even he was unaware of the answer to her question. All he knew was that, with the overlapping of multiple extraterrestrial spaces, the once stable ecosystem of Blue Star would be magnified countless times. No one can definitively articulate the multitude of monsters that may descend upon Blue Star after the apocalypse. Engaging in such discussions is futile. The creatures you have encountered, both in variety and quantity, are woefully inadequate. The true expanse of the outer cosmos is infinitely greater than you can fathom. Even a colossal beast towering at 10 meters would merely appear as a dwarf when confronted by certain specific races. This is not mere hyperbole. In a previous life, Liao Fan witnessed a gigantic walrus exceeding 500 meters in height, lurking in the depths of the ocean. Merely a sneeze from such a creature could unleash a tsunami reaching 10 meters in height. Chapter 109. Sold off. The crowd fell into a profound silence, unable to conjure an image of the scene described by Liao Fan, which was so exaggerated that it instilled fear rather than eliciting opinions. Before long, they trudged heavily to the outskirts of Ningda town, where a relatively clean and even street awaited them. This place marked the boundary between the wormhole space and Blue Star, and due to its sparse population, it had not been excessively ravaged by monsters. As the thick fog dissipated, the group had just arrived at the boundary when the dense wall of grayish-white mist began to shift, revealing a hazy, yet familiar landscape. The source of energy had completely vanished, and the world they recognized returned. Tears of excitement streamed down the weary faces of the group. "Look, there's Director Chen's vehicle. I see him." Indeed, it was Director Chen. "Huh, we have finally escaped that wretched wormhole space and safely returned to Blue Star." Overwhelmed by the familiar surroundings, the group quickened their pace, tears glistening in their eyes. In the distance, Chen Guodong, anxiously awaiting their return, heard the commotion of hurried footsteps and rushed over with two subordinates. My heavens, what has happened? Zhao Yi, why are you covered in blood? And Wu Yuan, you're injured too. What happened to your arm? Chun Guodong sprinted toward them, his heart racing as he noticed the blood-soaked figures of his subordinates. His face paled as he quickly counted the number of people, and he shouted, why are there only so few of you? Where's the rest of the team? Apologies. Director Chun, it's solely our inadequacy. We were unable to combat so many monsters. The others, they perished. Zhao Yi and Wu Yuan exchanged glances, both offering bitter smiles as they stepped forward to report on the situation. What? Upon hearing this, Chun Guodong, already overwhelmed with emotion, felt lightheaded, nearly collapsing to the ground. Uncle, be careful. Meng Yu swiftly maneuvered through the crowd, reaching him and supporting his arm, her face etched with concern. That place was far too perilous. It is fortunate that half of the team survived. Please do not blame them. Yao, I'm relieved you're unscathed, but what on earth happened? You all went in fully equipped. I supplied you with ample ammunition. How could there have been such significant casualties? Chen Guodong's face trembled as he looked at Meng Yao. Then at the silent Zhao Yi and Wu Yuan, ultimately fixing his scrutinizing gaze on Liao Fan at the front of the line, stammering, I need an explanation. You should inquire directly with them, Liao Fan shrugged, gesturing towards Zhao Yi and Wu Yuan. Aren't these two your most trusted subordinates? Their account should carry greater credibility. Wu Yuan stood up immediately, still unable to meet Chen Guodong's gaze. With great difficulty, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a mobile phone, stained with blood. He turned on the device and silently handed over a recording of the battle he had surreptitiously captured. Chen Guodong glanced at it and felt his vision blur. Blood rushing to his temples. What had he seen? A series of gruesome images of monsters devouring humans unfolded before him. The trembling screen revealed no fewer than 5 or 6 types of creatures, spiders as large as grinding wheels, rhinoceros beetles clad in hardened armor, shaggy white apes, and enormous eagles with nearly 3-meter wingspans. Alongside these grotesque beings were humans, brutally slaughtered, struggling in pools of their own blood, their cries hauntingly desperate. The harrowing footage, recorded on a mere mobile phone, captured first-hand evidence of the carnage. Even though it was only a fraction of the horrors, it was sufficient to instill a profound sense of dread and terror. Is this the environment you just endured? Chun Guodong held the blood-smeared phone, his face pale, his hands trembling uncontrollably until the device slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Wu Yuan responded with difficulty, affirming that it was indeed a mere glimpse of the much larger nightmare that had unfolded, far too vast to document entirely. Silence enveloped Chen Guodong, his lips twitching in a frantic display of anxiety and fear. Just hours prior, he had harbored doubts about Liao Fan's assertions. However, the brutal reality presented by his most trusted subordinate had shattered any illusions of peace he had clung to. So this is truly the world we inhabit? Exhausted, he waved his hand, and another squad of police arrived to secure the scene and tally the grotesque casualties within the town. With Meng Yao's support, he limped toward the police car. This veteran officer, who had served for over 30 years and believed himself weathered by countless storms, now felt his legs weaken. This was not due to cowardice, but rather a profound anxiety about the future and an overwhelming sense of helplessness. If Liao Fan's accounts were indeed accurate, what could his limited police force possibly do for the city? He felt a deep sense of disorientation, collapsing into his seat, rendered speechless for a long while. After a considerable time spent in silence, he noticed Liao Fan, wearing a peculiar half-smile, approaching and standing beside his car window. He struggled to steady his breathing and rolled down the window. Despite his efforts to suppress the tumult within, his voice trembled as he asked, "Could you please elaborate on what you experienced in the 4th wormhole? Such matters would typically be handled by others." There was no need for him to expend excessive words on it. However, Liao Fan seemed uncooperative, shaking his head and gesturing toward Meng Yao, who sat beside Chen Guodong. "If you have any uncertainties, feel free to ask her. I have come to discuss 2 matters with you." "I am listening." Chen Guodong closed his eyes, his forehead still buzzing with a lingering resonance. "Firstly, I have demonstrated through my actions that I have not spoken falsehoods. You should earnestly contemplate and execute the previous suggestion I made." Liao Fan leaned his arm against the car window, speaking leisurely. "Secondly, there remains less than a month before the complete outbreak of the apocalypse. In the future, Lin City will witness the emergence of numerous similar wormholes. Far too many for me to manage alone. Therefore, I intend to sell some intelligence to you as compensation, and in return, you must grant me certain benefits." "What benefits do you seek?" Chun Guodong instinctively clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he retorted. "This is utterly absurd. Humanity is on the brink of an immense catastrophe, and this insolent youth dares to bargain with the information he possesses. Yet, he finds himself unable to refuse. Liao Fan discerned the anger in Qin Guodong's eyes. And with a smile, he said, "There is no rush. I will remain in the safe house for the next few days to recuperate. When you have regained your composure, we shall discuss this further." It was evident that Qin Guodong's emotions were quite unstable, and Liao Fan had no intention of revealing his cards prematurely. After imparting a few casual reminders, he turned and strode away. Chapter 110. Return Director. This individual possesses an overwhelming amount of critical intelligence. Are we truly prepared to let him go? Witnessing Liao Fan's departure, Zhao Yi and Wu Yuan promptly approached Qin Guodong, advising, "Perhaps we should devise a plan to detain him for the time being. Once we return to the precinct, we can." Never mind. The matter of collaboration was initiated by Liao Fan himself. He would not jest regarding such serious affairs, Qin Guodong replied wearily, shaking his head. He gestured towards the small town street behind them, still thick with the pungent scent of blood, and sighed deeply. "We must hasten to manage the aftermath. This debacle will surely provoke a significant uproar among the city's prominent figures. I have yet to formulate a strategy to respond. Grant me some time to contemplate the subsequent actions before I issue the next command." Understood. Zhao Yi and Wu Yuan immediately stood at attention, saluting him before trudging away with weary steps. Once most had departed, Qin Guodong took a deep breath, closed the car window. His face paled to the point of resembling a ghost. Nonetheless, he turned his gaze toward Meng Yao and spoke in a low voice. "First, enlighten me about your experiences with this fellow. I must comprehend everything that transpired during the wormhole incident. How could such a small town be utterly devastated in such a brief span of time?" The duration from the onset to the conclusion of the wormhole incident was indeed short. Although Liao Fan and his group had endured a day and a night of battle within the wormhole, for Qin Guodong, who remained outside, it was merely a couple of hours. He found it inconceivable that such a sizable town could collapse into ruins within a mere hour. Only those who had personally endured the conflict could comprehend the true length of that interval. Fortunately, the violence had ceased. After distancing himself from the carnage, Liao Fan still bore the hefty toolbox, taking a secluded path back to his underground safe house. By the time he arrived home, twilight had just begun to descend. Upon opening the heavy iron door, Liao Fan trudged into the living room of the safe house. He had barely seated himself when footsteps echoed from the inner room. "You returned so soon. Goodness, how did you get hurt again?" Without needing to glance back, Liao Fan recognized the voice's exuberance. He shook his head with a smile. "Just a minor injury. It's nothing serious." Although he did indeed acquire a number of new wounds during the battle with the monsters, and his clothing was torn and covered in claw marks, it was far less severe compared to his previous injuries. Thanks to the close protection of the bat-monkey battle armor, he had evaded a majority of the damage. And having completed his evolution, the energy at his disposal was more abundant than ever. His recovery speed had also accelerated. One could say that as long as it did not involve significant harm, any current injuries were insufficient to warrant excessive concern from Liao Fan. Zhang Tao hurriedly approached with a kettle in hand, exclaiming, "While you say that, you return each time with a plethora of injuries. Aren't you concerned that your sister might find out?" "My sister has been at school. As long as you don't tell, how could she possibly know?" Liao Fan cast a sidelong glance at him, choosing not to delve further into that topic. He had refrained from disclosing the truth of the apocalypse to his timid sister, Xiaoyun, both to shield her from fear and to prevent unnecessary worry. After shedding his blood-stained coat, Liao Fan grabbed a towel and quickly wiped the traces of blood from his skin. Once he donned a clean outfit, he turned to the boiling water that Zhang Tao was tending to, saying, "Forget about that rickety stove for now, come here quickly. I have something splendid to present to you." "What splendid thing?" Zhang Tao's interest piqued at the mention of a gift. He eagerly set aside the kettle and rushed over, excitement radiating from him. "Did you manage to acquire some excellent materials for weapon crafting? Hurry, let me have a look." "Not quite." Liao Fan shook his head. He then revealed several source crystals, carefully extracted from the innermost folds of his clothing, and laid them out on the coffee table before him. The luminous white crystals exuded a star-like glow, illuminating the dim basement with a gentle radiance. Their intangible energy resonated like a potent elixir, releasing waves of warmth that gradually intertwined with their very beings. Liao Fan, having undergone a complete evolution, had become a true extraordinary being, immune to the aura of these elementary source crystals. However, Zhang Tao was a different story. The instant he sensed the crystal's energy, a fervor surged within him, his gaze becoming glazed and entranced. His eyes widened as he fixated on the pristine crystals, his pores seemingly expanding, each cell in his body radiating an overwhelming desire and greed. What is this?" he gasped, his breath quickening, his voice trembling as he lunged forward. Selecting a source crystal and gripping it tightly in his hand, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. Seeing Zhang Tao's impatience, Liao Fan smiled slightly. "Why are you in such a rush? I managed to acquire 5 source crystals. You can only absorb 1 at most. The remaining 4 need to be kept safely for me. I have other plans for them. Given the significance of source crystals, even if they no longer aided in his evolution, they had to be secured and kept away from prying eyes. However, Zheng Tao was not merely an outsider. Liao Fan could not carry the crystals with him everywhere. Hence he had entrusted their safekeeping to Zheng Tao. So this is what they call source crystals. But what exactly is their purpose? Why do they exert such a powerful allure over me? Zheng Tao nodded, though confusion lingered in his eyes. Indeed, these crystals can facilitate your direct evolution. I went to great lengths to procure these few, Liao Fan replied. Liao Fan smiled briefly. But soon his expression turned serious as he began to elucidate the methods and benefits of refining source crystals to Zheng Tao. During their time in the wormhole, Liao Fan had opted for the most expedient evolutionary method by consuming the source crystal directly. While this approach was undoubtedly the quickest, it also imposed a significant burden on his body. To mitigate this strain, Liao Fan imparted to Zheng Tao an alternative method for refining energy, instructing him to return to his room and see if he could successfully complete his evolution before dawn. Naturally, Zheng Tao eagerly complied, rushing back to his bedroom with the source crystal in hand, and promptly began to refine the energy within it. As for Liao Fan, he remained reclined on the sofa, choosing to recuperate from his physical exertion through ample rest. Unbeknownst to him, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he, too weary to return to his room, simply draped a blanket over himself. The following morning, he was awakened from his slumber by a fit of boisterous laughter. Opening his eyes, he beheld Zheng Tao approaching with a radiant face, exclaiming, "Aha! I have succeeded." Chapter 111. Zheng Tao's abilities. Zheng Tao has indeed succeeded. After a night of absorption and refinement, he has completed his breakthrough and has become a supernatural being, akin to Liao Fan. This was evident from the joyous expression that adorned his face. Furthermore, post-evolution, Zheng Tao's aura was distinctly different from before, although his physique still leaned towards the slender. His bones and muscles had become notably sturdier. Even his gait exuded a certain vigor, presenting a stark contrast to his previous frail demeanor. Realizing that this was not a matter of great significance, Liao Fan, who had intended to rest, had no choice but to sit up. He was not at all surprised by the changes in Zheng Tao. Yawning, he lazily cast a glance at Zheng Tao and remarked with a smirk, "It's rare to see you evolve. Since we have some time, let us test it out." "Test what?" Zheng Tao inquired, his face reflecting confusion as he scanned Liao Fan's mischievous grin, which instantly instilled a sense of foreboding, prompting him to instinctively step back. However, he was too late. Before Zheng Tao could brace himself, Liao Fan produced a bone knife and, without hesitation, slashed towards him. The icy blade sliced through the air with a sharp hiss. Though Liao Fan had only exerted a fraction of his strength, the blade still darted towards its target with lightning speed. The chilling malevolence emanating from the knife sent shivers down Zheng Tao's spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. "What are you doing?" Zheng Tao exclaimed, momentarily dumbfounded. The imminent threat of lethal intent compelled him to let out a low growl as he hastily retreated, desperately pressing his back against the wall. "Stop! Are you crazy? There is no reason for a son to strike his father." Yet Liao Fan showed no signs of halting. He deftly maneuvered the bone knife, launching a relentless series of attacks at Zheng Tao, employing merely 3/4 of his strength. Even at this diminished capacity, the force was more than an ordinary person could withstand. The blade danced with elegance and precision, each strike forcing Zheng Tao to flee in a state of utter disarray. Fortunately, having evolved, his agility and reflexes had multiplied, allowing him to manage the chaotic onslaught. "Liao Fan, you better stop. If this continues, I swear I will retaliate," Zheng Tao shouted, panic-stricken. "Are you really trying to kill me? Why is every strike so merciless?" The blade pursued him relentlessly, leaving cracks even in the reinforced steel walls, compelling Zheng Tao to curse under his breath. However, Liao Fan remained unfazed, asserting, "Of course, you can fight back. If you manage to take me down even once, I would be more than delighted." No sooner had he spoken than Liao Fan executed another swift slice, this time aiming for Zheng Tao's arm, leaving him pale with fear. Despite being fellow supernatural beings, the disparity in their combat prowess was staggering. Faced with Liao Fan's overwhelming experience and skill, Zheng Tao could do nothing but dodge and evade. Yet no matter how he maneuvered, the dark blade resembled a ravenous beast, trailing him closely, less than half a meter away. In a swift turn of events, Zheng Tao found himself cornered, the glint of the blade approaching rapidly, leaving him no room to evade. Instinctively, he let out a ferocious roar, crossing his arms tightly to shield his vulnerable neck. Unbeknownst to him, amidst the crossed arms, a faint yellow aura began to coalesce rapidly, enveloping his limbs and rendering them visibly hardened. In an instant, the blade struck with chilling ferocity against Zheng Tao's arms. He could hardly suppress a scream, fully aware of the bone knife's formidable power, capable of piercing even steel. He feared that this blow would shatter his arm beyond repair. Yet, before he could utter a cry, something astonishing occurred. At the point of impact, a burst of sparks erupted, followed by the resonant clang of steel meeting steel. The relentless bone knife abruptly halted, thwarted by mere flesh, unable to advance a fraction further. At the contact point, a strand of copper-hued energy surged forth, resembling a thick armor that enveloped most of his arm. Under the influence of this copper aura, Zheng Tao's arms became remarkably resilient, akin to those forged from iron, defying the knife's hardness. Of course, had Liao Fan truly intended to sever his arm, he could have easily done so. However, his aim was merely to drive Zheng Tao into a corner, compelling him to unleash his full potential in dire straits. Thus, he exerted only a fraction of his strength. Once he successfully elicited that metallic aura, Liao Fan decisively withdrew his blade, refraining from further assault. Zheng Tao, now twice astonished, pressed against the wall, his legs trembling. Gazing incredulously at his arms, now hardened like metal. What has happened to me? After a considerable time, he managed to stabilize his emotions. Still in disbelief as he stared at his glowing arms, Liao Fan, appearing exasperated, remarked, "What? Are you not familiar with your own special ability?" He gestured toward Zheng Tao's arms, taking a deep breath before explaining, "Upon completing evolution, humans develop various unique abilities based on their attributes. My power is bestial transformation, allowing me to become a werewolf when necessary. As for your special ability, I trust you have discerned it yourself. So that is how it is." Zheng Tao wiped the cold sweat from his brow, finally understanding why Liao Fan had pursued him with such fervor. He flexed his now sturdy arms, feeling elated, a smile returning to his face. "Haha, splendid. I never imagined I could possess these golden arms as hard as metal, even unarmed. I should be able to confront some minor beasts head-on." However, Liao Fan appeared somewhat disheartened, shaking his head. "This is not a particularly remarkable ability. There is no need for excessive joy. After all, you do not belong to the combat-oriented category of ability users. In the face of danger, always remember not to overextend yourself. The ability to harden one's arm, within the realm of abilities in the post-apocalyptic world, is undoubtedly among the more unremarkable. Its contribution to combat efficacy is rather negligible." Liao Fan's emergence of this ability was merely to facilitate Zheng Tao's self-awareness. "Rest assured, I am fully cognizant that I do not possess a talent for combat. I will not act recklessly." Zheng Tao continuously moved his arm, striving to master the control of the copper-hued aura, aiming for effortless manipulation. Once he had sufficiently acclimated to this state, he returned his arm to its normal condition and approached Liao Fan with a serious demeanor, stating, "I never anticipated that evolution could offer such advantages. Today has truly opened my eyes. Ultimately, I must express my gratitude to you. Without your assistance, I would not have been able to so effortlessly attain this newfound prowess." "No need for thanks. We are beyond such formalities," Liao Fan replied, resuming his seat on the sofa and sipping some warm water. "By the way, have you made any progress in locating that dog I asked you to help me find last time?" Chapter 112, The Visit of Qin Guodong. Despite having undergone the trials of impulsiveness for the fourth time, Liao Fan had acquired the requisite skills for self-preservation in a post-apocalyptic world. Nevertheless, he had not forgotten his ambition to further enhance the combat capabilities of his team. The performance of that hellish war dog in the dystopia was nothing short of remarkable. Liao Fan was determined to uncover its whereabouts, although he had yet to find it. He assured, "Do not worry, I have enlisted the help of a private investigator." Zheng Tao was taken aback for a moment before nodding in agreement. Just as he was about to continue speaking, the mobile phone on the coffee table vibrated. Upon glancing at the caller ID, his eyebrows raised in surprise. Well, it seems that what one speaks of comes to fruition. This call is from the private investigator." With that, he quickly grabbed the phone, held it to his ear, and engaged in a brief conversation. His expression brightened as he hung up, turning to Liao Fan and exclaiming, "We've made progress. Someone spotted a large black dog near a dog meat restaurant, and it closely resembles your description." "A dog meat restaurant?" Liao Fan's lips twitched at the mention. He promptly stood up and asked, "Are you certain that it is the one I seek?" Zheng Tao hesitated. I can't say with absolute certainty. But the private investigator estimated a resemblance of about 60 to 70%. "Then you must set off immediately. Bring it back at all costs," Liao Fan urged, adding, "Remember, the potential of this hellish war dog is immeasurable. It must not be harmed in any way." "All right." Zheng Tao, somewhat incredulous at Liao Fan's fervent concern for a stray dog, hurriedly donned a coat. "Aren't you coming with me?" Liao Fan shook his head. "I cannot accompany you. I must remain at home to await a guest." "A guest? Who?" Zheng Tao asked, puzzled. Liao Fan, reclining casually, chuckled to himself. "Of course, I await Qin Guodong. If I am not mistaken, he is likely en route to visit me." Can you refrain from always portraying an air of omniscience? That expression of yours is particularly irksome. Zhang Tao remarked, shaking his head in exasperation as he donned his outerwear and departed. As he reached the staircase, Liao Fan's voice called out from behind. I forgot to mention, the southern district has been quite unsettled in recent days. If possible, it would be wise to avoid that area. I know, Zhang Tao waved dismissively. Though he paid little heed to the warning, quickly opening the door and striding into the snowstorm. This fellow. Liao Fan sighed in resignation. Once Zhang Tao had left, he stood up and swiftly made his way to the storage room beneath the safe house. Procuring a few blocks of compressed military rations and preparing a cup of coffee to enjoy his breakfast. The storage room was spacious, containing several tons of supplies, sufficient for Liao Fan's indulgence for decades to come. However, he opted for the most ordinary and convenient compressed biscuits, for indulging in gluttony is hardly a commendable habit, particularly in a post-apocalyptic world where merely having food to satiate one's hunger is a considerable fortune. He hoped his stomach would acclimatize to coarser fare, to avoid discomfort when the time came. Just as he had prepared his coffee, before he could take a sip, a series of rhythmic chimes echoed from the metal door of the safe house. Could it be that young man returning? Liao Fan set down his coffee cup and murmured to himself as he hurried to open the door. To his surprise, the visitor was not Zhang Tao, but an elderly man clad in a military coat, bearing a weary and weathered visage. Director Chun, I didn't expect you to arrive so early, Liao Fan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback at the sight of the elderly figure, whose head was crowned with frost and snow. A smirk of mockery crept onto his face. He had anticipated Qin Guodong's visit today, yet he had not expected the man to be so eager as to personally come knocking at dawn. Alongside Qin Guodong stood several familiar figures, Zhao Yi, Wu Yuan, and 3 impeccably dressed officers, exuding an air of authority. It was evident that they had all reaped substantial benefits from the 4th wormhole space. At that moment, the group gathered around Qin Guodong stood solemnly amidst the swirling snowflakes, their gazes fixed upon Liao Fan like arrows ready to be loosed. This is quite the assembly, Liao Fan chuckled, glancing around before gesturing invitingly to Qin Guodong. Come in. It's rather chilly outside. Thank you, Qin Guodong replied with a stoic demeanor, gradually ascending the steps into the underground safe house. His eyes casually swept over the storage area, revealing a flicker of surprise. The warehouse was meticulously organized, filled with various supplies and machinery. Not only was the door reinforced with hydraulic valves, but even the stairs beneath his feet were specially designed, allowing him to clearly sense the substantial thickness of the flooring. It appears you have invested considerable effort into constructing this safe house, Qin Guodong remarked, his keen insight as an experienced detective allowing him to discern the exceptional security measures in place, rivaling even those of a large bank vault. Oh, you flatter me, Liao Fan replied, maintaining a calm smile, his demeanor somewhat indifferent to Qin Guodong's praise. Qin Guodong had not come alone. He had brought along several of his most trusted subordinates, all of whom were among the most gifted participants in their previous endeavors. They did not enter the safe house, instead standing vigil outside, exuding an undeniable presence that even Liao Fan could feel pressing upon him. It seemed this old fellow had intentions beyond mere negotiation. There was a hint of showcasing strength. Amused by this thought, Liao Fan smiled again, unfazed, and entered the hall of the safe house, casually pointing to a corner of the sofa, inviting Qin Guodong to take a seat. He seated himself across from me, casually crossing his legs and smiling as he remarked, Had I known you were coming, there would have been no need for such a grand display. You should be aware that I am not one to relish commotion, especially when engaged in discussions. The presence of so many outside does render me somewhat uneasy. Qin Guodong glanced at the coffee cup before Liao Fan and said nonchalantly, Do you feel pressured as well? Rest assured, given the current unrest in the city, Zhao Yi and his team are merely tasked with my protection. Without your consent, they will not intrude upon you. Qin Guodong's demeanor was calm, yet he emphasized the word intrude with significance. Liao Fan chuckled again. You misunderstand me. In truth, even if you were to bring a larger entourage, it would not instill any sense of threat within me. I simply have an aversion to crowds. Liao Fan spoke truthfully. Despite the 5 individuals outside having undergone evolution within the wormhole space, endowing them with considerable presence, they alone were insufficient to instigate any pressure upon him. Moreover, my safe house was not a place that could be breached so easily by outsiders. If you doubt this, you might as well let them attempt it. Chapter 113, Dragonbone. So, you believe that my 5 most trusted subordinates are of little consequence in your eyes? Qin Guodong expressed his surprise, gazing into Liao Fan's piercing gray eyes. Rather than sensing any pressure from the other, he distinctly perceived an air of disdain and contempt, which stirred something within him. He could not fathom the source of Liao Fan's confidence. It is worth noting that after traversing the fourth wormhole space, Chun Guodong's subordinates had evolved into several junior superhumans. Although Liao Fan had a higher starting point and had undergone more thorough evolution, he was still merely a junior superhuman, on the same evolutionary level as Zhao Yi and the others. Why then did he exude such calmness? Liao Fan seemed to grasp Chun Guodong's thoughts and smiled, stating, "Even among superhumans, there are distinctions. Undeniably, your subordinates possess remarkable talent and immense potential, yet they remain too inexperienced to command my respect. In his previous life, Liao Fan would never have dared to utter such bold words in front of Chun Guodong. Back then, he was merely a struggling figure at the bottom of the apocalypse. And by the time he finally became a junior superhuman, Zhao Yi and his entourage had already risen to prominence. However, the circumstances in this life were entirely different. His evolutionary starting point was significantly higher, and the energy within him was far purer. In terms of combat experience and skills, he vastly surpassed Zhao Yi and the others. Coupled with the enhancement provided by various weapons, it could be said that should a conflict arise, Liao Fan would not be the one at a disadvantage. "Well, I did not come here to flaunt my strength," Liao Fan remarked, faced with the young man whose gaze was as sharp as a deep well. Chun Guodong felt a hint of disappointment. He had expected that the presence of his 5 subordinates would, to some degree, intimidate Liao Fan. Instead, he was met with indifference. This psychological disparity left him somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to clear his throat and shift the topic. "Let us get straight to the point. I need your assistance." Before he could finish, he sensed once more that he was at a disadvantage. Liao Fan had already opened a drawer at his feet and retrieved a pre-marked blueprint, handing it over with ease. "Even if you do not speak, I already know what you seek. It has been prepared for you." Staring at the blueprint that Liao Fan had proactively offered, Chun Guodong was completely taken aback, perplexed. "You know why I came to find you? Aside from inquiring about the wormhole, what else could it be?" Liao Fan raised his eyelids slightly, his tone measured and calm. "The fourth wormhole space not only answers your questions but also grants you the acquisition of several powerful superhumans. Anyone would find it intriguing." Chun Guodong fell silent once more. This feeling of being outmaneuvered at every turn, led by the nose, left him, a man who had spent half a lifetime in politics, feeling exceedingly awkward and embarrassed. Liao Fan continued, "However, do not rejoice too soon. Not every wormhole will erupt with source crystals, nor will every wormhole bestow immense rewards upon your team. Even if you possess precise knowledge of all information regarding wormholes, it does not guarantee substantial gains." Chun Guodong remained silent. His gaze lowered to the heavy map in his hands, momentarily at a loss for words. On this modest map, Liao Fan had marked at least 20 red dots with a crimson pen. Each dot signified an impending wormhole eruption. Alongside each marked location, he had inscribed in red the exact time of the wormhole's eruption, its magnitude, and even detailed information about the monsters that might emerge. Such a document, in the hands of any faction, would be worth its weight in gold. Yet, Chun Guodong felt a sense of perplexity. Your readiness to share seems to conceal ulterior motives. Liao Fan did not deny this, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, as you can see, the number of wormholes about to erupt in this city is overwhelming. How could I possibly experience them all alone? Each wormhole signifies peril. Even though Liao Fan has grown formidable, he cannot guarantee success through all trials." Thus, he disclosed most of the information regarding the wormhole spaces to Chun Guodong. For only he could mobilize enough subordinates to seize each wormhole in advance and endeavor to reap the full benefits. The condition was that he must have his subordinates search for a particular item within the wormhole spaces. "What item?" Chun Guodong inquired with curiosity, straightening in his seat. "A material known as dragon bone." Liao Fan crossed his legs, leisurely savoring his coffee, and after a sip, responded with measured calmness. Chun Guodong was even more bewildered and quickly asked, "What does dragon bone look like? In which wormhole space might it appear? If I knew, I wouldn't need to trouble your men." Liao Fan shook his head, slowly placing his cup down. "I only know that before the apocalypse fully descends, over 30 wormhole spaces will emerge in this city. The dragon bone I seek is hidden within one of those wormholes. As for its exact location or form, that is beyond my knowledge." Liao Fan is not an omniscient deity. Like most, he is merely an ordinary witness to the apocalypse. The memories of his past life are too chaotic and vast for him to recall every detail regarding the wormhole spaces. Yet, the dragon bone is of utmost importance, and he must acquire it. Unable to rely solely on his capabilities to find it, he must place his hopes upon Chun Guodong's team. Chun Guodong added, "But with such scanned information, how can my men assist you in the search? They do not even know what dragon bone is." Liao Fan replied, "Dragon bone is a substance capable of potent energy concentration. Simply put, it acts as an evolutionary enhancer. Wherever dragon bone exists, the surrounding source energy concentration will be several times denser than elsewhere. Once it appears, your people will surely be able to sense its presence. Upon receiving Liao Fan's explanation, Chun Guodong ceased his inquiries, nodding slightly as he meticulously folded the map and tucked it deep into his coat. Rising to his feet, he remarked, "Very well. My associates will do their utmost to assist you in your search. Furthermore, prior to the advent of the apocalypse, I have numerous questions I wish to pose to you. I hope you can assure me that my people will be able to reach you at any time." Liao Fan smiled in agreement, assuring him, "There is no need for concern on that front. Even if your associates cannot locate me, they may always contact me through Mangyao." Upon hearing this, Chun Guodong was momentarily taken aback, hesitating for some time before inquiring, "What exactly is your relationship with Yao Yao?" "It is not the kind of relationship you might envision," Liao Fan replied with a smile. "Her talents and abilities are rather exceptional, holding significant value for me, which is why I intend to collaborate with her for an extended period." Liao Fan rose, adding, "Rest assured, you need not worry about your niece being lured away by me. My interest in her is solely based on her capabilities." Chapter 114, Not Simple. Well, as long as you refrain from causing her any harm, I can consent to your normal communication. Seeing Liao Fan's firm stance, Chun Guodong ceased his inquiries. After casting one last deep glance at Liao Fan, he chose to turn and leave. Suddenly, Liao Fan interjected, "Wait a moment. What is it?" Chun Guodong halted, perplexed, and turned back. Liao Fan smiled. "It's nothing significant. I merely wish to remind you that you must expedite the withdrawal of police personnel from the municipal department. The onset of the apocalypse is imminent. It won't be long before the city descends into chaos. If you do not seize the time to cultivate your own power, you may find it excruciatingly difficult once your political adversaries catch wind of an opportunity. You need not concern yourself with that. I have my own plans." Chen Guodong replied quietly, then quickened his pace as he exited the underground chamber. He chuckled softly to himself. "This old fellow has quite a stubborn temperament. I hope this time around, you can indeed go further." Liao Fan did not rise to see him off. Instead, he coldly watched the direction in which Chun Guodong had vanished, a faint, amused smile gracing his lips. His willingness to assist was not without motive. In contrast to the shameless and corrupt politicians, Chen Guodong was a leader of considerable skill and capability, imbued with a sense of righteousness and responsibility. In the early days of the apocalypse, the city defense corps he assembled had proven immensely beneficial, significantly maintaining order and safety in Lin City, at least in the short term. For Liao Fan to successfully execute his survival plan, he had to rely on this defense force. After all, once the rear was unstable, even exiting the city would become a formidable challenge, let alone gradually implementing his plans. He understood the principle of mutual dependency quite well. At that moment, Chen Guodong had already departed the underground safe house and, escorted by his subordinates, boarded his private vehicle. Blissfully unaware that Liao Fan was scheming to use him as a pawn. Even if he were aware, it would be impossible for him to refuse, wouldn't it? Weary, he leaned against the seat cushion, urging the driver to expedite their return to the office, as there were pressing matters that required his attention. To Chen Guodong's left, Wu Yuan, serving the dual role of subordinate and driver, clutched the steering wheel with concern. "Director, are you truly planning to keep this from the higher-ups and secretly initiate the plan? If this comes to light, those above us will not spare us." The higher-ups are already in disarray. They hardly have the bandwidth to concern themselves with what we are doing at the grassroots level, Chun Guodong scoffed, a flicker of irritation crossing his eyes. Currently, across the expanse of Huagua, nearly every city was grappling with wormhole incidents. The erratic climate, coupled with a surge in mass events, had already stirred alarm in the capital. Logically, in such circumstances, the higher authorities should be dispatching additional personnel to alleviate the pressure faced by the city. However, since the third wormhole incident erupted, Chen Guodong had not received any directives from the upper echelons. These truly significant figures have likely already received the whispers of impending turmoil, preparing to flee at a moment's notice. They would relocate their families to the safest cities and, without a second thought for the lives of those beneath them, exploit their power to plunder resources. Chun Guodong grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, suddenly clenching his fist and striking the car's dashboard, his face darkening as he cursed. "Our people are on the front lines, braving the biting cold to provide disaster relief. Yet what about them? Aside from continuously reallocating resources to the major cities and securing their own families and backyards, they seem entirely oblivious to the troubles facing Lin City." Upon hearing these words, Wu Yuan could only manage a bitter smile, for the offspring of these magnates are predominantly concentrated in the first-tier cities. Humph. Do such individuals truly deserve the police force's unwavering loyalty? Chen Guodong, his heart heavy with sorrow, took a deep breath, suppressing his inner turmoil, and reclined back in his seat. "Let us set this aside for now. What is your opinion on Liao Fan?" Wu Yuan hesitated momentarily, his rugged features betraying a hint of uncertainty before he fell silent. After a long pause, he shook his head with a wry smile. I cannot comprehend him. The data indicates that he is merely 24 years old, yet every time I see him, he seems like a weathered elder. Especially his eyes, they seem to conceal myriad profound secrets. I have encountered numerous young people, but he is undoubtedly the first of his kind. As he spoke, Wu Yuan hesitated again, whispering, to be honest, I find this young man somewhat intimidating. What leads you to feel this way? Qin Guodong queried, gazing at Wu Yuan's robust profile in confusion. You and Zhao Yi have both undergone evolution. Logically, you should occupy the same evolutionary tier. How could you possibly feel fear? Wu Yuan smiled wryly. I cannot articulate it, but my instinct tells me that even if Zhao Yi and I combined our strengths, we would stand no chance against him. This fellow is genuinely formidable. Qin Guodong lapsed into silence. Wu Yuan was his most trusted subordinate, having followed him for over a decade. A formidable asset to the police force. If even he harbored such dread for Liao Fan, it spoke volumes about the young man's exceptional nature. Qin Guodong averted his gaze, staring out at the frost-laden window, murmuring to himself, it appears necessary for Ming Yao to interact with this young man more frequently to discern what thoughts occupy his mind. Forgive my candor, but in my view, such an approach resembles leading a sheep into a tiger's den, Wu Yuan remarked bitterly. Even a seasoned strategist like Qin Guodong was unable to penetrate Liao Fan's psyche. Sending Ming Yao to engage with him would likely yield little effect. I understand the rationale. Yet what alternative do we have now? Qin Guodong replied, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Aware of the potential for both loss and misfortune, he recognized the necessity of having Ming Yao proactively connect with Liao Fan. For the knowledge within this young man's mind was of utmost importance to the city as a whole. The police vehicles sped through the storm, their presence overshadowed by the howling winds and swirling snow. Inside the safe house, Liao Fan leaned against the underground periscope, observing several police cars receding into the distance. He also noticed that a few enigmatic visitors had gathered near his subterranean refuge. These individuals lurked outside the structure, concealing themselves in various locations, silently monitoring every movement of the safe house through high-powered binoculars. Any disturbance on his end would likely be reported to Qin Guodong without delay. This cunning old fox was indeed formidable. Contemplating this, Liao Fan chuckled softly, yet remained unfazed. Having such a multitude of police officers to guard his entrance, albeit at no cost, was a rather advantageous arrangement. He swiftly retreated to his room, lying down comfortably on the bed and allowing himself to drift into a deep slumber, indifferent to the freezing discomfort endured by those observing him. At that moment, Zheng Tao had ventured outside in search of his dog, ensuring that no one would disturb Liao Fan's respite. All he desired was to replenish his sleep, restoring his body to its peak condition. Once the next wormhole eruption occurred, he planned to bring his sister, Liao Yun, into the safe house as well. Everything was in place. The only remaining task was to allow little Yun to undergo her own trial. He wondered how she would react upon learning of the apocalyptic news. Chapter 115. Lao Song and the Black Dog. In the southern suburbs of the city, a road lay blanketed beneath a layer of snow and ice. Inside a tea restaurant, Zhang Tao tightened his winter coat, gazing out at the flurries of snowflakes cascading from the sky, unable to suppress a sneeze. This wretched weather. When will it ever come to an end? He mused. He had been waiting in the restaurant for over 2 hours, ever since receiving a call from a private investigator who claimed to have located the hellish war dog near a dog meat shop. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Tao hastily hailed a cab to the restaurant, intending to retrieve the dog swiftly. However, several hours had elapsed without the detective's arrival, leaving him to endure the wait in increasing frustration. The bitter cold persisted, as a relentless cold wave had enveloped the city for nearly a month. Despite the restaurant's heating system being cranked to its maximum, the occasional gusts of icy air infiltrating through the window crevices rendered him shivery, forcing him to shake his legs in an attempt to ward off the chill. Just as Zheng Tao began to feel the impatience rising within him, contemplating a follow-up call, he noticed a figure outside the large glass door of the restaurant. A middle-aged man, clad in a black leather coat, stout yet compact in stature, was leaping from the back of a small pickup truck. Finally, he had arrived. Zhang Tao quickly rose to his feet and approached the man, exclaiming, Lao Song, I merely asked you to find a dog. Why has it taken you so long? Come on, you know how many dog markets there are in Lin City. It's no simple task to find a dog that meets your specifications among so many. The detective, Lao Song, retorted, rolling his eyes as he hurried into the restaurant. He shook off the snow that had accumulated on him and complained, in this frigid weather, it's only me who would agree to help you find a dog. By the way, what madness has possessed you to expend such effort for a stray? I certainly have my reasons, but let us not get into that now. Quickly, have you brought the dog? Zheng Tao smiled mysteriously, neglecting to explain further. He reached into his pocket, retrieving an envelope brimming with cash, and waved it enticingly before Lao Song. Here it is, your promised reward, all intact. But I need to see the dog first. Well, it seems you've struck it rich lately. 30,000 for a dog? Have you won the lottery or something? Upon seeing the bulging envelope, Lao Song's eyes gleamed with interest as he reached out to take it. However, Zheng Tao pulled his hand back, concealing it behind him, and inquired, "Where's the dog?" "In the truck." "Follow me," Lao Song replied, his lips curling in dissatisfaction, but he led Zheng Tao to the back of the small pickup truck nonetheless. The truck's bed was draped with a thick white canvas, which Lao Song lifted to reveal an iron cage beneath. Inside the cage, a gaunt, large dog, its body covered in short black fur, lay listlessly, drooling and shivering from the cold. The skeleton of the yellow dog is relatively broad, and its physique is quite robust. However, it appears somewhat emaciated, likely due to a prolonged period of wandering and insufficient nourishment, evoking a sense of malnutrition. Is this the hellhound that Liao Fan spoke of? The more I observe, the less it seems to resemble one. Zheng Tao crouched beside the dog cage, squinting as he scrutinized the large black dog trembling from the cold. Its fur hung disheveled, and its eyes were vacant and listless, presenting a sickly demeanor, with its droopy ears, one of which was missing a piece, and a notably short tail, bearing a striking resemblance to the hellhound in the illustration. Yet, this dog exuded no aura of intimidation. Instead, it appeared timid and fearful, shrinking away in response to Zheng Tao's gaze. "Is this the one you were looking for?" Old Song inquired, grinning as he rubbed his hands together, urging, "All right, enough staring. As per our usual arrangement, payment upon delivery. After all this time, you know I won't cheat you." "Fine." Although Zheng Tao sensed no unusual energy emanating from the black dog, its size, coloration, and the distinctive notch in its left ear matched Liao Fan's description perfectly. Reluctantly, he handed over an envelope stuffed with cash to Old Song. "It's freezing today, and this iron cage is so drafty. Don't let it get frostbitten. Give me the key. Let us release it." "Sure." Old Song cheerfully accepted the money and casually handed over the key. Zheng Tao promptly unlocked the cage and called out to the large black dog, "Come on out. I know you were frightened at the dog meat restaurant. But don't worry, no one intends to turn you into a meal." The black dog seemed to grasp Zheng Tao's words, its ears perked up, though its gaze still held a hint of caution. At that moment, it was far from the imposing hellhound of the apocalypse. Rather, it was merely a stray, surviving on the fringes of the urban landscape, rummaging through trash bins for sustenance. Due to its disruptive presence, it had caught the attention of the city management and was subsequently subdued with a tranquilizer, later sold to the dog meat market. If fate had followed its expected course, it would have been sent to the back kitchen of the dog meat restaurant, awaiting a grim destiny of being served as a meal. Yet, in a twist of fate, just as it noticed the restaurant owner sharpening his knives, a savior arrived. With a soft whimper, the black dog shook its head and, responding to Zheng Tao's beckoning, clambered out of the cage, wagging its short, stout tail and nuzzling against Zheng Tao's hand, extending a crimson tongue in a display of submission. "Not bad. This fellow is rather docile," Zheng Tao chuckled, patting the dog's head. "From now on, you shall live with me. Given your dark appearance, I shall call you Big Black Wang." The black dog immediately perked up its head and barked in response, as if acknowledging its new name. As a future hellhound, its intelligence was certainly not lacking, and it could sense that the man before it was not akin to the owner of the previous dog meat restaurant. At the very least, the way the man looked at it did not suggest an intention to serve it as a meal. "Come on, you look filthy. Let us take you for a bath." Noticing the big black dog's compliance, Zheng Tao immediately broke into a smile, grabbed the dog leash, and intended to find a place to wash the dog's fur, so as to prevent its foul odor from soiling the floor of the safe house. Detective Old Song followed behind, saying, "Zheng Tao, the dog is now yours. I must return home to cook for my wife. I shall take my leave." "All right, do hurry home, and do not forget my previous advice to stock up on supplies." Zheng Tao waved his hand at Old Song, intending to remind him a few more things. However, before he could finish his sentence, Old Song had already jumped into the driver's seat, pressed the accelerator, and drove off with the small pickup truck. "Never mind. Even if I were to tell him that the apocalypse is imminent, I doubt this old fellow would believe me." Watching the pickup truck disappear into the distance, Zheng Tao was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head in self-mockery. Just as he was about to lead the big black dog away, he was astonished to see Old Song driving back in that very pickup truck. Chapter 116. Scrape, how did you reverse the car? Zheng Tao asked, bewildered, as he watched Lao Song maneuvering the vehicle in reverse. Lao Song, with a cigarette between his lips, rolled down the window and replied, "Forget it. With such heavy snowfall outside, it's impractical for you to walk your dog and hail a taxi. Let me do a good deed and take your dog back for you." "Thank you." Zheng Tao nodded with a smile, patting Dehay's head before opening the car door and joining Lao Song in the front passenger seat of the pickup truck. The cramped space was shared by 2 men and a dog. Just as Zheng Tao closed the door, he heard Lao Song grumbling, "I'm not one to judge. But why on earth would a grown man keep a dog, especially one so large? Your scrapyard doesn't exactly hold anything of value that might attract thieves." "You don't understand. This dog is incredibly useful," Zheng Tao responded with a mysterious smile as he continued to stroke Dehay's head. While he too was uncertain about the extent to which this hellish war dog would prove beneficial, Liao Fan's attitude suggested that this seemingly ordinary stray held significant promise for the future. Lao Song chuckled, tossing his cigarette but out the window. "Your scrapyard has been closed lately. Where have you been making money?" "That's a secret I cannot divulge," Zheng Tao replied, still smiling enigmatically. "Fine, if you won't share." "I won't press further," Lao Song said with a dismissive pout, then steered the vehicle towards the southern district of the city. However, Zheng Tao sensed something amiss with the route and exclaimed, "Why are we going towards the southern district? Isn't there a bridge ahead? We could reach our destination after crossing it." Without lifting his gaze, Lao Song responded, "The road ahead is blocked. After 2 weeks of heavy snowfall, that bridge is closed." "Didn't you know?" Zheng Tao merely uttered an understanding grunt and resumed grooming Dehay's unkempt fur with his hands, refraining from further inquiries. Dehay appeared to revel in the attention, leaning against Zheng Tao's feet, half closing his eyes in enjoyment of the care provided by this new master. As a stray, his life had been tumultuous, and he had seemingly never experienced such close human contact. His gaze towards Zheng Tao grew increasingly gentle. However, before he could savor this newfound affection for long, the sudden sound of tires screeching filled the air, and the once steadily cruising pickup truck skidded uncontrollably, colliding with a sapphire blue sedan. What the hell? Inside the cabin, the trio, human and canine alike, jolted forward, crashing against the windows. Zheng Tao quickly grasped the armrest and shouted at the driver, "Lao Song, what is going on? The snow on the ground is too thick. The tires are slipping." "We must have scraped against another car," Lao Song muttered, cursing his bad luck as he hurriedly opened the car door and jumped out. Indeed, parked by the roadside was another sapphire blue sedan. 3 young individuals, 2 women and a man, emerged, surrounding the damaged vehicle and animatedly discussing the incident. The driver, a tall young man wearing a baseball cap, had an air of defiance. Clutching a wrench, he glared at Lao Song and exclaimed, "What the hell? Are you blind? How could you drive like that? This is my brand new BMW. Can you afford the damages? Apologies, but my tire skidded. Moreover, you were driving rather rapidly. Had it not been for the need to avoid you, I wouldn't have lost control." Old Song cast a glance at the blue BMW, which bore the marks of the scrape, and repeatedly expressed his regrets. Yet the young man was relentless, seizing Song's collar and demanding, "A mere apology won't suffice. Do you comprehend the value of my car? It's barely been on the road for 2 days, and you've already marred it. Can you afford the repairs?" "Calm down, young man. Let us discuss this rationally." Old Song, feeling helpless in light of the young man's fury, acknowledged the reality of the damage. He patiently suggested, "I happen to know a few friends in the repair business. Why not release me so I can make a call and have them assist you with the assessment?" As someone who had connections, Old Song wished to avoid escalating the situation, promptly retrieving his phone. However, the young man's arrogance escalated. "The car is a trivial matter. But I was celebrating a friend's birthday today, and you've ruined our spirits. How do you intend to address that?" Old Song was taken aback by the young man's brazen demeanor. Before he could respond, Zheng Tao had stepped out of his vehicle, leading the large black dog, and approached the sedan. After inspecting it, he remarked, "It's merely a Series 3, and the damage isn't severe. A bit of paintwork will suffice. It won't cost much." Zheng Tao had accumulated a wealth of mechanical knowledge over the years. Although he had never owned a car, he had diligently studied automotive care, viewing such minor scrapes as inconsequential. Yet the young man retorted defiantly, pointing at Zheng Tao and exclaiming, "Who do you think you are, kid? This is none of your concern. You have no right to interject." At this juncture, both Zheng Tao and Old Song found themselves at a loss for words. Driving in snowy conditions inevitably leads to minor accidents, and having already apologized, they felt the young man was making a mountain out of a molehill. In the past, Zheng Tao might have engaged in a heated argument, but he had undergone a transformation following yesterday's evolution. Now, both his perspective and temperament had matured, allowing him to calmly explain, "I'm merely analyzing the situation from a professional standpoint. Please don't be so agitated. The responsibility lies with us, and I will compensate you." A Series 3 costs no more than a few 100,000 yuan, a sum that, to Zheng Tao now, was little more than a pile of paper. With ample funds remaining for his safe house project, he wouldn't flinch at the thought of repairing 10 such vehicles. "Don't try to intimidate me. You look like you can't afford it." The young man remained unconvinced, scrutinizing Zheng Tao from head to toe, his disdain palpable. Indeed. Zheng Tao's attire was rather modest, clad in an ordinary coat, his appearance unremarkable, and accompanied by a scruffy black dog. He hardly resembled a wealthy individual. Wei Jun, why are you arguing with someone again? However, just as the young individuals were incessantly chattering and refusing to relent, a striking woman clad in a white down jacket approached from behind the sapphire blue BMW, her brows furrowed in discontent. The three of them ceased their conversation simultaneously, turning their attention towards her. This woman, youthful in appearance with a statuesque figure and fair complexion, possessed cascading long hair that framed her delicate features, embodying the essence of an urban belle. Accompanying the woman in the white down jacket was another girl, slightly short and plump, whose looks were rather unremarkable. She trailed behind, her nose scrunched in displeasure as she incessantly lamented their misfortune, exclaiming about their urgency to attend the evening gala and the potential delay to their schedule. Chapter 117. A haunted place. As Zheng Tao gazed at the two women approaching from the side of the vehicle, he fell silent. The previously arrogant young man hastily approached the woman clad in a white down jacket, smiling as he said, "Luo Qian, do not worry. I assure you I will get you to the gala on time. It is quite chilly outside. You should seek refuge in the car for warmth." However, the woman named Luo Qian remained silent, merely glancing at the area where the two vehicles had scraped against each other. She then remarked, "Let it go. It is not a significant matter. We should leave promptly. Parking by the roadside in such heavy snow is perilous." The brash man, however, was not pleased. Shaking his head, he retorted, "No way. My car is brand new, having only been driven for 2 days, and now it has been scratched by these two wretched fools. I must demand an explanation from them." Luo Qian replied, "Wei Jun, can you refrain from being so hot-headed? It is merely a matter of repainting a section of the car. Is it worth delaying the gala over such a trivial issue? Well, since you put it that way, I shall let these two wretched fools off the hook today." It was evident that Wei Jun had been trying to curry favor with the woman named Luo Qian, and he reluctantly nodded in agreement. He then turned to Zheng Tao and declared, "Kid, consider yourself fortunate today. I shall not hold this against you. However, this matter regarding my scratched car cannot just be overlooked. Here is the deal. Give me your ID card as collateral, and when the car is repaired, I will return the bill along with your ID." Zheng Tao nearly burst into laughter. He had never encountered such an impolite individual. He had not intended to escalate the situation, but the other party's condescending demeanor left him feeling quite uncomfortable. He immediately halted Old Song, who was about to retrieve his ID, and with a stern expression said, "Why should I hand over my ID to you? It is merely a damaged BMW. How much could it possibly be worth? Just name your price, and I will settle it directly." Had it been in the past, Zheng Tao would never have spoken so boldly. However, earlier, for the renovation of a safe house, Liao Fan had extorted several million in cash from Meng Yao, and Zheng Tao had been entrusted with the remaining funds. A mere repair cost was hardly worth his concern. "Kid, you are quite audacious. If that is the case, you must be quite wealthy," Wei Jun responded, momentarily taken aback, his eyes narrowing in surprise at Zheng Tao's attitude. Old Song, sensing the tension, hurriedly intervened, "All right. It is not a grave matter. Let us all calm down and not let tempers flare. Am I speaking to you? Why are you interjecting?" Wei Jun, feeling even more arrogant, furrowed his brow, but before he could utter anything more insulting, he suddenly felt an unusual warmth emanating from his leather shoes, accompanied by a splashing sound. What the hell? He looked down, his face contorting with rage as he jumped up from the ground. "Damn it! My new leather shoes, which I bought specifically for the gala, and whose uncouth dog is so ill-mannered as to urinate on my shoes." Suddenly, he lost his composure, leaving everyone stunned and lowering their heads. It was then that they noticed the large black dog, which had been squatting beside Zheng Tao, had taken advantage of their quarrel to relieve itself on Wei Jun's impeccably polished shoes. At that moment, the dog sat by the roadside, panting with its tongue out, displaying an expression of pride and mischief towards Zheng Tao. How could this creature relieve itself indiscriminately? Zheng Tao found himself in a bewildering situation. Just as he was about to leash the dog, Wei Jun charged angrily, gripping the wrench and preparing to strike the black dog, exclaiming, "Damn beast, I'll stew you. Stop." Zheng Tao's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly seized Wei Jun's wrist, his voice steady as he declared, "Even when punishing a dog, one must heed its owner. This is my dog. It is not your place to discipline it. Damn it." Wei Jun's fury escalated, and his words only served to further infuriate Zheng Tao, who pushed him toward the car door, pressing down on his cheek. "Mind your language. Stop. Don't fight." The two women who had rushed over to mediate were frightened by the escalating tension. They quickly pulled out their phones, urging Zheng Tao to release Wei Jun, threatening to call the police otherwise. Old Song, equally bemused, helped Zheng Tao pick up the dog's leash and attempted to mediate, saying, "What is this all about? There's no need for violence. Just let it go. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered as more out-of-control cars skidded onto the snow-covered road, colliding one after another. The cacophony of crashes interrupted the conflict, prompting Zheng Tao to release his grip and turn his attention to the chaotic scene of vehicles, his eyes widening in astonishment. How curious! Why are so many cars losing control nearby? As he spoke, the drivers of the out-of-control vehicles emerged, cursing loudly as they exclaimed, "Damn, what thick fog! The visibility is so low. How are we supposed to drive?" Indeed, the road ahead is completely shrouded in fog, with visibility under 5 meters. This is ridiculous. I was supposed to go home and cook for my daughter. The drivers who had been in the accident shouted at the roadside, their commotion immediately drawing Zheng Tao's attention. He pushed Wei Jun aside and peered beyond the drivers, only to be met with a bizarre sight that made his complexion pale, his pupils constricting in fear. The road and its surroundings were inexplicably enveloped in a thick, viscous white fog. A layer of this fog writhed ominously, forming a circular barrier that engulfed both the road and the adjacent woods, resembling a wall of gas advancing toward them. Unbeknownst to them, the area they occupied was also being gradually shrouded in this dense white mist. Damn, could there be a wormhole forming here as well? As he gazed into the endlessly swirling fog, a cold sweat broke out on Zheng Tao's forehead. In a moment of hazy recollection, Zheng Tao seemed to recall that earlier this morning, Liao Fan had cautioned him about the unrest in the southern district of the city outskirts, advising him not to linger too long. Damned be it, who would have thought that a wormhole could erupt on the road? A most unsettling thought surged into his mind, causing Zheng Tao's complexion to shift dramatically. He immediately rushed towards Old Song's pickup truck, urging him along the way, "Old Song, hurry up and drive. We must leave this cursed place at once." The dense fog had only just begun to rise, not yet enveloping this stretch of the southern district completely. If they could board the vehicle in time, perhaps they could evade the encroaching mist. However, before they could enter the truck, Wei Jun came running back, grabbing Zheng Tao's coat with a fierce grip and shouting angrily, "Where do you think you're going? You haven't settled your fare with me yet. Get lost." Zheng Tao had no inclination to indulge him at that moment. He forcefully shoved Wei Jun aside and attempted to climb into the truck, but Old Song hesitated, unwilling to get in. Instead, he offered a wry smile and said, "If we run now, wouldn't that be considered hit and run? I can't bear that responsibility." As merely a private investigator, he certainly could not afford to act recklessly. Zheng Tao could only laugh in exasperation, striking the truck window with a fist. "If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Old Song, get in the truck. I'll explain everything once we are away from here." Old Song remained perplexed. "What do you mean, too late? What are you talking about?" "Ah, look over there. What is that?" Before Zheng Tao could respond, a piercing scream echoed nearby. He froze momentarily, then quickly turned to glance at the area where the fog was thickening. His gaze gradually fell, and he muttered with a bitter smile, "Truly unfortunate. I forgot to consult the almanac before stepping out today, and now it's too late." Chapter 118. Such a large insect indeed, it was too late. A thick and malevolent white mist enveloped the entire road like a silken shroud, creating an impenetrable barrier. The mist deepened, rendering everything opaque and obscured, transforming the once bright sky into a gloomy expanse. The atmosphere merged with the surroundings, obliterating any sense of direction. All that remained was an endless sea of white fog that had effectively sealed off the road. In such a scenario, anyone could sense that something was amiss. As Zheng Tao cast a somber gaze over the environment, the woman in the white down jacket, Luo Qian, voiced her anxiety. "Oh no. Could we really be falling into a world of monsters?" Upon hearing the phrase "world of monsters," Zheng Tao visibly froze, then swiftly turned around. Astonishment etched on his face as he looked at her. "What? You know about the monsters too?" Nervously, Luo Qian nodded, then quickly shook her head. I don't know much. I just saw some discussions on forums online. They say our city has recently been plagued by numerous monsters. Each time a monster appears, it is preceded by this thick fog. Once the fog gathers to a certain extent, the monsters will emerge." Zheng Tao fell silent, realizing that the information regarding the wormhole space had evidently spread throughout the internet. For those young individuals who were well-connected and avid internet users, it was likely no longer a secret. However, online rumors could not truly capture the reality of a wormhole. Just as Luo Qian finished speaking, a plump girl beside her scoffed, Qian, why are you saying such things? Those online rumors are utterly unreliable. How could monsters possibly appear out of nowhere?" "Exactly," another voice chimed in, "though this mist is indeed quite strange. For safety's sake, you should all get in the car," Wei Jun added, intending to usher Luo Qian and the plump girl into the vehicle. At that moment, Zheng Tao, with a cold expression, interjected, "If you wish to stay alive, it would be wise not to return to the car just yet." The mist had already surrounded them, and the vast amounts of energy entwined within it made Jing Tao acutely aware that he had unwittingly fallen into a mysterious wormhole in an unfamiliar environment. Without comprehension of what existed within the wormhole, retreating into the confined space of a vehicle was clearly not a prudent choice. "What are you talking about?" Wei Jun retorted, clearly irritated. "Stop spreading alarmist nonsense. It seems you are merely trying to make a point." This fellow was reasonably good-looking, tall, and dressed well. Yet his triangular eyes marred his appeal, making him appear rather mean-spirited. Zheng Tao had not intended to engage with him, but out of goodwill. He sighed and remarked that some of the rumors circulating online held a grain of truth. They had indeed unwittingly stumbled into a perilous situation. The best course of action was to seek refuge in a less conspicuous location until they could ascertain the circumstances and devise an appropriate strategy. Unlike Liao Fan, Zheng Tao lacked an extensive reservoir of intelligence and the composure to face danger. Despite his evolution, he had scant experience in battling monsters. The only strategy he could conceive was to conceal himself. However, this suggestion incited a derisive laugh from Wei Jun. "Spare me. I see your intentions are far from innocent." Before he could finish his retort, a chorus of screams erupted from the depths of the misty road. The thoroughfare in the southern district was broad, serving as a primary artery for entering and exiting the city, and naturally, numerous vehicles traversed it. Initially, the passing cars were compelled to halt upon encountering the thick fog, only for drivers to soon discover something astonishing, prompting a cacophony of shock-laden cries. Amidst the outcry, Zheng Tao discerned panicked shrieks, filled with trembling and terror. Have they arrived already? So soon? As he gazed towards the source of the commotion in the fog, his heart skipped a beat. This was his first encounter with such a dangerous predicament, and his mind was momentarily clouded, failing to yield an immediate and sound decision. Instead, like others, he stood agape, craning his neck to peer into the fog. Within the mist, something was darting swiftly. As it drew nearer, Zheng Tao recognized it as a middle-aged driver clutching a cigarette. The man's pallid visage belied his frantic leaps and flailing arms, evidently witnessing something horrendous. "Why are you running? Has something happened up ahead?" Lao Song was the first to approach, shouting at the fleeing driver. As a private detective, albeit of the third-rate variety, he had encountered clients predominantly from the lower echelons of society, yet he possessed a degree of discernment and composure. However, the panicked driver could barely articulate his fears, mumbling incoherently about bugs. "What is so fearsome about bugs?" Lao Song was taken aback, utterly bemused. "What on earth is happening today? I finally assisted a client in locating a lost dog and earned a commission, only to be met with this series of bizarre events." Frustrated, he shoved the driver aside and stood on tiptoe to peer into the fog. In an instant, he was rendered speechless. Indeed, there were bugs approaching, but they were no ordinary insects. The first distinguishing feature was their size. What on earth had emerged? Witnessing such a loss of composure, Wei Jun could no longer contain himself. He forcefully nudged the individual aside, rushing to the front only to be greeted by a chilling sight that rendered him momentarily paralyzed in fear. He let out a wretched cry akin to that of the driver moments before, exclaiming, "Good heavens, what a monstrous creature!" With this exclamation, the attention of every onlooker was drawn towards the source of the disturbance. Indeed, they were met with the sight of a gargantuan insect advancing slowly towards them. It was a colossal creature, adorned with an oil-green exoskeleton, robust hind limbs, and a pair of scythe-like arms that evoked a visceral reaction. At first glance, it resembled a hybrid between a mantis and a grasshopper, boasting a pair of dark bluish wings folded back in a fan shape, though the wings appeared insubstantial. They were intricately layered with scales and streaked with verdant patterns, enveloping its entire carapace. Atop its head were long antennae, and on its green forehead rested a pair of compound eyes that dominated much of its visage. Lacking a nose, below the compound eyes lay a mouth that grotesquely split into 8 segments, with mandibles that protruded and writhed like repulsive flesh. On either side of its thorax, it bore a scythe-like arm, each tipped with a serrated row of backward-facing hooks. This creature possessed the ability to stand upright, akin to humans. Yet its stout hind legs were notably bent, as it ambled forward while swiveling its green compound eyes, scrutinizing the bewildered humans before it. Chapter 119. Cannibalism. It appears that the creatures descending upon us are from the insectoid race. At this moment, Zheng Tao's gaze darkened significantly. He had shared a considerable amount of time with Liao Fan. Although Liao spent much of it venturing alone, the brothers often met to exchange information regarding the apocalypse. Through Liao's narratives, Zheng Tao had garnered a certain understanding of these extraterrestrial beings. The insectoids, vast in number and skilled in collective predation, originate from beyond our universe. While Blue Star does host various insects, they pale in comparison to the brutality of these otherworldly insectoids. The massive locust before him was likely not the only monstrosity present. If Liao had not deceived him, then the emergence of this giant locust heralded the presence of more lurking nearby. This was troubling. Contemplating these thoughts, Zheng Tao narrowed his eyes into a mere slit. The others, however, appeared visibly pale with fear, instinctively retreating until their bodies pressed against the car's metal door. Luo Qian, her complexion drained, exclaimed in terror, "There truly are monsters. The reports online were not lies." "Enough. Be quiet. Your incessant shouting will only ensure that the monster remembers you first." Zheng Tao, having finally grasped the situation, quickly covered her mouth with his hand. This instinctive gesture, however, provoked the ire of Wei Jun, who swiftly swatted Zheng Tao's hand away. "Don't touch her, kid. Trying to take advantage of the situation, are you? With the monster here, who has the mind to take advantage of her? If she doesn't silence herself, she might as well prepare for her demise." Zheng Tao felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He noticed the giant locust rotating its green compound eyes, locking onto their position, prompting him to retract his arm decisively. He called out to the equally panicked Lao Song, "Lao Song, take the hay and let's vacate this place immediately." The street was too open. Not a single object for cover within a radius of hundreds of meters. Should a swarm descend, they would undoubtedly target these exposed figures first, to avoid being ensnared. They needed to seek a suitable hiding spot. All right. Lao Song, now thoroughly frightened, instinctively grasped the dog leash and, alongside Zheng Tao, retreated at a rapid pace toward the rear of the street. As they began their withdrawal, Luo Qian, who had just been admonished, lost her composure. Pointing in the direction of Zheng Tao's escape, she urged, "Why are they leaving? We should hurry and follow them." "Follow them for what?" Wei Jun, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, glanced at the approaching giant locust, gritted his teeth, and barked, "There are so many of us. What can that creature do? If necessary, we can take refuge in the car. There is no need for reckless flight." "But there are no buts. Qian, if you are afraid, you should get in the car. I will protect you." Wei Jun interrupted her, symbolically shaking the wrench in his hand, intending to show off before his beloved. However, before he could find the opportunity to flex his muscles, a terrifying event unfolded. Suddenly, the gigantic locust rotated its green compound eyes and fixated its menacing gaze on the three of them. With powerful hind legs, it propelled itself off the ground, leaping 3 meters in an instant. Its wings unfurled behind it, slicing through the air like a sword. In a flash, the massive locust accelerated, its green wings cutting through the accumulated snow, stirring up a white whirlwind. This creature is too fast. Run. Wei Jun was instantly struck with fear, realizing he had overlooked the fact that locusts are capable of flight. Though the enormous insect appeared clumsy, once its wings unfurled, its speed was anything but slow, carrying an alarming momentum that was more terrifying than any wild beast. "Quick, let's leave this place." The two women screamed, their minds blank as they turned to flee alongside Zheng Tao. Yet, there was no time to escape. The girls barely made it a short distance when they heard a whoosh as the colossal locust soared over their heads, crashing down onto the roof of a nearby car with a thunderous clang. The metal crumpled under its immense weight, and as it landed, its scythe-like arms swung down, ensnaring the shoulder of the plump girl. Help me, please," she screamed in terror, flailing her arms in desperation. However, her heavy winter coat was caught by the locust's razor-sharp limb, its serrated edges gripping her clothing tightly, rendering her unable to break free. Xiaoling, Luo Qian, in the midst of her flight, heard her friend's cries for help. Without a moment's hesitation, she grabbed the plump girl's arm and turned to Wei Jun, pleading, "Hurry. Come help us." "Oh." Wei Jun, still stunned by the creature's speed, snapped back to reality upon hearing Luo Qian's call and rushed to assist. Yet, he merely glanced back and was instantly paralyzed with fear. The gigantic locust had unfurled its lip-like jaws, its serrated mandibles stretching out 1/2 meter, and it clamped down onto the plump girl's shoulder. The girl writhed in agony, her face contorted in pain as she struggled futilely against the grip. The locust limbs ensnared her, the barbed hooks shredding her outer clothing and burrowing deep into her flesh. A gaping wound opened on her back, oozing blood that stained her shirt, while the tender skin of her shoulder could not withstand the locust's voracious bite. Suddenly, the insect's mouth opened wide, its powerful jaw tearing away a chunk of skin and flesh from the girl's shoulder in one swift motion, chewing it with an unsettling crunch as blood cascaded from the severed piece, dyeing the snow-covered ground a shocking crimson. "Oh my God!" Wei Jun trembled in horror, forgetting even to save her. "Help! Someone, please hold her back." Although Luo Qian was equally terrified, she clutched her best friend's hands tightly, her voice rising in a desperate scream. Wei Jun, gritting his teeth, reluctantly joined her in grasping the plump girl's arm, and together they pulled with all their might. Yet, their efforts were in vain. The colossal locust possessed immense strength, far beyond that of mere mortals. While resisting their attempts, it continued to gnaw at the girl's neck. And in the blink of an eye, it had already reached her collarbone. Help me. The plump girl at this point had little strength left to fight back. Her shoulders and neck were being ravaged, and due to excessive blood loss, she had grown weak. The frigid outdoor temperatures, plummeting below -10 degrees, caused her blood to freeze, and after a few feeble struggles, her eyes rolled back as she succumbed to unconsciousness. This cannot continue. Wei Jun. You must strike it. Drive this monster away. Luo Qian, her face flushed with effort, pulled desperately at her friend while shouting at Wei Jun. Yes, for heaven's sake. Only then did Wei Jun remember he still held a wrench in his hand. He raised it high, but as he prepared to strike, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Chapter 120. Return of the giant locust. A colossal locust perched ominously atop the vehicle, its robust limbs ensnaring the corpulent girl, a mere half-meter away from Wei Jun. The grotesque appendages and its distorted, eight-lobed mandibles voraciously devoured the flesh of the unfortunate girl, exuding an aura of sheer horror. The courage that Wei Jun had painstakingly mustered evaporated in an instant. His vision darkened, and he found himself fleeing backward, abandoning any notion of rescue. To hell with it. Let those who wish to save her do so. It's a monster. Don't go. As Wei Jun resigned himself to inaction, Luo Qian stood frozen in disbelief, helplessly calling for him to return and assist. Yet, her pleas were short-lived, drowned out by the chilling screams of the girl, which suddenly morphed into a blood-curdling wail. In the next moment, a tremendous force surged from the girl, destabilizing Luo Qian's footing, propelling her violently away. Bang! She crashed onto the snowy ground, rolling several times, her face smeared with dirt, dazed and disoriented. When she finally lifted her head, she witnessed the giant locust lifting the girl high above its head, its grotesque jaws agape, as it ruthlessly severed her neck. Crack! The sound echoed, reminiscent of bones being crushed, as a crimson fountain erupted from the girl's neck, staining the locust's body in sanguine hues. The girl, who had been desperately struggling moments before, finally fell still, having reached the limits of her fight. Xiaoling. Luo Qian was paralyzed, her mind reeling as she beheld her dear friend, devoured within mere seconds, now lifeless and devoid of any signs of life. A chilling numbness gripped her, rendering her as motionless as a wooden figure. The giant locust emitted an eerie hissing sound, its green compound eyes glistening with insatiable greed. With its jaws wide open, it continued to feast upon the girl's remaining flesh, starting with her chest, then her abdomen, and finally her thighs. Its eight-lobed mandibles functioned like a meat grinder, effortlessly tearing apart skin and muscle, revealing the glistening sinews and the white bones concealed beneath. In no time, the once plump girl was reduced to a mere skeletal frame. Run! Everyone, run! A cacophony of screams erupted on the road, as the horrifying scene unfolded not just for Luo Qian, but for many others. At least 20 to 30 cars were ensnared at the intersection, and from each vehicle, frantic individuals poured out, dashing in every conceivable direction. Qian, hurry! Don't just stand there. Wei Jun, too, was in flight, having witnessed the monstrous act of carnage. He finally grasped the terrifying truth. This seemingly clumsy creature was far from a mere herbivore. However, perhaps due to the overwhelming shock of watching her friend being devoured, Luo Qian, after being flung to the ground, remained paralyzed, her gaze fixated on the gruesome sight of her mutilated companion, rendered immobile by fear. For heaven's sake, move! In a fit of rage, Wei Jun, disregarding any semblance of composure, rushed forward and seized Luo Qian's arm from behind, turning abruptly and fleeing down the roadside in a frenzied panic. Xiaoling. She is dead. Truly, there are monsters. Luo Qian, like a lifeless log, allowed him to drag her along as her lips quivered, repeatedly uttering those harrowing words. Enough chatter, we must escape immediately. Though Wei Jun's mouth trembled in fear, he, being a man, possessed a stronger mental fortitude than Luo Qian and intended to continue their flight. At that moment, both of them sensed something ominous soaring overhead, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing down with a resounding thud into the snow before them. The white snow, mingled with blood, erupted half a meter high. They halted abruptly and beheld the dismembered head of the overweight girl, grotesquely tossed like a ball, landing directly in their path of escape. Ah! Wei Jun's eyes bulged in terror as he screamed, "Oh my God!" and immediately collapsed to the ground, his legs weakened. Luo Qian, equally paralyzed by fear, instinctively glanced back. That fleeting glance sent a chill through her entire being, every pore in her body widening in horror, having devoured its first victim. The colossal locust did not cease its pursuit, but instead flapped its wings and resumed its low-altitude flight, rapidly closing in on the two. Although the insectoid creatures could not maintain high-altitude flight like avian beings due to their cumbersome bodies, The sight of the giant locust extending its massive wings and charging forward was terrifying enough. As the distance swiftly diminished, Luo Qian caught sight of the locust's mouth. Its mandibles resembled a gruesome meat grinder, lined with sharp, jagged teeth that were both appalling and shocking. The monster's gaping maw resembled an unfurling flower bud, its powerful muscles enabling it to stretch and retract freely, with those serrated fangs capable of extending several inches beyond its lips. The proximity was too great for Luo Qian to react. She was engulfed by the palpable scent of impending death. The massive locust soon hovered before her, its legs snagging her clothing, and its ghastly mouthparts loomed ominously before her. The 8 spread mandibles threatening to envelop her head entirely. Should it bite down, it would surely crush bone with ease. Yet, remarkably, Luo Qian did not meet her demise. Just as the giant locust was about to strike, a dark stick hurtled through the air with a fierce whistle. With a dull thud, an unknown branch suddenly intercepted the locust's jaws, causing its mandibles to grind against the wood but unable to sever it. A slender figure darted forth, delivering a powerful punch to the locust's abdomen. The force of this blow was immense, puncturing the locust's underbelly and causing its innards and green ichor to erupt like a fountain. The colossal locust let out a pained scream, its 8 mandibles gaping wide, momentarily unable to deliver the fatal blow. Then, a man arrived, delivering a powerful elbow strike to the creature's face, before grasping its grotesque head with both hands and twisting with all his might. A sharp crack echoed as the locust's head spun 180 degrees, forcibly turned to the back, rendering its fearsome mandibles impotent. The man let out a fierce growl, and followed with a powerful kick, sending the creature soaring into the frigid abyss. The giant locust was swiftly condemned to death. It was truly dead. Not far away, Luo Qian stared blankly at the lifeless body on the ground, then dazedly looked up at the man who had returned to save her, her voice a mix of astonishment and confusion. "Why are you here? Weren't you fleeing with your companions just now?" Chapter 121. Relocation. Naturally, it was Zheng Tao who came to Luo Qian's rescue. "I truly wished to flee, but alas, the thick fog enveloped our surroundings, rendering escape impossible." Faced with Luo Qian's bewildered inquiries, he could only let out a long sigh. Casting a glance back at her terrified visage and resignedly said, "Let us find a place to hide. In this frigid wilderness, where could we possibly take refuge?" Yet, Luo Qian remained largely unresponsive, her eyes reddened as they fixated on the gruesome sight of a bloodied severed head not far away, seemingly unable to process the anguish of losing her dear friend. "Good heavens, that monster is dead? You killed it?" At that moment, Wei Jun, who had been crouched in the snow like an ostrich, also stood up, gazing at the corpse of the giant locust that Zheng Tao had kicked aside, his face betraying exaggerated shock. There was no time for idle chatter. Creatures of the insectoid species seldom appeared alone, and it would be prudent to vacate this road swiftly. However, Zheng Tao paid no heed to Wei Jun's exclamations. He sighed in resignation and turned once more, sprinting towards the nearby grove. The roads in the southern district were rather desolate, with few structures available for concealment. In order to evade detection by the swarm of giant locusts, Zheng Tao had no choice but to lead the two into the woods. "Come on, Qian, let us follow suit." Wei Jun hastily grasped Luo Qian's hand, limping as he trailed behind Zheng Tao. As the 3 of them entered the thicket, they spotted Old Song crouching beneath a tree, nervously holding onto a large black dog, glancing anxiously in their direction. "Is the monster following us?" "Rest assured, we are safe for the time being." Zheng Tao made his way to the tree, exhaling deeply, and then glanced at the large black dog trembling beside Wei Jun, feeling a surge of exasperation. They called it a hellhound, yet it cowered in the face of danger. Zheng Tao had anticipated that the dog would awaken quickly upon entering the insect realm, fighting alongside him, but instead, it had fled even faster than he had. Aside from trembling beside him and Old Song, it offered no other indication of courage. Fortunately, Zheng Tao was no longer the ordinary individual who would freeze in the face of peril. He steadied his emotions, assessing the trio and the dog beside him, then shifted his gaze to the corpse of the giant locust behind them, speaking in a grave tone. "This grove is too small. It cannot conceal so many of us. We must continue to relocate." Wei Jun was taken aback, instinctively retorting, "Didn't you kill the monster? Why must we still move?" Zheng Tao, visibly agitated, shook his head. "I told you, these are insectoid creatures. They never appear alone. This giant locust was merely a scout. It won't be long before more monsters arrive. If we do not relocate, we will merely await our demise." "Are there other monsters?" Upon hearing this, Wei Jun was immediately struck dumb, while Old Song, standing nearby, displayed a look of deep fear, glancing at Zheng Tao in confusion and hesitantly asking, "How do you know that more monsters will emerge?" It was understandable for Old Song to harbor doubts, as he, like Wei Jun, was equally oblivious to the true nature of the events unfolding around them. Zheng Tao, however, was not in the mood for lengthy explanations. He patted the large black dog on the head and promptly removed the leash from its neck. Turning to those around him, he said, "There is no time for extensive explanations. If you wish to survive, find a place to hide. Should a swarm of insects erupt, I cannot ensure your safety." Wei Jun, visibly anxious, replied, "But we are in the outskirts of the city, in the wilderness. Where can we possibly hide?" Just then, Lao Song seemed to have an epiphany. He suddenly reached towards a thicket and whispered, "There is an abandoned wooden shed over there. It seems to have been deserted for quite some time. We could take refuge there. Let us go." Without hesitation, Zheng Tao dashed towards the location Lao Song had indicated. His swift movements compelled the others, along with the dog, to follow suit, albeit reluctantly. Indeed, as the trio relocated, a dense fog began to rise outside the thicket, accompanied by a cacophony of unsettling rustlings. As Lao Song ran, he glanced back towards the source of the sound and was instantly stricken with fear, his complexion paling. Oh no, more creatures are indeed appearing. In mere minutes, the fog enveloping the road thickened ominously. The spectral mist writhed menacingly, resembling a colossal web. Within this undulating shroud, dark green silhouettes of insects emerged, producing the ominous sounds of vibrating wings as they hastened towards their direction. At that moment, Lao Song caught sight of a dozen gigantic locusts skimming across the snow, each grotesquely large, with fearsome mandibles that seemed to echo in his ears, producing a disquieting crunching noise. My goodness! Wei Jun also spotted the approaching insectal beings. Terrified to the point of losing control, he leaped back, pushing against Lao Song's back and exclaimed, "What do we do? They're coming. So many insects, at least a dozen." "Silence. The louder you scream, the quicker they arrive," Zheng Tao urged, maintaining his swift pace while quietly explaining, "Remember, these insectoid creatures possess poor eyesight. They primarily rely on our scent and sound to locate their prey. If we remain quiet, we can significantly reduce the likelihood of being attacked. Furthermore, we are not the only ones trapped on this road. The sounds of others moving about will surely attract the swarm first. We must find a suitable shelter at once." All right. Heeding Zheng Tao's admonition, the three fell silent. Even the large black dog was unusually quiet, closely following Zheng Tao, its dark eyes reflecting a surprisingly human-like contemplation. A few minutes later, they finally emerged from the thicket, discovering indeed a dilapidated wooden shed behind it. The door had rotted away, hanging loosely. Yet the overall structure remained relatively sturdy. Zheng Tao was the first to enter the shed, surveying the interior. He noticed a stack of timber in the middle of the room, and his eyes brightened. He hurried over to the wood and asked Lao Song, "Do you have a knife?" "Yes." Old Song immediately reached into his pocket and retrieved a set of keys, pointing at the nail clipper nestled among them, asking, "Does this count?" Zheng Tao's lips twitched in annoyance, on the verge of protest, when suddenly, Luo Qian, standing nearby, produced a folding fruit knife from beneath her down jacket and handed it to him, saying, "This is for peeling fruit. I wonder if it will suffice." "It will have to do." Zheng Tao swiftly snatched the fruit knife and, with a decisive strike, cleaved through the ropes binding the pile of wood. With a swish, what appeared to be an ordinary fruit knife emitted a flash of silver light in his hand, effortlessly severing the rope as thick as his little finger. Each person picked up a piece of wood, fashioning them into makeshift weapons against the impending threat. Zheng Tao quickly crouched down, grasping one of the sturdier wooden sticks, testing its resilience, a glimmer of regret flickering in his eyes. Unfortunately, the hasty departure had caused him to forget his folding crossbow. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to resort to dealing with these decrepit pieces of wood. He extracted several relatively robust sticks from the timber, tossing one to each of the three companions. Then, he gathered a few logs, skillfully sharpening both ends with the fruit knife, and collected some discarded rope from the shed, swiftly crafting a trap with the sharpened wood and the rope, utilizing the surroundings to his advantage. Chapter 122. The defense of the wooden shed. Zheng Tao is not Liao Fan. He does not possess the same exaggerated combat prowess, nor does he belong to the category of combat-oriented supernatural beings, even after absorbing the source crystal and completing his evolution. Granting him several times the explosive power of an ordinary person, he still lacks the confidence to tackle the approaching insectoid monsters unarmed. However, this does not mean he must resign himself to inaction. Claiming to be a master of weapons, he swiftly surveyed his surroundings upon bursting into the wooden shed. Utilizing the discarded logs strewn about, he sharpened both ends of the logs with a fruit knife and secured them with rope. As Liao Fan had aptly stated, in the apocalypse, even a brick or a belt can serve as a weapon for self-defense. The distinction lies in how to employ them to maximize their effectiveness against foes. What are you doing? The remaining three individuals clearly do not share such awareness. As the monsters draw near, Zheng Tao continues to carve wood, leaving Wei Jun perplexed and irritable. The monsters are almost here. How can you still be preoccupied with this? Silence. Do not disturb him. Lao Song interjected. Squatting beside Zheng Tao, is there anything I can do to assist you? While he too struggled to comprehend Zheng Tao's actions, his instincts urged him that there must be a profound purpose behind them. Lao Song, you are familiar with the principle of leverage, are you not? I intend to construct a winch and create simple defensive traps around the shed. Please help me find more rope. In this urgent situation, Zheng Tao could afford little time for explanations, quickly responding before resuming his task of carving wood. These sharpened logs, if driven by the principles of the winch and leverage, could serve to strike the monsters from a distance. Though their power would not rival that of crossbows, they should suffice against the colossal locusts. Unfortunately, the shed was rather rudimentary, and suitable tools were nowhere to be found. As Lao Song scanned the vicinity in desperation, he suddenly heard a bark. Both men turned to see a large black dog unexpectedly leap through the wooden shed's window bars, its paws frantically pushing against the wall. Moments later, the dog emerged with its head poking through, clutching a loop of electrical wire in its mouth. Perfect. If there is insufficient rope, we can utilize electrical wire instead. Zhang Tao's gaze shifted, and he promptly seized the wire, pulling it forcefully to detach it from the shed structure, while securing the winch with the wood. He cast an approving glance at the black dog. Well done. Truly a good dog. All my efforts in finding you were not in vain. The black dog, evidently understanding Zheng Tao's praise, immediately responded with a proud pant and wagging tongue. It is worth noting that in its previous life, it was a genuine hellhound, not only possessing formidable strength, but also remarkable intelligence, rivaling that of humans. Though the bloodline of the war hound has yet to awaken in this life, it is far from being an ordinary stray dog, and it certainly comprehends Zheng Tao's words. With the assistance of the hellish war hound, Zheng Tao acquired additional ropes and wires, even discovering some discarded tires in the corner of the wooden shed, which he utilized to reinforce the winch. He ingeniously employed all available materials, crafting a rudimentary launching device in under 10 minutes. Setting this device upon the shed's window, he took a sharpened log and aimed it at the snowy ground outside. Who among you will guard the window for me? He inquired, yet no one responded. Zheng Tao turned his gaze to the stunned Lao Song. You, come here. The moment the monster attacks the shed, launch the log. Even if it does not kill it, at least it will impede the creature's rush. Zheng Tao had calculated that he could likely contend with 3 to 4 giant locusts simultaneously. Although the number of locusts far exceeded this, the confined space of the shed could accommodate no more than 3 at a time. Thus, if they could defend the shed effectively, they could wage a strategic defensive battle. However, before Lao Song could agree, a disparaging voice echoed within the shed, "Come now. What can such a simple device achieve? Do you truly see yourself as a craftsman?" Zhang Tao narrowed his eyes at Wei Jun, who was mocking him. He hardened his expression and replied, "If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Should my device fail, your fate will be no better." You. Wei Jun's face darkened. Though he feared the monsters, he did not hold the same trepidation towards Zheng Tao, letting out a derisive laugh as he retorted. "You're so capable. Where were you when that monster devoured Xiaoling? And you? You were nearby too, yet you abandoned her, didn't you?" Zheng Tao shot back. Even a dog knows that when faced with danger, one must band together for warmth. "What have you done? You little brat. How dare you compare me to a dog?" Wei Jun fumed, ready to charge at him, but was restrained by Luo Qian, who held his arm from behind. "Enough. What time is it? Xiaoling is already dead. Do you wish to repeat that mistake?" Undoubtedly, the most distraught among them was Luo Qian. Not long ago, she had witnessed her dear friend being reduced to a mere skeleton, the head lost beyond salvage. Yet even at such a moment, Wei Jun continued to bicker, which only fueled her resentment. Qian, how can you say that about me? I am doing all this for your sake," Wei Jun protested. Feeling wronged as he argued loudly, "Those insects are too ferocious. This fool's simplistic device is no different from courting death in the face of monsters. I think it would be better for everyone to flee separately. After all, the city is not far from here." Go ahead and try to run if you can," Zheng Tao replied with a chilling laugh. Once a wormhole erupts, an area of several hundred meters will be drawn into another dimension. Even if Wei Jun is fortunate enough to evade the swarm and escape this place, there remains a significant probability of being transported to the outer cosmos. In that realm, even Zheng Tao would be powerless to offer salvation. "Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? I suspect your ulterior motives. Are you planning to use us as scapegoats?" Wei Jun's gaze turned fiercely menacing, ready to retort loudly, but before he could articulate his thoughts, the large black dog interrupted him with a sharp howl. "Beast, what are you yelping about?" Wei Jun's mood soured further, his expression twisted in anger as he prepared to kick the dog. At that moment, however, Old Song, who had been vigilantly stationed by the window, spoke in a low tone, "For heaven's sake, Quiet down. The bugs are coming. What? So soon? Wei Jun instantly retracted his leg, turning back in disbelief. Indeed, outside the wooden shed, he spotted several green figures slowly encroaching through the snowy landscape. This wormhole eruption was particularly small, and the number of humans ensnared within it was limited, coupled with the incessant bickering of the 4 individuals and the dog. It was nearly impossible for them to remain unnoticed. Chapter 123. Hold the line. How swiftly the moment has arrived. Zheng Tao too caught sight of the colossal locusts gradually approaching through the snow-laden terrain. His expression darkened, and he addressed the 3 companions beside him. Declaring that there was no time for further disputes, this wooden shed was their sole bastion of refuge, and they must resolutely defend it. The current wormhole's spatial scale was relatively confined. Though the number of insectoids was limited, the vast openness of the terrain afforded no cover whatsoever. Should the wooden shed be breached, they would be left defenseless, forced to confront the monstrosities in the snow with nothing but their bare hands. Therefore, it was imperative to safeguard this wooden shelter. However, Luo Qian immediately succumbed to panic, her voice trembling with despair as she exclaimed, "How can we defend it? These creatures possess immense strength. Even if we cannot hold it, we must try. Arm yourselves and keep a vigilant watch at the windows." Zheng Tao had no time for further discussion. In the midst of his words, he heard more rustling sounds behind him. Turning to glance at the decaying wooden windows of the shed, he noted that at least 3 gigantic locusts had drawn near, their robust appendages reaching toward the wooden boards outside. Quickly, launch the logs. Without a moment's hesitation, Zheng Tao dashed towards the winch, grasping the lever with fervor. A pre-assembled log was propelled forth with a piercing whistle, launched through the wooden window, aimed directly at the first gigantic locust. The modified winch was imbued with tremendous kinetic energy. Although it could not rival the might of a crossbow, the force with which the log was shot forth was formidable. With a swift whoosh, the log, thick as an arm, sliced through the air, striking the nearest gigantic locust with a resounding thud. The unsuspecting creature was sent reeling by the impact, the sharpened log piercing its exoskeleton and erupting a stream of putrid black ichor that stained the pristine white snow. Remarkably, it struck true, Old Song exclaimed, astonished that Zheng Tao's hastily constructed device could yield such impressive results, having penetrated the locust's abdomen and nearly rendered it lifeless. Yet, Zheng Tao's countenance was not without concern. The rudimentary apparatus was, after all, rather crude, and there had been no time for calibration. Although the initial shot had hit its mark, it had relied somewhat on fortuitous chance. The locusts outside were not dim-witted, witnessing one of their kin impaled by the log. They were unlikely to line up for a similar fate. Just as the first log was launched, successfully breaching the locust's abdomen, several other gigantic locusts began to disperse, targeting different corners of the wooden shed while deliberately avoiding the trajectory of the second log. You guard the entrance. We absolutely cannot allow the creatures to surge in from the front. Zheng Tao quickly discerned the locust strategy. He promptly pushed Old Song towards the log-launching apparatus and dashed toward the side windows of the shed. Indeed, as Old Song and the others prepared to load the second log, another gigantic locust had already flanked the wooden shed, launching an assault on one of the windows. The monstrous insect's limbs were razor-sharp, its side-like arms adorned with a row of jagged barbs. With a swift flick of its appendage, the decaying wooden planks could scarcely withstand its tremendous force and shattered instantly, creating a gaping hole. A torrent of wind and snow surged through the breach, and the creature seized the opportunity, thrusting its grotesque green visage into the opening, using all its limbs in a desperate attempt to force its way inside. Heaven help us. It is upon us. Quickly, attack. As the colossal locust head began to invade the wooden shelter, Wei Jun and Luo Qian screamed, desperately grasping wooden sticks, ready to strike at the monster's hideous head. Wait. Zheng Tao, however, was not in haste to act. He fixated on the giant locust, which was gnawing at the wooden boards, its head pushing forward with relentless determination. Just as the creature managed to push most of its head through the shattered window, on the verge of fully entering, Zheng Tao abruptly raised his stick high, channeling all his strength into his arm before swinging it down with tremendous force. Crack! The blow struck the creature's nape, the immense force radiating through the stick, causing the monster's hard exoskeleton to cave in, eliciting a hoarse roar of agony. Die! Zheng Tao twisted his arm and forcefully shoved the stick into the creature's gaping maw. The monster's mandibles clamped down on the stick, producing a series of crunching sounds. The seemingly sturdy wood could not withstand the violent gnawing, splintering under the pressure. Yet, with the stick lodged in its mouth, the creature had no opportunity to bite anything else. Seizing the moment, Zheng Tao leapt beneath the monster's fierce mandibles, summoning all his strength to deliver a vicious punch. His arms, hardened like bronze and infused with energetic vibrations, struck with the force of a cannon, shattering the insect's exoskeleton, pulverizing its mandibles, and driving deep into the giant locust's tiny brain. Bang! The creature's head exploded like a watermelon, A torrent of viscous green fluid mixed with brain matter splattering across Zheng Tao's face. Nevertheless, he paid no heed to the respite. He grasped the wooden stick anew and swung it to smash another window. The second window shattered just as easily, and amidst the flying splinters, a segment of the green appendage suddenly burst through, its barbed tip barely grazing Luo Qian's shoulder. Ah! Luo Qian cried out helplessly, as a woman. She lacked the courage to confront the beast and could only desperately retreat to the corner. But how could a panicked woman outpace the movements of a monstrous insect? As the giant locust claw neared to ensnare her garment, Zheng Tao's stick intervened, slamming into the creature's limb with force, creating an opening. With a thrust, he aimed for the monster's most vulnerable underbelly. Despite the giant locust's fearsome appearance and its thick exoskeleton, its abdomen remained relatively soft, unable to withstand the colossal impact. The force of the blow caused the second giant locust to shift, and seizing the opportunity, Zheng Tao wielded the sharpened log to slice through the creature's undercarriage, splattering its innards and causing its viscera to spill forth. The viscous and repugnant innards of the creature were laid bare to the air, only to be crushed beneath Zheng Tao's forceful kick. Simultaneously, a wooden stick lunged towards the monster's mandibles, prying open its lips that resembled cloves of garlic. Delivering a decisive thrust, the second beast was also repelled. However, the fragile wooden stick was ill-suited for such intense combat. With Zheng Tao's relentless strikes, a sharp crack resonated as the stick splintered in two amidst the collision with the insect's limbs. Danger loomed. Almost at the very moment the stick fractured, a third enormous locust shattered through the window, extending its limbs from the side, for sharp antennae resembling an expansive net ensnaring Zheng Tao's body. The mandibles opened to their utmost limit, viciously lunging towards his neck. Ah! Luo Qian was too terrified to look, having already conjured a mental image of Zheng Tao being devoured alive by the creature. Yet, if Zheng Tao were so easily consumed by a bug, he would not be Zheng Tao. As the giant locust bared its multitude of insectal teeth, poised to take a bite, a fierce determination ignited in Zheng Tao's eyes. Suddenly, he clenched his fist tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging, and boldly thrust it into the gaping maw of the creature. Chapter 124, Desperate Resistance. The jaws of the colossal locust resembled razor blades, effortlessly capable of slicing through boards 2 fingers thick. And gnawing through the back of an adult's hand was child's play. However, just as the giant locust's blade-like maw opened and closed, ready to indulge in its meal, Zheng Tao erupted with a low growl. From deep within his arm, a coppery light armor emerged, casting a metallic hue over his entire arm. The creature's mandibles clashed violently, producing a sound akin to metal grinding. Dream on if you think you can consume me, Zheng Tao bellowed as he thrust his knee forcefully against the locust's armored abdomen, executing a powerful over-the-shoulder throw that sent the massive creature crashing heavily onto the decaying wooden floor below. With a resounding crack, the locust's body shattered the floorboards, embedding its back into the ground, rendering it immobile. Zheng Tao pressed on, using his knee to brace against the creature's frenzied, hoarse mandibles while wrapping his hands around its head and twisting with all his might. The creature's head was immediately twisted a full 180 degrees, rendering it incapable of further biting. Yet, the resilience of the insectoid life proved far beyond Zheng Tao's expectations. Even with its head contorted behind its neck, it continued to struggle violently, its scythe-like limbs striking fiercely against Zheng Tao's abdomen. A wave of agony surged through him, eliciting a thunderous roar as he narrowly evaded the locust's counterattack. Lowering his gaze to his wounded abdomen, his expression darkened like a stormy sky. Although he had dispatched 3 colossal locusts, he too bore a wound from the creature's limb. The injury, though shallow, sent a searing pain akin to fire coursing through him. But this was not his greatest concern. At that moment, while Zheng Tao exerted every ounce of strength to subdue the 3 colossal locusts, Old Song, who had been guarding the main entrance of the wooden shed, let out a piercing cry. No. More monsters are approaching us. These traps cannot hold them back. How many? Zheng Tao's gaze darkened as he turned towards the wooden shed's entrance. Through a flurry of snowflakes, he beheld at least 7 or 8 colossal locusts advancing swiftly. The monsters moved with alarming speed, their scythe-like arms razor-sharp, capable of effortlessly severing even thick timber. Should they swarm into the wooden shed, it would surely splinter apart under the onslaught. Damn it! Everyone, attack together. We must hold the entrance. With no better option, Zheng Tao seized a thicker wooden stick and leaped toward the shed's entrance, swinging furiously at the oncoming colossal locusts. Though not a combat-oriented ability user, he had evolved nonetheless, his explosive power and stamina greatly exceeding that of ordinary humans. With a strike that carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, he shattered the locust's exoskeleton, dark green ichor splattering forth, along with the creature's shattered eye. Zheng Tao's fists flew like the wind, channeling all his strength into his arms. using the stick to maintain distance from the monster while delivering a barrage of punches, each aimed at the weakest points beneath the creature's armored abdomen. The energy of his evolution was pushed to its limits, and the skills he honed through rigorous training with Liao Fan were now manifesting in full force. Even in the face of a relentless swarm, overwhelming in sheer numbers, Zheng Tao gritted his teeth and persevered, wielding a wooden stick. With the metallic aura emanating from his fists, managing to force back 5 or 6 colossal locusts. Damn it, I'm in two. On the other side, Old Song, witnessing Zheng Tao's solitary struggle, hastily picked up a sharpened wooden stick and leaped forward, thrusting it fiercely towards the creature's eye. In comparison, Old Song's movements were markedly sluggish. His explosive power rather mediocre. Even with the sharpened stick in hand, he found it nearly impossible to penetrate the monster's formidable exoskeleton, despite exerting all his strength. The sound of his stick striking the giant locust merely echoed like a dull thud against wood, failing to breach the creature's defenses. Damn it, why can't I break through? Their shells are impossibly hard. As Old Song fought and retreated, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, and his voice trembled in desperation. Confronted by the unyielding exoskeleton that refused to shatter, this epitomized the helplessness of an ordinary person in a post-apocalyptic world. Though the giant locusts were but lowly beasts, the resilience of their exoskeletons was beyond the comprehension of an ordinary human. Even the most primitive of these creatures possessed the strength to slay a full-grown man. Stop flailing about. Aim for the creature's underbelly. That's where they are most vulnerable. Fortunately, Zheng Tao's combat experience allowed him to recognize Old Song's futile attempts, prompting him to bellow a warning. Attack like I do. No sooner had the roar escaped his lips than Zheng Tao surged forth like a sword, his sharpened stick striking with precision. The oncoming swarm was terrifying, akin to a squadron of charging fighter jets, seemingly ready to obliterate anything in their path. Yet Zheng Tao, with the audacity of an extraordinary being, stood resolutely against the advancing tide, seizing the moment to thrust his stick into the creature's most defenseless point. The stick, though not sharp, found its mark, piercing the connection between the locust's exoskeleton segments, and with a burst of unnatural strength, he forced it deep into the creature's abdomen. As he struck the giant locust, Liao Fan vigorously twisted his arm, causing the lumbering beast to lose control, its corpulent body crashing to the ground. Inertia dragging it across the earth for over half a meter. Swift and efficient, focusing all his strength into a single point of attack. Even against a monster like the giant locust, he achieved a decisive blow. How on earth did you manage that? Old Song was left utterly astonished. In his recollection, Zheng Tao was merely a scrap collector, an ordinary individual with whom he had occasional dealings due to work. Yet now, upon this encounter, he appeared remarkably formidable. Don't ask too many questions. Once we fend off these creatures, I shall explain everything. Zheng Tao discerned the astonishment lingering within Lao Song. Yet there was no time for explanations. During the preceding skirmish, he had already exhausted a significant amount of energy, compounded by a wound inflicted on his abdomen by a monstrous appendage, which was still bleeding profusely. Although he had forcibly slain a colossal locust, he now felt darkness creeping into his vision, and his steps grew unsteady. Nevertheless, Zheng Tao could not afford to halt if the swarm breached the wooden shelter. All within would face dire consequences. Even as his limbs grew increasingly weak and rigid, he gritted his teeth and continued to fight alongside Lao Song. The duo relied on the confines of the shelter to staunchly defend the entrance. Though their defense was arduous, for the moment, the giant locust could not penetrate their barricade. Luo Qian remained slumped against the wall, her gaze fixated on the chaotic scene before her, her limbs chilled, engulfed in a sense of helplessness and fear. Yet, just as terror seized her mind, rendering her paralyzed with indecision, she felt a tug on her clothing. Turning numbly, she beheld Wei Jun, who clutched a wooden stick and spoke in a grave tone. Qian, while these two are engaged in combat with the monsters, we should swiftly escape through the window and seek refuge elsewhere. Luo Qian was taken aback, her eyes widening as she stared at Wei Jun, bewildered. She hesitated, pointing towards Zheng Tao and Lao Song, who were valiantly battling the creatures, and faltered, if we leave, what will happen to them? Chapter 125. Foolish actions, what do you care about them? In response to Luo Qian's retort, Wei Jun grew anxious and cursed, we don't even know them. There's no reason for us to stay here and accompany them to their deaths. There are countless monsters here. How could they possibly defend this place? Once those two are devoured, it will be our turn. Throughout the previous battle, Wei Jun had remained a detached observer, partly due to his fear of the monsters, and partly because of his profound distrust of Zheng Tao. He had no desire to risk his life against the creatures, nor did he wish to collaborate with two strangers. His sole intention was to escape with Luo Qian as swiftly as possible. However, Luo Qian hesitated, but they did save us just now. Isn't it a bit selfish to abandon them now and run away? Nonsense. What do you mean by selfish? Do you think they saved us out of goodwill? They only did it to find someone to take the fall for them. Wei Jun scoffed repeatedly. I've seen enough shameless individuals like them. Once they find themselves unable to fend off the outside monsters, they will undoubtedly abandon us without a second thought. If we don't leave now, we may never get the chance. Undeniably, while Wei Jun's words were harsh speculations, upon reflection, they held a semblance of truth. Should the makeshift shelter fall, Zhang Tao could very well use his extraordinary speed to elude the monsters and escape on his own. He could flee, but as ordinary individuals. Wei Jun and Luo Qian would undoubtedly be outpaced by the creatures outside, likely left behind to serve as bait. But Luo Qian found herself at a loss for words, her face contorted in conflict. She recognized the validity of Wei Jun's reasoning, but felt torn and struggled internally, uncertain of what choice to make. Enough with the buts. I am the only one who genuinely wishes to protect you. Follow me. You cannot go wrong. Wei Jun interrupted her contemplation, seizing her arm and turning to dash towards the shattered window. Yet, just as he reached the broken window, intending to climb through, he suddenly felt a weight on his legs as if something had snagged him. What the hell is this? Alarm surged through him, fearing the monsters had caught up. He quickly glanced down, only to discover that it was not a giant locust, but rather the large black dog that had been accompanying Zhang Tao. The dog clamped its teeth onto his pant leg, preventing his escape while emitting frantic whines, seemingly trying to convey a warning, yet unable to articulate its plight. Resorting instead to scratching at his pant leg in distress. Damn it, are you also against me? Get lost. Regrettably, Wei Jun paid no heed to the dog's pleading gaze, his face darkening as he kicked the dog in the belly, sending it sprawling. What are you doing? It's just a dog. Luo Qian could no longer bear to watch and quickly intervened to stop Wei Jun's assault. This dog belongs to that man. It surely harbors ill intentions. Ignore it. We must hurry. Wei Jun ceased his attack on the dog, swiftly climbing through the window and urging Luo Qian to flee with him. However, Luo Qian pressed her lips tightly together, her face a mask of struggle as she glanced back at Zhang Tao, who was desperately battling the monstrous creatures. Ultimately, she shook her head, conceding, forget it. Let us remain here in earnest. The outside is equally perilous. Even if we flee, where could we possibly escape to? Why can't you understand this? Wei Jun, in a fit of rage, stomped his feet, his face contorted with anger as he hissed under his breath. What a foolish woman. If you insist on staying here to accompany them to their demise, so be it. I shall not remain. With that, he let out a furious shout and turned to run away. It was evident to any discerning observer that Wei Jun harbored certain feelings for Luo Qian. Yet when pitted against the value of life, a mere woman held little weight. Damn it, foolish woman. I sacrificed our vehicle for you, and at such a critical moment. You refuse my help. If you do not trust me, then stay in that wooden shed and await death with that fool. His expression darkened as he cursed under his breath while sprinting through the snow, entirely oblivious to the sheer folly of his actions. In front of the wooden shed, Zhang Tao, engaged in combat with the colossal locusts, suddenly sensed a lifting of pressure. The creatures that had been relentlessly assaulting him abruptly ceased their attacks and began to retreat in another direction. Initially baffled, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and muttered, "What is going on? Why are these monsters giving up on devouring us so easily?" Before he could comprehend the situation, Old Song beside him had already discerned the cause, pointing towards the direction Wei Jun had fled. "Look, that guy took the opportunity to escape through the window while we were preoccupied with the monsters." What? Zhang Tao's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to follow Wei Jun's fleeing path, erupting in a furious tirade. That brainless fool. Come back quickly. You cannot escape on your own. Presently, the entire road was engulfed by a swarm of insectoid horrors, and outside lay nothing but a thick white mist and those voracious creatures. There was no chance for Wei Jun to flee alone. Even Zhang Tao could not guarantee he could escape unscathed. Yet by this point, Wei Jun had already put considerable distance between himself and the group, disregarding Zhang Tao's warning. Instead, he ran with an air of smugness, muttering to himself, "Staying behind is courting death. I'm not foolish enough to become your cannon fodder." He laughed as he increased his pace, but the mirth quickly faded. Having abandoned the shelter of the wooden shed, he became an obvious target in the icy expanse, akin to a torchbearer wandering in darkness, making it nearly impossible not to attract the attention of the monsters. Even the colossal locusts that had been besieging Zhang Tao diverted their focus upon noticing this foolish act, converging collectively towards him. "Ah, why are you all coming for me? Help! Help!" It was only at this moment that Wei Jun grasped the magnitude of his blunder. Desperately, he cried out, attempting to halt his charge and retrace his steps back to the wooden shed. Regrettably, it was too late. Several giant locusts had locked onto Wei Jun, swiftly approaching him. Before Wei Jun could flee far, he was suddenly ambushed by a colossal locust. Its sharp mandibles snagged his coat like a hook. yanking him down into the snow with a cry of despair. "Curse you, vile creature! Get away from me!" he lamented, crying out to the heavens as he vehemently cursed and raged, wielding a stick to strike fiercely at the monstrous appendages. Alas! The sturdy would merely produce a series of dull thuds against the creature's exoskeleton, proving utterly ineffective. To make matters worse, he was not beset by a single beast. For soon a second, a third, and a fourth gigantic locust descended upon him, their razor-sharp claws and talons pinning him firmly to the ground. The grotesque mandibles of the creatures gaped wide, exuding a fetid stench that enveloped Wei Jun's vision entirely. "Help! Someone save me!" His screams reverberated, nearly tearing his throat. But alas, his pleas were in vain. Chapter 126. Explanation. Upon seizing its target, the colossal locust immediately extended its serrated limbs, swiftly eviscerating him with a single stroke. The barbed hooks effortlessly pierced the abdomen, extracting the bloodied intestines in an instant. As the limb coiled, a significant portion of Wei Jun's entrails was pulled away, dragged into the filthy maw of the gigantic insect. The monstrous creatures clambered over one another, voraciously snatching at the prey, gorging themselves on the copious blood and warm, steaming viscera that filled their mouths, their crunching jaws echoing incessantly. The delectable sustenance and sanguine nectar brought immense satisfaction to the giant locust, its incessant munching a testament to its gluttony. In stark contrast, Wei Jun suffered grievous wounds, his abdomen forcibly breached in multiple places, his intestines shattered, and his innards viciously torn out, flooding his cavity with blood as he let out anguished cries. Such a fate was indeed more torturous than death itself. Yet, he clung to life, wailing helplessly as he witnessed the monsters devouring his own insides, his features contorted in agony, resembling a tormented soul in the depths of hell. The three individuals in the wooden shed were utterly stunned, with Luo Qian succumbing to nausea and vomiting. As for Old Song, his curses ceased, his legs buckled beneath him, collapsing onto the ground. The giant locusts consumed their prey with alarming swiftness, and before long, Wei Jun's abdomen lay hollowed out. Yet the creatures exhibited no intention of halting their feast, instead turning their ravenous attention to his thighs and chest. The excruciating pain threatened to shatter his psyche. Yet an even more potent instinct for survival compelled Wei Jun to raise his blood-soaked, disemboweled arms, issuing a hoarse and labored cry for help. "It hurts so much. Qian Qian, save me. Why isn't anyone coming to help?" No one responded to his pleas. It was evident that he had sought his own demise. And even if Xingtao wished to intervene, he would likely be powerless to do so. With a resigned sigh, he forced himself to look away from the gruesome scene of carnage, redirecting his gaze to Luo Qian, who trembled in terror on the ground, her body shaking uncontrollably. He sighed helplessly. "You were wise to abstain from following that fool just now. Otherwise, you would be the one being devoured. How could this happen? Why is this occurring?" Luo Qian had grown numb, her voice subdued, her body rigid and still, resembling a quaking marionette, her lips whispering in torment. Old Song, equally horrified, stammered as he glanced at the monstrous feast underway. Seizing the moment while the creatures were preoccupied, he urgently shook Zheng Tao's shoulder, his voice trembling with despair. "What in the world is going on? What is this situation? This world has changed. Humanity no longer reigns at the pinnacle of the food chain. With the convergence of other cosmic realms and the blue star world, countless monsters will emerge. As for what these creatures will do, you have already witnessed." Zheng Tao, wearied to his core, sank to the ground, tearing open his outer garment to staunch the bleeding from the gash on his abdomen. "No, this cannot be true. I refuse to believe it. How could such terrifying things exist in this world?" At that moment, Luo Qian, as if provoked by some unseen force, once again erupted into a heart-wrenching scream of despair, her delicate visage contorting in anguish. "Do not shout. Why are you raising your voice? You might easily attract other monsters." Zheng Tao's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly covered Luo Qian's mouth with his hand, speaking in a hushed tone. "There is nothing incomprehensible about this. Have you ever eaten pork? Or beef and mutton? When humanity stands at the pinnacle of the food chain, it can slaughter at will, reveling in the dominion over other beings. Conversely, when cattle and sheep acquire sufficient strength, they will naturally turn the blade toward humans. Survival of the fittest. The blood-soaked carnage is the essence and truth of this world." Luo Qian was rendered speechless, while Old Song looked astonished. They exchanged glances, unsure of how to refute Zheng Tao's words. After a few seconds of silence, Luo Qian leaped up like a madwoman, wildly swinging the stick in her hand, and cried out in despair, "No, it shouldn't be like this. The essence of the world should not be this way. Can't we coexist peacefully with those extraterrestrial beings?" Coexist peacefully? Huh. Although Zheng Tao's temperament was relatively mild, he could not help but be amused by the foolishness of her words. If Liao Fan were here, he might have already silenced this noisy woman with a swift strike. However, Zheng Tao is not Liao Fan. He could not bring himself to be so cold-hearted towards his own kind. Watching Luo Qian, who was in utter turmoil and had been shouting, he restrained his impulse to curse and leaped up from the ground, firmly covering her mouth as he admonished, "Be quiet. Your shouting will only hasten your demise." A mere Wei Jun cannot satiate the hunger of the monsters, and outside the woods, there are many other creatures also scouring for food. Once Wei Jun's corpse is consumed, the remaining 3 of us will still face an onslaught from the monsters. This is not the time to relax. Luo Qian felt utterly hopeless. Leaning helplessly against the wall and weeping silently, Old Song wore a look of despair as he turned to Zheng Tao, asking, "Are we not doomed then?" The previous battle had already drained most of their stamina, and if the monsters were to return, the 3 of them would be incapable of defending the wooden shelter. Yet Zheng Tao did not give up. He shook his head and encouraged the 2, "Not necessarily. If we can overcome our fear, we still have a chance to fight." Old Song replied helplessly, "On what basis do you believe we can defeat the monsters? Even though you performed admirably just now, it is impossible to handle all the monsters alone, right? Relying solely on me is certainly insufficient, but if we cooperate, we still have a chance." Zheng Tao paused, glancing at Old Song's injured arm from the earlier battle, and smiled slightly. "In fact, you may not have noticed, but as time passes, our physical condition has changed from what it once was." "What do you mean?" Old Song was momentarily taken aback, instinctively lowering his gaze to the wound inflicted by the monster during the recent battle. To his astonishment, the previously bleeding injury had inexplicably begun to heal rapidly, with some minor abrasions now forming scabs. Similarly, although Luo Qian had been too timid to engage in the fight, she too had subtly benefited from the infusion of energy, gradually transforming in her own right, seizing the opportunity while there was still time. Zheng Tao took it upon himself to elucidate the principles of energy transformation to the 2 of them. He added, "The longer you remain in the wormhole, the more energy you will absorb. While you may not evolve as I have, your strength and speed will undoubtedly experience significant enhancement. This is precisely why I risked everything to save you." Initially, Old Song and Luo Qian had indeed seemed rather ineffectual, even with Zheng Tao's intervention. They would not have significantly altered the situation. However, as long as they could survive and endure a little longer within the wormhole, there existed a genuine possibility for evolution. Once that evolution commenced, the implications would be entirely different. Zheng Tao patiently continued to explain the merits of evolution to them, wholly unaware that in the corner of the wooden shed, the large black dog, curled up on the floor, was also attentively listening, its ears perked up, displaying a markedly different expression than before. Chapter 127, The Swarm's Final Assault in the Apocalyptic Realm. The targets are never confined to a singular species. Humanity, empowered by the essence of energy, is not the only one capable of evolution. The creatures of the natural world can undergo transformations as well. Take, for instance, the large black dog, which, since being ensnared in the wormhole, has finally encountered a glimmer of evolutionary potential after prolonged exposure to the energy source. The dog's eyes, once dull, are now gradually brightening, revealing an enigmatic essence that becomes increasingly distinct with each flicker of its gaze. However, at this moment, Zheng Tao remains oblivious to the transformation of the black dog, his focus entirely consumed by the explanations he is imparting to Lao Song and Luo Qian regarding the principles of evolution in this dire world. Upon absorbing this newfound knowledge, Lao Song and Luo Qian's eyes flicker with astonishment, clearly taken aback by the revelations he has shared. They have at last grasped the origins of these monstrous beings and, with Zheng Tao's guidance, swiftly attuned themselves to the rhythm and frequency of breathing, significantly enhancing their ability to refine energy. Lao Song, a private detective of robust build and possessing a basic understanding of combat from his youth, demonstrates a strong aptitude for adapting to the energy essence. Following Zheng Tao's breathing techniques, he promptly detects the energy molecules within the air. Conversely, while Luo Qian's innate talent is somewhat less pronounced, she still stands out among ordinary individuals. Having persevered through the most helpless and fearful phase, she begins to experiment with refining the energy in the atmosphere. Yet, time is not on their side. Almost simultaneously with their efforts, a chilling aura pervades the air, coalescing ominously towards them. Zheng Tao instinctively senses the impending threat, rising to peer through the shattered window, where he spots the colossal locusts converging once more. Meanwhile, Wei Jun's body lies in a grotesque state, reduced to mere scattered bones and a pool of dark blood that has nearly melded with the snow. The creatures, having devoured their previous prey, fix their ferocious gazes upon the dilapidated wooden shelter. The remaining trio musters their courage, arming themselves to defend the entrance, hearts pounding with trepidation. Indeed, they are returning. Luo Qian stifles a gasp, her voice strained, while Lao Song stares in astonishment at the reassembled swarm of giant locusts, his mouth agape, at a loss for words. The monstrous locusts make little noise, yet they advance with menacing grace, their grotesque limbs moving through the snow as they inch closer to the trio. Their jaws, perpetually agape, drip with remnants of blood and flesh, pooling into the icy ground. Zheng Tao casts a swift glance outside, his voice steady as he declares, "There are 7 giant locusts remaining. This is our final stand. We must hold our ground and find a way to eliminate them." But why have these creatures not launched their assault immediately? Old Song swallowed nervously, casting a strained glance at the monsters encircling the wooden shed. His voice hoarse and tinged with bitterness. The recent battle had indeed taken a toll on the swarm. They must have realized we are not easy prey and are likely deliberating their next move. Zheng Tao's expression darkened as he listened to the eerie hissing emanating from the insects, his countenance growing increasingly grim. Although most of these creatures were of low intelligence, it was not beyond reason to suspect they possessed the ability to coordinate their attacks. 7 colossal locusts loomed outside the shed, each emitting grotesque hissing sounds, as if convening a war council. As the cacophony of hissing intensified, the swarm indeed dispersed. This time, they refrained from assaulting the entrance of the shed. Instead, they brandished their appendages and slowly crawled to various positions, encircling the shed from 7 corners, rendering it impossible for the trio to guard both front and back. Damn it. They are clearly plotting something. Zheng Tao's expression darkened further as he abruptly shifted his gaze, locking onto the largest locust among the swarm. This colossal insect, both in size and appearance, was repulsively grotesque, and its incessant hissing clearly marked it as the leader of the swarm. The other giant locusts only moved in response to its commands, launching their attacks from different angles. "Leave that largest creature to me. Your task is to delay as much as possible and divert the attention of the other giant locusts. Prepare yourselves. The swarm will soon launch its assault." Zheng Tao inhaled deeply, acutely aware of the swarm's escalating agitation, particularly the largest locust, whose hissing grew increasingly frantic, signaling an impending full-scale attack. Indeed, the leader's screech suddenly rose in pitch, sharply signaling the other locusts to strike. The remaining 6 giant locusts responded with a collective roar, charging from different corners toward the trio. "Here they come, be cautious." Old Song gripped his wooden staff tightly. Although he had begun to evolve, the duration of his energy was too brief, and his body had yet to adapt to the rigors of intense combat, leaving him uncertain of his survival until the end. Similarly, Luo Qian trembled, her face paling further as the creatures surged forward. Yet, the monsters showed no sign of halting due to their fear. As all the insects roared and charged, Zheng Tao let out a low growl, raising his staff and boldly advancing toward the first giant locust. Bang! As the distance closed, he swung the staff, striking the giant locust backward, following up with a punch. The coppery energy surged from his arm, and with a crack, the force of his punch shattered the creature's exoskeleton. The agonizing pain elicited a roar from the giant locust, which flailed its scythe-like limbs in an attempt to retaliate. However, Zheng Tao's evolution was not in vain. He pressed the attack relentlessly, swinging the staff repeatedly, shattering its appendages and legs, even breaking its wings, which fell onto the snowy ground. Hiss! The adjacent creatures endeavored to besiege Zheng Tao, the swarm advancing in a coordinated manner, launching their assaults from various angles. Some brandished their scythe-like appendages to dismantle the wooden shed, while others targeted Zheng Tao from behind, attacking from multiple corners. Were it an ordinary person, being besieged by such a swarm would likely render them incapable of enduring even 2 seconds. However, Zheng Tao had undergone evolution and, through numerous sparring sessions with Liao Fan, had acquired a plethora of combat techniques. His movements were agile, allowing him to identify the most advantageous openings, wielding a wooden stick to create circles that repelled the onslaught of the creatures. Nevertheless, he was not entirely devoid of pressure when confronted with the onslaught of the multi-headed giant locusts. The force exerted by the insects was formidable, particularly the weighty exoskeletons capable of withstanding significant impacts. Even with the rapidity of Zheng Tao's strikes, he found it challenging to break through the encirclement and close the distance to the locust leader. Yet another collision occurred as the wooden stick struck forcefully against one creature's wing, sending it staggering backward. However, the not-so-durable stick could not withstand such punishment and fractured instantly. Chapter 128. Diverting attention deprived of his weapons, Zheng Tao had no choice but to concentrate his energy in his arms. With his arms hardened like copper, he swung them vigorously amidst the swarm of insects. His unique ability allowed him to solidify his arms. Once enveloped in that coppery aura, they became as unyielding as steel, impervious to destruction. However, each time he hardened his arms, a considerable amount of energy was expended, leading to a gradual depletion of his stamina. "Stop watching the spectacle. You must assist me in intercepting these monstrosities," Zheng Tao bellowed, urgently summoning Lao Song and Luo Qian to join the fray, initially paralyzed by fear. Witnessing Zheng Tao's valiant defense against the swarm steadied their nerves. Gritting their teeth, They summoned their courage and plunged into battle. Liao Fan, swift on his feet, handed Jing Tao a new club before vigorously swinging his arms to deliver a powerful blow to a massive locust. Soon, he discovered that, bolstered by the source energy, his strength had indeed increased significantly. Although the club still struggled to shatter the creature's exoskeleton, its lethality was enhanced, and he found himself swinging with greater speed and agility. Of course, this rapid evolution had not yet enabled him to effortlessly slay the gigantic locusts. In the skirmish with the monsters, he too faced great difficulty, suffering numerous wounds from the creature's appendages, each one igniting a searing pain throughout his body. Yet, the rate of healing for these injuries was accelerating. As long as they were not life-threatening, he could staunch the bleeding in time, which did not alter the overall course of the battle. It is true. I am genuinely evolving. I can battle these monsters. Liao Fan's excitement grew with each strike, feeling the subtle yet profound changes within his body. His low growls of exhilaration echoing as he surged forward with renewed vigor. At that moment, Luo Qian also charged into the fray. Though she did not exhibit the same ferocity as Liao Fan, her petite frame allowed her to move swiftly. Faced with the relentless onslaught of the insects, she adeptly maneuvered, finding suitable openings to break through the encirclement. Both fighters exhibited remarkable improvement, becoming increasingly adept at confronting the giant locusts. After all, these were merely low-tier insectoid creatures, their offensive and destructive capabilities not overly formidable. Once they overcame their initial fear, the prospect of a counterattack became increasingly feasible. You are performing admirably. If you maintain this momentum, you shall undoubtedly grow stronger. Jing Tao finally deemed their efforts commendable. Leading from the front, he skillfully employed agile movements to absorb much of the pressure on his companions, offering guidance on positioning and how to leverage their agility and finesse during combat. As Liao Fan and Luo Qian continued to evolve, they would alleviate the burdens Jing Tao faced, allowing him to redirect his focus toward the largest locust creature. With their support, Jing Tao finally broke free from the onslaught of the giant locusts, propelling himself with a powerful kick toward the most colossal of the monsters. The locust leader had refrained from engaging in direct combat, instead maintaining a distance while emitting a series of hissing roars to command its kin in the assault. Instinctively, Jing Tao surmised that this creature must be the swarm's leader. If he could vanquish it, perhaps the other colossal locust would retreat. Hiss. The locust leader, noticing Jing Tao's actions, lifted its head high, producing an even more guttural roar. Its side-like limbs whirled through the air, colliding head-on with the wooden stick Jing Tao had hurled with all his might. With a sharp crack, the stick was severed by the serrated edges of the insect's limbs. Yet the yellow appendage continued its relentless advance towards Jing Tao's neck, carrying an immense force. Indeed, you are unlike the other monsters, Jing Tao thought, feeling the surge of power emanating from the locust. His gaze darkened as he swiftly crossed his arms to shield his neck. Simultaneously, he stomped his foot, a surge of dark yellow energy coursing through him, enveloping his arms. His bronze-hardened limbs intercepted the monstrous scythe, producing a resounding clang. Jing Tao sensed a tremendous force racing along his arms, flushing his cheeks crimson and lifting him off the ground, violently propelling him backward. The locust leader's strength far exceeded that of its kindred, and its razor-sharp limbs inflicted excruciating pain even upon his reinforced arms. However, this impact also caused the locust leader to experience significant recoil, causing its body to tilt backward, nearly losing its balance and crashing into the snow behind it. A prime opportunity. Upon landing, Jing Tao sprang back into action, disregarding the pain radiating from his arms. He swiftly grasped a handful of snow, molding it into a snowball, which he hurled with great force at the locust leader's head. Hiss! Enraged, the locust leader swung its limbs, splitting the snowball in two. Yet, amidst the explosion of snow, a flurry of icy shards scattered, creating a white wall that obscured the creature's vision. With the locust leader's sight momentarily hindered, Jing Tao seized the chance to leap into the air, raising his fist high, aiming directly at the creature's grotesque forehead, and unleashed a punch with all his might. Boom! The fist connected squarely, unleashing a torrent of dark yellow energy that erupted upon the monster's head. The immense force sent the creature stumbling backward, hastily crossing its limbs. The serrated hooks resembling dual rows of blades aimed at Jing Tao's chest. With only a broken stick remaining in his hand, Jing Tao swiftly swung it to deflect the locust leader's counterattack, simultaneously delivering a powerful kick that struck the creature's abdomen, forcing it to stagger back repeatedly. For an ordinary colossal locust, enduring such a barrage of strikes would surely result in severe injury, if not death. However, the locust leader possessed a far superior constitution, its resilience surpassing that of its kin. Despite being forced into a precarious retreat by Jing Tao's relentless assault, its limbs continued to lash out frantically, slicing a line of blood across Jing Tao's shoulder, compelling him to gasp and retreat. Damn it, This creature's exoskeleton is far too tough. Zhang Tao pressed his hand against the wound on his shoulder, his gaze darkening momentarily before he hastily redirected his attention towards a nearby thicket. Engaging the locust leader in the open field did not grant Zhang Tao a significant advantage. The only strategy that came to mind was to lure the locust leader into the woods, where he could utilize the surrounding environment to his benefit. Come on then. If you dare. With this thought, Zhang Tao defiantly raised his middle finger at the locust leader and feigned nonchalance by whistling casually. Hiss. The locust leader seemed to comprehend Zhang Tao's gesture, instantly erupting in a furious rage. It unfurled its wings, striking the snowy ground with its talons, leaving a deep trail in the snow, before launching itself into the air, rapidly closing the distance to Zhang Tao. Damn, I almost forgot this creature could fly. Watching the locust leader barreling towards him, Zhang Tao's cheeks twitched as he swiftly turned and dashed towards the thicket with great urgency. Chapter 129, Bloodline of the War Dog. This grove, though not expansive, boasts a remarkably intricate environment, with branches intertwining and paths crisscrossing, forming numerous natural barriers of ice and snow. As Zhang Tao penetrated the thicket, he immediately crouched low, shielding the back of his head with his hands, adopting a prone crawling posture. Simultaneously, the enraged locust leader flapped its wings violently, crashing against the snow-laden branches. Crack! The frozen branches shattered under the impact, causing a cascade of snow to tumble down the trunk like a torrential blizzard, once again obscuring the locust leader's line of sight. You fool, perish! Zhang Tao bellowed, pushing himself off the snowy ground. With a powerful leap, he seized the locust leader from behind, using the momentum of his body to slam it against a tree with a trunk the size of a person's embrace. Thud! The locust leader's head collided forcefully with the tree, causing it to tremble, while more snow slid from the canopy, enveloping both man and beast completely. Seizing the moment when the snow obscured the creature's vision, Zhang Tao propelled himself again, leaping 3 meters to evade a counterattack, and deftly broke off a frozen branch, hurling it towards the creature's eye. The snow-laden grove had already formed a thick layer of ice shards, and the treetops were adorned with icicles as thick as an arm, sharp enough to rival daggers due to the frigid climate. Zhang Tao fell into the snow, swiftly rolling along the soft surface. The incensed locust leader emitted a series of hissing roars, wildly swinging its scythe-like arms, sending branches and trunks flying. Amidst a flurry of snowflakes, the locust leader's hefty form launched into the air, resembling a swirling snow dragon, as it aimed a downward strike at the back of Zhang Tao's head. Yet at that moment, what seemed like a frenzied roll turned into a sudden halt for Zhang Tao. With a swift flip of his wrist from beneath his abdomen, a half-meter-long ice spear shot forth, aimed directly at the locust leader. Danger! The locust leader screeched in alarm, quickly abandoning its attack to slash at the ice spear with its scythe-like arm. However, in the next instant, Zhang Tao plunged his hands into the snow, thrusting his arms upward, sending a cloud of snow spiraling into the air, forming a snow-white wall that obscured the creature's vision. The locust leader, whose eyesight was rather poor, lost track of its target amidst the swirling snow. Before it could recover from the blinding flurry, a leg kicked out from the side, landing squarely on its abdomen. With a dull thud, the locust leader's massive body was sent sprawling, crushing a multitude of dead branches before crashing heavily onto the snow. Die! Zhang Tao seized the advantage of the environment, lunging forward to hook the creature's neck, forcing it down to the ground in a desperate struggle. Wrapping his arms around the locust leader's waist like the roots of an ancient tree, he restricted its movements and delivered a powerful strike to the exoskeleton at the back of its head. With a sudden, muffled thud, the leader of the locust writhed in agony, its eyes turning a vivid shade of green as it howled frantically, struggling amidst the snow and flailing its insect limbs in a desperate attempt to strike at Zhang Tao. However, Zhang Tao, possessing a keen intellect, wisely pressed his body against the creature's back, using his chest to adhere to its armored shell, and wrapped his arms around its neck, tightening his grip resolutely. No matter how the monster twisted and thrashed, it could only turn its back to Zhang Tao, its brute strength rendered futile as it hissed and shrieked in frustration. The man and beast rolled violently on the ground, colliding with snowdrifts and tree trunks, the sound of snapping branches echoing relentlessly. Yet, the creature soon discovered a chance for retaliation, crashing its armored back against a nearby rock. With a resounding thud, Zhang Tao, who had been clinging desperately to its back, let out a pained cry, disoriented by the impact, his arms instinctively loosening their grip around the monster's neck. A wave of dread washed over him as he felt the sting of defeat. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his back, he prepared to rise and flee. However, the locust leader, having finally shaken off its unwelcome passenger, was not about to grant him an escape. It immediately swung its scythe-like arm backward, delivering a heavy blow to Zhang Tao's thigh. With a swift slash, The sharp limbs of the creature shattered 2 branches before landing a vicious strike on Zheng Tao's leg, tearing through flesh and leaving a crimson trail. Despite the branches having absorbed much of the force, the agonizing sting of the monster's strike rendered Zheng Tao voiceless, a cry of pain escaping his lips. To make matters worse, with his thigh injured, his agility diminished, leaving him unable to evade the creature's lethal assault. Cursing under his breath, Zheng Tao realized he had no avenue of retreat. With eyes blazing with determination, he braced himself for a direct confrontation with the beast. Yet, just as the creature's scythe-like arm was about to collide with Zheng Tao, an astonishing event unfolded. In the snow-laden forest, a sudden, muffled barking erupted, followed by the ground trembling as countless dry branches rattled violently, a flurry of snow swirling into a tumultuous vortex. Beneath the flurry of snowflakes, a robust, pitch-black dog emerged, its blood-red eyes piercing through the chaos. With the vigor of a charging tank, it leapt from the trees and collided forcefully with the back of the locust leader. With a piercing hiss, the locust leader let out a harrowing scream, its body propelled 2 meters into the air by the force of the dog's impact, crashing against a decaying giant tree. Zheng Tao, initially taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, instinctively raised his gaze to the imposing figure of the black dog, which radiated an aura of dark ferocity. A moment of realization struck him, and his expression transformed into one of exhilaration as he shouted, "Big Black, you too have evolved." Indeed, the formidable black dog had undergone a transformation. After all, it is the bloodline of the Hell Warhound. Although just a few hours prior, it was a timid creature, merely a stray dog with its tail tucked between its legs, the moment it became entangled in the wormhole. Subjected to the relentless transformation of primal energy, the essence of the Hell Warhound's lineage was inevitably awakened. Though the awakened bloodline is not entirely pure, possessing only fragments of its former self, it remains a true Hell Warhound. With a robust physique, muscles swelling beneath its sleek black fur, and serpentine veins coursing beneath its skin, its dark red eyes radiate a fierce, primal light. Every detail signifies that this once timid stray has embarked on its own evolution. Howl. After sending the locust leader flying, the formidable creature, Dahe, abruptly raised its fearsome head and unleashed a thunderous howl. The sound reverberated through the forest, causing the trees to tremble and sending a flurry of snowflakes cascading down like a tempest. The locust leader, equally enraged, slammed its limbs against the cracked bark of a tree, hoisting itself up to confront the imposing Dahe with a furious roar. The impact from earlier had nearly shattered its carapace, instilling in this monstrous being a sense of genuine pressure. Chapter 130, Devouring the Beast Core Marvelous. The bloodline of the Hellhound has been awakened. Dahe is now remarkably fierce. With its assistance, dealing with this colossal locust is no longer a formidable challenge. Zheng Tao shook off the snow covering him and rose from the ground, picking up a branch once more, maneuvering around to flank the massive locust while signaling to Dahe with his eyes. The formidable hound did not disappoint Zheng Tao after its evolution. Dahe not only exuded an intimidating presence but also seemed to possess a semblance of human cognition, effortlessly interpreting Zheng Tao's gaze. It immediately assumed a stance for a frontal assault, diverting the locust leader's attention. With its limbs pressed against the ground, Dahe's ebony fur stood on end, and it let out a feral roar. At this moment, the ferocity of the hellhound was fully unleashed, its scarlet eyes radiating a fierce glare that momentarily intimidated the locust leader into stillness, forcing it to cross its blade-like limbs in a defensive posture. Dahe attack. In less than 3 seconds of their standoff, Zheng Tao identified an opportune position for ambush and unleashed a thunderous roar. "Oh woo!" Dahe responded instantly, its massive head rearing skyward, emitting a powerful growl. Pressing its limbs into the snow, it suddenly sprang forth like a spring compressed to its limits, exuding the fearsome aura of a lion, and pounced upon the locust leader in an instant, caught between an assault from both sides. The locust leader swung its blade-like arm down heavily onto Dahe's head. Yet, the hellhound was no mere mindless attacker. As it landed, it rolled swiftly along the snow, evading the locust leader's appendages. With a forceful collision, Dahe targeted the locust leader's abdomen with its robust head, delivering a powerful thrust. The locust leader was propelled into the air, letting out a chilling scream as it fell, still attempting to fend off the attack with its remaining appendage. Dahe deftly scattered, revealing its ivory fangs, and without a hint of trepidation, lunged to seize the monster's limb, vigorously shaking its head in a deadly whirl. The hound's formidable teeth pierced through the locust's limb and exoskeleton, accompanied by a cacophonous crack, effectively dismantling the locust leader's appendage. Hiss! The loss of a blade-like arm significantly diminished the locust leader's combat capabilities. It emitted a pained shriek, flapping its wings in a desperate attempt to flee the forest. Flee! It seemed there was little opportunity left for that. Zheng Tao had long been poised for action, without waiting for the creature to take flight. He forcefully propelled himself off a tree trunk, suddenly appearing behind the locust leader, aiming the branch in his hand at its hardened shell and thrusting fiercely. The unexpected strike pierced through the locust leader's back armor, causing the creature to cry out in anguish as it plummeted, hastily swinging its remaining blade-like arm in a bid to retaliate. Yet again, the hellhound let out a howl and lunged forward, its claws crashing down upon the monster's head, pressing down with unyielding force. Boom! The monster's visage met the ground first, engaging in an intimate encounter with the earth, as the majority of its head became forcefully embedded in the snow, leaving only its insectal appendages exposed, which flailed desperately for a moment. Zheng Tao yanked a branch from the ground, raised it high above his head, and summoned all his strength to bring it crashing down upon the locust leader, all the while bellowing in rage, "Damn monster, perish! You wish to devour me, do you? Come on!" With a series of dull thuds, the relentless impact shattered the insect's exoskeleton, sending dark green ichor splattering. The locust leader attempted to struggle several times, but alas, its head was firmly pressed into the snow by a canine paw, rendering it helpless. Ultimately, it could only emit a few anguished hisses, succumbing to a suffocating demise in the snow. At last, its body twitched a few times before falling utterly still. Zheng Tao, appearing drained, cast the branch aside into the snow, knelt down, and propped himself up with his arms, gasping for breath as he chuckled at the corpse of the locust leader. "I did it. I finally did it, you wretched Liao Fan. Even without your assistance, I have slain these beasts, ha ha." He laughed maniacally, leaning back against a tree, his mirth interrupted by fits of coughing. Not far away, Dehei stared blankly, its paws resting on the snow, wagging its tail in confusion as it observed its new master. With its limited intellect, it struggled to comprehend why Zheng Tao was so overjoyed. Perhaps it was merely the exhilaration of having survived. Dehei sneezed and dug its paws into the snow, furiously excavating. In no time, the distorted head of the monster was unearthed once more. With its tail held high, Dehei circled the corpse a few times, its eyes sparkling with an eager light, barking excitedly at Zheng Tao, its tail wagging even faster. Zheng Tao, perplexed, halted his laughter and regarded the dog's impatient and enthusiastic gaze, questioning, "Dehei, what are you barking at me for?" Dehei barked urgently a couple of times, extending its paw and relentlessly pawing at the locust leader's forehead. Zheng Tao seemed to grasp its intent, hesitatingly approached, and picked up the branch again, prying open a hole in the insect's carapace at the back of its head. A copious amount of putrid green liquid oozed from the locust's brain, emitting a foul stench that compelled Zheng Tao to cover his nose with his hand, cursing under his breath. However, Dehei, full of enthusiasm, thrust its paw inside, incessantly digging into the monster's brain. Moments later, it emerged with a thumb-sized green crystal, which it dropped into the snow, briefly cleaning it with some snow water, revealing a vibrant green gem. "This is a beast core from the insect tribe?" Zheng Tao stood in a daze, staring at the green crystal for an extended period before recognizing its origin. He recalled Liao Fan had once mentioned that within certain exceptional monsters, it was possible for beast cores to coalesce. The energy accumulated within the beast core represents the quintessence of these monstrous entities, serving as a rare material for crafting weapons, even in a post-apocalyptic world. However, the evolutionary level of the locust leader before him is rather low. Despite the fortuitous emergence of a beast core, the energy contained within is not particularly pure, classifying it as a rudimentary insect core, which clearly offers little assistance to Zheng Tao. Seeing Zheng Tao hesitate to retrieve the beast core, Dehei appeared somewhat anxious, nudging against him with his canine head, seemingly urging him to take it. After a moment's contemplation, Zheng Tao shook his head, declaring that it was of no use to him at present, and since it was discovered by Dehei, it should be left to him to handle. Dehei instantly understood, wagging his black head with excitement, without hesitation extending his tongue to lap up the green beast core, disregarding any filth, and swallowing it whole. "How could you eat that? It shouldn't be consumed directly, spit it out," Zheng Tao exclaimed, his face a mask of concern as he attempted to pry open Dehei's jaws. Having lived alongside Liao Fan for so long, he was well aware of the beast core's properties. While they contain a considerable amount of energy, they also harbor remnants of the beast's malevolence, which humans cannot assimilate directly. There was a genuine risk of being affected by the lingering essence of the monsters, potentially leading to a loss of reason and transforming into a mindless killing machine. Yet, having finally managed to swallow the beast core, Dehei was unwilling to regurgitate it. He promptly shook his head free from Zheng Tao's grasp and trotted a short distance away, barking energetically to prove that he was unharmed. Chapter 131. The sudden emergence of killing intent upon witnessing Dehei consumed the beast core without exhibiting any signs of distress. Zheng Tao found himself perplexed and chose to observe the robust black dog once more. Compared to their first encounter, Dahe had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its fur had become denser, and its physique appeared significantly more robust. The once emaciated frame, a consequence of prolonged straying, had transformed into a well-muscled figure, with rippling muscles pushing the black fur outward, exuding a fierce and imposing aura. Most striking were Dahe's eyes, which resembled black jewels, radiating an almost human-like brilliance. This was a manifestation of heightened intelligence, indicating that Dahe had not only awakened a fragment of its hellhound lineage but was also gradually evolving in consciousness. Furthermore, the unique attributes of the hellhound surpassed those of ordinary human supernatural beings. Even the act of voraciously devouring a giant locust beast core did not impose significant strain on its body. The dog's eyes remained pure and dark, akin to pristine gemstones, with a brightness that astonished Zheng Tao. It is no wonder Liao Fan insisted so fervently that I bring you back. It seems your innate talents surpass those of many human supernatural beings. Having witnessed Dahe's potential, Zheng Tao could not help but smile, affectionately patting the large dog's head. Displaying a satisfied grin, he felt fortunate to have garnered the favor of this hellhound before its evolution. Let us depart. The battle has concluded, and we shall return to inspect the aftermath. After a brief respite, Zheng Tao struggled to rise, tending to his wounds before leading Dahe back to the wooden shed they had previously occupied. In the aftermath of the chaotic skirmish, the shed now lay partially collapsed, with numerous wooden planks destroyed by the insects, revealing multiple gaping holes. Even the roof had caved in, accumulating a layer of snow that blanketed the entire area. Fortunately, the giant locusts had retreated. With the demise of their leader, these creatures were no longer as ferocious and had withdrawn from the vicinity. As Zheng Tao emerged from the woods, he spotted the injured Lao Song and Luo Qian, both seated in the snow, bewildered, as they examined their wounds in silence. Are you both all right? Zheng Tao quickened his pace, approaching Lao Song first, inspecting the wounds inflicted by the insect's limbs, and inquired with a smile. I won't die, but it's certainly painful, Lao Song replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. He gestured toward Luo Qian, adding, you should check on her. Her injuries are far more severe than mine. Zheng Tao turned his attention to Luo Qian, only to notice she was clutching her abdomen, her complexion alarmingly pale. Though she had bravely charged into battle alongside Lao Song and managed to persevere until the end, she could not escape the onslaught of the giant locust scythe-like arms. A gruesome wound marred her abdomen, blood nearly saturating her outer garment. Even her arms and thighs bore numerous bite marks and scratches. Fortunately, Luo Qian had already activated her evolution, and with the aid of the source energy, her wounds healed at an extraordinary rate. Although the sight was quite tragic, it was not life-threatening. Zheng Tao surveyed the injuries of both individuals and sighed, remarking that, regardless of the circumstances, they were all still alive. As long as they lived, infinite possibilities awaited them. He encouraged them to rest well, assuring them that once the thick fog dispersed, they could seek the way back home. Old Song, however, wore a puzzled expression, questioning how long the fog would persist. Zheng Tao replied that, if fortune favored them, it might last about half an hour. But if luck were to frown upon them, it could extend to 5 or 6 hours. The time axis of the wormhole differed from that of Blue Star, leaving him uncertain of its duration. Unlike Liao Fan, who possessed extensive knowledge about the apocalyptic scenario, Zheng Tao found these wormhole spaces to remain an enigma. At that moment, Luo Qian, who was recuperating, stood silently and walked alone toward the scattered corpses in the snow. The battle had concluded. Yet the emotional scars inflicted upon her were beyond quick healing. Her eyes reddened as she stumbled toward the remains, discovering a few gnawed bones. She attempted to piece together these bones and the torn garments strewn across the ground, barely forming a human silhouette. This was all that Wei Jun had left for this world. Devoured by the swarm, he had not a single intact piece of flesh remaining. No matter how hard Luo Qian tried, she could not reconstruct a complete skeleton. Overwhelmed by despair, she collapsed onto the snow, staring blankly at the blood-soaked fragments of clothing, feeling an unbearable urge to weep. Recalling just a few hours prior, when she had sat in the car with her friends, filled with laughter and joy, a sharp pang of pain pierced her heart. Zheng Tao, displaying a look of dejection, approached her slowly, urging her to rise. He reminded her that the event had transpired and that sorrow would not alter the past. It was time to gather her emotions and prepare for the challenges of survival ahead. Although the fighting had temporarily ceased, it did not guarantee their absolute safety. The fog had yet to lift, and other monsters could still lurk within the wormhole. For precaution, Zheng Tao hoped that Luo Qian would accompany him to find a place to hide until the fog fully cleared. However, in response to Zheng Tao's counsel, Luo Qian appeared numb, shaking her head resolutely. No, the insects have been driven back, and I do not wish to linger here any longer. I must take Wei Jun's body back. Zheng Tao persisted, advising her not to rush away, as numerous potential risks still loomed. He urged her to heed his words and continue to hide for a while longer, suggesting that the nearby woods would serve as a suitable refuge. No need. Luo Qian continued to shake her head. This obstinate woman resolutely picked up the bloodied garments from the ground, standing up numbly and staggering toward the direction of the accident. Hey, girl, don't run off recklessly. Old Song hurried to catch up, intending to stop Luo Qian from leaving. Luo Qian seemed to have been profoundly shaken, utterly disregarding the pleas of the two individuals. Observing this, Zheng Tao could only sigh, resigning himself to the fact that if she wished to leave, so be it. Every individual's path is theirs to choose, and we have no right to dictate her decisions. Faced with a stubborn and unfamiliar woman, Zheng Tao found himself at a loss for further persuasion, having already conveyed all that needed to be said. However, a troubling thought crossed his mind. The fog still enveloped the outside world, and in this frigid landscape, she was injured. Where could she possibly go? Old Song, on the other hand, displayed greater concern. He shook his head vigorously and continued to pursue Luo Qian, attempting to convince her to halt her advance. Zheng Tao, feeling utterly exhausted, had grown indifferent to their plight. Suddenly, an inexplicable chill surged from his heart to the crown of his head, causing his scalp to tingle and his spine to shiver. This was a murderous intent, an acute sense of imminent peril. Beware! Zheng Tao shouted fiercely, clutching to hay and rolling sideways into the snow, sprinting with all his might towards the nearby woods. An unforeseen attack descended from above. A sphere of blue light hurtling through the air like a colossal meteor, crashing violently into the very spot where the three had just stood. Then, a thunderous explosion ensued. Chapter 132, The Terror of the Sky Boom. A blue electric orb, descending from an unknown origin, struck like a colossal shell, piercing through the shroud of dense fog and violently unleashing its fury upon the icy expanse. The explosive winds and furious flames stirred up vast quantities of snow, and a resounding tremor echoed from beneath the ground, causing the forest to tremble once more. Who is attacking us? Zheng Tao fell into a snowdrift, clumsily brushing off the snow from his body. He lifted his gaze to the sky and, a mere dozen meters away, obscured by the fog, he beheld a massive azure shadow. It unfurled its wing-like appendages and circled ominously around the fog-enshrouded area. It was a monstrous avian creature, hovering above us. The blinding blue light flickered in the sky, and the terrifying presence of the beast enveloped the entire wormhole, causing Zheng Tao's heart to convulse violently, his body trembling uncontrollably. Not only was Zheng Tao trembling, but even the large black dog quivered in fear, desperately nudging Zheng Tao forward, its claws frantically pawing at the snow as it emitted a mournful whine. The duo sensed the dreadful aura, far surpassing the previous encounter with the locust leader. This was an entirely different realm of terror. A second-tier creature. How could such a formidable second-tier monster manifest in this confined wormhole, crawling through the snow? Zheng Tao sought to conceal himself while cautiously glancing at the distant sky. Above, the immense azure raptor continued its relentless circling, its blue wings and iron-like feathers emanating an aura of ferocity, leaving Zheng Tao's lips quivering in fear as he uttered a curse. This was the scent of a second-tier beast, a being possessing terrifying second-tier combat prowess. Gazing at the blue raptor hurtling through the air, Zheng Tao was instantly paralyzed with fear. A second-tier beast was truly lethal. Even someone as formidable as Liao Fan might struggle to confront it directly. Zheng Tao was not a combat-oriented ability user. His powers paled in comparison to Liao Fan's, and he lacked the courage to face a second-tier beast. The only option left to him was to flee with all his might, seeking refuge in the trees to quickly hide himself amidst the environment. He shouted urgently to the equally stunned Lao Song and Luo Qian nearby. Quick, take cover. That's a second-tier creature. If it sets its sights on us, we are finished. Boom. The sudden terror of the blue electric orb drowned out his warning. Despite Zheng Tao's timely alert, the Azure Raptor's speed was astonishing. Before his cry could reach them, the menacing blue orb, imbued with devastating power, descended once more. With a thunderous roar, a blinding flash of blue light erupted. The formidable blue electric orb crashed down not far from them. In the instant of the explosion, the ground collapsed, a flurry of snow erupted, forming a deep pit nearly a meter in diameter. The terrifying shockwave transformed into a torrent, sweeping up a blizzard of white snow that instantly engulfed everything. Lao Song and Luo Qian stood foolishly at a distance not far from the epicenter of the explosion, instantly swept away by the powerful winds generated by the blast, letting out piercing screams as they crashed into the snow. The fierce storm tore through the air, mingling with the swirling blizzard, resembling an expanded white net. Zheng Tao had no choice but to bury his body in the snow, evading the intense aftershocks of the explosion. As the residual force began to wane, he eagerly sprang up, then dove forward, seeking refuge in the nearby woods. Dehe followed closely, both man and dog scrambling to escape the tremors caused by the blast. They lifted their heads to behold the terrifying shadow of a beast soaring in the sky, every cell in their bodies trembling with fear. Fortunately, the wormhole space that erupted this time was not vast. The limited spatial conduit constrained the massive blue raptor, preventing it from fully materializing in this area. Yet, even so, the blue raptor had fixated on them, frantically flapping its azure wings, gliding through the thick mist above, its two red gem-like eyes locked onto the humans below. Filled with cruelty and avarice, it was attempting to breach the barriers of the wormhole space to descend upon this place and feast upon them. However, the narrow passage proved insufficient for the enormous, intimidating blue raptor to pass through. Although the distance between the monster and the three humans appeared to be less than 100 meters, no matter how hard it tried, it could not penetrate the invisible veil of mist. In a fit of rage, the blue raptor unleashed more blue lightning orbs, akin to missiles, launching indiscriminate attacks against the trio. The blue spheres of light resembled flying barrels of explosives, detonating upon impact. The force of their explosions was alarmingly more terrifying than that of ordinary mortars. The dense smoke and wildly spreading shockwaves generated by the blasts made the earth tremble, even uprooting the half-meter deep snow, revealing charred soil beneath, while clouds of dust rose, carrying numerous dead branches into the ruins. The very sight of the explosion reduced everything to rubble. In an instant, Lao Song and Luo Qian were buried beneath the shockwaves, and even the rickety wooden shed, which had already endured a battle, collapsed with a thunderous crash due to the impact. The sheer destructive force made Zheng Tao, hidden in the woods, gasp in shock. But before he could take a closer look, an overwhelming sense of danger descended upon him. Woof! Dehe immediately sensed the impending doom. Raising its black head to gaze at the treetops, where a blue point of light fell vertically, emitting urgent cries. The overwhelming sense of peril and horror sent chills down Zheng Tao's spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled over, clutching Dehe, continuing to tumble through the snow. Darting through the woods. Boom, boom. Behind them, blue lightning orbs cascaded down, each impact sending tremors through the ground and causing trees to collapse. Countless branches and trunks were reduced to mere powder by the explosive shockwaves. Trees were scattered, and snowflakes mingled with dirt, cascading through the air, while thick smoke billowed, creating a terrifying scene of utter desolation. A man and his dog could do nothing but frantically seek refuge, relying on the forest's cover to evade danger. After much effort, they discovered a snow pit with a diameter exceeding 3 meters. Without a moment's hesitation, Zheng Tao leaped into the pit with Big Black, burrowing quickly into the snowdrift, utilizing the snow to conceal their entire forms and mask their scents. Fortunately, the environment was sufficiently intricate, employing the dead trees and snow mounds as shields, allowing them to remain hidden from the gaze of the blue raptor. Equally fortunate was the fact that the blue raptor could not truly enter the wormhole space. Even though it was aware that its prey lay concealed beneath the trees, it could only unleash energy orbs from a distance, unable to close the gap for a direct assault. Chapter 133. Returning to reality. Above in the sky, the terrifying roars of beasts echoed incessantly. Beneath the snowdrift, Zheng Tao curled his body into a ball, clutching tightly to Dehe, scarcely daring to breathe too forcefully, fearing that even the slightest exertion would summon the wrath of the azure predator. In the face of such overwhelming power, no amount of cleverness or agility could aid him. All he could do was shiver in the snowdrift, enveloped in the dread and pressure brought forth by impending death. Equally astute, Dehe kept his mouth shut, not daring to make a sound, instead pressing his head into Zheng Tao's embrace, enduring the torment of fear alongside him. Outside the snowdrift, the azure predator continued its ferocious roars, exuding an aura of rage and frustration. With prey so tantalizingly close, it found itself too evolved to squeeze into the narrow passage. In its fury, the creature unleashed a barrage of energy orbs, ravaging the surrounding forest. Yet, ultimately, it was left with no choice but to withdraw, beating its massive wings and retreating into the depths of the fog. As the explosions subsided, Zheng Tao remained huddled with Dehe, too fearful to emerge, dreading a potential counterstrike from the monstrous beast. He had ceased to concern himself with Lao Song and Luo Qian, remaining motionless in his curled position. It was not until 2 hours later, when the ambient energy began to stabilize and the air calmed, that Zheng Tao dared to peek out from the snow, greedily inhaling a deep breath before cautiously crawling out of his icy refuge. He gazed at the spot where the azure predator had vanished, silently wiping away the sweat from his brow. At last, he had survived. The energy in the air was rapidly dissipating, and the thick fog was slowly lifting. Though his calves felt somewhat weak, Zheng Tao had regained the courage to stand. He looked around at Dehe, who was vigorously shaking off the accumulated snow, and then at the distant remains of the forest now reduced to ruins, eliciting a bitter smile from him. The entire road had transformed into a wasteland. Apart from scattered corpses and the mangled remnants of cars blasted into metal shards, there was scarcely a trace of life. kicking aside a fluffy snowbank. Zhang Tao stumbled upon a bloodied severed hand and a shattered wristwatch. Judging by the design of the watch, the hand likely belonged to Lao Song. Though the whereabouts of the rest of his body remained a mystery, perhaps in the chaos, he had fled, or maybe his body had been obliterated, leaving only this severed hand behind. Damn it! Zhang Tao cursed under his breath, before unsteadily rising to his feet and hastening his departure. This time, he opted not for the main road, but instead took a narrow path along the edge of the forest, sprinting with Dehe to evade the entire wormhole area. Such a brutal slaughter had naturally attracted the attention of the authorities, and as Zhang Tao fled, he could hear the piercing wail of sirens echoing from the roadside. However, he chose to disregard it, hastening his pace and departing the area without pause. After a grueling 2 hours, he finally returned to the underground safe house, limping slightly. By this time, twilight had only just begun to descend. Gazing at the familiar surroundings within the safe house, Zhang Tao finally felt the relief of survival. He shook off the clinging snow, wiped the sweat from his brow, utterly exhausted and reluctant even to walk. Dehe, on the other hand, curiously turned his head, inspecting their new abode with keen interest, wagging his tail excitedly and emitting exuberant howls. The dog's barking naturally attracted the attention of the safe house's owner. Soon, the door of the innermost room swung open, revealing a slender man with a somewhat dark complexion, who eagerly exited and made his way towards the duo. Haha. What happened to you? You look utterly disheveled. Seriously, how dare you say that? Why didn't you warn me sooner about the spatial wormhole outbreak in the South District? Zhang Tao rolled his eyes, glaring fiercely at Liao Fan, as if he wished to pounce on him in anger. I did advise you not to linger in the South District. Who could have anticipated you would insist on going there? Liao Fan, taken aback by Zhang Tao's complaints, noticed his childhood friend's pitiful state and quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet, he did not dwell on it too much. After all, in the wake of the apocalypse, such incidents could occur at any moment. Allowing Zhang Tao to endure a few trials with the wormholes might not be entirely detrimental. Soon, Liao Fan shifted his focus, his attention entirely captured by the imposing figure of Dehe. His eyes sparkled with recognition. Warhound, dog brother. It truly is you. This unexpected address left both Zhang Tao and Dehe momentarily stunned. Dehe's eyes widened, instinctively looking towards Liao Fan, who radiated an air of mystery. The dog felt a profound confusion. How did this man seem to know him? Liao Fan chuckled, disregarding Dehe's expression, and quickly approached, producing 2 blankets which he tossed to Zhang Tao and Dehe, saying, You must be exhausted from your journey. Rest for a moment. I will prepare something to eat for you. With that, Liao Fan entered the back storage, returning with 2 large steaks, which he handed to both man and dog. Zhang Tao wasted no time, ravenously devouring his meal. In contrast, Dehe remained cautious, his eyes filled with curiosity as he glanced at the steak on his plate. Then back at Liao Fan, who was exuding an air of danger. The dog's gaze was clouded with confusion. This man seemed excessively eager towards him, didn't he? In this life, Dehe was merely a stray dog wandering the city streets, never having received kindness or care from anyone, occasionally managing to scavenge scraps from passers-by by wagging his tail in desperation. It is indeed unprecedented to see someone, as today, directly produce an entire steak to indulge oneself. Liao Fan discerned something from the depths of Dehe's eyes, and with a smile, he settled onto the shoddy mat, gracefully crossing his legs. You needn't regard me so. From this moment forth, we are friends. This safe house holds a share for you, and you are welcome to partake in any resources within. Cough. Zhang Tao, in the midst of devouring the steak, was suddenly choked, his eyes rolling back as he paused his actions, glancing at Liao Fan with a mix of amusement and bewilderment. Although Zhang Tao uttered no words, Liao Fan's declaration of friendship struck him like a bolt from the blue. What sort of person willingly proposes friendship with a dog? It is no wonder Zhang Tao reacted thus. After all, he had yet to witness the full might of Dehe's awakened powers. This hellish war dog is reputed to be the foremost among the lightning-powered entities in Lin City, possessing a combat prowess in its prime that could effortlessly crush 10 current versions of Liao Fan. It could be said that even a mere sneeze from it would send tremors through Lin City. Countless superhumans have yearned to befriend it, yet none have succeeded in capturing its attention. That Zhang Tao could claim the title of its half-master before its awakening is indeed a stroke of immense fortune. Chapter 134. A new endeavor at this moment. Despite the formidable prowess that the future hellhounds may possess, it remains merely a stray dog, weathered by the caprices of human kindness and cruelty. With a modest intellect and little discernment of right and wrong, it responds to affection with enthusiastic tail wags. The generous steak presented by Liao Fan undoubtedly serves as a significant incentive to win its favor. After a brief exchange of glances, Dehe stretched its neck and eagerly leaped onto the coffee table, devouring the sumptuous steak with great delight. How adorable! Witnessing Dehe accept his offering, a radiant smile illuminated Liao Fan's face. Seizing the moment, he leaned closer and gently stroked the dog's head. Dehei reveled in the affection, savoring the steak while squinting in bliss, resembling a pet basking in its owner's caress. Once satiated, Liao Fan took the initiative to prepare a pot of warm water and personally bathed Dehei. Zhang Tao, observing Liao Fan meticulously grooming the dog, rolled his eyes and remarked, "When did you become so dutiful, so attentive to a mere dog? That dog certainly deserves such care. You will understand in due time." Liao Fan replied nonchalantly, drying Dehei with a soft towel. He then patted the dog's head and gestured towards a room beneath the storeroom. "This chamber is specially prepared for you. You shall rest there from now on." Dehei, displaying remarkable intelligence, seemed to sense that Liao Fan had something to discuss with Zhang Tao and eagerly scampered into its new abode. Once the dog was inside, Liao Fan stretched his limbs, slowly rising to take a seat across from Zhang Tao, inquiring about his experiences on the road. Zhang Tao, with meticulous detail, recounted every encounter he had faced within that wormhole space. However, when he mentioned the name Luo Qian, Liao Fan, who had maintained a stoic demeanor, furrowed his brow in surprise. "Luo Qian, I never anticipated you would encounter her. Surely, you do not know her?" Zhang Tao, taken aback, rose awkwardly. I had no idea you were acquainted with her. The situation was perilous. The beast eagle was bombing us from above, and I had no way of knowing if she survived." "It's all right. She is unlikely to have perished so easily," Liao Fan replied, shaking his head and choosing not to delve further into that topic. With a smile, he added, "Do not be so agitated. I am not well acquainted with this woman named Luo Qian. I have merely heard a few tales about her. What truly concerns me is the faction she may eventually join." At this juncture, Liao Fan refrained from elaborating further. Currently, he ought not to be familiar with Luo Qian. Their paths would only cross 2 years after the onset of the apocalypse, and he had no intention of meeting her prematurely. "Well, I wonder what you were rambling on about," Zhang Tao remarked. Seeing that Liao Fan was unwilling to pursue the subject any further, he had grown accustomed to Liao Fan's eccentric demeanor, concealing a multitude of secrets yet becoming taciturn at the most crucial moments. After a brief respite, Zhang Tao stretched and remarked that it was indeed fortunate to have survived and brought back Dai. He never anticipated that such a minuscule wormhole could harbor such a fearsome second-tier monster. Liao Fan chuckled and replied that there was nothing strange about it. With only about 20 days remaining before the full outbreak of the apocalypse, the expansion of these spatial channels could very well lead to the emergence of genuine third-tier beasts, offering a glimpse into the future. "Don't be ridiculous. I am not like you. I abhor conflict. If given the choice, I would prefer to remain hidden within this safe house, avoiding all else." Zhang Tao rolled his eyes, and once more, Liao Fan fell into silence. Indeed, if circumstances allowed, Liao Fan would wish to dwell eternally in this underground sanctuary, peacefully savoring the remaining days. Unfortunately, the apocalypse was far from over, and the survival challenges humanity faced would only intensify with the passage of time. The current safe house could only provide temporary refuge, insufficient to meet all survival needs. Eventually, Liao Fan stood again and said, "You're tired as well. Return to the house and rest. There is nothing requiring your assistance for now. During this time, you should stay at home and train my dog well." "Sure, so long as I don't have to deal with those monsters. I wouldn't mind being turned into a dog myself," Zhang Tao jested. Just as he was about to leave, a thought struck him, and he paused to inquire, "You seem ready to take action again?" "Indeed." Liao Fan, having no reservations with Zhang Tao, nodded immediately, gazing into the night through the ventilation windows. His tone somber as he spoke. "In about 20 days, the apocalypse will fully erupt. Before that, I need to venture out and convey this news to my sister. Shaoan, will she be able to bear such a blow?" Zhang Tao was taken aback for a moment before hesitance crept into his expression. "Don't underestimate her. After all, she is my biological sister, and she possesses a degree of psychological resilience." Liao Fan smiled, though a hint of helplessness flickered in his eyes. "Of course, there will be some initial discomfort, but I am confident she will adapt swiftly." As night deepened, Liao Fan concluded their idle chatter and returned to his room alone, silently polishing his weapons. The following afternoon, his sister's school would also endure a brutal and bloody baptism of slaughter. The reason Liao Fan delayed his departure until now was to ensure that his sister would likewise experience a harsh initiation into this reality. Perhaps such an ordeal would engulf her in despair and anguish, yet beyond that, Liao Fan could conceive of no other means to facilitate her rapid growth. Since no one can halt the advance of the apocalypse, let the storm arrive with even greater ferocity. I hope that Xiaoyun will not harbor resentment towards me. After meticulously cleaning his weapons, Liao Fan lay quietly on his bed, sighing and murmuring to himself. The night passed in tranquility, and as dawn broke, Liao Fan promptly opened his eyes, prepared to set forth. Before taking action, Liao Fan sought out Zheng Tao to reclaim the crossbow and dagger he had lent. I need these for a while, primarily to train Shaoan. Once this mission concludes, I will endeavor to procure more materials for you to forge additional weapons, ensuring that everyone is equipped. Very well, just ensure Shaoan returns safely. I can manage the weaponry on my own. Zheng Tao replied as he handed over the crossbow and dagger, cautioning, remember, Xiaoyun is still a girl untainted by the harshness of society. Do not be overly harsh with her. After all, she is your sister. If possible, try to keep her hands free of bloodshed. Being Liao Fan's childhood friend, Zheng Tao was well acquainted with Liao Yun and had always maintained a good relationship with her. The thought of that innocent and carefree girl soon facing the terrifying trials of the wormhole space weighed heavily on his heart. Rest assured, she is my sister. And I certainly know how to care for her, Liao Fan reassured with a smile, tucking a source crystal into his pocket before turning and striding out of the safe house. Chapter 135. Sun Mu emerging from the safe house. Liao Fan was preparing to stroll towards the roadside when his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a furtive figure lurking behind the safe house. Amused, he thought, these individuals are truly persistent. Even in such frigid weather, they remain outside, monitoring my movements. With a knowing smile, Liao Fan quickly discerned that the person concealed behind the safe house was none other than a subordinate dispatched by Chen Guodong to surveil him. Initially, Liao Fan had no intention of acknowledging the intruder, but a fleeting glance revealed a police car parked outside the snowfield. Intrigued, he decided to approach the hidden figure. Hey, even if you intend to keep an eye on me, you might consider finding a more discreet hideout. Aren't you afraid of freezing to death out here? The individual lurking behind the safe house was a young police officer, likely in his mid-20s, with a well-proportioned physique clad in a military green overcoat. As he raised his frostbitten, purplish face in surprise, he regarded Liao Fan, who was approaching with a smile. The officer's expression was stoic, and his eyes sharp, suggesting he was among the more competent members of the police force, hence his assignment to monitor Liao Fan alone. However, as the cold wave intensified, the climate in Linsheng deteriorated markedly, and having squatted outside the safe house for 2 days, the officer now resembled a shivering child, lacking his previous vigor. Where do you intend to go? Recognizing that Liao Fan had spotted him, the young officer reluctantly stood up from his concealment, his demeanor a touch awkward. I am heading to a school to pick up someone of great importance to me, though it's quite a distance. Might I borrow your police car? Liao Fan gestured towards the snow-covered area outside the snowfield, where the officer's vehicle lay hidden beneath the snow. Very well. The young officer did not hesitate, as his task was to observe Liao Fan and report his movements, rendering it inconsequential whether Liao Fan was aware of his presence. Thank you then. Let us hurry. It's quite cold outside, and I commend your endurance in keeping vigil outside my safe house for so long. Liao Fan, unreserved, cast a glance at the young officer before cheerfully striding towards the police car concealed beneath the snow. Once inside, he adeptly activated the car's air conditioning and inquired, "What is your name?" Sun Mu, replied the young officer succinctly as he started the vehicle and gradually steered it towards the road. One could hardly blame him for his caution. To many, Liao Fan was undoubtedly deemed a dangerous individual. Yet, Liao Fan, intrigued, gazed at Sun Mu, briefly scanning his austere visage before replying with a smile. By your appearance, it seems you've recently joined the police force. Haven to you? How did you know? Sun Mu, attentively maneuvering the police car, responded with a hint of surprise. Liao Fan wiped the fog from the car window, crossing his arms and stating, last time I had a brief collaboration with the police, yet I did not find any trace of you in Ningda town. This indicates that your tenure at the precinct is still relatively recent, and you likely have not yet ascended to a core position. Sun Mu paused for a moment before replying, you are correct. I joined the police force only last year and indeed lack the qualifications to engage with certain core matters. All I know is that you are quite dangerous. The higher-ups instructed me to keep a close eye on you. Liao Fan chuckled, shaking his head with a playful expression. Then you must have offended your superiors, for they would not assign such a thankless task to you otherwise. Nonsense. My superiors are not as sinister as you suggest. Sun Mu's expression darkened, seemingly struck by Liao Fan's words, unable to maintain his composure. Liao Fan continued to laugh. Not being favored by your superiors is inconsequential. Soon, you will have an opportunity to prove yourself. If you perform well, I can assure you that you will soon be in high demand at the precinct. And perhaps even Chen Guodong will personally meet with you. Are you joking? The director would never meet with someone as insignificant as me. Sun Mu scoffed, clearly dismissing Liao Fan's words. Liao Fan paid it no mind, patting the dashboard of the police car, urging the driver to accelerate further. The distance to the school where Liao Yun studied was considerable, and with the cold wave arriving, the city streets were piled with snow. Driving under such conditions was inherently perilous, and Sun Mu hesitated to increase the speed, gripping the steering wheel tightly while cautiously observing the road as he remarked, "Why drive so fast? There is so much snow on the road. Aren't you afraid of an accident?" Liao Fan, appearing quite relaxed, replied, "It's better than failing to arrive at the school on time. Feel free to increase the speed. There is no need to worry about slipping on the icy roads. After all, those people outside won't be around for long." "What do you mean by that?" Sun Mu frowned, glaring at Liao Fan. "I don't know who you are or why the higher-ups value you so highly, but your words are utterly excessive. Do not forget that I am a police officer." "All right," Liao Fan shrugged, choosing not to engage further. It was evident that Sun Mu was the type who adhered strongly to principles and possessed a rather blunt demeanor. Typically, such individuals easily offend their superiors within the system, often burdened with menial tasks while being sidelined come reward time. However, it seemed that this individual would soon have an opportunity to distinguish himself. If he could manage to survive until tomorrow, he would likely find himself valued by the police force shortly thereafter. The thought made Liao Fan smile with even greater amusement. Suddenly, the police car jolted violently as it skidded along the icy road, Liao Fan grasping the handrail tightly, frowning. "Why are you slamming on the brakes?" Sun Mu, visibly irritated, pointed ahead. "There is a traffic jam. Can't you see?" Liao Fan was taken aback, then turned his gaze forward, where he indeed noticed a multitude of private vehicles blocking the road leading to his sister's school. The road, blanketed in snow, was in a dire state, compounded by the morning rush hour. Many city dwellers were eager to drive to their workplaces, immediately rendering the somewhat narrow street impassable. The industriousness of the Chinese people is indeed remarkable. Even at such a critical time, a multitude remains undeterred in their haste to reach their jobs. Liao Fan, with an expression of resignation, shook his head and promptly opened the car door, opting to walk towards the school. "Hey, why did you get out? Where are you headed?" "Wait for me." Sun Mu, seeing him depart, hurriedly exited the vehicle and quickly followed suit. After a brief sprint, he caught up to Liao Fan and said, "Please slow down. The street is quite hazardous, and it seems there has been an accident ahead. We should wait in the car. We can't wait any longer. There are less than 2 hours until the wormhole erupts, and I have much to discuss with my sister," Liao Fan replied, glancing at his watch without pausing his stride. He skillfully navigated around the nearby traffic, quickening his pace. "What wormhole? What are you talking about?" Sun Mu, utterly bewildered, could only keep up with Liao Fan's rapid steps, questioning him as they walked. Chapter 136, Time is of the Essence as a Junior Officer. Sun Mu had yet to attain the privilege of delving into the coarse secrets surrounding wormholes. Until this moment, he was only aware that Liao Fan was a significant figure, and his superior had tasked him with the meticulous surveillance of Liao's every action, requiring him to report back at any moment. However, the reasons behind monitoring Liao Fan and the destinations he might take Sun Mu to remain shrouded in mystery. Liao Fan, lacking patience to elucidate, merely furrowed his brow and retorted, "So, Chen Guodong has not yet announced anything regarding the wormhole?" Sun Mu shook his head, replying, "I am unfamiliar with what you are referring to. This is the first time I have encountered the term wormhole." Liao Fan let out a knowing sound, his smile taking on a more playful quality. He shook his head lightly and said, "No matter, you will soon experience the allure of the wormhole up close. I assure you, this experience will be etched in your memory for a lifetime." As they spoke, the two had already maneuvered away from the congested streets and quickened their pace to a run. Despite the time remaining until the wormhole would erupt, Liao Fan was exceedingly eager to reunite with his loved ones, inadvertently increasing his speed. This left Sun Mu, tasked with his surveillance, in a difficult position. Although he maintained a fitness regimen and possessed a physique superior to that of the average person, he was merely a junior officer who had yet to undergo the transformative evolution brought about by source energy. Struggling to keep pace with Liao Fan was proving to be quite the challenge. "Goodness, this fellow is a monster. How can he walk faster than I can run?" Sun Mu exerted every ounce of his strength to keep up, finally arriving at the entrance of the medical school. Panting heavily and resting his hands on the door to catch his breath, Liao Fan paused, casting an appreciative glance in his direction before nodding with a smile. "Indeed, your constitution is impressive. You may well have a chance to exit the school alive." "What are you talking about? What do you mean by exiting the school alive?" Sun Mu gasped, still bewildered. Upon reaching the school entrance, Liao Fan felt it unnecessary to conceal the truth any longer and candidly stated, "Let me be frank, soon this institution will witness a mysterious massacre, and at least 1,000 lives will be claimed in this bloodbath. Accompanying me inside now would pose significant danger. If you are not prepared to face the prospect of death, you may remain outside. I will not coerce you." "What massacre? Are you jesting?" Sun Mu exclaimed, taken aback and unable to comprehend Liao Fan's words, his mouth agape, initially believing Liao was joking. Yet, Liao Fan's expression was grave, devoid of any hint of humor. I am not jesting. As a police officer, you must have heard of the 4 mysterious massacres that have transpired in Lin City this month. I am a survivor of those events, and it is precisely for this reason that your superiors have dispatched you to monitor me. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Sun Mu's heart raced with trepidation. Though he was merely a junior officer and lacked access to core secrets, he had, through various channels, gleaned considerable information regarding those enigmatic massacre cases. Liao Fan chuckled. What do you think? If you're afraid, you may as well stay outside. No one will mock your cowardice. Who said I was afraid? I'm going in, and besides, I want to see just how terrifying this place really is. Sun Mu clearly possessed the audacity of youth. Disregarding Liao Fan's warning, he patted the gun at his waist and added, besides, I have a firearm with me. Liao Fan couldn't suppress a laugh, shaking his head, and chose not to engage further with this fellow, striding directly through the gates of the medical college. This institution was the only university in the Lin City district, and its scale far surpassed that of the art college he had encountered in Ningda town. As Liao Fan stepped into the medical college, he was immediately greeted by the sight of numerous young scholars frolicking on the snow-covered playground, the campus brimming with vibrant youthful energy. It had been a long time since he had visited such a place, and it felt rare indeed. Liao Fan inhaled deeply, observing the lively figures around him, but his heart grew heavy with bittersweet reflections. The tranquility of the moment was but a fleeting illusion. It would not be long before this serene setting transformed into a brutal battlefield. When that time came, how many of these jovial faces would still be smiling? Hey, since you are aware that a massacre is imminent, why didn't you disclose this information earlier so we could prepare? Sun Mu inquired, hastily catching up to Liao Fan, his voice low and somber. Liao Fan chuckled once more. What difference would it make if I had? Do you intend to evacuate all the faculty and save everyone? Why not save them? Sun Mu paused, taken aback by Liao Fan's response. Because you can't save anyone. If you can ensure your own survival, consider it a stroke of luck. Liao Fan shook his head, uninterested in further discourse, and turned to stride purposefully toward the dormitory where his sister resided. The unfolding of the apocalypse had already been set in motion. Even if Liao Fan had forewarned them and assisted Chun Guodong in evacuating the entire school, it would have been futile. Those who escape today would not evade tomorrow, even if they miraculously dodged the monster's wrath today. They would soon find themselves ensnared in far greater calamities. Since death was inevitable, why should Liao Fan squander energy in futile warnings? You are rather cold-hearted. Even if you can't help everyone, at least you shouldn't stand idly by. Sun Mu continued to trail behind Liao Fan, incessantly grumbling. However, Liao Fan had lost interest in his complaints. He turned, fixing Sun Mu with a stern gaze and commanded, "Be quiet. I didn't bring you here to listen to your nonsense. If you wish to leave here alive, it would be wise to understand your place." Liao Fan was never one to waste breath on strangers. He had brought Sun Mu here solely because he recognized a certain potential in the youth, intending to offer him an opportunity. Yet if Sun Mu continued to disrupt his plans, Liao Fan would not hesitate to send him to meet his maker. You. Sun Mu fell silent under Liao Fan's fierce glare. Uncertain of the reason, Sun Mu could not shake the feeling that the individual before him harbored a ferocious beast within, capable of devouring at any moment. Even the slightest flicker of a gaze was chilling enough to render one breathless. Liao Fan chose to ignore this individual and made his way to the girls' dormitory. He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed the number that had haunted his thoughts. A few seconds later, the call connected, and a voice filled with mirth echoed on the other end. "Brother, you finally remembered me. I thought you had forgotten all about me, having not reached out for so long. Enough with the chatter. I'm waiting downstairs at your dormitory. You have 3 minutes to come down." Though reuniting with a loved one should be a joyous occasion, Liao Fan found no semblance of happiness in this tense atmosphere. As he urged Liao Yun to descend, his brow furrowed in worry as he swiftly surveyed his surroundings. The sky was shrouded in a dreary haze, the relentless cold wave having stripped Lin City of its once vibrant hues. In such a vast institution, being enveloped by a wormhole could undoubtedly lead to catastrophic consequences. Coupled with the recent traffic jam, Liao Fan's window of preparation had become exceedingly narrow. Chapter 137. Barbarism. Liao Fan was solely focused on locating his sister as swiftly as possible, intending to take her to a secluded place. He aimed to have Liao Yun consume the source crystal before the wormhole space erupted. In doing so, even if the wormhole did indeed explode, his sister would possess a measure of self-preservation. However, the sound of his sister's response from his phone caused Liao Fan to feel that events were spiraling out of his control. "What are you doing?" "I'm not even in the dormitory. I'm accompanying classmates to gather inspiration behind the school." "Why are you behind the school?" Liao Fan felt an immediate headache. The medical college's campus was extensive, comprising not only the dormitory area but also designated staff zones and teaching buildings. The location where Liao Yun was situated was quite distant from the dormitory, and Liao Fan, unfamiliar with the school's environment, began to feel a surge of anxiety. I already told you, I'm taking a walk with my classmates. Why are you so anxious? Liao Yun was evidently unaware of the impending crisis, merely sensing that Liao Fan's tone was unusually tense and perhaps overly anxious. Stay where you are. I will come to find you immediately. Liao Fan's expression darkened, and without the luxury of time for lengthy explanations, he dashed towards the rear mountain of the school. Upon exiting the student dormitories, there lay a vast expanse of lawn behind the school, adorned with a massive artificial lake adjacent to the rear mountain, where students frequently gathered for leisurely strolls, creating a lively atmosphere. To expedite the search for his sister, Liao Fan activated his agility, transforming his body into a fleeting shadow, soon leaving Sunmu far behind. He sprinted towards the artificial lake, scanning the icy surface for any sign of his sister. After a painstaking search, he finally spotted Liao Yun and rushed over with a stern expression, seizing her arm and turning towards a less populated area. Come with me quickly. I need to show you something. Liao Yun, however, appeared displeased, vigorously shaking off his grip. Brother, what's wrong with you today? Why are you acting so urgently? I still need to wait for my classmates to go to the cafeteria. We cannot wait. Time is running out. Liao Fan disregarded her protests as he continued toward a quieter location, glancing up at the sky. The campus was so vast that locating Liao Yun had already consumed a considerable amount of his time. In half an hour, the wormhole space would erupt, and he needed to ensure that Liao Yun absorbed the source crystal before then. Unaware of his intentions, Liao Yun, perceiving her brother's hurried demeanor and lack of negotiation, became incensed and forcefully pulled her arm away. You're hurting me. What on earth is more important than my walk with classmates? You don't understand. The situation here is about to change drastically. Liao Fan, feeling helpless, halted his steps and quickly attempted to explain. He could be indifferent to anyone else, yet he could not ignore the pleas of his family. Just as he was poised to reveal the impending events to Liao Yun, a sharp voice interrupted from behind. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you bullying my classmate? Liao Fan froze, ceasing his explanation, and turned to see a tall young man clad in a campus uniform striding toward them with urgency. Who was this individual? Liao Fan furrowed his brows and cast a glance at Liao Yun beside him. Liao Yun stuck out her tongue and gestured towards the imposing male classmate, saying, Let me introduce you. His name is Hans. He is a foreign mixed blood student and also the vice president of our student council. He is one of the classmates who walks with me. Subsequently, Liao Yun pointed at Liao Fan and addressed the tall mixed blood. Hans, don't be so aggressive. He is my brother, here to discuss something with me. Oh, so he is your relative. My apologies for my impulsiveness, Hans replied, his demeanor shifting as he retracted his fierce expression and donned a gentle smile, extending his arm in an attempt to shake hands with Liao Fan. Under ordinary circumstances, Liao Fan might have acknowledged his sister's college companion, but at that moment, he exhibited no interest in the tall foreigner. He disregarded the gesture, maintaining his grip on his sister's arm as they moved toward a less crowded area. Let us not waste time. We're running late. I didn't come here to meet your classmates. Brother, why are you being so rude? He was just trying to shake your hand. Where exactly are you taking me? Liao Yun was taken aback. Her brother, whom she remembered as kind and courteous, was now acting so brusquely. She wished to clarify the situation, but Liao Fan would not entertain her inquiries, firmly gripping Liao Yun's arm and pulling her toward the back of the school. This scene captured the attention of several other classmates, and Hans, maintaining his composure, stepped in front of them, utilizing his height to block their path. Liao Yun's brother, you are exceedingly impolite. Even if she is your sister, you have no right to restrict her personal freedom. This world respects human rights. You cannot get lost. Liao Fan, feeling extremely irritable for having wasted so much time without accomplishing anything, responded with an expressionless warning. You are incredibly rude, Hans retorted, his face flushing with indignation. As a noble Westerner invited to this institution as an exchange student, he expected to be treated with utmost respect, even by the principal. How could anyone dare to address him in such a manner? Fuming with anger, Hans rolled up his sleeves, prepared to confront Liao Fan. Realizing the escalating tension, Liao Yun quickly intervened. Hans, don't do anything rash. He is my brother. She positioned herself in front of Liao Fan, attempting to shield him with her petite frame. Yet, before she could act, a sharp crack resonated in the air. In an astonishing turn of events, Liao Fan swiftly extended his arm and lightly grasped Hans's arm. Instantly, the towering foreigner, standing over 6 feet tall, found himself in pain, his features contorting as he half knelt on the ground, crying out in agony, it hurts. You barbarian! Let go of me. His features were contorted, and his voice was raspy, clearly in excruciating pain, unable to even straighten his back. The group of classmates surrounding him gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Goodness, this person possesses immense strength. Hans, renowned throughout the school as the basketball star. How could he have been subdued single-handedly? Is this a joke? Liao Yun couldn't believe that her brother could be so violent. Listening to the whispers of her classmates and witnessing Hans kneeling on the ground in agony, Liao Yun felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. She quickly turned to give Liao Fan a scornful look, stomping her foot in frustration. Brother, what on earth has gotten into you? When did you become so barbaric? Let go of my classmate at once. Chapter 138. Argument. Liao Yun spoke with an imperious tone, for throughout her life, her elder brother had indulged her every whim, striving to fulfill her every request. This instance was no exception. Upon hearing Liao Yun's words, Liao Fan immediately released his grip, shrugged his shoulders, and in a stoic manner remarked, I am not particularly fond of your ostentatious foreign classmate. Kindly ask him to leave us in peace. You are being unreasonable. Liao Yun was taken aback, both amused and exasperated. Unable to voice her frustration towards Liao Fan, she could only shake her head in disbelief. Assisting Hans to his feet and apologizing gently. I'm sorry, my brother is just joking. You must have misunderstood. Misunderstood what? Your brother is nothing but a barbarian, an uncouth lout. Hans retorted, his anger palpable as he clutched his nearly dislocated wrist and unleashed a tirade of insults. How dare you speak of my brother that way? Initially intending to apologize, Liao Yun's expression darkened upon hearing such slander against her kin. She forcefully pushed Hans away, asserting, we are conversing as siblings. Who are you to interject? You are the one meddling in affairs that do not concern you. How can you blame my brother for being uncivil? Without a doubt, Liao Yun was incensed by the boorish demeanor of this foreign student. While she might have called Liao Fan aloud in jest, she would never allow an outsider to insult her brother. You are all utterly deranged. Your Chinese families are quite perverse. I will inform the teacher and have security detain your brother. Hans, humiliated, began to shout about reporting to the authorities. After all, as an exchange student, he considered himself above reproach and could not tolerate such indignation. However, he had not ventured far when he collided with the hurrying Sun Mu, who was pursuing Liao Fan. Enraged, Hans yelled, you scoundrel! Who are you to block my path? You uncultured Chinese, clear the way. Mind your manners, you insolent brat. What nerve you have! Sun Mu, known for his fiery temper within the police force, was already seething from having chased Liao Fan for 5 kilometers. Upon receiving such a warm greeting from this international acquaintance, his face turned a deep shade of purple. Without regard for decorum, he shoved Hans aside and vented. I cannot stand you foreign students, living off us while pretending to be superior. What do you think being mixed race makes you special? You're merely a mongrel. Do you even know what that means? You. Hans was rendered speechless, falling to the ground, trembling fingers pointing at Sun Mu. Sun Mu, uninterested in Hans any further, turned to Liao Fan with a fierce glare. Why did you run off? Do you have any idea how much effort it took to find you? What is your purpose at this school? Can we at least clarify things? We're out of time. Let us discuss it while we walk, Liao Fan replied, glancing at the increasingly overcast sky, shaking his head as he continued to lead Liao Yun toward the back of the school. Not far ahead stood a 3-story dining hall, its rear enclosed by a ring of barbed wire. As a thick fog began to envelop the surroundings, Liao Fan instinctively sensed the presence of the dense mist, his expression darkening significantly. He had intended to act before the wormhole erupted, but it was evident that Liao Yun had consumed the source crystal, and now time was running short. He could only urge Liao Yun forward, speaking as they walked, quickly. Let us seek refuge in the dining hall and find a place to hide. Once we are settled, I shall explain what has transpired. I refuse to hide in the dining hall. It isn't even mealtime, Liao Yun retorted, pouting with indignation. Why can't we discuss this outside? What has gotten into you today? You've made me look foolish in front of my classmates. How am I supposed to face them after this? Liao Fan replied solemnly, from this day forth, you shall no longer need to associate with those classmates. This university is on the brink of collapse. You speak nonsense. I haven't even graduated yet. Brother, you know I've always aspired to be a doctor. I implore you, please refrain from causing chaos in my academic environment. As she spoke, Liao Yun felt increasingly aggrieved, surprised that her brother had stirred up such trouble on his first day at school. She quickly urged him, you should leave now. That Hans is favored by the school authorities, and the security will be here shortly. Trust me, no one will concern themselves with the earlier altercation. Do not ask questions. Simply find a place to conceal yourself. The siblings were clearly not on the same wavelength. Liao Fan disregarded his sister's pleas, continuing to guide her toward the dining hall. Sun Mu, following closely behind, could no longer bear the awkwardness and suddenly coughed, awkwardly interjecting, could you both refrain from arguing for a moment? Let us save the discussion for when we're home, shall we? I still have questions to ask. Do not ask anything. Preserving our lives is paramount, Liao Fan insisted, shaking his head. At that moment, the fog within the school had thickened considerably, particularly around the rear mountain, which was shrouded in a menacing white mist that seemed to writhe like a specter, advancing toward them with alarming speed. With his heightened senses, Liao Fan instantly detected the agitation of the source energy particles and furrowed his brow, casting a sharp glance toward the rear mountain where the fog had risen. He muttered to himself, "It appears the wormhole originates from the rear mountain of the school. Unfortunately, we are perilously close and may be the first targets of its wrath." "I can't comprehend your words, brother. If you continue this nonsensical rambling, I shall ignore you." Liao Yun was genuinely angered, not entirely unjustifiably. For Liao Fan had always shielded her well, leaving her unaware of any details regarding the wormhole until today. In her frustration, she pushed him away and started toward the dormitory. Liao Fan grasped her hand from behind, about to explain, when suddenly, from deep within the fog of the rear mountain, a deep, ominous roar echoed like thunder. It erupted without warning. The sudden, thunderous roar startled Liao Yun, causing her to tremble and instinctively seek refuge in Liao Fan's embrace. She turned her gaze toward the source of the sound, yet all she could perceive was a thick, viscous white fog, obscuring everything else. What had just made that noise? Could it have been a tiger from the zoo? But the nearest zoo was leagues away. There were no tigers here. Liao Fan surveyed the increasingly dense fog around them and sighed. In contrast to Liao Fan's mounting frustration, Sun Mu was growing increasingly agitated. He too had heard the ominous roar and anxiously scanned the murky surroundings. What was going on? How could it suddenly become foggy? Did you catch a glimpse of what made that sound? No, but it is likely to come our way, drawn by the sin of humans, Liao Fan replied, casting a sidelong glance at him as he sensed the thickening atmosphere of energy particles. His expression remained stoic as he added, "I need to entrust you with a task." Sun Mu, still surveying the area, paused in surprise. "What is it?" Liao Fan looked down at his frightened sister, who remained silent in his arms, took a deep breath, and said, "Please take care of Xiao Yun. No matter what happens, do not leave her side. If you can accomplish this, I will grant you an opportunity for evolution." Chapter 139. The arrival in this mission. Liao Fan's primary objective was to locate his younger sister and ensure her safe passage through the impending crisis. However, beyond safeguarding Liao Yun, he harbored additional goals, making it impossible for him to remain constantly by her side. Thus, he required Sun Mu to substitute for him in protecting his sister's safety. Sun Mu, unaware of Liao Fan's intentions and the nature of the so-called evolutionary opportunity, felt increasingly uneasy amidst the strange atmosphere surrounding them. He swallowed hard and inquired, "How much longer until danger appears?" Liao Fan shook his head, replying, "I cannot say for certain, but what is meant to come will inevitably arrive. Until then, there is nothing we can do. If I were you, I would not squander my breath asking questions. Conserve your strength and be prepared for the forthcoming peril." "What about the others in the school?" Sun Mu questioned, pointing behind him. A throng of students stood bewildered around the artificial lake, clearly oblivious to the impending threat. The atmosphere felt peculiar. An unusual fog had enveloped the area, and the normally bustling playground had descended into an eerie silence. It was midday, typically a time of raucous activity within the school, yet today was strangely quiet. Even the wind seemed to have vanished. Liao Fan glanced at the confused crowd and remarked, "That is their concern. Our only responsibility is to ensure our own safety." Sun Mu was momentarily at a loss, shaking his head. "That simply cannot be. I am a police officer. If a horrific incident were to transpire here, I must take responsibility for their safety." His declaration, though resolute, was met with a cold laugh from Liao Fan. "You can certainly attempt to save others if you wish, but you will ultimately find that not only are you unable to rescue them, but you may also drag yourself into the mire. Enough of this chatter. Do not forget my instructions. Should anything happen to my sister, you will not leave this place unscathed." "You are quite domineering," Sun Mu stammered, startled by the fierce glint in Liao Fan's eyes. Just as he was about to retort, a terrifying roar echoed through the fog once more, clearer and alarmingly closer to the cafeteria. The immense and mysterious growl instilled a palpable pressure upon everyone present, rendering Sun Mu speechless. Even Liao Yun, who had previously displayed defiance, now pressed tightly against Liao Fan, her face pale as she whispered, "Brother, Shu, do not make a sound. Their hearing is typically acute. Do not allow them to remember you." Liao Fan swiftly covered his sister's small mouth and retreated rapidly towards the cafeteria, guiding her with utmost urgency. At this moment, Liao Yun no longer dared to resist, pressing closely against Liao Fan's chest, remaining as quiet as a timid little mouse. Meanwhile, many staff members in the cafeteria had also been drawn outside by the ferocious roars echoing from the mountains. They paused their activities, their curiosity piqued, and rushed out to witness the spectacle. The deep, resonant growls continued to reverberate, overwhelming the ears of the crowd, sending many into a state of panic akin to startled moles, huddling together in fear. A cafeteria manager stepped forward, adjusting his glasses with a tremor in his voice, exclaiming, "My heavens, what creature is roaring on the back mountain? That sound is terrifying, reminiscent of a tiger from a zoo. Surely, there cannot be a tiger in the city?" Others chuckled nervously, though the absurdity of the statement did little to alleviate the tension. The relentless roars from the depths of the mist served as a stark reminder that something dreadful was rapidly approaching. A plump staff member boldly declared, "What is there to fear? We are so many here, even a tiger wouldn't dare to come. Besides, the school has a security team. And if it comes to it, we can always call the police." Yes, we should call the police immediately. Upon hearing this, the group hastily retrieved their mobile phones, eager to summon help, but soon discovered that the thickening fog had rendered their devices useless, severing any connection between the school and the outside world. Panic ensued as they exchanged bewildered glances. Moments later, the earlier manager wiped the sweat from his brow and spoke gravely, "This is outrageous. How could such a thing occur at our school? Where are the administrators? Xiao Lu, grab something. Let us head to where the fog has risen." In a large school cafeteria, there were typically numerous staff members, and with a leader's command, others felt emboldened to follow. Soon, some began to fetch cooking utensils like iron spatulas and rolling pins, steeling themselves to venture outside. At that moment, Liao Fan and his companions had just retreated into the cafeteria. Seeing the staff's intention to go out, Officer Sun Mu quickly intervened. "Everyone, do not go outside. Find a place to hide. Danger may be lurking out there." The leader looked astonished, recognizing Sun Mu's police uniform, and rushed to inquire, "Officer, you've come from outside, right? What on earth is happening? Why do we hear the roar of wild beasts?" Sun Mu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. This was his first encounter with the wormhole space, and he had no idea what might emerge from the mist. He sensed that Liao Fan might have some knowledge about it, but the man's aloof demeanor suggested he was disinclined to share. "Well, even the police do not know what lies beyond. Let us all remain cautious." The leader's disappointment was palpable upon realizing that Sun Mu had no answers to provide. A few audacious employees nearby were clamoring, expressing their desire to venture towards the source of the eerie howling. They exclaimed, "Director, what is there to fear? We are in numbers. Even if a tiger were to appear, we could bewilder it. Indeed, it could merely be a prank by one of our peers. I suspect the sound originated from the broadcasting station. It wouldn't hurt to investigate." A cacophony of voices disregarded Sun Mu's warnings as they prepared to step into the dense fog. Sun Mu, alarmed, shouted for them to halt, intending to follow and deter them. However, after taking just 2 steps, he felt Liao Fan's firm grip on his arm. "Don't seek death, since they refuse to heed counsel. Let them be. You are utterly heartless. How can you act this way?" Sun Mu exclaimed, visibly distressed. He shook his arm in an attempt to free himself, but found it futile, igniting his irritation. Just as he was about to glare at Liao Fan, he noticed that Liao Fan was not paying attention to him. Instead, he had raised his gaze, intently focused on the direction from which the fog was rolling in. His eyes narrowed to slits. "It's coming." Almost simultaneously, a chilling scream pierced the air, slicing through the darkened sky like a night owl, leaving Sun Mu's scalp tingling with dread as he jolted to attention. Chapter 140, The Black Tentacles. Indeed, something sinister approached as a sudden, chilling scream pierced through the thick fog, a sound laden with terror, hoarseness, and harrowing pain. It seemed to be the anguished cry of Director Zhao. The staff, who had initially intended to rush outside to assess the situation, erupted into exclamations of alarm. Fear clouded their eyes as they stared blankly toward the source of the scream. Instinctively retreating a step, the scream was too abrupt, too horrific, resonating clearly in everyone's ears. Yet, apart from the dense fog that enveloped them, they could discern nothing, only sensing an unmistakable whiff of blood in the air. "This is bad." Sun Mu detected the metallic scent of blood, and his heart sank. He hastily jogged toward the origin of the scream. "Wait. There's strength in numbers. Let us go together." The other staff members, though terrified, recognized the voice, belonging to a leader responsible for managing the school's logistics. So, despite the ominous atmosphere, they steeled themselves to follow. Liao Fan remained still, observing the disordered crowd with a furrowed brow. Until now, he had no inkling of what kind of creature lurked outside. Out of caution, he reluctantly released his grip on Liao Yun's arm and whispered, "Stay here. I will check it out." "Brother, is it really dangerous?" Liao Yun's lips trembled in fear, her body frozen in place. "Silly girl, now you decide to listen? Rest assured, I will be fine." Liao Fan smiled, finding his sister's rebelliousness mildly exasperating, yet he affectionately ruffled her hair before hastening to join the throng. At this moment, Sun Mu had reached the vicinity of the barbed wire outside the cafeteria, his eyes wide with anxiety as he scanned the area. The fog was dense, rendering everything before him a blur. The lingering scent of blood intensified his unease, compelling him to draw his handgun. With the weapon in hand, Sun Mu felt a slight steadiness return to his nerves as he continued to search for the source of the blood's aroma. Finally, after traversing a dozen meters along the barbed wire, he arrived at the scene of the incident, yet there were no signs of life, nor any monstrous presence. Instead, he found the wire stained with copious amounts of dark, viscous blood, soaking the metal in a ghastly crimson, as if it had been washed in blood. What on earth is going on? Gazing at the bloodied wire, Sun Mu's heart skipped a beat. The thick blood exuded a pungent, rusty sweetness, spreading along the wire, pooling drop by drop into a shallow blood pit below. But apart from the blood, there was nothing else to see. Where are the people? Could they have been devoured? Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as Sun Mu swallowed nervously, a horrifying thought surging within him. Drip. Suddenly, something fell from the barbed wire above, akin to raindrops, landing squarely and wetly on the back of his head. Who is it? Sun Mu's reflex arc was exceptionally sensitive, and he instantly sensed something above his head. Instinctively, he wiped his forehead with his hand. His fingers then encountered a warm, wet, and viscous substance. Sun Mu's expression froze, and he hurriedly raised his gaze. Upon discerning what was dripping onto his head, a wave of unprecedented terror surged through his heart like an electric current. It was blood. Sun Mu gasped in horror, feeling darkness envelop his vision as he involuntarily cried out. Before him, a bloodied arm hung from the barbed wire, brutally torn apart by some unknown force, split in two, exposing dark red flesh along with the concealed blood vessels and tendons. Beneath the shredded meat lay stark white bones, a sight both exaggerated and grotesque. Those who had been trailing behind Sun Mu also beheld the severed limbs suspended from the wire, and one by one, they were seized by fear, recoiling with pale faces. Everyone stay back. Quickly retreat to the cafeteria. Sun Mu shouted urgently, urging the frightened individuals to flee. However, the sheer number of people caused a bottleneck as they jostled along the path in a frantic rush to escape, inadvertently slowing their withdrawal. Sun Mu was the last to flee, and by the time he caught up with the crowd, he found himself completely obstructed by the throng. He had no choice but to push against the backs of those in front of him, shouting, "Do not shove. Let us evacuate in an orderly fashion. Do not trample one another." Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced through the thick fog outside the wire, causing Sun Mu to react instinctively. He drew his gun and fired towards the source of the noise. Bang! The bullet shot forth with remarkable speed, creating a fleeting shadow as it struck the barbed wire, igniting a spark. At that moment, a black, tentacle-like appendage lunged through the air, crashing violently into the wire, bending it and forming a gaping hole. What the hell? Sun Mu could not discern what it was, but his instinct for danger compelled him to pull the trigger again. Bang! Another bullet was fired, striking the black tentacle. In response, a loud explosion echoed, and the appendage erupted with a torrent of blood. A deep, guttural roar resonated from within the fog, as though something had been provoked. The tentacle that had been hit quickly recoiled, but soon another black appendage lunged forth. This one appeared soft and fuzzy, resembling a black plush toy. Yet it moved with astonishing speed and formidable force. Upon colliding with the barbed wire, it emitted a screech, and the seemingly sturdy wire was immediately breached, creating another hole. The black tentacle surged forward, slipping through the gaps in the wire like an octopus's arm, ensnaring his body. Sun Mu found himself lifted off the ground, unable to utter a sound as the tentacle yanked him upward, propelling him back down onto the barbed wire with tremendous force. After the muffled sound, Sun Mu felt a wave of darkness envelop him. The tremendous force of the impact seemed to displace his very organs. The barbed wire, under the assault, bore a deep dent, crumpling severely. Simultaneously, a black tentacle tightened relentlessly around him, coiling like a constrictor snake. The immense pressure compressed Sun Mu's abdomen, rendering him breathless, silencing even his screams. It appeared that the entity shrouded in the dense fog intended to use its tentacles to strangle him to death. Desperately, Sun Mu struggled. Yet no amount of resistance could counteract the force exerted by those sinister appendages. He felt as though his bones were on the verge of shattering. Overwhelmed by pain, he had forgotten to fight back when suddenly a thunderous growl pierced the air. "Shut your mouth. Bow your head." A blade, swift as a startled phoenix, flashed through the air and struck the black tentacle behind the barbed wire, splattering foul blood. At that moment, a figure, as swift as a wraith, descended and grasped Sun Mu by the shoulder, forcibly rescuing him from his perilous fate. Chapter 141. Provocation. The blade flashed like lightning, swift as a startled swan. The elongated gleam of the knife sliced through the thick, viscous fog, severing the black tendril in two. In an instant, Sun Mu felt the force binding him dissipate, and he was forcibly dragged away from the barbed wire by Liao Fan, crashing heavily to the ground. Gasping in pain, he glanced back hurriedly, only to behold a segment of the black appendage, resembling a tail, plummeting to the earth, writhing and thrashing with an eerie motion. The black tentacle, now cleaved in twain by the blade, oozed a copious amount of dark liquid from its severed end, exuding a putrid stench that was both viscous and repulsive. Yet, even after being bisected by the bone knife, the entity seemed not entirely lifeless, still wriggling on the ground like an earthworm. What on earth is that thing? Sun Mu's face glistened with sweat, his lips quivering uncontrollably as he stared at the fuzzy black tendril, rendered utterly speechless. Merely a tentacle of some aberrant creature. Its true form lay concealed within the murky depths, and the roar heard moments ago must have been emitted by the master of these appendages. Liao Fan did not glance back at Sun Mu, his gaze fixed intently on the unknown monstrosity lurking within the fog, his brow furrowing deeply. During their brief confrontation, he had effortlessly severed one of the creature's tentacles, yet he did not feel a sense of ease. He could distinctly sense that these tendrils were merely a fraction of the creature. Unless the core itself was struck, merely severing a few appendages would hardly impact the beast. What shall we do? Sun Mu scrambled to his feet, inspecting where the black tendril had ensnared him. Though Liao Fan had come to his aid, he still felt immense pain, as if his very bones had been crushed by the prior force, his heart pounding anxiously. What else can we do? We must retreat to the cafeteria. Liao Fan cast a brief glance at him, uttered not a word, and hastily began to fall back. So far, he had yet to catch a proper glimpse of the creature, but through their brief skirmish, he had gleaned some insight into its characteristics. If his assumptions were correct, those black tendrils were likely tools for the creature's feeding, and there were probably many more of them. For the time being, their only option was to hide and avoid confrontation. However, just as the two hastily retreated, on the verge of seeking refuge in the cafeteria, anguished screams from their fellow students erupted from the depths of the thick fog. Numerous tentacles shot forth from the mist, violently assaulting those near the artificial lake. Within moments, at least a dozen individuals were attacked, their cries of terror echoing in the air, filled with horror and despair. The truly bizarre aspect was that the true form of this tentacled monster remained shrouded in the fog, never revealing itself. Everyone could only see the menacing tendrils lunging at them, yet the entity behind them remained obscured from view. The unknown fear intensified the turmoil within people's hearts. Mere seconds later, the sounds of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the cafeteria, revealing a chaotic throng of individuals fleeing in panic from the frightful event. This was dire. It seemed the creature's wrath was not confined to them alone, as others were equally imperiled. Sun Mu felt an immediate tremor of anxiety coursing through his body. The weight of his duty as a police officer implored him to advance and safeguard the innocent students. Yet, the terror of facing the monster rendered him hesitant. Ensnared in a web of conflicting emotions, perhaps it was best to abandon thoughts of others. For he had narrowly escaped becoming the creature's meal himself. Was he still so foolish as to disregard his own safety? Liao Fan observed Sun Mu's internal struggle and hesitation, shaking his head in resignation. I understand your thoughts, as a man of justice. It must gnaw at your conscience to witness others fall victim to this beast and remain idle. Yet, such moral integrity holds little weight if one cannot ensure their own safety. How can one hope to rescue others? Accustomed to violence and desensitized to the plight of strangers, Liao Fan continued to guide Sun Mu away from the chaos. Suddenly, from the dense fog, a limping young man burst forth, flailing his arms as he dashed toward their vicinity, simultaneously emitting desperate cries for help. Help me. Someone, please. Sun Mu recognized him at once. It was the mixed-blood foreigner. Liao Fan instinctively narrowed his gaze, scanning the surroundings behind Sun Mu. In his line of sight, at least 3 ebony tendrils surged through the air, swiftly advancing toward Hans's back. This unfortunate soul seemed to have drawn the creature's particular attention, as multiple black appendages lashed out towards him, entwining like a web poised to ensnare him completely. Damn it, save him! Sun Mu shouted, propelled by a sense of duty despite having narrowly escaped death moments before. He swiftly drew his firearm and aimed at the encroaching tendrils, ready to pull the trigger. Don't do anything reckless. You won't be able to save him, Liao Fan urged, his eyes widening in alarm. Yet, it was too late. Sun Mu's movements were quick, and he fired a bullet that struck one of the tendrils with precision, creating a gory explosion upon impact. The injured appendage writhed violently, clearly affected by the blow, and halted its assault on Hans. However, while the bullet had inflicted significant damage, it was insufficient to completely deter the relentless black tentacles. Though Sun Mu's shot had alleviated Hans's immediate peril, it also exposed their position, drawing the sinister tendrils' attention once more. In an instant, the black tendrils froze in midair, resembling a wounded giant python. The tips of the tendrils, akin to the budding petals of a flower, suddenly unfurled, revealing the circular fangs within, along with protruding barbs that quivered with alarming rapidity. This obstinate creature truly knows how to stir up trouble, Liao Fan's expression shifted abruptly as he gazed at the tips of the tendrils, which were expanding like a flower bud. The corners of his eyes twitched violently. These fleshy buds served as the monster's maw, with each tendril terminating in such a blossom-like growth. As the buds unfurled, they disclosed the hidden teeth within, circular, serrated fangs arranged in a dense formation, their sharp points trembling ominously, clearly having provoked Sun Mu to a state of fury. Dodge! Liao Fan barely managed to emit a low growl before the violently extending black tendrils surged through the air, hurtling directly towards Sun Mu, who was in the process of pulling the trigger. The speed of the black tendrils was astonishing, slicing through the air and leaving a blur in their wake, instantly traversing several meters to loom ominously above Sun Mu. Chapter 142. A tenacious adversary with a swift motion, the black tendril surged forward, generating a fierce gust of wind. By the time Sun Mu sensed the impending danger and instinctively lowered his head, the grotesque, bulbous tip of the tendril had already enveloped him completely. The ringed fangs of the tendril extended as if a python were unfurling its gaping maw. Inside the bulbous mass, amidst a multitude of sharp teeth, lay a hollow cavity resembling a snake's esophagus, where powerful muscles continuously contracted. One could only imagine the horror, if ensnared by this grotesque appendage. The circular fangs would swiftly pierce the prey's flesh, and through the relentless undulations of muscle, the unfortunate victim would be drawn inexorably towards the monster's core. What a terrifying creature! Sun Mu felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck, and in an instant, he swallowed hard, paralyzed by fear, even forgetting to continue firing his weapon. Dodge it! Fortunately, Liao Fan did not remain idle this time. As the black tendril unfurled its bulbous maw, poised to strike, his bone knife struck once more. The blade shimmered like a waterfall, slicing through the mist to intercept the grotesque mass with unerring precision. Just as the sinister fangs within the bulbous structure were about to close in on Sun Mu, a violent intervention occurred, halting their advance a mere half-meter from its target. The obsidian blade transformed into a radiant wheel, crashing down upon the circular fangs within the bulb, igniting a shower of sparks. The blade whirled, resembling a miniature meat grinder, utterly obliterating the monster's fangs, while the bulbous maw was also caught in the furious descent. Blood splattered forth, and dark green viscous fluid rained down like a celestial shower. Simultaneously, Liao Fan delivered a powerful kick to Sun Mu's waist, propelling him sideways and crashing him directly into the cold floor of the cafeteria. Be careful! Sun Mu crashed down onto the icy tiles once more. Yet he could not afford to groan in pain, for his peripheral vision caught sight of more black tendrils rushing towards Liao Fan with alarming speed. Roar! The mysterious creature's furious growl echoed through the mist, and behind the severed tendrils lurked another black appendage, a blur of motion that lashed out violently at Liao Fan's midsection. This tendril, slightly narrower in diameter, moved with remarkable agility, its bulbous tip gaping wide like a jagged maw, closing in with astonishing rapidity. Dodge! Relying on his acute perceptive abilities, Liao Fan successfully anticipated the creature's assault. Before Sun Mu's warning could reach his ears, he deftly pushed off the ground with his toes, sliding back half a meter just in time to evade the monster's counterattack. However, the tendril advanced too swiftly, with its bulbous head extending a row of serrated fangs, continuing its relentless pursuit of Liao Fan. Despite Liao Fan's utmost speed, he barely managed to evade the onslaught. The black tendril continued to stretch, akin to a steel whip, narrowly missing Liao Fan's shoulder. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and struck with his knife, the friction between the bone blade and air producing a sharp, piercing sound. Yet, before the blade could find its mark, another shadowy figure surged forward, aimed directly at Liao Fan's neck. Evidently, the creature concealed within the dense fog was no fool. Even during the briefest of encounters, it discerned the unusual prowess of this human and promptly summoned additional tentacles, intent on consolidating its full strength to encircle Liao Fan. What a troublesome adversary! Liao Fan's eyes flickered with intensity as he sensed the second assault approaching. Reluctantly, he abandoned his strike towards the first tentacle and withdrew defensively. With a clang, the blade he swung horizontally shielded his neck, colliding head-on with the second tentacle, sparks flying from the impact. The tremendous force transmitted through the point of collision caused the floor beneath Liao Fan to sink, fracturing into a myriad of spiderweb-like cracks. Truly formidable strength. Liao Fan mused, yet his movement showed no sign of faltering. He pivoted on one foot, his body spinning like a top, leaping half a meter away just as the creature's comprehensive assault commenced. 1, 2, 3, at least 7 dark tentacles flashed menacingly, weaving together like an enormous net, undulating grotesquely in midair, launching a relentless barrage at Liao Fan. In an instant, he found himself surrounded by those repulsive appendages, their bulbous tips unfurling to reveal rows of circular, sharp fangs, advancing in an orderly and continuous manner, forcing Liao Fan to evade repeatedly, retreating under their onslaught. The 7 tentacles were frenzied, their swift movements creating a chilling rustle through the air. The sequential and coordinated assault formed a dense web, leaving Liao Fan scarcely any room to maneuver. At this juncture, he had no choice but to take the situation seriously. Taking a deep breath, he plunged his left hand into his bosom. As silver glimmered, a finely crafted, compact combat dagger materialized in his grasp. He wielded the bone knife in his right hand, deflecting the majority of the black tentacle strikes, while his left hand vigorously brandished the dagger, producing arcs of silver light that sliced through the air. With both hands in concert, he engaged in a series of clashes against the 7 tentacles, successfully parrying the initial wave of assault. But the ordeal was far from over. The thwarted tentacles writhed chaotically in the air, intertwining like the heads of a serpent, rapidly regrouping to launch a second offensive. Liao Fan's gaze darkened slightly. These appendages were exceedingly troublesome, possessing not only immense strength, but also remarkable resilience. If ensnared, he would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious predicament. Moreover, retreating was no longer an option, with the dining hall's main entrance looming not far behind him. Should he continue to evade, the extending tentacles would inevitably surge forward, encroaching upon the space occupied by Liao Yun. Faced with no alternative but to confront the threat head-on, Liao Fan let out a fierce roar, his eyes flashing with a viridescent fury as his body expanded rapidly, bones cracking ominously. The formerly lean figure surged upward by 2 inches, fine, light brown fur enveloping him as he transformed into a werewolf, his power surging exponentially. The first tentacle shot forth, aimed at his heart, but Liao Fan swiftly maneuvered the dagger to intercept it. The second tentacle lunged for his head, but Liao Fan instinctively turned his neck, relying on his werewolf's instinct to predict danger, effortlessly evading the strike. Then, the third tentacle struck directly at Liao Fan's abdomen, its menacing, ringed fangs snapping open and closed like serrated edges, sinking into his flesh. Yet, astonishingly, Liao Fan did not evade the attack. He allowed the grotesque bulb at the end of the tentacle to bite deeply into his abdomen. The bat demon armor exhibited its utmost protective capabilities, absorbing the monster's assault. As Liao Fan raised his bone knife once more, with a swift and chilling downward slash, a sharp sound echoed as the grotesque bulb of the creature was severed. The cut smooth and tranquil, revealing a repulsive esophagus and a foul, dark liquid. The fourth tentacle lunged forth, but this time it was a feigned attack. Seizing the moment while Liao Fan deflected it, the fifth tentacle coiled around him with ferocity, akin to a venomous python seeking prey, ensnaring his thigh tightly. Suddenly, the tentacle tightened and yanked backward, attempting to drag Liao Fan into the dense fog. However, it gravely underestimated Liao Fan's explosive strength and overlooked the power of his wolf-like transformation. With a roar of defiance, Liao Fan drove his left foot forcefully into the ground, the muscles and bones of his body emitting a series of resounding cracks, anchoring him like a nail embedded in the hard earth, resolutely resisting the pull of the tentacle and remaining steadfast. Chapter 143. Is a human? You are not worthy to consume me. Amidst the thunderous roar, Liao Fan relinquished his bone knife, driving the blade straight into the unyielding concrete ground. With his right hand now free, he seized the tentacle affixed to his leg and yanked it back forcefully. His muscles swelled, and his stature transformed into something towering and formidable. The werewolf bloodline erupted within him, rendering each sinew as hard as steel. In his werewolf form, Liao Fan possessed a strength magnitudes greater than his usual self. His visage twisted in a fierce grimace, and his eyes glimmered with a primal ferocity. In the next heartbeat, the surging power of his muscles propelled him to wrench the tentacle with brutal force, tearing the seemingly resilient black appendage in two. Blood exploded forth, a spray of verdant liquid splattering across Liao Fan's werewolf visage, bloodthirsty and savage. Liao Fan erupted in maniacal laughter, reveling in the ecstasy of unrestrained combat. With a swift motion of his clawed hand, he grasped the sixth black tentacle, shattering it into fragments once more. Good heavens, this creature is a monster. Not far away, Sun Mu, who had just risen, stood frozen in awe. Liao Fan, now unleashing his full potential, had transcended the realm of ordinary humanity, embodying a true werewolf. His form expanded, movements swift and powerful, each bulging muscle a testament to his terrifying might. Particularly striking was the light brown fur adorning his face, imbuing him with the savage ferocity of a beast. This was not a clash between man and monster. It was a brutal struggle between two wild beasts. Equally entranced was Liao Yun. She gazed in bewilderment at her brother, now transformed into a werewolf, her initial fear giving way to shock, astonishment, and ultimately, profound confusion. Why has my brother become this way? Is he still my brother? Liao Yun, her gaze vacant, stared at the fiercely transformed Liao Fan. Feeling a chill creep through her limbs, her mind in a daze, rendered incapable of displaying any emotion. Meanwhile, the battle outside the cafeteria raged on. In his werewolf form, Liao Fan disregarded the mysterious creature's assaults. His form surged as he lunged to the side, resembling a charging werewolf, directly colliding with the onslaught of black tentacles. As the distance closed, he executed a peculiar twist and turn, skillfully deceiving most of the tentacles with feints, then pivoting to charge from the side. He successfully broke through the web-like offensive, hurtling into the depths of the thick mist. As he drew nearer, Liao Fan finally discerned the full form of the creature. It was a rotund, black monstrosity, resembling a gigantic meatball. The creature's core was a black orb exceeding 2 meters in diameter, surrounded by writhing black tentacles that appeared plush and bizarre, akin to an oversized plush toy. Yet, the aura emanating from this plush figure was undeniably terrifying and exaggerated. The black meatball writhed vigorously, its tentacles flailing like soft whips, stretching in all directions to assail Liao Fan from various angles. "I have found you." Liao Fan was well prepared, his emerald wolf eyes radiating a fiercer glint than that of any beast. With his left hand, he wielded a combat dagger, akin to a bloodthirsty shark, piercing through the gap between the blade and the tentacles, aimed directly at the monster. Clang! A segment of a black tentacle shot out violently, colliding with the edge of the blade. At the tip of the tentacle, a grotesque, bud-like mouth swelled, revealing circular fangs that menacingly gnawed at the blade. However, the combat dagger itself was imbued with an energy offensive. Although its power was significantly inferior to that of a bone blade, it was by no means ordinary iron. As the fangs clashed with the blade, sparks flew, failing to impede the dagger in the slightest. "Die!" Liao Fan growled through clenched teeth, his wrist twisting as the dagger transformed into a whirling blade, severing the circular fangs. In the next moment, his right hand struck out with the ferocity of a raging dragon, delivering a powerful blow to the bud-like head of the monster. The impact, akin to a meteor crashing through the atmosphere, shattered the grotesque head, splattering viscous fluid everywhere. Hiss! The creature's core trembled. This strike not only obliterated its tentacle but also transmitted excruciating pain along the bud-like head, causing the beast's hideous form to experience immense agony. The monster was thoroughly enraged, howling madly as a dozen black tentacles thrashed violently, producing a rustling sound, and it unleashed a relentless counterattack. Suddenly, Liao Fan was struck repeatedly by the tentacles, each impact resonating like the beat of a war drum. Were he in a normal state? Even if he were not crushed into a broken heap, he would likely be left reeling in pain. After all, he was merely a novice ability user. Despite his physique being several times stronger than that of an average person, he could not withstand such brutal impacts. However, the Bat-Simian battle armor granted him formidable defensive capabilities. Any assault that landed upon him was mitigated by the close-fitting armor, leaving less than 30% of the force to affect Liao Fan's body. Thus, he remained unharmed, even letting out roars more frenzied than the monster's, challenging it. "Come on, show me your true power." With a flourish of his wolf claws, he forcefully severed the oncoming tentacles, the continuous battle inflicting further injuries upon the grotesque creature. Finally, the beast recognized fear, understanding that the werewolf before it was a foe it could not provoke. As a result, the thrashing tentacles began to retract desperately, shielding the creature's core, ceasing their relentless assault. As the mass of flesh retreated, Liao Fan halted his actions as well, maintaining his werewolf form. His gaze narrowed as he faced the monster across the distance. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Both parties stood still, locked in a fierce stare from a distance of several meters. Approximately 10 seconds later, the creature withdrew its tentacles first, its fluffy body rolling back, retreating gradually into the depths of the thick fog with the aid of its retracted appendages. Liao Fan remained motionless until he confirmed that the monster had been sufficiently repelled and no longer dared to provoke him. Only then did he take a deep breath, his body resembling a deflated balloon as he returned to his normal form. He patted the spot where he had been struck by the tentacles during the battle, let out a soft sigh, and shook his head slightly. With a blank expression, he turned away, picked up the bone knife from the ground, and, with a somber demeanor, proceeded towards the dining hall. Inside the dining hall, everyone was utterly terrified, their hearts racing as they gazed at Liao Fan, who had successfully driven away the monstrous creature. Approaching with quick strides, they collectively recoiled several steps, each too fearful to draw closer to him. This was not merely a matter of cowardice. The sight of Liao Fan transformed into a werewolf, fiercely battling the grotesque beast, was too shocking and awe-inspiring. How could a mere human metamorphose into a werewolf? He had even managed to repel such a terrifying creature in direct combat. This man could not possibly be human. He was unequivocally something else. As this realization dawned upon them, panic gripped the crowd, prompting them to retreat deeper into the dining hall, lacking even the courage to meet Liao Fan's gaze. Among them was Sun Mu, who had been rescued by Liao Fan on 2 occasions, now frozen in fear, staring blankly at Liao Fan, who was approaching him. His breath caught in his throat, and even his heartbeat seemed to cease, as he finally managed to stammer, "You. What are you, really? Are you still human?" Chapter 144, Relocation and Guidance Amidst the Throngs of People. Perhaps the only one capable of suppressing her fear and daring to approach Liao Fan was none other than Liao Yun. After all, he was her brother, and the bond of blood rendered her oblivious to the terror of the monster. She hurriedly stumbled back, throwing her arms around Liao Fan's arm, weeping as she exclaimed, "Brother, you're all right. Don't scare me. How could you transform into that? It's nothing to worry about. Becoming a werewolf isn't as dire as it seems. Many desire such a power yet fail to attain it. In time, you shall grow accustomed to it." "There is no need for such alarm," Liao Fan replied, casting her a glance filled with exasperation, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of affection. His sister, since childhood, had always been quirky and a bit willful, often engaging in whimsical antics. This opportunity to frighten her was, perhaps, not entirely unwelcome. Liao Fan then turned his steely gaze towards Sun Mu, enunciating each word with deliberation. "Due to your folly, I have been forced to reveal myself prematurely. Remember this. I have saved you twice, which equates to 2 lives owed to me. You must repay this favor in the future." Liao Fan was not a benevolent soul. He was cold and indifferent toward strangers. His intervention to save Sun Mu was merely a means to secure a personal bodyguard for his sister, as he had his own ambitions yet to fulfill and could not remain by Liao Yun's side at all times. Although Sun Mu possessed modest abilities, his potential was commendable. Should he linger in the wormhole space for a time, he would inevitably evolve, thus becoming capable of safeguarding Liao Yun in due course. I understand." Sun Mu, trembling under Liao Fan's fierce gaze, lacked the courage to retort and nodded vigorously, swallowing hard. "Brother, you needn't be so fierce. He hasn't done anything wrong." Liao Yun interjected, visibly unsettled by Liao Fan's aggression as she tugged at his arm. "What do you know, you foolish girl?" Liao Fan scowled, reprimanding his sister once more. He then pushed through the crowd, grasping Liao Yun's arm and steering her in a different direction. "Where are you taking me now? The fog outside is thick. It's dangerous." Liao Yun had become like a puppet, overwhelmed by a profound sense of trepidation that left her too intimidated to defy Liao Fan's decisions. Following him cautiously while whispering her concerns. "It is precisely because of the danger that we must relocate," Liao Fan replied, feeling a headache coming on. He shook his head in resignation and ordered Sun Mu to follow suit. Initially, he had planned to take his sister into the cafeteria to hide, avoiding the monster's gaze, and later assist Liao Yun in refining the source crystal he had brought. However, it was evident that this plan could no longer be realized. The monstrous creature they had just encountered was merely momentarily repelled, not fully vanquished. Should the beast regain its strength, it would undoubtedly return to prey upon those hiding within the school cafeteria. Given the crowded environment and the complex terrain, Liao Fan understood the urgency of swiftly relocating his sister to find a more suitable refuge. As expected, the 3 had scarcely ventured far when, from the dense fog behind them, a new wave of anguished screams echoed. Liao Fan turned back, casting a chilling gaze deep into the mist, murmuring to himself, "It seems my suspicions were correct. That creature has not strayed far at all." The moment I departed, it resumed its assault on others. Liao Yun, upon hearing the cries behind them, turned pale, biting her lip tightly. "Brother, you're so powerful. Why don't you find a way to save those people?" "There's no saving to be had. This world harbors no heroes. Aside from you, I have no obligation to concern myself with the fates of others." Liao Fan shrugged, his expression remaining cold despite his sister's desperate gaze. He had never fancied himself a savior, nor a misguided superhero, beyond family and friends. He saw no one or nothing in this world worthy of his efforts to rescue. Moreover, that monstrous creature posed a formidable threat, nearing the second-tier combat strength. I might fend it off once or twice, but I possess no absolute confidence in my ability to vanquish it. With that, Liao Fan quickened his pace, disregarding the plight of those left behind. Soon, they arrived near the library, and upon gazing into the depths of the fog, they were met with the sight of numerous corpses strewn across the ground, the floors and walls splattered with blood, prompting them all to furrow their brows in unison. It was evident that this outbreak of a wormhole had unleashed more than one monster. In addition to the gelatinous creature attacking the cafeteria, the library had also witnessed a brutal massacre, the pools of blood and severed limbs serving as irrefutable evidence of the violence that had transpired. My God, what has happened here? Liao Yun began to weep once more, the horrific scene of blood and dismemberment instilling fear and despair within her. creating an overwhelming sense of dread. Were it not for the presence of her elder brother, were it not for Liao Fan's unwavering protection, her emotional state would likely have crumbled long ago. Likewise, Sun Mu, who had silently followed the siblings, was rendered almost catatonic by the nightmarish sights they encountered along the way. Before joining the police force, he had fantasized about being a hero. Yet, when disaster struck in reality, he came to the sobering realization that he was utterly powerless, unable even to guarantee his own safety. Liao Fan observed their reactions closely and quietly reminded them, now is not the time for prayers for others. As I mentioned, ensuring our own safety in such a perilous environment is already a significant stroke of luck. Our immediate priority is to find a place to hide and help both of you adapt to this situation as swiftly as possible. They then entered the library, where on the first floor, they discovered a relatively concealed corner. The area had recently witnessed a massacre, the air thick with the scent of blood, and near the walls and windows lay a number of corpses, deceased not long ago. The scene was a gruesome tableau of bloodshed, with various corpses lying in states of tragic demise, transforming the environment into a veritable hell. Even the air had taken on a sinister dark red hue, permeated with a secretive scent of blood that incited a profound urge to retch. Liao Yun immediately reacted, suddenly crouching down. Her hand pressed firmly against her chest as she heaved violently. Sun Mu fared little better, though he did not vomit. The thick stench of blood rendered his complexion ashen, his calves weak, nearly incapacitating him from walking. In stark contrast, Liao Fan exhibited no signs of distress in this grim atmosphere. He strode directly to the center of the library, surveying his surroundings and noting that this place had recently been the scene of slaughter, devoid of survivors. It was likely that no monsters would appear here in the immediate future, making it a rather advantageous hiding spot. He then commanded the two to rise and accompany him into a small room at the back of the library. Upon entering the room, Liao Fan gently closed the door, drawing the curtains to block the gaps of the door and windows. Once he had completed this task, he turned to the two with an impassive expression and stated gravely, "Remember, monsters typically rely on their hearing and sense of smell to locate their prey's movements. Therefore, as long as we refrain from speaking loudly and avoid large gatherings, we can significantly decrease the likelihood of being targeted. However, this alone does not guarantee our complete safety. Henceforth, I shall teach you how to refine the energy present in the air." Chapter 145. Absorbing Source Crystal's Weight. You mentioned that you would teach us how to refine energy. What kind of energy is it? Sun Mu, still lost in the brutal carnage outside, finally lifted his head in confusion upon hearing Liao Fan's words. To put it simply, with the arrival of wormhole space, a substance known as source chi will emerge here. Although it is invisible and intangible, it genuinely exists in the air. Anyone with evolutionary potential can capture this energy simply by breathing. Liao Fan glanced at the two, who wore expressions of bewilderment, and began to earnestly explain the benefits that source chi brings to the body. Sun Mu, not one to be easily befuddled, suddenly brightened upon hearing Liao Fan's explanation. He slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "I understand. The reason you are so powerful is because you refine that energy, right?" "One could say so." Liao Fan replied with a satisfied smile at Sun Mu's quick comprehension. He nodded and continued, "However, to refine the source chi in the air, one must meet a prerequisite. You must indeed possess evolutionary potential. Otherwise, no matter how much energy you are given, you may not be able to grasp it." Thereafter, Liao Fan began to impart methods for enhancing refining efficiency. Based on his experiences from a previous life, he knew that his sister, Liao Yun, possessed evolutionary potential. Yet, due to a lack of guidance, her evolutionary efficiency had been slow, and she had not managed to break through before her tragic demise. This time, however, the situation was different. Liao Fan returned to the real world with 10 years of killing memories from the apocalypse, sharing unreservedly with his family. He quickly conveyed the methods for refining source chi that he had accumulated over the decade. Liao Yun, being exceptionally intelligent, grasped the key points of refining source chi after listening to Liao Fan's explanation. She promptly attempted to capture the energy molecules and soon felt a surge of warmth flowing within her body. Correspondingly, Sun Mu, as a police officer, already possessed superior physical qualities compared to the average person, greatly enhancing his adaptability to source chi. Thus, he too began to evolve, with an efficiency that surpassed even Liao Yun's. Observing the two immersed in their progress, Liao Fan finally revealed a smile, then interjected, "Both of you possess commendable talents. If you continue to develop at this pace, your physical attributes should improve rapidly." Sun Mu, filled with joy as he felt the warm energy within him, eagerly remarked, "Does this mean I will soon become as formidable as you?" "Not so simple." Liao Fan chuckled, shaking his head. "Different individuals have varying evolutionary talents, and the abilities they acquire can differ in strength. You have only just begun your evolutionary journey. You are far from completing this phase. Moreover, even if Sun Mu were to fully complete his evolution, he could never possess the combat prowess of Liao Fan. After all, while energy can be accumulated through source qi, the experience of 10 years of slaughter and various combat skills cannot be acquired overnight. In that moment, the excitement in Sun Mu's eyes quickly dissipated, replaced by a look of concern as he gazed into the vastness beyond, offering a bitter smile. Thus, even with the initiation of evolution, surviving in such a perilous environment remains a daunting challenge, does it not? Indeed, yet in comparison to those who are unable to embark on the path of evolution, you are already quite fortunate. Liao Fan nodded, then shook his head, swiftly reaching into his clothing to retrieve a pre-prepared source crystal. Naturally, achieving rapid evolution is not entirely impossible if you can absorb this source crystal within a short span of time. There exists the potential for a remarkable enhancement in your combat prowess. What is this? Both Sun Mu and Liao Yun stared wide-eyed at the pristine crystal in Liao Fan's hand. The pure source crystal exuded a potent energy and aura, resembling a fruit laden with temptation, irresistibly drawing their gaze and igniting a fervent desire within them, rendering their eyes transfixed. This is a source crystal, an exceedingly rare and precious source of energy that can replace source qi and expedite your evolution process. Without hesitation, Liao Fan handed the source crystal to his sister, Liao Yun, while sighing, lamenting that he had only prepared a single source crystal, insufficient to meet the needs of both individuals for simultaneous evolution. Moreover, forcibly consuming the source crystal would undoubtedly yield stark side effects, and it was doubtful they could endure such consequences. Now, Liao Fan could only divide the source crystal, entrusting each of them with half to absorb. As for how far they could progress after consuming their portions, that would solely depend on their individual capabilities. The existence of such a wondrous entity in this world was truly astonishing. Sun Mu eagerly grasped his half of the source crystal, feeling the powerful energy coursing within, his breath quickening and his gaze growing increasingly fervent. Even a mere half of the source crystal contained energy that should not be underestimated, although insufficient for complete evolution. This opportunity was a rare stroke of fortune compared to those who could only rely on innate talent to draw source qi from the air. However, Liao Fan cautioned, stating unequivocally that this gift would not come without a price. The cost of refining it is that you must protect Liao Yun at all costs, ensuring her safety regardless of what may occur. Understood. Sun Mu, excitement gleaming in his eyes, eagerly nodded in agreement, aware that to gain something, one must also sacrifice. He was not foolish enough to believe that the source crystal was freely given. In contrast to Sun Mu's eagerness, Liao Yun appeared somewhat hesitant, glancing at the source crystal in her hand, and then at Liao Fan's stern visage. In a soft voice, she inquired, "Brother, if I absorb the source crystal, will I also transform like you, becoming one of those werewolf-like creatures?" Liao Fan was taken aback, looking at Liao Yun's cautious expression, and could not help but smile. It is hardly surprising that a girl, inherently enamored with beauty and deeply concerned about her appearance, would find it intolerable to accept her transformation into a werewolf. He shook his head and remarked, "No, different individuals possess varying constitutions, and consequently, the trajectories of their evolution will diverge. Even though we are siblings, the abilities we may acquire in the future will be vastly different." Is that so? With Liao Fan's reassurance, Liao Yun finally exhaled in relief, suppressing her inner emotions as she sat cross-legged and began to refine the half-source crystal in her hand, following Liao Fan's instructions. As for Liao Fan, he no longer focused on the two who were engrossed in their refining. Instead, he strode toward the window and resumed his observation of the environment beyond the glass. Shrouded in thick fog, the wormhole had erupted in full force, and with such a vast space and multitude of people, it was inevitable that a variety of monsters would be drawn here. In fact, even during the transfer, Liao Fan had sensed numerous distinct monstrous presences within the fog, some of which posed significant challenges even to him. Gazing at the mist outside, Liao Fan let his gaze drop slightly and murmured to himself, if the intelligence from his previous life was accurate, the wormhole phenomenon here would likely persist for an extended period. Yet, he pondered, when and where would the object of his search ultimately manifest? Chapter 146, Elemental Energy. Liao Fan's entry into the wormhole space was driven by two objectives. At present, he had largely accomplished the first, leaving only the pursuit of the wood element. This wood element is a unique energy that emerges through natural compression. Different elements showcase distinct attributes. According to the intelligence Liao Fan possessed from his previous life, there exist 5 elemental types in this world: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The elemental energy manifesting within the confines of the medical academy is of the wood attribute. Elemental energy serves as a rather extraordinary carrier of attributes. Unlike source crystals, it does not directly facilitate human evolution, yet it possesses formidable effects. In essence, upon refining the wood element, Liao Fan would inherit a certain degree of wood attribute energy, thereby acquiring enhanced vitality. While it may not significantly bolster his combat prowess, the augmentation of his life force would greatly improve his defensive and restorative capabilities. As long as he does not sustain lethal damage, he would be able to recover more swiftly. Naturally, elemental energy is exceedingly rare, even scarcer than high-grade source crystals. In the post-apocalyptic world, the number of ability users fortunate enough to refine elemental energy is exceedingly limited. In his previous life, Liao Fan had only heard of it, never experiencing the benefits of elemental energy firsthand. If his memory serves him correctly, there must be wood element energy present here. Securing it would allow him to fully complete the preparatory tasks for the impending apocalypse. Gazing into the dense fog outside, Liao Fan felt a surge of emotions, his eyes flickering with intensity. At this stage, the medical academy had been entirely engulfed by the wormhole, with every corner potentially harboring that special energy. Thus, he needed to act swiftly and venture forth to search. After several minutes, Liao Fan redirected his gaze towards Liao Yun. She remained seated on the ground, tightly clutching half a source crystal, silently engaged in the process of refinement. Her talent, while not exceptional, surpassed Liao Fan slightly. After a brief period of refining and absorbing, the source crystal in her hand was visibly diminishing in size. Following the absorption of such energy, notable fluctuations began to manifest within Liao Yun, her aura gradually solidifying. Her originally delicate features took on a more translucent quality, radiating a lustrous, jade-like glow. Liao Fan pondered what abilities she might acquire upon completing her evolution. Narrowing his eyes as he fixated on her cheek, silently anticipating the changes to come. At that moment, Liao Yun, who had been immersed in her energy refinement, slowly opened her eyes, a sparkling brightness flashing within them. Her expression turned one of delightful surprise as she exclaimed, "Brother, this source crystal is truly marvelous. I can feel a significant transformation in my body. I feel so much lighter." Liao Fan chuckled, remarking that this was merely the beginning. Once you have fully completed your evolution, you will undoubtedly experience a profound transformation. However, this half-source crystal is insufficient to elevate you to the status of a true supernatural being. Your progression will depend on your innate talent. As soon as he finished speaking, Sunmu also opened his eyes, a sharp glint illuminating them, and his overall presence shifted entirely from before, much like Liao Yun. After absorbing the half-source crystal, Sunmu's aura underwent a significant change. Not only did his breathing become steady, but his muscles also appeared notably more robust. It was palpable that an unprecedented warmth surged within him. He threw a few punches, the wind whistling around his fists, exuding a heavy power. With his strength having increased several-fold, Liao Fan remarked, "Indeed, my judgment of character has always been astute. Your talent surpasses that of the average person significantly. If you continue to develop at this pace, even without further enhancement from the source crystal, becoming a supernatural being will merely be a matter of time. Unfortunately, with only half a source crystal, my current capabilities still fall short in comparison to yours." After initiating his evolution, Sunmu's perceptive abilities were greatly enhanced, allowing him to acutely sense the vast disparity between himself and Liao Fan. He stretched his limbs and rose from the ground, feeling the flow of warmth within him. Yet a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. One cannot become a heavyweight overnight. If you aspire to be a supernatural being like me, you have a long journey ahead. Yet, in comparison to ordinary individuals, you have already distinguished yourself. Liao Fan comprehended Sunmu's sentiments and smiled, just as he was about to speak. A cacophony of shouts and the sound of hurried footsteps pierced through the mist. Someone is approaching, and in considerable numbers. Sunmu's enhanced perception quickly detected the unusual movements within the fog, prompting him to glance urgently towards the glass window. Outside the library, dense fog continued to swirl and coalesce, obscuring the trio's view. Nevertheless, through their extraordinary sensory abilities, they discerned a multitude of figures fleeing, heading directly towards the library. Indeed, quite a few were coming. Liao Fan's perceptive skills surpassed Sunmu's, enabling him to glean even more information. He observed that, deep within the fog, at least 2 or 3 dozen wavering silhouettes were hastily escaping, seemingly pursued by some terrifying creature, their expressions fraught with panic. Yet, Liao Fan chose to disregard this commotion, shaking his head and stating, "Do not concern yourselves with those outside. Continue refining the source crystal here. Under no circumstances should you venture out without my explicit instruction." "But those people are clearly headed our way," Sunmu countered. "Even if we ignore them, it seems unlikely we can avoid them." Liao Yun also rose, saying, "Indeed. Given their frantic demeanor, It is evident that a monster is chasing them. Perhaps we should invite them in for shelter? Have you forgotten what I just said? This is not the time for heroics. Liao Fan's gaze turned icy as he addressed his sister, stating, "Indeed, you have initiated your evolution. Yet you are still far from becoming a supernatural being. With your current abilities, you may not even be able to protect yourself, let alone possess the qualifications to save others." However, Liao Yan opened her mouth, ready to retort, when suddenly, Sun Mu's voice rose with excitement. "Hold on. Look over there." "What is that?" Both siblings paused in surprise, redirecting their attention to the window, only to witness an array of peculiar creatures emerging from the thick fog. These creatures were small, no larger than an adult's 2 hands, with a dark greenish-blue skin, an oval body, slender lower limbs, and conical tails. Their flat bodies resembled moving bark, yet beneath their tough, rough exterior, numerous appendages scurried swiftly along the ground, creating a rustling sound as they brushed against the surface. Chapter 147. Fright. The creature's body is oval-shaped, with a smooth, glistening back that appears to be covered in moss. These beings are numerous, with at least 40 or 50 in sight. Although they are not particularly large, their speed is astonishing, utilizing the appendages beneath their abdomen. They scuttle swiftly along the ground and possess remarkable leaping abilities, resembling giant fleas. Once they approach their target, they leap from the ground, primarily aiming for the heads of individuals. Amidst the throng of monsters, a group of over 20 emerges, identifiable by their attire as fellow students of the school, led by a middle-aged woman who is sprinting fervently, drawing closer to the library. "Ms. Zhou, what is she doing here?" Liao Yan stands by the window, staring in disbelief at the figures in motion, her gaze suddenly fixated on the leading middle-aged woman, exclaiming in utter astonishment. Liao Fan inquires, "Do you know those people?" "Yes, I do. They are all my classmates," Liao Yun replies, visibly agitated, grasping Liao Fan's arm and pointing toward the woman at the front, with a face full of concern. She implores, "Her name is Zhou Qiuyan, my advisor. The people following her are mostly my classmates. Brother, you must find a way to save them. I can't just stand by while my classmates are in danger. Perhaps it would be better to refrain," Liao Fan counters. "There are too many monsters here. If we rush out, we would expose ourselves as well." However, Liao Yan's plea ignites a fierce discontent within her. Seeing the crowd on the verge of being overtaken by the grotesque creatures, she stamps her foot in frustration and declares, "If you want to save them, then I will go myself." Without waiting for Liao Fan's response, she boldly flings open the library doors and dashes toward the crowd. "Wait, don't be reckless." Liao Fan, overwhelmed with concern, reaches for Liao Yan's arm. Yet, having absorbed half a source crystal, she moves with unexpected agility, and he can only grasp the hem of her garment as he watches helplessly while she dashes into the depths of the mist. This wild girl is becoming increasingly disobedient. As Liao Yun disregards his obstruction and charges forward, Liao Fan is filled with exasperation, unable to suppress a curse. "What should we do now that your sister is out there?" Sun Mu, unable to act on his own accord, glances anxiously at Liao Fan. "What else can we do? Do not forget what I just said. Your responsibility is to ensure my sister's safety. No matter what happens, you must stay by her side." "Here," Liao Fan replies with a resigned expression, opening his bag to retrieve a folding crossbow, tossing it along with bolts to Sun Mu, and delivering his words in a cold, emotionless tone. "My sister must not come to harm. You understand my meaning, correct?" "Understood." Sun Mu swallowed hard, hastily grasping the crossbow in his hand, and quickly followed in Liao Yan's footsteps. The two ran swiftly, and before long, they burst through the doors of the library and onto the street outside. At that moment, the group of fleeing individuals began to suffer the onslaught of the flea-like creatures. Liao Yun, leading the way, gazed at the classmates who were wailing in terror and immediately called out, "Mr. Zhou, quickly bring them over. Let's take shelter in the library." "Xiao Yun, what are you doing here?" A middle-aged woman running ahead instantly recognized Liao Yun. Without pausing for further inquiries, she dashed towards her. However, as she sprinted, a shadow of dark azure suddenly leapt out from the fog, followed by a monstrous creature that sprang up, unfurling its lower appendages to reveal a grotesque insect face, which lunged crazily towards the woman's cheek. "Ah!" The middle-aged woman gasped in shock, her face turning pale as she fell to the ground. Just as the strange creature was about to land on her face, Liao Yan stamped her foot in urgency and shouted, "Mr. Zhou, be careful." She then propelled herself forward. After receiving guidance from Liao Fan, she had absorbed half a source crystal, although she had not yet completed her evolution. Her speed was incomparable to that of an ordinary person. Driven by instinct to save her instructor, Liao Yun pushed her speed to its limits, her figure flashing as she swiftly closed the distance, raising her small fist to deliver a powerful blow to the creature with the dark azure shell. Bang! With a resounding crash, the bizarre insect was sent flying, landing squarely onto another male classmate. Ah, the male student, struck by the creature, immediately let out a cry of despair, flailing his arms and legs in a frantic attempt to dislodge the repulsive monster, but it was too late. Soon, Liao Yun discerned how this creature consumed its prey. After crashing into the male student, the monster unfurled its lower appendages and extended numerous grotesque crimson tendrils, which violently plunged into the pores of his face. These red tendrils, though slender, moved with incredible speed, piercing through the skin like the roots of a tree, swiftly burrowing into the student's flesh. Ah! The male student screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground as he wailed in torment. Meanwhile, the crimson tendrils beneath the creature's abdomen writhed with increasing ferocity, countless tendrils penetrating his pores, desperately forcing their way into his brain, while the entire body of the creature pressed against his face. From a distance, it appeared as though the male student was wearing a grotesque insect mask. More terrifying was the fact that as the creature adhered to the student's face, even more dark red tendrils emerged from its abdomen. These tendrils, seemingly soft yet incredibly resilient, pierced through the student's scalp like steel needles, transforming into rigid spikes that penetrated his skull, relentlessly extending into his brain. The tendrils emitted a slurping sound reminiscent of jelly, voraciously siphoning the cerebral matter from the student's head into its own body. Amidst the chaos, a male student collapsed, wailing in agony, his mouth agape in desperate cries for help. Yet, as he gasped, more dark red tendrils invaded his mouth and nostrils, effectively obstructing his trachea and esophagus. Despite his fervent struggles, only muffled sounds escaped his lips. What manner of monstrosity is this? Liao Yun, who had initially intended to rush to his aid, was instantly paralyzed with fear, her complexion drained of color as she recoiled several steps back. Behind her, Sunmu arrived just in time, his gaze fixated on the creature clinging to the poor student's face. As fear flickered in his eyes, a surge of righteous indignation ignited within him, prompting him to exclaim, "Damn you, vile beast! I shall end your existence." With that, Sunmu hastened towards the afflicted student, extending his left hand to grasp the slimy shell of the creature, disregarding his revulsion. Summoning all his strength, he intended to wrench the parasite from the student's face. Yet, an even more grotesque horror unfolded. The creature had embedded itself firmly against the student's skin, its crimson tendrils entwined with his features. With a powerful tug, Sunmu managed to pull the creature free, but in doing so, he did not merely detach the parasite. The very skin of the student's face was cruelly ripped away alongside it. Chapter 148, The Face-Hugging Worm. The male student shrieked in agony as his facial skin was torn away, revealing a grotesque and reddened visage beneath. His entire facial covering had been ripped off, exposing dark crimson flesh and bone, along with pulsating veins and arteries that clung to his face, contorted in sheer horror. As for the bizarre creature, despite being forcefully pulled away by Sunmu, it extended numerous red tendrils, firmly embedded beneath the victim's facial skin, voraciously siphoning his cerebral fluids. Countless dark red tendrils, resembling a dense web of crimson threads, had burrowed into the student's face, creating a multitude of tiny holes akin to a beehive. Sunmu was thoroughly disgusted and hastily discarded the creature, his face paling as he staggered backward. The grotesque worm reasserted itself onto the unfortunate student's face, continuing to emit a disturbing sucking sound. What in the world is this abomination? Sunmu's face turned ashen, his tongue faltering in fear as he retreated hastily. The middle-aged woman, recently rescued, trembled as she cried out, "It's the face-hugging worm. These monsters specifically target students' faces, piercing through the skin and flesh with their tendrils to absorb the fluids in our brains. Many students have been devoured by them. Ah, everyone run. More worms are coming." Just as she finished speaking, the air was filled with the screams of more students behind them. Both Sunmu and Liao Yun raised their gazes, immediately spotting more hideous and bizarre face-hugging worms, bouncing on the ground like fleas, intent on attacking the faces of the people. "Let us retreat to the library and shut the door," Sunmu exclaimed, his face stricken with terror. Although his level of evolution was considerable, he had yet to conquer the fear gripping his heart. Witnessing such bizarre creatures for the first time sent chills down his spine, rendering him weak and devoid of any desire to fight, as he hurriedly shielded numerous students, leading them back toward the library. Fortunately, they were not far from the library, and soon, Sunmu ushered a dozen young students inside. However, the face-hugging worms were evidently unwilling to relinquish their prey. As the crowd retreated, a swarm of repulsive and hideous worms sprang into action, assaulting the library's entrance. Some leaped onto the floor, others adhered to the walls, while many crawled up the bookshelves, and several even vaulted onto the ceiling, attacking the throng from various angles. Faced with such a horde of loathsome creatures, Liao Yun and Sunmu felt utterly helpless. They could only grasp nearby tables and chairs, flailing them wildly in an attempt to drive the face-hugging worms away. Yet, the sheer number of the worms and their rapid jumping speed were far beyond the capabilities of these panicked individuals. Before long, a multitude of face-hugging worms had encroached upon the library entrance, threatening to breach the door and penetrate the crowd's defenses. What should we do? Liao Fan's felt numb, and her expression was one of impending tears of fear. Just as she was about to seek help from Sun Mu, she caught a glimpse of a dark cyan blur. A face-hugging worm launched itself from a desk, its crimson tendrils extending rapidly, darting toward her delicate cheek with lightning speed. Watch out. Sun Mu sensed the impending danger and hurriedly pushed Liao Yan aside, delivering a powerful punch towards the face-hugging bug. Yet, the diminutive creature extended more of its crimson tendrils, ensnaring Sun Mu's fist and swiftly creeping up his arm towards his face. Get away. Sun Mu's brows twitched in fear, just as he prepared to shake off the bug. A cold, disdainful growl echoed in his ear, utterly useless. You've evolved to this level. Yet you are still flustered by a swarm of lowly creatures. I truly misjudged you. Accompanying this reprimand was a streak of black. A slender blade emerged from beneath Sun Mu's armpit, striking the abdomen of the face-hugging bug at an astonishing angle with pinpoint accuracy. As the blade quivered, the creature was forcefully flung away, and Sun Mu felt a tremendous force hurl him sideways. When he finally lifted his head, he was met with a dazzling arc of blades. Liao Fan emerged from the shadows, his bone knife whirling incessantly. As the blade sliced through the air, it wove an intricate web, cleaving through the numerous face-hugging bugs that surged into the library. Though the bugs were small and nimble, they were utterly defenseless against the ferocity of the bone knife. With each strike, Liao Fan precisely locked onto his targets, the blade resembling a bloodthirsty shark, tracing elegant black arcs in the air, each descent ensuring the monsters were left in tatters. The duo, wielding a single knife, had spun a formidable net of frost and fury, staunchly guarding the entrance and sending every invading face-hugging bug flying. Liao Fan, brother, you finally decided to lend a hand. Observing Liao Fan's sudden appearance like a divine warrior descending from the heavens, both Sun Mu and Liao Yan were filled with exhilaration, akin to drowning souls grasping a lifeline, and they couldn't help but cheer. Silence. In stark contrast, Liao Fan's expression was one of severe displeasure. As he continued to spin the blade, dispatching the encroaching monsters, he coldly fixed his gaze upon the two, admonishing, "You only know how to create trouble without possessing the ability to quell it. Don't tell me you still lack the resolve to fight against these creatures. If that is the case, I am deeply disappointed." Under Liao Fan's piercing glare, Liao Yun's eyes reddened, feeling utterly aggrieved. Sun Mu, on the other hand, was engulfed in shame, his head bowed as he glanced at the crossbow he had just taken from Liao Fan, his body trembling, arms shaking uncontrollably. He felt a profound hatred for his own impotence as a police officer, proclaiming to protect the innocent while, when danger truly struck, he could do nothing and needed protection himself. No, I cannot continue like this. I am a police officer. I cannot remain this useless. His inner turmoil raged, flushing his face crimson, transforming his fear and shame into an overwhelming fury. A profound sense of shame enveloped Sun Mu, leaving him in a state of overwhelming frustration. Suddenly, he let out a thunderous roar and swung the folding crossbow with fierce determination, striking a nearby face-hugging creature with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the creature's brittle shell shattered, erupting into a viscous, sticky substance that splattered across Sun Mu's face, further contorting his already twisted features into a more grotesque visage. Die, die, he bellowed in anguish, his voice resonating like a weary beast. At last, he triumphed over his inner cowardice and began to emulate Liao Fan, launching a proactive assault against the face-hugging creatures outside. It must be said, this fellow possessed considerable talent, particularly when fueled by rage, as he exhibited a remarkable explosive power that drew attention. With a single punch, he shattered the shell of the nearest creature, dark green ooze spraying across the ground. Had he finally unearthed a semblance of masculine bravery? Not far away, Liao Fan observed the suddenly erupting Sun Mu, a flicker of approval momentarily crossing his eyes. Yet, before long, that approval transformed into a bemused exasperation. The folding crossbow was not intended for such use. At the very least, one must first comprehend its firing mechanism. Chapter 149. Do not rely on others. Sun Mu indeed overcame the fear that gripped his heart. However, the intensity of his inner turmoil led him to wield the folding crossbow as if it were a mere bludgeon, failing to harness its true potential against the face-hugging insects. Observing this, Liao Fan shouted sharply, leaping to Sun Mu's side. He seized the wildly flailing wrist, deftly maneuvering his arm to aim at one of the approaching creatures, and coldly instructed, "You must do it like this." As soon as he finished speaking, Liao Fan decisively pulled the trigger. The black bolt soared forth, leaving only a fleeting shadow before it pierced the abdomen of the grotesque insect, pinning it to the ground with a resounding thud. The bolt, imbued with tremendous penetrating power, not only breached the creature's exoskeleton but also shattered the floor beneath, echoing with a thunderous sound. The second bolt followed swiftly, piercing another face-hugging insect in the same manner. Liao Fan, controlling Sun Mu's arm, continued to squeeze the trigger, releasing a rapid succession of 3 bolts that skewered 3 of the advancing creatures. The bodies of the vile insects erupted in a series of explosions, releasing a foul, viscous fluid that filled the air. Without pausing, Liao Fan suddenly released Sun Mu's arm and dashed towards the library entrance, spinning his black blade fiercely to fend off more of the encroaching insects. He then turned his gaze back to the crowd, admonishing, "Stop dawdling. Quickly find something that can be ignited." Despite the overwhelming number of face-hugging insects, their individual combat prowess was surprisingly feeble. Liao Fan, while fending off their assault, continued to guide the people behind him, declaring, "These lowly creatures are terrified of flames. If we set a fire here, we shall be safe." Fire? Who is fire? Upon hearing Liao Fan's instructions, the crowd immediately scrambled to find tools that could ignite a flame. Fortunately, the library was replete with books, and the wooden shelves, ideal for kindling, were readily available. The crowd toppled the books and shelves to barricade the library entrance, and soon someone produced a windproof lighter, quickly igniting the books. In no time, flames leapt fiercely into the air. The face-hugging insects, which had been relentlessly attacking, emitted terrified squeals as they neared the flames, retreating in a panicked tide, abandoning their assault. "Don't leave. I want to finish this." "Ah, stop right there." However, as Sun Mu watched the retreating creatures, he seemed to lose his sanity, frantically shouting and attempting to pursue them for further attacks. "Stop." Liao Fan grasped his shoulder firmly, yanking him back, causing Sun Mu to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Liao Fan's foot pressed against his shoulder as he admonished sternly, "Your duty is to protect Xiaoyan for me. You cannot go anywhere without my command." Yet, in his frenzy, Sun Mu was impervious to Liao Fan's words, struggling violently and shouting for a chance to confront the monsters. Liao Fan swiftly pulled him up with one hand and delivered a sharp slap across his face. The crisp sound of the slap brought Sun Mu back to some semblance of clarity. Covering his stinging cheek, he looked at Liao Fan in bewilderment. "Why? Did you hit me? Next time you disobey, a mere slap will be the least of your worries." Liao Fan's gaze darkened, his piercing eyes causing Sun Mu to instinctively shrink back. After restraining Sun Mu, Liao Fan turned his attention to his sister not far away, sighing. "You should understand now that my refusal to let you save others is a form of protection for you. Your combat experience is nearly non-existent, even with evolution activated. You cannot adapt to such a brutal environment." Liaoyan fell silent, seemingly unfazed by his reprimand, her gaze fixated on the gruesome scene of their classmates who had perished outside. Tears welled in her eyes, and she crouched down in anguish, exclaiming, "This world is terrifying. Why do monsters exist? Why? The presence of monsters is an undeniable reality. What you must focus on now is adapting to it." Rather than indulging in futile complaints, Liao Fan thought to himself, letting out a faint sigh as he gently patted her shoulder. He could overlook the weaknesses of others, yet he found it impossible to disregard the emotions of his kin. Observing his sister's face twisted in despair, stifling quiet sobs, Liao Fan felt a pang of sorrow. Yet, no matter how much it hurt him, he steeled his heart and encouraged her, "You are not yet ready to face this environment. For now, simply stay by my side. One day, I will train you to become a capable warrior." Liaoyan fell silent, her inherently gentle nature having endured too much psychological trauma within a few hours. She longed to lean on her brother as she had in her youth, but gazing at Liao Fan, now stained with blood and emanating an icy aura of menace, she remained still, a picture of quietude. Clearly, this was not a moment to display vulnerability. Not far away, the survivors, led by a middle-aged woman, approached Liao Fan with somber expressions. Though they were unaware of Liao Fan's background, they had just witnessed him single-handedly repel the face-hugging creatures before their eyes. Driven by a blind admiration for strength, nearly everyone gravitated towards him. The woman tearfully expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving us just now. Without you and Xiaoyan, we might have. Do not misunderstand. From the very beginning, I had no intention of rescuing you. I merely sought to disrupt the attention of those creatures to maintain my own peace." Liao Fan interrupted coldly, shaking his head dismissively. He continued, "While the attack patterns of those creatures are peculiar, their individual combat strength is lacking. As the supervisor of these students, your primary task should be to conquer your inner fears and find a way to lead them in resistance, rather than weeping and placing your hopes in others." As soon as he finished speaking, the woman fell silent, daunted by the frigid demeanor of this indifferent man, who exuded a chilling aura more frigid than ice itself. Even a fleeting moment of eye contact revealed the bone-deep coldness emanating from him. However, she still found it difficult to accept Liao Fan's words. After a moment of silence, she countered in a particularly subdued tone, "But these students are far too young, and having lived their entire lives within the confines of the school, they have never encountered the harsh realities of society. How can they possibly resist? Do as you wish. After all, if they do not resist, they can only await their demise, hoping that when the monster reappears, someone will come to their aid." Liao Fan, weary of further discourse, glanced at Sun Mu, silently gesturing for him to accompany Liao Yun upstairs. Initially, Liao Fan intended to retreat to a small room on the first floor of the library, where he could guide his sister in refining her source energy while calmly awaiting the arrival of the wood element energy. However, due to Liao Yun's actions, a dozen or so classmates had surged into the library as well. The atmosphere was no longer tranquil, with the increase in numbers. The collective aura of the young individuals would inevitably attract fresh attention from the monsters. Thus, Liao Fan resolved to lead Liao Yun and Sun Mu to the second floor of the library, seeking to evade these troubles as much as possible. Chapter 150, The Return. However, this behavior was utterly incomprehensible to Liao Yun. As he climbed the stairs, he earnestly pleaded in a hushed tone, "Brother, I implore you to show some compassion. Do not abandon those people. They are my classmates. If we leave like this, they might. That is their own affair. It has nothing to do with me." Liao Fan replied, not even glancing back, shaking his head once more. Being forced to intervene in the battle had already contravened Liao Fan's principles. Were it not for Liao Yun's sake, even if the face-eating insects were to annihilate that group, Liao Fan would not lift a finger. Cold-blooded or cruel, Liao Fan remained indifferent to the opinions of others. He would only act in accordance with what he deemed right. Liao Yun, appearing utterly helpless, refused to relent, tugging at his sleeve again. "Just for my sake, can you save them?" "Absolutely not," Liao Fan retorted, his demeanor as frigid as ever. He abruptly turned to face Liao Yun's astonished visage, articulating each word with clarity. "Though you are my sister, it does not grant you the privilege of my unyielding indulgence. The world has changed. Mercy and morality will not enhance your survival, but may indeed thrust you into an abyss from which there is no return. This is a lesson one must learn in this apocalyptic era." In truth, it was not impossible for Liao Fan to save those individuals, as his current combat prowess would allow him to protect a dozen ordinary people without significant difficulty. Nevertheless, he could not act thus. He must impart the brutal reality to Liao Yun through both word and deed. Liao Yun was rendered speechless, gazing at Liao Fan in disbelief. Perceiving her brother as an entirely unfamiliar figure, starkly contrasting with the kind-hearted, benevolent relative she had always known. Meanwhile, Sun Mu, having undergone considerable trials, had learned to exercise restraint. Rather than berating Liao Fan for his coldness, he gently tugged at the girl's sleeve, bitterly advising, "To save others, you must possess the means to do so yourself. Do not place your hopes upon others, even if he is your brother, for he cannot indulge you indefinitely." Undoubtedly, Sun Mu had undergone a transformation, evolving from a reckless young officer into a warrior endowed with the capacity for calm reflection. His ability to articulate such sentiments demonstrated the rapidity of his adaptation to the circumstances. At this juncture, the trio had distanced themselves from the chaos below and ascended to the second floor of the library. Standing before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, Liao Fan could clearly survey the entire campus. The once tranquil and serene medical school had metamorphosed into a veritable blood-soaked hellscape. Not only were all the exits within and beyond the campus being relentlessly consumed by the thick fog, but even the dormitories and academic buildings were undergoing a brutal cleansing. Within the fog, monstrous beings from beyond the cosmos emerged, attacking indiscriminately, while larger creatures wreaked havoc, demolishing the campus infrastructure. From the playground in front of the school to the central teaching area, and including the rear of the school where the trio stood, a scene of bloody carnage unfolded before their eyes. The more astute students had long dispersed, seeking familiar places to conceal themselves. Yet, a number of foolish individuals, oddly enough, chose to venture out in groups, in search of an escape from the wormhole's grasp. These misguided souls even ignited torches, attempting to illuminate the fog-laden corridors of the campus, completely oblivious to the fact that their actions would only attract more monsters. Liao Fan cast but a fleeting glance before losing interest in further observation. He gestured towards a secluded area on the second floor of the library, advising, "You should hide there, disregard everything else, and seize the opportunity to refine the energy in the air. This fog will linger for at least several more hours. The crisis will not dissipate swiftly." Sun Mu nodded silently, instinctively grasping Liao Yun's arm, attempting to lead her to a corner for shelter. However, Liao Yun, evidently still struggling to adjust her emotions, merely stared vacantly with wide eyes at Sun Mu's persuasion, standing as still as a wooden carving, neither speaking nor complying with Liao Fan's request to take cover. Liao Fan found himself quite troubled by her state. Observing the numbness etched on her face, he gently remarked, "Are you still blaming me for being heartless? I blame no one but myself for lacking the ability to save others." Liao Yun lowered her gaze, for deep down, she understood that Liao Fan had already done more than enough for her. Yet, being his sister, she had no outlet for her grievances and could only vent them upon the one closest to her. "Ah, you will understand in time." Liao Fan was acutely aware that this girl was merely sulking. In resignation, he could only chuckle softly while ruffling her hair. Suddenly, both sensed the floor beneath and tremble, followed by a thunderous roar echoing from the depths of the fog, akin to the sound of thunder emanating from the direction of the cafeteria. What was that? Sun Mu, startled by the roar, turned anxiously toward the source of the sound. Liao Fan pressed his lips together, stating, "It's that black, gelatinous creature. It seems that fiend has nearly devoured everyone in the cafeteria and is now seeking its next target. Has it already consumed all the people in the cafeteria?" Liao Yun, upon hearing this, became increasingly agitated, her voice tinged with desperation. "Doesn't it need to digest? How can it continue after consuming so many?" Liao Fan remained silent, though the bitter smile on his face became even more pronounced. The physiological structure of these extraterrestrial beings differs significantly from that of humans on Blue Star. Their rate of digestion far exceeds human comprehension. As long as food is present, these gluttonous creatures will continue to feast, even to the point of overindulgence. In the ensuing silence, Liao Fan sighed wearily, adding, "Moreover, their environment is tenfold, even 100-fold harsher than that of Blue Star, necessitating a greater demand for energy. Thus, their digestive capabilities are astonishing. Whenever an opportunity arises, they will incessantly consume, converting food into energy reserves to endure prolonged hunger. In the natural world, beasts such as lions and tigers can consume prey nearly equivalent to their own size, enduring the prolonged torment of 2 months without sustenance. Correspondingly, the feeding capabilities of these extraterrestrial entities are likely to be even more astonishing than those of the creatures on Blue Planet. They are perpetually insatiable." At this point, even Sun Mu found himself at a loss for words. Liao Yun, on the other hand, became increasingly anxious as the roars of beasts drew nearer and hastily tugged at Liao Fan's arm, inquiring whether they might become targets. "What do you think?" Liao Fan, with a playful expression, refrained from providing a straightforward answer, for the cacophony of gasps and screams emanating from below served as the most eloquent response. The fleshball monstrosity had arrived, after all. The proximity to the cafeteria and the considerable number of survivors on the first floor made it nearly impossible to avoid attracting its attention amidst such a throng of humanity. Chapter 151. The crowded Liao Fan and his companions found themselves on the second floor of the library, momentarily undetected by the enormous, grotesque creature lurking below. Meanwhile, the throngs of people on the first floor had already become the monster's prey. Within the dense fog, a multitude of black tentacles advanced, splitting in the air like serpents, writhing erratically as they closed in on their target. The tips of these tentacles bore massive, bud-like maws that unfurled in a circular fashion, revealing the ringed fangs embedded within their fleshy walls, wriggling grotesquely. What manner of beast is this? They are coming. They are coming. The survivors, hiding on the first floor of the library, immediately perceived the writhing black tentacles, their hearts gripped by sheer terror as they screamed in horror. The creatures from the wormhole were numerous, and the origin of these tentacles remained a mystery to them. Yet, as they watched the ever-elongating and swiftly approaching appendages, an overwhelming dread surged within each individual. "Help! Help!" A timid girl let out a piercing scream, pushing aside the makeshift barricade before frantically fleeing toward the restroom area of the library. The creature, clearly favoring moving targets, became agitated as the girl cried out in panic. In an instant, the tentacles in the fog thrummed with excitement, and with a swift motion, one lashed out. The elongated black appendage, akin to a venomous snake, struck forth, the circular bud-like fangs unfurling as it sank into the girl's shoulder and yanked her backward with ferocious strength. "Ah!" The girl emitted a heart-wrenching wail, her desperate struggles proving futile against the grip of the black tentacle. She lost her balance and fell to the ground, shrieking in terror. The tentacle exerted its force, dragging her toward the floor, further into the obscuring mist. "Save her! Everyone, save her!" Instructor Zhou let out a frantic scream, rushing from the side to grasp the girl's arm tightly. Simultaneously, several bolder young men joined the fray, grasping at her hair and body in a desperate attempt to rescue her. They exerted every ounce of strength they could muster, striving to pull the girl back from the creature's clutches. Yet, the tentacle's power was insurmountable. Even with their combined efforts, they could not budge it an inch. What was more terrifying was that as the tentacle clamped onto the girl's bud-like maw, it continued to constrict, slowly devouring her lower leg and inching toward her abdomen. "Oh no!" One young man, paralyzed by fear, trembled, nearly releasing his grip on the girl. The others echoed his terror with their own screams, but only instructor Zhou persisted, tugging fiercely at the girl while shouting desperately, "Pull! Everyone, pull harder!" Upon hearing their instructor's cries, the remaining individuals steeled themselves. 3 men and 2 women struggled to hold onto the girl, but it was utterly futile. The black tentacle's strength was colossal, almost inhuman, and as it pulled, it voraciously consumed the girl's legs, having already reached her waist in the blink of an eye. The flower bud's gaping maw expanded to an extreme, resembling a python capable of freely inflating and contracting. Its ringed fangs were deeply embedded in the thigh muscles of a young woman, each bite and swallow inflicting excruciating pain, eliciting continuous cries of anguish. "Ah, Teacher Zhou, Wu Jun, I implore you, save me." The terror-stricken Teacher Zhou also emitted a piercing scream, yet the other students, paralyzed by fear at the sight of the eerie black tentacles, hesitated to advance. Outside the library, even more of the sinister appendages approached, and the thought of joining the rescue only fueled their dread of becoming the next victim. Thus, the crowd erupted in a panicked flight, retreating further instead of rendering assistance. "It hurts so much, my leg." The woman cried out once more, her shrill voice sending chills down spines. A sense of helplessness washed over her, rendering the frantic efforts of others utterly futile. They could only listen to her agonizing wails, their voices echoing in despair, "Pull, pull harder." Suddenly, as those frantically tugging at the female student felt a significant reduction in resistance, the force that had once gripped their arms vanished. Several individuals screamed, collapsing onto the floor. "What is happening?" Teacher Zhou gasped, attempting to rise, only to be met with the warm, metallic scent of blood. Looking down in confusion, she was met with the horrifying sight of her student having been torn asunder by the immense pulling force. The lower half of the body had been forcibly whisked away by the black tentacles, leaving behind only a pale, severed arm in Zhou's grasp. Blood gushed from the severed joint, splattering onto her face and drenching her attire. In that instant, panic overwhelmed Teacher Zhou, causing her to discard the dismembered limb and flee in a frenzied state towards the staircase on the 2nd floor, her features contorted in terror. Meanwhile, the remaining students surged forward, a throng of a dozen or more ascending the staircase. Yet, the lurking monster hidden within the dense mist had no intention of sparing them. More black tentacles soon invaded, violently assaulting the crowd and ensnaring another student who had lagged behind. The staircase devolved into utter chaos, the cacophony of pushing, screams, and curses intertwining into a nightmarish hellscape. Liao Fan stood a short distance from the staircase, coldly observing the turmoil unfold, his muscles tense yet still unwilling to intervene. As for Sun Mu and Liao Yun, they were equally paralyzed with fear, their screams piercing the air. Liao Yun incessantly urged Liao Fan, "Brother, what shall we do?" With no viable solution, it became clear that if these individuals surged to the 2nd floor, they would inadvertently lead the monster there as well, leaving them with no choice but to act. Ultimately, Liao Fan let out a helpless sigh, shaking his head as he turned to the 2 anxious individuals, stating, "Moreover, there are more monsters lurking nearby. Should a battle erupt here, the number of creatures drawn to us will only increase, and we will have no choice but to relocate once again. For now, I shall hold off the monsters while you, Sun Mu, take my sister towards the broadcasting station. I will hasten to join you shortly." "Understood." Sun Mu nodded, the shifting circumstances preventing him from dwelling on his thoughts, and he hurriedly led Liao Yun towards the staircase. Meanwhile, those below were desperately pushing their way upwards. In stark contrast, Sun Mu and Liao Yun raced in the opposite direction, inevitably becoming entangled in the throng on the staircase. "Everyone, do not head upstairs. It is a dead end with no alternative routes. Please, make your way down instead." Despite his fears, Sun Mu did not forget his promise to protect Liao Yun. He quickly positioned himself in front of her, engaging with those below who were pushing their way up. Yet, the crowd below remained unyielding, shouting, "Nonsense. There are monsters down here. They will be upon us any moment. Can't you see? Clear the way." Chapter 152. No longer timid, a throng of individuals huddled together, desperately vying for the limited space in the corridor. Those above were unable to ascend, while Liao Yun and Sun Mu could not descend, resulting in a stalemate. The crowd was so densely packed that not even the slightest gap remained. However, the monstrous entity did not afford them a moment's respite. The frenzied black tendrils drew ever closer, now less than 10 meters from the mass of people. "Make way." At that moment, a low growl erupted from the 2nd floor, followed by Liao Fan charging into the congested mass, forcefully parting the sea of bodies. In no time, the tightly packed crowd was forcibly separated, creating a path through the thick wall of humanity. "Don't push. Stop shoving." The wooden staircase creaked with an anguished moan, threatening to collapse at any moment. Those shoved to the edge screamed in terror and hurled curses. Liao Fan remained undeterred, his arms swinging rhythmically, lifting those nearby and tossing them in different directions, swiftly clearing a passage, seizing the opportunity before the black tendrils descended upon them. Liao Fan broke through the final line of people and shouted to Sun Mu and Liao Yun, who were trailing behind, "Get out of here." "Oh, understood." Sun Mu, drenched in sweat, hastily grabbed Liao Yun and began descending the staircase, carefully evading the black tendrils as they sprinted toward a window. The library building had been thoroughly overtaken by the dark appendages, leaving them no choice but to escape through the window. However, just as they were on the verge of fleeing, the incoming black tendrils seemed to sense their movement, immediately dispersing like whips, striking fiercely at the two. Incoming. While running, Sun Mu caught the sound of a slicing air behind him. He quickly shoved Liao Yun aside, raising his folding crossbow without a moment to aim, and shot an arrow backward purely by instinct. His aim was surprisingly accurate, though it was his first time using the crossbow. He managed to pierce the approaching black tendril with a single shot. Yet, the onslaught was far from over as a second tendril shot forth, darting towards Sun Mu with lightning speed. Damn it! Had this been mere hours ago, Sun Mu would have likely been paralyzed with fear, unable to move. But now, he felt no such terror. Instead, with a crossbow in his left hand and a gun in his right, he raised both weapons, repeatedly pulling the triggers at the black tendril. The bullets and crossbow bolts harmoniously flew out, once again repelling the second tendril. However, the ammunition in his gun was exhausted, and the crossbow was empty. Faced with the third black tendril that came hurtling toward him, Sun Mu had no time to reload the crossbow and could only gasp in retreat. Swoosh! The third tendril swept in, ensnaring Sun Mu's calf. With a startled cry, he lost his balance and crashed heavily to the floor. "We're doomed." At the moment his back hit the ground, despair instantly enveloped Sun Mu's heart. His level of evolution was not particularly high, rendering him unable to match the strength of the black tentacles. Once ensnared, his fate would mirror that of others. At this juncture, a third tentacle began to exert force, dragging Sun Mu's body across the ground, threatening to pull him into the depths of the swirling mist. A chill coursed through him as he let out a grim laugh, uncertain of what to do. Just then, a piercing scream rang in his ears. "Monster! Let go of my friend." Accompanying the scream was a delicate figure, who swiftly caught up to Sun Mu, delivering a powerful punch to the black tentacle with remarkable force. The impact was considerable, causing the tentacle to buckle. The tentacle, reeling from the tremendous blow, shifted aside, its bud-like fangs poised to unfurl, only to be met with a second heavy punch that sent it crashing against the wall, shaking it violently and shattering the nearby bookshelf. "Liao Yun, you." Sun Mu exhaled deeply, scrambling to his feet and glancing quickly at his unexpected savior, only to be astonished to discover that it was Liao Yun, who had always appeared timid and cowardly, delivering consecutive blows to fend off the attack. He was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. After pushing back the tentacle with two decisive punches, Liao Yun immediately grasped Sun Mu's arm, pulling him backward. "Let's go. We need to hide in the broadcast room." "All right. You go ahead. I'll cover you." Observing Liao Yun's newfound courage, Sun Mu felt a surge of encouragement and nodded vigorously, swiftly loading his crossbow and launching another barrage at the advancing tentacles. Meanwhile, Liao Yun, no longer a mere bystander, began to retreat while seizing a nearby wooden chair to strike back at the extending tentacles. Clearly, after enduring the initial wave of fear and numbness, Liao Yun had awakened a sense of combat awareness, no longer the fragile figure she once was, despite her recent evolution, having absorbed half a source crystal. Her strength and explosive power were commendable. The duo fought valiantly, repelling several tentacles while ensuring the safety of those around them. On the other side, Liao Fan also noticed his sister's transformation, feeling both surprise and a hint of admiration within. It seemed that this foolish girl's psychological resilience was not as lacking as he had presumed. With a bit more experience, she could indeed become a competent warrior. Liao Fan felt a swell of joy, his eyes glinting with a sharp intensity as he whirled his bone knife, severing the black tentacle before him. With a powerful push off the ground, he leaped in front of Sun Mu and Liao Yun, facing away from them. "Go on. Leave the rest to me." "No. I want to fight this monster with you." Liao Yun defied him, wiping the sweat from her brow, a resolute expression on her face. "Do not be reckless. You are not yet a match for this creature. Quickly, escape with Sun Mu." Though Liao Fan felt immense relief at his sister's performance, he was resolute in his decision not to allow her to remain in such a perilous location. His expression darkened as he sternly commanded, "Leave at once." Sun Mu, seizing Liao Yun's hand, insisted, "Your brother will be fine. If we stay here, we will only distract him. Come on." Without giving her a chance to respond, Sun Mu dragged Liao Yun away. Once he confirmed their safety, Liao Fan inhaled deeply, gripping the hilt of his bone knife tightly. He fixed his steely gaze upon the depths of the thick fog and bellowed, "What audacity! You dare to follow?" It seems necessary to impart a more profound lesson. As his voice echoed, Liao Fan's foot struck the ground with force, unleashing a powerful whirlwind of energy that propelled him forward like a cannonball aimed at the source of the black tendrils. Ignoring the frenzied tendrils swirling around him, Liao Fan's sharp focus remained on their origin, the true form of the monster. He wielded his knife with the swiftness of lightning, executing rapid slashes as he evaded the entangling appendages. Numerous tendrils were severed by the bone knife, releasing a viscous fluid as Liao Fan closed the distance to the monster's core. However, just as he prepared to unleash a final, decisive blow to vanquish the troublesome creature, chilling screams echoed from behind him. We're doomed. There are monsters behind the library as well. What in the world is this? It's half human, half serpent. Chapter 153. Another monster. Liao Fan caught the sound of a gasp behind him, immediately halting his steps and turning sharply to gaze into the depths of the library's rear. Through the thick fog, several elongated, indistinct figures emerged, swiftly closing in on the fleeing crowd. These creatures possessed lower bodies resembling serpents, yet their upper halves had evolved into human-like torsos. The monsters had large heads, nearly proportional to that of a human, with arms enveloped in green scales, which also adorned their faces. Their mouths were slightly flattened, flicking out long, forked tongues. In stark contrast, their lower halves were massive, dark green serpentine tails, enabling them to rise upright and move akin to humans. Serpentine beings had appeared as well. As Liao Fan beheld the snake-like monsters amidst the haze, he felt a weight in his heart, not anticipating encountering yet another type of creature so soon. Driven by concern for Liao Yun, he reluctantly retracted his bone knife, abandoning the grotesque creature before him, and hastened forward. Simultaneously, the survivors who had just escaped the library, upon spotting the snake-like beings, let out even more frantic cries and growls. This was disastrous. Why were there still so many monsters behind the library? In a panic, people instinctively halted, wanting to retreat. But Sunmu raised his arm and shouted, "Behind us is a dead end. We cannot run back. Everyone, charge forward and fight." No sooner had he spoken than Sunmu stomped his foot and charged directly at the nearest snake-like creature. The monster, equally exhilarated, flicked its crimson tongue and hissed in disgust. Noticing a human charge at it, it opened its serpentine jaws wide and quickened its slithering pace. This creature, lacking human legs, still moved like a python, writhing its tail across the ground, tracing an S-shaped path. It appeared clumsy, yet its speed was astonishing, darting towards Sun Mu in the blink of an eye. "Get away!" Sun Mu roared, raising his crossbow and aiming at the serpent-like creature obscured by the mist. The bolt whizzed through the fog, with the faint sound of sparks and sharp impacts echoing in the air. The arrow struck true, delivering immense force that sent the serpent-like monster tumbling backward, crashing to the ground. As the distance closed, Sun Mu realized he had hit the creature in its lower abdomen. Thanks to the tremendous piercing power, the arrow effortlessly tore through the monster's scales, creating a fist-sized wound in its belly, from which a putrid green blood splattered forth, staining the ground in a horrific display. Yet, even after sustaining such a grievous injury, the serpent-like creature did not succumb. Instead, it seized the moment when Sun Mu approached, opening its jaws wide to bite savagely at his calf. Such vitality! Sun Mu was taken aback, but fortunately, his evolutionary level was not low, and his reflexes were sharp. He quickly leaped back, creating distance between himself and the creature, and once again raised his crossbow, aiming at the enraged serpent head, ready to unleash another bolt. Whoosh! The black crossbow bolt sliced through the air, directly shattering the serpent man's eye. With a resounding explosion, the bolt crushed the creature's skull, unleashing a foul-smelling viscous substance. It was only at this moment that the serpent creature met its demise. Its shattered head thudded against the ground, yet its eyes remained wide open, filled with a chilling venom that sent shivers down Sun Mu's spine. The creature's vitality was astonishingly resilient. Sun Mu's heart raced, his expression darkening, until Liao Yun arrived, gazing at the serpent man's corpse on the ground, releasing a low gasp. How grotesque it appeared. Without further ado, they needed to vacate the area. Sun Mu immediately urged Liao Yun forward, leading her in a frenzied sprint in a different direction. Yet, the serpentine creatures were not singular. Though he had successfully slain the first, more serpent men were rapidly approaching. The two dared not linger for a moment and swiftly turned towards the small courtyard's broadcasting station. However, the serpent creature's speed was formidable. Scarcely had they run a short distance when the chilling rustling sound echoed behind them once more. Instinctively glancing back, they discovered at least 5 serpent men had already caught up with the crowd. Bringing up the rear was a portly boy whose excessive girth severely hampered his speed, making him a prime target for the serpent's attack. In a flash, the second serpent man lunged forward ferociously, its flat, serpentine lips curling back to reveal rows of sharp, needle-like teeth, akin to a bed of nails. With a single bite, it sank its fangs into the boy's shoulder. The sharp, venomous teeth easily pierced through flesh, leaving a crimson mark. Simultaneously, the fangs rapidly injected venom. Within mere seconds, the boy's screams ceased, his cheeks turned a ghastly shade of blue, and his limbs convulsed erratically before he collapsed heavily to the ground. With a chilling hiss, the serpent man extended its scaly arms, thrusting toward the target's heart. The onlookers then beheld the creature's robust arms, tipped with blade-like fingers, sharp enough to pierce effortlessly. With a mere tug, it penetrated the boy's chest. Blood sprayed forth, and the boy emitted a hoarse scream as the serpent man seized his still-beating heart, yanking it out violently, holding the still-throbbing organ in its crimson claws. Though the heart remained active, pulsating vigorously, the boy's limbs convulsed before he swiftly succumbed to death. The serpent man, wearing a satisfied expression, narrowed its cold, reptilian eyes, emitting a repulsive hiss as it flicked its forked tongue, tasting the warm human blood. Subsequently, it opened its jaws wide, biting into the heart, devouring it greedily. As half of the red organ was consumed, it burst forth, spilling a torrent of blood, staining the serpent man's mouth and face in a gruesome display. The serpent-like beings became increasingly satiated and exhilarated with each morsel they consumed, their eyes narrowing to mere slits as they savored the flesh, emitting a cacophony of hissing roars filled with fervor. In the next moment, a swarm of these monstrous entities surged forth. Yet they showed no interest in the lifeless corpses strewn about. Rather, their gaze fixated intently on the still-moving humans. It appeared that these brutal creatures harbored little fascination for the deceased, instead relishing the thrill of pursuing the vibrant and living prey. Moreover, the serpent man who had extracted the heart from its quarry did not linger over the corpse, devouring the heart with gluttonous delight before shifting its greedy attention to the fleeing throng. Alas, it seemed they were solely captivated by the hearts of the living. Instantly, the crowd erupted into even more frenzied cries. The body of the plump boy lay sprawled on the ground, yet the serpent man had devoured only his heart, leaving the remainder of the corpse untouched, a clear indication of the selectivity of these voracious monsters. Chapter 154. The Serpent Priest. Damn it. Stop shouting and run. Sun Mu, acutely aware of the peril, spat out a curse with a grim expression. As soon as the words left his lips, he led Liao Yun out of the library area. However, just as he was about to quicken their pace, he heard more unsettling rustling sounds emanating from the dense fog ahead. He abruptly halted, eyes widening in shock, discovering that the same monstrous beings were not only behind them, but also blocking the path ahead. The serpent creatures flanked the crowd, completely encircling them. Damn it. I didn't expect these snake people to be so cunning. Sun Mu's heart raced uncontrollably, his face contorted in terror. Although he had undergone evolution, bolstered by a fragment of a source crystal, granting him strength far surpassing that of an ordinary person, his time in this evolved state was still brief, leaving him with little combat experience. Faced with such a multitude of serpent monsters, he felt a chilling dread wash over him, nearly suffocating. Liao Yun was in no better condition. As a girl, she inherently harbored a fear of snakes. And these serpent creatures were not merely ordinary serpents, but rather beings with a human-like upper body. Paralyzed by fear, they both retreated cautiously. Yet the serpent creatures pursued them relentlessly, encroaching upon the crowd with their cold, ghastly hissing that lingered like a nightmare, rendering everyone speechless with terror. Fortunately, Liao Fan was there. As the people found themselves ensnared by the serpents, feeling utterly helpless, Liao Fan activated his agility to the utmost, forcefully crashing through a window and swiftly leaping towards them. Brother, be careful. These serpents are too strange, Liao Yun warned. But her words went unanswered by Liao Fan. In the instant he landed, Liao Fan unsheathed his blade, charging directly into the depths of the fog. Simultaneously, the serpent beings emitted a collective hissing roar, and soon, a towering serpent creature, nearly 2 meters tall, leaped over its kin, launching an attack on Liao Fan. Serpent Priest, I never expected to encounter you here. As the distance closed, Liao Fan narrowed his keen gaze, fixating intently on the imposing serpent figure, a low growl resonating within him. With a decade's worth of memories from the apocalypse, Liao Fan was no stranger to these serpent creatures. In his past life, he had faced them countless times. Fully aware of their vicious nature, brutal, bloodthirsty, and vindictive, making them one of the most formidable opponents among low-tier monsters. Moreover, the serpents were known for their tendency to congregate, with each serpent tribe birthing a leader known as the Serpent Priest, boasting strength far exceeding that of its kin. Its malevolent and cunning disposition rivaled that of humanity. Without the slightest hesitation, Liao Fan assessed the dire situation and immediately charged forth, blade drawn, directly targeting the largest of the serpent priests. The distance swiftly closed, and as Liao Fan sprinted forward, the serpent priest suddenly opened its snake-like mouth, unleashing a crimson forked tongue that lunged towards his heart like a venomous dart. A putrid gust, mingled with an intense stench, struck him with the swiftness of lightning. Liao Fan did not flinch, His eyes sparkled with determination as he drew his tactical dagger, aiming it fiercely at the serpent's tongue. The dagger, infused with a potent energy, sliced through the air, emanating a silver arc that conveyed a profound threat to the serpent priest. In an unexpected maneuver, the serpent's tongue deftly contracted in midair, evading the dagger's strike with remarkable agility. The next moment, the serpent priest emitted a frigid roar, slamming its robust python tail against the ground. Its body surged forward like a bullet, the gaping maw filled with venomous fangs lunging towards Liao Fan's neck. "Be careful, not far away." Liao Yun and Sun Mu instinctively shouted, but apart from their cries, they were powerless to assist. The serpent priest moved with the ferocity of a hurricane, despite lacking legs. Its serpentine form glided with a speed surpassing ordinary human perception. Fortunately, Liao Fan was prepared. Before the creature's maw could snap shut, he propelled himself forward, concentrating his leg strength in a powerful leap that sent him 2 meters away, narrowly evading the attack. Hisses. The serpent priest, having missed its target, let out a chilling screech. Its long tail swept through the air, transforming into a steel whip that angrily lashed towards Liao Fan's abdomen. The tail, slicing through the air with explosive velocity, resembled a detonating steel whip, its power and speed far beyond what the naked eye could perceive. Yet, this seemingly terrifying strike could not inflict harm upon Liao Fan. He raised his bone dagger vertically, its edge poised against the incoming tail, meeting the assault head-on. A metallic clash resonated as the serpent's tail collided forcefully with the dagger's blade, followed by a thunderous crack that sparked a flurry of bright embers. Liao Fan was pushed back a step, while the serpent priest's tail suffered a gash from the bone dagger, skidding along the ground, propelled back several meters. On the surface, Liao Fan appeared to have gained the upper hand in this direct confrontation, yet his face revealed no overwhelming delight. He glanced at the serpent priest's tail, which bore a distinct wound. However, it was not deep, and the blade had failed to strike a vital point, instead encountering a tremendous recoil. The serpent priest's scales were exceedingly thick, their hardness rivaling that of steel. Even the sharpness of the bone dagger could not easily penetrate its defenses. Hisses. In contrast, the serpent priest, now pushed back, was equally enraged. As the leader of this brood of serpents, it could not fathom being repelled by a human from the blue star, and the lingering pain from its tail only fueled its wrath. It continued to roar, its cold serpent eyes now alight with fierce malice, as it unfurled its body once more, utilizing its tail to strike the ground, creating a rattlesnake-like hiss of vibration. The attack was imminent once more. In this instance, the serpent priest brandished its emerald-scaled arms, claws slicing through the air with swiftness surpassing lightning. However, Liao Fan did not fixate on the priest's lethal claws. Instead, his gaze was firmly locked onto the creature's tail. The tail represented the serpent priest's vulnerability. Lacking the evolutionary advantage of human legs, the serpent priest relied on its serpentine tail to maintain its upright posture, thus allowing Liao Fan to anticipate the range of its attacks by tracking the movements of its tail. He deftly evaded the serpent priest's claws, executing a swift dive to slip past the monstrous being, while simultaneously wielding his left hand to thrust his dagger, which arced gracefully through the air, striking fiercely against the priest's chest plate, adorned with azure scales. Crack! Sparks erupted as the serpent priest roared once more. This strike, like the last, failed to penetrate the serpent's scales, yet the energy imbued within the dagger seared deeply into the serpent priest, leaving a dark gash upon its chest. Concurrently, Liao Fan's right hand swung, the bone knife whirling like a tempest, forcing the serpent priest to retreat repeatedly. Chapter 155, Tension Mounts Hiss. The serpent priest, notorious for its ferocity, found itself unexpectedly subdued in close combat by this human. Enraged, it swung its deadly claws wildly, while its massive serpent tail struck with ferocity, stirring a cloud of thick smoke and dust. Liao Fan once again wielded his bone knife, parrying the beast's claws, while his left hand deftly spun the assault dagger, leaving a slender crimson mark upon the serpent priest's vulnerable spot. Simultaneously, he swiftly propelled himself away, leaping 2 meters, barely touching the ground before a colossal serpent tail crashed down where he had just stood. Boom! Mud and sand erupted as the serpent tail overturned the snow beneath, creating a tempest of dust. The serpent priest raised its tail, seizing a fragment of rock, and hurled it fiercely at Liao Fan. The flying debris whistled through the air, emanating an intimidating presence. Yet, Liao Fan did not even glance at it. Instead, he twirled his bone knife, shattering the stone into fragments. A chilling smirk gracing his face as he taunted, "Is that all you've got? To think you could devour me with such meager skills is nothing short of a delusion." Hiss. The serpent priest comprehended Liao Fan's words and erupted in furious roars. No longer approaching the human, it suddenly gaped its serpentine maw, stretching its jaws to an alarming angle of 180 degrees, revealing a pitch-black throat. The esophagus and throat contracted rapidly, coalescing a mass of dark venom that surged forth, transforming into a column of black smoke aimed directly at Liao Fan's face. Danger! Instantly, Liao Fan's expression darkened, and without hesitation, he activated his wolf transformation ability, his legs propelling him 2 meters into the air to evade the ominous cloud. Puff! The venomous column enveloped the spot where Liao Fan had just stood, instantly releasing a hissing black mist that swiftly dissolved the surrounding snow, as if subjected to a fierce corrosion, exposing the dark earth beneath and creating a half-meter-wide cavity. The mist boiled, infused with a putrid odor. Liao Fan inhaled a breath of it from a distance and immediately felt dizzy, his breathing becoming labored. The serpent priest's most formidable aspect was not its physical attacks but rather its venom sacs, capable of generating toxic fluid at will to strike from afar. As for the corrosive properties of this venom, the evidence of the corroded ground spoke volumes. Humph, employing the same tactics as in my previous life. Yet still lacking in creativity. Liao Fan rapidly gathered his breath mid-air, sliding backward upon landing. Despite his continued mockery, the gravity of the situation became increasingly apparent. The serpent priest's venomous assault was terrifying. Even with Liao Fan's resilience, he could not withstand it head-on. He could only retreat further, leaping beyond the reach of the serpent priest's attacks. Simultaneously, Sun Mu and Liao Yun were equally astounded by the potency of the venom's corrosive ability. Their faces paling as they hurried to Liao Fan, exclaiming, "This creature's venom is far too corrosive, even more terrifying than Aqua Regia. What shall we do? There is no other way. We must find a means to break free. The serpent folk are inherently cunning and brutal. Once they set their sights on you, the situation becomes exceedingly dire." Liao Fan's countenance darkened as he cautioned the two to remain vigilant against these serpentine monstrosities. In his previous life, he had encountered the serpent folk on numerous occasions and was well aware of their tenacity. Even now, possessing the powers he had reclaimed, he was reluctant to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the serpent priest. The immediate course of action was to swiftly lead his sister to safety, yet the serpent priest, now enraged, was unlikely to let them escape so effortlessly. Before long, the serpent priest emitted a hissing roar, prompting the ordinary serpent folk nearby to extend their necks and issue strange howls. In an instant, a dozen serpent creatures writhed simultaneously, leaving S-shaped trails in the snow as they completely encircled the crowd. Sun Mu's cheeks twitched again as he surveyed the serpent creatures surrounding them, his voice low. "This is not good. The other serpent folk have begun to move. They have us surrounded, and it seems we won't be able to break through easily. Do not worry. These serpent creatures have their own hesitations and will not engage us in a drawn-out battle," Liao Fan replied with a smile, maintaining his composure as he deftly twirled his bone knife, seemingly confident that the serpents posed no threat to him. Sun Mu and Liao Yun exchanged surprised glances, puzzled by Liao Fan's unwavering confidence. Just as they were about to inquire about his meaning, a deep, thunderous roar resonated within the library, accompanied by that furious roar. The walls of the library erupted with a resounding crash, dust swirling violently as a large hole was smashed through the window, shards mingling with snowflakes as a colossal shadow emerged, sending the crowd into a panic. It was the creature, a monstrous mass covered in tentacles. Amidst the chaotic cries, the black, gelatinous creature barreled through the library's window and walls, rolling into the area behind the library with formidable force. As it rolled, it unfurled its tentacles, which writhed in the air like malevolent claws, moving eerily and frantically. The serpent priest, sensing the threat of arrival, swiftly turned its serpent eyes towards the massive gelatinous creature, issuing a savage hiss, its gaze filled with fury as if to deliver a warning. Clearly, the two types of monsters were not destined to coexist peacefully. The gelatinous creature, having initially targeted the humans, found its larger size hindered its entry into the library, causing the humans to flee through the windows and into the outside world. Unexpectedly, its quarry was intercepted by the serpent folk. True to its nature, the gelatinous creature was unwilling to relent. Similarly, the serpent folk were not prepared to relinquish their prey, especially as the serpent priest, incensed by Liao Fan, was resolute in its determination to slay this human who had dared to challenge its dignity. It would not yield an inch. Immediately retaliating with an equally furious hiss towards the gelatinous creature while thrashing its serpentine tail against the snow, attempting to intimidate its competitor. Two distinct monsters suddenly found themselves at odds, unleashing furious roars across a distance of several meters, leaving the onlookers momentarily forgotten. What manner of spectacle is this? Sun Mu stared in astonishment, his previously tense expression now a mixture of bemusement and disbelief. Liao Yun, equally taken aback, gently tugged at Liao Fan's arm and whispered, "Brother, what is happening? What else could it be? The serpent-like creature craves our flesh, while the gelatinous monstrosity harbors the same appetite. Neither is willing to relent, thus inevitably leading to internal strife." Liao Fan crossed his arms, his gaze cold and unwavering as he observed the unfolding drama, a faint smirk creeping upon his lips. In the vastness of the outer cosmos, various species of monsters are bound to compete. Take, for instance, these grotesque serpent beings, inherently at odds with the gelatinous creature. Even in the absence of food, cohabitation and harmony would remain a distant dream. Therefore, the clash currently transpiring amongst the monsters is utterly unavoidable. Chapter 156, Struggle and Clamor as Expected. No sooner had Liao Fan's voice faded than the massive, gelatinous creature could no longer contain itself. It swung its black tendrils with ferocity, aiming a powerful strike at the serpent priest. The inky appendages stretched and contracted through the air like colossal spears. Swiftly reaching the priest's head. Hiss. The serpent priest, undeterred, roared back defiantly, slamming its python tail against the ground while extending its lethal claws to grasp the incoming tendrils. The icy gleam of its talons resembled tempered steel. Once they penetrated, they could easily rend rock apart. As the claws collided with the tendrils, the priest's nails pierced the creature's outer shell, resulting in a thunderous crash. Its claws, sharp and as hard as bone, could effortlessly tear through the tendril's surface. However, the gelatinous creature boasted immense size and strength. Even though the tendrils were pierced by the serpent's claws, the overwhelming force still bore down upon the serpent priest. With a resounding thud, the priest was toppled, crashing violently into a scenic tree, which splintered under the impact. Yet, the gelatinous creature did not escape unscathed. The tendril was punctured, oozing a foul liquid that caused it to tremble in pain and roar in fury. Simultaneously, the ordinary serpents bared their fangs, launching assaults from every direction to protect their leader. The creature's rage intensified as it wildly swung its tendrils, mercilessly striking at the serpents. A dozen plush appendages whirled in the air like whips, delivering relentless blows to the serpents. Unfazed by the creature's attacks, the serpents pressed on, undeterred by their inferior strength. They continued to charge forward without pause. The battlefield erupted into chaos, with black tendrils thrashing about while the flowerbud-like moss snapped at the serpents, crashing them against the walls like a meteor hammer. Numerous serpents were flung away, screaming as they shattered through walls, only to rise again. Fierce determination etched upon their faces as they resumed their assault on the gelatinous beast. Meanwhile, the serpent priest bellowed with fury, commanding its kin to divert the tendril's attention while it circled behind the creature, preparing for a venomous strike. The brutal and sanguinary scene captivated every onlooker, each viewer gaping in disbelief at the tumultuous battlefield. Only Liao Fan remained composed, his mind clear amidst the chaos. After observing for a spell, he promptly advised Liao Yun, "Let us not concern ourselves with this conflict any longer. Allow them to fight amongst themselves. We must seize the opportunity to depart." Understood. At this reminder, Liao Yun quickly grasped the situation, and Sun Mu, too, felt a surge of urgency. Without further ado, they rallied the others and sprinted away. The crowd once again surged forward, quickly distancing themselves from the fray as they made their way toward the rear mountains of the school. The gelatinous creature, originally engaged in battle with the serpent man, suddenly sensed something amiss and emitted a tremendous, resonant roar. It rolled its corpulent body against the ground, abandoning the serpent man before launching an assault on the crowd. Clearly, this beast had not forgotten its cannibalistic intent. However, just as the dark tendrils surged forth again, swiftly descending upon the throng, Liao Fan, who had been merely an observer, smirked and intervened, spinning his bone knife to sever the striking tendril. With this timely interception, Liao Yun and Sun Mu were able to escape swiftly, and even the survivors trailing behind them seized the opportunity to flee the library. Consequently, the monsters, embroiled in internal strife, lost their chance to continue their hunt. In an instant, both the gelatinous monster and the serpent man priest unleashed furious roars, redirecting their wrath towards Liao Fan. Both creatures possessed considerable strength, only slightly inferior to Liao Fan, had they united. Even someone as formidable as Liao Fan might have had to retreat. Alas, the inherent enmity between the serpent man priest and the gelatinous creature precluded any cooperation, instead leading to mutual obstruction. As the black tendrils lunged toward Liao Fan, the serpent man priest spewed forth a stream of venom, aiming to dissolve both the tendril and Liao Fan. Liao Fan promptly executed a nimble maneuver to evade the toxic spray, but the tendril, reacting too slowly, was struck directly by the corrosive fluid, becoming riddled with holes and emitting a hissing smoke. Enraged, the gelatinous creature abandoned its pursuit of Liao Fan, swinging another tendril to retaliate against the serpent man priest, ensnaring it, and hurling it skyward while unleashing a barrage of additional strikes. The serpent man priest found itself in dire straits. Battered by the root-like tendrils and crashing to the ground, hissing in pain, it furiously bared its serpentine maw, summoning other members of its kin to further entangle the gelatinous creature, then leaped from the snow, eagerly charging toward Liao Fan. Liao Fan awaited this approach, letting out a cold laugh as his bone knife reappeared, aimed at the creature's vulnerable spot. Yet, the Serpent Man priest countered with its hardened claws. Gripping the bone knife with fierce tenacity, the sharp nails scraped against the blade, producing a metallic screech, successfully halting the knife's descent and pinning it in place. In the next heartbeat, the Serpent Man priest gaped its maw wide and lunged toward Liao Fan's arm, its venomous fangs mere centimeters from his flesh. Although Liao Fan had developed a degree of immunity to toxins following his evolution, he could not dismiss the Serpent Man's venom, just as the Serpent Man priest brimmed with confidence. Believing its victory was at hand, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Liao Fan let out a chilling laugh, suddenly releasing his grip on the bone knife, evading the impending bite, and swiftly transferring the dagger from his left hand to his right. As the Serpent Man priest opened its jaws, he thrust the dagger upward, aiming directly for its jawline. The Serpent priest, adorned in scales as hard as steel, found it nearly impossible for even a bone knife to breach its formidable defense. However, the scales beneath its jaw were notably softer, presenting an opportune moment when it bared its fangs to bite. Swiftly, a dagger pierced through the Serpent priest's jaw, the glint of the blade causing the creature to recoil in shock. It was too late to mount a defense. The blade struck its jaw, carving another wound. A hiss escaped its lips as pain coursed through its body, causing it to convulse. Just as it prepared to unleash its venom, Liao Fan withdrew the dagger and gripped the bone knife once more, thrusting the cold blade forward. The Serpent priest's claws initially held onto the knife, but the impact to its mouth forced it to loosen its grip. Seizing the opportunity, Liao Fan yanked forcefully, causing the Serpent priest's body to tilt uncontrollably, losing its balance and inadvertently leaning toward him. In that moment, Liao Fan seized the initiative. The dagger came crashing down once more, aimed at the creature SI. This time, the Serpent priest could not evade the strike, stretching its neck desperately and leaning back at high speed. The blade missed its eye but struck the serpent's lip instead, slicing deeply and revealing bone beneath, a new gash manifesting across the Serpent priest's skewed mouth, glimmering with the brilliance of silver. Chapter 157. Separate actions. The excruciating pain rendered the creature less aware, despite its body being covered in hard serpentine scales, which spared it from the fate of being pierced through the head by Liao Fan. The continuous slashes across its serpentine visage inflicted profound suffering, eliciting hissing roars of fury. Liao Fan, an ordinary human from Blue Star, possessed primal instincts and exceptional combat skills that rivaled those of beasts. In a one-on-one confrontation, the Serpent priest stood no chance against him. Fear finally gripped the creature, its forked tongue flicked in agitation, emitting a chilling hiss as it lashed its serpentine tail against the ground, striving to escape Liao Fan's range of attack. Liao Fan refrained from pursuing. With his current capabilities, he could barely repel the Serpent priest, and to eliminate it completely would undoubtedly exact a toll. Moreover, not far away lurked another menacing creature, posing an equal threat. As he fended off the Serpent priest, Liao Fan decisively chose to retreat. With a forceful push against the ground, he propelled himself like a spinning top, effortlessly leaping 5 to 6 meters to catch up with Liao Yun and the others. Taking advantage of the chaos between the monsters, Liao Fan successfully aided his companions in breaking free, ultimately escaping the library area and returning to the vicinity of the artificial lake where conflict had previously erupted. However, the artificial lake was now a veritable sea of blood, littered with severed limbs and dismembered bodies, while the frozen surface bore the marks of various creatures' claws and lifeless forms. Liao Fan sprinted at full speed, quickly reaching Liao Yun's side, thrusting a tactical dagger into her hand, and urgently advising, "Do not stop. Keep running towards the rear mountain. The serpent creatures are vindictive and will seek retribution. I have wounded the Serpent priest, and they will undoubtedly pursue me relentlessly." While urging Liao Yun and the others to flee, Liao Fan had no intention of joining their escape. With ample experience in this apocalyptic world, he understood the nature of the serpent creatures. Once a direct confrontation ensued, they would pursue without mercy. Staying with his sister could very well endanger them both. Yet Liao Yun was resolute, shaking her head vigorously as she clutched Liao Fan's arm, exclaiming, "No, there are too many of them. I cannot let you face this danger alone. Listen to me, do not argue." Seeing the worry etched in Liao Yun's eyes moved Liao Fan deeply. After all, she was his sister. The bond of blood was a powerful force, and she would never abandon him, no matter the circumstance. But it was precisely this concern that made Liao Fan reluctant to let her share in the peril. With a stern expression, he admonished her, "With your current abilities, staying by my side will only be a hindrance. If you truly wish to assist me, find every possible way to enhance your strength and become formidable in your own right." Having uttered this remark, Liao Fan abruptly shoved Liao Yun, hurling her forcefully towards Sunmo. With a fierce glare, He warned Sun Mu, "Do not forget what you promised me. If a single hair on my sister's head is harmed, I will hold you accountable. Now, take her away at once." Sun Mu, gritting his teeth, hastily seized the struggling Liao Yun and pulled her towards the back mountain of the school. This area was quite distant from the teaching building, characterized by its vast openness. And the verdant surroundings of the back mountain provided an ideal cover for Liao Yun and her companions to conceal themselves. As long as they managed to reach a suitable hiding spot in the back mountain without attracting the attention of the monsters, they would undoubtedly endure until the wormhole closed. As for Liao Fan, he had his own matters to attend to, unable to remain at Liao Yun's side indefinitely, watching his sister flee with the others into the mountains. The weight on his heart finally lifted. He repositioned his bone knife across his chest and coldly turned back to face the serpentine creatures that were still relentlessly pursuing him on the campus road. With a dismissive gesture, he nonchalantly raised his middle finger at them, taunting, "You wish to kill me? I fear you shall not catch me." The serpents erupted in a cacophony of furious hisses. Although they were oblivious to the meaning of his gesture, they discerned the profound disdain reflected in Liao Fan's gaze. While other monstrous races might harbor a modicum of fear after witnessing Liao Fan's formidable prowess, the inherently narrow-minded and vengeful serpents would never relent in their pursuits simply due to the strength of their opponent. After all, the serpents, as a collective, possessed a significant numerical advantage, and once they united, they could pose a substantial threat to Liao Fan. As the enraged serpents lunged towards him, Liao Fan could not help but smirk with satisfaction. With a flick of his toes, he chose a path entirely opposite to that of Liao Yun, deliberately diverting all the monsters away from her. Under the command of the serpent priest, an assembly of over 20 serpents surged forth, leaving a multitude of slithering tracks upon the snow-covered ground as they closed in on Liao Fan. Meanwhile, Liao Yun, having reached a safe distance, quickly halted and, watching the serpentine horde led away by her brother, anxiously exclaimed, "This one do. There are too many of them. Even if my brother is formidable, he might not withstand their onslaught. We must find a way to help him." Sun Mu firmly grasped Liao Yun's arm, shaking his head vehemently. "Do not be foolish. Your brother is exceptionally capable. Even if he cannot defeat those serpents, he will devise a means to escape. If we follow, we will only become a burden and jeopardize our own safety." Liao Yun, distressed, protested, "But that is my brother. How can I just?" Yet before she could finish her sentence, a thunderous roar erupted from the outskirts of the artificial lake. Liao Yun swiftly covered her mouth, her expression mirroring the shock of the others as they turned to look, soon realizing that a colossal, bulbous monster was also enragedly pursuing Liao Fan. The creature expanded into a colossal mass of flesh, rolling swiftly across the icy surface like a steamroller, leaving deep imprints on the snow-covered ground. "Everyone, be quiet. Quickly find a place to hide." Sensing the intense malevolence emanating from the monstrous entity, Sun Mu felt a sharp flutter in his eye and urgently beckoned the others to seek refuge in the woods. Whether it was the serpentine tribe or this giant fleshball, both presented an overwhelming terror for Sun Mu. He could only silently pray that this behemoth would not fix its gaze upon him. Fortunately, the monstrous mass did not detect the individuals hiding in the forest. It too was provoked by Liao Fan's actions, frantically searching for traces of him, momentarily setting aside its predatory intentions. Soon, the creature followed the trail left by the serpents, rapidly pursuing Liao Fan ahead. While the survivors concealed in the woods could do nothing but watch in shock as the great beast departed, silently praying for Liao Fan's safety. Chapter 158. Independent Resistance. The hissing sound of venomous serpents, imbued with malice and fury, echoed ominously in the recesses of his mind. Liao Fan surged forward, employing his agile movements to deftly navigate through the myriad of structures, striving to elude the relentless pursuit of the serpent men. Swift and nimble, the serpent men swiftly dispersed under the directive of their priest, each pursuing Liao Fan in frenzied attempts to intercept him from various directions. Despite Liao Fan's commendable speed, the overwhelming onslaught of more than 20 serpent men left him feeling beleaguered, soon forcing him to seek refuge within a dilapidated building. This three-story edifice, designated by the school for the storage of miscellaneous items, was cluttered with an assortment of broken desks and dilapidated chairs, creating a labyrinthine interior. Liao Fan darted into the chaotic storeroom, closing the door behind him with a firm hand, and then ventured into the narrow corridor of the storeroom, surveying his surroundings while exhaling a long sigh of relief. The serpent men continued their relentless pursuit, yet Liao Fan remained unperturbed. As long as he could lure them here and protect his sister from their gaze, he had achieved his objective. With the serpent men yet to arrive, Liao Fan pressed on, racing up the stairs of the storeroom. He traversed several corridors before reaching the rooftop of the aged building, where he concealed himself in an appropriate spot, evading the serpent men's line of sight while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. The wormhole had erupted for several hours. Yet the wood element he anxiously awaited showed no signs of manifesting, a fact that gnawed at him. Recalling the events of his previous life, he knew the medical academy would inevitably witness the emergence of that unique energy, with many survivors having witnessed the arrival of the wood element. However, the precise timing of its appearance remained uncertain. Pressing his back against the wall, Liao Fan fixated on the mist-shrouded space, murmuring to himself, "It appears I must endure and wait. After all, there is still ample time before the wormhole closes. Engaging with these creatures in the meantime is not without merit." With that thought, he drew forth his bone knife, silently wiping the blood from its blade while narrowing his gaze towards the cramped corridor behind him. His choice of concealment was deliberate, anticipating that the serpent men would not relent and would inevitably catch up to him. The narrowness of the corridor favored defense over offense, limiting the serpent men's capacity for a broad attack. Should they pursue him, they would be forced to line up in a fatal procession. Before the wood element made its entrance, he resolved to slay as many serpent men as possible to prevent them from joining the ensuing chaos. With a silent plan in mind, Liao Fan engaged in a few stretches, regulating his breath to absorb the surrounding energy while tempering his murderous intent, merging with the environment. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. A quarter of an hour passed, yet the serpent men had yet to unearth Liao Fan's hiding place. Below in the storeroom, however, the air was thick with the presence of numerous monsters, and Liao Fan surmised they would soon ascend to the rooftop. Suddenly, a sharp and resounding clang pierced the air. The corridor leading to the rooftop was suddenly pierced by a sound of impact, accompanied by the rustling of scales drawing ever closer, now less than 10 meters from Liao Fan's hiding place. "They are coming." Liao Fan, poised and ready, gripped the bone dagger tightly, his gaze fixed intently upon the staircase. The two serpent men had already detected Liao Fan's presence and were racing towards the rooftop in a frenzy. The leftmost serpent man, the swiftest among them, darted past the staircase, thrusting its grotesque snake head into the corridor, flicking its crimson tongue in a frantic search for Liao Fan's hiding spot. Just as it began to pinpoint Liao Fan's location, a flash of black steel arced through the air, slicing through space with a sharp, piercing sound. The serpent man, who had been roaring moments before, suddenly froze, its severed head plummeting to the ground like a basketball, its body collapsing with a thunderous crash. Hiss. The other serpent man, upon discovering its comrade's demise, let out an enormous roar, summoning its brethren for assistance. "This creature is rather clever," Liao Fan scoffed coldly, his gray figure erupting forth like a cannonball, his bone dagger slashing towards the neck of the second serpent man. The severed neck erupted with a torrent of blood, a gaping wound piercing through the tongue and deep into the brain. While ordinary serpent men boasted protective scales, their defenses paled in comparison to those of the serpent priest. Faced with Liao Fan's bone dagger, which could slice through iron as if it were mud, they offered no resistance whatsoever. It emitted a pained shriek, its scaled arm lunging towards Liao Fan's chest. Yet, Liao Fan's agility outpaced that of the serpent man by several folds. He effortlessly ducked, evading the desperate claw strike, and slammed his back into the serpent man's chest. The deadly blade flashed once more. The second serpent man's shrill cry was abruptly silenced, its grotesque form crashing heavily down the staircase, producing a dull thud upon impact. Silence enveloped the scene. Liao Fan maintained his stance, gazing down at the serpent man, whose body lay shattered and mangled, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The serpent men sought to hunt him down, unaware that Liao Fan intended to utilize the environment of this building to eliminate them one by one. Having swiftly dealt with the two serpent men, Liao Fan hoisted the first serpent man's corpse, impaling it with his long knife through the chest, nailing it prominently in the middle of the corridor. This act was not merely a provocation, but a declaration of challenge directed at the serpent priest. As expected, the arriving serpent men soon spotted the body of their fallen comrade, grotesquely suspended against the wall on the top floor, their cold, snake-like eyes widening in fury as they let out furious hisses and roars. The serpent priest, consumed by rage, found it intolerable to be toyed with by a human from the blue planet, and with a furious strike of its tail against the ground, it emitted a more urgent roar. Flanking the serpent priest, a dozen ordinary serpent men howled in madness, sensing their leader's fury as they surged up the staircase with lightning speed. The friction between their scales and the ground produced a sickening rustle, grotesquely slick to the extreme. However, the excessively narrow staircase could hardly accommodate a dozen serpent men simultaneously, their anger causing a chaotic bottleneck that hindered their advance. Indeed, it was time. Lurking behind the railing, Liao Fan let out a cold chuckle and decisively activated his lycanthropic powers. His cellular structure rapidly expanded, every muscle in his body becoming remarkably taut. Sensing the surge of power within, Liao Fan's gaze turned frigid as he swiftly swung his arms, striking the dilapidated wall with tremendous force. Crack! The aged wall could not withstand the impact of his punch, instantly fracturing with numerous fissures. A cascade of mud bricks and reinforced concrete tumbled down. Half of the wall collapsing, an avalanche of rubble burying the staircase leading to the rooftop. The serpent men, trapped on the staircase, were met with calamity as the fallen brick struck them, eliciting anguished hisses of pain. Seizing the opportunity, Liao Fan tightened his grip on the bone blade, diving downward. Landing before a serpent man, and with a swift motion, he delivered a powerful slash. The serpent man's head was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth, mingled with a foul stench, splattering across the entire staircase. Chapter 159, The Soul Guardian. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 3 strokes. Seizing the opportunity while the serpent men were constrained by their surroundings, Liao Fan unleashed a flurry of strikes. Each gleaming arc of his blade severed a serpent man's head from its body. Their screams stifled as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In mere seconds, 5 serpent men lay slain, serving as stepping stones beneath Liao Fan's feet. Hissing in fury, the serpent priest at the rear of the ranks raged, baring its venomous fangs as it prepared a toxic assault. However, before it could unleash its venom, Liao Fan sprang off the corpse of a serpent man, propelling himself upward toward the staircase. The venom coalesced into a dark column of liquid, violently erupting forth, eroding the walls and steps with a sibilant hiss. Yet, Liao Fan had deftly evaded the creature's attack, landing gracefully on the rooftop, entirely unharmed. In stark contrast, the ordinary serpent men who failed to dodge were caught in the priest's poisonous spray, their bodies enveloped in smoke as the corrosive liquid hissed ominously, resulting in widespread devastation. The serpent priest, now even more incensed, roared in rage, smashing the banister of the staircase with its clawed appendage, bellowing as if to summon Liao Fan for a final confrontation. Liao Fan, however, paid no heed to the beast's bluster. Clutching his bone knife, he stood resolutely at the staircase's threshold, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "You wish to kill me? Then come up and try." Hissing furiously, the serpent priest, possessing a keen intellect, seemed to comprehend Liao Fan's taunt. It flicked its serpentine tail, attempting to charge at him. Yet, halfway through its advance, it halted abruptly, narrowing its cold, beady eyes as it scanned for potential traps that Liao Fan might have set upon the stairs. Observing this, Liao Fan's derision deepened. Standing alone with his blade at the narrow staircase's end, he continued his provocation. "I never thought the serpent folk would be so cowardly. Perhaps I have overestimated you." The serpent priest, incensed, bristled as every scale along its body stood on end. Its remarkable intellect allowed it to grasp fragments of human speech. Even if it could not understand every word, the sheer mockery reflected in Liao Fan's demeanor was sufficient to drive it into a frenzy. Driven by rage, the serpent priest flared its jaws wide and surged down the ruined corridor, electrified with fury as it lunged toward Liao Fan. Yet, he merely chuckled coldly, waiting until the distance closed to a mere half-meter before swiftly spinning his bone knife, unleashing a black streak of lightning. However, this strike was not aimed at the serpent priest, but rather cleaved through the floor beneath him with a piercing sound. The decrepit wooden floor, unable to withstand the force, splintered as a grotesque crack appeared, even severing the steel reinforcements beneath the concrete, revealing a gash half a meter long. With a thunderous crash, the fractured floor could no longer support the serpent priest's weight, plunging downward in an instant. The serpent priest's elongated claws were less than half a meter away from Liao Fan. Yet, as its body sank, it could only reluctantly shift aside, fiercely clawing at the wall to its left. The talons, sharp as daggers, embedded deeply into the wall, anchoring its body in midair. A resounding crash echoed as the collapsing floor struck the levels below, creating a dull thud. The serpent priest roared in fury, preparing to ascend using the leverage of its claws, only to be met with a dark arc of blades slicing from above, aimed directly at its serpentine visage. The chilling blade cleaved the heavens, showering brilliant light upon the scene. Terrified, the serpent priest had no choice but to counter with its claws. The clash of metal rang out as the blade met the talons, producing a crisp, resonant sound. Sparks flew as the serpent priest's body was jolted downward. Even its grasp on the wall could not withstand such force, leaving behind 5 ghastly gouges on the surface as it succumbed to gravity. Die. Liao Fan swung his blade once more, delivering a devastating strike aimed straight at the serpent priest's scaled head. The ferocious energy of the blow chilled the serpent priest's scalp, compelling it to withdraw its claws from the wall as it plummeted directly downward. It dodged with remarkable speed, yet could not evade the blade's relentless pursuit. Feeling a sudden chill as the tip sliced across its forehead, drawing forth a shallow crimson line. With a thunderous crash, the serpent priest descended, crashing onto its brethren below, eliciting a chorus of anguished hisses from the lower levels. Enraged to the utmost, it extended its grotesque claws toward its head, observing the blood seeping from above. Its face, marked with azure patterns, contorted in a grotesque display of fury. In terms of combat prowess, the serpent priest, while not quite matching Liao Fan, was still formidable. If it rallied its entire serpent horde and surged forward, it could undoubtedly pose a significant threat. However, the adversary opted against a direct confrontation, instead utilizing the narrow corridor as a natural shield, steadfastly defending the staircase with a single blade, thus gaining a considerable tactical advantage. No matter the serpent priest strategizing, it could not ascend to the rooftop. Liao Fan, from his elevated position, dispatched any that dared approach, plunging the serpent horde into a dire predicament. Furious, the serpent priest roared with madness, its face a canvas of resentment, yet it found itself powerless against this being from Blue Star. As it sensed the frenzy of its kin, Liao Fan could not help but chuckle, a smirk gracing his lips as he taunted, "In my previous life, I suffered greatly at the hands of your kind. To counter you, I invested considerable time studying the weaknesses of serpent beings." The serpent priest, howling in rage, was oblivious to the man's musings. Out of a wary respect for Liao Fan, it reluctantly abandoned its aggressive tactics, leading the remaining ordinary serpents in a staunch defense of the staircase. Although the horde could not ascend, neither could Liao Fan descend. Now it was a test of endurance. As for patience, Liao Fan was unafraid, crossing his arms and remaining motionless against the wall, continuing to relish the fury etched upon the serpent priest's face. He even took the time to extract a portion of provisions and a bottle of mineral water, calmly savoring his meal before the eyes of all the serpent folk. Naturally, the serpent priest had no interest in human food, yet witnessing Liao Fan relishing his meal with such delight ignited a profound frustration within, almost making it wish to pierce him with its serpent eyes. It had come here in search of sustenance, only to encounter this wretched human who obstructed its pursuit of a warm meal, helplessly watching as the food slipped away. Now, this detestable disruptor stood less than 5 meters away, holding a delectable loaf of bread and indulging in it with evident pleasure, squinting in bliss. The serpent priest was so infuriated that it felt as though its chest might explode. Liao Fan's actions were clearly intended to provoke the serpent priestess' emotions, compelling it to act irrationally. However, the serpent priest was not foolish. Despite its teeth gritting in anger, it could only forcibly suppress its fury, continuing to lead its kin in a standoff against the man. Time trickled by, Liao Fan remained motionless, and the serpents dared not make a rash move. After a full half-hour, the serpent priest ultimately lost patience and emitted a disgruntled hiss, preparing to lead its kin to seek food elsewhere. Yet, just as the serpent folk were about to abandon the standoff and depart, another unforeseen event unfolded, surpassing their wildest imaginations. Chapter 160, The Long-Awaited Entity Beneath the Building. A colossal, gelatinous creature loomed menacingly, obstructing every exit with its extended, ebony tendrils. The serpent priest, taken aback, gazed upon the corpulent, fur-covered monstrosity and swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation, unleashing a low, guttural roar. It was evident that this creature had also arrived seeking vengeance. Previously, it had successfully cornered the survivors, poised to relish its meal. However, due to Liao Fan's unwelcome interference, coupled with the emergence of these serpentine beings, chaos ensued, allowing all survivors to flee. Famished, the gelatinous beast was unwilling to relent, seizing the opportunity while the serpents were locked in confrontation with Liao Fan. It employed its multitude of black tendrils to seal off the building's exits, intent on trapping both the serpent priest and Liao Fan within. The situation grew increasingly intriguing, with Liao Fan, the serpent priest, and the massive gelatinous creature each vying for dominance, all wishing for the demise of the other two. Yet, out of mutual trepidation, none dared to initiate an attack. They remained immobile, each guarding their territory, locked in a tense stalemate. On the surface, the serpent priest appeared to possess a numerical advantage with its numerous subordinates. However, its position was precarious, caught between Liao Fan above and the gelatinous creature below, making it uncertain whether it could even escape the building, let alone seek sustenance elsewhere. Realizing the precariousness of its predicament, the serpent priest emitted a more frenzied roar. Its patience finally exhausted, it resolved to act, coiling its tail around a wooden chair and hurling it forcefully at the encroaching black tendrils. The battle was imminent. Sensing the serpent priest's actions, the gelatinous creature responded with a thunderous bellow that reverberated through the entire floor. In the next moment, the ebony tendrils spun wildly, their flower bud-like maws agape, charging directly toward the serpents above. The aging structure could scarcely withstand the impact of the tendrils. As debris and shards of glass erupted from within, a host of serpents roared in defiance, and the seemingly tranquil edifice was plunged into a frenzy of combat. The serpents were the first to strike, launching frenzied attacks against the black tendrils, using their sharp fangs and claws to rend the appendages, leaving deep gashes in their wake. Yet, the tendrils, endowed with immense strength, retaliated fiercely, ensnaring the serpents and voraciously consuming the ordinary ones whole. Meanwhile, the serpent priest concocted a venomous onslaught, spewing corrosive liquid at the tendrils, dissolving several into pools of viscous black sludge. The scene descended into utter chaos as a throng of serpents charged forward, plunging into a heated battle against the gelatinous entity. As for Liao Fan, he maintained a posture of detached observation, relishing the chaos below with a cold, satisfied smile. Let them tear each other apart like dogs. Once the battle has raged long enough, I shall reap the benefits of their strife. The sounds of feral roars, violent collisions, and walls shattering under immense force filled every corner of the building. Amidst the melee, shards of glass rained down, while serpent folk climbed the walls, desperately attempting to escape through the windows. Once they reached a more open space, their numerical advantage would become apparent, rendering any obstacles futile. Liao Fan watched quietly, unfazed by the actions of the ordinary serpent folk, his gaze fixed intently on the serpent priest. Anticipating that this creature would attempt a similar escape, he suddenly stomped his foot and launched himself into the air, sneering, "The others may flee, but you shall stay and face your demise." With a thunderous roar, a black-boned dagger shot forth like lightning, momentarily halting the serpent priest's movements. The glimmering blade struck its back, the resilient scales absorbing the brunt of the impact, preventing the dagger from cleaving its body. However, the sharp edge still carved a slender line of blood into the serpent priest's flesh, inflicting tremendous pain and causing it to tumble from the wall, crashing heavily to the ground. At that moment, a black tentacle burst through the window, propelled by immense inertia, aiming to eliminate both Liao Fan and the serpent priest. With a scoff, Liao Fan swiftly pivoted on his left foot, evading the strike with remarkable agility. The serpent priest, having sustained a grievous injury to its back, momentarily forgot to dodge and was violently struck by the thick tentacle, sending it crashing back to the ground, blood spewing forth. Now fully consumed by rage, it emitted a frenzied roar, its serpent eyes glowing with an eerie green light. It lashed its tail at the encroaching black tentacle, inflating its jaws. A mass of venomous liquid coalesced within its mouth, swirling like a vortex, before erupting as a column of black liquid, colliding fiercely with the tentacle. The impact was explosive. The serpent priest's corrosive venom immediately dissolved the tentacle, reducing it to a smoking, charred stub. Liao Fan seized the moment, his blade slicing through the air in a sweeping arc, severing the black appendage while simultaneously aiming for the serpent priest's neck. The serpent priest retaliated with its claws, the force of the collision reverberating as its body was sent reeling backward, shattering the glass window and plummeting down over a drop of 5 or 6 meters. Liao Fan promptly leaped through the broken window, soaring through the air as he brought his blade down with ferocity upon the serpent priest. The creature managed to roll into the snow, retreating to the cover of nearby trees. Just as Liao Fan prepared to pursue, he sensed a fierce wind approaching from behind. Instinctively, he abandoned the chase, flicking his blade backward to sever the tentacle that had attempted a surprise attack. The gelatinous creature also remained vigilant to the shifting tides of circumstance. Upon discovering that the serpent priest had sustained grave injuries and posed little threat, it promptly redirected its focus, retracting most of its tendrils to unleash a series of relentless assaults upon Liao Fan. Liao Fan adeptly evaded the onslaught of tendrils, twirling his bone dagger with a glacial intensity in his gaze. "Very well, the serpent priest is incapacitated. Now it is your turn." He propelled himself forward, gliding close to the ground to avoid the sweeping tendrils, and with a deft maneuver, aimed for the base of the appendages. The blade whirled, severing the tendrils, thick as an adult's thigh, at their roots. Simultaneously, he lunged towards the core of the gelatinous monstrosity. As he charged, Liao Fan activated his werewolf transformation, his body rapidly swelling and his explosive power surging exponentially. He deftly navigated past several flailing tendrils, drawing nearer to the creature's essence. With renewed vigor, he swung the bone dagger once more, cleaving through the air with the brilliance of a crescent moon. The radiant arc of the blade disregarded all barriers, carving a half-meter-long gash into the gelatinous beast, blood and viscous fluid splattering forth in tumultuous sprays. Now, the creature had sustained a severe blow, immediately thrashing its tendrils in a frenzy, striking towards Liao Fan like cannon fire. Bang, bang, bang. The successive thuds left Liao Fan momentarily blinded. And although the bat-simian battle garb boasted formidable defense, it could not entirely dissipate the impact of the creature's appendages. With a forceful twist of his body, Liao Fan tumbled heavily into the snow. As he prepared to rise, he caught sight of a sudden eruption of green energy behind him and swiftly turned to investigate. There, within the woods of the school's back mountain, the ground trembled inexplicably, akin to an earthquake. From the fissured earth, a shimmering green aura permeated, almost staining the mountainside. The essence of wood element. At last, the long-awaited phenomenon has finally emerged. Chapter 161. The frenzied chase in the verdant embrace of the school's rear mountains. An emerald luminescence erupted with fervent intensity, dazzling like a celestial nebula. A tremendous tremor rippled through the ground, fracturing the earth and creating a vast chasm, causing the mountainous terrain on either side to sink under the relentless vibration. Billowing clouds of smoke, interspersed with countless fissures, spread in every direction. Beneath this fractured surface, a brilliant green radiance surged skyward, transforming into blinding beams of light that swiftly radiated outward. The resplendent emerald glow ascended, exuding a captivating brilliance. Deep within this verdant luminescence, an overwhelming aura of life emanated, igniting a fervent exhilaration in Liao Fan's heart, his gaze ablaze with fervor. "Is it here?" he murmured, his grip on the blade tightening to the point of pallor from his overwhelming excitement and tension. This elemental energy coalesced from the natural spiritual essence. While incapable of forcibly elevating one's evolutionary tier as source crystals do, possessed a potent life attribute. Anyone fortunate enough to harness it would gain vitality several times greater than that of their peers at the same level of ability. In his previous life, Liao Fan had not encountered the wood elemental energy. It was only 5 years into the apocalypse that he chanced upon an ability wielder who could manipulate wood elements. Empowered by that formidable elemental energy, the individual became virtually indestructible, capable of rapid recovery from any injury as long as they drew breath, owing to the life force bestowed by the wood element. Act now. Liao Fan's heart raced with fervor, and without a moment's hesitation, he stomped his foot against the ground, launching into a swift sprint. To reach the source of the wood element as quickly as possible, he activated his wolf transformation ability, his body expanding rapidly. Enveloped in a coat of light brown fur, metamorphosing into a nearly 2-meter-tall wolfman, darting forward like a fleeting shadow. Simultaneously, the injured creature and the serpent priest that had retreated into the woods sensed the surge of elemental energy emanating from the rear mountains. In an instant, the monster's eyes blazed crimson, mirroring Liao Fan's own fervent excitement as it turned its body to race toward the same destination. Elemental energy, even in the vast expanse of outer space, is exceedingly rare. Any creature, be it human or beast, that refines such energy is endowed with formidable natural attributes. The wood element symbolizes vibrant life force. Possessing it equates to wielding an indomitable self-healing ability. With a thunderous roar, the creature unleashed its multitude of tentacles, striking ferociously at Liao Fan, intent on thwarting his approach to the source of the green radiance. Liao Fan, however, deftly evaded the onslaught, his agility allowing him to dance around the creature's strikes, his legs propelling him off the ground with explosive speed, his form becoming a mere shadow of movement. He pressed on without pausing or retaliating. The allure of the wood elemental energy was far too compelling, inciting the covetousness of all creatures in the vicinity. With the emergence of that vibrant life force, all the creatures within the academy ceased their foraging, hastening towards a singular direction. Liao Fan had to muster all his strength to be the first to seize the wood element. In the throes of his frantic dash, he concentrated all his power into his legs, causing the snow-covered ground to collapse beneath him. With a resounding crack, the blue bricks beneath his feet shattered, and Liao Fan propelled himself forward like a cannonball, suddenly appearing several meters away. The black tendrils were utterly unable to keep pace with his movements, striking the ground ineffectually, sending debris flying and earth churning. In another direction, the serpent priest was hissing and roaring, disregarding his grievous injuries as he too reached the pinnacle of his speed, hurtling towards the rear mountain. The three figures momentarily set aside their previous animosities, fixated solely on claiming the wood element energy. From other areas of the academy, the sounds of beastly roars echoed, as beyond Liao Fan, the serpent priest, and the gelatinous creature, numerous extraterrestrial beings surged towards the rear mountain with fervor. In an instant, the rear mountain erupted into chaos. The cacophony of roars and the tremors of various monsters trampling the ground mingled with the shrieks of survivors, transforming the once silent academy into a boiling cauldron of panic. Even the birds hiding in the forested rear mountain fluttered their wings frantically, flocking towards the source of the verdant aura. Simultaneously, Sunmu, Liao Yun, and others, concealed within the woods of the rear mountain, gasped in astonishment. Why is there an earthquake at the rear mountain? I don't know. Look, those monsters are all rushing towards the same direction. Something incredible must be happening there. The human survivors, slow to comprehend, were oblivious to the implications, merely sensing the multitude of creatures charging towards a singular location, their terror manifesting in screams. At the forefront of the group, Sunmu gazed at the extraterrestrial beings swiftly traversing the woods, his expression pale. This is dire. The direction those monsters are charging towards is alarmingly close. We must change our escape route immediately. The sheer number of monsters posed a significant threat. Although these creatures were not directly targeting them, Sunmu's hiding place was still within the rear mountain's domain. A direct encounter with these monsters could spell doom. Without hesitation, he waved his hand to the crowd, decisively leading them to a different hiding spot. However, Liao Yun, who had been following closely behind, suddenly sensed something amiss. She turned her gaze towards the depths of the rear mountain, where a radiant green light was intensifying, and said in a hushed tone, "Strange, it's so bright there. It seems something is glowing, drawing these monsters closer." Sun Mu also spotted the towering green beam and, trembling slightly, remarked, "Indeed, something is emitting light, and it's relatively close. But the closer we get, the more perilous it becomes." The location of the wood element was alarmingly near to the crowd. And should the monsters collectively engage in a frenzy for it, a catastrophic battle would undoubtedly ensue, dragging the nearby human survivors into the fray. This would undoubtedly spell disaster for Sun Mu and his companions. "Look, my brother has also arrived. He is over there." Just as Sun Mu found himself at a loss, contemplating how to escape this perilous area, the sharp-eyed Liao Yun once again spotted a familiar figure and hurriedly pointed in that direction. Where? Sun Mu focused his gaze and immediately discerned Liao Fan, who was charging ahead of the monster, having transformed into his werewolf form, swiftly dashing into the woods of the back mountain. Chapter 162. Relentless Pursuit in a Frenzied Dash. Liao Fan relied on his remarkable agility and explosive power, nearly shaking off all the monsters in pursuit. He surged ahead, plunging into the woods of the back mountain, leaving a long trail of footprints in the snow. As his speed increased further, Liao Fan found himself perilously close to the area of the wood element's eruption, with less than 200 meters separating him from the radiant green light. However, just as he resolved to press on and cover the remaining distance, a familiar voice rang out beside him. "Brother, what are you running for?" "Shaman?" Liao Fan abruptly skidded to a halt, his body gliding against the snow as his gaze swiftly shifted toward the source of the call. Upon noticing Liao Yun and Sun Mu racing toward him with a dozen survivors, Liao Fan's expression changed, and he hastily exclaimed, "Why are you hiding here?" As she ran, Liao Yun replied, "Didn't you tell us to take refuge in the back? What on earth is happening? Why are all the monsters converging in the same direction?" "Let us not discuss that now. You need to keep up with me." Liao Fan interrupted his sister, scanning their surroundings. Monsters were emerging from every corner of the school, and the place where Liao Yun and the others were situated was perilously close to the wood element, which would soon be overrun by the frenzied creatures. In this situation, no direction was safe. He could only lead everyone away with him, at Liao Fan's command. Sun Mu and the others had no choice but to steel themselves and run alongside him. As they sprinted, Sun Mu inquired, "What lies ahead that has driven those monsters into such a frenzy?" "There exists a unique energy there, rarer than source crystals. Soon, all the monsters will partake in the scramble. You must look after yourselves and avoid attracting their attention," Liao Fan replied, urgency clouding his tone as he propelled himself forward once more, akin to a cannonball, leaping across 10 meters to finally reach the domain of the wood element. Before him lay a massive chasm over 10 meters in diameter at the summit of the back mountain, beneath which hovered an orb radiating a verdant aura, quietly suspended in the air. The emerald light, infused with a rich essence of life, illuminated much of the valley, causing the surrounding rocks to glisten with a jade-like luster. Under the influence of this life force, the surrounding withered flora began to sprout tender shoots, various wild grasses, and trees visibly breaking through the earth, breathing life into the snow-covered ground. This was the wondrous utility of the wood element. Even a defunct blade of grass could be rejuvenated by its energy. "Wonderful! After such a long wait, I can finally obtain you," Liao Fan exclaimed in awe. He immediately gestured for Sun Mu and the others to find a place to conceal themselves before leaping into the valley. His legs braced against the slope as he glided swiftly downward, drawing ever closer. Beneath the slope exceeding 60 degrees lies a fractured crevice, deep within which a myriad of flowers and grasses flourish exuberantly, resembling a verdant meadow that isolates the frost-ridden periphery. At the very heart of this lush greenery floats a fist-sized orb, emanating a dazzling emerald glow. The vigorous life force surrounding this luminous green point radiates a crystalline hue, pulsating with an incessant sparkle. Could this be the essence of the wood element? It is astonishing that such a phenomenon has remained concealed deep underground. Liao Fan swiftly glides down the slope, his gaze fixated on the green orb, his breath quickening, and his expression growing increasingly urgent. The wood element is an exceptionally unique natural energy, nearly devoid of substance. At first glance, it appears as an ethereal cloud of vibrant green light, lacking a fixed shape, akin to a balloon swaying in the breeze. Yet the formidable elemental aura emanating from within this green orb instills an insatiable yearning within Liao Fan. At last, the distance closes rapidly, leaving merely 30 meters. Impatiently, Liao Fan plants his foot, propelling himself off the valley stone wall, soaring through the air, his left hand outstretched towards that verdant essence. Suddenly, a furious roar erupts from behind him, mingled with the shrill cry of his sister, "Liao Yun, brother, be careful." Without a moment's hesitation, Liao Fan does not need to look back. He has already sensed the imminent attack from behind, and he swiftly slices with his bone blade. The fierce arc of the blade coalescing into a dazzling streak that cleaves the black tendril, attacking him in two, dark ichor splattering across the ground. Simultaneously, from the precipice above, a massive, rolling mass descends, akin to a meteor, hurtling downward with tremendous force. This creature is alarmingly swift. Gazing at the monstrous orb careening wildly against the stone wall, Liao Fan's eyes glint with cold determination, and he pivots once more to draw closer to the wood element. His speed surpasses that of the rolling beast. In the blink of an eye, he bridges the 20-meter gap, his fingertips nearly grazing the luminous green sphere. However, almost concurrently, a chilling hiss pierces the air as a black venomous beam hurtles towards him from the side, aimed straight at Liao Fan's back. It is the venom of the serpent priest. Just as he is about to grasp his target, he is compelled to halt, twisting his body to narrowly evade the venomous onslaught. With a sickening splatter, the venomous column grazes past him, crashing violently against a boulder below the cliff. The corrosive force leaves shallow pits upon the rock, over a meter in diameter, as the venom spreads, emitting hissing smoke, perforating the massive stone weighing several hundred pounds. Seeking death, Liao Fan bellows, redirecting his murderous gaze towards the serpent priest who ambushed him. With a powerful leap, he spins, unleashing a series of swift strikes with his bone blade, extending a dark arc of lethal intent. The serpent priest hissed fiercely, its injured body thrashing as it wildly swung its claws, clashing incessantly with the bone dagger. The previous battle had left the serpent priest grievously wounded. Both its stamina and combat prowess were severely diminished. Under normal circumstances, the serpent priest would never dare confront Liao Fan. Yet the overwhelming vitality of the wood element had completely dulled its sense of fear. With cold, serpentine eyes, it recklessly attacked Liao Fan, intent on seizing the wood elemental energy at any cost. In this desperate state, the serpent priest demonstrated formidable combat strength. Although it could not repel Liao Fan, it nonetheless posed a significant threat, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, making it increasingly difficult for him to approach the verdant orb of light. Meanwhile, beneath the valley, more serpents emitted hissing roars. As the serpent priest desperately entangled Liao Fan, hindering his movements, other ordinary serpents rushed in, seeking to exploit the situation for their own gain. Cursed be the numbers of the serpents. If they all scattered and joined the fray, I would hold no advantage whatsoever. Watching the serpents swiftly converge from various directions towards the wood element, Liao Fan's gaze grew profoundly despondent. Chapter 163. Joining the battle, his combat prowess was indeed extraordinary, firmly suppressing the serpent priest. However, it was impossible for him to single-handedly deal with all the serpent creatures in such an expansive arena. Moreover, other monstrous entities were encroaching from various parts of the valley. If time were to lag, a true chaotic melee would inevitably ensue. Begone! With this thought, Liao Fan immediately concentrated all his energy, his left hand swelling once more as 5 sharp wolf claws elongated further, relentlessly striking at the serpent priest's neck. Bang! This assault was devoid of any embellishments. It was merely the unreserved explosive power of the werewolf, shattering the serpent priest's defenses and crashing heavily against its neck. Crack! The bones of the serpent priest emitted a brittle snap as its neck twisted, sending its body careening sideways, forcefully smashing into a boulder. Liao Fan, using the tips of his toes to spring forth, intended to drive away the remaining serpents. Yet, a shadow of a black whip darted faster than he could react, soaring over his head like an octopus, directly coiling towards the shimmering mass of energy. Get lost. Liao Fan had no choice but to retract his blade, propelling himself once more, using his body as a shield to forcibly block the approaching black tendril. Bang! The black tendril coiled and struck like a colossal whip, crashing heavily against Liao Fan's chest. Accompanied by a thunderous sound, he felt a rush of warmth in his chest, a metallic taste flooding his throat, as he almost coughed up blood. A regular person would likely have their bones shattered by such a brutal blow. Fortunately, as an extraordinary being, Liao Fan's resilient physique, coupled with the protection of his bat-like battle attire, absorbed most of the impact. Even so, the full-force strike from the gelatinous creature sent Liao Fan hurtling backward, his back crashing against a rock, embedding part of his body into the fractured stone. Ignoring the pain, Liao Fan gritted his teeth and swiftly retaliated, grasping the tendril that clutched his chest and pulling it forcefully backward. The tendril tautened instantly, the immense strength causing the gelatinous creature to lose its footing, continuing to roll down the mountainside. With a rumbling sound, the massive gelatinous form resembled a meteor hammer, shattering the rocky surface and sweeping through the serpents, sending numerous serpents near the wooden elemental flying before crashing heavily against the mountainside. The mountain trembled violently, engulfed in a cloud of dust. The gelatinous creature writhed in pain, yet it continued to lash out with all its tendrils, attacking everything in its vicinity. Both human and beast, under the influence of the wooden elemental's primal aura, descended into madness, disregarding all caution. In addition to the three factions engaged in battle, other types of monsters were drawn to the fray, leaping into the valley to join the frenzied scramble. Just as Liao Fan extricated himself from the rocky barrier, a green primate-like creature appeared before him. Its body covered in fluffy fur. Though small in stature, it moved with remarkable speed, leaping onto a rock and extending its claws towards the green aura. Scavenging ape. Even this creature has been lured in. Liao Fan narrowed his eyes, letting out a low grunt as he spun his bone blade, piercing through the scavenging ape's back and emerging from its chest. After dealing with the food-rotting ape, Liao Fan felt the ground trembling beneath him. Looking down, he noticed the earth suddenly cracking, creating a half-meter-wide hole. From the dark depths of the cave, a dozen grotesquely ugly saber-toothed mice emerged, eagerly swarming out to compete for the wood element. Get lost. With a low growl, the bone knife transformed into a meat grinder, suddenly appearing before the claws of the saber-toothed mice. The blade slashed fiercely, drawing a black arc that severed the claws of the mice, and with a powerful kick, he sent the corpulent creatures flying. Yet, more monsters were charging in. Lizards crawled close to the ground, while face-hugging bugs leaped like fleas, and armored insectoid creatures surged into the valley, all madly rushing towards the green orb of light. Liao Fan found himself overwhelmed. But in order to prevent these monsters from advancing, he had no choice but to swiftly wield the bone knife, striking repeatedly. Amidst the chaos, the serpent priest drew closer, continuously spraying venom to repel the smaller extraterrestrial creatures. The fleshball monsters swung their tentacles, weaving a massive net that ruthlessly strangled, attacking their competitors without hesitation. Though the valley was teeming with monsters, only Liao Fan, the serpent priest, and the fleshball monsters were the most formidable. To avoid being outmaneuvered by other extraterrestrial beings, the three parties temporarily ceased fighting, each claiming a territory to fiercely intercept the lesser beasts. Liao Fan moved like lightning, weaving effortlessly among the hordes of monsters, the bone knife relentlessly striking down the creatures. However, the prolonged battle had severely drained his stamina. The once manageable weight of the bone knife became increasingly burdensome, and gradually, he began to feel overwhelmed. Yet he could not afford to relent. He gritted his teeth, determined to continue spinning the blade, eliminating every foe that dared to approach. Just as exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him, and he was being pushed back by the relentless monsters, a sudden dark light pierced through the air above the valley, forming a straight line that shot through a saber-toothed mouse that was about to sink its teeth into Liao Fan's neck. Liao Fan retaliated with an elbow strike, shattering the shell of a nearby insectoid creature, while quickly raising his gaze to the source of the arrow. On the low slope of the valley, two figures, a man and a woman, were sprinting towards him. It was Sun Mu and his sister, Liao Yun. Sun Mu wielded a folding crossbow, continuously pulling the trigger to shoot arrows into the air, piercing through the surrounding monsters. Liao Yun, clutching a combat dagger, moved agilely, darting through the valley, and soon reached Liao Fan's vicinity, calling out, "Brother, we're here to help you. What are you doing here?" Liao Fan exclaimed in frustration, stamping his feet. Though their presence could alleviate some of his burden, facing these ferocious and fearless beasts, Liao Yun's still evolving body was far from sufficient to contend with them. Liao Yun gasped, declaring, "I refuse to remain hidden behind you. We are siblings, and we should face every challenge together. Since childhood, you have treated me as a mere child, shielding me at every turn. Do not forget that I have long since come of age." "Very well, just be cautious. I cannot protect you at all times," Liao Fan replied, rendered speechless. Liao Yun had always been articulate, and during their quarrels, it was invariably he who bore the brunt. Moreover, Liao Yun had indeed matured. Although she felt an initial surge of fear upon encountering monsters for the first time, after enduring numerous pursuits and bolstered by the essence of the source crystal within her, she gradually acclimated to the brutal atmosphere of slaughter. While her abilities could not rival Liao Fan's, she was nonetheless formidable compared to others. Her agile, petite frame, coupled with her lithe physique and the sharp combat dagger in her hand, endowed Liao Yun with considerable combat prowess, allowing her to adeptly handle low-level, small monsters. Sun Mu also displayed commendable performance. After extensive training, he had completely conquered his inner fears. As he repeatedly pulled the trigger, each bolt shot forth with precision, piercing the monster's skulls. Furthermore, having undergone partial transformation with the source crystal, he possessed strength several times greater than usual. A single punch from him was capable of shattering stone, and even the toughest monster skulls could not withstand the force of his blow. Chapter 164. Whose hand will the deer die? And the two stood on either side, clearing the surrounding beasts for Liao Fan, finally granting him a moment to breathe after an extended battle. All right, you two hold this position for me. I will seize that glowing object, and once I have it in hand, we shall charge out together. A flicker of appreciation crossed Liao Fan's eyes as he regarded the capable duo. At last, he was free to move, pivoting on his heel and utilizing the ground's elasticity to elevate himself once more. In the instant his body soared into the air, Liao Fan extended his left hand, reaching for the wood element light sphere once again. Roar! Not far away, the gelatinous creature and the serpent priest simultaneously sensed his movement, issuing another fierce roar. A thunderous bellow echoed as three black tentacles shattered the rocks and shot forth from the ground. At the tips of the tentacles, bud-like mouths expanded, their circular fangs snapping open and shut like a spiked board, aiming to bite down on Liao Fan's arm. Liao Fan did not evade. He had grown weary of the ceaseless struggle. Accepting the pain of the tentacles latching onto his arm, he thrust the bone dagger forward, fiercely targeting the green light orb. Swish! The gelatinous creature's tentacles extended wildly, wrapping tightly around Liao Fan's left arm. With a powerful tug, they sought to drag him forcefully toward the ground. However, the bone dagger collided with the green light sphere, and with a hissing sound, the wood element orb was knocked aside by half a meter, losing its levitation and plummeting rapidly toward the earth. Hiss! The serpent priest, who had been concealed behind the rocks, seized the opportunity, leaping forth and swinging its long, thick tail in an attempt to ensnare the orb. Stop! The moment Liao Fan's back hit the ground, he let out a thunderous roar. Simultaneously, the gelatinous creature lashed out with its remaining tentacles, battering the serpent priest in succession. The serpent priest screamed in a frenzy, desperately racing toward the green light sphere, its elongated claws nearly grazing it. Yet, the incoming tentacles struck it heavily on the back with a resounding crash, slamming it into the surface below. Despite being armored in tough serpent scales, the brutal impact caused the serpent priest to grimace in agony, its eyes nearly bulging from the strain. As it was driven into the ground, blood spewed forth, and its tail thrashed violently against the earth, producing a rattlesnake-like hiss of fury. The gelatinous creature seized the moment to strike, deploying more tentacles to weave a vast black net, swiftly enveloping the green light sphere. The net formed by the tentacles constricted tightly, ensnaring the orb while desperately pulling it toward its own body. In this maneuver, the gelatinous creature gained an unassailable advantage. Convinced of its victory, each tentacle quivering with excitement. Yet, it underestimated the collaborative prowess of the serpent kin. Though the serpent priest was pinned to the ground and unable to move, it immediately unleashed a hissing roar. In an instant, all the serpent creatures responded in unison with ferocious cries, then surged toward the gelatinous creature, launching themselves fearlessly into the fray. For these ordinary serpents, the gelatinous creature was an almost invincible foe, yet summoned by the serpent priest, they chose to recklessly hurl themselves forward, using their bodies as shields, fervently obstructing the gelatinous creature's scheme to seize the orb. Roar! The fleshball monster, enraged to the utmost, wildly coiled its tentacles, smashing one serpent creature after another into the ground, shattering bones and tearing sinews. The serpent priest, dragging its severely injured body, struggled to rise again, intent on continuing its desperate attempts to seize control. Yet in the very next moment, a flash of black steel sliced through the air like a vengeful lightning bolt, striking from the side. Seizing the opportunity while the serpent priest focused all its attention on the wooden elemental orb, the bone knife struck fiercely upon its back. Die. The blade, imbued with explosive force, combined with Liao Fan's thunderous roar, unleashed a dark metallic fury. The point of impact overlapped precisely with that of the previous blow, delivering a double strike to the same spot. Even the most resilient of serpent scales could scarcely endure such an assault. Instantly, the serpent priest's armor shattered. A deep crimson gash exceeding half a meter appeared, stretching from its left shoulder to its lower back, with internal organs and bones laid bare. This was a truly lethal wound. The blade severed its spine, and the internal organs succumbed to the blade's energy, shattering as well. No matter how formidable the serpent priest's outer armor was, its insides remained the most vulnerable aspect of its anatomy. The chilling edge continued to extend, instilling in the serpent priest a profound sense of impending death. With multiple injuries, it was already too weak to fight, let alone evade Liao Fan's fatal strike. Yet, driven by primal ferocity, the serpent priest launched a final counterattack. As its body was pierced by the blade, its serpentine tail lashed out like a steel whip, striking Liao Fan's abdomen from below with tremendous force. Bang! After a dull thud, Liao Fan was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the stone wall once more. The serpent priest's desperate last stand unleashed a force beyond any previous collision, bending Liao Fan's body into a shrimp-like curve, his features contorted in agony. The impact was so powerful that even the bat monkey armor could not completely mitigate it, despite having absorbed much of the force. The residual impact caused Liao Fan to writhe in pain, nearly provoking him to vomit blood. It could be said that without the protection of the armor, this singular blow alone would have inflicted a fatal injury on him. Fortunately, the armor's defensive capabilities were commendable, although Liao Fan still convulsed in pain. His internal organs had yet to suffer severe damage. Hiss. Now you can no longer continue your theft, can you? Liao Fan gasped in pain, lifting his gaze, only to have his expression shift once more. The near-death serpent priest, despite collapsing to the ground, summoned every ounce of remaining power within it, conjuring a jet-black column of venomous liquid in the air, fiercely locking onto the rapidly descending wooden elemental orb and shooting forth in a frenzied burst. This creature intended to destroy the energy of the wooden element. This was dire. Liao Fan's eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. The serpent priest's venom possessed a unique corrosive quality. If it tainted the wooden element, it would undoubtedly contaminate it, rendering it impossible for Liao Fan to refine through his body even if he managed to seize such energy. Stop. Upon contemplating this, Liao Fan gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain coursing through his body, propelling himself once more into action. He hurled the bone dagger with great force towards the mass of black venom. Boom. The venomous attack had not yet reached its target when it collided with the bone dagger, resulting in a violent explosion that unleashed a powerful shockwave. The bone dagger was sent spiraling back by the force of the wave, which subsequently swept over the green orb of light, compelling it to veer off course and shoot towards another direction within the valley. Suppressing the urge to curse, Liao Fan sprang into action, attempting to pursue. But the gelatinous monster had become frenzied, thrashing its root-like appendages to ensnare Liao Fan's thigh and waist, rendering him unable to follow. Damn it! As he struggled, he called out to Liao Yun, Xiao Yun, quick, lend a hand. Hearing his plea amidst her own battle with other creatures, Liao Yun did not hesitate. She leaped up and caught the wooden elemental orb with both hands. However, the moment her hands made contact with the green orb, an eerie suction emerged from within. Ah, what is happening? Liao Yun exclaimed in surprise, feeling the strange energy of the green orb, desperately trying to shake it off. Yet, her movements were a second too slow. As the green aura brushed against her body, it transformed into ethereal green threads that, in a bizarre manner, wound their way into her, forcefully integrating with her being at the points of contact. Chapter 165. What is happening? As Liao Fan watched in astonishment, the verdant essence dissolved seamlessly into Liao Yun's hands and merged completely within her being. Not only was Liao Yun taken aback, but even Liao Fan, who had just regained his footing, was struck by a wave of bewilderment. Could it be that this entity had the ability to choose its own master? The thought flickered through his mind just as he once again heard the deep, thunderous roar emanating from behind him. However, as the green orb fused with Liao Yun, becoming one with her, the grotesque creature erupted in a fit of rage, unleashing its remaining black tendrils with reckless abandon, transforming them into lethal whips that lashed out relentlessly at the human girl. It sought to eliminate her before she could fully absorb the wood element. Yet Liao Fan, having sensed the monster's intentions, let out a fierce roar, spinning his bone knife to create brilliant arcs of blade energy. The formidable edge of his weapon struck fiercely against the black tendrils, intercepting the assault directed at Liao Yun. Nevertheless, several tendrils evaded the blade's arc, morphing into vicious venomous stingers that struck Liao Yun with brutal force. Stunned by the transformation within her body, Liao Yun was unable to evade the onslaught. And in an instant, the black tendrils ensnared her, pulling her uncontrollably towards the grotesque creature's core. The monster extended a massive tentacle, its bud-like fangs stretching forth, resembling a dark maw intent on devouring Liao Yun's head. It appeared the creature aimed to consume her along with the wood element energy she had just acquired. However, just as Liao Yun was on the brink of falling into the jaws of the beast, Sunmu swiftly readied his crossbow, raising it high to aim at the bud-like maw of the creature, and decisively pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The black bolt shot forth with incredible speed, piercing the creature's gaping mouth and subsequently detonating within. The energy contained within the bolt obliterated the tendrils, reducing them to fragments, while the circular fangs within its mouth were also shattered, raining down a storm of blood. With a startled cry, Liao Yun felt the tendrils relinquish their grip, her body plummeting toward the ground, accompanied by an excruciating pain at the points of impact. Her body trembled, and her mind fell into a void, rendering her unable to resist. As she neared her fateful descent into the valley, Liao Fan let out a fierce shout, stamping his foot down with determination, propelling himself forward just in time to catch her mid-fall. Whoosh! In that very moment, another black tendril surged forward, infused with a frenzied energy, crashing violently against Liao Fan's back. With Liao Yun in his embrace, he was unable to retaliate. Time was of the essence. Leaving no opportunity to evade, he concentrated all his strength on his back, bracing himself against the impact of the tendril. With a thunderous thud, Liao Fan staggered once more, his vision blurring, and a searing pain shot through the point of impact on his back. In a desperate moment, he could no longer contain the torrent of blood, which erupted violently from his mouth. Even with the protection of the bat-like armor, had it not been for that layer of defense, a single blow might have shattered his bones. Enduring this force, Liao Fan dared not linger for a moment. He lunged forward, leveraging the elasticity of the tentacles to dive straight into an area 10 meters away. As he sprinted out of the valley, he shouted frantically to Sun Mu, who was still pulling the trigger, "We must leave this place at once." At this juncture in the battle, Sun Mu had but a few bolts remaining for his crossbow. He hurriedly loaded the last 3 bolts, aimed at the wildly swinging tentacles, and decisively pulled the trigger. The 3 bolts, each as thick as a thumb, shot forth in a triangular formation, piercing through the web of intertwined tentacles and striking the core of the monstrous flesh ball with unerring accuracy. With the bolts embedded in its body, the creature let out a more anguished and furious roar. Given its combat prowess, it could have evaded the bolts. But the prior skirmish had left its main body wounded from Liao Fan's strikes, and with most of its tentacles severed by bone blades, it could no longer intercept the incoming projectiles. Adding to its fury was the realization that, despite successfully slaying the serpent priest, it had ultimately failed to seize the elemental energy. In a fit of rage, it howled in despair and anger, thrashing its remaining tentacles wildly, attacking everything in its vicinity, sending sand and stones flying and raising a thick cloud of dust. Meanwhile, the ordinary serpent beings, witnessing the demise of their leader, emitted terrified hisses and scattered in various directions. Deprived of their commander, even these fierce creatures lacked the courage to continue the fight. As numerous serpents retreated, leaving behind a handful of lesser extraterrestrial beings, those remaining were soon overwhelmed by the monstrous fury, scrambling in disarray. The struggle had come to an end. Without the allure of the wood elemental energy, the creatures dispersed, transforming the once crowded and lively valley into an empty wilderness. Only the dull, wrathful howls of the fleshball monster reverberated through the valley, akin to thunder, shaking the stone walls and causing countless fist-sized rocks to tumble down. Liao Fan paid no heed to the roars behind him. The continuous combat had drained his stamina, rendering him unable to maintain his werewolf form. He clung desperately to the injured Liao Yun, racing towards the academy without regard for anything else. Close behind, Sun Mu followed closely, equally exhausted and panting, his face pale as he pressed on. "How is your sister?" "I don't know," Liao Fan replied anxiously, shaking his head, his concern evident as he glanced at Liao Yun in his arms. In his previous life, he had never refined the wood elemental energy and was uncertain whether direct absorption would adversely affect Liao Yun's body. He had initially intended to seize the wood element and, once out of this wormhole, return to the safe house to study how to refine it. Who would have thought that this entity would actively merge with Liao Yun's body, and that it would occur while she was completely unprepared? Liao Fan was deeply concerned, fearing that his sister might succumb to the overwhelming energy of the wood element and suffer some unforeseen consequence. Fortunately, ever since Liao Yun absorbed that verdant energy, she had remained remarkably tranquil, lying quietly in Liao Fan's embrace, neither struggling nor making a sound, merely maintaining a dazed expression with her mouth agape, resembling someone in a stupor. "Xiaoyun, how do you feel now? Is there anything different?" Liao Fan was genuinely frightened. The purpose of his rebirth was to safeguard his family. If this endeavor were to cause his sister any harm, he feared he would once again fall into a pit of anguish, unable to forgive himself for eternity. Thankfully, upon hearing Liao Fan's call, Liao Yun emerged from her stupor, jolting awake and responding in a bewildered tone. I don't feel anything particularly unusual. In fact, I feel quite comfortable, warm, as if I were soaking in a hot spring." Chapter 166. A fortuitous opportunity. Liao Yun's words took Liao Fan by surprise, prompting him to lower his head and assess his sister's condition. Indeed, Liao Yun had not sustained any significant injuries, aside from a minor fright that left her somewhat dazed. She exhibited no other abnormalities. Moments ago, while absorbing the wood element energy, she had been struck forcefully by the enraged creature's tentacle. Logically, given the frailty of her constitution, such a brutal blow should have left her gravely injured, if not dead. Yet, remarkably, she seemed unscathed, although she had felt immense discomfort at the moment of impact. As if her bones were about to shatter, this feeling dissipated quickly as Liao Fan carried her away in haste. Even the pain from her back wound had subsided. "Does this mean the wood element is already working within you?" Liao Fan marveled at his sister's rejuvenated countenance, astonished and filled with immense joy. He had not anticipated the process of refining the wood element to be so effortless, merely requiring physical contact to absorb this mysterious energy with such ease. Noticing her brother's astonished expression, Liao Yun awkwardly twisted her neck and innocently inquired, "Brother, what's wrong? Are you upset because that energy transferred to me?" "Not at all," Its presence on you is equally significant. Liao Fan took a deep breath, suppressing all emotions, as he continued to sprint with his sister. Although this unforeseen event had led to his own wood element energy being absorbed by his sister, she was, after all, his beloved sibling. The resources are best utilized by family, he mused, finding little difference between having it with her and retaining it himself. The abruptness of this mishap left him momentarily bewildered. The trio raced ahead, soon escaping the wooded area of the back mountain and returning to the vicinity of the artificial lake. The campus had succumbed to an eerie silence. Aside from a few fortunate survivors who had evaded the carnage, no other presence could be sensed nearby. Without pausing, Liao Fan pressed on, leading his sister swiftly towards the library. Liao Yun and Sun Mu exchanged puzzled glances and queried, "Why are we returning to the library? It's nothing but ruins now." Precisely because it has become ruins, it is safe. The monsters, thwarted in their quest for wood element energy, will likely return to unleash their fury upon any remaining survivors. The crisis is not yet over. We must find a less conspicuous refuge until the wormhole dissipates, allowing us to safely return to the real world, Liao Fan explained, shaking his head and continuing his rapid pace towards the library. Now, the library lay in utter disarray. The first floor's walls had crumbled. Debris and shattered wooden tables and chairs scattered chaotically across the bloodstained floor. Liao Fan was the first to rush into the library's first floor. After surveying his surroundings, he decisively located the small room from before. The three of them entered in single file, quickly hiding within, barricading the door with tables and chairs, sealing off even the gaps in the windows. Once this was accomplished, Liao Fan finally found a moment to catch his breath. Collapsing onto the floor and leaning against the wall, all the while assessing his injuries. The intense battle had taken a tremendous toll on everyone. Just a few hours prior, Liao Fan had faced the serpent priest and the gelatinous monster alone, engaging in several fierce skirmishes. Although he had managed to slay the serpent priest and inflict wounds upon the gelatinous creature, the cost to him was considerable. Particularly during the struggle for the wood elemental energy, his old wounds had not yet healed, and he had sustained several new injuries. Had it not been for the protection of the bat ape armor, he would likely not have endured until now. Similarly, Sun Mu was not faring well. His level of evolution was already low, and the relentless escape had taken its toll. In addition, he had sustained multiple bite marks while trying to intercept the monsters for Liao Fan. Now that they had finally stopped, he was utterly exhausted, reluctant to move. In contrast, Liao Yun, having received the blessing of the wood element, seemed to have experienced a remarkable enhancement in her physical condition. She felt no fatigue, rather. The injuries she had previously sustained from the monsters were healing rapidly with the passage of time. During their brief respite, Liao Yun glanced down at her waist and back. Just moments ago, while scrambling for the wood elemental energy, she had been struck multiple times by the enraged tentacles, making her the most severely injured of the trio. Yet now, as they paused, she sensed an indescribable vitality within her, nourishing her body and meridians. Not only were her external wounds healing swiftly, but even her internal injuries were mending. In just a few minutes, she felt invigorated and full of life. Moreover, a soft, emerald glow pulsed beneath her skin, akin to flowing water cleansing her meridians and bones, providing her with an unprecedented sense of comfort, as if her body had become lighter. "Brother, what is this? It's so extraordinary. All my injuries have healed, and I feel even better than before I was hurt," Liao Yun exclaimed in wonder, casting an inquisitive glance at Liao Fan. Liao Fan gradually moved his limbs, allowing his body to recover slightly before resting the back of his head against the wall. He exhaled, of course. Elemental energy is a rarity in this world. You have absorbed a significant amount of the wood element's essence. Although this energy cannot aid in your evolution, it can substantially transform you, endowing you with a vigorous life force. As long as you do not sustain fatal injuries, you can recover in a remarkably short time. The self-healing abilities of those with supernatural powers are formidable, far surpassing that of ordinary humans. With the enhancement from the wood element, Liao Yun's regenerative capabilities were even more potent than those of typical superhumans, rendering minor injuries trivial in comparison. Regrettably, this elemental energy is exceedingly rare. Even a decade after the apocalypse, it has only manifested twice. Missing this opportunity, it is likely that finding another source of elemental energy will prove to be a daunting task. While reflecting on this, Liao Fan mustered his spirits, sat up from the ground, and gently caressed his sister's little head, smiling as he spoke. "This is a divine opportunity bestowed upon you, and as your brother, I am truly delighted. In the future, as your evolutionary level ascends, the potency of this wood elemental energy will continue to amplify. I eagerly anticipate the day when you surpass me in strength." However, Liao Yun shook her head and replied, "In truth, compared to my current state, I yearn to return to the past, to continue living that carefree existence." "Brother, could it be that the rumors about the apocalypse online are genuine?" What else do you know? Why didn't you inform me sooner? Chapter 167. Releasing anger in response to his sister's probing questions, Liao Fan remained silent. His initial reluctance to disclose the dire news of the apocalypse to his sister stemmed from a protective instinct, wishing to shield his inherently timid sibling from undue psychological strain. However, it now appeared that Liao Yun might possess a resilience greater than he had anticipated. Perhaps his excessive guardianship over family was misguided from the outset. Contemplating this, Liao Fan could not help but wear a bittersweet smile, shaking his head as he thought, "It is not too late to realize this now. There remains a considerable interval before the true onset of the apocalypse. Moving forward, I shall seek opportunities for you to gain experience, striving to expedite your growth." Liao Yun responded with a soft acknowledgement, seemingly still grappling with the shock, her gaze drifting away to the obstructed window, her expression clouded with concern. The spatial anomaly caused by the wormhole was expected to persist for an extended duration, and thus far, the billowing mist showed no signs of abating. Deep within those mists, creatures that hungered for flesh prowled around the school, ever on the hunt for prey. After a brief respite, the trio was once again startled by sporadic screams from outside, indicating that the monsters had returned after their initial failure to seize the wooden element. Having spent 3 years in this place, Liao Yun had developed a certain attachment to every blade of grass and every tree within the school. The chilling roars of beasts and the anguished cries of her classmates sent her pallor deepening, compelling her to clench her fists tightly. Yet this time, she refrained from recklessly rushing out to assist after enduring such gruesome carnage. She had learned to accept reality and understood that Liao Fan's prudent self-preservation was the most sensible response to the harsh environment of the apocalypse. As time passed and the outside world gradually quieted, Liao Fan slowly rose, opening his toolbox to retrieve several provisions and fresh water, distributing them to Liao Yun and Sun Mu. "After such a prolonged battle, you must be famished. Eat something and try to replenish your strength as much as possible," he urged. Liao Yun obediently accepted the food, savoring small bites. Indeed, she was hungry, although the energy in the air could facilitate her body's evolution. Even the most robust constitution required sustenance. Meanwhile, Sun Mu appeared somewhat indifferent, neglecting to take the food, his gaze lost in the fog-shrouded area beyond the library's ruins, reflecting on their shared ordeal as though it were a prolonged, surreal dream. Yet everything within that dream felt so undeniably real that he could not dismiss it as mere fantasy. Liao Fan noticed Sun Mu's distraction and chuckled. "What's the matter? Even at this juncture, you find it hard to accept reality?" Sun Mu glanced at him and shook his head. "It's not that I cannot accept reality, rather. This reality is too brutal for me to adapt to as swiftly as you." Liao Fan shrugged, offering no rebuttal to Sun Mu's sentiments. Reflecting on his previous life, he was once timid and bewildered, much like Sun Mu, when he first encountered the apocalyptic environment. However, Liao Fan possessed a commendable mental fortitude and soon adapted to the brutal atmosphere of slaughter. "You should eat something," he suggested, acknowledging that while one could absorb energy from the air, it could not replace sustenance. Prolonged abstinence from food and drink would ultimately harm one's body. In the past, Liao Fan might not have shown such patience towards Sun Mu. Yet, after witnessing the latter's commendable performance in the recent battle, which had indeed aided Liao Fan considerably, he chose to treat him with a degree of gentleness. Sun Mu managed a wry smile and confessed, "My mind is in disarray. I simply cannot eat." After a brief pause, he continued, "Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude. Had it not been for you, exposing me to the harsh realities of this world, I would likely still be blissfully ignorant." Liao Fan replied with a smile, "My assistance serves my own interests as well. You owe me a favor now, and I trust you will find a way to repay it in the future. Furthermore, your talents are quite remarkable. Once we conclude our affairs here, you will undoubtedly receive recognition and promotion from the police force, allowing you to contribute significantly to the protection of this city." Since his rebirth, Liao Fan had been in search of individuals who could be of use to him, and both Meng Yao and Sun Mu fit that description. He believed that this experience would soon render Sun Mu a valuable asset. "Rest assured, you will have the opportunity to repay your debt." Sun Mu nodded in agreement, understanding that nothing comes without a price. As adults, they recognized that Liao Fan's assistance stemmed from his appreciation of Sun Mu's potential and perceived utility. Accepting his kindness, Sun Mu took the food and prepared to eat. However, suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from beyond the thick fog, startling all three and almost causing Sun Mu to bite his tongue. The sound was deafening, shaking the surrounding structures of the campus. Liao Fan immediately recognized it as the roar of that monstrous creature. The sheer force of it could only be produced by the enraged beast. Indeed, following the roar, they caught sight of the source. A massive shadow emerged from behind a distant building, gradually rolling into view. The black, gelatinous creature resembled a colossal moving cannonball, wreaking havoc on everything in its path. Its body appeared to expand. What was once a 2-meter diameter had now swollen to over 3 meters, with its tentacles thrashing wildly, attacking everything around it like an enraged bull. Heavens, it's grown even larger. What on earth is it doing? Sun Mu pressed his body against the window, gazing in bewilderment at the grotesque, gelatinous creature thrashing its tentacles violently against the school building. Liao Fan, however, chuckled and remarked that the creature had suffered greatly at their hands, failing to seize the wood element and injuring itself in the process. It was only natural for it to be enraged. They need not concern themselves with the creature and should let it vent its fury. Liao Fan had already executed his plan and would no longer squander energy battling the beast. He remained concealed in that small room, allowing the creature to unleash its wrath. Consequently, the others within the school were left to bear the brunt of its fury. Standing at the edge of the window, Liao Fan coldly observed the giant monster's every move. The gelatinous creature had arrived before a 5-story classroom building, its grotesquely elongated black tentacles slithering along the exterior walls, seemingly in search of something. Liao Fan felt as though he could hear the survivors inside, their voices filled with despair and anguish. Soon enough, the monster seemed to detect the presence of those hiding within the classroom building, and with a swift motion, it shattered the windows with its tentacles, launching itself into the interior. The tentacles obliterated the floor-to-ceiling windows, plunging deep into the corridor, where even steel and concrete offered no resistance, crumbling as if they were mere paper before the onslaught. When the tentacles withdrew, the gaping maw at their tips had ensnared its prey. 2 young individuals, hiding within, were gruesomely caught in the creature's jaws, and as the fleshy wall writhed, they were slowly consumed amidst their horrific screams. Chapter 168 Departure. The horrifying scene failed to elicit excessive concern from Liao Fan. With his arms crossed over his chest, he observed from a distance, absorbing the desperate screams of those facing death, alongside the chilling sounds of bones fracturing and flesh being torn asunder, his expression as cold as ice. In stark contrast, the survivors hiding within the classroom were utterly petrified by the gruesome spectacle. They surged out in a frenzy, their frantic cries echoing as they attempted to evade the monstrous threat. Alas, once they abandoned their shelter, they became fully exposed to the creature's senses. The grotesque, gelatinous monster lacked eyes and a nose, presenting only as a massive, fuzzy black orb. Yet its tentacles possessed an uncanny ability to perceive their surroundings, detecting the vibrations in the air and the tantalizing scents emanating from the fleeing humans. One tentacle lashed out, ensnaring an escaping individual, who struggled desperately, but to no avail. Meanwhile, others who had rushed from the building were mercilessly pinned to the ground by additional tentacles, their cries stifled before they could even escape their lips, crushed into oblivion by immense pressure. This creature was not merely consuming humans. It was unleashing its pent-up fury through these brutal acts of slaughter. Liao Yun and Sun Mu could bear no more. They averted their gaze, pressing their trembling bodies against the wall, striving to breathe deeply yet failing to quell the tumult within. After a prolonged silence, Liao Yun finally looked up, seeking Liao Fan's expressionless face, yearning to articulate something, yet unsure how to begin. It was futile. Even if they were saved today, when the apocalypse descended, these individuals would inevitably meet their demise. There was no true need for assistance. Liao Fan understood his sister's unspoken thoughts, but shook his head decisively, offering a firm refusal. He held no fear of the gelatinous monster. In a direct confrontation, he could wield his weapons to slay the enormous creature. However, such an endeavor would serve no purpose beyond exhausting his strength. Moreover, Liao Fan himself bore injuries. Gripping his bone knife, he leaned back against the corner, narrowing his eyes slightly, and instructed the two, from this moment on, unless the monster approaches us, you must remain here and go nowhere. Liao Yun and Sun Mu, resigned, complied with Liao Fan's command, crouching down and pressing their hands tightly against their ears, choosing to ignore the agonizing cries from outside. As moments dripped away, finally, after several minutes, the monster had consumed all the survivors within the building and turned its attention elsewhere, rolling its massive body away, gradually disappearing from their sight. Liao Yun inhaled deeply, relieved that she would no longer have to endure the torment within her heart, quickly redirecting her gaze to Liao Fan. To her astonishment, she discovered that Liao Fan had actually fallen asleep in such a perilous environment, faced with such danger and the brutal tableau of slaughter. Liao Fan could repose against the wall, choosing to drift into a serene slumber, a testament to the unyielding fortitude of his spirit. Liao Yun found herself at a loss for words, swiftly shaking Liao Fan's shoulder. "Brother, what are you doing? How can you possibly sleep in such an environment?" In truth, Liao Fan was not in a deep slumber. Upon being gently nudged by his sister, he immediately opened his eyes and replied calmly, "What else is there to do but rest? There is still some time before the wormhole disappears. Sufficient food and adequate sleep will aid in my recovery. Stop fussing and join me in resting. This place is secluded, and that creature is unlikely to find us. But the monster is out there, consuming people. How can you? Liao Yun protested. It's nothing to worry about. Calmness and composure are essential skills you must cultivate. Now, sit down and close your eyes. Even if you cannot fall asleep, do not squander any energy. In a precarious environment, every ounce of strength is invaluable. The more perilous the situation, the more vital it is to maintain a clear mind. These experiences and habits were forged by Liao Fan over a decade of survival in a post-apocalyptic world. And now he sought to impart them to his sister. Fine. Liao Yun was utterly speechless, unable to conjure a counter-argument against Liao Fan's reasoning. Reluctantly, she sat down to accompany him in rest. Outside, a brutal hellscape unfolded, yet the three individuals within the room found solace in their rare tranquility. Eventually, after an indeterminate passage of time, Liao Fan, deep in slumber, suddenly opened his eyes wide, gazing at the receding fog outside the window. Stretching languidly, he rose and patted Liao Yun's shoulder, declaring, "We can leave now." The source energy was dissipating, and the fog was visibly retreating, indicating that in just a few minutes, this wormhole space would come to an end. At this moment, the monsters, sensing the loss of source energy, reluctantly departed the school along with the dispersing fog. The outside was now safe. The threat of the gelatinous creature had vanished. Liao Fan kicked open the door and strode purposefully toward the back of the school. After walking for a short while, he paused and addressed the dazed Sun Mu trailing behind him. "Your mission is complete. There is no need to follow me any longer. Hurry back to the police station and report the situation to your superiors." "What about you?" Sun Mu hesitated, glancing at the sibling duo standing side by side. Liao Fan responded, "We will, of course, continue back to the safe house. This school is located in the bustling city center, and given the gravity of the situation, Chen Guodong will likely dispatch personnel immediately to address it. This presents you with an excellent opportunity to showcase your capabilities before your superiors." With a knowing smile, Liao Fan seized the moment to escape the area with his sister before the police could establish control over the school. Once outside the fog's reach, the world around them regained its vividness. The familiar roads and streets, along with the ceaseless flow of vehicles and pedestrians in the bustling city, finally allowed Liao Yun, who had been constantly tense, to experience a profound sense of relaxation. She inhaled deeply the familiar air of the city, reluctantly casting a lingering glance behind her towards the medical school. Her eyes glistened with a hint of redness as she lowered her head and asked, "Brother, will I no longer be able to continue my studies?" Liao Fan, taken aback, paused for a moment in silence. He then regarded Liao Yun's face, which was etched with disappointment, and replied with a smile, "I support your education to equip you with knowledge, laying a solid foundation for your future survival. In this light, what they call a diploma is merely a piece of worthless paper, not something to be mourned." However, Liao Yun harbored a different sentiment. After 3 years of study, she had developed a profound attachment to every blade of grass and tree in the campus. Departing thus inevitably left her feeling despondent. In an effort to alleviate her emotions, Liao Yun shifted the topic and inquired, "Where are we going? Are we heading back to your rented apartment?" "No need," Liao Fan replied. "I have constructed an underground safe house. From now on, you will reside with me in the sanctuary below, and Zheng Tao will also be there." "What is the safe house like?" Liao Yun blinked, her face displaying curiosity. Liao Fan chuckled, "Come, and you shall discover soon enough." Chapter 169. Stern Liao Fan refrained from disclosing the details of the underground safe house to his sister, maintaining an air of mystery on his face. This only heightened Liao Yun's anticipation as she incessantly chattered with questions during their journey. After 2 hours, they finally arrived at the entrance of the safe house. The moment the door swung open, Liao Yun was rendered speechless. The vast safe house resembled a meticulously designed underground fortress. Spacious and robust, it was equipped with numerous concealed mechanisms, exuding an aura of enigma. Although this fortress was sturdy, its interior decor was far from opulent. In crafting the safe house, Liao Fan prioritized its defensive capabilities over comfort, opting against extensive upgrades or renovations for leisure. The walls, embedded with thick steel plates, permeated the space with a metallic essence, shrouded in dimness and mystery. The environment was decidedly inferior to an average rental property, lacking any semblance of luxury. Liao Yun frowned slightly, pinching her delicate nose as she complained, "You can't be serious. Brother, are we really going to live here permanently? Though the exterior of the safe house may be somewhat rudimentary, trust me, its security level surpasses that of even a bank vault. We are underground for safety. Let us not have excessive expectations regarding our surroundings," Liao Fan replied, shaking his head with a smile as he gently patted her forehead. At that moment, footsteps echoed from within the safe house, followed by the hurried approach of a familiar figure. "Xiao Yun, it's been ages. I'm so glad to see you," exclaimed Zheng Tao, his face lighting up with a smile. "Indeed, ever since I started university, Our meetings have become quite rare, Liao Yun acknowledged, recognizing Zheng Tao and quickly preparing to greet him. However, just as she took a couple of steps forward, she abruptly halted. Before her stood a massive black dog. Its formidable physique imposing and fierce, silently crouched behind Zheng Tao. The creature resembled a mountain of black flesh, its curious eyes fixed on her with an air of bewilderment. The dog's size was quite intimidating, far more so than an average fighting dog, particularly with its human-like gaze that sparkled with intensity, evoking a sense of fear. Oh my! What a huge dog! Brother, when did you get such a fierce pet? Liao Yun exclaimed, startled, instinctively retreating a couple of steps behind Liao Fan. Her face etched with anxiety. Observing her reaction, Liao Fan chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling her hair. Silly girl, don't worry. Dahei one tea bite. Don't underestimate him. He will be the guardian of our safe house. Zheng Tao nodded, scratching his head with a grin as he casually patted Dahei's forehead, reassuring Liao Yun. Don't be afraid. Dahei is quite perceptive. Once you become familiar with him, you'll be just fine. Both men displayed a demeanor of indulgence towards Liao Yun. A scene that did not go unnoticed by Dahei. The intelligence of the black dog is not to be underestimated. It tilted its head thoughtfully, quickly discerning the girl's identity. Instantly, it lowered its head and wagged its tail, cautiously approaching Liao Yun, gently rubbing against her legs. One must admit, the creature displayed a remarkable knack for endearing itself to its mistress, and its adorable demeanor immediately put Liao Yun at ease. She knelt down, affectionately ruffling its fur, and smiled. Is your name Dahei? Who bestowed such a name upon you? Woof. Dahei responded with a low bark, then turned its gaze towards Zheng Tao, playfully pawing at his leg. Haha, how clever of you to understand what I'm saying, Liao Yun exclaimed. Her face lit with surprise as she couldn't help but embrace Dahei, exuding warmth and familiarity. Dahei, in turn, reveled in the attention, nudging her arm with its head. Clearly, at that moment, Dahei had yet to reclaim the dignity of a hellish war dog. It even rolled over, exposing its round belly for Liao Yun to stroke. Liao Yun developed a keen interest in this obedient pet, engaging in playful antics with it shortly thereafter. Observing this, Liao Fan couldn't help but smile. In a previous life, Dahei had been a formidable presence. It was unthinkable for anyone, even ordinary ability users, to approach it, let alone rub its belly. To his surprise, in this lifetime, it was able to frolic with his sister. Perhaps he could consider training it to be Xiao Yun's personal bodyguard. With this thought, Liao Fan's smile deepened. But he soon interrupted the playful exchange between the girl and the dog, adopting a more serious demeanor. You just returned from that place. You must be exhausted. Go wash up and change into some clean clothes. There are matters I need to discuss with you. Liao Yun acknowledged him with a nod, waved goodbye to Dahei, and then, under Zheng Tao's guidance, entered her private room. As the door closed behind her, Liao Fan, weary from the day, made his way to the sofa and casually recounted his experiences at his sister's school to Zheng Tao. Zheng Tao chuckled. Who would have thought that the thing you were desperately seeking ended up fortuitously within Xiao Yun's body? But in any case, it's a blessing that it's your own sister. It's not a loss at all. Liao Fan nodded, replying, Indeed, the preliminary preparations are nearly complete. For now, we need not take any further action. We can simply await the arrival of the apocalypse in peace. After a brief exchange, Liao Yun emerged, now clad in fresh attire. Thanks to the energy bestowed by the wood element, her injuries healed remarkably fast. Even after leaving the wormhole, she maintained a rapid recovery rate. And within just a few hours, she had fully restored to her vibrant and charming self. Liao Fan gazed at his sister's whimsical demeanor, feeling a profound sense of comfort within, yet his visage betrayed none of that joy. Instead, he adopted a serious expression and stated earnestly, from this day forth, I need you to mature. It would be best if you could swiftly become a competent warrior. When the apocalypse descends upon us, the environment we shall face will be far more dire than that of the wormhole. At the very least, you must acquire certain skills for self-preservation. Upon broaching this weighty subject, Liao Yun's smile vanished in an instant, and she silently nodded in acknowledgement. Liao Fan then rose and proceeded to the storage area for source crystals, retrieving another crystal to hand to Liao Yun. From now on, you shall remain in your room and diligently refine this. Once you have completed your evolution, I will provide you with advanced training. Although Liao Fan relished the feeling of reunion with his family, the relentless approach of the apocalypse compelled him to expedite his sister's training. After receiving the source crystal, Liao Yun obediently nodded and began to absorb its energy, employing the refining method Liao Fan had taught her. Zheng Tao observed this entire exchange and gently tugged at Liao Fan's sleeve, whispering, Isn't it a bit too harsh to treat little Yun this way? I am more concerned about her survival rate in the apocalypse. Liao Fan shook his head, interrupting Zheng Tao, and stated with utmost seriousness, If we do not train her now, it may soon be too late. Chapter 170. Training. After ensuring the safety of his sister, Liao Fan trudged back to his room, weariness weighing heavily upon him. Through this endeavor, he had made preliminary preparations for the impending apocalypse. What remained was to heal his wounds and patiently await the arrival of chaos. Gazing at the calendar hanging on the wall, a flicker of helplessness crossed his ashen eyes as he muttered to himself, I hope this time our fate can truly change. For 2 consecutive days, Liao Fan confined himself within the sanctuary of his room, not stepping outside even for a moment. The battle at the medical academy had drained his energy, compelling him to rely on prolonged slumber to recuperate. Although he had completed the first stage of evolution and had truly become a supernatural being, his self-healing abilities paled in comparison to those of his sister, who was endowed with the power of the wood element. After 2 full days, Liao Fan finally restored his body to a state of unprecedented ease. He swiftly leapt out of bed and unleashed a few punches into the air. His fists, accompanied by the whoosh of the wind, generated a powerful airflow that reverberated against the walls several meters away. With his current combat prowess, he could easily slay an ordinary person from a distance of 4 to 5 meters, even without direct contact. However, Liao Fan found himself unsatisfied. Lowering his gaze to scrutinize his iron fists, he furrowed his brow and remarked, the combat strength of a novice supernatural being can only contend with low-tier monsters. Even the Snake Man Priest and that grotesque creature were enough to leave me in disarray. Despite the enhancement from the Bone Blade, I still struggled to overcome them. The Snake Man Priest and the grotesque creature were merely the most insignificant entities in the food chain of the outer cosmos. Once the apocalypse truly descended, formidable beasts, at least of the 2nd tier, or even surpassing that, would undoubtedly emerge. Such entities would be far beyond Liao Fan's capacity to confront. It seemed imperative to devise a method to swiftly enhance his strength. Regrettably, the primary source crystal would not suffice for him to achieve the 2nd stage of evolution. He would need to focus on weaponry instead. Liao Fan murmured to himself as he retrieved the bone blade, idly toying with it in his hand. This blade, crafted by Liao Fan himself, bore the marks of his limited craftsmanship, appearing somewhat crude and inadequate for his escalating demands for lethality. Before long, Liao Fan grasped the bone blade and exited his room, proceeding to the resting quarters of Zheng Tao. He approached Zheng and directly handed him the bone blade, stating, with half a month remaining before the apocalypse erupts, I am giving you this time to further modify the bone blade. That should be feasible, right? Zheng Tao accepted the bone blade and glanced down at it before responding. If it's merely a structural alteration, that is manageable. However, to enhance its destructive power, we must incorporate materials with energy properties, but I currently have nothing at hand. Do not concern yourself with the materials, focus solely on your craft. I will find a way to procure them, Liao Fan assured Zheng before hastily making his way to knock on his sister's door. After 2 days of refinement, Liao Yun had fully absorbed the energy of the 2nd source crystal, her aura and appearance transformed, now embodying the essence of a true supernatural being. Observing Liao Yun's significant change, her demeanor now more mature and poised, Liao Fan felt immense satisfaction. He snapped his fingers, sending the large black dog that had been rolling at Liao Yun's feet outside to stand guard, and approached Liao Yun directly, inquiring, how do you feel now, brother? The sensation of becoming a supernatural being is simply exquisite. I feel exceptionally well. If I encounter those monsters again, I will undoubtedly have the strength to assist you. Liao Yun replied eagerly, clearly pleased with her transformation. However, Liao Fan shook his head dismissively, expressing skepticism towards his sister's exuberance. Very well. Let me test the extent of your abilities. I will remain right here, and you may attack me in any manner you wish. If you can force me back even a single step, you shall be deemed the victor. Ah? Liao Yun, taken aback, shook her head in disbelief. No. I possess considerable strength now. What if I were to injure you? Liao Fan interrupted her sternly. If you truly managed to injure me, I would not only be unperturbed, but rather elated. The reality, however, is that you cannot achieve that. Proceed. As I said, if you can push me back a step, you win. Reluctantly, Liao Yun hesitated until his blunt remarks ignited her competitive spirit. With determination, she puffed out her cheeks, rose, and glared at Liao Fan. Then you better be careful. I'm about to strike. No sooner had she spoken than Liao Yun propelled herself forward, her toes barely touching the ground as she transformed into a swift shadow, her small fist aimed directly at Liao Fan's abdomen. The force behind her punch was formidable, at least several times stronger than it had been 2 days prior. With her petite frame, she exhibited remarkable agility and flexibility. In an instant, her fist made contact with Liao Fan's stomach. A dull thud echoed as a surge of power radiated from her arm, causing Liao Fan's shirt to ripple. Yet, he remained steadfast, as immovable as a stone, lowering his gaze to the area where Liao Yun had struck him. Disappointment etched across his face. Your speed and agility are commendable, barely passing, but your explosive power is lacking. Such a feeble punch is hardly lethal. As he spoke, Liao Fan contracted his abdominal muscles. A peculiar force emanating from his core that ensnared Liao Yun's fist, rendering her unable to withdraw. What is happening? Liao Yun's expression shifted as she felt an uncanny suction from Liao Fan's abdomen, binding her fist tightly. Just as she attempted to withdraw her hand, Liao Fan raised his right hand slowly. Facing an opponent significantly more powerful than herself, her frontal assault was undeniably foolish. With that, Liao Fan struck suddenly, delivering a powerful blow to Liao Yun's shoulder. Ah! She cried out in distress as her body was sent crashing against the steel wall, producing a resounding clang. Brother, you are so brutal, it hurts. Liao Yun could no longer endure the pain, rubbing the spot where she had been struck and complaining in frustration. Liao Fan replied, I am your brother, so I would never truly harm you. However, those merciless monsters outside hold no ties to you. Why would you expect them to show you any mercy? Hurry up and get back on your feet. We must continue. His tone was stern, and his expression was as rigid as iron, instantly silencing Liao Yun's complaints. With clenched teeth, she stood up, activating her agility once more and launching an attack from Liao Fan's side. This time, Liao Yun had learned to be more astute. Instead of a direct approach, she relied on her nimble movements to maneuver behind him, delivering a punch aimed at his back. Unfortunately, before her fist could reach its target, a long, powerful hand seized her arm, executing a shoulder throw that sent her crashing down onto the ground. Chapter 171. The Obstructive Brother. As the piercing scream of his sister echoed in his ears, Liao Fan had no intention of holding back. His fingers, clenched like the talons of an eagle, aimed directly for Liao Yun's neck. Despite Liao Yun's timely evasion, akin to having eyes in the back of her head, she sidestepped the assault but was still caught off balance by the rush of air, nearly tumbling over. Liao Fan remained relentless. His legs anchored like nails to the ground while his arms swung incessantly, launching a barrage of strikes at Liao Yun. Yet he controlled his speed and strength to a mere 50 to 60%. However, even this restrained force was formidable enough to leave her in disarray. Desperately dodging as she stumbled to the corner of the wall, her face a mask of terror. Why are you so serious? Is this how a brother should act? I despise you. Enough of your nonsense. Times have changed. If you don't strive to learn combat skills today, you won't even have time to cry in the future. Again, Liao Fan dismissed his sister's complaints with an air of cold indifference. Thus, Liao Yun repeatedly lunged at him, only to be rebuffed time and again by his fists, her body marked with bruises and stifled groans of pain. The more she struggled, the heavier and fiercer Liao Fan's blows became. He relentlessly pummeled her while imparting wisdom on her shortcomings, advising her on how to exploit her vulnerabilities in combat. Eager to impart a decade's worth of hard-earned experience in martial arts to his sister, this was a torment for the delicate and sheltered Liao Yun. Having never harmed even a chicken before, she was thrust into the brutal reality of sparring, facing an opponent like Liao Fan, a superhuman, outmatched and unable to escape. After several days of practice, she was left battered and bruised, requiring assistance even to walk. Yet, it was not without its rewards. Many combat techniques were learned through the process of enduring strikes. Liao Fan, with his 10 years of combat experience, executed each move with precision, never failing to avoid her vital points, ensuring that while she felt pain, she would not sustain internal injuries. Moreover, with the support of her innate elemental essence, even if she did sustain injuries, a few hours of rest would restore her vitality, only for Liao Fan to compel her to rise and continue the training. For Liao Yun, the 3 days of training were nothing short of a nightmare. Aside from eating and sleeping, she was perpetually subjected to blows. Fortunately, by the end of this grueling period, her defensive skills and reactions had improved significantly. At the very least, she could endure Liao Fan's punches without being knocked away in an instant, and she began to apply the techniques he had taught her, engaging in a back-and-forth exchange. On the morning of the 4th day, Liao Fan ceased the training sessions. He had imparted all that he could, and her ability to learn now depended solely on her own comprehension. However, after those 3 days of rigorous practice, Liao Fan uncovered a most troubling reality. Liao Yun, much like her brother Jingtao, does not belong to the category of combat-type supernatural beings, perhaps due to her absorption of the wood element. Liao Yun has not evolved any specialized talents. Aside from her already formidable self-healing abilities, she has not exhibited any other supernatural powers. This outcome left Liao Fan feeling quite disheartened, as he had hoped that his sister might awaken some latent beastly genes like he had. At the very least, he imagined she could breathe fire or manipulate water, which would be preferable to the passive skill of self-healing. Ultimately, however, Liao Fan had no choice but to accept this reality. He said to Liao Yun, who was massaging her legs, "It is unfortunate that the wood element has overshadowed your combat talents. Your abilities are relegated to passive skills, only activated after sustaining injury. In contrast to Liao Fan's resignation, Liao Yan appeared remarkably cheerful. It's all right. I don't particularly enjoy fighting. With my self-healing ability, my chances of survival have significantly increased, making it less likely for monsters to kill me. It was the only way forward. Liao Fan rubbed his temples and added, "There's no need for further training today. Stay in your room and rest well. When you fully recover, I have tasks for you." "What tasks?" Liao Yan asked, shaking her head in confusion. "I'll explain later." Liao Fan began to respond, but was interrupted by the deep barking of a dog outside the safe house, as if Dehei, the guardian, had detected an uninvited guest. After urging his sister to rest, Liao Fan turned and strode purposefully toward the entrance. Upon reaching the door, he was met with an intriguing sight. Dehei was crouched low, its back slightly arched, maintaining a stance poised for attack, its fierce gaze locked onto several uniformed individuals, emitting low, rumbling warnings from its throat. Opposite Dehei stood a police car, with 5 familiar faces, Chen Guodong, Meng Yao, Zhao Yi, and others, gathered in front. Clearly, they had come specifically to find Liao Fan. But they were taken aback to see such a ferocious guard at the safe house entrance, preventing any strangers from approaching. If it were merely an ordinary watchdog, it would be one thing. However, Dehei had awakened a portion of the bloodline of hellhounds, exuding an imposing and unyielding aura just by standing there. Even a berserker like Zhao Yi felt considerable pressure in the presence of this formidable canine, hesitant to act rashly. Goodness. How did this kid manage to procure a dog with the aura of a demon beast as a guard? One officer mused. Indeed, this black dog seems dangerous. Just look at it. I suspect it might devour a person. The officers were left speechless, intimidated by Dehei's presence, including Qin Guodong and Meng Yao, who stood there with expressions of utter shock, until Liao Fan emerged from the underground safe house, placing his hand gently upon the agitated black hound, which calmed with a soft pat. The fierce barking finally ceased. Those who had been blocked outside the door sighed in relief, casting bewildered glances at Liao Fan. "Your dog is no ordinary creature. Even I must address him as Brother He. What brings you here?" Liao Fan greeted those outside with a smile before lowering his head to whisper something in the hound's ear. Upon hearing this, the black dog sneezed, raised its chilling gaze, and surveyed the group led by Chen Guodong with an air of disdain before turning on its heel and departing. Once the creature had left, Chen Guodong approached. Glancing in the direction where the dog had vanished, his expression a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Just as he was about to speak, Meng Yao stormed over, confronting Liao Fan with indignation. "Liao, what is the meaning of this? Why do you keep such a ferocious dog at the entrance? Is it specifically meant to target my uncle?" Chapter 172. True despair. Upon hearing the familiar reprimand, Liao Fan could only manage a wry smile. He turned to face Meng Yao, who was approaching with her wide, almond-shaped eyes fixed on him, and explained, "You've misunderstood. Dehei is my comrade. He isn't merely here to guard the door. He just happened upon some unfamiliar faces outside, and this is merely a routine inquiry." "Routine inquiry?" Meng Yao could hardly contain her laughter, while Chen Guodong stood by, equally bemused. It was absurd that a high-ranking official like him found himself subjected to an inspection by a mere dog. He wondered who he could possibly turn to for redress. As the misunderstanding was clarified, Chen Guodong cleared his throat and shifted his demeanor to one of seriousness. He gestured towards the interior of the safe house and said, "I need to discuss something with you. May we speak privately?" "Of course, you are always welcome," Liao Fan replied with a smile, glancing at the familiar faces behind Chen Guodong. After some time apart, both Zhao Yi and Wu Yuan exuded a distinctly different aura. They emanated a palpable sense of iron-willed ferocity that had been honed through their experiences in the wormhole spaces. Clearly, these individuals had rediscovered their warrior spirit, their presence and combat prowess having undergone a significant transformation since their evolution. Acknowledging Liao Fan's gaze, Zhao Yi and Wu Yuan nodded in unison, yet they remained silent, standing resolutely behind Chen Guodong. After a brief survey of their surroundings, Liao Fan gestured invitingly for Chen Guodong to enter the safe house for their discussion. Zhao Yi and the others instinctively took up positions at the door, with even Meng Yao choosing not to follow. Navigating through the corridor, the two soon arrived at the reception room. Once seated, Chen Guodong fixed Liao Fan with an intense stare, his deep-set eyes brimming with indignation. Liao Fan, exuding an air of nonchalance, reclined in his chair, crossing his legs. "What's the matter? I provided you with ample intelligence last time. Is there still something that does not meet your expectations? But you have withheld information from me." Chen Guodong shot back, his gaze piercing into Liao Fan's cheek. "For instance, regarding the medical college, you failed to inform me in advance. That institution is situated in the city center, and even the mayor's child is enrolled there. The occurrence of such an incident has attracted the attention of numerous influential figures. You've left me in a precarious position. My apologies. but I never promised to disclose the locations of all wormhole spaces to you, Liao Fan retorted dismissively, taking a sip from the glass before him. In my view, the fate of these privileged offspring of high-ranking officials is of no consequence. Once the apocalypse arrives, their destinies have long been sealed. At the very least, you should have given me a heads up. Chen Guodong's frustration boiled over as he could no longer contain his anger. Over 1,000 young medical students have perished, along with numerous experts and professors at both provincial and municipal levels, all gone within a single day. How am I to justify this to the public? It was understandable that Chen Guodong was so incensed. The medical college in Linqing was undeniably among the foremost institutions in the country, holding a prestigious ranking within the academic hierarchy. The school has gathered a plethora of exceptional talents, serving as the pride of the city. However, with the eruption of the wormhole, at least 1,000 promising students perished, including numerous esteemed experts and professors, all meeting a tragic fate at the hands of monstrous beings. Should this matter be mismanaged, it could potentially incite international disputes. Tell me, how many more secrets are being kept from me? What exactly do you intend to achieve? Chen Guodong, increasingly agitated, felt his face flush crimson, nearly ready to leap onto the table. Yet, Liao Fan remained composed, responding calmly. I do not perceive this as a significant issue. You need not worry about any adverse consequences arising from this wormhole incident. After all, the populace outside is not entirely naive. As the frequency of violent incidents escalated, various media outlets had already disseminated apocalyptic rumors to every corner of the globe. Presently, Blue Star is rife with anxiety, having descended into chaos, with numerous incidents of looting and destruction occurring frequently. In such a tumultuous environment, who would still focus their attention on a slaughtered medical institution? Is this your explanation? Chen Guodong was infuriated, exclaiming in disbelief, thousands of medical students. Do you grasp the significance of that? If we could have saved them in advance, we would have secured a substantial medical supply for the post-apocalyptic world. We have already commenced stockpiling disaster relief materials, accelerating the production of food and medicine. Now is the critical time to marshal all resources to combat this catastrophe. Yet, because of your concealment, these medical students have met a tragic end, which is a tremendous loss for the entire Lin city. Regrettably, I do not see the necessity for such measures. No matter how vehemently Chen Guodong argued, Liao Fan maintained his impassive demeanor, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. Moreover, once disaster strikes, the existence of these medical personnel becomes largely inconsequential. Why? Chen Guodong inquired, perplexed, his mouth agape. Liao Fan scoffed. On the first day of the apocalypse, more than half of the city's population will perish, with countless others severely injured or disabled. Do not underestimate the plight of a mere medical college. Even if you concentrated all medical resources from the southern province here, it would be futile. What? More than half will die? Are you jesting? Chen Guodong lost his composure, genuinely leaping onto the coffee table in disbelief. Isn't that brutal? Liao Fan smiled, albeit with a hint of resigned sorrow. The total population of Lin City is approximately 2 million. Losing half would equate to the extinction of 1 million souls. How much resource have you prepared to confront this disaster? Chen Guodong fell silent. As a mere district chief, the resources he could mobilize were inherently limited. Even if he were to leverage the entire wealth and resources of his family, accommodating over 1 million individuals would be impossible. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, stubbornly asserting, we still have the military and the state. Relying on them is nothing short of a daydream. Liao Fan scoffed disdainfully, crossing his arms. As I mentioned previously, 3 million soldiers simply cannot defend 8 million square kilometers of territory. When disaster strikes, all resources and military forces will converge upon the capital and major cities. As for our humble Lin city, a mere third-tier city, do you truly believe the state will expend significant effort to support us? Chen Guodong appeared utterly dejected, his hands trembling as he sank heavily back into his chair. If what you say is true, does that mean we are utterly powerless? He finally grasped the essence of profound despair. The death toll exceeding 1 million within a day, this was merely the casualty figure for a third-tier city. What would it signify if it were to expand nationwide? Liao Fan replied, it's not that we can do nothing at all. What I aim to convey is that you should abandon those unrealistic rescue preparations and focus on nurturing your own team. After the first wave of the monster onslaught subsides, then we can strategize on reclaiming the territories occupied by the city. The initial surge of beasts is insurmountable. Only after the monsters have slaughtered the majority of humanity and gradually retreated from Lin City can Chen Guodong's team truly come into play. Until then, your priority must be to conserve strength and refrain from attempting to save others in a bid for heroism, for in truth, you cannot save anyone. Chapter 173, Limited Abilities. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, humanity faces a plethora of challenges, not only from the ferocious and bloodthirsty monsters but also from catastrophic climate changes, earthquakes, sandstorms, and an array of unknown bacteria and viruses, all of which pose a significant threat to mankind. No matter how prepared Chen Guodong is, he cannot prevent the impending doom. Moreover, with the arrival of the Punishment Day, a multitude of second-tier and even third-tier monsters will surge through spatial rifts into Blue Star. It's futile to think that your police force, or even military units equipped with heavy weaponry, can easily repel these formidable beasts. Liao Fan, while elucidating the situation, coldly remarked that there is no hope left in this world. What one ought to do is not play the hero, but rather to find a secure refuge and conserve their strength. Surely we cannot do nothing. That amounts to a population exceeding 1 million. Chen Guodong's voice was hoarse, almost a roar. Even if you possess the ability to save those 1 million souls, how would you sustain them? Liao Fan scoffed. 1 million mouths to feed, and the post-apocalyptic environment will only continue to deteriorate. Many crops and food supplies will be rendered unproducible. Even if you gather people to cultivate the land now, it would be far too late. Having fewer people might not necessarily be a bad thing. Chen Guodong was rendered speechless. Despite the intense anger boiling within him, he found himself unable to refute Liao Fan's arguments. Indeed, Lin's city boasted a population of over 2 million, which translates to 2 million mouths awaiting nourishment. The stockpiled food and resources in the urban center could scarcely satisfy such immense consumption. In times of peace, one could simply requisition supplies from northern cities during a famine. But in this era of chaos, even if someone were willing to lend food and resources, how would they transport it? Thus, employing monsters to cull the excess population in the city may not be entirely detrimental. Liao Fan regarded Chen Guodong's trembling visage and articulated each word deliberately. The concepts of peace and morality are orders that humanity adheres to only after their bellies are full. Once people can no longer find sustenance, various forms of violent conflict become inevitable. To prevent civil unrest within the city, one must devise a strategy to reduce the population to a manageable level. This has always been part of Liao Fan's plan. Very well. Chen Guodong was utterly at a loss for words, his face a mask of indignation. I initially believed that mobilizing the entire city would suffice to defend it. But it appears that notion was excessively naive. Not just naive, but also laughable. Liao Fan interlocked his fingers, his tone icy. The few thousand police officers under your command are utterly incapable of thwarting the onslaught of large monsters. Against lower-tier creatures, your firearms might offer a slight advantage. But once the adversaries escalate to second-tier or above, you will need the military's heavy firepower. Unfortunately, the military has no interest in assisting a small city like ours. So ultimately, you must rely on yourself. Chen Guodong spoke in a hoarse voice. Well, our team of extraordinary abilities. Don't be foolish, in the short term. The human world will not see the emergence of second-tier extraordinary individuals. Even if they do appear, their numbers will remain exceedingly scarce. To rely on those few extraordinary beings to fend off the monsters is nothing short of a delusion. Liao Fan continued, unless 3 years into the apocalypse, when the human world begins to exhibit third-tier combat capabilities, there might be a possibility of posing a certain threat to the monsters. However, third-tier extraordinary individuals are nearly the pinnacle of human evolution, and even they cannot confront those truly high-level beasts. It can be said that in the struggle against extraterrestrial beings, humanity has never triumphed. Liao Fan spoke solemnly. Therefore, the focus of our defenses must shift from the ground to underground. As for how long your forces can endure, that is a matter for fate to decide. After expressing so much in one breath, Liao Fan's emotions became heated. He gulped down the water in his cup and slammed it onto the coffee table, falling silent. Chen Guodong fell into a long silence. After an indeterminate amount of time, he finally regained his composure and bitterly smiled. Since no matter what we do, we cannot withstand the invasion of extraterrestrial beings, why do you still wish to help me forge such a force? Because at least in the early stage of the apocalypse, your team can still play a significant role, ensuring the stability of this city for 3 years. I need this time to accumulate my own strength. Having someone to help maintain the order of the city is certainly better than fighting alone. Liao Fan replied candidly, without concealing his inner thoughts. Chen Guodong, troubled with concern, asked, and what do you plan to do 3 years later when the second phase of the apocalypse erupts? Liao Fan smiled. That is a matter for the future. I have no intention of revealing it to you just yet. In any case, I have provided you with ample intelligence. The specifics of how to operate and secure the future of this city now entirely depend on the forces you command. Chen Guodong fell silent again, rising to his feet and asking, can you tell me exactly how much time remains until the apocalypse erupts? I need a precise answer, preferably down to the second. Of course, that is hardly a significant secret. Liao Fan shrugged and continued. The day the apocalypse fully descends will be August 7th of this year, around 2:30 in the afternoon. That leaves us with 13 days. In other words, You have 13 days to prepare. Well, I hope that when the apocalypse arrives, we still have the opportunity to collaborate, Chen Guodong said, having received the answer he sought. He took a deep breath, then abruptly stood up and strode toward the exit. With only 13 days remaining until the complete onset of the apocalypse, Chen Guodong had far too many urgent matters to attend to and could not afford to continue his conversation with Liao Fan. As he watched Chen Guodong hastily depart, Liao Fan could not help but let out a soft sigh, murmuring to himself, "The power of the individual is indeed minuscule. The contributions I can make to this world are limited. Merely providing this information constitutes the extent of my capabilities. I hope that in this lifetime, this old fellow can endure longer than he did in the previous one." With that thought, Liao Fan gently closed his eyes, and in the depths of his memory, horrifying images long buried resurfaced in his mind. The devastation of the city, the anguished cries and screams of countless victims, and the brutal scenes of carnage lingered like a persistent nightmare. Although Liao Fan appeared indifferent, he was by no means devoid of compassion. Reflecting on the bloody experiences of his past life, his heart still trembled with feelings of helplessness and confusion. Yet, his individual strength was undeniably limited. There was little he could do for this city, and thus, most of the time, he could only assume the role of a numb bystander. Shortly after Chen Guodong's departure, however, Liao Fan once again heard footsteps approaching the entrance of the safe house. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of Meng Yao, her face etched with coldness and anger, striding swiftly toward him. "What exactly did you say to my uncle? Why did he leave with such a grim expression?" Chapter 174. Trials before the end times. It was nothing more than a reminder for him to refrain from engaging in childish antics. Liao Fan smiled and shrugged, liberating himself from the depths of despair, and gestured for Meng Yao to take a seat beside him. "By the way, how's the construction of your refuge progressing?" "It's nearly completed," Meng Yao replied wearily, rubbing her temples. "Most of my family has been relocated inside. Now, we simply await the arrival of that day in peace." Liao Fan poured himself another glass of water, chuckling. "Well then, you should refrain from returning for the time being. I have a favor to ask of you." Meng Yao looked taken aback, raising her gaze to Liao Fan. "What is it?" "Follow me," he said, not directly revealing his intentions, but rising with a smile and heading toward the lounge behind the safe house. Upon arriving, he gently snapped his fingers, and as a large door creaked open, the petite and charming Liao Yan emerged alongside Zheng Tao. "This is..." Meng Yao paused, looking at Liao Yan with a hint of confusion. She recognized Zheng Tao, knowing he was Liao Fan's closest brother who had aided in constructing the refuge. However, the playful and innocent-looking girl was a complete stranger to her. "Allow me to introduce. This is Liao Yan, my sister," Liao Fan said, stepping forward to grasp Liao Yan's hand, then turning to wink at Meng Yao. Liao Yan, with a mischievous smile, stuck out her tongue at Meng Yao and said, "You must be Sister Meng Yao. My brother has mentioned you. He said the success of this safe house is largely thanks to your assistance." "So, you are siblings," Meng Yao realized, her expression brightening as she approached Liao Yan. She swept her gaze over Liao Yan's pure and radiant face, smiling lightly. "You are far more likable than this fellow here." While ostensibly complimenting Liao Yan, she subtly poked fun at Liao Fan. Liao Fan understood her implied meaning, but was unfazed, shaking his head with a grin. "The reason for this introduction is that there is a task you both must undertake together." Meng Yao's brows furrowed in discontent. "What task?" Liao Fan pointed at Liao Yan. "My sister has recently undergone evolution and lacks practical experience. I hope you can accompany her into the next wormhole to seek a specific material for weapon refinement." "Another trip to that kind of place?" Meng Yao expressed her reluctance, frowning. "Why don't you go yourself?" "Because this wormhole is too small and poses no challenge for me. It is more suitable for your training," Liao Fan stated candidly. "Though you and Xiaoyan have both completed an evolution, your combat experience is still quite shallow. Gaining more experience through battles will not be detrimental." Upon hearing this, Meng Yao fell silent. Although she harbored a certain resistance to Liao Fan's commands, it must be acknowledged that each of his directives prompted her to undergo a profound transformation. Particularly after enduring several fierce battles, Meng Yao recognized her own inadequacies, thus she refrained from dissent. Noticing her acquiescence, Liao Fan ceased further discussion and leaned closer to Liao Yan, whispering a caution. "In my absence, you must heed Meng Yao's guidance. Her experience surpasses yours, and at critical moments, she may assist you in evading peril." "Understood, brother," Liao Yan replied obediently, then inquired, "What precisely should I seek from this wormhole? What materials am I to procure for you?" "Bones of a swordback frog," Liao Fan responded. The swordback frog is a colossal amphibian, akin to the frogs of Blue Star. Yet its size exceeds them by more than tenfold, capable of swallowing an adult whole. Additionally, its gastric pouch produces highly corrosive acid. One must avoid contact with its acidic secretions at all costs. Though regarded as a low-tier demon beast, The swordback frog possesses a remarkably rigid bone along its back, far surpassing ordinary steel in hardness, making it an exceptional material for crafting various weapons. Your task is to slay those swordback frogs, extract their hardest bones, and present them to Zheng Tao for weapon fabrication. In the near future, these weapons will undoubtedly prove invaluable. Understood, brother. I shall strive to fulfill the task. Liao Yan affirmed with a nod, swiftly accepting the folding crossbow and dagger from Liao Fan for her protection. Simultaneously, Meng Yao accompanied Liao Fan into the armory of the safe house, where an array of bizarre weaponry was displayed, all hastily crafted by Zheng Tao in recent times. In addition to daggers, folding crossbows, and various long-range firing devices, there were even high-voltage electric batons and homemade firearms. Gazing in awe at the weapons adorning the walls, Meng Yao turned to Liao Fan in astonishment. Are these all your creations? Not at all. These are Zheng Tao's handiwork. He is a true weapon master, and anything forged by him is reliable in both quality and power. Considering the impending dangers of our mission, feel free to select any weapon here for your defense. Liao Fan gestured toward the wall of armaments, elaborating on Zheng Tao's exceptional talent in weapon crafting. This assortment is merely scrap material for Zheng Tao to hone his skills. As the apocalypse had not yet fully descended, the materials Zheng Tao utilized were sourced from scrap metal yards, rendering them insufficient to meet Liao Fan's lethal requirements. Nonetheless, compared to the artisanal products circulating in the market, each weapon here possessed formidable destructive potential. Without hesitation, Meng Yao selected several sturdy iron spikes, concealing them on her person. And then, guided by Liao Fan's intel, she set off with Liao Yun. As the two departed, Liao Fan revealed a smile of contentment. In the present day, the preparatory work for the early stages of the apocalypse has largely been completed. The only task remaining is to remain comfortably ensconced within the safety of the shelter, awaiting the inevitable day. In the ensuing days, Liao Fan relentlessly assigns tasks to his sister, urging her to venture into the wormhole space to collect materials essential for survival in the impending cataclysm. The gathered materials are entrusted to Zheng Tao, who utilizes them to forge defensive weapons. Time drips slowly away in this tranquil anticipation, enveloping the safe house in an atmosphere of serenity and peace. In stark contrast, the world outside is engulfed in chaos. The approach of the apocalypse looms ever closer, and even the most oblivious individuals sense the impending disaster through the incessant emergence of wormhole incidents. The city lies in desolation, with various shops shuttering their doors, and a multitude of urban dwellers resorting to looting resources in a desperate bid for self-preservation. Numerous violent incidents erupt as people clash over supplies. Meanwhile, the city's administrators turn a blind eye to this turmoil, allowing violence to reign unchecked. With the apocalypse on the horizon, they resign themselves to the belief that these individuals are doomed. Better to let them revel in their final madness before the end. Only Qin Guodong remains steadfast, diligently preparing for the oncoming apocalypse. He even reaches out to the local news station, delivering a speech imploring the populace to remain calm and unite in their efforts to withstand the looming crisis. Regrettably, the residents, mired in confusion and unrest, have long ceased to place their trust in the government. Chapter 175, The Advent of the Apocalypse, Part 1. The closure of supermarkets, the hoarding of supplies, the cessation of logistics, and the total lockdown of the city were all part of an urgent preparation for the impending apocalypse. As August arrived, the city began to experience the same transformations as in the previous life. Firstly, the weather warmed, and the cold wave that had plagued the city for 2 months mysteriously dissipated. The climate was gradually changing, snow melted, and the air lost its biting chill. As the city seemed to regain a semblance of vitality, many unsuspecting individuals joyfully flooded the streets, celebrating the end of this phase. Yet, only Liao Fan understood that this was merely another ominous premonition of the calamity to come. Indeed, with the conclusion of the cold wave, the populace was soon subjected to the torment of sweltering heat. Extreme temperatures exceeding 43 degrees Celsius rendered each day a grueling ordeal. Additionally, earthquakes, tsunamis, and geological disasters began to occur with increasing frequency. By the morning of August 6th, the day before the day of reckoning, Liao Fan received news reports detailing the catastrophic flooding of numerous coastal cities by tsunamis. International metropolises housing millions were entirely submerged within hours, displacing countless individuals. The eruption of a volcano in the western region obliterated several medium-sized cities, claiming the lives of hundreds of thousands. Disasters became increasingly concentrated, with diverse forms of extreme weather and climate gradually encroaching upon every corner of the blue planet. As the news broadcast drew to a close, the landline in the safe house rang urgently. Liao Fan answered and immediately heard the voice of Qin Guodong. Have you seen the news? It seems the sea levels worldwide have risen by 10 meters, inundating many coastal cities. There's no need for alarm, Liao Fan replied. I have already stated that the advent of the apocalypse encompasses all aspects. Not only will monstrous, man-eating creatures appear, but a plethora of natural calamities will also arise. Qin Guodong swallowed hard and continued. What I meant was, I'm concerned that these geological disasters could also affect Lin City. You needn't worry on that front. Liao Fan reassured him. Compared to those coastal cities, Lin City's geological structure is relatively stable, hence it will suffer the least impact. Of course, some earthquakes and extreme heat are inevitable. Qin Guodong pressed further, but how long will this climate endure? That's uncertain, Liao Fan responded. The climate of the blue planet will only grow increasingly harsh and unpredictable. What we are currently experiencing is merely the beginning, he added. With the collision and fusion of multiple universes, the external environment will resonate with the blue planet. What you witness now is just the early stage of this cataclysm. The future will reveal even more astonishing conditions. These words were not mere exaggerations. Those who had not experienced the apocalypse could hardly fathom the terror of such natural disasters. The cold wave and sweltering heat were insignificant compared to the true threats humanity faced: devastating earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions from beneath the Earth's surface. Liao Fan vividly recalls that in his previous life, after the apocalypse descended, he followed a band of exiles into the depths of the mountains. However, not long after, they encountered a rare meteor shower. Countless meteors traversed the atmosphere, illuminating the sky like a rain of fire, blanketing the land for dozens of miles around. Then came the colossal meteors, plummeting from the heavens, tearing apart the earth and shattering mountains. In mere seconds, the 1,000-strong band of refugees was engulfed by a sea of flames, and even the few who survived were overwhelmed by the shockwaves unleashed by the meteors striking the ground. Following this, the meteor impacts altered the geological structure, triggering a volcanic eruption that engulfed much of the city in scalding lava. While volcanic ash painted the sky a grim shade of gray. From that day forth, the sky remained shrouded in haze, with the sun unseen for a full 3 months. Then came the plague, the Black Death, and infections from extraterrestrial pathogens, further decimating the already dwindling population of Blue Star. In just 3 years, the total population would dwindle to less than 1/10, with disasters spawned from geological upheavals proving even more terrifying than those wrought by foreign entities. On the phone, Qin Guodong remained silent for a long time before finally uttering a curse. What kind of world is this? It defies description, but you shall soon witness it. Liao Fan's voice was somber as he decisively hung up the phone, then gazed out through the ventilation window at the murky yellow sky, lost in a contemplative silence. After enduring a protracted night, the date finally arrived, August 7th. The day of reckoning had come. The once clear sky was abruptly cloaked by a mass of dark clouds, followed by a tremor that coursed through the entire expanse. Thunderous roars reverberated from above, as heavy clouds collided and rubbed against each other, producing countless jagged arcs of purple lightning that seemed poised to rend the heavens asunder. The booming thunder echoed like the wrath of nature, its intensity enveloping Blue Star, rendering people momentarily deafened. The sky was completely dominated by flashes of lightning, with claw-like purple bolts visible in every direction. They roared through the firmament, casting the sky in an eerie shade of violet. At some point, the clouds had obscured the people's view entirely, and amidst the thunderstorm and howling winds, colossal phantoms of celestial bodies began to manifest in the murky sky. Woof, woof. At the entrance of the safe house, the large black dog began to howl frantically, its eyes wide and fixated on the gigantic celestial apparitions above, emitting a hoarse whine. It was afraid. Big Black, come inside quickly, Liao Fan urged, sensing the changes in the heavens. He dashed to the door, pulling the dog into the safety of the house, and forcefully closed the iron door, holding tightly to Big Black's trembling form. Brother, what are those planets that resemble the sun? Why are they so enormous? Behind Liao Fan, Lao Yun and Zheng Tao stood in stunned silence, gazing through the underground periscope at the vast nebulae displayed in the sky. The lightning has vanished, yet the celestial phantoms that followed have instigated a deeper fear within humanity. The colossal bodies, whose sizes dwarf even that of our blue planet, loom ominously over the scorched earth, riddled with numerous craters, while the visible eruptions of magma create chasms and fissures, as if heralding the impending doom. Liao Fan, embracing his frenzied black dog, observed the unusual phenomena in the sky and solemnly remarked, "These celestial bodies are planets from an external universe. When different universes converge, they will breach the spatial barriers and manifest within our blue cosmic realm." No sooner had Liao Fan finished speaking than a more blinding radiance surged from above. It was a dark red meteor, approximately the size of the moon, spinning continuously as it ascended slowly from the horizon, accompanied by a tremendous roar, streaking rapidly across the gaze of the onlookers. Chapter 176, The Advent of the Apocalypse, Part 2. What is this? Will it fall down? Gazing at the second ominous celestial body, radiating a dark red glow and streaking across the sky like a meteor. Liao Yun's face turned pale as she instinctively gripped Liao Fan's arm, uttering a terrified cry. It cannot be. Though these celestial bodies appear alarmingly close, they are, in truth, at a considerable distance, merely grazing past the blue star without any intention of colliding with it. Liao Fan gently patted his sister's hand, murmuring soft reassurances. Yet his own countenance was far from serene. Despite having witnessed these scenes in a previous life, fear still gripped his heart as the calamity unfolded once more. The convergence of multiple parallel dimensions in the cosmos will precipitate a monumental shift in the magnetic fields of celestial bodies. To the grand universe, the blue star is exceedingly insignificant. Any dreadful cosmic storm could spell annihilation for this precariously hanging planet. Fortunately, those celestial entities from the void of space will not truly descend upon us. As the celestial bodies receded, an array of bizarre phenomena emerged. People beheld countless parallel dimensions incessantly intertwining, revealing boundless glaciers, towering snow-capped peaks, and vast blue oceans, alongside scorched earth and arid deserts. These sights, which ought not to exist within the realm of the blue star, unfolded in the distant sky like a mysterious celestial tapestry. None could ascertain the origins of these manifestations, nor comprehend the implications of their amalgamation upon the blue star. Only Liao Fan understood that those snow-capped mountains and glaciers were, in fact, parallel lands from external cosmic worlds, propelled by an unseen force, gradually colliding, merging, and aligning with the universe of the blue star. From this moment onward, the dimensional barrier encompassing the blue star had been utterly torn asunder by that enigmatic power, irrevocably merging with other universes. The emergence of myriad strange sights signified that entities from the external cosmos were poised to make their entrance. The influx of primordial energy further corroborated this assertion. The celestial phenomena persisted for several hours, until all celestial bodies and illusions faded, allowing sunlight to once again grace the earth. Yet, accompanying the sunlight were an abundance of funnel-shaped black cyclones. These cyclones appeared in the sky without warning, resembling bottomless black wells, both terrifying and uncanny. As the black cyclones whirled, their size continually swelled, akin to wandering black holes, more like abyssal beasts with gaping maws, incessantly inhaling and exhaling the essence of the outer universe. Primordial energy, countless streams of it. Invisible and intangible yet undeniably real, this energy, originally belonging solely to the external cosmos, surged into the realm of the blue star through the rifts in the spatial barrier. From this moment forth, the blue star would no longer experience wormhole spaces, for the entire blue star had been engulfed by a colossal wormhole, becoming an integral part of the myriad converging universes. At long last, it has arrived. Within the sanctuary, Liao Fan reclined calmly on the sofa, gazing at the funnel-shaped rifts in the sky, exhaling a sigh of numbness and resignation. The source energy had manifested, sweeping through every corner of blue star in a remarkably brief span. Wherever this source energy appeared, it heralded the emergence of terrifying extraterrestrial beings, free to roam without restraint. A sudden, thunderous roar erupted from above, affirming Liao Fan's concerns. A colossal creature, sporting massive wings, emerged from the swirling black portal. This beast, resembling a serpent in form, possessed a tail with a diameter exceeding 3 meters. Its immense body was cloaked in dark yellow scales, and from its flanks extended grotesque, muscular arms, connecting to the fleshy wings on its back. Reminiscent of a bat spreading its wings, striving to breach the spatial barrier and racing towards the city center, the most densely populated area. The fleshy wings tore through the air, producing a high-pitched, piercing shriek, while the serpentine monstrosity flapped its enormous wings, descending onto the rooftop of a moving skyscraper. The impact was cataclysmic, causing the summit of the skyscraper to collapse, raising clouds of dust and sand. The creature's deep, thunderous roar transformed into sound waves, engulfing the entire bustling city center. The winged serpent king, a third-tier beast. Liao Fan's pupils constricted rapidly, his teeth nearly grinding to dust, while his fingers, gripping his sister's back, turned pale from excessive tension. A third-tier beast possesses the power to conquer a small city single-handedly. In his current state, encountering such an adversary would likely deny him even the slightest chance of escape, resulting in a swift demise. Amidst the chaos, the anguished screams and furious roars of countless individuals filled the air. Due to his vantage point, Liao Fan could not witness the horrific fate befalling the victims at the hands of the winged serpent king, but by merely closing his eyes, he could envision the heart-wrenching plight of ordinary city dwellers, desperately wailing under the relentless pursuit of the creature. Yet, the arrival of the beast was merely the beginning. It was far from being limited to just one winged serpent king. With the first creature breaking free from the spatial barrier, soon there came a second, a third, and indeed, countless others. Above, The black vortex continued to expand, each expansion birthing entities beyond human comprehension. Through the periscope in the basement, Liao Fan beheld the external world, witnessing a veritable rain of monsters. A deluge of creatures, beyond counting, surged forth like raindrops breaching the spatial barrier, cascading from the heavens and transforming into a swarm of locusts, frantically surging towards various corners of the city upon landing. He glimpsed lizardfolk adorned with horns, colossal beasts covered in bony protrusions, and wolf-like monstrosities the size of elephants, boasting 3 heads, armored beast-men, insectoid creatures enveloped in chitin, tree spirits and flower fairies with plant-like forms that slither close to the ground, along with a multitude of avian monstrosities swirling in the air. The entire world has descended into madness. The cities under siege by these monsters are not limited to a single forest city. The disaster has spread across the globe. Throughout the expanse of Blue Star, wherever life exists, it is besieged by an array of monstrous beings. Densely populated towns undoubtedly serve as the prime targets for these creatures' bloodlust. Within mere minutes, tens of thousands of monsters have descended, overtaking the streets, shops, and residential buildings, including the buses and cars halted on the ground, their forms crawling everywhere. The sheer number of these beasts is beyond counting. They swarm in droves, akin to a locust invasion, frantically pillaging everything in the city. Both humans and wandering pets, as well as animals from the local zoo, are subjected to the most frenzied and brutal of assaults. Every corner of the city echoes with horrifying cries, as buildings collapse and vehicles recklessly collide, while the panicked shouts and desperate flight of the populace transform the city into a veritable hellscape. The earth appears drenched in blood wherever these monsters tread, leaving behind a hauntingly vivid crimson. Such devastation defies description, even for someone like Liao Fan, accustomed to carnage. The sight is so terrifying that the only response is to clutch his sister and Zheng Tao tightly, huddled in a corner of the basement, trembling with fear. No one can halt this calamity. Not Liao Fan, not Chen Guodong, nor the military, the government, or even the entire world can prevent the horrors of this day from unfolding. Chapter 177. Counterattack. No one could impede the unfolding events, not Liao Fan, nor Chen Guodong, nor the military, the nation, or even the governments of the entire world, regardless of how formidable the supernatural beings may be. Confronted with an uncountable and seemingly endless tide of monstrous creatures, the only recourse was to remain numbly observant. The sky was obscured by these behemoths, heralding a true celebration of chaos and destruction. Within the span of a single day, hundreds of thousands of creatures, both great and small, descended upon the city. They slaughtered the populace, ravaged buildings, and obliterated all forms of transportation and power infrastructure. Soon, the safe house was engulfed in darkness, with even the light filtering through the ventilation windows dimming. A multitude of birds circled high above, emitting piercing cries. Clouds of avian creatures blotted out the sun entirely. In the depths of this darkness, Liao Fan and his companions held their breaths, striving to minimize any noise, concealing themselves in the corners as they awaited the unfolding turmoil outside, which grew increasingly pronounced. First came the sound of colossal impacts, followed by the reverberations of buildings succumbing to violent collisions. Initially, these sounds were sporadic, yet as time wore on, the frequency of these assaults upon the structures escalated. Inside those very buildings, human survivors, fleeing and hiding, could no longer endure the terror within, and their anguished cries resonated in unison. Every corner of the city echoed with similar sounds of destruction and despair, in stark contrast to the faint human wails. From the distant horizon arose a cacophony of terrifying roars and heavy thuds. These creatures that had invaded Blue Star varied greatly in size, from those as small as domestic cats or mice to colossal beings reminiscent of yaks or elephants, some towering several stories high. They obliterated edifices, driving the desperate souls sheltered within into the streets, where they were mercilessly trampled and devoured. The unfortunate victims, lacking both speed and the capacity to combat these fiends, could only unleash their desperate screams. In the shadowy confines of the basement, Liao Yun clutched her brother's arm tightly, her body trembling with fear, palms slick with cold sweat. The relentless barrage of impacts and cries was overwhelming, causing the earth to tremble beneath them. The magnitude of the sounds was so immense that even the underground refuge shook violently, though the structure of the safe house was robust enough to withstand seismic tremors of a magnitude 7 or 8. The vibrations emanating from below were enough to quicken their heartbeats. In addition to the sonorous crashes, cries of horror and anguished wails became the dominant melody of the city. The auditory chaos rendered her feelings akin to being ensnared in hell itself. Liao Fan managed to maintain a semblance of calm. After all, he had encountered scenes like this before. However, for Liao Yun and Zheng Tao, the terrifying spectacle was more harrowing than any nightmare. After a prolonged silence, the sounds of impact seemed to settle, yet the three individuals soon detected distant footsteps lingering near the safe house. Zheng Tao, unable to maintain his composure, was the first to rise, peering down at the concealed passage beneath the safe house. It struck him as peculiar. What could be the source of those footsteps? Could it be my family? Prior to the onset of the apocalypse, Zheng Tao had, following Liao Fan's instructions, brought his family to the underground sanctuary. However, their quarters were situated in the deepest recesses of the underground passage, far removed from the room where the three of them were gathered. A sense of unease gripped Zheng Tao, for he feared that his family might venture outside. Fear not. Those footsteps are emanating from a distance. It is likely that those outside are fleeing from the monsters, Liao Fan reassured him, placing a hand on Zheng Tao's shoulder and shaking his head. Stay calm. Let us wait a moment longer. With that, Zheng Tao managed to relax somewhat, focusing intently, and indeed, he discerned that the footsteps were coming from afar. Beyond the safe house lay a street populated by many residents, who were also being pursued by the monstrous entities. In their desperate panic, these individuals scattered in all directions, with numerous souls finding refuge in the open space outside the safe house. Alas, their escape was short-lived, as the monsters soon caught up with them. Although Liao Fan could not witness the horror unfolding outside, he could ascertain the fate of these individuals through their anguished cries. The cacophony of screams, mingled with the occasional low growls of the beasts, instilled a deep sense of dread. Minutes passed, and the cries abruptly ceased, replaced by the ominous sound of monsters ravenously gnawing on bones, their presence encroaching through the ventilation windows into the basement. Overwhelmed by the psychological torment, Liao Yan suddenly rose and implored, "Brother, let us assist these people. The safe house is vast enough to shelter dozens of refugees. There are several layers below. Could we not save those nearby and allow them to hide in the innermost chambers, just as Zheng Tao's family does?" "No," Liao Fan countered firmly, halting his sister's ill-conceived suggestion. "If we open the door now, we risk drawing the monster's attention, potentially exposing our safe house as well. The city harbors over 1 million residents. How many can you truly save? It is best for us to remain here." This was the first day of the apocalypse, and the city was undergoing a ruthless cleansing. Nowhere on the surface was safe. The slaughter would persist into the second and third days. They must wait a week for the majority of the population to perish, leaving less than half of the survivors scattered and hiding. Only then, with a decrease in available prey, would the monsters gradually withdraw. It would be after most of the beasts had retreated that Chun Guodong's forces could regroup to drive away the remaining monsters in the city center and reclaim their territory. At that time, they would finally have the opportunity to leave the basement. Yet, 7 days felt like an eternity. The prolonged violence, coupled with the oppressive tension, was nearly driving Liao Yun and Zheng Tao to madness. Even the large black dog became increasingly agitated, occasionally hissing and howling furiously at the walls. Under Liao Fan's restraint, they ultimately managed to suppress the urge to rush out and assess the situation. For a full 7 days, despair and carnage enveloped the entire city. Apart from the stench of blood brought by death, the three could sense nothing else. Fortunately, the prolonged wait finally reached its conclusion. On the morning of the 8th day, just as the sun began to rise, a dull explosion echoed from the distant city center, followed by a cacophony of artillery and gunfire erupting from every corner of the city. Liao Yun was the first to react, leaping from the sofa with excitement, as she listened to the sounds of cannon fire in the distance. "Wonderful, brother. It's the police. They are beginning to fight back. We should soon reclaim the city." Chapter 178. The next plan. The distant sound of cannon fire offered a modicum of relief to Liao Yun, who had been burdened for far too long. Eagerly, she rushed to the periscope, yearning to discern the external environment. However, upon taking but a fleeting glance, her complexion turned ashen, and she felt an overwhelming urge to retch. Outside lay a veritable hellscape. Blood, entrails, and dismembered limbs littered the ground, while monstrous beasts roamed in search of sustenance, endlessly prowling around the city's periphery. The scene was profoundly jarring. Liao Yun quickly averted her gaze and crouched down, heaving. Liao Fan approached quietly and remarked to Liao Yun that although Chun Guodong's forces had commenced their operations, the police, with their limited capabilities, could not hope to reclaim the city center in the short term. It would be prudent not to harbor excessive expectations. Indeed, Zheng Tao also curled up nearby, his limbs tremoring restlessly. Lin City lacked any garrison. The police were armed only with standard weapons, devoid of even relatively advanced artillery or armed helicopters, making it impossible to reclaim the city. Were a well-equipped military force to arrive, they might inflict a devastating blow upon the external monstrosities. However, Chun Guodong commanded merely a police force of around 1,000, equipped with subpar weaponry, making it exceedingly difficult to eradicate all the creatures. Liao Fan lamented that this was an unavoidable circumstance. The rulers of Huagua, in their quest to maintain stability in major cities, had concentrated all military strength in key locations. Led by the capital, Lin City had long been abandoned by them. Chen Guodong's limited influence could hardly affect any significant change. The unfolding events corroborated Liao Fan's assertions. Despite the unceasing cannon fire outside, it remained primarily concentrated in the city center, showing no signs of expansion. This indicated that Qin Guodong's forces had encountered a formidable blockade from the monstrous horde shortly after emerging from the ground, unable to reclaim substantial territory. Their capture of the city center was the utmost limit of what the police force could achieve. Liao Yun, feeling despondent, asked what they should do. Liao Fan replied that for the moment, there was nothing they could undertake. He understood that this state of existence might weigh heavily upon her. Yet compared to the plight of the refugees outside, who were tormented by the monsters, their situation was relatively favorable. With a deep sigh, Liao Fan gently patted Liao Yun's forehead and continued to gaze at the ventilated window above, his expression laden with concern. He mused about the situation concerning Meng Yao, acknowledging her significant role for him and hoping that she would not encounter trouble too soon. Liao Yun, however, wore a look of discontent. Brother, how can you regard Sister Meng Yao merely as a tool? She has aided us immensely, yet you seem solely concerned with her utility. That is truly excessive. Previously, Liao Fan had sought to train his sister by providing several locations of wormhole spaces, allowing Liao Yun and Meng Yao to enter together for their development while also searching for materials to forge weapons. Throughout this process, Meng Yao had indeed supported Liao Yun greatly, forging a deep bond of friendship between them. Upon witnessing his sister's strong reaction, Liao Fan smiled gently and said, "All right. For your sake, I shall be a tad more courteous to her in the future. Please refrain from further complaints. The battles outside may persist for several days. There is no need for you to remain here vigilantly. You should return to your room and rest." After sending his sister away, Liao Fan made his way to the sofa and sat cross-legged once more. Zheng Tao, meanwhile, was comforting De Hei's anxieties while approaching to inquire. Staying in this safe house indefinitely is not a viable option. The apocalypse is likely to endure for years. We cannot perpetually dwell underground. Do you have any plans aside from waiting? Indeed, I do, Liao Fan nodded, glancing briefly at the room where his sister was situated before whispering, "In 2 days. I intend to venture out in search of something that will facilitate my further evolution. However, Liao Yun's exuberant nature may compel her to insist on accompanying me the moment I leave, so you must keep a watchful eye on her and prevent any reckless behavior." Very well, Zheng Tao agreed, then winked with curiosity, asking, "The only thing capable of aiding your evolution must be a level 2 source crystal. Do you know its whereabouts?" "I possess only a general direction and cannot ascertain its precise location, which means this expedition may take considerable time and involve significant peril," Liao Fan replied, his expression solemn and resolute. "Nevertheless, I must undertake this journey. A novice ability user can barely manage self-preservation in the apocalypse. When faced with even moderately formidable beasts, they can only flee in terror. To fulfill his survival plan and ensure a more comfortable life for his family and friends, Liao Fan must successfully achieve the next stage of evolution. Only by mastering level 2 combat capability can he contend with the majority of the beasts." Zhang Tao sighed, "Unfortunately, my abilities are insufficient to assist you significantly." "Do not say such things," Liao Fan turned to him, casting a glance at Zheng Tao's face and managing a smile. "You have already crafted numerous defensive weapons for me, and this safe house is entirely your handiwork. Without you, my plans for survival in this apocalypse would not proceed so smoothly. The matters of battle are mine to handle. Your task is to ensure my logistics run smoothly. A powerful team must have clearly defined roles." Although Zheng Tao was not a combat-oriented ability user, his skill in weapon crafting was Liao Fan's ace in the hole. In time, as Liao Fan truly cultivated his own influence, Zheng Tao's potential contributions would be boundless. Once their conversation concluded, Liao Fan turned his attention away from the tumult outside, took a deep breath to stabilize his emotions, and quietly returned to his room, closing his eyes to peacefully drift into slumber. Soon, he would enter the true environment of the apocalypse and embark on further adventures. Before that, he needed to swiftly replenish his energy and allow his body to reach its peak condition. For 2 continuous days, Liao Fan lay in bed resting, while the cacophony of artillery fire and the anguished cries of various monstrous creatures outside persisted like a haunting melody. Yet, his unwavering resolve to grow stronger remained unshaken. 2 days swiftly elapsed, marking the 10th day of the apocalyptic era. The environment of Lin City had begun to improve considerably. With the drastic reduction of the urban population, it had become increasingly difficult for the monsters to procure their sustenance. The remaining inhabitants either sought refuge deep underground or embarked on a path of evolution, initiating a counteroffensive against these creatures. Among them, Chen Guodong's team was also intensifying their efforts, systematically eliminating the monsters from the city center, coupled with the scarcity of food. This led to a significant withdrawal of the monsters, and the city gradually returned to a state of tranquility. At least, the frequency of large-scale bloodshed had diminished. However, certain monsters lurking in the shadowy corners of the city remained perilous. Chapter 179. The urban village in the eastern suburbs. Liao Fan rose early. Having tidied himself up with minimal effort, he equipped himself with tools and prepared for departure. Before leaving, he sought out Jing Tao to relay a few instructions, and then approached the large black dog resting against the wall. He gently patted its head and leaned closer, whispering, "Hey, while I am away, ensure the safety of our shelter. Allow no monsters or humans to enter or exit, not even Jing Tao or my sister. Do you understand?" Though Hey was merely a dog, it had absorbed a significant amount of source energy, awakening the bloodline of a hellhound and bestowing it with considerable intelligence. In response to Liao Fan's admonition, Hey rose willingly, shaking its heavy head and letting out a soft bark, as if promising to uphold its duty. "Good boy. I knew you wouldn't let me down. When I return, I shall bring you something special to aid in your evolution." Liao Fan smiled, affectionately ruffling its fur once more. He then swiftly stood and slipped through the most concealed passage of the shelter, emerging into the outside world. Although the cold wave had subsided, Liao Fan could not help but gasp at the bone-chilling air upon stepping out. The apocalypse had persisted for merely over 10 days. Yet the outside world had devolved into a silent hell. Streets, buildings, and various public facilities in the suburban area lay in ruin, with abandoned cars strewn about haphazardly. Shattered windows, dented doors, and the unmistakable claw marks of monsters on the metal surfaces bore testament to the brutality of this world. Undoubtedly, the vast majority of Lin City's populace had perished in the initial onslaught of the monsters. The dark crimson stains on the ground, walls, and abandoned vehicles served as poignant reminders of countless deaths. These desiccated bloodstains bore witness to the demise of innumerable souls. Strangely, aside from the blood and some fragmented bones, Liao Fan found no corpses. All bodies had been devoured by the monsters, leaving no trace. Even the entrails had become sustenance for the beasts. Only a few indigestible bones remained, devoid of any evidence of life. The streets lay deserted, the dark red pavement resembling a scene of carnage. The city was permeated by a strong metallic scent of blood, with the lingering essence intermingling with the fog, almost tinting the entire sky crimson. The heavens remained ominously dark. Even the sunlight could not dispel the gloom brought by the blood mist. Furthermore, Lin City appeared shrouded in gray haze, ethereal mists swirling overhead, obscuring the dilapidated roads and leaning remnants of old buildings that resembled ruins. Fortunately, with the majority of the population gone, the number of extraterrestrial beings had also diminished significantly. Taking a deep breath, Liao Fan navigated along the crumbling road, heading eastward while skillfully avoiding the territory of Chen Guodong and evading the vigilant eyes of patrolling officers. Making his way toward an urban village in the eastern suburbs. The scale of this urban village is vast, occupying 2 major thoroughfares. Once a bustling hub for migrant workers, the infrastructure of the city is already dilapidated, and the onslaught of monstrous entities has rendered all structures in a state of utter ruin. Liao Fan treaded carefully, every movement imbued with caution. Although most of the creatures had retreated, the corners of the city still harbored some greedy and obstinate beings, brazenly claiming territory within human confines. The threat of an attack from these monstrosities lingered ominously. As he proceeded, stopping intermittently, Liao Fan skillfully avoided all potential hazards. By mid-afternoon, he found himself at the heart of the urban village, entering a decrepit residential building, preparing to ascend to the rooftop for a better view of the surroundings. Suddenly, from the dark recesses of the corridor, emerged a bloodied middle-aged woman, her disheveled hair framing a face marred by contorted features and smeared with blood. She dashed towards Liao Fan, crying out in desperation, "Help me, please." The presence of a survivor in such a forsaken building was utterly unexpected. Momentarily taken aback, Liao Fan offered no reply, instead calmly clutching his toolbox while casting a glance behind the woman. Around the corner of the corridor lurked a massive creature, an eye-bearing rat man. Its stature roughly akin to that of the woman. Its robust lower limbs allowed it to walk upright like a human. The creature's corpulent body was cloaked in a shaggy yellow fur, and its long, thick tail bore a viciously hooked spur at the tip, leaving deep gouges in the walls as it swung about. The disheveled woman, now cornered by the eye-bearing rat man, bore numerous bloody scratches and bite marks, pushing her to the brink of collapse. Yet, driven by the instinct to survive, she reached out with her blood-soaked hand, desperately grasping for Liao Fan's shoe. Her voice hoarse and strained as she pleaded, "Help, help me." Liao Fan remained silent, watching her desperate struggle with a semblance of compassion. Though his countenance was as impassive as stone, He had encountered countless refugees like her. Had she exhibited even a glimmer of potential for evolution, he might have contemplated assisting her. Alas, the absence of any discernible energy fluctuations indicated her lack of evolutionary potential. In this apocalyptic world, a human devoid of such potential was merely fodder. Thus, Liao Fan observed coldly, harboring no intentions of offering aid. However, the unattainable eye-bearing rat man, having followed the woman's frantic escape, shifted its crimson gaze towards Liao Fan. The allure of fresh prey, exuding a far richer aroma than the disheveled woman, invigorated the rat man, prompting it to screech excitedly and leap towards Liao Fan with its powerful legs. Seeking death, Liao Fan scoffed, a subtle motion of his left arm revealing a segment of black metal tubing. He activated the mechanism with a gentle click, followed by a sharp, decisive sound. A 3-inch iron nail whistled through the air, striking true as it embedded itself in the brain of the Eye of Magic Ratman. The creature maintained its lunging motion towards Liao Fan, yet its body abruptly halted, claws still extended, before collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud, having lost its support. Indeed, Zheng Tao was a genius in weapon design. This concealed dart hidden within his arm was not only discreet but also allowed for a swift release. Capable of silently dispatching monsters, and even enabling rapid-fire capabilities, far surpassing the effectiveness of the previous folding crossbow. With the monster slain in a single shot, Liao Fan, rather than fixating on the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, cast a smile towards the miniature dart launcher strapped to his arm, unabashedly praising Zheng Tao. During the tumultuous period before and after the apocalypse, Zheng Tao had not idled away his time. He was relentlessly engaged in the contemplation and crafting of self-defense weapons. This dart launcher was his latest masterpiece. Lightweight, formidable, capable of continuous fire, and easily concealable, it could effortlessly claim the lives of enemies in silence, making it an ideal choice for dealing with lower-tier monsters. Chapter 180. Reminder. Liao Fan examined the metallic device on his arm, a smile gracing his face. The woman sprawled on the ground let out a low moan, still struggling to grasp Liao Fan's calf. Please, take me away. There are more of those monsters upstairs. My husband has already been devoured by them. I'm sorry, but you have already been scratched by the eye of the mouse man. The virus in its claws has long infected you, and it is too late for any remedy, Liao Fan replied, not yielding to her pleas. He furrowed his brow as he cast a glance at her thigh and shoulder. Her body was riddled with numerous wounds, most of which had begun to rot and blacken, emanating a putrid stench. Additionally, her body was covered in pustules, a severe sign of infection from the plague bacteria, beyond even Liao Fan's ability to save. In this apocalyptic world, amidst natural disasters and man-eating monsters, extraterrestrial viruses posed a grave threat to humanity on Blue Star. This woman was deeply infected. Even her eyeballs had begun to redden. Liao Fan knew there was no hope for her, nor was there any obligation to heal her. So he gently extricated himself from her grasp and continued to ascend the stairs. Please, save me. Don't leave me behind. I can survive. I can. The woman cried out hoarsely, struggling to crawl towards him, desperately clutching at his leg. Let go. Liao Fan did not turn back, his expression now tinged with impatience. He was not devoid of humanity. Witnessing the tragic fates of others would occasionally evoke a flicker of compassion within him. However, he refused to waste time on matters that could not be changed. You cold-hearted monster. Do you think that by abandoning me, you can save yourself? Ah, you are mistaken. There are many monsters nearby, and you will perish too. Your fate will surely be more wretched than mine. The woman, realizing Liao Fan's indifference, revealed a venomous desperation as she cursed and spat. Suddenly, a second long nail shot forth, piercing through the back of the woman's head, nailing her to the concrete floor, silencing her curses. Liao Fan moved away, freeing himself from her grip, and continued his ascent with an impassive expression. Meanwhile, above the damaged apartment building, several screeching howls echoed, drawing Liao Fan's gaze upward towards 5 or 6 Eye of the Mouse men, their eyes flashing with murderous intent. In the next moment, he opened his toolbox, not retrieving a bone knife, but rather a modified incendiary bottle crafted by Zheng Tao, which he hurled towards the narrow staircase. The bottle traced a parabolic arc through the air before exploding, scattering shards of glass that viciously pierced the bodies of the mouse men. Immediately, a surge of flames erupted, forming a fireball with a diameter exceeding 2 meters, instantly filling the cramped staircase. The mouse men were engulfed in flames, emitting piercing shrieks, resembling moving fireballs as they dashed chaotically through the stairwell. The inferno raged, scorching the monster's fur with searing heat, their cries growing increasingly anguished. Liao Fan crossed his arms and leaned against the stair railing, observing coldly. It was only when several fireballs ceased their struggles and lay motionless on the ground, reduced to piles of charred remains, that he strode forward, ascending the stairs. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he encountered an open room where a middle-aged man lay. reduced to nothing but a head, surrounded by splattered blood and dismembered body parts, emitting a nauseating stench. It seemed that this mutilated corpse was indeed the husband of the woman from earlier. Liao Fan paid no heed to it. Stepping over the bones on the floor and moving toward the balcony. Standing aloft, he surveyed the dilapidated street shrouded in thick fog, his brow slightly furrowing. Despite possessing extensive knowledge of the apocalyptic scenario, he could not recall every detail from his previous life. He knew only that around the 15th day of the apocalypse, a level 2 source crystal would manifest in the urban village of the eastern suburbs, inciting chaos. Ultimately, that crystal would be consumed by a two-horned demon, which, after devouring the soul crystal, would evolve into a second-tier creature, nearly obliterating Chun Guodong's base. Liao Fan's objective was to refine the crystal before the demon could seize it, with approximately a day remaining until the crystal's emergence. He recognized the urgency of neutralizing nearby potential threats to secure his position. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, his gaze flickered with determination. However, just as he planned to ascend higher and investigate the vicinity for any lurking monsters, he caught sight of several cautious figures emerging from the fog, drawing closer to the residential building. Leading the group was a tall, robust middle-aged man wielding a curved steel knife, who surveyed the surroundings as he walked. Following him were 3 slender young men, each clutching steel pipes, moving with equal trepidation. These individuals had come in search of food. The abrupt onset of the apocalypse had shattered all societal order, and food scarcity posed the foremost challenge humanity had to confront. The 4 were nearly driven to madness by hunger, yet, aware of the dangers outside, they steeled their resolve to scavenge. Soon, the leading man entered the building and immediately spotted the corpse of the mutant rodent, exclaiming, "My goodness, who killed this creature? And there's a woman dead here too. What are you shouting about, military brother?" "Oh no, there's a monster." A gaunt young man hurriedly approached, catching sight of the fallen bodies, and pressed his back against the wall, clutching his steel pipe tightly. The 4 exchanged anxious glances, cautiously scanning their surroundings until they confirmed no other monsters were imminent, allowing them to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Soon, a man named Jungu wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow and cautiously approached the corpse of the eye mouse creature. After observing it for a moment, he smiled and remarked, "Fortunately, this fellow is thoroughly dead and poses no threat to us. However, let us take its flesh back and share it among ourselves." In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the issue of food scarcity plagued all survivors. In their desperate bid to satiate their hunger, these individuals often resorted to consuming the flesh of monsters when left with no other choice. It was evident that these few had reached their limits of hunger, and without a second thought regarding the potential toxicity of the eye mouse meat, they were eager to wield their cleavers and dismember the creature. Just as Jungu was about to carve a piece of meat from the monster's leg to take back with him, a cold voice echoed from the stairwell, halting him. "Stop. That meat is not safe to eat." "Who are you?" Jungu exclaimed, startled, as he looked up with a tense expression. And soon he beheld a young man carrying a toolbox emerging from the stairwell. The one who had issued the sudden warning was none other than Liao Fan. He did not respond to Junji's question, but instead, with a grave demeanor, cautioned, "The eye mouse is a carrier of extraterrestrial pathogens. Not even flames reaching several hundred degrees can eradicate the viruses within its body. If you consume that meat, you will become infected just like the woman on the ground." Chapter 181. Foraging for food. Liao Fan was not one to meddle in the affairs of others, nor did he particularly care about the lives of these strangers. However, as a newcomer in this place, he needed to gather information about the surrounding area from the group led by Jungu. Thus, he hastily descended the stairs to caution them against disturbing the corpses of the mouse men. Upon hearing the warning, the tall and burly Jungu instinctively dropped the piece of meat he was holding. At that moment, a gaunt young man standing beside him stepped forward and inquired, "Who are you, and why do you claim that these creatures carry viruses? Have you eaten them?" Although the apocalypse had descended for over a fortnight, and the urban refugees had encountered the formidable nature of these extraterrestrial beings, their understanding remained limited. The young man harbored skepticism towards Liao Fan's words, his face clearly reflecting doubt as he retorted, "We have survived by consuming the flesh of these monsters. Have we not encountered any issues?" Liao Fan replied, "That is merely due to your fortunate circumstances. You have yet to encounter toxic creatures. However, luck is not a constant companion. It would be prudent to avoid tampering with these unknown entities." His warning was far from alarmist. In his previous life, he had witnessed similar predicaments. Many starving survivors, in their desperation to survive, often turned to the corpses of these enigmatic monsters. Consuming such unknown flesh could easily lead to infection from extraterrestrial pathogens. Faced with these unfamiliar afflictions, humanity lacked any means of treatment. Most were left to endure, living or dying based on their resilience. Some terrifying infectious diseases could emerge, resulting in the infection and demise of thousands. Liao Fan added, "If you doubt my words, take a look at the corpse of that woman on the ground. After being clawed by the mouse man, her wound exhibits clear signs of infection." Junge and his companions were taken aback, and with a sense of uncertainty. They examined the woman's wounds. The necrotic flesh and the foul-smelling, purulent blood made them realize that Liao Fan spoke the truth, prompting them to instinctively retreat from the mouse man's corpse. Junge wiped away the cold sweat and said, "Friend, thank you for your warning. Otherwise, we might have." "Do not mention it," Liao Fan interrupted, casting a glance at the three young men behind Junge. He asked in a low voice, "How long have you been in this area?" The young men remained silent, seemingly cautious of this unexpected newcomer. Junge, however, cleared his throat and replied, "Not long. Our previous dwelling was overrun by monsters, and to survive, we have been aimlessly wandering the city until we relocated to this urban village just yesterday." Liao Fan acknowledged with an "oh" and further inquired, "Are there any particularly formidable monsters in the vicinity?" His presence before the four was solely to gather intelligence about the surroundings, hoping to ascertain whether there were any potential threats within this urban village. However, Junge shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "No, we just arrived not long ago and immediately sought refuge in an abandoned underground parking garage. If we weren't on the verge of starvation, we wouldn't have ventured outside in search of food. We have been holed up in the garage for the past couple of days and are unaware of the situation outside." "I see." Liao Fan felt a twinge of disappointment at Junji's response, having hoped that these individuals might possess some knowledge of the urban village, only to find they were relatively new arrivals themselves. As the two conversed, another young man approached Junge and urged softly, "Junge, we shouldn't waste any more time. Let us quickly search the vicinity for something to eat. Our group has been hungry for several days, and if we don't find something soon, my sister and the others will be on the brink of collapse. You need food, right? Conveniently, there is some upstairs. I can lead you there," Liao Fan interjected suddenly. "However, in return for guiding you to find food, I require to join your team and temporarily reside with you. Wandering aimlessly through the urban village makes one an easy target for monsters." Although Liao Fan was not overly concerned about the lower-level monsters, he preferred to avoid unnecessary confrontations before encountering the second-level source crystal. Joining this person's team and finding a safe place to reside would indeed help him sidestep potential troubles. "Certainly, that would be wonderful," Junge exclaimed excitedly, quickly sizing up Liao Fan before nodding in agreement. The apocalypse had persisted for over a fortnight, and most individuals, in order to fend off the ever-looming threat of monsters, had learned to band together for warmth. Liao Fan, being alone yet remaining composed in such an environment, indicated a wealth of survival experience. Junge, feeling the inadequacy of his small team, was eager to welcome Liao Fan's willingness to join them. "Let us head upstairs to find food quickly, lest we attract the attention of other foraging monsters." Liao Fan, wishing to avoid unnecessary chatter, turned and led the four towards the upper levels. While surveying the area earlier, Liao Fan had discovered a considerable amount of food in the home of a man who had been partially devoured, and he promptly guided Junge and the others there. The group rushed into the kitchen, opening the refrigerator and the cabinets beneath the stove, and indeed found some grains, oils, and pasta, which brought smiles of delight to their faces as they hurriedly concealed the provisions on their persons. "Let us go. It is unwise to linger here. Now that we've found food, we should depart promptly." Liao Fan, however, paid little heed to the food. As his safe house was already stocked with enough supplies to last for years, a mere few bags of flour held little significance for him. Under Junji's leadership, the group swiftly descended the stairs and made their way back to the underground parking garage where they had taken refuge. Upon reaching this temporary sanctuary, Liao Fan realized that their chosen hiding spot was, in fact, the basement parking garage of a shopping mall in the urban village. This garage was spacious, filled with numerous abandoned vehicles. Apart from Junge, within the parking lot of the building, there were several emaciated refugees, tormented by hunger, who had taken refuge in various vehicles, anxiously awaiting Junji's return with sustenance. As they had just entered the underground garage, the refugees emerged from their hiding spots, flocking to the entrance, eagerly inquiring of Junge and his companions, "Wei Jun, have you found any food? My daughter is on the verge of fainting from hunger." "Indeed. My father suffers from low blood sugar. If he doesn't eat soon, he may perish from starvation." The crowd buzzed with anticipation, their hopeful gazes fixed upon Junge. Yet, he did not disappoint them. He promptly retrieved the food he had recently acquired and began distributing it among the group, all the while cheerfully remarking, "Today has been fortunate. Thanks to this young man, Liao Fan, I was able to procure these provisions. Let us not forget to express our gratitude to him." Chapter 182. The dispute. It was evident that Brother Jun was the leader of this exiled group. earning the respect of all the refugees and even possessing the authority to distribute food. He laid out all the gathered provisions and divided them equally, ensuring that everyone received a portion to eat. However, the number of refugees gathered in the underground garage was considerable, totaling over 20 individuals. Each person took away a share of food, leaving Brother Jun with very little for himself. By the end of the distribution, only 2 meager pieces of dry bread remained in his hands. He approached Liao Fan and said, "Thank you for your help in locating this food. Here are the last 2 pieces of bread. Let us split one each." However, Liao Fan glanced at the bread but did not accept it. Instead, he shook his head, surveying the jubilant refugees who had just received their rations, and frowned slightly. "I don't need it. You've been responsible for the safety of these people." "Indeed," Brother Jun replied. "They are all neighbors. We lived in the same community, but when this damned apocalypse struck, many perished, and most had no choice but to flee with me. This situation has persisted for over 10 days. Brother Jun took a bite of the hard bread, his voice low. Liao Fan remained silent. With his keen perception, he could tell that Brother Jun was the core of the group. Not only was he physically robust, but he also possessed a certain aptitude for refining source energy. However, due to a lack of guidance, his evolution had been rather slow. The others in the exiled team, on the other hand, displayed little to no evolutionary talent. Relying solely on Brother Jun, it was exceedingly challenging to ensure the survival of the entire group. Liao Fan withdrew his gaze and continued, "Your abilities are commendable, but regrettably, these individuals seem to be a burden to you. Have you never considered abandoning them and seeking survival on your own?" Brother Jun shook his head, a simple smile gracing his face. "In this apocalyptic world, life is difficult for everyone. If I were to leave, the elderly, the sick, and the weak would starve. I cannot bear that thought. Besides, having more people means we can look out for one another." His words held truth. It was clear that he was a kind-hearted individual. Liao Fan smiled, his gaze softening as he looked at Brother Jun regardless of the harshness of the world around them. Maintaining a kind heart was a testament to his innate goodness, making him a person worthy of trust. Although Liao Fan did not wish to play the role of a saint, he would not easily dismiss the shining facets of humanity. If possible, he would not mind considering the inclusion of Brother Jun in his own team. After a brief exchange, Liao Fan sought a quieter corner to rest against the wall for a moment. However, at that very moment, a minor dispute erupted among the refugees who were distributing food. A man with a pointed face and a slender, somewhat unsightly figure is attempting to snatch food recently allocated to another woman. "Zhao, as a woman, you cannot possibly consume all this food. Why not share half with me? I have been starving for several days, and this meager portion is hardly sufficient to fill my teeth," he insists. The woman named Zhao shakes her head vehemently. "No, Sun Kong. How can you take my belongings? I have been hungry for quite some time as well. I cannot part with my food." With a smirk, he retorts, "Back when your husband died, I took care of you quite a bit. Before the apocalypse, you owed me a considerable sum of money, which I have since forgiven. So what is wrong with taking a little food from you now?" Sun Kong seizes the instant noodles from her grasp and begins to stride away. But Zhao clings to him from behind, pleading softly, "I beg you, leave me a little. I will starve if I do not eat soon." "Foolish woman, let go." Sun Kong dismisses her pleas, shoving her away while cursing under his breath. Their quarrel inevitably draws the attention of others, with Brother Wei being the first to approach. He admonishes Sun Kong, "What are you doing? Did we not just share food with you? Why are you now trying to take Zhao portion? This is none of your concern. Wei Jun Zhao owes me a significant amount of money, which I have never pressed her to repay. In this apocalypse, that debt has become worthless paper. I am merely reclaiming a fraction of what she owes me in food. What is wrong with that?" Sun Kong defends himself brazenly, showing no regard for Wei Jun's intervention. Zhao, having her food stolen, swiftly retorts, "You despicable man. You have indeed lent me some money, but every time you did, you took advantage of me. I owe you nothing now." Their exchange quickly becomes a spectacle, attracting onlookers eager to witness the drama unfold. Sun Kong, feeling cornered, exclaims, "Me? Despicable? You are the one lacking shame, enticing me right after your husband's death and selling your body for money. You are no different from those streetwalkers. Enough." Wei Jun's expression darkens, clearly intolerant of their bickering. He raises his voice to silence them. "What are you two doing at a time like this, squabbling over past grievances? Do you not fear attracting monsters?" His authority in the group is palpable, and both parties cease their quarrel at his reprimand. Yet Sun Kong mutters under his breath, "Regardless, she has benefited from me in the past. It is not unreasonable to ask for a bit of food in return. It merely evens the score." Zhao immediately counters, "Sun Kong, do you have no conscience? You certainly did not say that when you were taking advantage of me. Foolish woman, I cannot be bothered to argue with you." Sun Kong scoffs, indifferent to the opinions of others, and turns to leave. However, upon glancing back, he encounters a man clad in a black trench coat, his stern visage unyielding as he leans against the wall, casting a piercing gaze at Sun Kong. It is Liao Fan. At this moment, Liao Fan remains motionless, his eyes filled with profound disdain as he fixates on Sun Kang's pointed features. What are you staring at, kid? Mind your own business. Sun Kong snaps. Sun Kong was momentarily taken aback, perhaps due to Liao Fan's piercing gaze that sent a chill down his spine. Yet, in an effort to preserve his dignity, he let out a cold snort and feigned a smile, remarking, "You wouldn't be considering advocating for that woman, would you?" Liao Fan remained silent, his unwavering stare upon Sun Kong growing increasingly intense. If Liao Fan's memory served him correctly, there had once been an ability user in Lin City with the same name as Sun Kong in a previous life. This individual was undoubtedly fortunate. Within the first month of the apocalypse, he had successfully acquired a primary source crystal, which facilitated his evolution and secured him a place among the first batch of ability users in Lin City. However, in stark contrast to the heroes who fought to protect the city, this man's actions after gaining power were nothing short of perverse. It was said that he had taken advantage of Chun Guodong's efforts to fend off a beast tide, stealthily raiding a supply warehouse within the city, resulting in thousands of people facing starvation and dying from hunger. Moreover, he had wielded his strength to extort and plunder, establishing a harem where he sought out beautiful women, subjecting them to various depraved methods. It was only 3 years into the apocalypse that Sun Kong met his demise in a chaotic battle against the Dwarf Demon Legion. Liao Fan was uncertain whether this Sun Kong was indeed the same notorious individual from his past life, but given his actions, it was likely that he was not far from the truth. Chapter 183, Taking Action. Reflecting on his past life, Liao Fan narrowed his gaze, recalling the sins committed by Sun Kong in this very city. Though he did not know Sun Kong personally nor had any direct conflicts with him, the memories of how Sun Kong had robbed Qin Guodong's supply warehouse, depriving him and his sister of crucial relief supplies, which nearly led to their starvation, remained vivid in his mind. As these thoughts surfaced, Liao Fan's expression grew increasingly frigid, and he silently clenched his fists. Unbeknownst to Sun Kong, who was oblivious to Liao Fan's contemplation, he noticed Liao's unfriendly demeanor and intense stare. With a scowl, he retorted insolently, "What the hell are you looking at? I didn't steal anything from you. You, a mere newcomer, dare to glare at me? You're asking for trouble." As he finished speaking, Sun Kong forcefully shoved Liao Fan's shoulder, cursing as he demanded passage. Liao Fan remained unmoved, redirecting his gaze to the woman from whom the food had been stolen, and coldly remarked, "This man just robbed you of your sustenance. Are you simply going to accept your fate? And you, as the leader of this team, how can you tolerate a rat among your ranks?" The last statement was directed at Wei Jun. Although Wei Jun's expression soured, he awkwardly smiled in response to Liao Fan's inquiry and said, "How about I share some of my food with Zhao Wan? We are all refugees from the same place. There's no need to escalate this matter." Absurd. Liao Fan let out a cold laugh, a mere sneer. To relinquish one's own interests for the unreasonable actions of others is not compassion, it is folly. Who do you think you are? Even Brother Jun is willing to let it go, and you still have the audacity to complain? Sun Kang's demeanor faltered completely. Liao Fan had publicly labeled him a rat, and he could not endure such humiliation. With his sleeves rolled up and an aggressive stance, Sun Kong swung a punch aimed at Liao Fan's nose. Liao Fan did not flinch. Indeed, there was no need to. Although Sun Kong had gained some notoriety in his past life, he had yet to attain true evolution in this one, and the speed of his punch appeared to Liao Fan as sluggish as a snail. Liao Fan observed calmly until the fist was nearly upon him, at which point he extended his left hand and executed a gentle twist. Crack! In an instant, Liao Fan seized Sun Kang's wrist, the sound of bones fracturing echoing in the air before Sun Kong could even emit a cry. He was effortlessly lifted off the ground and discarded onto the cold floor as if he were refuse. Thud. The impact against the ground was heavy, and a spurt of blood erupted from Sun Kang's mouth, followed by his pitiful groans. Those around them were momentarily stunned. Such decisiveness and efficiency were unprecedented in their experience. You actually dared to strike." Sun Kong lay on the ground, his wrist aching and his insides convulsing in pain. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression contorted in agony as he rose to his feet, casting a glance at his shattered wrist bones. The pain twisted his features into a mask of resentment, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf cursing its fate. But before he could utter anything more outrageous, Liao Fan struck with lightning speed, landing a kick squarely on Sun Kong's chin, accompanied by a sharp crack of bone. Sun Kong was sent sprawling 2 meters away, rolling along the ground like a gourd, ultimately coming to a halt deep within the garage, his curses abruptly silenced. "Wait, what are you doing?" Wei Jun exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically as he beheld the distant Sun Kong had been propelled. He rushed forward, attempting to intervene. Don't go overboard. Although Sun Kong is at fault, he doesn't deserve such a severe punishment. There's no need to resort to such brutality. Step aside. Liao Fan ignored Wei Jun entirely, his demeanor remaining chillingly resolute. His reprimand of Sun Kong was not for the sake of anyone else. It was to prevent this twisted individual from maturing into a menace, as he had in a previous life, continuing to wreak havoc upon the city. Though Liao Fan typically exhibited a cold indifference toward the lives of strangers, he recognized that a psychopath like Sun Kong, if given the opportunity to thrive, would undoubtedly incite chaos throughout the city. This was clearly contrary to Liao Fan's interests, hence his murderous intent. That's enough. Just as Liao Fan prepared to deliver another blow to finish off the thug, Wei Jun let out a booming shout, positioning himself as a barrier against Liao Fan. Regardless of Sun Kong's shortcomings, he is still my neighbor. He made the initial mistake, but all he needs to do is return the food to Zhao Wan. There's no need to resort to lethal measures over such matters. Your actions are excessive. Reluctantly, Liao Fan halted, casting a silent glance at Wei Jun before shaking his head in disappointment. I am doing this for your benefit. With a rat like this in your midst, your situation will only worsen. But since you choose not to appreciate my intentions, I shall take my leave. Liao Fan remained unfazed by Wei Jun's fury, unconcerned about the potential fallout of their relationship. With his current capabilities, he could effortlessly eliminate everyone in a matter of moments if he so desired. However, he refrained from doing so. He had come to this place in search of a second-level source crystal, and engaging in conflict with Wei Jun's group could lead to unpredictable complications, an outcome he desperately sought to avoid. He picked up his toolbox once more, glancing at the nearly incapacitated figure groaning on the ground, then at Wei Jun's face, which was filled with indignation. With a sense of disappointment, he declared, initially, I considered inviting you to join my ranks, as you possess a sense of responsibility and commitment. However, your misguided sense of benevolence has left me disheartened. Let us part ways here. Take care of yourself. With that, Liao Fan turned and departed, leaving the group behind. Initially, he had intended to infiltrate this band of exiles, biding his time until the second-level source crystal appeared, poised to seize the opportune moment to claim it. However, this brief encounter had prompted a change of heart. He swiftly exited the underground garage, casting his gaze towards the increasingly darkening sky. After casually surveying his surroundings, he made his way towards a more secluded residential building. The secondary source crystal had yet to manifest, so Liao Fan would not venture too far. However, he wished to shield his mood from the influence of that group. He found an unbothered building nearby to rest. Nightfall was imminent, and the darkness enveloped the sky rapidly. Liao Fan was acutely aware that once night descended, the activities of those from the outer cosmos would intensify. Upon entering the room, he immediately sought out some discarded newspapers and tore down the tattered curtains to seal the gaps around the windows and door, preventing his breath from escaping. After completing this task, Liao Fan positioned himself comfortably in a corner, yet his gaze remained cold as it drifted towards the corridor outside the building. With a tone that was neither warm nor cold, he remarked, It is getting dark. Monsters may appear at any moment. Why do you persist in following me? No sooner had he spoken than timid footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a frail woman who, meeting Liao Fan's gaze, cautiously stepped into the concealed little room. In a barely audible voice, she said, I came to thank you. If it weren't for your intervention with Sun Kong, I might have continued to be bullied by him. Chapter 184. The corpse and the ghost tribe. The woman who had followed was none other than Zhao Wan, who had recently been robbed of her provisions in the underground garage. She presented a timid demeanor, standing frozen at the doorway with reddened eyes, exuding an air of pitiful vulnerability. Liao Fan calmly shook his head and remarked, You misunderstand me. While I did indeed harbor a desire to eliminate Sun Kong, it was not to champion your cause. I simply found him intolerable. Liao Fan was no grand hero. He had never considered intervening on behalf of a stranger. Every action he took was driven by his own deliberations. Zhao Wan hesitated momentarily before timidly expressing, I understand, but I wish to accompany you. Could you take me away from this place? Rest assured, I am not a useless woman. I can assist you in finding food, cooking, washing clothes, and performing various tasks. As she spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper, and she nervously bit her lip, even going so far as to unfasten the buttons of her blouse. This scene was one that any adult could comprehend. Liao Fan, too, grasped the implication, yet he felt no inclination towards such overt advances. Swiftly, he coldly halted Zhao Wan's actions, his expression darkening as he stated, I believe you have misunderstood. Once more, let me clarify. My confrontation with Sun Kong was not for your sake, and I have no interest in you. It would be best if you left. It is already dark, and this location is perilous. However, Zhao Wan remained unmoved, still standing at the threshold, biting her lip as she queried, "Are you not a man? Do you not require a woman to serve you?" Liao Fan said nothing, his gaze sharpening into an increasingly piercing and indifferent glare. Undeniably, Zhao Wan was not unappealing, although the hardships of the past few weeks had left her disheveled and weary. Her curvaceous figure paired with an ostensibly delicate appearance was enough to stir the hearts of most men. Moreover, despite being slightly older than Liao Fan, her skin retained a youthful pallor, indicating that prior to the apocalypse, she had been adept at maintaining her allure. Regrettably, Liao Fan found himself genuinely disinterested. A decade of bloodshed had long since extinguished any remnants of passion within him. Matters of intimacy only drained his energy and left him feeling more fatigued, offering him no solace. Thus, he rose once more, slowly opening his toolbox to retrieve a bone knife, which he grasped coldly in his hand. Thanks to Zheng Tao's further modifications, the knife's design had become even more refined. The dark blade radiated a chilling metallic sheen, its smooth form perfectly adhering to the principles of mechanics. As Liao Fan lightly held it, he immediately felt a joyous resonance, as if the blade had been imbued with a spirit capable of unleashing a frigid wave of slaughter. "What purpose do you have for that knife?" Zhao Wan was taken aback by Liao Fan's actions, instinctively retreating a step and halting her disrobing. She was an astute woman, having recognized Liao Fan's uniqueness, which compelled her to muster the courage to follow him, determined to win his favor at any cost. However, Liao Fan's gaze was icy, and the glint of the knife in his hand was even colder, instantly awakening Zhao Wan to the realization that she may have misjudged this man. Liao Fan toyed with the blade, calmly fixing his gaze on Zhao Wan's fair neck, where the bluish veins and arteries were faintly discernible beneath her skin. He spoke with a measured tone, "I detest idle chatter, and I have no desire to expend energy persuading a stranger to turn back. I will count to 3. And when I reach 3, I will strike at your neck. If you survive, consider it a pass, and you may remain by my side as my assistant." As soon as he finished speaking, Liao Fan began counting. 1. Zhao Wan, utterly terrified, looked at the raised blade, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow as she retreated, pleading, "No, you wouldn't do this to me. I can see that you are a person of justice. You would never commit such an outrageous act." "Justice?" Liao Fan chuckled, his expression remaining impassive as he moved the blade to lock onto Zhao Wan's neck. "My team indeed requires individuals of considerable capability, but I have no use for women who merely know how to flaunt their charms. If you wish to join, you must pass my test." 2. As he announced the second number, Liao Fan stepped forward, the oppressive blade now merely half a meter from Zhao Wan. "Ah, you madman, help." Zhao Wan, completely paralyzed by fear, caught a glimpse of the beastly aura in Liao Fan's eyes and realized he was not jesting. She immediately screamed and fled, turning to run towards the underground garage. Liao Fan coldly observed her retreating figure, having no need to count to 3, as it was entirely unnecessary. A woman who, in this post-apocalyptic world, only knew how to trade her body for gain was not worthy of his protection. What Liao Fan sought were individuals of exceptional character and talent, those who could shine in the darkness. Regrettably, although Zhao Wan was clever, she did not meet Liao Fan's criteria for acceptance. He silently retracted his long knife, lowering his gaze and sighing inwardly. "It seems that establishing a formidable team is not such an easy task. I must patiently search for individuals who meet my standards." Afterward, Liao Fan placed the toolbox behind his head, preparing to shift into a more comfortable sleeping position. Suddenly, a shrill and tormented scream pierced the stillness of the night. "Ah!" The high-pitched wail, filled with despair, dispelled Liao Fan's drowsiness, causing him to sit upright, his muscles tensed. What was happening? Had something befallen that woman? His face contorted in surprise as he hastily flipped over, grasping the toolbox, and hurriedly pursued Zhao Wan's fleeing figure. Moments later, he halted at the roadside, not far from the underground parking lot. Before him lay a withered corpse, its blood and moisture seemingly drained by some unknown entity. The blood and flesh had eroded, leaving behind an empty husk, a wrinkled old skin clinging to the bones, presenting an eerie and chilling sight. It was Zhao Wan. However, in stark contrast to just a few moments ago, when Zhao Wan was lively and attempting to please Liao Fan with her physical presence, she has now transformed into a horrifying and grotesquely twisted cadaver. Blood and flesh have seemingly been drained away by some unknown force, leaving nothing but skin and bones. Her cheeks are sunken, the skin wrinkled tightly against her cheekbones, and her eye sockets are deeply hollowed. Her mouth hangs open in a perpetual expression of terror and horror from her last moments, yet her tongue has receded into her throat due to dehydration. It is utterly shocking. From the moment Zhao Wan was expelled from the room to the moment she emitted a scream before meeting her demise, barely 2 minutes elapsed. What could have drained her of all her blood and moisture? Liao Fan's heart sank as he swiftly scanned his surroundings, failing to detect any unusual signs. His expression turned ghastly, and he soon wore a grim demeanor, muttering to himself, could it be a creature from the ghost tribe? In his recollection, the only otherworldly beings capable of silently appearing and draining a human's blood in mere seconds would be those from the ghost tribe. Yet, such malevolent entities were not expected to manifest in the Blue Star world until 3 years after the apocalypse began. Why has the timeline shifted? Liao Fan murmured, his gaze darkening ominously. Chapter 185. Temperature contrast. With the convergence of multiple outer universes, the Blue Star is poised to confront an invasion by countless extraterrestrial beings. Among these, the Ghost Clan stands out as a particularly unique entity. Unlike other cosmic creatures, they exist in a state between ethereal and semi-ethereal, exhibiting swift and enigmatic movements that allow them to silently dispatch their prey. These entities resemble phantoms, favoring dark and damp locales and harboring an intense aversion to sunlight. Typically, they conceal themselves in unnoticed corners, only to emerge suddenly under the cloak of night to launch ambushes against humans. Furthermore, the essence of the Ghost Clan straddles the realms of the corporeal and the spectral, rendering them exceedingly elusive. Even the weakest among them possesses formidable combat prowess. In stark contrast to the intellectually deficient lower-tier beasts, the Ghost Clan is remarkably intelligent, capable of inhabiting human hosts to facilitate communication and extract memories from their minds. Liao Fan was taken aback. In his previous life, he had little interaction with the Ghost Clan. After all, such bizarre and rare extraterrestrial beings were inherently scarce, and their genuine arrival on Blue Star was not anticipated until at least 3 years post-apocalypse. What could have transpired to precipitate the Ghost Clan's premature incursion? This was certainly not auspicious news. Silently, Liao Fan rose, casting a glance at the lifeless body on the ground, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. Ultimately, he tightened his grip on his weapon, fixing his gaze towards the underground parking garage, moving stealthily in that direction. Under normal circumstances, Liao Fan would not have dared to provoke a Ghost Clan being. He would likely have fled at the first hint of danger. However, the situation was different now. His objective, the level 2 source crystal, was soon to arrive in this urban village. To secure the opportunity for a second evolution, Liao Fan knew he must steadfastly defend this location. The presence of the Ghost Clan would undoubtedly pose the most significant obstacle to his acquisition of the level 2 source crystal. Thus, he resolved to act, aiming to eliminate this formidable threat before the crystal's arrival. Surveying the urban village, the underground garage where Wei Jun was stationed appeared to be the most likely target to attract the Ghost Clan. After all, it was home to over 20 survivors, exuding a strong scent of blood and flesh, which the Ghost Clan would not overlook. With this thought in mind, Liao Fan quickened his pace, carefully navigating towards the garage while remaining undetected. At that moment, the garage was eerily quiet. As night fell, it succumbed to a profound stillness. The occupants were preparing for rest, blissfully unaware of the impending terror. Most had already succumbed to sleep, save for Wei Jun, who sat by a meager campfire, his expression grim as he gazed towards the entrance of the garage. The entrance provided direct access to the outside road, and as darkness enveloped the area, the fearsome and brutal monsters would inevitably become more active. Should fortune fail them, this place could easily fall under the predation of such creatures. As the leader of this group, Wei Jun dared not close his eyes. Even at night, he remained vigilant, weapon in hand, ready to defend and patrol. Beside Wei Jun lay a figure with a fractured arm and a bandaged jaw, none other than Sun Kong, who had recently been chastised by Liao Fan. The man appeared woeful, leaning against the ground and emitting feeble groans, recalling the moment he was brutally beaten by Liao Fan, his face etched with resentment. Wei Jun, hearing Sun Kang's whimpers, reluctantly shifted his gaze and remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Who told you to bully others? You brought this upon yourself by trying to seize Zhao Wan's food." Sun Kong, with an injured jaw and drool escaping the corner of his mouth, retorted defiantly, "What wrong have I done? I merely asked that wretched woman for some food. She owes me." Wei Jun was rendered speechless. Despite his pitiful state, Sun Kong stubbornly clung to his defiance, proving to be an incorrigible character. Reflecting on Liao Fan's earlier words, Wei Jun felt a twinge of complexity in his emotions and coldly warned Sun Kong, "You are forbidden from causing further trouble. Next time, no one will plead on your behalf." "Huh, as if I care." Even with his mouth askew, Sun Kong remained brazen, grunting before struggling to his feet and shuffling toward the garage exit. Wei Jun immediately stood up, saying, "What are you doing? It's dark outside. More dangerous than during the day." Sun Kong snapped back, "Well, I can't just urinate where I sleep, can I?" His attitude was abrasive, still brooding over the earlier incident. Completely disregarding Wei Jun's admonishment, "You're being overly cautious. This urban village is quite safe. We've lived here for 2 days without encountering any monsters. I doubt any will show up here, he complained. Wei Jun countered, that may be true, but it's better to be cautious. Our team lacks combat prowess. If we provoke something formidable, we all might face dire consequences. Stop trying to scare me. I'm merely taking a leak. What could possibly happen? Sun Kong scoffed dismissively. Seeing him don a shameless demeanor, Wei Jun felt a surge of anger. He disdained Sun Kang's arrogance but had tolerated it, considering they were neighbors before the apocalypse. Additionally, the team comprised mostly of the weak, sick, and elderly, with few capable young fighters. Despite Sun Kang's unlikable nature, he still possessed strength. Which was why Wei Jun had kept this troublemaker in the group. As Sun Kong distanced himself, a young man approached Wei Jun, saying, Brother Jun. Sun Kong is becoming increasingly outrageous. That guy was right. Keeping this troublemaker could indeed bring us considerable misfortune. We can't just kick him out, can we? Wei Jun replied, visibly irritated and shaking his head. Just as he was about to say more, another young man responsible for the night watch rushed toward him, whispering urgently, Brother Jun. Something's amiss. It seems to be fogging up inside the garage. Wei Jun paused, quickly halting the conversation, and addressed the hurried young man, Xiao Wang. There's no need to shout. It's just fog, nothing serious. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the climate on Blue Star had frequently exhibited anomalies. And late-night fog was a common occurrence that Wei Jun had long since grown accustomed to. However, the young man Xiao Wang remarked, no, this fog is particularly peculiar. It seems to be concentrated solely near the underground garage, with no mist elsewhere. Only here do we find it. The young man who spoke earlier added, indeed. Hasn't the cold wave already subsided? Why do I still feel so chilled? The temperature here is abysmally low, akin to a vast ice cellar. Wei Jun fell silent, for he too sensed a profound chill lingering within the underground garage. This unusual temperature disparity struck him as bizarre. Since the advent of the apocalypse, the cold wave that had enveloped Lin City for 2 months had dissipated, only to be replaced by an oppressive heat. Yet, at this moment, the underground garage was steadily growing frigid, as if a powerful air conditioning unit were relentlessly blasting cold air, not only producing a faint white mist, but also causing frost to form upon the floor, as if they had suddenly plunged into winter. This cold was not merely the result of a simple drop in temperature. It felt as though an invisible entity had infiltrated the air, enveloping the garage in its grasp. Chapter 186. The presence of spirits. This is quite peculiar. Could it be a ghost? Observing the faint white mist that enveloped the surroundings, along with the chilling aura intermingled within it, the young man, Xiao Wang, involuntarily shivered and jested half-heartedly. Nonsense. It seems your brain has succumbed to the cold. Allowing such childish remarks to escape your lips, Wei Jun shot a disapproving glare at Xiao Wang and continued to survey the area. The thick fog began to dissipate, mingled with an intangible chill that sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to reassure himself. It's nothing. The climate in this apocalyptic world has always been erratic. There's no need to overreact. Yet, before he could finish his thoughts, a faint scream pierced the air, followed by a frantic scurry of footsteps rapidly approaching from the mist. What the hell? The 2 young men beside him jumped in surprise, and Wei Jun shivered, hastily calling out in the direction of the noise. Who's there? Ghost. There's a ghost. From within the fog, the footsteps grew nearer, and a figure emerged, a man with arms wrapped in bandages, limping towards them. It was Sun Kong, who had just stepped outside for a brief moment. Compared to his previous rebellious demeanor, Sun Kong now appeared as pale as a ghost, his face contorted in terror as if he had encountered something horrifying. Wei Jun frowned, reprimanding him. What kind of joke are you making at this hour? I'm not joking. There's truly something out there. Sun Kong stammered, rushing to explain. Just now, I was outside relieving myself when I suddenly saw a gray shadow clinging to the outer wall of the mall, at least 10 meters above the ground. But that shadow didn't T-fall. It floated there, smiling at me. Could it be a monster? Noticing that Sun Kong seemed sincere, Wei Jun's expression shifted, and he instinctively tightened his grip on his machete. No, it's not a monster. It's really a ghost. Sun Kong insisted emphatically, stepping back in fear. I swear what I saw was a gray shadow, completely different from any monster I've encountered before, and that thing was floating in the air, resembling the spirits described in legends. Their heated debate roused the other survivors from their slumber. Before long, nearly all the survivors approached, some rubbing their eyes and grumbling. What are you all making noise about in the middle of the night? Let us sleep, conserve your strength, or we'll be hungry again. Sleep? There's a ghost here. Everyone quickly get up and follow me to leave. Sun Kong, looking distressed, began to berate the complaining crowd. What did you say? A ghost? Hearing such a childish claim, nearly everyone erupted in laughter, shaking their heads in disbelief. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you dreaming? How could there be ghosts in this world? Even though the apocalypse had persisted for half a month, and they had witnessed many ferocious and bloodthirsty beasts. The notion of spirits appearing here was met with skepticism. Enough, everyone be quiet. The atmosphere tonight is indeed quite eerie. Let us first clarify the situation. Wei Jun gestured to silence the murmurs of the crowd. He scanned the surroundings and then inquired, "Where is Xiao Zhan? Wasn't it his turn to keep watch tonight? Why hasn't he returned?" "I don't know. Should we go check on him?" asked a young man named Xiao Wang, visibly anxious. "All right. Let us find Xiao Zhang and ascertain what has occurred," Wei Jun replied, his mind clouded with confusion, yet he swiftly made a decision. The group hurriedly made their way towards the passage beside the garage, eager to uncover the mystery at hand. However, what they encountered next was truly unsettling. There, lying in the passage beside the garage, was a desiccated corpse, its cheeks sunken and shriveled, the body reduced to a mere empty shell, bizarrely sprawled on the ground. "Xiao Zhang." Wei Jun spotted the body instantly, momentarily taken aback, then his expression shifted drastically as he let out a gasp. The others, startled, stumbled back several paces in terror. They had seen corpses before, yet the manner of Xiao Zhang's demise was incomprehensibly strange. The body bore no apparent external injuries. It was merely a hollow frame loosely draped over the skeletal structure. The eye sockets were deeply sunken, the eyeballs nearly invisible, and the features grotesquely distorted due to severe dehydration, resembling that of a desiccated corpse. How could Xiao Zhang be like this? "I just swapped shifts with him half an hour ago. He seemed perfectly fine." Xiao Wang trembled, retreating as if struck by a jolt of electricity. Sun Kong, his legs weakening, grimaced and remarked, "Could it be the work of that ghost outside?" The individual before them had seemingly had all the blood drained from his body. Not only was the blood absent, but it appeared as though all bodily moisture had evaporated, presenting a ghastly image akin to a mummified corpse. Surely, only a legendary specter could accomplish such a feat. Everyone be cautious. There may be monsters lurking within. Let us gather our belongings and retreat. Wei Jun, though skeptical of the existence of ghosts, found it hard to refute the evidence of the withered, contorted body before him. He gritted his teeth, his complexion pale, urging everyone to follow him away from the scene. "But it's so dark outside. Where can we possibly run to?" A frightened woman whimpered, her voice trembling with fear. "Don't forget, the city is teeming with monsters. They are far more active at night. Running out now would be akin to courting death." "What do you propose we do then?" Wei Jun replied, frustration evident in his gaze as he glared at the woman. He took a deep breath and continued. "Monsters may exist outside, but they could just as easily emerge here. Xiao Zhang's corpse is the clearest evidence of that. If we do not leave this place quickly, we might be the next unfortunate victims." "No, I refuse to go outside. It's too dark, and I am terrified." The woman, chastised and utterly flustered, lost her composure entirely, speaking as she retreated, quickly finding herself back in the garage. However, just as she was about to turn away, her face contorted in resistance. An eerie scene unfolded before her. A thick white mist suddenly began to writhe, as if a gray shadow had darted through the night, enveloping the woman in an instant. Almost immediately, her legs left the ground, and she lost all control, lifted into the air by an unseen force. No one could discern what that entity was. All they heard was the woman's piercing scream echoing through the cold garage, her limbs thrashing wildly in a grotesque display. In that moment, everyone stood frozen in terror, exchanging bewildered glances, their mouths agape in shock. "Help, save me." The woman flailed her limbs exaggeratedly, her lips twitching in terror as if a phantom hand had seized her throat. Her skin began to visibly collapse, blood and moisture evaporating at an alarming rate. Her once plump face was swiftly withering away. The muscles beneath her skin dehydrated inexplicably, causing her skin to sag, resembling a crumpled human kite. Even her thrashing limbs gradually shrank and stiffened, grotesquely transforming into that of a desiccated corpse. Chapter 187, The Invisible Monster. Oh my! Gazing into the sky, the eerie and terrifying scene sent shivers down everyone's spine, prompting them to scream in fear. Wei Jun nearly dropped his machete, his face drenched in beads of cold sweat, exclaiming, "What on earth is this? We must save her. Think of a way to save her." Yet, despite his desperate cries for help, his body seemed paralyzed. Remaining utterly still, not only did Wei Jun freeze, but those around him were also rooted in shock, utterly clueless about how to respond. The woman had been lifted into the air by an unseen force, suspended at least 3 meters above the ground, far beyond their reach. Moreover, until this moment, no one had discerned what entity had seized the woman. Even if they could reach her, they were at a loss for how to rescue her. Ghosts. There are truly ghosts. An intangible sense of dread weighed heavily upon everyone's nerves, and eventually, someone could bear it no longer. Emitting a shrill scream that pierced the air, and without a second thought, they fled in panic. Following suit, the second and third individuals joined the exodus. Had they been confronted by a mere creature, perhaps they might have mustered the courage to attempt a rescue, to face the ferocious extraterrestrial beings. However, in the face of this ethereal and ghostly force, all they could do was turn and flee. Don't run. Everyone come back and think of a solution, Wei Jun shouted, desperately trying to quell the chaos in the crowd. Yet, at that moment, no one heeded his call. Young Wang, in a moment of urgency, pulled him along, saying, "How can we save her? Stop shouting, let's run too." With that, Wang forcibly dragged Wei Jun to escape the scene. But soon, those fleeing felt something ominous falling from above. In terror, they looked up to witness the recently devoured woman being violently hurled by a mysterious force. Her desiccated body traced a parabolic arc through the air before crashing down before the crowd with a bone-jarring thud. The dehydrated corpse shattered upon impact, scattering into pieces that rolled chaotically across the ground. "Oh my God!" The crowd erupted in frantic cries, halting their flight as they gazed fearfully at the misty direction above. Only then did they catch sight of a grayish humanoid outline. It was a mass of dark gray gas, resembling a floating balloon, its form insubstantial and almost translucent. Devoid of physicality, merely a silhouette of gray essence that blended seamlessly with the light of the garage. Even the keenest eyes could only discern a vague shadow. This was the true form of the ghostly race, a being that existed in a realm between substance and spirit. Unlike other extraterrestrial entities, the ghostly race, while also an anomaly, consumed in a remarkably refined manner. They did not devour their prey alive like other monsters. Instead, they would materialize at the moment of seizing their target, piercing their victim's flesh with delicate fangs, and then voraciously siphoning the blood and moisture from within. Anyone devoured by it will not bear any external wounds, yet due to the swift dehydration of the body, they will transform into horrifying mummies in a remarkably short span of time. To his dismay, Wei Jun realized that this creature was attacking them, sweat streaming down his forehead. He watched helplessly as two companions perished, his heart ablaze with fury. However, beyond his anger, he found himself powerless to act. In contrast, the others were so terrified that they cried out in panic, resulting in instant chaos. People scattered in all directions, desperately seeking refuge outside the garage, attempting to escape this bizarre entity. Yet, it was too late. The monstrous beings of the Ghost Clan had already set their sights on them. Within a radius of several hundred meters, only this place offered fresh blood, and the greedy creature would not relinquish its prize. In a flash, a gray shadow surged forth like a writhing mass of energy, elongating in the air and descending swiftly upon Wei Jun. As everyone else fled in a frenzy, only Wei Jun remained rooted to the spot, shouting into the void. Naturally, the ghostly creature locked on to him immediately. The dark, undulating shadow expanded rapidly in the sky, forming a dense net that threatened to engulf Wei Jun entirely. Paralyzed by terror, he could scarcely react. The creature was too swift, surpassing the normal reflexes of a human. The ominous cloud swelled, poised to consume him. Suddenly, a silver spike shot forth from the space outside the garage, accompanied by a piercing shriek of wind. Interrupting the monster's next move, a figure darted from outside the garage, charging into the chaotic throng. With a whoosh, a bone blade sliced through the air, radiating a palpable aura of lethal intent that enveloped the shadowy figure. The dark mass promptly halted its advance, and from within the swirling blackness, a pair of obsidian claws coalesced, confronting the descending bone blade. With a metallic clang, the black claw recoiled, retreating with the swirling darkness, soaring into the air and hovering less than 5 meters away, emitting furious screeches. Meanwhile, a lean, tall figure emerged behind the bone blade, positioning the weapon across his chest. Gazing intently at the roiling mass of viscous darkness, his eyes alight with a fierce brilliance. It seemed my suspicions were correct. Indeed, the Ghost Clan had made an appearance here. The unexpected arrival was none other than Liao Fan. He had been tracking the traces of the Ghost Clan and had finally arrived at this crucial moment. What is the Ghost Clan? Wei Jun, terrified to his core, could not muster the composure to question Liao Fan about his return, only able to stammer his inquiry. Liao Fan remained silent, his gaze fixed upward, scrutinizing the dense gray-black cloud with piercing intensity. The dark mass continued to writhe, coalescing into two dark red eyes that glinted with malice and savagery, locking eyes with him ominously. The essence of the specter from the ghostly tribe manifests as a nebulous human-like apparition, capable of coalescing into various forms at will. Yet, fundamentally, this entity remains a fragment of the demon kin, retaining a structure reminiscent of humanity. Those crimson-hued eyes emanated disquieting luminescence amidst the nocturnal shroud, akin to two suspended lanterns, an entrancing radiance that chills to the bone. A thick fog lingers, and countless frigid winds swirl within the underground garage, as the specter drifts like a balloon, exuding an eerie chill mingled with a frost-like essence that rapidly envelopes the entire subterranean space. Cackles echo, With the raspy and uncanny laughter, the garage descends into a deeper chill, an invisible sense of oppression descending, causing Liao Fan's brows to furrow into a pronounced frown. Chapter 188. Repulsion indeed. It was a member of the Ghost Clan. Furthermore, it was a formidable entity, its aura hovering around the second tier, significantly stronger than Liao Fan at that moment. As the two sides stood off, an intangible ghostly energy morphed into an eerie chill, intertwining with the cold wind to engulf the entire underground garage in an extreme drop in temperature. Liao Fan did not retreat an inch. Maintaining his stance with the bone knife horizontally across his chest, coldly confronting the enigmatic black mist, the ghostly being remained unmoving, its bloodshot eyes wide open, exuding an inexhaustible hatred. However, this standoff was short-lived. Suddenly, the black mist began to writhe once more, abandoning its previous target and surging directly towards the most densely populated area of the crowd. The ghostly entity was not foolish, despite the brief skirmish. It recognized that the man before it was not to be trifled with, opting instead to bypass Liao Fan and dive into the panicked throng of ordinary people. Beast, you dare to feast on humans before my eyes? Liao Fan seethed quietly, pivoting on his heel and swiftly pursuing the shadowy figure, simultaneously bellowing at the clustered individuals, scatter. Don't congregate. Yet, his warning came too late. Before Liao Fan could finish his sentence, the bizarre black creature had already lunged into the crowd, unceremoniously descending like an unfurling black shroud that enveloped the young man's head in an instant. The young man found himself consumed by the black mist, rendered immobile, his hands flailing instinctively, producing a muffled curse. Soon, a chilling and metallic sensation surged into his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, akin to writhing black tendrils invading his body. The young man's frantic movements ceased abruptly, yet every cell within him quaked violently. His mouth gaped wide, sensing something frigid encroaching upon his neck, while his body grew increasingly rigid. Then, without warning, the moisture within him was siphoned away, his skin rapidly dehydrating, and the blood and flesh within him surged outward at an alarming rate. In mere seconds, his form collapsed entirely, muscles dissolving swiftly, his deflated skin clinging eerily to his bones, resembling a withered remnant of life. Simultaneously, from the swirling black mist, a grotesque visage materialized, grinning with a sinister, satisfied cackle. Damn it! Liao Fan's lips trembled fiercely, his eyes flashing with cold fury. He was indifferent to the fate of the stranger. Yet the ghostly clan's audacious act of devouring a human right before him was nothing short of a blatant provocation. Raising his left arm, he seized the moment when the black mist had not yet fully disengaged from the young man's body to launch a silver spike. Though the ghostly entity was intangible, it would manifest physically at the moment of attack. Liao Fan aimed to wound the ghost clan while it was preoccupied with its gruesome feast. However, the creature's reflexes were far from weak. It was significantly more formidable than any opponent Liao Fan had previously encountered. Before the long spikes could strike, its body had already disengaged from the target, transforming into a swirling mass of black energy that swiftly retreated. Trying to escape? Liao Fan bellowed, unleashing another flurry of blade light. The obsidian blade carved a swift arc through the air, pursuing the footsteps of the ghoul. With a whoosh, the dark blade emitted a metallic silver gleam, crashing down upon the black energy. Yet, the anticipated scene of the creature being cleaved in two did not materialize. The black energy actively parted, evading the malevolent aura trailing the edge of the blade, only to coalesce into a slender claw that darted toward the top of Liao Fan's head with lightning speed. The ghoul's movements were extraordinarily swift, capable of fluidly transitioning between ethereal and corporeal forms. In the previous moment, it had been a mere wisp of black mist. Now, it had solidified into a tangible obsidian claw, lunging at Liao Fan. Begone! Liao Fan growled, not withdrawing his blade for defense. Instead, he flipped his palm and astonishingly hurled a palm-sized glass vial toward the ghoul's manifested black claw. Crack! The black claw, imbued with an icy essence, seized the glass vial with tremendous force, shattering it into fragments. Immediately, from within the broken vial, a searing flame erupted, shooting skyward and lashing out at the swirling black mass. This incendiary vial, modified by Zheng Tao, ignited upon shattering, unleashing a fierce blaze. Although the ghoul was an ethereal entity, it harbored a profound fear of fire. The instant it was engulfed in flames, it emitted a piercing scream, the black energy rising desperately in an attempt to escape the inferno's grasp. Without hesitation, Liao Fan swung his blade once more, aiming at the fleeing black energy. This time, however, the black mist did not evade. It had reverted to its ethereal form, unperturbed by the prospect of physical damage. Rather than retreating from Liao Fan's onslaught, it audaciously surged forward, reconstituting a pair of claws, intending to counterattack and eliminate the troublesome human. Then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. With a sharp crack, the bone blade struck the mass of black energy, achieving a genuine cutting effect. The blade flickered and instantly severed a portion of the ghoul's body, forcing it to emit a shrill cry as it was propelled backward several meters. What was happening? The creature retreated to the ceiling, its black mist swirling as it formed a pair of deep crimson eyes, gazing incredulously at the bone blade in Liao Fan's hand. It was astonished and disbelieving. Despite having transformed into an ethereal state, how could this human's weapon still inflict harm upon it? Unbeknownst to it, the bone blade wielded by Liao Fan was no ordinary steel from Blue Star. It was a spiritual weapon imbued with energy. Not only did the blade itself harbor this energy, but the red mystical eye embedded in the hilt radiated a powerful fire attribute, the combination of which endowed it with genuine magical properties. Even if the ghoul transformed into an ethereal form, it could not entirely evade the malevolent energy that surged from the blade. Thus, it sustained injury. Just moments ago, Liao Fan had exerted his utmost strength in a single strike, inflicting considerable harm upon the otherworldly being of the Ghost Clan. The once solid, ashen-black currents of energy now exhibited signs of turmoil. Yet, it is evident that such a solitary blow was insufficient to bring about its demise. Despite the creature's wounds, the severed flesh was quickly enveloped by a swirling mass of darker mist, visibly healing before one's very eyes. Alas! Observing this, Liao Fan's gaze deepened with concern. The bone blade could indeed inflict damage upon the ghostly entity, yet this fiend's escape was alarmingly swift before he could maintain his assault. The dark vapor had already slipped beyond his reach, rendering the lethality of his strike rather feeble. The wounded specter, having felt the sting of defeat, chose not to confront Liao Fan any further. Instead, the black mist ascended gradually, gliding directly towards the wall, and eerily merged with the entire structure, akin to flowing water seeping into the surface. In no time, it vanished from Liao Fan's sight. However, the chilling sound of its sinister laughter lingered, intermingled with an unsettling sense of dread, echoing through the thick fog, elusive yet ever-present. Chapter 189. As the imminent danger subsided, the ghostly entity from the demon clan, having suffered a subtle defeat, came to realize that Liao Fan was not to be trifled with, thus refraining from further carnage. Yet, through the lingering and dense mist that enveloped the surroundings, Liao Fan discerned that this creature remained close, unwilling to relinquish its predatory intentions easily. Consequently, he maintained his vigilance, positioning his bone blade across his chest, fixating his gaze on the spot where the demon had vanished. Meanwhile, Wei Jun stood in a daze, overwhelmed by shock and fear, his body trembling as he stared blankly at the chilling blade in Liao Fan's grasp before his eyes drifted to the area where the monster had retreated. After a moment, he swallowed hard, his voice quivering as he asked, "What on earth was that?" It was a new breed of entity, distinct from ordinary beasts. This ghostly creature could materialize and vanish like a specter, making it exceedingly difficult for an average person to see, let alone detect its presence. Liao Fan lowered his gaze, assuring himself that the demon would not reappear hastily, and began to survey the frightened crowd that continued to flee, letting out a deep sigh. Through the earlier confrontation, he had surmised that the demon's combat prowess likely surpassed his own, although he had gained a temporary advantage during their close-quarters encounter. It was merely a consequence of wielding a superior weapon. In a contest of raw strength, he feared he would not stand a chance against this specter. What shall we do? Should we leave? Wei Jun, utterly bewildered, found himself at a loss, his first encounter with such an uncanny phenomenon rendering him panicked. And he turned his gaze toward Liao Fan. Liao Fan shook his head, replying, "Regrettably, you have already caught its attention. Even if we were to flee this garage, it would be exceedingly difficult to escape the demon's sight." Possessing memories from 2 lifetimes, Liao Fan was acutely aware of the tenacity of the demon clan. In a densely populated area, the ghostly entity might not pursue them relentlessly. However, within a radius of several hundred meters, only a handful of refugees led by Wei Jun remained. Sparing them would imply that the creature would have to go hungry, a notion that clearly contradicted the demon's nature. He then advised Wei Jun, "Convene the people together. The demon is elusive. Should anyone stray alone, they will be swiftly hunted down. The sole strategy for survival is to gather everyone in one place. This way, if the demon attempted to feast, its actions would be immediately noticed by others," allowing Liao Fan to pinpoint its location. "Yes, understood." Wei Jun, trembling with fear, nodded vigorously and attempted to call back those around him. Unfortunately, the dread instilled by the demon's stealthy predation had deeply affected the refugees. Even though the monster had been temporarily repelled, the terrified individuals were in a state of disarray, with nearly half of them fleeing amidst the chaos. Despite Wei Jun's desperate commands, he could not summon everyone back. ultimately managing to gather only 7 or 8 individuals after much effort. Damn it. The others have fled. If they stray from the group, they will undoubtedly be attacked. We must devise a plan to retrieve them. Gazing at the sparse crowd, Wei Jun was drenched in sweat from anxiety. Liao Fan, however, appeared utterly unconcerned. He shook his head, suggesting that they should disregard the remaining individuals and remain here, for their attempts to rescue them would only invite peril. Yet, Wei Jun hesitated, about to voice a dissenting opinion when he heard Sun Kang's trembling voice nearby, questioning the relevance of the others' fates to their own. This jarring remark instantly caused Liao Fan to furrow his brow and turn to face him. Upon meeting Liao Fan's gaze, Sun Kang's lips quivered involuntarily, and he awkwardly retreated behind others, evidently still haunted by the reprimand he received earlier from Liao Fan, which left him feeling intimidated. Nevertheless, Liao Fan merely cast a dispassionate glance at him, refraining from delivering a scathing retort. After all, the pressing concern was to deal with the malevolent spirit. With this in mind, Liao Fan calmly returned to the garage, retrieved a petrol can, ignited it, and constructed a bonfire. The flickering flames illuminated everyone's faces, casting their internal fears into stark relief. Moments later, Wei Jun returned, visibly agitated, surveying the surroundings with suspicion. Are we just going to stay here? What if that creature returns? There's no immediate cause for alarm, Liao Fan replied, glancing at the fire. The spirit is a malevolent entity, naturally averse to sunlight and fearful of anything associated with flames. It typically hunts only after nightfall. As long as we remain in the light, the likelihood of its appearance diminishes. Is that so? Wei Jun's eyes brightened with hope. Then let's quickly gather anything that can burn and make the fire larger. He hastily issued commands to those behind him, but Liao Fan shook his head in disapproval. That would be futile. While flames do possess a certain deterrent effect on the spirit, they cannot guarantee its retreat. Moreover, the creature we face is particularly formidable. The flames will not significantly hinder it. During our previous encounter, I used a Molotov cocktail to scorch its claws, but it merely delayed its assault without yielding any substantial results. This indicates that while it may dislike fire, it does not necessarily fear ordinary flames. Wei Jun fell silent, swallowing hard. Then, it could attack us at any moment? Not for now, Liao Fan replied, shaking his head again. He gestured towards the direction where others had scattered. This creature is cunning. It will first target those who are isolated. It will not venture here until it has devoured the stragglers. But there are so few people here to begin with, and the monster is so swift in its predation. It will inevitably focus on us again. Wei Jun exclaimed in distress. This time, Liao Fan chose silence. He was not one to indulge in excessive dialogue or waste words on explanations. His sole focus was to await the spirit's reappearance, ready to seize the opportunity to vanquish it. As Liao Fan remained unresponsive, Wei Jun could only awkwardly fall silent, yet his gaze, scanning the surroundings, was still suffused with palpable fear. The chilling atmosphere lingering in the underground garage showed no signs of dissipating. Each individual present felt an icy sensation emanating from within, many resorting to clutching their arms, inwardly cursing in frustration. Even Liao Fan, influenced by the pervasive coldness, sensed a stiffness creeping into his limbs. This was a distinctive aura of the ghostly clan, one that ordinary people found arduous to endure. To prevent his bloodline from freezing and hindering his subsequent actions, Liao Fan chose to rise and engage in physical activity, performing a series of warm-up exercises. Through these continuous movements, he aimed to invigorate his blood circulation, ensuring his body remained in peak condition. The others, unable to comprehend Liao Fan's intentions, clumsily mimicked his actions, while only Sun Kang, hindered by a fractured arm, was unable to join in. Instead, he squatted by the bonfire, observing them with a look of bemusement, disdainfully remarking, "Are you all out of your minds? What are you jumping around for? Have you nothing better to do?" Chapter 190. The trap. Upon hearing the discordant sound, Liao Fan paid it no mind, continuing to stretch and move his limbs. However, Wei Jun could no longer tolerate it. He shot a glare at Sun Kang and said, "If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute." In a time when confronting monsters left everyone feeling vulnerable, Sun Kang's sarcastic remarks incited the ire of others. Soon, most cast disdainful glances in his direction. Sun Kang could not maintain his composure, retorting with a tone laced with sarcasm, "What the hell are you all staring at? It's not like I summoned the monster here." As he spoke, he slyly shifted his gaze toward Liao Fan, who was warming up, although he refrained from elaborating further. The implication was unmistakable. This group of outcasts had been in this place for 2 days, and aside from the lack of food, they had not encountered any particular dangers. Yet, Liao Fan's arrival seemed to coincide ominously with the emergence of the monster, raising suspicions about a possible connection between the two. Not one to be easily fooled. Liao Fan understood the subtext of Sun Kang's words, but chose to disregard them. He coldly replied, "If you believe I brought the monster here, Feel free to leave and keep your distance. Huh. This is our gathering point. Who do you think you were to tell me to leave? Sun Kong spat back, his tone sharp and unfriendly. Liao Fan ceased his movements, fixing a steady gaze upon Sun Kang's face as he calmly stated, "You must understand that we have no ties. We simply happen to be seeking refuge in the same location. Should you continue to utter such unwelcome remarks, I wouldn't hesitate to send you on your way before the monster arrives." "Enough. We're all just trying to survive. Let us not quarrel," Wei Jun interjected, casting a fierce glare at Sun Kong. In times like these, unity was paramount. After all, they were all in the same predicament. Liao Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. "You might be mistaken. I am not in the same boat as you." In the face of the monster, Wei Jun and his companions could do little but cower and flee. Liao Fan, however, presented himself as a hunter, a stark contrast to the others. Wei Jun fell silent, having witnessed Liao Fan's extraordinary combat prowess and begrudgingly acknowledging the truth of the matter. Simultaneously, he felt an intense curiosity about how Liao Fan had attained such formidable strength, but sensed that Liao Fan was not one to engage easily. Thus, he suppressed his inquiries. The atmosphere grew thick with silence, with everyone refraining from further conversation. However, this silence was short-lived. Merely a few minutes later, a piercing and agonizing scream jolted everyone upright, prompting them to turn in unison towards a passageway leading into the garage. Before their eyes, a dense, chilling fog continued to swirl ominously. From within the depths of the fog, a disheveled woman crawled toward them on all fours. Her face was pale and filled with despair, and she cried out for help while desperately waving her arms as she stumbled out of the mist. "It's Chinya. What brings you back? And why do you look so disheveled?" Wei Jun instantly recognized the woman's identity. She was one of the fleeing individuals from earlier. He stomped his foot in alarm. However, when confronted with Wei Jun's inquiry, the woman remained silent, bloodied and sprawled on the ground, struggling to drag her body forward while repeatedly and numbly calling out for help. "Save me, please come help me. I was attacked by a monster. It hurts so much." "Don't worry, I will come right away." Despite the eerie surroundings, Wei Jun could not suppress his concern for his companion and was about to rush toward her. Yet, before he could take a step, a large hand clamped down on his shoulder, firmly restraining him. "Don't go. It's a trap." "What do you mean?" Instinctively, Wei Jun tried to break free, but he could not escape Liao Fan's grip and could only respond with a puzzled question. Liao Fan remained silent, his sharp gaze fixed on the dense fog enveloping the woman, a cold smile playing on his lips. With his keen perception, he could undoubtedly sense the sinister aura lurking behind her, concentrated in the deepest part of the mist. The woman was merely bait, a ploy devised by the malevolent entity to ensnare unsuspecting victims. With the capabilities of the ghostly beings, any ordinary person encountering it would be drained of life within mere seconds, leaving no chance for escape. Liao Fan understood well that this woman had been deliberately released by the ghostly entity to exploit human compassion and dismantle the team's defenses. Seeing that the crowd had not fallen for the ruse, the shadow lurking in the fog intensified its torment. Due to the dim lighting, no one could clearly see how the ghostly being was tormenting the woman, but the anguished cries grew increasingly harrowing and pitiful. The woman screamed in despair, rolling on the ground, her hands outstretched toward the crowd. "Help me. Someone save me. Please come." At this point, everyone recognized that something was amiss. Even if Liao Fan no longer intervened, no one dared to approach. The helpless woman lay on the ground, enduring torment for what seemed like an eternity, her cries gradually fading into a weak, hoarse whisper. Soon, a strange shadow emerged from the mist, seeping into her mouth and nostrils in an eerie fusion. Subsequently, the tormented woman stood up with an unsettling numbness, her head drooping, her cheeks taking on a peculiar dark hue, emitting a harsh, rasping laugh. "Hee hee. You are different from the others. You can actually see through me." Though her voice remained unchanged, it was now laced with a chilling rasp, her gaze sending shivers down spines. "What is happening? Why does Chinya sound so strange?" Wei Jun broke into a sweat again, staring at the woman who stood like a puppet, her neck slumped, his heart racing. Liao Fan spoke. "She is no longer the person you knew. She has become a puppet controlled by the ghostly entity. The malevolent being is now inhabiting her and conversing with me." "What?" At these words, Wei Jun felt a chill run down his spine, retreating 2 steps as those around him instinctively huddled together, their faces pale with fear. It is utterly bizarre. This creature has the ability to infiltrate the human body and manipulate the individual's thoughts, conversing as if it were human. Were it not for the evidence before his eyes, Wei Jun would have never fathomed that such occurrences could exist in the world. Yet, Liao Fan remained unfazed, his expression a mask of indifferent amusement. He silently gazed upward and addressed the woman, who resembled a zombie, with a smile. A member of the Ghost clan, and a formidable one at that, possessing a combat level of the 2nd tier. I am quite curious about how you managed to enter Blue Star. Liao Fan had long harbored a question in his mind. Based on his past experiences, creatures of the Ghost Clan, known for their remarkable intelligence, should not have manifested until at least 3 years into the apocalypse. However, in this incarnation, their arrival on Blue Star was evidently premature. Liao Fan was uncertain of the means by which they had come. Yet his instincts suggested that there must be a compelling reason behind it. Chapter 191. Mutual scheming. In response to Liao Fan's probing inquiries, the woman merely smiled. Her voice raspy and jarring, akin to the sound of a saw, creating an oddly sinister tone. If you wish to know, why not approach me yourself? I shall reveal but one name to you. Liao Fan, with a smile plastered across his face, yet his gaze icy and penetrating, boldly stepped forward into the depths of the thick fog. Wei Jun, visibly unsettled, attempted to obstruct Liao Fan's advance. Do not go. That creature is linked to Qinya. If you proceed, it will undoubtedly attack you. Step aside, rather than fret over my safety. You should be more concerned about your own, Liao Fan retorted, forcefully pushing Wei Jun aside as he strode ahead with determination. The garage was dimly lit. Liao Fan stood approximately 20 meters from the woman, advancing towards her with deliberate calmness, his expression as inscrutable as a still pond, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The woman cackled with a sinister glee, her eyes rolling in a terrifying manner. Indeed, you are fundamentally different from other humans, Blue Star being. Share your name with me. For you are the first Blue Star human to evoke a sense of threat within me, and I wish to remember you. Liao Fan replied with a smile. A name is merely a designation, trivial and dispensable. Yet, I must commend you. To adapt to the Blue Star environment and acquire the human language system in such a short span is an exceptionally formidable skill. With disheveled hair and grotesque veins pulsating on her face, the woman shook her head with a smile. I have no need to learn the human language. By infiltrating this person's mind, I can seize her thoughts and manipulate her to converse in a human manner. Liao Fan feigned enlightenment, nodding as though a revelation had dawned upon him. Throughout history, humanity has harbored questions regarding the existence of the ghostly race. These creatures not only exhibit peculiar behavior and remarkable combat prowess, but also possess an extraordinarily warped intelligence and adaptability, capable of mimicking human modes of existence, thereby inflicting tremendous destruction upon the Blue Star. People have long sought to unravel the methods by which the ghostly race learns and emulates human civilization. Now, Liao Fan comprehended that this entity likely acquired knowledge of the Blue Star through the reading of human memories, swiftly mastering all there was to know. Such an ability was indeed bizarre and terrifying. Imagine if the individual possessed by the ghostly race were not this woman before him, but rather a high-ranking official from the government, a wealth of classified information concerning what could be pilfered in an instant. That would be utterly catastrophic. As this thought coursed through his mind, the murderous intent within Liao Fan intensified, though his visage remained adorned with a smile. Now, tell me, how did you arrive on the Blue Star? The secret shall be disclosed only after your demise, the woman retorted, her pallid face exuding a chilling demeanor as she gazed at the approaching Liao Fan, her voice suddenly transforming into a shrill, piercing shriek. In an instant, the fog writhed more frantically, and from the depths of the mist, streams of ghostly gray energy surged forth, akin to whips slicing through the air, relentlessly advancing from all directions. The creature had no intention of engaging in dialogue with Liao Fan. Its previous words were merely a ruse to entice him into its trap. How astute you are. Your intellect surpasses that of the average denizens of Blue Star. Caught off guard by a sudden attack, Liao Fan remained utterly unperturbed. He gently pressed a hidden latch on the toolbox, and with a sharp click, the lid sprang open, spilling several incendiary bottles onto the ground, which subsequently erupted in a deafening explosion, enveloping the corridor in flames. All the swirling, ashen mist was repelled the moment it encountered the fire. At the same time, Liao Fan raised his left hand and with a swift motion, snapped his fingers. In an instant, a 3-inch dart shot forth, piercing the woman's forehead with a blinding flash. With a resounding thud, her skull shattered, propelled backward by the immense force, splattering pus and brain matter against the walls, staining them a vivid crimson. Concurrently, a dark, smoky essence coalesced from her shattered brow, rapidly ascending to the ceiling where it formed a grotesque visage. Howling in fury at Liao Fan, having severed its connection to the puppet's corporeal form, it could no longer articulate words, yet its wide, glaring eyes were filled with inquiry and rage. Clearly, it had not anticipated that all its schemes had been foreseen by Liao Fan. You underestimate me if you think such a simplistic trap could ensnare me, he scoffed coldly, pivoting on his toes and launching himself forward. The bone knife in his hand whirled, slicing through the air with a dazzling brilliance as he delivered a furious strike against the spirit of the ghostly entity. The obsidian blade, gleaming with an unusual metallic sheen, emanated a potent energy effect, With a single stroke, he cleaved the wall, the force of his strike extending 2 meters outward, leaving behind a gaping, jagged gash. The ghostly entity, unable to retreat into the walls in time, was struck by the blade's energy, emitting a high-pitched wail. The swirling black mist coalesced quickly, seeping into the wall. In the next moment, Liao Fan felt a chill creeping up from beneath his feet. A fleeting glance revealed a gray-black mist surging from the floor, rushing straight toward him. This ominous vapor was not the entity's true form, but a unique attack conjured from its own frigid essence. Should this gray mist infiltrate his body, his blood and limbs would freeze instantly, with the possibility of immediate demise. Liao Fan, fully aware of the peril, suspended in midair, twisted his waist, spinning like a top. The rotation of his torso propelled the bone knife downward in a decisive strike, forcefully dispersing the gray mist. Although Liao Fan was merely a novice among the extraordinary, he was no match for the formidable ghostly entity of the second tier. Yet, the bone knife in his grasp was imbued with the essence of 2 extraterrestrial beings, further refined by Zheng Tao, granting it a potent aura of lethality. The frigid blade cleaved through all, splitting the gray mist in 2. The vapor instantly detonated, unleashing a chilling shockwave that radiated throughout the corridor. In that fleeting moment, the walls began to freeze, a layer of frost forming upon their surface. Such formidable malevolence. Liao Fan's gaze darkened as he swiftly adjusted his landing posture, his body gliding backward with remarkable agility to evade the impact of the shockwave. However, just as he managed to dodge the assault and leaned against the wall, a sinister cackle echoed ominously in his ear. Without warning, the wall behind him fissured, releasing a cloud of gray mist that coalesced into a pair of black claws, lunging directly towards his vulnerable back. The claws soared with breathtaking speed, their ethereal form shifting with astonishing swiftness. In an instant, the once intangible mist transformed into a tangible strike, unerringly striking Liao Fan's back. The claws sliced through the air, imbued with a chilling aura, their force potent enough to rend steel asunder. Amidst the grotesque laughter of the fiendish being, there was an overwhelming sense of triumph, as it believed this strike would determine the outcome. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. With a resounding clang, the claws made contact, only to encounter a formidable backlash. It appeared that this human's back was not composed of flesh and blood, but rather a solid steel plate. The demon emitted a piercing shriek, unable to fathom the reality before it, and frantically summoned energy, exerting itself with relentless fervor. Yet, even with all its might, it could not penetrate the human's defenses. The claws merely tore through the outer layer before being intercepted by a resilient armor, unable to advance even an inch. Let us see who can outsmart whom. A cold smile graced Liao Fan's lips as he swiftly drew his blade, ready to retaliate. Chapter 192. The dense fog in the corridor. The blade gleamed like a streak of lightning, shattering the thick wall behind. The knife's edge sliced through the concrete wall with the ease of cutting tofu, etching a gash over 2 meters long into the sturdy surface. With a resounding crash, the wall erupted, sending debris flying. The oppressive aura of the blade pierced through the body of the ghostly being, delivering a heavy blow. The ghostly creature howled in agony, unable to comprehend how Liao Fan possessed such monstrous defenses. Gray mist swirled and coalesced into a flat, ghastly visage, 2 blood-red eyes wide open, glistening like drops of blood. Liao Fan clenched his left fist tightly and delivered a powerful punch, driving the grotesque face into the wall. The force of his strike created a gaping hole in the barrier. This attack proved equally effective. At the moment the ghostly being targeted him, it would manifest its corporeal form, allowing Liao Fan to exploit its fleeting vulnerability. The fierce wind from his punch distorted the hideous face. After a dull thud, the wall was completely penetrated, leaving a jagged opening. Debris fell like rain, and thick smoke billowed forth. Enduring another heavy blow, the ghostly being had no choice but to retreat rapidly into the wall, its misty form contracting in desperation. Liao Fan roared, trying to escape. He unleashed another punch, concentrating all his power into a singular explosion. The collision of his fist, veins bulging like a cannonball, further obliterated the wall, breaking through the gaping hole. And he swung his blade in fury once more. The ghostly being moved with incredible speed, yet it could not evade the relentless edge of the blade. Even as it shifted to a spiritual form, it could not disregard the energy carried by the knife. With a swift motion, another slash came down hard upon the sinister black mist. A tearing sound echoed, reminiscent of fabric ripping, as the black mist was cleaved in 2. One half dissipated into thick smoke, while the other burrowed into another wall, continuing its escape. Damn it! Liao Fan cursed, watching the escaping half of the black mist. Despite his composure, he couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. He had finally managed to land a heavy blow on the ghostly being, yet even after being severed in 2, it still possessed the ability to flee. The previous strike had indeed inflicted serious harm, but as long as its essence endured, it would soon regain its strength. Fortunately, the creature was indeed injured. Enduring such relentless attacks, even a being of the second order would not feel unscathed. As the thick smoke cleared, Liao Fan took a deep breath and silently turned to head back towards the garage. Inside the garage, those led by Wei Jun were left trembling, their lips quivering as they regarded Liao Fan, who returned alone. The battle had unfolded swiftly and concluded even more rapidly. They had not witnessed how Liao Fan engaged with the creature, yet it was unmistakable that in this encounter, Liao Fan emerged victorious. Good heavens, this individual is astonishing. He single-handedly repelled such a monstrosity twice. Is he even human? How can he be more formidable than the creature itself? Every face bore an expression of incredulity, their gazes towards Liao Fan laden with palpable fear. Yet, Liao Fan disregarded their stares, methodically stowing away his toolbox. Turning his attention to the even deeper passageway behind the garage, he reflected on his two victories against the otherworldly beings of the Ghost Clan, not achieved through sheer strength, but rather through the advantage of accumulated memories from 2 lifetimes, coupled with comprehensive intelligence on the Ghost Clan. In contrast, the otherworldly beings were utterly oblivious to him. Now, having sustained serious injuries, the creature would likely seek vengeance with even greater ferocity. Liao Fan could not afford to pause. He had to locate this entity and eliminate it before it regained its strength. Resolute, he stepped forward towards the shadowy corridor behind the garage. "Where are you going?" Wei Jun inquired, hastily following him with a look of confusion. As he walked, Liao Fan explained, "That creature is vengeful, having been wounded by me. It will not retreat easily. I must find its true form before it recovers." Wei Jun hesitated, but the environment here is quite perilous. The stairs above are complicated, and there are numerous storage rooms. If it intends to hide, you may not be able to find it. Others chimed in, "Indeed. It would be wiser to escape while it is incapacitated and unable to pursue us. You may flee, but I shall not. If you do not wish to accompany me, feel free to leave," Liao Fan replied, shaking his head, his pace unwavering. Under ordinary circumstances, Liao Fan would not be so determined to risk his life against a second-tier creature. Yet, this time was different. The second-tier source crystal he had long awaited was soon to descend nearby. The existence of the Ghost Clan's otherworldly being posed a significant threat to him. To ensure the successful acquisition of the source crystal, Liao Fan had no choice but to eliminate this second-tier Ghost Clan member beforehand. Seeing Liao Fan's stubbornness, Wei Jun and the others grew hesitant, realizing they lacked his capabilities. Faced with the ferocious Ghost Clan entity, they were nearly resigned to their fate. Liao Fan perceived their uncertainty and smiled. "If you choose to leave, I will not dissuade you. But remember, the Ghost Clan entity, though wounded, still possesses the ability to hunt you effortlessly. If you become isolated and it fixates on you, consider the consequences." Upon hearing this, the remaining few hesitated once more. Wei Jun, mustering courage, finally said, "All right, we will follow you. Then let us hasten," Liao Fan commanded, quickening his pace without further ado. Navigating the dimly lit staircase, they ascended approximately 2 levels and arrived at a spacious corridor. The chill here was more pronounced than below, the air thick with an eerie, ghostly aura that sent shivers down their spines. "It must be hiding on this floor," Liao Fan declared, pausing to sense the source of the cold. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught a fleeting shadow at the end of the corridor, prompting him to dash forward without hesitation. Yet the shadow vanished with extraordinary swiftness, eluding Liao Fan before he could give chase, dissolving into the wall and leaving behind only a chilling current that lingered endlessly in the corridor. After yet another futile attempt, Liao Fan chose to remain still, narrowing his gaze like a blade as he surveyed the dimly lit passage. His brow furrowed even deeper. In a matter of seconds, the corridor had become shrouded in a dense, eerie mist, obscuring his already limited vision further. This frigid vapor possessed a certain capacity to mask visibility in such an environment. Even Liao Fan's perceptive abilities could not discern the whereabouts of the ghostly beings. Wei Jun, not one to be easily fooled, also sensed the ominous change in the atmosphere and hastily murmured, "This mist is several times thicker than that downstairs. What is happening?" Liao Fan replied gravely, "The essence of the Ghost Clan is concealed here, seeking to utilize this dense fog to confound us." With that, he opened his portable toolkit and retrieved several rudimentary launching devices, distributing them among Wei Jun and the others, cautioning them earnestly. These launching devices are crafted to resemble handguns. Upon pressing the trigger, they will immediately fire long spikes. Remember, when the Ghost Clan strikes, it will materialize. Aim for that brief moment of vulnerability to inflict damage. Although Liao Fan held little regard for the lives of those around him, he did not dare to underestimate the threat posed by such entities. He aimed to harness every available resource to confront the ghostly beings, thus willingly entrusted these simple launching devices to the group.